Night fell, the rain poured down in torrents, and lightning streaked across the sky, with deafening claps of thunder, enveloping the dilapidated house. Inside the room, the rapid, incessant sound of frantic keyboard clicking echoed. A young man wearing headphones kept his eyes glued to the computer screen, his hands moving wildly. He shouted, "The chance is here. Go! This boss's ultimate move has a super long cooldown." In the virtual world, a giant level 102 monster was charging fiercely. If we don't take it down now, we're definitely dead once it unleashes its second skill. Lu Tan, the main character in the game, possessed a handsome, cold-hearted appearance. He raised his sword and gave a faint, cold grunt. Lu Tan leaped into the air, the sword gathering spiritual energy and forming a colossal sword aura that slashed straight down onto the monster's head. The next second, the blade decisively struck, neatly splitting the giant beast in two. The system instantly displayed a notification. Level 102, Minotaur defeated. His in-game teammates were ecstatic. The chat box scrolled continuously. Holy cow, Lu Tan long live. To clear the stage, we really have to rely on Lu Tan. Lu Tan is the best in the world. The young man smirked triumphantly, leisurely picking up a soda can and taking a sip. All right, 2 more rounds and this order is done. Just then, a girl walked out of the bathroom, drying her wet hair while grumbling. Stop playing already. You've been grinding for 3 days straight without sleep. How can your body handle it if you keep staying up all night like this? The young man turned back to look at his younger sister and replied calmly, "It's all right. Why are you so unlucky? I have to finish this order quickly to gather enough tuition money for the next semester for both of us. The new school year is coming up soon." Hearing this, the girl could only frown and mutter gloomily. But before she could finish her sentence, the young man waved his hand. "Come here." He smiled gently and patted her head to reassure her. "Little sister, I know my limits. Go read your books. Once I've saved up enough money, I won't do freelance gaming anymore, okay?" He put his headphones back on and continued the grind. The younger sister also relaxed and laid on the bed to read. "My name is Lu Tan, a professional gamer, or more accurately, a professional grinder for hire. I take orders from internet cafes to help people level up, hunt for items, and gather resources. As long as they pay, I'll take any job." The login screen illuminated the whole room. "Since our parents passed away early, we didn't have any family inheritance, and I've been sickly since I was young. I don't have any special skills either. Even though this work wears me out, at least it feeds me and my little sister." Lu Tan attentively examined the character's stat sheet, preparing to initialize it. "Right now, I have 1 order left in my hands. As soon as I finish building this account and complete the remaining relatively difficult beginner quest, I can sell it and earn a decent sum." The guy excitedly tweaked the character settings and smirked with satisfaction. He. Since it's an account to be sold anyway, I'll just max out the handsomeness stat. But the very next second, his head suddenly felt dizzy. His eyes widened and everything went black. His hand, holding the mouse, suddenly went limp and started trembling uncontrollably. That's strange. My fingers don't have any strength left." His face turned sheet white, drained of all color. Sweat poured down like rain. His whole body became completely paralyzed. He couldn't move anymore. Lu Tan collapsed onto the keyboard. "No way, Lu Tan. Is this really it?" In his hazy mind, sinking into darkness, he heard his little sister's soft voice calling out, "Brother, please don't scare me." And at that same moment, a deep, silent voice echoed back from the void. "Have you thought it through?" Among a field of bright white spider lilies, 2 long-haired figures were sitting, drinking, and playing chess. "Have you decided to make this move, or not?" A slender finger tapped a black chess piece onto the board, but once the move is made, there's no turning back. The young man slowly opened his eyes. He lay dazed on the lush green grass. Lu Tan asked himself, "Where is this?" He jumped up and raised his hands to inspect the ancient-style clothing he was wearing. "Huh? These aren't my clothes." Lu Tan scrambled over to the edge of a crystal-clear stream nearby. The reflection on the water's surface made him stunned. He reached up to touch his cheek. This face, it's absurdly handsome. Wait. A series of memories before he collapsed suddenly rushed back, scrolling like slow-motion film. The words he said before closing his eyes seemed to still echo in his ears. Since it's an account to be sold anyway, I'll just max out the beauty stat." Lu Tan shuddered as he realized the truth. His face twisted in horror. "Isn't this the secondary account in the heavenly mortal realm that I just created? Damn it," he screamed in terror. Tears streamed down his face in the middle of the deserted forest. "Oh my god. I transmigrated into the game? What the hell is this? I must be dreaming, right?" Without hesitation, he pinched his cheek hard to wake himself up. It's just a dream, wake up. I don't have time to sleep. I still have to support my little sister. The excruciating pain made him yelp. Ah, ah, ah. He held his cheek, dejected and muttering. It's not waking up. This painful sensation, it's real. In total helplessness, he looked up at the sky and screamed in frustration. I just created a secondary account and transmigrated immediately. This account is cursed. Just at that moment, a crimson-clad figure suddenly streaked across the sky, making him freeze in surprise. Flying high on her sword, the girl suddenly glanced down and noticed his presence. With just a fleeting look, his handsome face with its maxed-out charm stat of 10 points fell straight into her sight. The girl's eyes lit up, her gaze filled with astonishment and curiosity. She immediately descended and landed on an old tree nearby to observe the person standing on the ground closely. Seeing someone descend from the heavens, sweat broke out on Lu Tan's forehead like a spring. He trembled and muttered, "You can fly? This game has a Xianxia worldview. Right, the important thing is to keep this little life of mine. She probably won't be cruel to a mere mortal, right?" Contrary to his fear of being harmed, the girl's gaze was filled with infatuation and craving. Truly a top-tier furnace, absolutely top-notch. Li Le stood elegantly on the high tree branch, looking down at Lu Tan below with an amused expression. Her heart couldn't help but cheer. This really is a super grade furnace. Hearing these words clearly, Lu Tan couldn't help but blush intensely from embarrassment, thinking to himself, "What? A furnace? Does such a good thing exist in the world, being offered right to my door?" He couldn't suppress his excitement. His eyes glowed like stars, and his whole body became fluid and graceful, following his smooth line of thought. Lu Tan began to. His imagination ran wild, envisioning himself alone, enjoying the company of so many beautiful women. The more he thought about it, the more incredibly excited he became. There are things you don't know how to cherish using them once and tossing them away like scrap paper, but these things are actually very precious. Wait, hold on. Is this place the Heaven's Dust Realm? Becoming a cultivation vessel might feel amazing during the process, but my cultivation level would be severely restricted. If others could soar to level 999, I'd be stuck crawling at level 233. In the end, I'd just turn into a stepping stone for someone else to reach the peak, and they'd just brush me off like dirt, leaving Lu Tan in a miserable state. He screamed helplessly in despair. "Don't go!" The more he calculated, the darker Lu Tan's face became, like the bottom of a charred pot. His gaze turned cold and serious. "No, I can't. How could I accept being a stepping stone for someone else, just for a fleeting moment of pleasure? Besides, practicing this kind of twisted demonic art, the number of people wanting to take my life must be countless. And besides, being flashy is the core nature of humanity. Why even bother with that?" As he was lost deep in his thoughts, Leela stood beside him, her face full of confusion, staring at him. Lu Tan ignored that gaze, coughed a few times to cover his embarrassment, and turned his blushing face away. She thought to herself that perhaps there would be another chance to see this side of him again. Li Lei also had her own assessments and calculations, even if they only lasted a few fleeting seconds. Her expression had changed constantly like a chameleon, but she had to admit he was truly handsome. Dual cultivating with this guy wouldn't just be a loss, it would be a huge profit. Thinking about the cultivation, her willow leaf eyebrows furrowed in bitterness. A bloody scene suddenly flooded her mind. Everything had been burned to ashes by a cruel fire. Lila wept in desperate agony before the cold bodies of her parents. In the painful memories of Lila, thanks to a stroke of fate, her parents had obtained a celestial sword technique and a cultivation manual. Unexpectedly, because they were targeted by a villain, it brought destruction upon their family. I am carrying a deep, blood-soaked vendetta. The most urgent task now is to increase my strength to avenge my parents. Dual cultivating with this guy and this super heavy Jiayi sword is my only reliance right now. Since I have to dual cultivate anyway, finding someone handsome makes it worth the trouble. As she pondered, she glanced at the sword strapped to her back. Deciding firmly, she leaped to the ground. Forget it. I'll just devour him first and figure the rest out later. The people chasing me are about to catch up. Seeing her slowly approaching with dark intentions, Lu Tan panicked and shouted, "Hey! You! Don't come any closer!" He was so scared, his face went deathly pale, and sweat poured off him like rain. He screamed in his head, "It's over! Is she trying to use force? Right now, I'm just a useless, level 1 copy. Other than a handsome face, I have no skills to show off." But Leela had originally been a pampered young lady of a wealthy family. She had no idea what it meant to restrain someone. She blushed bright red, stuttering, struggling to get the words out. I. Please, can you come with me? This action left Lu Tan stunned, full of question marks, helpless and not knowing what to say. After a moment of gathering his thoughts, he could only offer a forced, awkward smile. That won't work. As soon as she saw that smile, that radiant smile, Li Lei's heart pounded with excitement. A violent thrill surged through her, and her affection level skyrocketed. She covered her face, which was as red as a tomato, secretly marveling. This face, even a fake, social smile, is this devastatingly handsome. Her affection level kept soaring, leaving Lu Tan utterly confused. What the hell? It can increase affection just by doing that? He struck a pose again, looking like he couldn't comprehend it at all. He rested a hand on his forehead, lost in thought, remembering how, in the beginning, he almost broke his legs just trying to farm affection points from NPCs. Why was everything so easy, like eating candy now? As expected, in any world, beauty is the ultimate truth. The more cool and composed he acted, the higher Leela's affection for him climbed higher and higher. She secretly sighed. These curves, this face, oh my. It's a true masterpiece. However, the very next second, she sensed something unusual. Her expression suddenly darkened, becoming serious. Killing intent. Those people have caught up. She immediately moved with lightning speed behind Lu Tan, while he was still busy plotting. If her affection level for me keeps rising like this, maybe I can use words to convince her. As soon as I reach the nearest city, I can ask to join some normal sect. But before his thought could finish, Li Lei directly hugged him, leaving Lu Tan stunned and dumbfounded. The very next second, Leela tucked him under her arm like a fish and bolted. Lu Tan couldn't help but cry out in his heart, helplessly screaming, "My life is over. I've run into a superpowered woman." Just a split second later, a group of masked men arrived at the scene. They searched everywhere. The scent of that woman stopped here. How come I don't smell anything? She must have just run away. Chase after her. Kill her. The Jiayi celestial sword and the cultivation technique will belong to us. The masked men were fired up with killing intent, shouting loudly, "Kill her, immediately." They split up to search through the middle of the dense, vast forest. Li Lei, her face full of worry and anxiety, kept clutching Lu Tan and dashing forward at high speed. Seeing her like this, he couldn't help but wonder, what's wrong with this girl? Haven't we passed this spot a few times already? The very next second, he seemed to realize the truth of the situation. Don't tell me this powerhouse is directionally challenged. Indeed. At this moment, on Li Lei's beautiful face, there was clear, extreme confusion and despair, with no way out. After observing and deducing for a while, Lu Tan called out, "Miss." He wanted to tell her to stop, but because Li Lei was moving so fast, the wind howled and rushed straight into his mouth, making Lu Tan unable to utter a complete word. He sputtered a few times. The cold, violent wind filled his mouth. He was so helpless that snot was streaming down his face, thinking, "Damn it, I don't even have a chance to open my mouth." Suddenly, Lu Tan's eyes caught the sword strapped to Li Lei's back. The system immediately displayed item information with an image. Item name, Jiayi sword. Rank, Imperial Marshal. Player level too low. Other detailed information cannot be retrieved. After reading the information, Lu Tan closely watched Li Lei's behavior, his brain working rapidly. In the Heaven's Dust world, an Imperial Martial weapon is already a rare treasure to commoners. A young girl like this, carrying such a precious treasure, and being this bad with directions while fleeing for her life. Could it be no way? Is this girl being hunted? As soon as the thought finished, he froze in place, feeling as if his body was about to be torn in two, cold sweat pouring down from his utter helplessness. In the world of Tianchen, weapons are graded into mortal, tool, spirit, celestial, and divine tiers. To make them easier to remember, they're also color-coded. White tier, yellow tier, blue tier, purple tier, and orange tier. Such a cliché setup, honestly. But Yi's weapon is yellow tier, a pretty solid piece of gear. Early in the game, yellow tier weapons are treasures that everyone on the martial arts scene craves. I mean, who doesn't love gold? Everyone loves a bit of shiny yellow loot, right? After running for a while, Li Lei finally stops and puts Lu Tan down. He immediately asks, confused, "Wait, are we lost?" She pulls the broadsword from her back, looking aggressive. "I am absolutely not lost." Seeing her burst of intensity, as she drew her sword, Lu Tan jumps in surprise. He thinks to himself, "Oh, for heaven's sake." He quickly speaks up. "What are you doing? Hurting an innocent, handsome guy won't help you find the way, you know." Li Lei replies calmly. "Who said I wanted to hurt you? I want it to point the way for me." She tosses the sword into the air, letting it spin like a pinwheel. A second later, the sword drops to the ground with a thud. Watching this with his supposedly supreme intellect, Lu Tan realizes, oh, so we go whichever way the tip points, right? But instead, Li Lei just grabs him again and dashes off at full speed. Lu Tan is stunned, his face blank, speechless. He thinks, so the result is following where the sword pointed? Why can't you just act like a normal human being? You're so unpredictable, it's insane. Whatever, he sighs, giving up. No matter how she runs, the destination has to be the city anyway. He decides to just let Li Lei take him wherever. I'll just think of this as riding a beautiful beast, he thinks, his face suddenly turning beet red. His eyes involuntarily lock onto the captivating, rolling curves on Li Lei's body. After traveling for so long, the sun finally dips below the horizon, bathing everything in a poetic, romantic glow. Li Lei, after running her head off, finally stops, panting like an ox. She sets Lu Tan down and announces loudly, "Get down!" However, the moment she sees his stunningly handsome face, she feels her heart skip a beat. Li Lei's cheeks turn pink, and she mutters, "So handsome." She quickly straightens up, and carefully, cautiously, places Lu Tan onto a nearby rock, as if handling something incredibly fragile. Lu Tan asks, "Not running anymore?" Li Lei flops down beside him and replies, "Just resting for a bit. We'll decide what to do once I get my energy back." It seems the long escape has exhausted her. Sweat is dripping down her forehead. Li Lei lets out a sigh of relief. Phew. Looks like we've temporarily shaken off those persistent ghosts. Thinking of this, she turns to look at Lu Tan with curiosity and confusion. Who on earth is this guy? Clearly, there isn't a shred of internal energy in him. Yet he wasn't panicked at all. I've been dragging him around this whole time, and he's so calm. It's really strange. Seeing her staring, Lu Tan smiles and initiates a conversation. "I am Lu Tan. Might I ask your name?" As he speaks, he thinks to himself, if she's on the run, I need to know who this demoness is. A girl who tried to capture me as her cultivation partner the moment we met. Seeing that smile, Li Lei jumps in surprise, blushing shyly. Li Lei. But the very next second, she turns away, clutching her head in panic, screaming inside. I clearly planned to make up a fake name to trick him. I had the whole script ready, so why did my traitorous mouth spill my real name? Hearing the name, Lu Tan is incredibly surprised. Li Lei? I've never heard that name in the main plot of Tianchen. Is she just some nameless side character? Or maybe she's about to be offed by an enemy or some righteous hero? To be so young and already wanting to abduct people, and even if she wants to, why carry a massive yellow-tier broadsword? She's ticking every box for a quick death. What a miserable fate. While he's lost in thought, Li Lei is happily playing with a butterfly resting on her hand. The scene is heart-achingly beautiful. Just as things get romantic, his traitorous stomach lets out a loud growl. The space between them falls into a dead silence. He can only offer a polite, awkward smile. Both of them freeze. This sudden, awkward atmosphere is the worst. Suddenly, Li Lei pulls something out, making Lu Tan lean in with curiosity. What is she doing? It turns out to be a small bun. Li Lei holds it out to him, her face shy. I brought this from home. This is all I have. Do you want some? Seeing this, Lu Tan's opinion of her begins to change. So, she isn't really a terrifying demoness after all. He reaches out to take the bun, but suddenly, Li Lei's stomach growls loudly too. Lu Tan smiles gently, breaks the bun in half, and says, "There's only one? Let's split it then." He hands half to Li Lei, but she doesn't care about eating. She's just staring at his face, her eyes filled with adoration. So beautiful, he's so handsome. While the two are lost in conversation, a noisy commotion erupts in the distance. It's the scent of that woman. I smell it again. Where? I don't smell anything. She must be close. Find her and kill her. Kill her. The Li family will be wiped out. The treasures and the martial arts manuals will all be ours. Li Lei and Lu Tan, even from afar, hear every threat clearly. Their faces show shock and panic. Li Lei reacts instantly, covering Lu Tan's mouth with her hand. This sudden move causes half the bun to slip right into his mouth, making Lu Tan stare in stunned silence. "Ah, my bun," Li Lei urgently whispers. "Don't say a word." 2 seconds later, she pushes Lu Tan's head into a nearby thicket to hide. Lu Tan struggles to swallow the bun in his mouth and can't help but ask, "Li, do you have any water?" As soon as he says it, he feels a surge of excitement. If it were some 21st century girl hearing that question, she'd probably ask something with a hidden meaning like, "Where exactly?" Meanwhile, Li Lei is pressing down on him, her face flushed red with awkwardness. She slowly reaches for the water flask beside her, hesitating and curious. Is this his personal water supply? He wouldn't drink directly from the gourd, would he? Contrary to Li Lei's thoughts, Lu Tan is incredibly casual. He puts his mouth directly on the gourd and takes a huge gulp. This makes Li Lei's heart flutter. Doesn't that mean it's an indirect kiss? She quickly shakes off those dark thoughts. Seeing Lu Tan gulping down water like a dragon, Li Lei feels discouraged, her hand holding the flask trembling helplessly. Confused, she wonders, why do I feel so disappointed? Just then, the masked men approach, shouting, "It's right here!" The scent is so strong. Where? Why can you always smell it? I don't know what you're bickering about. She's definitely hiding around here. Find her, kill her, and take the treasure. In this life or death moment, a terrified Li Lei signals Lu Tan to be quiet. Lu Tan is also anxious and calculating. Crap, if we get caught, my first reincarnation might end right here, and I'll even be labeled as her man, for heaven's sake. Suddenly, a cold gust of air sweeps past them. It's a sinister wind. Lu Tan senses it and blurts out in surprise. Oh? Then, his whole body starts shivering like a leaf, stiffening up like a statue. He thinks bitterly, this creature isn't just poisonous, it's also carrying ghastly spirits. The masked men suddenly point in one direction, declaring confidently, that woman's scent is coming from right here. I'll bet my head on it. As soon as he says that, the assassins creep toward the bushes where they are hiding. Realizing the danger, Li Lei can only tear up, her hands clenching and trembling. If I'm going to die, I'm taking one of them with me. Father, mother, Lila is coming to find you all soon. Lu Tan, standing nearby, closely observes her death-defying expression. He immediately covers her mouth with his hand, puts a finger to his lips, and whispers seductively, "Be quiet, don't breathe." Then he thinks to himself, she gave me half a bun, so I'll give her a life in return. As a professional power leveler for Tianchen, I may not have 100, but I've certainly encountered 80 of these monsters. This sinister wind, I know it all too well. While calculating, Lu Tan wears a confident smile. A split second later, a hazy purple mist suddenly appears, engulfing the masked men. Yet, they haven't realized the danger. They are still chatting calmly. What's that weird smell? You smell something again? Who cares what it is? Whoever dares to show up, we'll wipe them out. In an instant, that dark purple aura surges violently like a storm. A bizarre, terrifying shape slowly begins to reveal itself. However, completely contrary to the murderous aura it gives off, the ghost that appears isn't scary at all. It has an innocent face, blinking at the crowd in front of it. And it keeps crying, "Hoo, hoo, hoo." On its forehead, it says in big letters, "I am a ghost." Seeing how cute it is, the masked men are naturally not afraid at all. One points at it and asks flatly, "What the heck is this? Should we just finish it off?" Without hesitation, the men quickly swing their weapons. They charge in with high spirits, forget what kind of creature it is, kill them all. The little ghost, seeing this, isn't scared. Instead, it looks happy. It shouts excitedly. In a split second, its sharp tongue lashes out, piercing through the assassins one hit to send them all to the afterlife. The scene is incredibly bloody. Li Lei, watching from afar, is terrified, her face pale as a sheet. Looking at the little ghost, Lu Tan sighs. This guy still keeps its original form, truly worthy of being called the Novice Slayer. After Lu Tan releases his hand, Li Lei asks while panting and trembling, "What on earth is that monster?" Lu Tan just smiles intriguingly. That's a good thing. Hearing that, Li Lei is terrified out of her wits, tears streaming down her face, her whole body shaking. Lu Tan thinks happily. That thing, if you find the right method, even a 3-year-old could kill it easily. Thinking it, he stands right up. Li Lei is panicked and tries to stop him. "What are you doing? It hasn't gone far." The little ghost immediately sniffs the scent behind them. It squeals in delight. Meanwhile, Lu Tan is still lost in the thoughts of a gamer. In the eyes of a professional power leveler like him, it's just a walking bag of experience points. The little ghost turns around with sparkling eyes, looking at them and calling out. This scares Li Li out of her mind. She screams, "It's over! It found us!" The next second, it lunges straight at them. Lila cries bitterly, covering her eyes with her hands, not daring to look. "It's charging at us." Lu Tan remains calm. He turns to remind Li Lei, "Move out of the way, and remember to hold your breath." As soon as he says that, he jumps up high and launches himself toward the little ghost. Lu Tan, filled with confidence, says relaxedly, "Watch closely as I show you how it's done." The tip of Lu Tan's finger suddenly emits a strange light. He moves like lightning. Watching this reckless action, Lila behind him is filled with confusion and curiosity. Could it be that he'd rather die than be my cultivation partner? Thinking that, She worries for Lu Tan and screams, "I won't force you to be my cultivation partner anymore. Run away. That's a demon." In this urgent situation, Lu Tan just turns his head to look at her. He explains calmly, "Don't be so scared. That's not a demon. It's a ghost." Saying that, he makes a creepy face, grinning oddly to scare her. Lilei is frightened pale, stammering, That's a ghost? A ghost?" She faints on the spot, so scared she's foaming at the mouth. Seeing Lilei's pathetic state, Lu Tan is slightly stunned, scratching his head. She passed out? She's not that weak of heart, is she? Putting that aside, he focuses on the main issue, quickly leaping into the air to face the mountain ghost, declaring heroically, "Game over. Time to lay my cards on the table." Lu Tan immediately held his breath. In this situation, the mountain ghost suddenly lost its orientation and couldn't pinpoint his location. Lu Tan, however, remained calm as he calculated. "I have to accept such a huge beginner's gift, right?" The more he thought, the more he couldn't hide his excitement, a grin forming on his face. Looking extremely sinister, he lunged straight at the mountain ghost. Decisively and ruthlessly, he thrust his 2 fingers straight into its eyes, leaving the monster completely blind. Lu Tan was smug and confident. "If I can't kill 1,000, I should at least get 998. The mountain ghost, eyes gouged out, let out a heart-wrenching, agonizing shriek. The system immediately notified him that he had eliminated the mountain ghost and gained 666 experience points. The mountain ghost's body gradually dissolved into ashes under Lu Tan's hands. He landed gently with great style. Lu Tan stood right next to Li Le, who was still lying unconscious on the ground. He stared intently at the virtual system screen in front of him. He muttered, "As expected. Killing monsters here grants experience. Let's check my character interface." The system immediately flashed a miserable set of stats. Lu Tan, Level 1, Strength 1, Speed 1, Agility 1, Martial Arts none. Reading that, Lu Tan thought in disgust, "A clone really is the weakest of the weak. 666 points is enough to level up. Maybe a few levels. But the trouble is, I'm empty-handed right now, with no cultivation techniques. Leveling up now would just make me a high-level loser. I still have to prioritize finding a sect and a technique." Thinking that, he suddenly shifted his gaze to Lile, who was lying motionless. He blushed and sighed. Even though she's young, this girl is quite well endowed. She's actually got some curves on her. Then, he poked Lilei's cheek with his finger to wake her up. "Wake up, miss. It's okay now, you're safe." Wait, Lu Tan startled himself with his own thoughts. What the hell am I thinking? Do I actually want to lay a hand on such an innocent young girl? A real man should bravely be a skirt chaser for a cold, fragrant big sister. That's the true love. She was the ideal type for any man. As he thought this, he imagined being surrounded by seductive women, making his nose bleed and drow. Lila woke up in a daze, looking around and asking, "Are you okay? Where did it go?" Lu Tan reached out a hand to help her up. He smiled gently and replied, "I already took care of it." Hearing this, Lila's eyes lit up like stars, and she eagerly asked, "You really finished it off?" Seeing her extreme excitement, Lu Tan was both surprised and confused. This girl's affection points were way too easy to farm. "Is it really that easy?" he thought to himself. He immediately started walking forward and said, "Our business isn't finished yet. Just follow me." Li Lei was still busy gazing at him with heart-shaped eyes, full of admiration, and joyfully asked where he wanted to go. Lu Tan answered, without missing a beat, "To loot the gear. Of course. This pile is actually worth a decent amount." He told her he wouldn't take much, and that she could have the rest. Right in front of them lay scattered gear and loot from the masked thugs who had just been defeated. 97 taels of silver and an ordinary longsword. There was also a low-quality outer robe from the Nishang workshop and a short spear with very low durability. Hearing Lu Tan's golden words, Li Le's eyes sparkled as if she'd struck gold. She excitedly rushed toward the loot, thanking him repeatedly, which left Lu Tan completely speechless and helpless. He picked up a manual called Eagle Finger and flipped through it, muttering to himself, "So, this Eagle Finger secret technique is actually a finger-based combat style from the martial arts world. The skill is decent, but what kind of name is that? It sounds so lame." While Lu Tan was busy studying the manual, Li Le, standing beside him, beamed like a flower. She said that a manual like that would be hard to learn without a master's guidance, advising him to just put it away. Maybe he could sell it for a good price later. Lila was too lazy to read, so she just picked up physical items, filling her inventory, while poor Lu Tan only had 2 things. After observing for a moment, Lu Tan firmly pressed the confirm button on the system to learn it. He thought to himself, why not learn it if it adds another defensive skill? The very next second, a burst of energy suddenly enveloped Lu Tan's entire body. The sight left Li Le, standing nearby, wide-eyed in shock and completely bewildered. As the cultivation process finished, Lu Tan opened his eyes, radiating an imposing, powerful aura. In the blink of an eye, he could easily channel energy through his fingertips with expert precision. Witnessing this miraculous sight, Li Le's affection gauge for him skyrocketed without stopping. She looked at him with starry, glistening eyes, completely filled with adoration and awe. She exclaimed in wonder, "He only glanced at the manual 2 or 3 times, and he's already mastered it? Could he be the once-in-a-century martial arts genius my parents always talked about?" Seeing Leela's extreme excitement, Lu Tan grew even more anxious and scared, breaking out in a cold sweat. His face turned pale. He felt suspicious, thinking, this affection score is rising a bit too fast. If her favor for him climbed to the point where she couldn't control her emotions, what was he supposed to do? As that thought crossed his mind, he immediately imagined the scenario where Li Lei completely lost control. She excitedly chased after him, laughing out loud. "Cultivate with me. Come on, hurry up and cultivate with me. I like you so much." Lu Tan was so overwhelmed by her relentless pestering that he felt like he was turning to stone. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He groaned to himself, "I can't handle this. I really can't deal with this situation." Lu Tan felt a bit unnerved. With a pale face, he stared intently at Li Le, thinking to himself, if it really comes down to it, my looks alone won't be enough to protect me. In fact, it might even make her more interested, he mused. Seeing him staring at her so intently, Li Le couldn't help but ask suspiciously, "Why are you looking at me with such a strange expression?" Caught off guard, Lu Tan broke into a cold sweat. He glanced away, quickly replying, "No, it's nothing." Under the glowing crimson sunset, the two walked along the path, chatting. Suddenly, Li Le spoke up. "But why don't you try asking me why I was being hunted?" Lu Tan replied calmly. "Isn't it because you keep trying to make people your cultivation furnace?" Hearing this, Li Le's blood boiled with rage. Seething with anger and gritting her teeth, she thought, "You are my one and only furnace, don't you know that?" Then, she spun around to face Lu Tan. She let out a loud shout, "You!" Seeing her like this, Lu Tan was completely baffled. Question marks popping up all over his head. She scratched her cheek, puzzled, but Li Lei's anger lasted only a fleeting moment. Her level 10 obsession with handsome guys took over, and Lu Tan's looks instantly melted her frustration away. She gazed at him with sparkling, admiring eyes, thinking to herself, "Fine, I'll let it slide this time. I'll give him a pass just for that handsome face." While she was lost in thought, Lu Tan suddenly pointed straight ahead. "Let's drop that for now," he said. "Look over there, that's the county town." He smiled brightly and happily, but in the very next second, Leela grabbed his collar, leaving him completely bewildered. Before he could even process what was happening, Leela yanked him along and sprinted toward the county town, excitedly declaring, "My sense of direction is truly top tier." That was indeed the county town she had been aiming for. A while later, they arrived at the city gates. As soon as she saw the name on the gate, Leela realized, "Ah, so this is the place." Lu Tan couldn't help but beam, his eyes sparkling as he did the math in his head. "This starter village, it's my old stomping ground, isn't it?" On the way, he had asked her about the date. It was the year 3997 in the Tianchen calendar, which meant in the game's timeline, it was already the year 4000. That meant he was currently 3 years ahead of the game's real-world timeline, and this county town was where one of his countless alt accounts had been born. There was no way he could be any more familiar with this place. Walking beside Lu Tan, Li Lei suddenly blushed and spoke up hesitantly. "Let's find an inn to rest at first." She looked incredibly shy and awkward as she thought. "I haven't bathed in ages, but how on earth am I supposed to say that out loud?" 10 minutes later, they stood in front of an inn called Zhangmen. Standing modestly before the entrance, Lu Tan spoke with the confidence of a local. "This is the one. This inn is basically a legend in the county town, tasty, healthy, and cheap." Hearing his words, Li Lei, standing beside him, was suddenly overjoyed, smiling to herself as she guessed, "Is he actually being considerate of my needs?" As they stepped through the door, a waiter immediately ran over to greet them. "Welcome. Are you two just stopping by, or are you looking to stay the night?" Lu Tan replied, "We're staying. Give us 2 upper-class rooms." The waiter immediately asked with interest, "Would the 2 of you like 2 rooms or just 1? Lu Tan smiled and looked at Li Lei, gesturing for her to answer. In that situation, Li Lei felt incredibly shy. She covered her flushed face with her hand, then timidly held up one finger and stammered, one room." But the very next second, Lu Tan grabbed her hand tightly and firmly countered, 2 rooms." Hearing that, the waiter immediately led them inside, politely saying, "Very well, 2 upper-class rooms it is. Please, follow me." Meanwhile, Lu Tan tilted his head and pointed right at Li Le, asking, "Are you trying to get handsy by renting 1 room? Cut it out. Could you stop lusting after my body, please?" Li Le stared at him innocently and asked, "Why?" Hearing that, Lu Tan immediately flicked her on the forehead hard and said seriously, "Can you try to be a bit more straightforward and decent for once?" While the two of them were chatting away, a figure walked into the inn, followed by a voice calling out, "Shopkeeper, do you have any rooms left?" Lu Tan's attention was drawn to it, and he turned to look behind him. It was a middle-aged woman with a rather plump build, holding a sword in her hand. She smiled and said, "Shopkeeper, I'd like a room." As soon as he saw this person, Lu Tan couldn't hide his excitement. He was thrilled, his eyes shining like stars as he thought. Murong Yan, the mentor of the starter village in Qingmu County, the guide for the great sects, a true level 98 veteran on the Tianshan continent. The waiter had just led Li Le and Lu Tan upstairs, but he turned back to answer Murong Yan. "Please wait a moment, ma'am. I'll lead these 2 guests up first and then I'll be right with you." Hearing this, she sat down on a chair to wait. Just as Lu Tan went up to the dock, 2nd floor, he smiled to himself. "This is an interesting situation, but to serve as my master, she doesn't have the level for it yet." Meanwhile, Murong Yan, sitting in the distance, noticed them too. Specifically, she was locked onto the sword Li Le was carrying. Murong Yan's eyes grew cold and sharp as she stared, not looking away for even a second. Lying on the bed, Lu Tan couldn't help but feel a wave of melancholy. "I never expected to transmigrate to this world. I already bought life insurance, so after I died suddenly, my little sister should be able to live a carefree life. But I wonder if she'll be heartbroken?" As he lay there thinking, he pictured his sister crying miserably, and he couldn't help but feel emotional, his eyes welling up with tears. He choked out, "You have to be strong, okay? From now on, you're all alone in that world. I'll be strong here too." Perhaps hearing those words in the depths of her consciousness, Lu Tan's sister couldn't help but reply, "Thank you, brother." Just as he was chilling on the bed, a sudden sound at the door made him jump. It was none other than Li Le. She poked her head into his room, smiling as she asked, "I need to take these weapons to sell. Do you want to come with me?" Seeing her, Lu Tan slowly sat up and replied, "Are you afraid I'll bolt while you're off selling weapons? Don't worry. I'm not going anywhere. You can rest easy." As soon as he finished speaking, he gave a slightly painful smile, thinking, "After all, I really don't have anywhere else to go now." Leela heard his words and slowly stepped closer, happily replying, "I've been found out, but this is my first time out, and I really don't know how these things work. What if the shopkeepers try to rip me off? If you come with me, we can split the earnings 50-50. How about that?" As she asked, Leela leaned her face close to Lu Tan's. He smiled gently at the gesture and said, "Actually, it's not that I can't go with you. Besides, I don't want your money. Just do one thing for me." Leela suddenly jumped back, blushing in embarrassment, and stammered, What thing?" Lu Tan slowly stood up, then reached out to touch her, gently saying, "Take off your veil and let me see." Hearing that, Li Le quickly pushed him away and replied shyly, Let me go brush my hair first." Then she left in a hurry. Watching her, Lu Tan felt a bit helpless and muttered, "I was just kidding." Then, confused, he pondered, "That veil is so thin. Does it actually provide any protection? I really don't understand the mindset of girls these days." A moment later, a voice called out from outside the door, "May I come in?" Right after speaking, Leela stepped forward, appearing a bit hesitant and stammering, You better not regret this." Under the sunset light casting upon Leela, her beautiful face and alluring, fiery figure seemed even more captivating than before. Seeing her beauty, Lu Tan couldn't help but sigh to himself, "I can't believe I almost threw away 3 years of my youth." Hearing him say that, Li Le was instantly bewildered and asked, "Jail time? What are you talking about?" Lu Tan seriously pointed his finger at her and explained, "You're still so young. Why are you trying to act like those people looking for a cauldron? There are so many other opportunities to grow strong in this world." As he finished speaking, he covered his eyes with his hand. He did it to avoid looking at her beauty, but he couldn't help but peek through his fingers. This girl's eyes are huge. If we were in modern times, people would even believe she's still in middle school. After hearing Lu Tan's critiques, Leela felt annoyed, put her hands on her hips, her chest bobbing slightly with her rhythm and words. "Humph. I'm not as small as you think. I'm actually quite grown up." Just as she finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared in front of their room, making Leela jump in surprise. The next second, she reached for her sword, vigilant, and whispered to Lu Tan. The person who just arrived has incredible movement skills. I didn't even notice them. If they're an enemy, I'm afraid I won't be able to handle them. The system then displayed information about the shadow behind the door. Murong Yan, level unknown. Note: doesn't seem to have any ill intent. Reading this, Lu Tan became even more curious and confused. Murong Yan? Why is she here? He then walked to the door, intending to open it. Leela saw his action and immediately asked, "Hey, what are you doing?" Lu Tan didn't answer her question and swung the door open, revealing his extremely handsome, heartthrob face. He calmly asked, "Is something the matter?" As soon as she saw Lu Tan's breathtaking, peerless beauty, Murong Yan's eyes lit up instantly. She was completely dazed, then stammered out a reply, It's nothing. I just walked into the wrong room." After saying that, Murong Yan turned and left immediately. She looked wary, her expression darkening as she thought, "That boy who opened the door just now, looking at him up close, he has a soul-captivating quality. Is it because my mental state isn't firm enough?" After watching Murong Yan leave, Leela turned to look at Lu Tan. She asked, "She's gone then?" Lu Tan replied seriously, "She's gone. But she definitely didn't walk into the wrong room." Hearing that, Li Lei was confused. "Huh? What do you mean?" Lu Tan explained immediately. "Have you ever seen anyone walk into the wrong room and knock? She definitely has another motive. Before she left, she looked at you." Before he could finish his sentence, Leela felt extremely shocked and exclaimed, Looked at me?" Lu Tan hurriedly used his hand to cover his body, awkwardly saying, "As expected, I still can't take off this face mask." This action left Lu Tan speechless, feeling completely helpless. Suddenly, the system displayed information about the sword on Li Lei's back. Name: Sword of Grace. Quality: yellow grade. Note: this sword has been imbued with a low-level illusion spell. Reading that, Lu Tan smiled gently to himself. As expected, this is still the Tianqian world I am familiar with. The Tianqian realm, where cultivators play the leading role. Ordinarily, the typical characteristics of a cultivation world, like killing people for treasures and stealing luck, should be clashing violently and appearing everywhere. But in reality, it's the complete opposite. Most cultivators here love to do good deeds. They see injustice and draw their blades to help, acting righteously more often than not. The cultivators in this world possess a celestial spirit, ready to sacrifice themselves for the lives of the common people. The heroes here possess an heroic spirit, helping whenever they see unfairness. Contemplating for a moment, Lu Tan looked closely at Li Lei and smiled, feeling relieved. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This world always makes one feel so at ease." With this illusion spell, anyone with a lower cultivation base than Murong Yan will find it hard to see through. Since this is a magical artifact, she certainly won't have any malicious intent to kill or steal. While lost in thought, he kept his eyes fixed on the artifact on Leela's back, making her look blank and confused as to why he was staring at her so intently. Shortly after, she grabbed Lu Tan's hand. "Come on. I don't know what you're thinking about, but hurry up and go for a walk in the city with me. You already promised." Finishing that, she pulled Lu Tan right out of the inn. Leela's face was full of excitement. She was thrilled to be strolling with Lu Tan. He also smiled calmly, thinking, willingly stepping up to protect the weak that is the true essence of the cultivators of the Tianqian realm. But since Murong Yan is here, one of the three most perfect starting scenarios will definitely happen. As long as I seize the opportunity, I can absolutely carve out my own path in this world. Thinking this, Lu Tan turned his head to look back at the inn where he was staying. Sunset approached, and the entire sky was dyed a beautiful, fiery orange-pink. The bustling crowd flowed together, living their busy lives in the city, reaching out to the streets. Li Lei shouted with passion, "Aha! I earned so much money! I finally don't have to go hungry anymore." Seeing her happy demeanor, Lu Tan asked, "Since you have so much money, aren't you going to treat me to a meal?" Li Lei answered immediately, "Of course. Let's go. Tell me what you want to eat. Don't be shy with me. As long as it's under 2 silver coins, just pick whatever you want." Li Lei confidently patted her chest as she declared this. Lu Tan could only laugh helplessly at her, praising her, "You are truly generous." Both of them walked down the street chatting. "But, honestly, didn't you notice anything unusual?" Li Lei was stunned upon hearing this, looked back at Lu Tan, and asked, "Unusual? What's unusual?" Lu Tan replied at once, "Don't you think the woman who came to knock on our door today was very suspicious?" Hearing this, Li Lei suddenly snapped to attention. She blurted out in surprise, "Oh, you're right. I was going to mention that, but I completely forgot." But right after, she couldn't find anything strange about it. naively asking, but, then again, what part of her was suspicious? Lu Tan, who was already helpless, felt even more speechless, and he cursed under his breath. Having a big chest doesn't make you smart. Use your brain for once. Back in the room, after hearing Lu Tan's analysis, Li Lei finally realized. She stood up, shocked, and slammed the table. She yelled, "What? What did you say? That sister, she's a cultivator?" Lu Tan, whose ears were ringing from her high-pitched shout, frowned and said, keep your voice down. Why don't you get a loudspeaker and shout it all over the street? This is a great opportunity, so you need to be discreet." Li Lei's eyes lit up like stars as she replied, Right. But how did you know that?" Lu Tan calmly pointed at her sword and asked in return, "Take a look at that. Do you see anything wrong with it?" Following Li Lei's advice, Lu Tan intently examines the sword on the table, but can't figure anything out. Li Lei blinks her shimmering eyes and looks at Lu Tan. "Is there a problem?" Lu Tan sighs, weary of Li Lei's naivety. He mutters, "A problem? No, there's no big problem." Lu Tan rubs his temples, helplessly explaining, "Someone used an illusion spell on it. To the martial arts world, it just looks like an ordinary weapon." Hearing this, Li Lei beams with excitement. "I get it now. If I can apprentice under that lady, who in this cultivation world would dare bully me? I could finally avenge my parents." Li Lei's eyes fill with admiration. They even turn into heart shapes as she praises Lu Tan. "You're amazing too. How could you spot such a tiny detail?" Lu Tan remains completely unmoved by the praise. His face stays cold as he replies, "That's not the point. The point is whether that cultivator will choose us or not." Just as he finishes, a voice echoes from outside. A reminder rings out. "On this ghost festival night, do not go out. The gates of hell are open. Do not ask of life or death. On this ghost festival night, do not go out. The gates of hell are open. Do not ask of life or death." The chanting continues. "On this ghost festival night, do not go out. The gates of hell are open. Do not ask of life or death." Out on the street, a few people scatter paper money while repeating the warning. Li Lei and Lu Tan look out the window and see the scene. She exclaims, "So, today is the ghost festival." Suddenly, Leela retreats inside, her expression shifting. Tears stream down her face as she cries, "Tell me, will my parents be able to reincarnate?" Lu Tan looks out the window, gazing into the vast void. He calmly replies, "Good people will eventually be rewarded." Leela sobs, collapsing onto the table, her body trembling. Painfully, she asks, "Are you sure? Will there really be a reward?" Lu Tan doesn't answer, only staring silently at the heavy rain outside, lost in thought. "I don't know, but maybe there is. At the very least, my younger sister got the life insurance money and can finish college without any worries." While lost in thought, a sudden shout from behind makes him spin around. "Lu Tan, look! Over there! It's Li Lei!" The sword on the table reacts strangely, vibrating violently and emitting a bizarre red aura. The system immediately displays a notification. Dharma treasure vibrating. Spirit object competition detected. Danger warning. After reading the info, Lu Tan cannot hide his excitement. He smiles smugly, thinking to himself, "If I'm not wrong, my chance has come." Lu Tan grabs Li Lei's hand and pulls her along. "Follow me. There's something good out there." "A great opportunity." Li Lei asks hurriedly, "Is it something pretty?" But Lu Tan shows a terrifying expression, his eyes turning cold and dark. "In the middle of the night? Obviously, it's ghosts." Seeing his smug face, Li Lei is scared pale, absolutely terrified, her eyes welling with tears. On the street, swarms of monsters and ghosts of all shapes and sizes appear, trailing one after another in a pack. Lu Tan excitedly cheers, "Look at all those ghosts. The ghosts in the heaven dust realm aren't like those on Earth. They're formed from the accumulated resentment of the people. They aren't just ordinary vengeful spirits. The hallmark of the ghost festival in the heaven dust realm is the ghost slaying competition. The one who possesses perversely rich experience in ghost slaying is none other than Lu Tan. He is thrilled to see the swarm, his eyes sparkling at the sight of XP. He smacks his lips. So many ghosts. This is a gold mine. How much experience can I farm here? Let's go down, Lu Tan says, pulling Li Lei along, ignoring the fact that she is in deep shock and scared out of her mind. Seeing her pathetic state, Lu Tan scolds her. "Why are you such a coward? Today is a huge opportunity. Like it or not, we're going." With that, he hoists Li Lei onto his shoulder, secretly calculating before he acts. "Let me double check. Is she really there?" Outside, the swarm of ghosts is gathering, their laughter and cheers ringing out noisily. So fun, so fun. Observing the situation, Luton smirks excitedly. As expected, she's there. It seems my hunch wasn't wrong. As long as Morongyan appears, she will definitely be there too. This opportunity is one of the best starts in the Heaven Dust realm. I absolutely cannot miss it. Thinking is doing. Luton carries Lile and jumps down. Wee. Woo. Lila is still in a state of extreme panic, hiccuping in misery. Suddenly, she realizes the situation, her face turning as red as a tomato. She asks, startled, "Where are you taking me?" Luton smiles and replies briefly, "To find a cultivator to apprentice under." Hearing this, Lile immediately places her full trust in him, determined to pull herself together. Find a cultivator to apprentice under, this is my only chance. No matter what I see, I must stay calm. I cannot faint again. Absolutely not. Seeing Morongyan sitting on a chair in the distance, she happily exclaims, "She's over there." Lila admires her, sighing. She is truly a cultivator. At a time when monsters are running wild, she remains calm, guarding the gate and protecting ordinary people like us. Contrary to her thoughts, Morongyan is actually just sitting there, cracking sunflower seeds and watching the show. Seeing the two of them come down, she turns and asks, "Is there something you want?" Lile feels slightly disappointed, muttering, "Huh? She's just cracking seeds and people watching?" Luton doesn't care, keeping his eyes on the ghost crowd, whispering. In the middle of the gathering ghosts, laughter continues to ring out. A few ghosts seem to have been knocked away by someone. It is none other than Mao Nanbei, who is happily enjoying herself among the ghosts, laughing brightly. "Haha, this is so fun." While she is busy playing, Mao Nanbei suddenly notices something and glances over. Huh? At this moment, Lutan's whole body seems to emit a dazzling, sparkling aura, so bright that Li Le, standing next to him, has to cover her eyes. Damn, that's too bright. An intense charm, a beauty that could topple kingdoms, makes even Mao Nanbei gasp in awe. How could such a person even exist in this world? Because she is too busy staring at Lutan, Mao Nanbei doesn't notice a giant black shadow appearing behind her. It's a ghost, emitting a foul aura and attacking her directly. This makes Mao Nanbei boil with rage. She shouts at them. In this situation, all the ghosts are terrified and listen. The next second, she is face to face with the ghost that just attacked her. She is so angry that her whole body is literally on fire. She shouts, "You idiot! How dare you!" She then draws her own magical weapon, her face darkening, gritting her teeth, ready to unleash a move. In just a flash, Mao Nanbei unleashes countless slashes, cutting the ghost in half. While slashing, Mao Nanbei yells angrily, "I'll kill you all! Go to hell!" She seems to be consumed by her rage, attacking non-stop. Watching this scene from afar, Luton couldn't help but feel heartbroken, sobbing uncontrollably and lamenting to himself, "So much experience, and yet not a single bit of it is mine. So many ghosts, and she wiped them out with one slash. Even a level 30 player couldn't pull that off. That loli must be at least level 40 or higher." As he thought this, he kept his eyes on Mao Nanbei, who was cleaning up the remaining ghosts. Suddenly, she turned around to look at Luton. With a face as dark as a soot-covered pot, she coldly snapped, "Hey, you've been standing there watching for a while now." With that, she turned around and marched toward him with fierce momentum. Mao Nanbei pointed a finger directly at Luton's face and declared loudly, "Don't think I didn't notice you." However, the air suddenly turned strangely quiet. The height difference between the two seemed too vast, failing to create any sense of oppression. Seeing this, she immediately floated up until she was a head taller than Luton. Her stubborn look left both Lile and Luton feeling baffled and helpless. Mao Nanbei smiled happily, looked at them, and asked, "Mortals, I am currently lacking a beautiful mount under my command. Would you be willing?" Mount refers to creatures that have awakened their intelligence. Just like the legends in mythology, after accidentally awakening their intelligence, they absorb the essence of the sun and moon, cultivating into human form to improve their own cultivation level. It's just that the essence of the sun and moon isn't easy to absorb, so usually, they have to wake up earlier than the roosters, sleep later than the dogs, and work harder than oxen. After 100 years, their path of cultivation becomes even more arduous. The time consumed grows longer and longer. It takes decades, or even a century, to achieve any measure of success. Having endured such a long passage of time, they constantly strengthen themselves and perfect their being, making themselves more and more outstanding, until eventually they become mounts for the immortals. Returning to reality, after hearing Mao Nanbei invite him to be her mount, Luton looked clearly bewildered and asked back, "A mount? Okay. He then couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Being someone's mount? That's quite rare. But wait, how much do some mounts actually cost? Some are a few thousand, some are tens of thousands. Thinking of this, he suddenly imagined the alluring figures of some beautiful ladies. However, the very next second, he immediately dismissed his own thoughts. Those mounts worth hundreds of gold coins are actually high-end vehicles. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not talking about those kinds of mounts. Mao Nanbei crossed her arms over her chest, sounding confident and cheerful. I am Mao Nanbei. Being my mount is the honor of your entire life. Lu Tan stared at her intently, unable to help but smile with amusement, thinking to himself, Mao Nanbei, a peerless great demon who appears in the mid-game. Her cat ear persona is deeply ingrained in people's hearts. Countless fools in the game chase after her, begging to be abused by her. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but roar in frustration internally. Even if countless people want to be her mount, I'm not planning to write some bizarre, silly web novel where I start off as the cat-eared lady's mount. Suddenly, Murong Yan stepped forward, bowed to Mao Nanbei, and pleaded urgently, Little Martial Ant Grandmaster, wouldn't doing that be a bit against the rules? Upon hearing this, Li Lei, standing behind, couldn't hide her shock and exclaimed, Little Martial Ant Grandmaster? She's that young? Mao Nanbei slowly sat down on Murong Yan's shoulder and calmly replied, Humph, what's with the against the rules talk? Aren't rules meant to be broken? Hearing this, Murong Yan immediately reminded her, Little Martial Aunt Grandmaster, saying that outside is fine, but you can't let the enforcement elder hear it. Although she cared a bit about that, Mao Nanbei still maintained a cold, indifferent look and answered, Ugh, I'm his martial aunt. Do I have to be afraid of him? Besides, I didn't say that. Your two martial seniors did. If he's capable, he can go find those two martial seniors. Once she heard this, Murong Yan immediately understood the situation and just giggled a few times. Mao Nanbei turned back to look at Lu Tan and asked, How is your consideration coming along? Become my beautiful mount, and you won't be lacking in cultivation techniques, magical treasures, or even miraculous elixirs. How about it? Li Le, in this situation, also felt incredibly confused, looking at Lu Tan and wondering, will he really agree to be her mount? This smile was truly stunning, but when it appears on Lu Tan's face, it's usually a sign that he's starting to scheme. Li Lei seemed to understand a bit more about Lu Tan when she saw him smiling happily. Just seeing that smile of his, all three girls couldn't help but feel fluttery, and moved, sighing in unison. Why is there such a handsome person? Just then, Lu Tan spoke up and asked, Is your excellency very strong? Mao Nanbei replied with great confidence. That goes without saying. I came here specifically to exterminate a gold-rank ghost king nearby. Like that evil ghost just now, you saw it, I wiped them all out with one slash. Hearing this, Lu Tan asked further, Then is your sect very powerful too? Mao Nanbei answered quickly, That goes without saying. Lu Tan suddenly put on a gentle, earnest, and polite expression as he asked, Thank you. Would it be possible for me to visit your sect and take a look before I decide? Although he looked polite on the surface, deep down, Lu Tan already had his own plans. As long as he could get to her sect, this perfect opening would be a sure thing. Hearing this, Mao Nanbei was a bit annoyed and said, Huh? Why so many questions? I don't like people asking me questions. However, Lu Tan immediately used his handsome guy tactic to win her over, showing an incredibly expectant look. This directly struck at Mao Nanbei's psychology, making her blush and soften up. Oh well, of course you can. Even Li Lei and Murong Yan standing nearby were no exception. They were all bewitched by Lu Tan's good looks. Right after that, Lu Tan suddenly nudged Li Lei and said, I've said my piece. Now it's your turn. He couldn't help but remind Li Lei, hurry up and act pitiful. They need to accept you as their disciple. However, Li Lei didn't dare to say a word at this moment. Her mind was spinning, and she stammered, I. This left Lu Tan completely helpless, not knowing what to do. He thought dejectedly, sigh, everything has to be done by me. It's a good thing I used to haggle with buyers back when I sold accounts. Otherwise, I'd be finished. The very next second, Lu Tan unleashed his skills as a lobbyist in front of everyone. This young lady's tragic background is enough to make heaven and earth weep and every listener shed tears. Her parents blah 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 for the sake of revenge blah blah blah. It truly makes people feel sorrowful and listeners cry blah blah blah. As he spoke, Lu Tan couldn't help but feel heartbroken, acting so deeply that tears streamed down his face. After hearing Li Lei's story, Mao Nanbei and Murong Yan both furrowed their brows. Acting deeply moved, she said, Oh, I see this poor girl is so pitiful. Even Lilei couldn't help but be touched by the story she was spinning. She began to tremble, her eyes shimmering with tears as she thought, wait, is that really how pathetic I am? Her appearance left Lutan both startled and speechless. A second later, he reached out and touched her head, thinking to himself, would you please get serious? I'm begging you, why are you crying like an idiot? He was only one step away from forcing her head down to bow to them as her masters. However, contrary to his plan, Lutan couldn't push Lilei's head down. It was as stiff and unmoving as if his shoulder had been fractured. Lutan could only offer a helpless, awkward smile, breaking out in a cold sweat. He inwardly lamented, great, I've managed to embarrass myself already. Just then, Lila became deathly serious and bowed before Murongyan and Mao Nanbei. She declared clearly, this immortal master used a barrier technique to protect my sacrificial sword, and this immortal master even acted on behalf of the heavens to destroy the evil spirits. She continued, you must both be experts of the righteous path. I, Lilei, wish to be accepted into your sect. She said this with a look of firm determination. Seeing Lilei like this, Lutan couldn't help but feel satisfied and thought, she's finally learned how to steal the show. However, a split second later, he realized something was wrong. He stiffened, cold sweat breaking out as he thought, wait, hold on. Did Lilei just say these two were of the righteous path? Suddenly, Mao Nanbei burst into amused laughter. Lilei was startled by the reaction and asked, what? What is it? Mao Nanbei looked at Lilei with a confident, smug expression and declared, darling, I'm from the demon sect. Hearing this, Lila couldn't hide her shock and confusion, scratching her head and shouting, the demon sect? Standing to the side, Lutan didn't know what to say, utterly helpless. Lilei felt a bit anxious, thinking, the demon sect. The name itself sounds dangerous, but this big sister helped me without a word. She doesn't seem like the demon sect type at all. What should I do now? Lila wondered, filled with questions as she curiously looked toward Lutan. Just then, he looked at her, gave a gentle smile, and nodded to signal her. A second later, Lila nodded back. She trusted him completely and decided, he's nodding, I understand now. At this point, what other choice do I have? No sooner had she finished that thought than she knelt before Mao Nanbei and Murongyan, speaking seriously. Lila wishes to be accepted as your disciple. Hearing this, Mao Nanbei was caught completely off guard, her face going blank for a moment. Then, she immediately broke into an amused smile and replied, fine. From now on, don't cry and don't regret it. Check her cultivation aptitude. Murongyan heard this and quickly reached out her hand toward Lilei. She said gently, Lilei, get up. Lilei looked up at the two of them and obediently replied, yes, okay. Murongyan slowly moved her hand toward her. She couldn't help but remind her, Lilei, relax your mind and don't think about anything. I am going to check your cultivation aptitude now. She touched Lilei's forehead to check. Lila closed her eyes and obediently followed. Yes. At that moment, rings of light slowly spread out from Lila's body. Mao Nanbei, standing nearby, looked very interested, muttering as she counted 1 by 1, 2, 3, 7, 8. As soon as she finished, she couldn't hide her surprise. She was stunned by Lila's superior aptitude. Afterward, her face showed pure satisfaction as she smiled and said, only 1 ring less than me, truly, a perfect piece of raw jade. Lutan, standing to the side witnessing this, couldn't help but think, the meaning this little girl wanted to express was probably the first half of that sentence. 8 rings means 8 points in latent talent. The gift is truly peerless. After the check, Lilei's face was filled with joy and excitement. She asked, so does that mean I passed? Murongyan smiled at the girl. She answered gently, that's right. And you passed very easily too. You must work hard on your cultivation path in the future. Lilei nodded obediently. Yes, I will. The very next second, the attention of Mao Nanbei and Murongyan turned to Lutan. Mao Nanbei asked out of curiosity, that little girl has a talent of 8. I wonder what this guy's will be. Murongyan slowly reached her hand toward Lutan to check, reassuring him, don't be nervous. He calmly let her check and smiled, replying, why would I be nervous? Just then, the aptitude light flashed, making all 3 of them expectant, and they shouted in unison, here it is. However, completely contrary to their expectations, Lutan's aptitude showed only a single ring of light. This left all 3 of them open-mouthed in shock and disappointment, shouting, huh? Only 1 ring? Even Lutan couldn't believe his eyes. He was so shocked he nearly coughed up blood, desperately screaming in his heart, damn it! I almost forgot that when I added the attribute points during character creation, I put everything into my looks. He had indeed poured all his points into charm, increasing his charisma stat to 100%. Currently, Lu Tan's latent talent was stuck at a measly 1. The three of them looked at him with eyes full of contempt, mockery, and pity, judging in unison. So, he's just a pretty face. The next morning, the four of them set off together, with Murongyan in the lead. He turned back to remind Leela and Lu Tan behind him. Go buy some supplies, and then we'll set off for the sect. Leela walked beside Lu Tan, tugging gently at his sleeve, and whispered, I will definitely work hard at my cultivation. Lu Tan looked at the girl intently and answered happily, Yes, that's great. Watching his back as he walked ahead, Leela's heart was full of thoughts. We're going to the demon sect. Who knows what it will be like? What if it's a place where the strong prey on the weak? Someone with poor aptitude like me will definitely be bullied, but I will certainly try my best to cultivate. Thinking of this, Leela's face showed clear determination. She seemed to have found the purpose of her life. While running to catch up to Lu Tan, she told herself she would protect him. Seeing her lagging behind, Lu Tan turned back and called out, Hurry up! Leela eagerly replied, I'm coming. The Tianchen continent had countless sects. Among them, the righteous path was led by the four great sects. They were the Wanjian Mountain, Yijian Mountain, Qingtian sect, and Luotian sect. Each sect possessed terrifying power, peerless strength, and immense grandeur. The names of the four great sects were fine on their own, but when paired up, the first two sounded a bit awkward, and the last two sounded rather sus. The Wanjian Mountain believed that 10,000 swords returning to one was the essence, learning a pile of sword techniques and gaining enlightenment through them. The Yijian Mountain, on the other hand, believed that one sword breaking all techniques was the core of the sword path, spending a lifetime practicing only one sword. They were extremely stubborn, but in reality, Wanjian Mountain and Yijian Mountain originated from the same sect, Jian Mountain, and only separated because the two groups had different views on cultivation. In reality, the 10,000 Sword Sect and the Single Sword Sect originally came from the same origin, the Sword Mountain, but they split apart because the two groups held different philosophies on cultivation. As for the Thian sect and the Lothian sect, they are simply named that way because the founders happen to like the word Thian heaven. In reality, the two have absolutely no connection whatsoever. Finally, regarding the demonic path, it is led by three major demonic sects, the Demon Sect, Vo Ki Sun, and Xuan Tu Lam. Among them, Xuan Tu Lam, Vo Ki Sun, and the Demon Sect are as straightforward as can be. The Demon Sect disciples are currently on their way to recruit new members. Lu Tan and his group are walking along, while Murong Yan Yen is carrying a huge bag on her back and says, The supplies are bought. Now, let's head back to the sect. Leela, walking beside her, sees Murong Yan, carrying that giant bag, and can't help but ask out of curiosity, with such a huge bag, how are we supposed to carry it? Murong Yan calmly replies, just like this. The very next second, the jade ring on her finger suddenly glows, and in the blink of an eye, the massive bag is tucked away inside. Seeing that, Leela can't hide her amazement and exclaims, That's incredible. Meanwhile, Lu Tan keeps an indifferent expression, showing no reaction at all. Seeing Leela's excited face with her eyes sparkling like stars, Lu Tan even feels a bit of contempt inside. Tisk, tisk. She hasn't even seen a backpack before? What a poor kid. No, now it should be called a storage ring, not a backpack. Just need to top up some money and you can expand the storage slots. At this moment, Murong Yan suddenly steps forward, releases her sword intent, and says sternly, All right, we're setting off now. We'll fly by sword. Seeing the spiritual energy surging, Lile is incredibly excited. We're flying by sword, just like immortals? The little girl thinks, full of anticipation and curiosity. A person's body is so big, the flying sword must be huge, right? A powerful aura radiates from Murong Yan's hands, making both of them watch intently. Immediately after, she releases her sword and shouts, Let's go! Murong Yan quickly jumps onto the blade. In an instant, she is hovering in the air, looking down at the three below. Let's move out! The three of them look up at Murong Yan's sword. It is completely contrary to what Lu Tan and Leela imagined. It is actually tiny. Leela is dumbfounded and asks, That's it? Lu Tan also breaks into a cold sweat and blurts out, Holy crap. At this moment, Mao Nanbei suddenly summons something in her hand and says with a smile, Let's go together. The object in her hand instantly transforms into a giant paper crane. Mao Nanbei points to it and tells Li Lei, This is my mount. You two, Get on here with me. Leela jumps on lightly and replies, let's go. Meanwhile, Luton struggles tremendously. With the giant size of the crane and his zero talent, he has to set up a ladder to climb up. Luton uses all his might to crawl onto the crane's back, his whole body shaking, his face pale. Wait for me. And so, the three of them fly off into the sky on the crane. Leela feels a bit worried. Really? We won't fall off, will we? Mao Nanbei suddenly takes out a cultivation manual, hands it to Leela, and says with a smile, cultivators shouldn't be judged by common sense. Murong Yan's flying sword is called Hong Mao, carrying her beautiful aspirations. Here, take this. It's the entry-level cultivation manual of the demon sect. You can learn it. Lu Tan, sitting behind them, sees this and stares with envy. However, he is immediately warned by Mao Nanbei as she turns around. But you can't. Before you become my mount, you have no connection to the demon sect. Don't even think about peeking. Seeing this attitude, Lu Tan is startled and breaks into a cold sweat. Then, he puts on a dejected, sulky face and replies, fine, whatever. However, with his devastatingly handsome looks, Lu Tan takes full advantage of the situation and asks cautiously, even though I can't learn it could, I just touched the immortal cultivation manual for a second. Facing the glowing, handsome aura of Lu Tan, Mao Nanbei can't help it and softens up. You have no dignity, but fine, go ahead. Lu Tan quickly reaches out to touch the manual, his face showing a cunning, calculated look as he chuckles triumphantly. Hey, even though your name is Mao Nanbei North-South, there's a type of playing the pig to eat the tiger that people call being a dog. As soon as he touches it, the system notifies him. Do you wish to learn? Warning. Once you start practicing this manual, it cannot be changed. Read the following line. Lu Tan chuckles to himself, amused. Free skill? Only an idiot would refuse. The system immediately reports, you have learned the breath control technique. Current progress. Level 0. In an instant, a burst of powerful spiritual energy surges around him. Lu Tan thinks deeply. It's a pity I can't add experience points yet. Because I need to achieve a perfect start, I can't just pick a random technique to dump points into. He smiles, thinking, that feeling is great. Mao Nanbei hears this and turns around to entice him. If you agree to be my mount, I can let you touch something that feels even better. But she is immediately rejected flat out by Lu Tan, not interested for now. Mao Nanbei remains extremely confident, trying to persuade him, becoming my mount will give you a chance to visit the supreme sacred ground of the demon sect, the Tuthu Tri. Even ordinary inner disciples, deacons, or even elders cannot come and go as they please. Hearing her ramble on, Leela sits there and curiously asks, once we reach the demon sect, can we study there too? Hearing this, Lu Tan's eyes suddenly turn cold, filled with calculation and determination. That's right. That place I want to go to is this Tuthu Tri. The Tiantran continent has 3 types of near-impossible beginnings to achieve, and entering the demon sect's Tuthu Tri is the hardest of them all. In the demon sect, Tuthu Tri is just a small house hidden in the bamboo forest. In Lu Tan's calculations, getting inside is just the beginning. The truly difficult hurdle is to become a disciple under the owner of the Tuthu Tri. In the past, millions of players tried, but only one was accepted as a disciple, and that kid ended up dying from staying up too late playing games. When I read that news, I was so jealous I wanted to die. Who would have thought I'd end up in the exact same spot? At this moment, Murong Yan, who is flying on her sword, suddenly speaks, cutting off his train of thought. Since you want to be a demon sect disciple, there are some rules you need to understand. You cannot act recklessly. You must remember absolutely do not copy the junior sectant. As she says this, Murong Yan glances over at Mao Nanbei. Hearing that, she retorts indignantly, what's that supposed to mean? I just have a bad memory. So I can't memorize the sect rules and break them occasionally. So what? Leela hears this and can only silently lament. What a powerful excuse. While Mao Nanbei is getting annoyed, Murong Yan remains indifferent and continues. The 3rd sect rule is, and so on and so forth. Lu Tan listens attentively, then tilts his head slightly, coldly judging. The demon sect really does have a strict hierarchy. All these rules stem from the owner of the little retreat. After a while of pouting, Mao Nanbei finally decided to speak up. Call it sect rules if you want, but listen up. I've got important things to cover. The demon sect is divided into 3 main areas. The outer sect, the main peak, the inner sect, and the little retreat in the back mountains. You're an outer sect disciple, she said, pointing directly at Leela's face, then added, Murong Yan here is an inner sect disciple. And as for me, I am the personally taught disciple of the master of the little retreat. Even if you're my mount, your status is technically equal to the grand junior uncle of those inner sect disciples. Mao Nanbei introduced herself with great pride, then shot a side glance at Lu Tan. In an instant, he realized the problem. He gritted his teeth, his face turning pale. She's clearly trying to intimidate me. That was way too blunt. Li Le felt a bit anxious and hurriedly turned to ask, "The master? Do we have to go to school here at the demon sect?" Mao Nanbei happily explained. "We call him master because the old geezer likes that title. He's not an actual teacher who raps kids on the knuckles. Outer sect bottom feeders don't get to hear him preach. Only geniuses like me are worthy." Lila's eyes lit up like stars upon hearing this. Lu Tan, standing behind them, was left speechless, completely helpless at Mao Nanbei's attitude. He thought to himself, this cat demon is beyond saving, but when it came to the master in this mortal world, nobody knew how powerful he really was. The stronger you are, the lonelier you get. Someone once arrogantly declared that if the master wasn't the final boss, then he would livestream himself doing handstands while eating, going to the bathroom, and then eating again. That's how high the master's status is. He's no small-time grifter. After flying for a while, Murong Yan suddenly spoke up. "Grand Junior Uncle, we've reached the sect gates." Lila was confused. She didn't understand what was happening, so she looked around with wide eyes and asked, "Where? Why can't I see anything?" Mao Nanbei immediately held out her hand. A small paper crane lay in her palm. She smiled triumphantly. "Of course you can't see it. By the time you do see it." Saying that, she launched the paper crane into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the paper crane dove straight toward the giant lake below. It slowly disintegrated and cracked into pieces. Only then did Mao Nanbei seriously finish her sentence. "You'd already be dead." Hearing that spine-chilling remark, Li Lei was startled, her face showing clear shock and bewilderment. Murong Yan turned and said, "Ask the Grand Junior Uncle to lead us in. My sect token only allows passage for one person." Mao Nanbei replied bluntly, "I know that." She then fished out her own token. She deliberately held it toward Lu Tan to gloat, adding, "Just a reminder, this formation was set up by my master, the master himself." Lu Tan, sitting behind her, witnessed this showing off and just frowned in annoyance. Immediately after, Mao Nanbei held the token high in the air, opening a spatial portal. A large crane slowly carried them inside. Seeing Lu Tan with a cold, expressionless face, Mao Nanbei asked in confusion, "Why aren't you reacting at all? Are you finally going to be my mount or not?" Lu Tan replied calmly, "Let me consider it a bit more." As soon as he said that, he felt anxious in his heart, thinking, being too talented is a curse. The women in this world seem to be craving my body. I need to become the master's disciple quickly, or sooner or later, I'll be sucked dry into a husk. Just thinking about his grim fate, he couldn't hold back his frustration and shouted in his head, "First I'm being forced to be a cultivation furnace, and now being treated like a mount? Even if I had iron kidneys and steel loins, I couldn't handle this." Just then, Li Lei opened her eyes wide, staring ahead in total astonishment. She immediately blurted out, Is this really the demon sect?" The scene before her wasn't dark or eerie like the name suggested. On the contrary, it was poetic and romantic, with waterfalls, bright sunshine, and a rainbow. Even Lu Tan was surprised and amazed by this sight, thinking, "This is my first time at the demon sect, and I still can't believe my eyes. Where's the heaven-covering demonic energy? Where are the mountains of corpses and seas of blood like the rumors said?" Suddenly, Mao Nanbei spoke up. "The demon sect rules. Whether you remember them or not, don't really matter. But you must take this one sentence to heart. Walk through heaven and earth without a guilty conscience." Under the warm sunlight, across the vast earth, Mao Nanbei's words sounded heroic and heavy with meaning. After saying that, she glanced at Li Lei and said, "The master taught me that." Lila was visibly impressed, her eyes sparkling as she praised, "The master is so wise." But Lu Tan, hearing this, had a blank expression. Filled with disappointment and boredom, he thought, "The motto of the demon sect is this self-righteous preaching? I don't get it." Suddenly, Li Lei spotted something interesting and exclaimed happily, "Hey, Lu Tan, look at that mountain over there. Its shape is so weird." Lu Tan immediately turned to look in the direction she was pointing. A mountain floated in the sky, and the bizarre thing was that a giant sword sheath was jammed into the top of it. Lu Tan turned pale, completely speechless. As expected of a famous mountain, everyone else's mountains are shaped like sharp swords. So why does this one look like a sword sheath? Murong Yan, flying beside them, seemed to sense his confusion and immediately explained, "Looks like a sword sheath, right? This mountain's history is nothing to sneeze at." Li Lei's eyes lit up with anticipation as she pressed, "Senior, quickly tell me." Lutan couldn't hide his curiosity, wanting to know just how extraordinary it was. Murong Yan acted mysterious, waving her finger as she replied, "This mountain has a very grand history, which means it doesn't have a small history. Its history is quite significant." Wait, so it has a very grand history. Hearing those circular, meaningless words, Mao Nanbei was furious and whacked Murong Yan on the head. She shouted, "Is talking nonsense your side job?" This sudden action made both Lutan and Lila jump in surprise. The two sighed to themselves. The last time we heard such nonsense was, well, the last time. After giving Murong Yan a huge lump on her head, Mao Nanbei continued, "The history of this mountain, I'm clueless about too. As newcomers to the sect, don't listen to this old lady's rambling nonsense." Lila asked back, her face full of confusion. "Senior, you look so credible, yet you make things up?" Murong Yan just laughed mischievously. As they entered the demon sect's perimeter, a group of disciples was already lined up below, craning their necks to look at Mao Nanbei's crane and shouting, "Welcome back to the sect, Grand Junior Uncle." The paper crane slowly descended. The trio of Mao Nanbei, Li Lei, and Murong Yan landed gracefully. Only poor Lu Tan had to set up a ladder to climb down. Unfortunately, before he could climb down, Mao Nanbei had already retracted the paper crane, causing Lu Tan to tumble head over heels onto the ground. He yelped in pain, but Mao Nanbei ignored him, her face cold as she commanded, "Summon Elder Kushui here. They keep saying I brought back a pretty good seed." The disciples kept nodding in agreement. A moment later, a figure came rushing from afar, calling out, "Junior Uncle, Master." The voice belonged to Demon Sect Elder Kushui, a lethal, seductive beauty with fiery red hair and charcoal purple eyes. She ran over with a wide grin and asked, "The good seed you mentioned, where are they?" But the moment she glanced over, her jaw dropped in shock, and she stammered, He's devastatingly handsome." Just as expected, even Kushui was floored by Lu Tan's looks. Under the scorching sun, he seemed to radiate an even more seductive charm. Kushui cautiously approached Lu Tan and shyly asked, "May I ask, is this the disciple that Junior Uncle brought back?" However, Mao Nanbei saw this and flew into a rage, rushing out to block her path. She growled, "What do you think you're doing with my mount, huh?" Hearing this, Kushui's eyes went wide, and her head was filled with question marks. A mount? Is that a human? Dark scenarios immediately flooded Kushui's mind, and her face lit up with sinister amusement. Junior Uncle really knows how to play games. At this moment, the good seed was being completely ignored. It wasn't until Murong Yan pushed Li Le toward Kushui that she introduced, "Elder, here is our good seed. This girl has 8 rings." Hearing that, everyone was stunned and terrified by Li Lei's potential. 8 rings? Are you kidding me? Before they could react, Kushi rushed over and grabbed her hand. With a honey-sweet voice, she said, "Darling, 8 rings, huh? I'm Kushui. If you need anything in the demon sect, just come to me. I'll even take you as my apprentice if you want." Seeing this overly enthusiastic attitude, Li Lei felt a bit awkward and stammered, "Oh, hello, ma'am." As they were talking, Kushui was suddenly blinded by a brilliant glow. The culprit was none other than Lu Tan's beauty. It seemed like his entire being was now exuding an irresistible charisma. Kushui pointed at him and excitedly asked, "Junior Uncle, if I may, what is that one's talent level?" Mao Nanbei didn't say a word, just quietly held up one finger. In that moment, everyone's jaws hit the floor. Their eyes bulged in horror as they whispered, 10? 10 rings? How is that possible? Aside from the ancient legends, no one has ever heard of anyone reaching the 10-ring realm. What kind of monstrous genius is this? Is this level of talent and immortal descending to the mortal realm? They looked at Lu Tan as if he were a living saint, showering him with endless praise. Unexpectedly, Mao Nanbei immediately threw a bucket of cold water on them. "It's just 1 ring." Lu Tan could only offer a forced, awkward smile in this embarrassing situation. The moment they heard the answer, all the flattery vanished into thin air. The disciples made excuses and scrambled away. "Oh, it's nothing then. Lovely weather today, isn't it? Right, right. My shorts must be dry by now. Let's go, brother. I'll help you pack." Even Kushui shook her head in disappointment. She thought to herself, what a waste of such a good face. Just then, Lu Tan appeared behind Mao Nanbei, looking excited and expectant as he asked, "If I pass the demon sect's outer disciple examination, can I join the sect?" Hearing him ask that, Mao Nanbei arched her eyebrow in confusion. "Of course. What? You'd rather be an outer disciple than my mount?" Lu Tan scratched his head and grinned. "Not necessarily. I was just curious." Also, one more question. If I want to become the immortal's disciple, what must I do? The moment that question left his lips, the air went deathly silent. Every eye turned toward him with disdain and confusion. Are you kidding me? This one-ring pretty boy? Is he delusional? Why doesn't he look in a mirror and see who he is? Mao Nanbei heard the whispering and glared at them, shouting, "Shut your mouths, all of you." Then, she smugly thought to herself, as expected of the mount I chose. He's got spirit and ambition. Once her thoughts settled, she turned sharply to look at Lu Tan, her voice calm but full of hidden meaning. The immortal is quite capricious with his apprentices. Every time is different. When he took me in, it was because he liked cats. He wanted to take a cat demon as an apprentice. This time, the reason is simple too. Are you sure you want to hear it? Lu Tan nodded seriously. I'm sure. His mind was fired up with determination. He thought, I've obsessed over the disciple-taking strategies of that kid from my past life for 3 full days. As long as I meet the requirements, this is a sure win. Seeing Lu Tan's resolve, Mao Nanbei raised 3 fingers and continued. To catch the immortal's eye, you must pass 3 trials. 1. You must be a mortal who has never practiced cultivation. 2. You cannot be older than 30. Hearing this, Lu Tan was overjoyed. Great. I've got those 2 down perfectly. Mao Nanbei suddenly offered a cunning smile and interrupted his thoughts. Wait, there's a 3rd. 3. You must jump from here into the abyss and still be alive afterward. Hearing the final condition, the disciples in the sect turned deathly pale. Their jaws hit the floor, and they screamed, Are you insane? At this height, a cultivator would be crushed to bits, let alone a mortal. Without a protective artifact, even an elder would be logged out of the server. This is Sword Peak Mountain, no doubt. From this floating island to the ground is a distance of over 100,000 miles. Jumping down is a death sentence. Yet, contrary to the crowd's reaction, Lu Tan wore a smug, exhilarated smile. The system immediately chimed. Ding! Special hidden mission activated. Enroll under the Back Mountain Immortal. Reading the notification, Lu Tan was thrilled and whispered to himself, just as I thought. Everything was going according to his calculations. His eyes glinted with determination. Lu Tan steadied himself, thinking, becoming the Immortal's disciple was never going to be easy. No risk, no reward. Thinking is doing. He spun around and walked away with such conviction that it startled the crowd. Leela turned pale as a sheet and stammered, Lu Tan, what the hell are you doing? Don't do anything stupid. Even Mao Nanbei was completely bewildered by Lu Tan's madness and said with concern, being my mount is basically the same as being initiated. Your rank would at least be equal to Kushui's. Kushui stood by, suddenly hit by friendly fire, looking dazed with question marks appearing over her head. Under the scorching sun, Lu Tan turned back to look at everyone, gave a radiant smile, and said calmly, Goodbye. With those words, he bolted toward the edge of the cliff. Seeing that, everyone lost their souls in panic and screamed, Stop him! Quickly! Mao Nanbei and Li Lei reacted the fastest, lunging toward him like arrows. You, stay right there. But an unexpected shift occurred right behind them. In just a split second, Murong Yan's face turned deathly pale with extreme panic. Not just her, but all the disciples, including Mao Nanbei and Li Lei, froze in place, rendered helpless by an invisible force binding them. They couldn't move at all. What is this? My body feels as heavy as lead. At this moment, with a calm and carefree demeanor, Lu Tan stood right at the very edge of the abyss. Murong Yan's face had gone pale with absolute panic. It wasn't just her. Every disciple, including Mao Nanbei and Li Lei, stood frozen, helpless against an invisible force binding them. They couldn't move at all. What is this? My body feels like it's made of lead, they thought. Meanwhile, with an air of ease and composure, Lu Tan stood right at the edge of the abyss. He leaped into the air with total conviction, diving downward while shouting heroically, Let's go, everyone, before being suppressed by a strange force. Everyone could only stand there, watching in utter helplessness as Lu Tan fell freely. Leela was devastated, sobbing bitterly. Why? Why did it have to end like this? Mao Nanbei looked just as gloomy and dejected, muttering suspiciously, He'd rather die than be your mount? Is that it, Murong? Yan, sitting nearby, sighed deeply in frustration. Then, Mao Nanbei suddenly noticed something strange and frowned in thought. Wait a minute, when that kid jumped, what on earth was that invisible force holding us back? No sooner had she thought it than she stepped forward and commanded, Go down and check it out. Everyone followed her orders immediately. Yes. As Mao Nanbei dove down, she calculated. Dead or alive, I have to find the body. I can't leave my mount rotting out in the wilderness. Besides, I have to figure out what that power was. Just then, figures from other floating islands began to dive down as well, causing Ku Shui to gasp in shock. Oh crap, it's the Peak Masters. Even the Sect Master is following. Mao Nanbei landed beside Lu Tan's remains and clicked her tongue, sighing, "You brat, you sure caused quite a stir, didn't you?" But a second later, her face scrunched up in annoyance. "Wait, the Master is off traveling, and he's not at the back mountain. Your jump was all for nothing." Having fallen from a height of over 100,000 to 8,000 miles, Lu Tan's body was mangled, leaving only his face visible, with blood streaming from his mouth. Seeing the horrific sight, Ku Shui turned pale, feeling a pang of pity. What a waste, such a handsome face. What a tragic way to die. Suddenly, two figures appeared beside Mao Nanbei, greeting her with a smile. "Greetings, little Martial Aunt." Mao Nanbei looked bored. She replied, "Shen Yan, did you get held up by your lackeys again?" As it turned out, that wasn't just any sect master. The Shen Yan that Mao Nanbei mentioned was a person with a short, childlike stature. With a completely bald head, he was the demon sect master, Shen Yan. Because he practiced a fire-based cultivation technique, all his hair had fallen out. Shen Yan pushed his two burly lackeys aside. He asked, "Little Martial Aunt, just now, did this guy jump from the top of Gideon Peak?" Mao Nanbei didn't bother answering, instead asking back, "You guys were also drawn here by that invisible force when he jumped, right?" Shen Yan nodded frantically, like a mortar pestle. "You nailed it." Hearing that, Mao Nanbei asked sternly, "So, did you figure out the source of that power?" Shen Yan shook his head violently. "With my level 8 cultivation, I'm completely stumped. I have no clue." Mao Nanbei looked at Lu Tan's mashed-up corpse, feeling both curious and uneasy. No way I just grabbed some random guy to be my mount. But did I accidentally pick someone with a mysterious background? Did I just bring a disaster upon myself? Suddenly, she noticed something strange. She leaned in close to Lu Tan's body and exclaimed, "This kid isn't dead yet." Indeed, Lu Tan's pulse was still beating. He tried to force a smirk onto his lifeless face, as if wanting to carve the words, "I'm still alive, you idiots." The system displayed a notification. Life force, 1 out of 100. Resurrection count, 2 out of 3. Having realized the issue, Mao Nanbei turned back to speak to Shen Yan. "This guy is still breathing." Shen Yan jumped in surprise. "So, he fulfilled the condition the master left behind? But the master isn't home. We can't just put the cart before the horse and make decisions for him." Mao Nanbei pointed at the mangled mess that was Lu Tan. She declared bluntly, "But if the master accepts him, then this pile of mush is officially your martial uncle." Everyone who heard her was shocked, their souls nearly leaving their bodies. Mao Nanbei added, "I'm sure the two elder sisters know about this. One of them should speak up by now, right?" No sooner had she finished speaking than a voice echoed from the void. The master says, "Approved." Everyone held their breath to listen to the final word. Even with only a breath of life left, Lu Tan smiled in satisfaction. The system immediately announced, "Hidden special quest join the back mountain successfully completed." The demon sect's forbidden palace was located at the back mountain, standing proudly on a towering mountain peak. Leela carried a basket of goods on her shoulder, climbing the mountain step by step while thinking to herself, "Lu Tan's condition today must be a little better than yesterday." A sense of anticipation for seeing him blossomed in her heart. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but smile joyfully. Her smile was bright. Just then, Li Lei turned, and her eyes met those of a young girl wearing a jet-black robe, her dark blue hair flowing loose. She was sitting in meditation on a rock by the poetic lake. Leela thought to herself, "As expected, she's here again." Immediately after, Leela quickly bowed respectfully. She spoke politely, "Greetings, Martial Aunt Ancestor." After speaking, she happily turned and continued walking, a smile still lingering on her lips. She whispered to herself, "That is one of the Master's 2 disciples. The 2 elder sisters of Mao Martial Aunt Ancestor are so strange. When I arrived, she was sitting there. When I left, she was still sitting there." Mao Martial Aunt Ancestor once said she didn't like being disturbed by anyone. Indeed, the Master's 2nd disciple was still focusing intensely on her cultivation, eyes closed in silence. Li couldn't help but be filled with curiosity about this strange behavior. I wonder if she ever leaves that spot. After climbing for a while, Li Lei finally reached the top of the mountain. At this moment, Mao Nanbei was sprawled out on a chair, fast asleep. Leela immediately bowed and greeted respectfully. "Greetings, little Martial." "Ah, greetings, Martial Aunt Ancestor." The sound of her voice accidentally woke Mao Nanbei. She stretched refreshingly, let out a long, weary yawn, and said, "Meow, come on in." Just as she finished, Mao Nanbei rolled over and went back to sleep, while Lila obediently listened and stepped inside. Yes, martial aunt ancestor. As she entered the room, she drifted into thought. The little martial aunt ancestor absolutely hates being called little. If someone calls her that, she'll argue very fiercely. In those situations, Mao Nanbei would even aggressively and indignantly question, "What part of me is little?" Lila tiptoed toward Lutan's bed and whispered, "Lutan, I've come to visit you again." Lutan was currently still unconscious. His whole body was wrapped in gauze. Lila gently held a towel to wipe his face. Her eyes filled with concern and care as she asked, "The sect leader's spirit medicine is truly miraculous. You are recovering very quickly. I just don't know when you will finally wake up. But if you fully recover, I won't have any more excuses to come to the back mountain. By then, I might not even get to see you once a year." Thinking of this, Lila suddenly felt extremely gloomy and depressed. She even involuntarily shed tears, sighing to herself, "In this world, you are the only one I know left." A moment later, Lila muttered to herself again, "But now, you have become a legend in the sect. Many people are spreading stories about you. Things like, the little martial ant ancestor has a peerless appearance. The little martial ant ancestor must possess great fortune. The little martial ant pursued the great Tao, jumping off a cliff without changing her expression. We should all have such courage." Countless similar rumors. "But compared to not being able to see you, I'd rather see you happy and active," Lila said while feeding a medicinal pill into Lutan's mouth. Meanwhile, as Mao Nanbei was still yawning and meowing away on the wooden chair, a figure suddenly appeared right in front of her. Mao Nanbei, with a sleepy, dazed face, asked, "Why are you here?" The person who arrived was Shen Yan. He bowed politely and replied, "Greetings, martial uncle. I came to see how the little martial uncle's wounds are recovering." Mao Nanbei remained lazily sprawled on the chair and asked, "Are they all healed?" Shen Yan obediently replied, "Martial uncle, I will stay here for a while. You can take the opportunity to rest." Hearing this, Mao Nanbei immediately squirmed in restlessness. Looking completely surprised, she instantly bolted outside with a face full of excitement and joy, not forgetting to turn back and remind him, "Then I'll leave this place to you. Goodbye." With lightning speed, in the blink of an eye, Mao Nanbei's figure had completely vanished. Seeing her like this, Shen Yan let out a soft sigh. Such a childish temperament. From now on, no one will stop me anymore." Saying this, his face suddenly darkened, his eyes radiating a cold, calculating look. Inside the room, even though he was unconscious, Lutan still exuded a unique, exquisite, and charming beauty, especially those luscious, plump lips. Seeing this, Li Lei, who was sitting next to him, couldn't hold back her feelings. Her face flushed with shyness as she exclaimed, "With such beautiful lips, I wonder what they would taste like." Right then, a sound echoed from outside, making Li Le, who was having such dark thoughts, jump in extreme panic. Her face broke out in a cold sweat. She stammered as she turned around. Who is it?" Shen Yan stood looming at the door and replied with a smile. As soon as she saw him, Li Le widened her eyes and asked, "Sect Master, why have you come here?" Shen Yan stepped inside and replied curtly, "I came to check on the little martial uncle." Although he was smiling and polite on the surface, deep down, Shen Yan was screaming in frustration. "Damn it, to save you, so many rare spiritual pills I've saved for years had to be brought out for you to use. That was the legendary flesh reconstituting divine pill. Such a precious treasure. Even if it were my own flesh and blood disciple, I wouldn't have the heart to bring it out." Thinking of this, Shen Yan felt like crying without tears, his heart aching. Because he was holding a grudge over this loss, Shen Yan sought out Lutan. A sinister smile appeared on his face, calculating and interested. "Since you've used such good stuff already, today I must collect some interest." Shen Yan laughed slyly while slowly reaching his hand forward. Witnessing the terrifying scene before her, Lile was utterly shocked and confused. Her face turned pale as she thought, "Is this famous sect master, known for his stinginess, trying to do something to Lutan? Could it be that because Lutan used his immortal pill, he wants to take revenge?" After groping Lutan, Shen Yan suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing this soul-summoning voice, Leela's whole body stiffened like stone from the shock. Leela blankly turned her head, her face filled with fear as she tremblingly replied, "Sect Master, are you going to force me to do something treacherous and wicked?" Shen Yan flashed a gentle smile, radiating a friendly aura, and told Leela, "Your talent is not bad. If you can encounter a renowned teacher in the future, your potential will be immeasurable." Hearing this, Leela's jaw dropped in surprise. "Eh? What is the sect master talking about?" Shen Yan opened his hand, showing a tiny fire crystal, so pitifully small. He then offered it to Li Lei and said softly, "This is a fire crystal. Your constitution is quite suitable for practicing fire attribute techniques. Carrying it will be beneficial for you." Suddenly receiving a gift from Shen Yan, Li Lei was full of suspicion. "Why did you suddenly give me this crystal, sir?" Thinking his mission was done, Shen Yan turned his back and walked away. "I'm leaving now." Although he tried to appear cool and cold, inside, Shen Yan was screaming and urging himself, "Why haven't you called me back? Why haven't you asked me? Hurry up and ask me." Just as his wish was granted, Li Lei suddenly called out after him, "Sect Master, why did you give me such a precious item?" Hearing this, Shen Yan's face revealed pure satisfaction. "Finally," she asked. Immediately, he adjusted his facial expression back to a stern, cold state and replied, "Because this master cherishes talent, I'm leaving." Saying that, he leisurely walked away. In this situation, Li Lei suddenly changed her view of Shen Yan. The sect master doesn't seem as scary as the rumors say. After completing his plan, Shen Yan left in high spirits, laughing loudly and feeling smug. After this, when she enters the inner sect to choose a master, she will definitely choose me. He was the stingiest master of all. Because he was too cheap, his disciples almost never had any cultivation resources. Shen Yan muttered, "Finally, how many years has it been? How many years since I've had a talented disciple to look after? However, it would be strange if anyone actually wanted to choose you." Shen Yan seemed completely unaware that it was his own stinginess that caused no one to want to apprentice under him. He was still excitedly shouting, "This time, I will definitely not miss out." Back to a moment ago, after Mao Nanbei slipped away from Lu Tan's place, she happily flew toward the bamboo forest. "Finally, there's a fool to watch the house for me. So great. Second senior sister, I'm coming." No sooner had she finished speaking, she transformed into an adorable golden cat. Mao Nanbei, in her cat form, quickly charged toward Gu Xiaoman. She excitedly leaped forward, her face full of mischief, ready to attack. Meow meow. However, before she could do anything, she was easily caught by Gu Xiaoman. Afterward, Gu Xiaoman placed Mao Nanbei comfortably on her lap at the library. Gu Xiaoman happily stroked Mao Nanbei, making her purr in pure satisfaction. "It feels so good, meow." Then she started gossiping. "Senior sister, this time when I went down the mountain, there were so many interesting things, meow. The best part is that the little junior brother is actually my mount, meow." Hearing that, Gu Xiaoman's expression immediately sank and darkened. She flicked Mao Nanbei's head with a loud thwack. She hurriedly defended herself. "Meow, I just think he's handsome, and I crave his body. It's not like I want to do anything treacherous or wicked." As a result, she received several more flicks from Gu Xiaoman, and a giant bump swelled up on her head. Mao Nanbei wailed in pain, eventually grumbling in a sulky tone, "Meow, I'm not playing with you anymore, senior sister." The more she spoke, the more frustrated and aggrieved she felt. Yet, in complete contrast to her attitude, Gu Xiaoman remained indifferent, not caring in the slightest. Seeing this, Mao Nanbei nestled into Gu Xiaoman's arms. With a gentle, soothing tone, she said, "Meow, don't be mad at me anymore, senior sister. There are so many interesting things down the mountain this time. Let me tell you about them." Meow. Night fell. Under the clear sky and gentle breeze, Mao Nanbei returned home, curled up on the wooden chair by the door, and fell into a deep sleep. Inside the house, Li Lei's eyes were locked in one direction. She secretly marveled. As expected, no matter the time, he is always breathtakingly handsome. Suddenly, Lu Tan showed some reaction. He slowly opened his tired eyes and whispered. Water Li Lei scrambled to respond. "I'll pour you some right away." But before she could move, Mao Nanbei flew in from somewhere like a gust of wind, shoving a water bottle straight into Lu Tan's mouth, shouting, "Drink! There's plenty more where that came from." Caught by surprise, Lu Tan could only groan, unable to speak. Li Lei stood nearby, stunned and helpless, thinking, "So, our Marshal Uncle Grandmaster was faking being asleep?" After the violent hydration, Lu Tan sat up with a jolt and asked, "How long have I been unconscious?" He tilted his head, a flicker of irritation rising in his heart. He had thought that, in this game, he could respawn at full health, but it turned out this resurrection only left him with a single point of HP. This body is truly toxic. Mao Nanbei reached out to poke and prod Lu Tan, admiring him. Fast recovery. With such a solid foundation, it's a waste not to be a mount. As she spoke, she leaned her face close to Lu Tan. Leela chimed in, "You've only been asleep for 3 or 4 days, but weren't your wounds that severe?" Lu Tan looked curious and asked back, Then why did I recover so quickly? As soon as he finished, he thought to himself, my health bar is full again, and it feels like I've even gained a few stat points. Leela quickly explained. It was the sect master. The sect master gave you an elixir. After Shenyan's recent actions, Leela's perception of that sect master had changed. The sect master is actually quite gentle. After hearing her explanation, Lutan immediately jumped off the bed and said, so that's how it is. I must thank him when I get the chance. Seeing him jumping around and flailing his arms, Leela panicked and shouted, stop jumping around. Remember, you're all bandaged up. Mao Nanbei, who had been sitting on the bed, suddenly interrupted. But, I have a question. As soon as she heard that, Lutan stopped his jumping. Both Lilei and Mao Nanbei stared at him suspiciously and asked in unison, why did a mortal without any cultivation like you jump off a cliff and not die? In this situation, Lutan still managed to force a confident smile and replied simply, it's a secret. Both Lilei and Mao Nanbei were left dumbfounded. Jaw dropped at Lutan's top-tier looks. They seemed to have completely forgotten the purpose of their interrogation. They were both dazed. Oh, I see. That face made one want to trust him unconditionally. However, Mao Nanbei quickly regained her senses and shook her head vigorously. Wait a minute. Don't think you can use the word secret to brush me off. Lutan replied coldly. Naturally, it's because I have a family heirloom. As he spoke, he thought to himself, a system with infinite respawns counts as a family heirloom, right? Li Lei's eyes suddenly sparkled like the stars. She asked excitedly, that's amazing. You must come from a prestigious, noble family. Mao Nanbei, however, still looked annoyed and clicked her tongue. So that's how it is. Lutan let out a weary sigh, thinking, I survived that, at least. But it reminded him that the demon sect still hid an unclaimed treasure. Sparkling like a galaxy, it was definitely a major treasure. Just imagining it made Lutan even more determined. Once he leveled up a bit more, he would definitely go pick it up. That stuff is all top tier. While he was lost in thought, Mao Nanbei suddenly appeared in front of him, waving her hand. Hey, wake up! Where did your soul wander off to? Did you forget something? Lutan jumped, startled, and asked blankly, huh? Forget what? Mao Nanbei flew up high, and said arrogantly, humph, you still haven't called me senior sister. Li Lei, standing nearby, witnessed this, and couldn't help but chuckle. Seeing this, Lutan immediately turned to her and teased, what are you laughing at? Did you forget something too? Leela looked confused and curious. What is it? Lutan turned away and said calmly, quickly, call me Little Martial Uncle Grandmaster. Hearing this, Leela's face went pale from shock, her jaw dropping. Finally, she shyly cupped her hands, bowed, and politely called out, Little Martial Uncle Grandmaster. Lutan was filled with satisfaction, his ego swelling as he replied coolly. Right after that, he turned to Mao Nanbei and bowed quickly. Greetings, senior sister. Mao Nanbei was, of course, very dissatisfied, pointing a finger directly at his face. You dare to be so perfunctory with me? Dare to try me? Liu Xun leaned in close, flashing a one-of-a-kind, heart-stopping smile as he teased her. For real, senior sister? Even Mao Nanbei would melt under that much charm. Still, she decided to let it slide, heading out while calling back, humph, get dressed and follow me. The second senior sister wants to see you. Liu Xun chuckled to himself, thinking, handsome privilege is real, boys. Do whatever you want. In the quiet bamboo grove, with a refreshing breeze blowing, Gu Xiaoman sat in peaceful meditation. Focused on her cultivation, she didn't notice Liu Xun and Mao Nanbei approaching until Mao Nanbei shouted, second senior sister, I've brought the little junior brother. Liu Xun bowed politely. Liu Xun pays his respects. Second senior sister. As he spoke, he observed Gu Xiaoman intently, remembering the rumors about the demonic sect's young mistress. No one had ever actually seen her face, just heard that she was 5 years old though. Why the martial arts world knew that, who knows? I'm speechless. Really. Gu Xiaoman didn't answer, just silently handed over a book. Liu Xun quickly snatched it up, but even that simple movement made his legs go weak and start trembling uncontrollably, making Mao Nanbei beside him jump in shock. Liu Xun eagerly opened the book. The essence of qi? Why is it so thick? Oh, it's a version with annotations. For a beginner, this is the ultimate treasure, but for me, it's completely useless. At that thought, he immediately looked disgusted, then flipped his attitude as fast as a pancake, bowing his head. Many thanks for the gift, second senior sister. Lutan turned to Mao Nanbei with a sly, knowing grin. My second senior sister already gave me a gift. What about you, little senior sister? Are you planning on giving me anything? His expression caught Mao Nanbei completely off guard. She felt a shiver run down her spine. wondering why he was looking at her like that. Lu Tan blinked at her, his eyes sparkling like stars, making her break into a cold sweat. It was as if a giant sign was floating in Lu Tan's eyes. My second senior sister gave me a gift. Aren't you going to give me something too? Seeing this, Mao Nanbei turned pale, thinking to herself, what a brat. Why can that guy's eyes convey so many messages? It's so annoying. Thinking this, she pulled out a storage ring. She handed it over. Here, take this. It's a welcome gift. Lu Tan was thrilled. He beamed as he snatched the ring in an instant. Thank you, senior sister. At that moment, a ding sounded as the system notification appeared. Received a storage ring. Equip it? After equipping, backpack space increases by 30. Lu Tan read it and chuckled with delight. Mao Nanbei stood behind him and warned, don't you dare look down on what I gave you. I've calculated it carefully. You wouldn't be able to use anything higher level right now anyway. Lu Tan held the ring and turned back to her with a look of unparalleled, noble charm. Since fourth senior sister gave it to me, it's obviously worth its weight in gold. How would I ever dare to complain? Faced with such charisma, Mao Nanbei collapsed once again. Her face flushed red as she stammered, you if you like it, that's good. Even Li Lei, standing behind them, was shaken by his radiance, her cheeks turning bright pink. At this point, Gu Xiaoman gave a hand signal. Mao Nanbei, quick to understand, immediately turned around and said, let's go. Second senior sister said you two should head back first. As he walked away, Lu Tan couldn't help but wonder. It seems like second senior sister doesn't like to talk much. Even as her junior brother, I know way too little about her. Night fell. The weather was cool and the breeze was gentle, with swarms of fireflies glowing as they fluttered in midair. Leela excitedly caught one, smiling radiantly. Seeing her happy expression, Lu Tan asked, why are you so happy? Leela replied, because you've finally woken up. Just as she finished her sentence, she opened her hand and let the firefly fly back into the sky. Seeing this, Lu Tan was moved beyond words. He thought to himself, is this girl really this happy just because of me? He then immediately gestured with his hand, come a little closer. This sudden move caught Leela off guard, leaving her startled and confused. She slowly approached him. Leela's face showed clear anticipation, mixed with a hint of shyness as she asked, what are you doing? However, the very next second, in response to her expectations, a crisp flick to her forehead came from Lu Tan. Having just committed this act of violence, he turned on his heels and bolted away, leaving Li Lei rooted to the spot, holding her forehead in stunned silence until she finally blurted out, why did you flick me? Lu Tan kept running while laughing heartily, calling back, the little martial uncle wants to flick you, so he does it. Why do you need so many reasons? Hearing that cocky remark, the ears of Mao Nanbei, who was walking ahead, suddenly perked up. Immediately after, she spun around and glared at Lu Tan, leaving him utterly confused. Without a word, Mao Nanbei unleashed a massive, heavenly flick toward Lu Tan, causing him to howl as he went flying. Mao Nanbei said calmly, I guess it's fine if I flick you once in return, right? Li Le, standing behind and witnessing this brutal scene, had her eyes wide and mouth agape in pure shock. Lu Tan was sent flying until he stuck to the wall. He crawled out of the debris, groaning, ouch, that hurts. A bump as big as a guava suddenly sprouted on his forehead, causing Li Le to burst into uncontrollable, gleeful laughter. After all that comedic chaos, the group finally made it home. Lu Tan's mouth was still running at full speed, chattering on about everything. At that moment, Li Le seemed to realize something, her face filled with obvious anxiety. She was restless. Wait a minute. I was allowed into the little courtyard to take care of Lu Tan, but now that he's recovered, what face do I have left to stay here? She stood frozen, struck with doubt, her heart full of suspicion. Am I about to be kicked out immediately? Lu Tan, walking ahead, was busy asking Mao Nanbei, fourth senior sister, since second senior sister gave me this chi technique manual, can I lend it to Li Lei to study? Mao Nanbei replied indifferently, if second senior sister gave it to you, it's yours. Do whatever you want with it. Overhearing the conversation, Leela jumped in surprise. Her face turned as red as a ripe pomegranate. She shyly thought, wait, are Lu Tan and I going to be alone together now? Lu Tan stepped closer, and acting as natural as can be, placed his hand on Leela's shoulder. He suddenly gave a sly, mischievous grin, making her jump. Lu Tan leaned into Leela's ear and whispered, come into my room. This ambiguous remark made the tips of Leela's ears turn bright red instantly. She followed him into the room, her hair a bit messy as she stammered, what is it? Lu Tan laid the cultivation manual out in front of her and explained calmly, there are annotations on here that will be really helpful for your cultivation. Hearing this, Leela hurriedly waved her hands, refusing. Aren't you going to keep it to study? Something this valuable? Lu Tan replied indifferently. Think of it as a thank you for taking such good care of me these past few days. Besides, I've already memorized the whole thing. Hearing that, Lilei's eyes widened in utter disbelief. You memorized it? Since when? Lu Tan smiled smugly. Since the moment I got it from second senior sister. Of course. Leela took the manual from Lu Tan, still skeptical. Really? Seriously? I don't believe you. Lu Tan shrugged. Go ahead and flip to any page to test me. See if I'm just bluffing. Li Lei immediately opened the book, responding excitedly. Fine, let's do it. But before she could ask, Lu Tan suddenly changed his mind. Wait. Leela jumped. What's wrong? He announced loudly. I want to increase the difficulty to make it more dramatic. Don't ask about the main text. Ask about second senior sister's annotations. Hearing the challenge, Li Le happily accepted. All right, what's the third annotation on page 2? Lu soon strolled around leisurely while reciting. Don't be impatient. You must proceed step by step. Seeing him answer so fluently, Li Le couldn't help but be shocked. She quickly flipped to another page to continue the quiz. Okay, what about the 7th annotation on page 15? Lu Tan beamed while mimicking the cultivation movements. Use the acupoints to guide your qi. Absolutely do not resist too strongly. Leela gasped in surprise and pressed him further. The first annotation on page 37. Lu Tan flicked his finger, acting like it was a piece of cake. Swallow the spiritual energy whole. Do not be greedy. This must be carved into your heart. At this point, Li Le had no choice but to close the book, stunned as she blurted out. You really remembered it all? Are you a monster? Lu Tan tilted his head, acting smug. It's the real deal, no joke. After saying that, he thought to himself, he just needed the physical book, and his system would automatically scan the content. This hacking ability was truly heaven-defying. Witnessing Liu Xun's extraordinary talent, Leela couldn't hide her obsession. Her favorability rating shot up endlessly. She stared at him with hard eyes, thinking, he's so capable, so thoughtful, and damn, he's handsome. Suddenly, Liu Xun plopped down on the floor and pointed at the bed. You take the bed, I'll sleep on the floor. Leela sat on the edge of the bed, her face turning bright red as she mumbled. Actually, the bed is big enough for both of us. Liu Xun remained oblivious. He explained, I know, but I need to focus on my cultivation now. Outside the wall, Mao Nanbei's sharp ears were pressed tightly against the stone. She was eavesdropping, face smushed against the wall, full of confusion. Didn't they say humans are creatures that get restless all year round? Is something wrong with our little junior brother's brain? Meanwhile, Li Lei lay in bed, watching Liu Xun with deep admiration. He's already so talented, yet he cultivates so hard. I can't just be lazy. Thinking that, her face filled with determination. A moment later, life had other plans. Li Lei was snoring away, the cultivation manual still sitting untouched. Liu Xun, however, sat in meditation, deep in thought. Even though he could use his system to level up in a flash, he wanted to see what manual cultivation felt like. After all, in every novel he'd read, cultivation was described as pure bliss, complete with all sorts of alluring dual cultivation methods to maximize the pleasure. His mind began to drift into wild, exciting fantasies. Deciding to go for it, Liu Xun shouted, Let's do this. Let me taste the pleasure of cultivation. A thrill-seeking smile played on his lips, and the surrounding spiritual energy began to swirl. But life had other plans. A second later, his face turned pale as a sheet, blood draining away as sweat poured off him. He screamed in his head, Holy crap, this hurts like hell. Who the hell said cultivation was a joyride? What is going on? It feels like 10,000 needles are stabbing me all over. I'm done for. I'm gonna die. His whole body felt like it was falling apart, and blood began to trickle from his 7 orifices. Outside, Mao Nanbei was still glued to the wall, catching every bit of the drama. So, he started cultivating, but that stuff is no walk in the park. Just that feeling of agonizing pain was enough to make him cry out. Deep in the bamboo grove, Gu Xiaoman seemed to sense the disturbance from Liu Xun, a hint of expectation on her face. The first step into cultivation is crucial. At that moment, despite being covered in blood, Liu Xun gritted his teeth, suffering and thinking. But then again, if cultivation were as relaxing as a spa day, why would people complain about how hard it is? It's exactly because it's painful that it's so difficult. Right? Well, then I have to see this through to the end. I refuse to believe I can't do this. He determinedly pushed through, his spiritual energy erupting even more violently. The pain caused the veins in Liu Xun's forehead to bulge. He pushed forward frantically, even though he knew he was risking his life. It was painful enough to make him feel like he was dying and coming back to life over and over. The next morning, the first rays of dawn appeared. Lila stretched and woke up. After a good night's sleep. Wow. She saw Liu Xun still in the same meditation position. She couldn't help but gasp in amazement. This is top-tier stuff. Has he been at it all night? Cultivation is incredibly painful. Though she called it cultivation, looking at his miserable state, Liu Xun looked truly beyond saving dark circles under his eyes, blood all over his face. He looked absolutely wretched. And yet, seeing this nightmarish state, Li Le's favorability rating actually increased. How is that possible? She's totally obsessed, even seeing me bleeding from my 7 orifices? Mao Nunbei had been spying all night. Eyes, as dark as a panda's, but she couldn't hide her shock. Seriously? This kid actually endured that? Gu Xiaoman, from afar, also sensed Liu Xun's ascetic determination. A corner of her mouth curled into an approving smile. This kid has some real backbone. Thinking that, she went back to her work. Liu Xun draped his arm over Li Le's shoulder, asking for help to walk, his whole body still shaking. Li Le asked anxiously, "Are you really okay?" Liu Xun managed to reply, "Once you officially start cultivating yourself, you'll understand." Liu Xun's eyes welled up with tears, looking completely traumatized. It hurts like a son of a gun. Saying it feels like a needle prick is an understatement. It literally feels like having 100 demons stabbing you with needles at the same time. Lila looked up with fierce determination and said, "I'm not afraid." Liu Xun turned to look at her calmly, curious. "Why?" Lila turned her head slightly and answered, "Because there is nothing more painful in this world than losing both your mother and father." Hearing this, Lu Tan was momentarily startled. His face froze as he watched her in silence. Lu Tan spoke up apologetically, "I'm sorry." Li Lei immediately turned back with a bright smile and replied, "It's okay. From now on, I will live my life well and devote myself to my cultivation." Her gaze suddenly dimmed. She clenched her fist slightly and hesitated before saying, "Grand Uncle Master, I won't be able to come here starting today. I have to go to the outer sect to train." Regaining her composure, Li Lei bowed deeply with her hands cupped, saying decisively, "I, Li Lei, bid you farewell." She lowered her eyes, filled with sadness, and whispered, "Who knows when we will meet again after we part ways this time." Lu Tan reached out and gave her cheek a firm pinch, pulling it as he teased, "What are you doing? Why are you acting like this is a final goodbye?" Seeing her rubbing her reddened cheek, Lu Tan smiled gently and comforted her. "You silly girl. Just because you can't come here doesn't mean I can't go visit you." He looked at her with sincere eyes and said in a deep, warm voice, "After all, you are the only friend I have in this world." Lila's face instantly turned bright red from embarrassment. "He's so handsome," she thought, swooning. Lila's eyes sparkled with heart icons, and her affection rating kept spiking, making Lu Tan break into a cold sweat as he stepped back. He shouted internally, speechless. This affection rating is increasing at such an inappropriate time. She even ruined such a warm, touching moment. Lila stepped down the stairs and cheerfully turned around to wave, calling out, "Take good care of yourself." Lu Tan smiled confidently while watching her back, thinking, "I can definitely take good care of myself. After all, I'm finally starting to use my cheat codes now." He turned around and walked into his room at a leisurely pace, muttering, "That's right. If I'm lucky, when the players descend, will I be able to find my little sister while playing Heaven's Peak?" Lu Tan waved his hand to open the interface. The system interface glows brilliantly before him. He makes a firm decision he needs to level up as quickly as possible. "Even if I can't go back, I won't let my little sister get bullied here." Lu Tan stands before the glowing system board, hand on his chin, staring intently at the level up notification. He clicks his tongue in frustration, muttering to himself, "Man, I had 666 experience points before cultivating today, and after a whole night, I only got 20 points?" He accepts the harsh reality with a sarcastic laugh. "So this is the charm of 1-star aptitude. I'm done. I'm actually done." Lu Tan firmly reaches out and presses the level up button on the screen. Immediately, a bright golden formation appears beneath his feet, and a dazzling pillar of light envelops his body, helping him break through from level 0 to level 1. He accepts the result calmly. He calculates quietly. There's no other choice for now. He'll think of a way to earn more aptitude points later. After a long, exhausting cultivation session, Lu Tan drags his heavy feet, heading inside the house in low spirits. While rubbing his rumbling stomach, he thinks, "Damn, I'm starving. I'll put the leveling business aside for now. I need to find something to eat first." Just then, suddenly, a boisterous voice echoes from outside. Congratulations to the junior martial uncle for officially stepping onto the path of cultivation. The disciple that the immortal master just accepted is truly gifted and intelligent. It is truly a blessing for our demonic sect. The owner of that voice is none other than the sect master, Xianxia. Lu Tan tilts his head and bows to pay his respects. Greetings, sect master. But inside, he cannot help but wonder, why on earth did that old guy come here? Is he here to ask me for money for that pill? That shiny bald head of his in my previous game, he was famous for his iron head technique. Not a single strand of hair on it. Truly, not even a single hair could grow there. Shen Yan wears a radiant, polite smile as he speaks. Seeing the junior martial uncle recover so quickly puts my mind at ease. Accepting a disciple is a major event for the sect. Tomorrow, I intend to hold a grand ceremony for the junior martial uncle. I wonder if you would do me the honor of attending? Hearing this, Lu Tan's eyes go wide with confusion. A ceremony? Suddenly, the system pops up a notification. Mission. Sect reputation activated. Do you accept the mission? Reward. 10,000 experience points and special attribute points. Seeing that massive number, Lu Tan cannot hide his shock. He flinches in surprise. The next second, the corners of his mouth uncontrollably curl up into a secret smile. So it's a sweet deal after all. This ceremony is a God-given opportunity. A mission this easy? I'm taking it. Shen Yan notices the sudden change in Lu Tan's attitude and asks, does the junior martial uncle have any concerns? Lu Tan regains his composure and answers loudly, no concerns at all. I will definitely attend the ceremony. Hearing this, Shen Yan bows politely in return. Very well, then please grace us with your presence tomorrow. After saying this, he turns and slowly walks away. Lu Tan is still floating in happiness, lost in thoughts of those 10,000 experience points and all those special attribute points. Most importantly, he has a chance to show off and act cool in front of all the demonic sect disciples. Who could ever turn down a sweet deal like this? However, his joy doesn't last long. A second later, he suddenly goes quiet, then runs as fast as his legs can carry him, shouting, "Charge! Time to find something to eat." The system chimes, notifying him, "Mission accepted successfully. Current mission progress. Reputation points." Just then, suddenly, from the floating island comes a roar that shakes the whole area. What did you say? The owner of the voice is none other than Mao Nanbei. She is fuming with rage, screaming right in front of Lu Tan. You want this senior sister to go catch fish for you? Do you even understand your own status and position, you little cat? Lu Tan immediately puts on an innocent, harmless face. He pleads earnestly, "Senior sister, I won't hide it from you. My palate has been too bland lately. So I wanted to show off my skills and make a few delicious dishes to change things up. After all, before I came up the mountain, I was the head apprentice of a 5-star top-tier restaurant chef." Hearing this, Mao Nanbei immediately does a 180-degree turn in her attitude. Her eyes sparkle like stars, and she excitedly says, "A chef from a 5-star top-tier restaurant? If it doesn't taste good, I'm going to eat you up, meow." As soon as she finishes, Mao Nan Bei dashes off to find ingredients as fast as a hurricane. Lu Tan stands frozen in place, reminiscing about his glory days selling street food. The name he gave his shop was the high-sounding Qinghao Grill House, but a 5-star top-tier restaurant? My foot. Thinking of this, Lu Tan is left speechless, muttering, "I didn't lie, just exaggerated a little bit." Only a moment later, Mao Nanbei comes running back at full speed, carrying countless fish and chickens in both hands, still meowing. Witnessing this scene, Lu Tan's jaw nearly drops to the floor, and he exclaims, "Damn, that was fast." Mao Nanbei throws the loot on the ground and answers calmly and proudly, "Meow. You didn't even stop to see who your senior sister is, did you?" The next second, she is full of self-confidence, privately, narcissistically praising herself. "I really am a rare, kind-hearted senior sister." Lu Tan plays along, putting on an expression of deep admiration, his eyes shining as he praises her. Senior sister is amazing. However, in his heart, a very dark and devious thought emerges. Truly, the best hunting cat under the sun. A while later, Mao Nanbei leads him into the kitchen area, saying as they walk, "This is the third senior brother's kitchen. The stuff he cooks tastes absolutely terrible. He keeps forcing me to try it. It's a nightmare. If you don't cook anything good, you better be prepared to eat it all yourself. Don't you dare call me." She points her finger straight at Lu Tan's face to warn him. He just laughs it off and answers, "Hey, no problem at all. It's a piece of cake." After that, Lu Tan rolls up his sleeves and dives into the cooking. His motions deboning the chicken and chopping vegetables are extremely skillful, just like a blade dance. With his culinary talent, the food on the stove fills the air with an intoxicating aroma. Just looking at it makes one's mouth water. Lutan is focused, pouring his heart and soul into his masterpiece. Mao Nan Bei, waiting outside, suddenly twitches her nose, smelling the fragrance wafting out. She immediately loses control, drooling profusely, her face full of anticipation as she cries out, "It smells so good, meow." As she speaks, she rushes into the kitchen like a bullet. "This is going to smell amazing, meow." Seeing Mao Nanbei suddenly barge in like she's caught him in the act, Lutan is slightly startled and asks in confusion, "Fourth senior sister, what's the matter?" Mao Nanbei, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, scurries toward the pot of food, drooling everywhere as she answers, "This senior sister can't wait any longer. Hurry up and let me have a taste." However, Lutan quickly lifts the tray of food and dodges to the side, saying coolly, "Is that so? But I was actually getting ready to go eat with the second senior sister." Hearing the name second senior sister Mao Nanbei suddenly froze, like hitting the brakes, then her figure vanished in a flash, along with the fragrant tray of food that Lutan was holding in his hands. It vanished into thin air. She had deftly snatched the entire tray, and then feigned innocence, saying, oh, right. That's exactly what I was thinking too. Good food is meant to be shared with our two senior sisters, right? Mao Nanbei said, wiggling her ears with a sweet, innocent smile. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoman was still sitting motionless on the rock like a statue. She was deeply focused on her cultivation, but suddenly, her sensitive nose was awakened by the enticing aroma, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "It smells so good." Mao Nanbei trotted over with the food tray, beaming like a flower, and called out, "Senior sisters, come quickly and taste the handiwork of your junior brother." As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly set the tray down on the rock. Looking at the dishes, Mao Nanbei felt a bit troubled. 2 fish and 1 chicken. How on earth was she supposed to split that evenly? However, before her brain could even process it, her hands were already darting out to grab the food, excitedly declaring, "Splitting it like this is the most reasonable way." In the end, Mao Nanbei shoved 1 fish and 1 chicken toward Gu Xiaoman, along with rice, obediently saying, "Two senior sisters, this portion is for you." Lu Tan stood to the side, intently observing Gu Xiaoman's reaction with deep suspicion. He couldn't help but wonder, do people with such transcendent, immortal auras like these two senior sisters even need to eat mortal food? But contrary to his expectations, Gu Xiaoman didn't hesitate at all. She picked up the plate and devoured it cleanly. This action made Lutan jump in surprise. Shocked and flustered, he thought, "She actually ate it?" At this moment, Mao Nanbei was also happily holding a grilled fish, sitting cross-legged on the rock, and chirping, "I'm starving." Seeing this, Lutan sidled over to sit near her. Seeing Mao Nanbei prepare to open her mouth wide to devour the fish, Lutan immediately panicked and reached out to stop her, yelling, "Save a piece for me, you little brat." The smoke and fire of the mortal world truly soothed the soul. While Gu Xiaoman was lost in enjoying the delicacies, Mao Nanbei and Lutan were bickering and fighting over every single bite. "Spit it out! Give it here!" After a while, the battlefield was a mess. Mao Nanbei had eaten until her stomach was bloated, lying flat on the ground and groaning, "I can't eat another bite." Lutan leaned against the rock, letting out a long sigh. He looked at Mao Nanbei's round, protruding belly and lamented, "Everything is wiped out. If you want more, you'll have to chew on the plate." Suddenly, the quiet was broken by a loud, resounding burp from Gu Xiaoman, making the other two jump, their eyes wide with shock. However, she still desperately tried to maintain her icy, cold, and aloof image, leaving Lutan and Mao Nanbei looking at each other speechless. Wow, that is so fake. After they were full, Lutan and Mao Nanbei sauntered back together. The guy was still a bit confused and couldn't help but ask, "Senior sister, tell me, when do you think the master will be back?" Mao Nanbei shrugged. "How would I know?" Lutan, even more curious and nosy, began to play detective. "Then why did the master go down the mountain? Was there something important? Or did he go to fight to the death with other demon sects? Or maybe to stir up trouble for the righteous path?" After hearing his long-winded speculation, he suddenly looked like an idiot in Mao Nanbei's eyes. She shot him a look of contempt and scoffed. Why would he do such pointless, energy-wasting things? Going down the mountain is obviously just to hang out and blow off some steam. The answer shocked Lutan to his core, his jaw dropping as he shouted, "Hang out?" Mao Nanbei calmly kept walking, her voice flat as she explained, "If he doesn't go out to have fun, what else is there to do?" Burying himself on the mountain every day is enough to make anyone rot from boredom. If I wasn't stuck with a burden like you, I would have already zipped down the mountain to roam free a long time ago." Lu Tan was stunned, but his suspicious mind still couldn't bring itself to believe it. He thought to himself, "Something is wrong here. Shouldn't a big shot of the demon sect be out causing chaos in the world, kidnapping women, or plotting to seize power? That's how the script is supposed to go." He really went down the mountain just to hang out? While he was lost in his chaotic thoughts, the system suddenly notified him. Ding! The game forum has officially opened. Seeing this, he quickly tapped the screen. A large line of text appeared. Tian Chen, World Online. But looking at the empty screen, with nothing interesting on it, he suddenly felt a wave of disappointment, total letdown. I must have clicked in too early. There weren't any topics started yet. Holy crap, that's fast. It's already got over 3,000 members in just 1 minute. Now that the forum is open, but calculating the time, there are still 3 years until the closed beta. Is it really necessary to open it this early? Could it be that the flow of time in Tianchen World and the real world are actually different? Thinking of this hypothesis, Lu Tan was a bit startled and stunned, but shortly after, he broke into a sinister, excited grin. I get it now. If players are definitely going to descend, then I have to put on a great show at the initiation ceremony tomorrow. After all, those stupid players are going to be incredibly enthusiastic about chasing after the NPCs that look somewhat impressive. Just as he was deep in his scheming, the corner of Lu Tan's mouth began to bleed. He couldn't help but sigh, then grunted in pain. Turns out, he had been trying to cultivate the whole time, with a faint aura radiating from his body. Lu Tan muttered, "This chi cultivation art is truly hellishly magical. Every night I do it, I lose 20 years of my life, but luckily, the experience points make up for it. Otherwise, I'd be totally broke." As he spoke, he was trembling like a leaf, looking at the system screen that displayed a dreamy number, experience points 666 over 500. Just then, Mao Nanbei suddenly stormed in from outside, yelling at the top of her lungs, "Hurry up! Get up now!" This action made Lu Tan jump out of his skin. With a look of total shock on his face, Mao Nanbei rushed deep into the room, hurriedly saying, "Junior brother, let's go now." As soon as she finished, she grabbed his hand and immediately dragged Lu Tan away. Seeing her like this, Lu Tan felt extremely curious and confused. "Why are you so excited today?" Mao Nanbei just kept beaming and replied, "Today is your entrance ceremony. It's going to be very lively, with tons of people. It'll be super fun." Hearing her words, Lu Tan quickly grasped the point of the matter and asked, "Having fun is what you really mean, right?" Mao Nanbei ignored him, trying to pull him along, and retorted, "That's not important. Let's go. Let's go." Under her pressure, Lu Tan immediately pointed toward the clothes lying on the table and said, Fine, we can go. But I have to change into the outfit the sect leader sent over first." Hearing this, Mao Nanbei immediately nodded in agreement. "That's true. After all, you are the master's disciple and the junior granduncle of the demon sect now. You really need to change into the demonic sect's attire to look the part. Start changing now. I promise I absolutely won't peek," she said, her face beaming with anticipation. Mao Nanbei excitedly squeezed her eyes shut. But, the very next second, she was grabbed by Lu Tan, dragged off, and then kicked straight out of the room. She let out a sharp cry of "Get out!" As Lu Tan slowly closed the door, he added, "Wait for me outside." Seeing that attitude, Mao Nanbei was boiling with rage. Fuming with indignation, she pointed a finger right at his face and questioned, "What kind of look is that? Do you actually think I'd peek at your body?" However, in response to her irritation and anger, Lu Tan just calmly slammed the door shut with a loud bang. Even though Mao Nanbei acted annoyed on the outside, she couldn't suppress the excitement and anticipation in her heart. Although she couldn't watch her junior brother change in person, she couldn't help but wonder what he would look like in the demonic sect's outfit. With a face as handsome as his, just as she thought that, Lu Tan finished changing and opened the door to step out. His hair had also been combed, perfectly groomed and tidy. Under the mysterious black demonic sect robes, combined with his cool, elegant silver-white hair, Lu Tan exuded an unprecedented, surreal beauty. Mao Nanbei stared at him until she was completely stunned, frozen for a few seconds, with her cheeks blushing bright red, as she stammered, "El Lu Tan." He maintained that handsome look, and with a gentle smile, asked, "What is it, senior sister?" However, the very next second, Mao Nanbei couldn't take it anymore. Her face flushed deep red, and she ran for her life down the mountain, shouting at the top of her lungs. She clutched her face with both hands, her heart filled with intense excitement and agitation. She thought to herself, this is bad. This is really bad. I have to hold it together. I want to make him my mount so badly. I really do. No, he's your junior brother. Even if it means going against the master's orders, I still want to. Watching Mao Nanbei screaming and laughing so excitedly, Lu Tan stood behind her, completely bewildered and pale, wondering, what's wrong with her? Is she suffering from rabies? Lu Tan, this man, had no idea that his overly outstanding appearance would cause such great trouble for others. He then looked down, intently examining the outfit he was wearing, and remarked, but, this demonic sect outfit, is it a magic artifact? System, investigate. The very next second, the system displayed detailed information. A piece of outer clothing made from precious materials but possessing no attributes, yellow grade. Reading that line of information, he somewhat understood the situation and thought, fashion with no attributes? A skin with no stat buffs? Those foolish players always love buying these kinds of things for themselves, only to successfully transform from a total newbie into a hot newbie in the world of gaming. Truly the original sin. After a while, Mao Nanbei suddenly reappeared, looking completely disheveled, her hair messy like a bird's nest. Lu Tan was incredibly startled and astonished by her appearance. So he asked, fourth senior sister, why have you turned into this? Mao Nanbei shyly replied, it's nothing. I just had a fierce battle with a stray cat earlier, and I won. However, Lu Tan, after hearing that, clearly had the words, do you think I believe you? Written all over his face. He then asked back, you really fought? Mao Nanbei turned away to avoid the subject and left, saying, let's go. Your grand ceremony is about to start. It won't be good if we're late. Mao Nanbei used the fight as an excuse, but in reality, she had torn herself apart in a mess, just to calm herself down. Lu Tan, walking behind Mao Nanbei, asked in confusion, fourth senior sister, for your ceremony, do I have to go on stage and give a lecture? She calmly replied, of course you do. Hearing this, Lu Tan became even more curious. Then, what did you say? With a cold, stern, and murderous expression, Mao Nanbei declared, don't mess with me, or I'll chop your head off with one strike. Hearing those words from her, Lu Tan's attitude changed immediately. His eyes showed clear helplessness and speechlessness, as if he could imagine the vivid expressions of the demonic sect disciples from back then. At this moment, Mao Nanbei reached into her pocket, pulled out something, and said, for such grand ceremonies, we disciples must maintain our status and image, you know. Seeing what she was about to do, Lu Tan instinctively flinched and warned, don't do anything weird, okay? Both of them then mounted Mao Nanbei's paper crane. Mao Nanbei smiled happily and said, it's a mount. High-level experts must have their own mounts, right? Look down there. Those are our demonic sect disciples. At that moment, the disciples below were also intently looking up at them, their faces filled with anticipation and admiration, whispering excitedly, is that the Grand Junior Uncle Master? With such an outstanding appearance, is he even real? This is truly a living immortal. He's a living immortal, for real, and so handsome that my legs are about to give out. It's not just your legs giving out. If I had the looks of the Grand Junior Uncle Master, would I ever worry about not finding a wife? One look at the Grand Junior Uncle Master, and my whole life is ruined. Lu Tan's beauty seemed to drive both male and female disciples crazy. Everyone was hopelessly obsessed. However, Lu Tan had no idea what was going on. His face still blank, feeling very confused by the enthusiastic reaction of the disciples below. He thought, what's going on down there? Why is it so loud and rowdy? Just then, the system notification popped up. Reputation points are increasing. Note, the majority is coming from female disciples. Warning, favorability from surrounding females is rising too high, easily leading to danger. Reading this line, Lu Tan was startled and panicked. He wondered, what the heck is this note all about? At this moment, Mao Nanbei suddenly turned to look at him and said, it's time for you to lecture all the demonic sect disciples. Lu Tan heard this and replied seriously, understood. Mao Nanbei suddenly kicked him straight in the body with a very amused smile and said, go on, get down there yourself. Because she kicked him so unexpectedly, Lu Tan, unable to process the situation, fell freely and screamed in panic, hey! Meanwhile, Mao Nanbei remained seated on her mount, full of excitement, laughing happily as she thought, at this height, let me test how your recent cultivation has been. If you can't land steadily, you'll be even more embarrassing than I was back in the day. The disciples were shocked, pointing straight up at the sky and whispering excitedly, look, everyone, the Grand Junior Uncle Master is descending. I heard he hasn't even cultivated yet. Will this height be okay? It doesn't look safe. Don't let your face hit the ground, little martial uncle grandmaster. As Lu Tan free fell, he annoyedly looked up at Mao Nanbei on her mount and cursed, "Damn it, that girl is such a jerk." However, the very next second, he smiled confidently and thought, "Trying to make me lose face? It's not that simple. Even though I'm only at the first level of the Qi cultivation technique, I am a top-tier pro gamer, the all-knowing emperor." The all-knowing emperor refers to a big shot who has cheat codes enabled. As long as he's around, he can't lose. As he thought this, Lu Tan smiled, preparing to land. An instant later, a massive shockwave hit the middle of the courtyard, right in the middle of the disciples. Every single disciple there had their eyes wide open, their jaws dropped in utter shock and amazement. Lu Tan landed with ease, even looking quite imposing. It was so cool that everyone had to admire him. Lu Tan thought to himself, "Having this much control over my body is as easy as drinking water." For this all-knowing emperor, under those circumstances, both male and female disciples couldn't help but feel a wild admiration, their eyes sparkling as they looked at him. They showered him with endless praise. "So cool, he's so handsome." Just then, the system flashed a warning that startled Lu Tan. Reputation points are increasing rapidly. Attention, attention. The favorability of male disciples is increasing faster than that of the females. Be careful. Watch your body, watch your backside. Lu Tan grew increasingly confused and bewildered as he read it. Suddenly, Shen Yan coughed a few times to get their attention. The disciples immediately turned their heads back instinctively. They all clasped their hands, bowed, and performed a greeting in unison. "Greetings, little martial uncle grandmaster." Lu Tan looked around for a while. He seemed to be searching for someone, thinking, "Where is she?" The next second, Lu Tan found her. It was Li Le. She was waving her hands as hard as she could from behind the female disciples. Lu Tan suddenly smiled in response. Just a slight smile was enough to make the female disciples lose their minds. Every one of them was infatuated and shouted excitedly. Li Le was no exception. Her heart filled with anticipation and excitement. She kept repeating a single thought. "Did he notice me? Did he notice me? Did he notice me?" Just then, someone else walked up to Lu Tan and politely returned the greeting. "Greetings, little martial uncle." Lu Tan nodded in approval, then couldn't help but think to himself. First the disciples, now the peak masters and the sect leader. This seniority of mine really is sky high. Suddenly, Mao Nanbei, hovering on her mount above, looked down at him and stuck her tongue out to tease him. However, Lu Tan tried to stay calm. "I won't stoop to your level. Considering you're my useful little cat, I won't hold it against you." At this moment, Shen Yan spoke up to remind him. "Please, little martial uncle, give us some instruction." Hearing that, Lu Tan started acting, his face full of interest. "Instruction? I'm not here to teach. I'm here to the next second." The system popped up a question. "Do you want to level up? Yes or no?" Lu Tan immediately pressed yes, then smiled and thought, time to put on a show. In just a split second, a powerful surge of spiritual energy radiated from him. Lu Tan officially leveled up from level 1 to level 2, leaving the disciples below shocked and impressed. He broke through. The little martial uncle grandmaster has reached the second level already? The second level of the Qi cultivation technique is the hardest barrier to break through. At this moment, Mao Nanbei landed and put away her mount. She watched Lu Tan's breakthrough intently, deep in thought. The second level of the Qi cultivation technique is harder than the 10th level, because it requires enlightenment. The first level is just about guiding Qi into the body, but the second level requires the cultivator to realize their own sea of Qi. To reach that realm, it doesn't just take exceptional talent. The state of one's mind must be as still as a calm lake. Standing before everyone, the little martial uncle wasn't even afraid. He actually achieved enlightenment on the spot. So that's how it is, so that's what it means. In reality, the little martial uncle grandmaster is teaching us a profound lesson through his actions. The disciples stared at Lu Tan standing tall in the courtyard, contemplating the great lesson themselves. Every one of them was inspired and spirited, shouting in unison. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. One must cultivate the heart. This is the ultimate truth the little martial uncle grandmaster wants to pass on to us. The next second, all the disciples clasped their hands and bowed in gratitude. In a polite and respectful tone, they said, "We will faithfully follow the teachings of the little martial uncle grandmaster." Faced with this, Lu Tan was utterly bewildered. He was full of confusion. I was just trying to show off a little bit. What the hell did I even teach them? His reputation points jumped up accordingly. The number immediately flashed to 1,375 out of 2,000. Seeing that notification, Lu Tan was shocked and startled, silently screaming, "Damn it!" Shen Yan stood to the side. witnessing the entire process, lost in thought. In just 2 short days, the little martial uncle has broken through to the second level of the qi cultivation technique. So, just how vast is the sea of qi he saw? Someone with a narrow perspective might only see something as big as a water jar. Someone with a broader vision might see a bubbling stream. But for a genius of peerless talent, what he sees must surely be extraordinary and transcendent. Thinking this, the corner of Shen Yan's mouth curled into a faint smile, and his face beamed with confidence. The sea of qi I initially saw was as wide as a long river, so what kind of scene did he witness? Shen Yan observed Lu Tan with intense curiosity. Lu Tan suddenly frowned, confused. He thought, speaking of the qi cultivation technique, I remember that reaching the second level allows you to see your sea of qi, but why can't I see a damn thing? The young man was completely baffled, filled with questions as he faced this awkward situation. His face went blank like a statue. Lu Tan was lost in a jumble of thoughts. Could it be that because I am the child of destiny, my experience is different from what's recorded in the books? That must be it. Definitely. I am the child of destiny after all. Lu Tan was truly a man who was always, with an air of unparalleled confidence. His dignified and profound presence seemed to shimmer with starlight. The disciples were even more thrilled. They gazed at him with love and admiration, buzzing with excitement, wondering just how magnificent a Qi Si the Grand Uncle Master must have seen. Given the Grand Uncle Master's temperament, I bet he saw a vast, surging river. I feel the same way. Too bad the Grand Uncle Master won't spill even a word. I think I know what it looks like inside, a female disciple said, wiggling her body suggestively. Others immediately crowded around, pressing her. Inside? What inside? Do you mean the normal kind of inside, or the unusual kind? At this moment, Shen Yan turned to the sect leaders and asked, Everyone, what kind of Qi Si do you think the junior Grand Uncle Master saw? Gong Du, head of the Luoding Peak and chief of law enforcement, known for his bluntness, immediately replied, The junior Grand Uncle Master doesn't want to say. Perhaps because he saw too little? Luo Yuantong, the generous and open-minded head of Shuiyun Peak, interrupted, Gong Du, you shouldn't be so narrow-minded. The junior Grand Uncle Master is the teacher's disciple, and his character is otherworldly. I believe he saw lakes and streams. Even vast rivers wouldn't be an exaggeration. Sima Quan, head of Chongqing Peak, joined in. Based on my intuition, I agree with Brother Gong Du, said Yue Heshan, head of Yaolai Peak, who loved playing mediator, before cheerfully suggesting, Since everyone has a different opinion, why don't we start a betting pool? Heh. However, a split second later, under the piercing gazes of everyone, Yue Heshan hurriedly gave a wry smile and retracted his words. I was just suggesting it for fun. If you all don't like it, then let's drop it. To everyone's surprise, the Peak Masters responded enthusiastically. They happily fished out spirit stones from their robes, cheering, That's a great idea. We should definitely open it. The winner today is definitely going to be me. In this situation, Gongdu couldn't help but be startled and caught off guard. With a glow of righteousness, Gongdu raised his voice sternly. Fellow Peak Masters, Sect Rule Number 13 clearly states, it is forbidden to initiate such activities. Anyone who violates this will be fined 500 spirit stones. No sooner had he finished speaking than the masters tossed a pouch containing 500 stones each at Gongdu. Take it, take it. Don't be so rigid, man, they said with a calm attitude. Brother Gongdu, don't ruin the mood. The rule says not to initiate it. It doesn't strictly forbid participating. I'm paying my 500 stones. Happy now? It's just a small bet for fun. Gongdu, holding a pile of spirit stone pouches from the others, stared at them blankly as they chatted and laughed away. The next second, Gongdu decisively set the pouches down on the ground, threw in a pouch of his own, and turned around, walking away while muttering to himself, A small bet for fun cutting loose once in a while isn't so bad. With that, Gongdu excitedly ran toward the sect leader's group. I'm in, he shouted. Lutan felt the curious, star-like gazes of the elders fixed on him and felt quite uncomfortable. He thought irritably, why are their eyes so weird? Being stared at like this is really creepy. Just then, Mao Nunbai rode her mount over to him. She waved, Get on, let's go home. However, her face was filled with strange excitement and delight. She even giggled incessantly, which made Lu Sun even more confused and puzzled than ever. Why does fourth senior sister's expression look so strange? On the way back, he turned to look at Mao Nanbei and asked, Fourth senior sister, you've been watching me the whole way back. Is something the matter? He asked with a look of pure confusion. Mao Nanbei immediately smiled and replied, All right, I'll be direct. Lu, how many Qi Sis did you see in total? After hearing this soul-crushing question, Luton froze in place. Then he stammered, He was lost in his own thoughts. Recalling that moment of leveling up, that moment I saw nothing but a vast, pitch-black void. I didn't see a single Chi at all. Thinking of this, he straightened his face and replied mysteriously, "It's not convenient to talk about." Seeing this, Mao Nanbei's curiosity only grew, and she asked, "What's inconvenient about it? I'm your senior sister." Lu Tan didn't answer immediately, secretly calculating in his head, even if I'm thick-skinned and love pretending to be a chosen one, I still need my dignity. If I go around telling people I couldn't see a single Chi and link that to the one-line aptitude, I'd lose all my face for the rest of my life. Thinking of this, he put on a pathetic expression. With glistening eyes, he looked at Mao Nanbei. Seeing this, Mao Nanbei seemed to interpret it in her own way, and said, "All right, if you don't want to say, then fine." Then she thought to herself, it seems the junior brother isn't exactly a genius with brilliant talent. The next second, Mao Nanbei changed the subject. "But to compensate for my mental distress, you have to grill a few more fish for your senior sister tonight." Lu Tan immediately replied, "That's no problem at all." Mao Nanbei looked at him with confident pride, thinking to herself, it doesn't matter how many you saw. Regardless, you're one of our Xiaoyao peak people now. Anyone who dares to bully you, I'll chop their head off with one strike. At that moment, a strange look of heartbreak and sorrow flickered across Lu Tan's face. Memories came flooding back. Wait, why does this situation feel so much like my real life? So miserable. No father, no mother, no one to rely on. I didn't like forming cliques back then either. I had to show off my high-level techniques everywhere just to get noticed. A freelance gamer without a guild or a studio like me, if I didn't show off a bit, how would I get noticed? How would I find work to survive? Who actually likes being forced to act like that all the time? While deep in thought, he slowly sat back on his mount and casually laid down to rest for a bit. A sigh echoed in his mind. But to attract attention, I have to give myself a sense of presence. After all, I still have a little sister to support. But, is there any possibility, just as a hypothesis, I have to give myself some sense of purpose? After all, I still have a little sister to look after. But is there a possibility that this isn't just a hypothesis? Wait, his energy center is actually black? For a fleeting moment, a mysterious and ominous black liquid seemed to swirl around Lu Tan. Bright and early, after devouring her fish meal, Mao Nanbei lazily flopped onto Gu Xiaoman, letting her stroke her as she pleased. She couldn't help but exclaim, "I love this." Gu Xiaoman, finding it strange, asked, "Little junior brother, did you see very little of the Qi?" Mao Nanbei replied calmly, Meow." Hearing this, Gu Xiaoman suddenly went quiet, her gaze fixed on Lu Tan in the distance. Suddenly, Mao Nanbei, who had been lounging on her, shot off toward the ground. She leaped onto Lu Tan's head as fast as lightning, leaving him startled and confused. Not understanding what was going on, he wondered, "Fourth senior sister, what are you doing? I'm still eating, and your fur is getting all over my food." Ignoring Lu Tan, who was calmly picking up a piece of fish, Mao Nanbei called out softly, "Little junior brother, I have something important to discuss with you. Don't move around so much." Hearing this, Lu Tan's hand, which was about to pick up his food, froze in midair. Sweat started pouring down his face like a waterfall. Mao Nanbei patted her chest and declared with confidence, "Little junior brother, even if you can only see a tiny bit of your Qi, don't be discouraged. Fourth, senior sister will protect you. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, I'll chop their head off with one strike. Meow." Lu Tan, hearing these heartfelt words, was moved to tears. He looked up at her and said, "Fourth senior sister." Then, he picked up the last piece of fish, held it out to Mao Nanbei, and asked, "Do you want to eat this?" She wasn't one to be polite and immediately took it, answering happily while munching away, "Of course I do. Meow." But unfortunately, the food ended up falling all over his head. Lu Tan let out an ouch in pain, while from a distance, Gu Xiaoman watched them both, deep in thought, whispering to herself, "I want to help him." Under the clear moonlight and gentle breeze, a desperate scream suddenly echoed from outside. "You don't come any closer." There was no mistaking it. The voice belonged to Lu Tan. It seemed he was having a terrible nightmare. Stuttering, Who are you? Who are you?" The very next second, he bolted upright. Sweating profusely and completely bewildered, he cursed, "Damn it!" Lu Tan's face darkened, his chest heaving as he gasped for air in pure terror, frantically checking his own body. Full of doubt, he thought, a dream within a dream? Was someone hunting me down? But the weird thing is, I couldn't clearly see its shape. Who was that shadow? It was so bizarre. As he pondered, Memories of that eerie blue shadow kept swirling around in his mind. The system notification popped up. Reputation points, 1,827 out of 2,000. After reading it, Luton slowly lay back down, trying to calm himself. Forget it. Just let it go. Don't overthink it. It must be from too much stress. There are only a little over 100 points left until the mission is complete. That's the big thing I need to focus on. Time to sleep. Time to sleep. I'm going to bed. Good night. The night outside remained dead silent, strangely peaceful. But the moment he closed his eyes, that blue shadow crept into his dreams once again. Lu Tan was terrified, breaking out into a cold sweat as if he'd been drenched. He screamed, "What the hell? Not this again. Damn it, does a nightmare even have a sequel?" As he shrieked in desperation, the shadow suddenly morphed into a girl, wielding a sword to hunt him down. The sharp blade pointed straight at him, making Lu Tan blurt out a curse. Damn it! He immediately pinched his own cheek hard and screamed to wake himself up. His cheeks were red and swollen, his hair disheveled. He sighed exhaustedly. Damn it, what the hell is this? A continuous dream? Am I haunted or something? Trying to stay calm, he lay back down, forcing himself to sleep again. I, Lu Tan, don't believe in this dark magic today. Tonight, I'm determined to have a good night's sleep. And so, Lu Tan slowly drifted back into his dreams. But life isn't like a dream. That blue shadow showed up again, cocky as ever, leaving him speechless and stunned. Lu Tan pinched his cheek and bolted upright again. His jaw dropped in shock. Still here? Am I really seeing a ghost? Today, I will personally. As soon as he finished speaking, his face turned cold and murderous. Lu Tan pulled the blanket over his head and tried to sleep again. Strangely, that blue shadow was as persistent as a leech and appeared once more. This time, Lu Tan was completely helpless and speechless, only able to force a wry smile with a face as twisted as a torn sack, groaning, "I'm dead. This is killing me." In his dream, he ran for his life, desperately fleeing from the relentless pursuit of that monstrous shadow. After being chased like a duck so many times, Lu Tan suddenly realized the problem. Wait a second. This definitely isn't a coincidence. It's impossible to dream the exact same scene over and over again. There is only one possibility left. Thinking and acting quickly, he shouted, "System, scan." The system interface immediately appeared. Sword Intent Body Activation. Mission: Gu Xiaoman's Sword Intent Special Training. Do you accept? Yes or no? Lu Tan narrowed his eyes, reading the information on the virtual screen carefully. Immediately, his face lit up, and he nodded in amusement. So that's how it is. That's what it was, he muttered. My fingers just pressed the prompt, and since it's such a thoughtful gesture from these two senior sisters, how could I, Lu Tan, refuse? I'll accept it immediately. The system displayed a massive banner. Burst Technique. That green shadow immediately drew his sword. The tip of the blade pointed coldly at me. That night, Lu Tan was absolutely thrashed in every position imaginable. Thud, whack, stab. Every time I got taken down, the expressions on my face changed into 100 different looks, accompanied by strange, muffled sounds. I was sent to meet my maker by that phantom assassin 36 times all night long. The next morning, as I opened my eyes, I let out a heavy, miserable sigh. Phew. But suddenly, Lu Tan's eyes lit up like stars. I jumped up and shouted, "Is it morning already?" I could have died a few more times, you know. Suddenly, a crunching sound echoed from somewhere. It was Mao Nanbei. I didn't know how long she had been standing by the bed. She chewed loudly and asked, "How many more times do you want?" Lu Tan waved his hands in a rush, refusing. "No need, no need," I thought to myself, though it was exciting being thrashed all night. My body was honestly pretty exhausted. But ignoring my thoughts, Mao Nanbei insisted on shoving food into my mouth, forcing it in aggressively and excitedly, ordering, "Eat for me. You have to eat. You must eat too." Lu Tan was stuffed so full he couldn't even speak, only able to grit his teeth and groan. Just a moment later I was choking, my face turned pale, and I was sweating like a pig. Meanwhile, Mao Nanbei remained totally indifferent. She clapped her hands and calmly declared, "This apple is good for you. But you're only allowed 2 a day. Don't be greedy." After swallowing the piece of apple, Lu Tan mused to himself, "This apple isn't ordinary. It tasted refreshing in my mouth, and once it hit my stomach, my spirit felt strangely invigorated. It was definitely worth playing bait for her." At this moment, Mao Nanbei suddenly switched the subject. "I went there yesterday. You got thrashed a total of 36 times. Was the sword intent from the two senior sisters satisfying?" she asked with a sinister and excited expression. Lu Tan didn't answer immediately but asked back, "How do you know?" Mao Nanbei leaned in close to his face, patting her chest confidently. There is nothing about the fourth senior sister that I don't know. Do you need me to take you to beg the two senior sisters to retract their sword intent? As she spoke, she giggled mischievously, thinking to herself, those two senior sisters wouldn't listen to me anyway. But that's not the point. What I want is to see that pitiful look on my little junior brother's face. Heh. Suddenly, Lu Tan spoke up. Actually, I do have a tricky matter I want to confirm with fourth senior sister. Hearing this, Mao Nanbei rejoiced inwardly. The fish has taken the bait. Beg me desperately. Lu Tan cleared his throat with a few coughs and asked, will this sword intent from the two senior sisters wear off over time? Mao Nanbei was stunned by the bizarre question and replied, of course not. She felt a bit disappointed. Why isn't the script following what I imagined? Upon hearing the answer, Lu Tan was overjoyed and grinned brightly. That's great then. Seeing this, Mao Nanbei scratched her head in confusion. Lu Tan thought. He was tortured all night. Could it be that he's developed a hobby for it? Does he have some kind of weird taste? At this moment, the system chimed with a notification. Quest reward. Sword Dao aptitude +1. Lu Tan was happier than ever, calculating to himself. So it seems I can successfully hold out for 30 days thanks to the two senior sisters' sword intent. This sword aptitude, I'm going to soak it all up. He immediately jumped off the bed. Enthusiastically, he said, let's go, fourth senior sister. I'll make you something delicious. Hearing the word food, Mao Nanbei's eyes lit up like floodlights, and she happily agreed. Deal. Just as he pushed the door open, Lu Tan couldn't help but be startled. Huh? What kind of auspicious day is it today? Mao Nanbei quickly explained. It's the family visitation day for cultivators. Today, any disciple who still has family heads down the mountain. Those who are all alone just treat the demon sect as their home. We have to gather and celebrate a little, right? Hearing this, Lu Tan realized and nodded with a smile. So that's what it is. Afterward, thoughts began to stir in his heart. That's right. These are the cultivators of the heaven dust realm. In the end, they just have a slightly longer lifespan and possess a few types of superpowers. But the hustle and bustle of the human world is something that can never be cut off. This is also why, in the beginning, so many people were willing to immerse themselves in a virtual world, filled with this human warmth. At least compared to the cold reality, this illusory world brings an indescribable tenderness. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt a pang of heartache. He forced a wry smile. Outside on the street, the scene was incredibly lively, with crowds of people laughing and talking boisterously. Today is the family visitation festival of the immortal sect. My son is coming home for the holiday. My daughter doesn't want to come back. I heard she got into the inner sect. Hee. My daughter was even taken as a disciple by an elder. At this time, at a nearby tea shop, a storyteller's voice rang out, gesturing as he spoke. The plot moved extremely fast. That Zhang San unleashed a move and stripped Li Si of her undergarments. The man, waving his fan, telling the story with great gusto, revealing his long, fair, and delicate legs, making anyone who looked unable to resist instantly frozen in place. This storyteller was none other than a handsome, dashing man with long, flowing white hair and pure, deep turquoise eyes. The crowd below, hearing the climax, everyone was excited and expectant, their faces flushed red, shouting, the climax is coming, hurry up. However, they saw the storyteller suddenly fall silent. Everyone immediately became annoyed. Sir, continue the story. It was just getting good. Why are you cutting the chapter? Ending it like this is a disgrace to a literary man, you know? The storyteller remained calm. He leisurely lifted his teacup, took a sip, and said slowly, if you want to know what happens next in Chapter 3 and what becomes of Li Si, please tune in for the next installment. The very next second, a young man quickly stepped forward, tapping a gong. Clang! Clang! And laughed. Everyone, if you have money, put it in the tube. If you don't have money, borrow some to support us. However, the customers in the tea shop all felt frustrated and let down, instantly standing up to leave. Who would give you money? It wasn't even satisfying to listen to. If you're going to hold off on the next installment, then we'll provide the money next time too. Let's go, sisters. We'll come back tomorrow. Faced with this awkward situation, the storyteller still maintained his elegant demeanor, holding his teacup, making the young man sigh in frustration. Sir, we struck out today. We didn't collect a single coin. This habit of yours of cutting chapters randomly needs to be fixed. The storyteller strolled outside, dismissively saying, storytelling is just a hobby. Why would money matter? Hearing this, the young man following behind asked curiously, then are we heading back to the mountain? The storyteller replied curtly, why go back to the mountain? The young man quickly added, "Aren't we going to check on how our little junior brother is doing?" As he strode through the crowded street, the storyteller's gaze suddenly bumped into something. Immediately after, he looked down at the mirrors displayed on a stall, muttering, "Is it necessary? Even if I go back, would he live any better? Isn't it just 2 eyes, 2 ears, 1 nose, and 1 mouth?" The storyteller asked himself, while intently admiring his own reflection in the mirror. This action left the young man accompanying him speechless. Utterly helpless, he thought. He himself is so obsessed with looking in the mirror, yet he goes on to talk philosophy about others' appearances. Is it because sect master Xianxia is both short and ugly that he got chosen as the one to be the sect master? As he speculated, the young man sighed heavily. Before he knew it, the storyteller had hopped over to some old men playing Chinese chess and made a blunt remark. "This move of yours is terrible." The statement made the old men, who were deep in concentration, so angry their eyes bulged. They immediately stiffened their necks and shouted, "A spectator shouldn't speak. That is the trait of a true gentleman, understand?" But the storyteller had already quickly slipped away, laughing with great satisfaction. The storyteller glided away like a gust of wind, his mouth still trying to save face. Well, it was a terrible move. The young man witnessing this scene could only shake his head in resignation. He told himself, "Fine, if the master hasn't played enough, just let him play to his heart's content before heading back to the mountain." After walking a distance, the storyteller turned his head. "Can't keep up?" That really was a low-level play. Hearing that, the young man hurriedly chased after him. "It's not that," the storyteller, with a bright and excited face, said. "In that case, let's continue. It seems there's a gambling house ahead. Let's go play a few rounds to pass the time." The young man hurried to call out, "Wait, master. This disciple still doesn't understand. Why did you set such an absurd requirement for accepting disciples in the first place?" I was full of questions. "So, this master is the legendary little girl boy I've heard rumors about?" Facing that question, he just smiled and replied nonchalantly, "That day, while standing on the Ascension Peak, I suddenly had an epiphany and just blurted it out." Hearing that unconvincing answer, the young man's face showed clear skepticism. He thought to himself, that look on his face is clearly him just making stuff up again. There must be some deeper meaning behind these 3 conditions. It seems that when I return to the mountain, I'll have to carefully investigate and find a junior brother who meets all 3 criteria. So, it turns out, this young man is also a disciple of the master, the little girl boy. The 3rd senior brother, with his endless thirst for knowledge, thought to himself while chuckling excitedly. Scene shift to a lush, green bamboo forest. Bright golden sunshine, a cool breeze blowing. Lutan and Mao Nanbei were on their way to see Gu Xiaoman. Lutan walked and curiously turned to ask Mao Nanbei, "Why did the 2 senior sisters suddenly leave sword intent for me? And hey, can you stop eating like a scavenger next time?" Mao Nanbei, still stuffing her face, answered blankly, "Probably because when they saw you start the 2nd level of the Qi vessel technique, your dantian looked so tiny, they decided to train you a bit more." Hearing that, Lutan followed up. "Then, how much of their power did they use for this sword intent?" Mao Nanbei was vague. "How much? You'll find out later." Seeing her evasive answer, Lutan felt completely defeated, thinking helplessly, "Is this girl a total blockhead?" After some internal turmoil, the 2 finally arrived at Gu Xiaoman's residence. From afar, Mao Nanbei cheered loudly. "Senior sister, we're back to bring you more supplies." Lutan stepped closer, bowed, and cupped his hands respectfully. "Many thanks to the 2 senior sisters for your guidance." In his heart, a glimmer of hope and curiosity rose. It seemed that until now, the 2 senior sisters had never said a word to him. "Today, let's try my luck." Thinking that, he patiently bowed again. "Many thanks to the 2 senior sisters for your guidance." Gu Xiaoman nodded slightly, her tone cold and distant as she replied, "I heard you." Immediately, Lutan presented a bowl of piping hot, fragrant noodles to her. Eagerly, he said, "Please, senior sister, have a taste. I put some effort into making this noodle dish today." As soon as she held the bowl in her hands, Gu Xiaoman couldn't help but exclaim, "It smells so good." And then, she started slurping away. Only a few bites in, Gu Xiaoman's eyes widened in surprise. Her face was filled with excitement and wonder. "Delicious. This is absolutely amazing." Watching her eat with such delight, Lutan stood on the side and felt secretly overjoyed. He suddenly felt that the 2 senior sisters were actually strangely adorable. Just after finishing the bowl, Gu Xiaoman's body suddenly radiated dense sword intent. This phenomenon left Lutan extremely shocked. "Huh? Is that sword intent?" In the next second, a flash of realization hit him. He seemed to have figured something out. His eyes were glued to Gu Xiaoman's hair accessory. Lutan wondered, could the two senior sisters' hair accessory be their sword? Staring at Gu Xiaoman before him, Lutan pondered. Initially, the Heavenly Dust online world only opened up to level 60. Back then, no player had ever seen the two senior sisters make a move, so, just how terrifying is her true strength? She used a single hair accessory as a sword and still managed to keep me awake all night, sweating through my sheets dozens of times. Thinking about this, he felt incredibly embarrassed. Lutan's mind even began to drift, imagining Gu Xiaoman with her hair down, looking enchantingly beautiful. I wonder, in real life, when she takes out that hair accessory and her hair flows in the wind, just how breathtakingly stunning will she be? After completing the delivery mission, Lutan and Mao Nanbei headed back. He walked while panting like a workhorse. Phew, fourth senior sister. Walk a little slower. I'm about to run out of breath. Lutan gasped for air, sweat dripping down, his face contorted as he complained, I can't go on. I really can't take it anymore. Contrary to her junior brother's pathetic state, Mao Nanbei was as energetic as ever. She turned back and looked at Lutan with a mischievous smile. You can't handle it already? Don't you human men always brag about how you should never say you're weak? We've only walked a little bit, and your legs are already trembling? Mao Nanbei squinted, teasing Lutan, who was completely exhausted. At the suggestive question, Lutan didn't feel annoyed. On the contrary, he blushed, feeling shy and thinking, does this girl even understand what she's saying? Seeing Lutan's frustrated face, Mao Nanbei suddenly stuck out her tongue, making a playful face to mock him. Nah, nya, nya. You're a weakling. With that, she turned around and ran off, not forgetting to look back and shout, I'm going to sleep first. Bye-bye. But karma struck instantly. Before she had taken a few steps, she bumped right into someone and cried out in pain. Ouch! That hurts. That person is none other than Xianxia, the calm sect master, who nodded, offered a polite smile, and respectfully greeted the two junior uncles. The moment she saw Xianxia, Mao Nanbei's anger flared up. She pointed a finger right at his face, shouting aggressively, You dark, short, bald, blind idiot. If you dare block my path again, I'll bite you to pieces. Meow. Facing her ferocity, Xianxia could only swallow his pride and force a smile. Mao Nanbei's chubby face was swollen and red from the collision. She clutched her face, wincing in pain while pointing at Xianxia and threatening him bitterly. So annoying. Whatever, just remember this next time, I'm really going to bite you. Just then, Lutan crawled over from behind, gasping for air, and asked, Sect Master, is there something you need from me? Hearing the preemptive question, Xianxia's eyes widened in surprise. Wait, how did you know I came looking for you, junior uncle? Lutan offered a wry, bitter smile. Or were you planning to discuss official business with the fourth senior sister? Maybe invite her to go fishing or go stir up a hornet's nest? Those activities don't exactly suit the image of a sect master. At that thought, the image of the dignified sect master playing around with Mao Nanbei flashed through his mind, leaving him speechless. Not knowing what else to say, he quickly put on a cheerful smile and said to Lutan, You really understand your senior sister well. Actually, I came here today to find you. I wonder if you might know exactly how large is the qi you've seen. If you're willing to reveal it, all of this will be yours. As soon as he finished speaking, Yan pulled out a pouch of spirit stones, flashing a bright grin as he leaned in toward Lutan. But Lutan coldly splashed cold water on his enthusiasm and refused point blank. Not a chance. This rejection made the word rejected written all over Xianxia's face. He could only force a laugh to ease the awkwardness. Fair enough, I suppose such a private and sensitive matter. How could I just let an outsider know? Besides, I have another motive for coming here. Lutan seemed to see right through Xianxia's heart, thinking helplessly. You've got confused written all over your face, buddy. After a moment, Xianxia hurriedly tried to change the subject. The outer sect elders are organizing a training excursion for the disciples. Would you like to join us for fun, junior uncle? Hearing this, Lutan couldn't help but feel curious. It's practically written all over your face, man. After a moment, Xianxia tried to steer the conversation elsewhere. The outer sect elders. He asked back, with my measly bit of strength, am I even qualified to join a training exercise? Xianxia scratched his head and chuckled, explaining, Actually, the content of this excursion is quite simple. He asked curiously, with my measly strength, am I even qualified to participate in the training? Xianxia scratched his head and chuckled, explaining, to be precise, the content of this training is quite simple. It's just painting. Most of the outer sect disciples will be there. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Tan's system suddenly sent a notification. A line of information appeared clearly. Quest triggered. Participate in the sex painting excursion. Duration: 50 minutes. Quest reward: 1,000 to 5,000 experience points. After reading it, Lu Tan was startled, thinking to himself in amazement, 5,000? 5,000 experience points? And all I have to do is hold a brush and scribble for 50 minutes? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. In his eyes, there seemed to be only 2 words left: experience points. However, the very next second, Lu Tan realized something was off. Wait, that's not right. I risked my life grinding all night long, and the true breath method only gave me 20 experience points. But here, just by drawing, I can earn at least 1,000 so easily? Nothing in this world comes that easy. Thinking this through, he asked to be sure, Sect Master, is it really just as simple as painting? Just earn at least 1,000 points. It's a breeze. In this world, there's no such thing as a free lunch falling from the sky. Thinking this, he asked to be sure, Sect Master. Xianxia rubbed his hands and replied with a smile. Of course, though the brush used for painting will be Master's brush. Hearing this, Lu Tan finally understood and nodded to himself. Master's brush? No wonder. It must be the kind of brush a normal person can't even lift, probably as heavy as Thor's hammer, but at least it doesn't sound life-threatening. Screw it, I'll just take the quest and play it by ear when I get there. Having made up his mind, Lu Tan declared confidently, All right, I accept this mission. I will join the training excursion. Seeing him agree, Xianxia hurried over and replied, Great, great, then please follow me, uncle. However, Lu Tan dragged his feet, complaining wearily, But I just finished a long run, and my legs are feeling like jelly right now. His complaint left Xianxia so shocked he nearly fell over. Afterwards, he had to carry Lu Tan through the air. Lu Tan was extremely thrilled by this experience, grinning ear to ear. So this is what it feels like to fly. Too bad it's only a one-day trial pass. Leela, I'm coming to visit you. As they were flying smoothly, Lu Tan suddenly noticed something strange below. He couldn't help but ask, full of curiosity, that mountain over there, looking at it again, it really looks like a giant sword case. Seeing his focused expression, Xianxia seemed to guess the issue and smiled. Are you pondering the shape of the lead peak, junior uncle? Do you know who the author of that masterpiece is? As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia's attitude shifted 360 degrees. His eyes widened, becoming cold and sharp. Is junior uncle pondering the design of the guide peak? Do you know who the author of that masterpiece is? As soon as he finished, Lu Tan, still staring at the mountain peak, asked, could it have been created by a human? In his heart, he exclaimed, that's terrifying. The entire mountain peak has been sliced perfectly flat. Xianxia replied calmly. Of course, a single sword strike sliced it, and the lead peak turned into what you see now. Hearing this, Lu Tan guessed, must be a strike from Master, right? Xianxia shook his head and denied. No, it was the founder of the demon sect, Master's senior disciple, who is also my master. Lu Tan was stunned, realizing, so the demon sect has only been passed down for 2 generations? Xianxia pointed his finger straight at Lu Tan's face, retorting, kid, you missed the point. However, the very next second, Xianxia regained his usual serious demeanor, coughing a few times to fix his posture. Then, he proudly declared, the main point is that my master is invincible with a single sword strike. That bunch from the 10,000 Sword Mountain or whatever, as long as my master is still alive, they should never even dream of touching the title of #1 sword. The 10,000 Sword Mountain, or whatever it is, as long as my master is alive, they can never even dream of touching the title of #1 sword. Speaking of which, as he spoke, Xianxia performed an extremely strange action. Hearing this, Lu Tan curiously asked, wait, are you saying my senior brother is the world's #1 swordsman? So, where is he now? Xianxia immediately replied, indeed, Master is the world's #1 swordsman, but he is currently in closed-door life-death seclusion. Hearing those 3 words, Lu Tan was shocked. Closed-door life-death seclusion? He then searched his memory from his past life's gaming days. I think I've heard of this concept before. Xianxia explained in detail. That's right, Master is seeking a breakthrough. If he fails, he will never emerge again. The meaning of this seclusion is either death or a successful breakthrough. What's most annoying is that scum from the 10,000 Sword Mountain. They keep sniffing around to see if Master is dead or asleep. They value that hollow title of #1 sword more than their own lives. Those guys from the Sword Mountain keep coming to probe whether my master is still alive or has passed away. They value that hollow title of #1 sword more than their own lives. Mentioning this, Xianxia couldn't hide his annoyance. Listening for a while, Lu Tan still had a lingering question. You said the senior brother was the first sect master of the demon sect, so what about master? What exactly is his role? Shenyan replied calmly. Master? To be precise, he is a wandering cultivator. Even now he has no sect and no affiliation. He isn't even part of our demon sect. Hearing this, Lu Tan acted as if he'd struck gold, grinning excitedly. Aha! I get it now. I told you. No wonder the demon sect's way of doing things doesn't feel like a demonic cult at all. Seeing his overjoyed expression, Shen Yan was speechless, thinking helplessly. Damn it. I just gave a long philosophical lecture, and junior uncle ignored it all? Immediately, a wave of resentment surged in Shen Yan's heart. He shouted internally, Junior uncle must have such low strength and average aptitude that he can't understand how heaven-defying master is. I must take on the responsibility of enlightening him. With my average aptitude, I can't fully grasp how heaven-defying my master truly is. That said, I am determined to shoulder the burden of enlightening him. I absolutely will not allow anyone to remain ignorant of how amazing my master is. Thinking is doing. Shen Yan pointed in a direction and continued chattering endlessly. Look, junior uncle, my master sliced that mountain. Half of the sword aura remains to this day, and the traces are still etched into the mountain peak. Many sword cultivators sneak over there just to observe and learn from it. Lu Tan asked, full of doubt. For real? Or are you just blowing smoke? Shen Yan smiled until his eyes turned into slits, saying, just look where I'm pointing. It's 100% real. See all those people gathered and crowding around over there? The mountain Shen Yan was pointing at seemed quite small and unremarkable, leaving Lu Tan very confused. Why does that spot look so low and flat? It looks like someone sliced it halfway down. Shen Yan calmly explained, Junior uncle, you certainly have an eye for things. That mountain, I was the one who sliced it. Those sword cultivators wanting to peek at master is one thing, but what are they doing climbing so high for? It was an eyesore, so I chopped it. As he spoke, Shen Yan's nose tilted toward the sky with pride, his nose growing longer like Pinocchio's. But seeing this, Lu Tan became even more intrigued. He thought with a sinister grin, this overbearing way of handling things finally has a bit of the demon sect's flair. No one is going to climb on top of me. Get down on the ground, all of you. If those sword cultivators really wanted to observe, it probably wasn't just to look at a wonder. Maybe they also want to comprehend sword intent. I wonder if I could try my luck. Lu Tan became extremely curious and immediately asked, can I take a look at the half-strand of sword intent that the great senior brother left behind? Shen Yan smiled and agreed. That's perfectly fine. Whenever I hit a wall in my cultivation, I go there to contemplate it. However, I will only let you take one look, junior uncle. Just one. Don't get greedy. Hearing this, Lu Tan's curiosity surged more strongly than ever. What would happen if he looked more than once? Shen Yan warned him in a serious tone, when you observe the sword intent is also observing you. And if that sword intent glances at you just once, you will drop dead on the spot. Lu Tan heard this and was skeptical. One glance and I die? Seriously? In his mind, he started calculating. But I have a resurrection token. How could I possibly die? What if I'm lucky enough to comprehend something? Wouldn't that be a massive stroke of fortune? Shen Yan stared at him intently, offering a gentle smile as he asked, does junior uncle still want to see it? Lu Tan nodded resolutely. Of course. Even if I have to die, I'm determined to take a look. Seeing this, Shen Yan placed a hand on his forehead, channeled a small stream of spiritual energy into him, and said gravely, I will risk my life to keep you safe, junior uncle. In the blink of an eye, Lu Tan seemed to have been transported to a completely different world. All he saw around him was stone, which startled him greatly. Huh? This place doesn't look like it did a moment ago. There's a light over there, is that where the half-strand of sword intent is hiding? As he pondered, he cautiously peeked toward the mysterious stream of light deep inside. Suddenly, his eyes widened in utter shock and amazement. A strand of sword intent appeared out of nowhere, slashing straight down with earth-shattering power, so intense that Lu Tan had to gasp, holy crap, is this even human power? Lu Tan stood frozen, staring fixedly at the sword move that carried such destructive power. He felt paralyzed, unable to move his limbs, while extreme fear welled up inside him. Holy hell, is that thing staring at me? Just then, the beam of sword intent suddenly changed direction. Instead of charging straight at him, it veered off to the side and then vanished into the pitch-black sky, shrouded in fog and mist. Lu Tan couldn't help but feel let down, looking completely bewildered and lost. He wondered in confusion, huh? Did the sword intent run away? Suddenly, An invisible hand reached out from somewhere and lunged toward Lu Tan. It was none other than Shen Yan. He had used his ability to pull Lu Tan out of that sword intent formation. It seems Shen Yan was also worried sick and had used a lot of energy for this. He was sweating profusely, panting, and asked tiredly, "Junior uncle, did you gain anything?" But the very next second, he was left stunned and confused by Lu Tan's strange reaction when he muttered, At that very moment, the system suddenly displayed a notification. "Congratulations to the host for receiving a great fortune. Obtained 1 point of Sword Dao aptitude. Lu Tan. Level 2. Charisma. 10 max. Sword Dao aptitude. 1. Seeing this information, Lu Tan couldn't hide his extreme shock and disbelief. Just by looking at the sword intent once, he gained a special attribute point. Suddenly, a dazzling halo erupted from his body, making Shen Yan, who was standing behind him, very curious and puzzled. He secretly wondered, could it be that the junior uncle just achieved enlightenment? Sword Dao? No way. Could the junior martial uncle truly be a once-in-a-millennium sword genius? Shen Yan thought to himself, his jaw dropping in utter shock. A dazzling light, carrying immense power, radiated from Lu Tan, leaving Shen Yan unable to help but exclaim, "Is this the legendary innate sword embryo?" That aura seemed to be condensing right above his forehead. Even Shen Yan, witnessing this scene, went from one surprise to another. He was so flustered he couldn't even speak coherently. This can't be. The very next moment, he was forced to raise his hand to shield his eyes from the blinding light. It shone brilliantly from Lu Tan. Meanwhile, Lu Tan kept his eyes tightly shut, focusing all his energy on sensing and gaining enlightenment. The light he emitted spread all the way to the horizon, like a miniature sun covering the entire space. Every disciple in the sect was terrified by the sight of Lu Tan. Their own swords were shaking violently. The spirit swords were vibrating intensely. Everyone stared at the strange phenomenon in front of them, asking in suspicion, "A heaven-sent omen? Is our demon sect about to face a great catastrophe?" Leela stood to one side, also carefully observing this bizarre event, unable to hide her growing anxiety. She secretly guessed, it seems to be coming from the backyard, where Lu Tan is staying. Suddenly, a voice like rolling thunder echoed out. It was accompanied by laughter full of joy and satisfaction. "Congratulations to the junior martial uncle for condensing the sword heart." Hearing this, the crowd shifted from panic and worry to extreme excitement. Overjoyed beyond words, they shouted repeatedly, "Junior martial uncle! Junior martial uncle! Junior martial uncle!" Lilei was no exception. Her face radiated pure joy for Lu Tan. Now, after the enlightenment process ended, he finally opened his eyes slowly. The system immediately displayed his status board. Lu Tan. Level 2. Willpower. 10 max. Sword Dao. Aptitude. 1. Note: Sword Heart condensed. Just then, the sect master appeared out of nowhere, startling Lu Tan. They all bowed in unison, respectfully congratulating the junior martial uncle on condensing his sword heart. Luo Yuantong also stepped forward, gently touching Lu Tan's shoulder to congratulate him. Standing behind, Shen Yan couldn't stop exclaiming. Even at the junior martial uncle's level, none of the disciples from 10,000 Sword Mountain or Single Sword Mountain have ever condensed a sword heart. The junior martial uncle is the first to do this in history. He spoke with a beaming smile, looking incredibly ecstatic. Immediately after, the sect masters and peak masters couldn't contain their joy and burst into loud laughter, making Lu Tan look at them with a confused expression, as if looking at strange creatures, thinking to himself, "It's just adding a new skill, isn't it? Is it really worth it for this crowd to be so wildly ecstatic?" Just then, the system subtly sent a notification that the reputation quest was complete. Reputation points reached 2,333 out of 2,000. Mission accomplished with excellence. Reading this, he also felt incredibly excited and thrilled. Joining the laughter with those sect masters, he secretly calculated, "So, all I needed was to grasp the sword heart to gain reputation points?" It really was worth celebrating. With his gamer mindset, Lu Tan didn't quite understand just how significant the sword heart was to true cultivators. After all, he was just a bug in the system, leveling up based on experience points. After the mission notification, the system continued to churn out information. Host has completed the mission, receiving 10,000 experience points and 1 special attribute point. You may distribute this freely. Reading this, Lu Tan couldn't help but rejoice inwardly. 10,000 experience points were enough for him to jump all the way to level 5. But the best part was this special attribute point. If he added it to his Sword Dao aptitude, would this crowd be so happy that they'd go crazy? Just then, Shenyan unexpectedly approached him, smiling as he suggested, "Little martial uncle, I wonder if you would like to return to the back mountain to cultivate now? Or should we just skip this outer disciple trial?" However, Lu Tan immediately and politely refused. "It's fine, sect master. I still want to give it a try and see how it goes." After saying that, he silently cursed to himself. "Are you kidding me? A little fortune is nothing. How could it stop me from completing my level-grinding quest?" Hearing this, Shen Yan nodded in agreement. "All right, if you want to try, then try." In his head, he also started having his own thoughts. My little martial uncle is extraordinarily gifted. What if he encounters another stroke of good luck? That would be wonderful. After traveling for a while, the group finally reached the trial grounds. "Little martial uncle, this is the test site." Down on the field, a large number of disciples had already gathered. As soon as they saw Lu Tan and his group appear, they immediately clasped their hands and bowed respectfully, shouting in unison, "Greetings, little martial ancestor." The sect master and the elders also greeted him. Lu Tan waved his hand gently, his handsome face sparkling like starlight. He replied, "I, along with the others, have come here to participate in the inspection. There is no need for such formalities." Hearing these golden words, the disciples were even more moved. They were more impressed than ever, looking at him with sparkling eyes filled with admiration. The little martial ancestor is truly approachable and friendly, so handsome and so sociable. He's the perfect man, a 10 out of 10. Even one male disciple was so overwhelmed by Lu Tan that he stared at him with infatuated, dreamy eyes and gushed, "If I were a girl, I would surely fall in love with him." Seeing this, those around him were speechless and helpless. Shen Yan smiled, turned his head, and asked the group of peak masters, "Everyone, the trial is about to begin. Should elders like us move back a bit to clear the stage?" The peak masters immediately echoed the sentiment. "Sect master is absolutely right. Leaving now is fine too. Or perhaps we could find a place to discuss the Tao and drink tea?" "Yes, yes, yes. It feels like it's been ages since us old fogies drank tea together, hasn't it?" However, no sooner had they finished speaking than Gongdu innocently and calmly delivered a fatal blow. "We just had tea yesterday, though." This remark left the whole group stiff as boards. A stifling, awkward atmosphere immediately settled in. They all glared at Gongdu with judgmental eyes, as if to say, "Why is this guy so blunt? Does Elder Gongdu not want to stay and see the trial results for the little martial ancestor?" Hearing this, Gongdu finally realized the situation. He looked up at the sky, gave a faint hum, and then calmly backpedaled. "Of course, I want to see it. I definitely want to see it." Speaking of which, Gongdu beamed with excitement, leaving the others speechless at his sudden flip-flopping. Right after that, Yue Heshan approached and affectionately threw an arm around Gongdu's shoulder, creating a strange, bumbling pair. He laughed and said, "That's settled then. Let's go, let's go. Let's go drink tea and discuss the Tao." Just then, someone suddenly called Lu Tan's name, making him startle and look back in surprise. A pair of legs was struggling to hop among the crowded mass, followed by a voice calling out, "It's me." It was none other than Li Le. She was standing buried among the female disciples who were infatuated with Lu Tan. She smiled brightly and waved at him, sighing inwardly, "It's the little martial ancestor. He's still as dazzlingly handsome as ever." Seeing her, the corners of Lu Tan's mouth unconsciously curved into a faint smile. He waved his hand to signal Li Le. He spoke softly, "Come here." This sudden, intimate action made her heart skip a beat. Her cheeks flushed red with shyness. She hurriedly squeezed through the crowd, whispering to those around her, "Sorry, excuse me, let me through." Li Le then timidly took steps toward Lu Tan. Her face was as red as a ripe tomato. Extremely shy, she stammered for a long time before she could get any words out. Long, long time no see. Seeing her bashful appearance, Lu Tan suddenly found it amusing and teased her. "Back then you were fierce, wanting to take me as your cultivation vessel, but now you know how to be shy? Do you still have those dark thoughts, huh?" As he spoke, he walked leisurely forward, then casually reached out and patted Leela's head, asking in a deep, warm voice, This pampering action made Leela, who was already shy, want to find a hole to hide in even more. She hung her head low and whispered, "Disciple, disciple, dare not." However, Lu Tan could easily see through her hidden agenda. Her face clearly showed her lingering desires, leaving him completely speechless. He thought to himself, her mouth says she dares not, but the word thirsty is practically written in huge letters on her face. Is your lustful little head really that thirsty for my body? Just then, Kushui unexpectedly approached them and smiled, introducing herself. "I am the elder presiding over this trial. Little Marshal Uncle, Do you want to start the show first, or would you like to watch everyone else perform first? Kushui asked, while seizing the opportunity to tease the shy Leela standing next to Lutan. Lutan calmly and casually replied, "Let me go first. Consider it a demonstration to open the session for everyone, and also to avoid me just standing here watching, which would only make everyone feel more pressured and nervous." As he said this, he broke into a gentle, lethal, and elegant smile, combined with that exquisite face. "Or do you want to see everyone demonstrate it first?" Kushui asked, while taking the opportunity to tease Li Le, who was standing shyly next to Lutan. Lutan calmly replied with ease, "Let me go first. Consider it a demonstration to open for everyone, and to avoid me just standing here, making everyone feel even more pressured and stressed." As he spoke, he flashed a gentle, elegant, and devastatingly handsome smile. With that subtle remark and his dashing face, the disciples below couldn't help but cheer and admire him. "Our junior Marshal Uncle Grandmaster is truly so approachable and caring," they said. "Exactly. He's so thoughtful. He's always thinking of us." However, contrary to the enthusiastic cheers outside, Lutan had a different calculation in his mind. "All of you, keep trying to become my hardcore fanboys. My reputation points depend on all of you." Thinking this, he glanced at the system screen. His reputation points were currently at 2,333. On the trial platform, Kushui pointed to a table placed solemnly in the center of the arena and said clearly, "In that case, I invite the Junior Marshal Uncle Grandmaster to begin the examination." As he approached the table, the system immediately displayed the identification information, a large, low-grade talisman paper. Seeing the information, Lutan pondered. The talisman paper is nothing special, so the focus of this test must be on that brush. Kushui, standing to one side, began to explain the rules. This brush was purchased by the master from the lower realm, and is specially used for writing and painting. Your examination task today is to use this brush to write or draw on this large talisman paper. You can draw anything you like. The person who can use the brush for the longest time will receive a reward. It's a jade essence pill. As soon as she finished speaking, Kushui held up the reward for everyone to see as proof. Upon seeing the reward, the disciples felt as if they had been injected with adrenaline, their spirits soaring. They began to chatter excitedly. That jade essence pill is a treasure that helps maintain cultivation for several dozen days. It's just drawing. I could draw until the heavens collapse. Ha! My specialty is painting. Yesterday you were still drawing maps on your bed. You were the one wetting the bed, not drawing. Ha ha ha. Lutan turned to look at Lile and encouraged her kindly. "Give it your best later." She nodded obediently, a look of high determination shining on her face, as she replied, At this moment, Lutan was in position. Kushui immediately shouted, "Then the Junior Marshal Uncle's examination begins now." Immediately, Lutan commanded in his subconscious, "System, examine this for me now." The system immediately displayed the parameter table, a low-quality calligraphy brush and inkstone, once used by the master level 20. Important note: contains hidden spiritual energy. Reading this, Lutan couldn't help but be stunned, a myriad of questions and extreme curiosity rising within him. A brush that reached level 20? And it even contains spiritual energy? Just who exactly is this master of mine who has never shown his face? How powerful is he? Forget it. Let's just give it a try. It shouldn't be as heavy as Thor's hammer, to the point where I can't even lift it, right? While thinking, he stepped forward and reached out to grab the brush handle. But strangely enough, he lifted it up easily. Even he was extremely surprised. Huh? It's surprisingly light? It seems this trial doesn't have much of a challenge after all. Thinking that, Lu Sun lowered the brush and dipped it into the ink decisively. The very next second, the real challenge officially began. The brush suddenly became as heavy as 1,000 pounds, making Lutan's face turn pale. He had to hurriedly use both hands to hold it up. And even though his hands were shaking violently, he couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it! Why is it suddenly so heavy? My Kirin arm, which I've trained for years, can't handle a single brush? Gritting his teeth, he used all his might to hold on, his veins popping out on his neck and face. Lutan even had to mobilize his own spiritual power to forcibly control the brush. Luckily, he was finally able to lift the brush. Without being affected too much, Lutan breathed a sigh of relief and smiled smugly. Got it. Seeing this scene, the disciples in front all had their jaws dropped in astonishment. They cheered in amazement, their eyes glued to him with great interest. Because of his own image, Lutan had to keep trying non-stop. Even though it's heavy as hell, right now I'm the idol of the demon sect. I absolutely cannot lose face in front of everyone. Muttering to himself, he poured all his strength into it, determined to maintain his composure. Lu Tan used his spiritual power to control the tip of the brush on the paper. It felt much easier than at the beginning, making him a bit careless and arrogant. This writing and drawing game doesn't seem that difficult after all. The crowd below watched and cheered enthusiastically. They couldn't help but whisper to themselves, "The junior martial uncle grandmaster is truly amazing." Even though his hands are shaking like a leaf, his expression is still as calm as ever. Is this the legendary firm Dao Heart? The junior martial uncle grandmaster is truly the embodiment of grit. Indeed, at this moment, Lu Tan's expression was extremely calm, despite his trembling hand holding the brush on the white paper. Shen Yan sat a short distance away, lifting a teacup, his eyes intently watching Lu Tan's every move, nodding in approval. The junior martial uncle's temperament is truly not bad at all. Others sitting nearby also watched intently and happily joined in. As expected, the people the master chooses are never ordinary. I just wonder how long the junior martial uncle can keep it up. At this moment, Lu Tan was still focusing intensely, pouring all his energy into the test. So that's how it is. This brush is used to test the level of spiritual energy control. I just need to release my spiritual energy smoothly. That should work. While thinking, his hand was still shaking violently. The next second, the tip of the brush finally touched the white paper, but something strange happened. Lu Tan suddenly stood, rooted to the spot, motionless, leaving everyone around him completely confused, extremely puzzled. What's going on? Why is the junior martial uncle grandmaster not moving anymore? Lu Tan tried to use his strength to move and draw on the paper, but his strength failed him. His whole body was stiff and couldn't move. Seeing this situation drag on, the disciples began to whisper, "Is he deep in thought? Could he be brewing some world-shaking masterpiece?" However, contrary to their assumptions, the truth was that Lu Tan couldn't control the brush at all. His face suddenly turned pale, and he felt extremely frustrated. "It's not that I don't want to move. It's that this piece of junk won't budge. I have to use spiritual energy to control it? Fine, if that's what you want, I'll go all out." Thinking that, he gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with determination. Immediately, a powerful burst of spiritual energy erupted from him. Awkwardly, the brush remained there, completely unmoved. Kushui suddenly waved her hand toward the disciples and said, "Have you seen clearly? The trial starts from the moment the brush touches the paper. This brush already has a spirit of its own. If you want to control it, you can't just rely on brute force." Hearing that, Lu Chen was startled and caught off guard, suddenly realizing the problem. The very next second, he narrowed his eyes and thought, "It can't just be about muscle strength. Could it be that this time I shouldn't force it with spiritual energy, but guide it instead?" He murmured, "Guide it, come on, little baby." After being enlightened by Kushui, he finally grasped the truth and changed his strategy in an instant. The calligraphy brush indeed slowly moved, making Lu Tan happy internally. "It's moving. As expected, you can't force it, you have to use a gentle hand. I understand now. This trial is actually to test the demon sect disciples' ability to control their spiritual energy. What's being tested isn't physical strength, but finesse and precision. If that's the case, then this is a piece of cake." Boasting to himself, he calmly controlled the brush as it glided smoothly. Witnessing this, the sect masters sitting above, sipping tea, nodded in approval. "It seems the junior martial uncle is even more talented than we thought. He grasped it so quickly?" However, it's not that simple. The test is about the subtlety and fluency in regulating spiritual energy. If he lacks experience in releasing spiritual energy, it's hard to hold out for long. They chatted animatedly while keeping their eyes glued to Lu Tan. Meanwhile, the sweat on his body was pouring down like rain. His face clearly showed exhaustion, which made Lu Tan feel even more bewildered. Normally, I've never used spiritual energy. Why am I getting more and more comfortable controlling it? The next second, it dawned on him. He judged, this is surely the result of those haunting dream training sessions with the two senior sisters. Thinking of this, his determination soared. He told himself he must try his best to complete the trial. I absolutely cannot waste the two senior sisters' hard training. Standing nearby, Kushui observed Lu Tan closely, lost in thought. Actually, this trial doesn't just test the ability to control spiritual energy, but is also a huge test of mental strength. Furthermore, with his current rate of consumption, I'm afraid the junior martial uncle's spiritual energy will quickly be exhausted. Just then, Lu Tan's system notification popped up. He had completed the first part of the trial. Current progress, 20%. Reward, 1,000 experience points. Lu Tan's hand suddenly felt limp and started shaking violently. Even though the trial hadn't lasted long and he had only finished the first stage, he already felt absolutely drained and was about to collapse. He couldn't help but pant heavily from exhaustion, raising his hand to wipe the sweat off his face. Seeing that, Luo Yuantong in the distance made a judgment. The junior martial uncle has done very well. It's a pity his cultivation is still weak, and his spiritual energy is already depleted. He must have reached his limit. Even though he was gasping for air, Luton maintained a firm will. He smirked with confidence. Humph. For a true gamer, how could I ever leave a quest unfinished? Suddenly, everyone around them gasped, their eyes wide with extreme shock, and they all shouted in unison. He broke through! Sure enough, Lutan had jumped from level 2 to level 3. Controlling the brush was suddenly way smoother, he thought to himself. Always drawing these crooked, shaky lines is so boring. Should I try to see if I can draw a straight line? As soon as he thought it, he swung the brush, drawing a perfectly straight line on the paper. He even felt it was as light as a feather. Huh? That doesn't seem difficult at all. Seeing this miraculous sight, the sect masters were so shocked they nearly fell over. They shouted, "Seventh Pavilion, look! Junior Uncle just drew a straight line. How is that possible? Is he truly the legendary genius of heaven?" Luton was still lost in the rhythm of his brush, full of confidence. He thought happily. So, that's what control feels like? Well then, let's see what my limits really are. And just like that, the trial turned into a test of his own limits. He scribbled wildly on the paper like he was possessed. Half an hour later, Luton was still drawing away, unceasingly, occasionally wearing a wide, amused grin that left everyone watching in complete shock. My God, Junior Uncle has been going for half an hour now. Just what kind of monster is he? The scariest part is he's broken through twice in a row. The disciples couldn't hide their shock as they stared at Lutan. By now, Lutan had hit level 4. He drew a bunch of pitch-black circles on the paper, along with the bizarre words, "Now you'll see." After finishing his masterpiece, Luton set the brush down, calculating, "This should be decent enough. The system exam only required 25 minutes. I've been at it for 60 minutes already." With that thought, he immediately turned to leave the trial area, calmly saying, "My exam is over. Invite the other disciples to take the stage." The disciples looked at him with eyes shining like stars, constantly singing his praises. Junior Uncle is so incredibly cool. In the vast crowd, Lutan seemed to be the center of attention. His ears were filled with praise. Junior Uncle is truly a genius of the world. I want to be as cool as Junior Uncle. However, completely contrary to that dignified exterior, Lutan was currently dizzy, his legs wobbling as if he were about to collapse. He was drenched in sweat, his face as pale as a withered leaf. He cursed internally. Damn it, I'm toast. I can't hold it anymore. I'm going to die. This ridiculous experiment is going to take my old life. Lutan swayed and staggered, exhausted to the point of losing his soul. Seeing him in such a shaky state, the disciples below began to worry sick. They whispered, "Something's not right. Why are Junior Uncle's steps as unsteady as a drunkard's? It looks like he's been completely drained of all his strength." Lutan, sweat dripping from his face, put a hand to his forehead and gritted his teeth, thinking, "If I pass out here now, my path to becoming a demon sect idol will be over." A man can be weak in many things, but he absolutely cannot have weak kidneys. Witnessing Lutan's miserable state, Kushui also worriedly thought, it seems, even for someone with talent as outstanding as Junior Uncle, persisting in drawing for half an hour is enough to exhaust anyone. Even Li Le showed clear anxiety, thinking, he's not going to just collapse there, is he? Even if he falls, please, just protect that face, don't let it hit the ground. At this moment, Lutan was panicking. His hands and feet were scrambling inside his sleeves. Think of something. Any items that can solve this awkward situation? My idol career in the demonic sect has only just begun. After fumbling around for a bit, Lutan seemed to have grabbed something. This is a hawthorn berry from the 4th senior sister? Remembering her, he hurriedly gripped the berry in his hand and popped it into his mouth. His stamina recovered at a startling speed. Just then, a question popped into his head. Refreshing, invigorating, and even capable of lightning-fast recovery? Could she have predicted that I would run out of energy like this? However, after picturing Mao Nanbei's goofy, mischievous smile, Lutan immediately brushed the thought aside. With her tiny amount of brain cells, how could that girl Mao Nanbei ever plan something so deep? After devouring the divine hawthorn, Lutan had regained his composure and was brimming with vitality. He immediately turned to face the disciples. They've almost finished recovering too. I need to show them the face of a true, strong, and masculine man. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, Lutan put on an extremely dignified and elegant expression. He calmly spoke, "Everyone, do your best in this test. This training session will bring great benefits to all of you." Seeing him standing there as if nothing happened, everyone was stunned and amazed. Even Li Lei and Ku Shui stared with wide eyes. They whispered to themselves in awe. So the junior granduncle wasn't exhausted at all? He's still perfectly fine? Thank goodness, he didn't collapse even a little bit. At that moment, catching Li Lei's gaze, Lu Tan felt a chill run down his spine, inexplicably uneasy. Why did Li Lei's expression seem different from everyone else's? What kind of weird things is this girl plotting in her head? After a moment of regaining his composure, Ku Shui gathered herself, gave a few light coughs, and continued overseeing the trial. Then, the test continues. Next, hearing Ku Shui call her name, Li Lei was a little startled and flustered. The crowd below, however, was incredibly excited and expectant. They shouted in unison, "The junior granduncle risked his life like that. We can't fall behind. Go Li Lei. No matter what. Today we have to paint until we're drained dry." In this situation, Li Lei looked up at Lu Tan. He tried to maintain the charisma of an idol, flashing a smile as brilliant as the starlight. He spoke up to encourage her, "Just do your best." Hearing those golden words, Leela's eyes instantly became more determined than ever. She tried to pick up the brush, preparing to let her ink dance. She couldn't help but think to herself, "I've made up my mind. I want to become the woman who manages everything for Lu Tan." Witnessing this look from her, Lu Tan's face suddenly turned pale. His mind was full of confusion mixed with fear. What is that girl doing? It's just using a brush. Why do you have to circle the area you're painting? This possessiveness is getting scary. At this moment, Li Lei was trembling all over, sweat pouring down her face like a downpour. However, she still gave it her all, trying to reassure herself. "Come on, Li Lei, you can definitely do it." After struggling for a while, she was finally exhausted. Ku Shui immediately spoke up to announce the result. Li Lei had been painting for over a quarter of an hour. She seemed to sigh with relief upon completing her trial, thinking smugly, "That's great. Lu Tan is now completely surrounded." In reality, the whole time, Li Lei had just been focused on painting a heart-shaped circle around the artwork Lu Tan had just finished. Everyone witnessing Li Lei's efforts had their eyes wide with surprise, feeling deeply impressed and whispering noisily. "Not for nothing is she a woman with an eightfold talent. I thought she was just joking. But I didn't expect her to be this desperate. Amazing. Well, if I don't give it my all next, won't people look down on me? Junior brother, I won't lose to you. Senior brother, I don't want to be looked down on either. Third place is definitely mine." With the junior granduncle and Leela ahead, nobody dared to dream of second place. It seemed everyone was now burning with spirit, ready to plunge into the grueling trial. After finishing the test, Leela looked like she had been drained of all her energy and slowly fell, a satisfied smile still on her lips. "That's great." Immediately, Ku Shui used her spiritual energy to catch her. She also silently judged, "This little girl is really risking her life. Her spiritual energy is completely dried up." Just at that moment, Ku Shui suddenly saw Lu Tan in the distance, waving his hand at her. The next second, Ku Shui understood and followed his lead. "I don't have time to worry about her right now. It's most reasonable to leave her for the junior granduncle to take care of." In just a moment, Li Lei was brought to Lu Tan's side. He quickly reached out to support her. Lu Tan gave her a hawthorn berry and said caringly, "All right, eat this and you'll be fine. Your strength will recover in no time." Leela opened her mouth to eat it and couldn't help but exclaim, "It's so sweet." However, the strange thing was that she even took Lu Tan's finger into her mouth. This bold action made him extremely shy and embarrassed, his face turning bright red as he quickly said, "Stop, take your hand away." The sect masters standing in the distance were watching closely. Witnessing this ambiguous situation, everyone's faces turned as red as ripe tomatoes, wondering, what is going on here? After a while, their expressions changed as quickly as flipping a pancake, showing helplessness and weariness as they muttered, "What is this now? An ordinary outer disciple test has become this dramatic?" The junior granduncle has completely changed the style of testing. Indeed, below, every disciple was exhausted and lying around like corpses. Ku Shui slowly walked down to the arena and calmly said, "The results of this test are in. The first place is..." Just as she spoke, Ku Shui looked toward Lu Tan and Li Lei. Around them, several disciples were lying about like corpses. Ku Shui announced loudly, "Li Lei." Hearing her name called out, Li Lei was extremely surprised, shocked to the core, and suddenly asked, "Is it me?" Lu Tan smiled, looking at Li Lei and gently confirming, "Of course it's you. I am your junior granduncle. How could I possibly take the prize from you juniors?" Hearing this logic, The disciples were even more impressed and loved Lu Tan more than ever, praising him without stop. This is the vision of our junior grand uncle. So grand. Such vast perspective. I also want to follow in the junior grand uncle's style. At this moment, Lu Tan's fame points were also soaring. It made Lu Tan secretly happy. My demonic sect idol position is becoming more and more secure. Everyone, please keep working hard to farm fame points for me. After receiving his reward and a round of thunderous applause from Kushui, Li Lei looked visibly happy, but also stunned beyond belief. I actually became the number one? Lu Tan, who was standing nearby, suddenly chimed in with praise for his performance. Hearing this, Lila felt incredibly bashful. Startled, he stammered, Thank you." Meanwhile, the sect master and the others had made their way down to the arena. Xianxia was holding a pile of spirit stones, smiling so wide his face looked like a blooming flower. "Look everyone, I told you Lila could win. Do you believe me now?" He couldn't help but gaze intently at Lila, who was shining so brilliantly right in front of him. He chuckled inwardly, full of pride. He truly lives up to the reputation of the disciple I chose. However, a second later, the other peak master's eyes lit up like high beams. Seeing them staring at Li Lei in awe, Xianxia sensed a change in the air. A wave of unease and irritation welled up in him. This isn't good. These guys have set their sights on the disciple I picked. Compared to them, with their abundant resources, superior teaching methods, and safe cultivation techniques that aren't prone to causing chi deviation or burning your hair off, plus being generous rather than stingy, I honestly have no advantage here. Xianxia was very clear-headed. He recognized he was simply a cheapskate. The more he saw the gleam in the eyes of the peak masters standing beside him, the more he had to rack his brain to come up with a strategy. I have to find a way to distract them. Better yet, I need to make them feel like a crisis is looming, like a storm about to hit. He had an idea. Immediately, Yan spoke up to execute his plan. Everyone, this matter should have waited until the master returned to the mountain to discuss, but it seems he won't be back for a while. Why don't we discuss it amongst ourselves first? The others were incredibly curious and chimed in immediately. What is it? What could be so serious? Yan turned to face them and answered calmly. Back when the little martial uncle jumped off the cliff, I'm sure you all felt that invisible pressure, right? The peak masters pondered for a moment before agreeing. That is indeed true. And given our strength, we still couldn't figure out who it was. It seems the master doesn't care much about this incident. Yan kept a stern expression. Don't you find it worrying? What if he shows up again and causes trouble for our demonic sect? The others were quickly led by the nose, responding with heated intensity. That's right. If that person has ill intentions, we're in big trouble. We must find a way to deal with this. We absolutely cannot let others look down on our demonic sect. Witnessing this attitude, Yan was extremely satisfied. He secretly rejoiced that they had all fallen for his trap. That power most likely came from the master himself while he was in seclusion. With that thought, he smiled and said, Then, let's discuss this thoroughly. Little girl, you are the disciple I've chosen. Don't even think about anyone taking you away. While Yan was busy plotting every step, Li Lei was oblivious to it all, still laughing and chatting away happily. That night, in the bamboo forest, Lu Tan sat on his bed, intently reading the system notifications. Lu Tan, Level 4, Can Upgrade, 12,150 out of 3,000. Lu Tan was slightly taken aback by these lines. Astonished, he thought. My experience points are already at 12,150? I already spent some upgrading to level 2 after finishing those quests. I didn't expect to have this much left over. Ha ha, I have to be frugal. I'll need these later to upgrade my skills. Just as he muttered this, he stretched, yawning because of the drowsiness creeping up on him. The next second, he collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep instantly. In his dream, the whole space was covered in a strange black mist. The shadow of the assassin appeared again, leaving Lu Tan stunned. His face darkened, and covered in cold sweat, he cried out in fear, Damn it, another night of hard labor. The next morning, when he woke up, Lu Tan felt completely drained and exhausted. He was so weak and trembling that he had to lean against the doorframe to crawl outside. He groaned wearily. 19 times. I was put through the ringer 19 times in one night. At this moment, Mao Nanbei was sitting outside eating leisurely. Seeing his miserable appearance, she looked confused and incredibly curious. Hey little junior brother, why do you look like you've been partying in a brothel for 7 days and 7 nights? Lu Tan reached out to grab an apple slice that had been peeled on the plate, then replied, This is nothing. I can endure even more than that. Hearing this, Mao Nanbei suddenly remembered something and asked, "Oh right, have you achieved Sword Heart Enlightenment? How does it feel?" Lu Tan replied calmly, "That's right, but there's nothing special about it. It just felt a bit noisy. Other than that, it was just like the other thing." As soon as he finished speaking, he thought to himself, "It's like leveling up. All those flashy special effects." The only feeling was that it was a bit blinding. Mao Nanbei didn't understand what he meant and asked blankly, "What do you mean like the other thing?" Lu Tan said, "It's hard to describe. In short, it was very quick. It only lasted a few seconds." Hearing this, Mao Nanbei's face showed clear disdain as she dropped a bombshell. "Well, you really are too fast then. Oh, and you've achieved Sword Heart Enlightenment, yet you don't even have a decent sword yet?" Hearing this, Lu Tan suddenly looked serious. He seemed to have realized the issue. The next second, he bowed with extreme formality toward Mao Nanbei and said, "Thank you, fourth senior sister, for the sword." Hearing these words from his mouth, Mao Nanbei was startled and panicked. She immediately bristled like a hedgehog, her expression full of confusion and shock. Mao Nanbei let out a cold, indifferent snort, then turned her back on him completely. This action was a vivid illustration of the idiom giving someone the cold shoulder, basically saying, "I don't care about you at all right now." Just then, the system suddenly popped up, making Lu Tan jump in surprise, his mind full of question marks. Huh? Why is the system calling my name all of a sudden? Immediately after, an important notification sounded. Internal playtesters are about to log in. Reading this line, Lu Tan's eyes went wide, both stunned and excited as he exclaimed to himself, "Internal testers. Already? The players are about to arrive?" While he was calculating, a bright smile bloomed on his lips, but it was filled with deep, unpredictable malice. Suddenly, Mao Nanbei transformed into her cat demon form and jumped carelessly onto the top of Lu Tan's head. She meowed. "Why are you smiling so sneakily? Hurry up and take food to the two senior sisters. I'm craving pumpkin porridge." Meow. Being jumped on so unexpectedly, Lu Tan yelled out in shock. "Ah!" After regaining his composure, he questioned Mao Nanbei, transformed into her cat spirit form, carelessly leaped onto the top of Lu Tan's head. She meowed. "What are you grinning so sneakily about? Hurry up and go feed the two senior sisters. I'm craving pumpkin porridge." Meow. Caught off guard by her jumping on his head, Lu Tan yelled in shock. "Ah!" After regaining his composure, he questioned, "Are you here to bring us food? Or are you just hungry yourself?" Mao Nanbei happily sat on his shoulder, ignoring him and letting out a satisfied meow instead of answering. A short while later, both Lu Tan and Mao Nanbei were stuffed full, leaning back against the rock, enjoying themselves and mumbling, this pumpkin porridge is an absolute masterpiece, meow." In stark contrast to that scene, Gu Xiaoman sat motionless like a stone statue, making Lu Tan feel bored. He slumped, lost in thought. Those dim-witted players are about to flood in, yet I'm still stuck at a measly level 4. Even I'm frustrated, let alone the AI. I have to power level, fast. Determined, Lu Tan sprang up like a coiled spring. He bowed and said goodbye to his two senior sisters. "I'll be back with lunch later." With that, Lu Tan was brimming with motivation. Even though the path of cultivation was grueling, he couldn't afford to waste a single second. Gu Xiaoman remained as cold and icy as ever. Without changing her expression, she replied curtly, got it." Lu Tan smiled back. He felt something different. It seemed the attitude of the two senior sisters had shifted slightly toward him. "Oh, that's right." Suddenly remembering something, he turned back and asked, "Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Do the two of you want to eat anything special?" As soon as the question left his lips, Mao Nanbei, who had been sleepy, jumped up, eyes sparkling with surprise, and replied with a bright, radiant smile. "Just hearing you mention that woke me right up." Seeing that reaction, Lu Tan could only offer a wry smile, thinking to himself, "What a foodie. She really knows how to order. But whatever. Holidays are for fattening up anyway. Let it go." He turned and walked away. The rustling of his footsteps echoed steadily. Lu Tan had no idea that from this moment on, he was no longer alone in this strange world. As soon as Lu Tan's figure disappeared, Mao Nanbei couldn't contain her excitement and jumped around in front of Gu Xiaoman. She squealed, "Oh my goodness! Our little junior brother is going to show off his cooking skills and host a feast tomorrow." She transformed back into a little cat, sat snugly on Gu Xiaoman's shoulder, and rubbed her furry head against the girl's face affectionately. Then, she suddenly remembered, "Oh, right, senior sister. Yesterday, little junior brother gained a sword heart, but the poor guy doesn't even have a blunt sword. Should I figure out a way to get him some serious gear?" Mao Nanbei asked with a playful, curious smile. Immediately, she got a sharp knock on the head from Gu Xiaoman, raising a huge bump. Mao Nanbei hugged her head, tearing up. Gu Xiaoman said sternly, Don't mess around. Just pass down your saber nourishment technique to him." Hearing that, Mao Nanbei put on a pitiful face. Her eyes welled up with tears. "Senior sister, are you sure? He's broke right now. If this saber nourishment technique kicks in, it might just drain him dry. After all, this thing was created by the senior brother." However, Gu Xiaoman remained firm. She narrowed her eyes and commanded, "Listen, just listen to me." At that same moment, vibrations of spiritual power began to ripple out repeatedly. It was coming from Lu Tan. He was sitting cross-legged, focused on his cultivation. He was diligently circulating his true key art, but the silence didn't last long before bang, the room door was kicked open. Before he could react, a hand roughly shoved his face down onto the bed. Lu Tan was completely stunned, only managing to shout, "Who is it?" Once he regained his composure and saw who was pinning him down, he blurted out, "Fourth senior sister? Is that you?" Mao Nanbei kept him, pinned, her hands moving quickly to cast a spell, whispering urgently, "No time to explain. Close your eyes now. Focus your mind." Immediately after, she began muttering mysterious incantations. Suddenly, glowing, magical characters appeared in the air, surrounding the two of them. Lu Tan's eyes widened in shock. The system immediately announced, "Do you wish to learn the skill Sword Nourishment Technique? Grade Orange. Created by the Demon Sect's senior brother, the world's #1 swordsman. Later modified by Mao Nanbei into the Saber Nourishment Technique, now restored to its original form." Reading the notification, Lu Tan couldn't help but gasp, his eyes bulging with surprise. This Sword Nourishment Technique, its grade is actually Legendary Orange? This is the most advanced legendary skill book. Even if I grinded until my hands fell off in my past life, I could never dream of getting my hands on such a top-tier treasure. When the meat is served on a cat's plate, why hesitate? Learn it. Lu Tan made a decisive choice. Immediately the system displayed 12,150 out of 1,000 experience points. Meanwhile, outside, Lu Tan was also keeping his eyes shut, concentrating intensely to receive the new technique. The system reported, "Sword Nourishment Technique learned successfully. Current progress, Sword Nourishment Technique level 0. The stats appeared, Sword Nourishment Technique level 0. Experience points, 12,150 out of 1,000. Can upgrade. Confirm?" Lu Tan, who was in the zone, suddenly froze, looking at the text. He shouted in his mind, "What? Level 0? Lu Tan gritted his teeth and tapped the confirm button on the virtual screen, screaming internally, "Damn it! Over 10,000 experience points. Poured in, and it's still just level 0? It takes 15,000 points to go up one level? This is clearly a forced buy and sell. Not upgrading isn't an option." As soon as he confirmed, a massive, turbulent wave of spiritual power surged out of Lu Tan's body, like a broken dam. This sight made Mao Nanbei jump in fright. She exclaimed in astonishment, "Little junior brother actually comprehended it that quickly? It's only been a few breaths, and he's already grasped the Sword Nourishment Technique? Does this guy really only have one point of comprehension? How is this so surreal?" Looking at the powerful source of spiritual energy radiating out, Mao Nanbei was full of doubt. The overbearing aura showed no signs of stopping, but instead was erupting even more violently. Mao Nanbei observed the situation, mumbling anxiously. But the core of the Sword Nourishment Technique requires a sword to nourish. Only with a nurtured sword can its supreme power be unleashed. The difficult problem now is that our little junior brother doesn't even have a sword. At this moment, Lu Tan's face, while he was cultivating, suddenly turned a pale, sickly green. He writhed in extreme agony, gritting his teeth so hard that veins bulged on his forehead and neck. Lu Tan was utterly bewildered. What the hell is this? Why is this Sword Nourishment Technique even more torturous than normal cultivation? It hurts right down to the bone. What the heck? Lu Tan had no sword to act as a conductor, yet he had absorbed a massive amount of spiritual energy in an instant, leaving this violent energy with nowhere to vent. At this moment, Lu Tan was experiencing pain like falling into purgatory. It felt as if all his blood vessels were being drained and replaced with molten lava. His heart pounded as if it wanted to burst out of his chest. Suddenly, Lu Tan's consciousness seemed to drift into another space, a place shrouded in black smoke, where an image of his own red-hot heart appeared in front of him, which left him stunned. Why am I here? That is my sword heart. All the spiritual energy is being pulled toward it. Looking at the strange scene, he was terrified and screamed, "Is my heart morphing? Damn it, it's even glowing." Immediately, He narrowed his eyes, realizing something was extremely abnormal. Inside that glow, in the middle of his sword heart, why was there something like a needle? Or was it a small sword? His stomach was full. Puzzled, he stared intently into the void in his heart. A while later, Lutan slowly opened his eyes. Before him was the face of Mao Nanbei, zoomed in right up to his, checking on him. Seeing that, Lutan jumped out of his skin, soul almost leaving his body, his face pale as a leaf, as he shouted, "Mom!" Mao Nanbei remained calm, pressing down on him, asking nonchalantly, "Junior uncle, do you feel anything wrong with your body?" Lutan regained his composure and teased, "Fourth senior sister, staring so closely, did you realize I've become even more handsome?" Seeing he still had the energy to joke, Mao Nanbei breathed a sigh of relief, jumped to the ground, and dusted off her hands. "Looks like you're still alive and kicking. You're quite lucky. Earlier, you were training so recklessly, I thought you'd failed. It's a miracle you weren't hit by a backlash." Turning around, Mao Nanbei warned him sternly, "Let me tell you, the sword cultivation technique is top tier. You have to comprehend it slowly. If you blindly dive into cultivation without understanding a thing, you'll only end up bleeding from your orifices, suffering from chi deviation, and exploding to death." Kid, hearing such terrifying threats, he only scratched his face, replying naively, "I don't think the process just now was all that bad, was it?" Mao Nanbei kept her stern expression and scolded, "Don't be careless or underestimate it. You still don't have a life-bound treasure. Even if you train until you break, it won't amount to anything." Lutan asked blankly, "What on earth is a life-bound treasure?" Mao Nanbei couldn't be bothered to explain, dragging him along by the arm. "Let's go. Let the two senior sisters check your body. Just in case you drop dead, who else is going to cook delicious food for me?" At the tranquil bamboo forest, after a while of checking his pulse and feeling around, Gu Xiaoman discovered the core problem. She was secretly amazed. A sword hidden in the heart? Theoretically, that's impossible. How can a mortal body be used as a sword to be nurtured? Could it be? Seeing her senior sister deep in thought, Mao Nanbei, standing nearby, asked anxiously, "What is it? Did junior uncle really suffer side effects?" Gu Xiaoman shook her head, responding calmly, "No. No. Junior uncle is a natural-born sword embryo." Saying that, her face suddenly became more serious than ever. Hearing those four golden words, both Mao Nanbei and Lutan were stunned, shouting in unison, "A natural-born sword embryo? What the hell is a natural-born sword embryo?" Mao Nanbei quickly turned to explain to him. "The founder of our sect was a natural-born sword embryo. Our senior brother is also rumored to possess this physique. As long as one is a natural-born sword embryo, their future in this life is bound to be boundless. Their achievements won't be anything ordinary." Hearing that, Lutan's eyes lit up with surprise. "Damn, it's that powerful?" After that, he couldn't help but stare up at the sky. A strange sense of frustration welled up inside me. Heaven-born sword embryo. My foot. What a load of crap. My sword Dao aptitude is pathetic, just a measly 1 point. Yet they call me a heaven-born sword embryo. Even if I'm not the real deal, I should at least have a solid 10. But one thing is for sure, even if I'm not a natural-born prodigy, I'm definitely one massive, walking bug. At that thought, a cunning, smug grin spread across Lutan's face. Gu Xiaoman turned to Mao Nanbei and hesitatingly instructed, You could find Master Sima and get a sword?" Mao Nanbei looked confused and immediately asked, "Get a sword? What for?" Gu Xiaoman glanced toward Lutan, her voice remaining calm. "It's for our little junior brother to test out." Hearing that, Mao Nanbei beamed, turned around, and immediately dashed off, calling back, "Sure thing." Lutan, who had been listening in, couldn't help but smile, thinking, "So you're actually going to get some treasure for me? If so, I'd better seize the chance to put in a few more requests." Lutan jumped up and shouted toward Mao Nanbei's retreating figure, "Fourth senior sister, remember to get one with a high grade. The higher, the better." He strained his voice to make sure she heard, "The higher, the better." Mao Nanbei was absolutely speechless at his audacity. Her face darkened as she silently mocked him. This little junior brother is too slick. He knows how to milk every situation for profit. Meanwhile, Lutan was lost in pure anticipation. His eyes sparkled with hope. Could it be? Is the grand junior martial uncle of the demon sect finally about to get his very own sword? A moment later, Mao Nanbei came rushing back with 2 swords on her back. She ran happily toward Lutan and shouted excitedly, "I've got the swords." Lutan grinned, "Fourth senior sister." But the next second, Mao Nanbei gripped the hilts and thrust both swords forward, with overwhelming pressure. She shouted in a booming voice, Little junior brother, watch out! The two swords flew toward him with terrifying speed and force, catching Lu Tan off guard and leaving him bewildered. Wait, why are these coming at me? Are they even generating a gale? Mao Nanbei wore a devious smirk. She chuckled with wicked delight. Heh, I wonder if our little junior brother can block these two swords of mine. Caught in this predicament, Lu Tan felt extremely annoyed and frustrated. Fourth senior sister is playing tricks on me again. If I try to force a block now, I'm afraid I'll get impaled. But what if I can't stop them? While calculating, he instinctively channeled his spiritual energy into his palms. In the next instant, a surge of power erupted to defend against Mao Nanbei's blades. Lu Tan thought decisively. If I can't stop them, where am I going to hide this handsome face of mine out of sheer embarrassment? Just as things reached a boiling point, Gu Xiaoman intervened. She gently commanded, "Don't mess around." Immediately, the two aggressive swords were effortlessly brought under control. They fell to the ground with a thud and lay still. Mao Nanbei stammered, looking a bit scared, and tried to justify herself. I just wanted to test the little junior brother's skills." Gu Xiaoman remained calm, slowly lecturing her. "As a senior sister, you must cherish your junior brother." Hearing this, both Mao Nanbei and Lu Tan welled up with tears, deeply moved. "Got it. You two are so kind. I'm really touched." Lu Tan turned to look at Lu Tan, signaling for him to give it a try. Lu Tan immediately caught on to what she wanted to convey. Then, he replied, "All right. The two swords on the left are the Ba Zi Dehong Gold Tier, top-grade magical artifacts, and on the right is the Black Ruler, also Gold Tier, but a mid-grade artifact." Lu Tan observed both swords for a long time, secretly assessing them in his mind. One sword looked very plain, while the other looked flashy and odd. Yet, strangely enough, the quality of the odd-looking one was higher. Might as well start with the weaker one first to be safe. Thinking this, he stepped toward the Ba Zi Dehong sword and grabbed it firmly. As he held the sword in his hand, he muttered, It doesn't seem like there's any problem." However, his joy was short-lived. The next second, his heart suddenly erupted with an intense reaction. Under that shimmering gold light, the Ba Zi Dehong sword was instantly deflected, flying straight to the ground. Mao Nanbei, who was standing nearby watching this, was stunned, confused, and blurted out, "How is that possible?" Even Lu Tan didn't understand what the hell was going on. He stood there, completely bewildered, staring at his own body, wondering, what is this? Could it be that the little sword in my heart is resisting, refusing to let me touch any other sword? I have to try again. As he thought this, he approached the other sword and immediately grabbed it, hoping that this time it would be fine. However, before he could hold it for more than a few seconds, the sword reacted violently, making Lu Tan jump in surprise. Sure enough, I can't hold it. Lu Tan felt discouraged. He curiously looked at his glowing heart and muttered, Are you jealous?" Just then, Gu Xiaoman walked toward him and called out, "Lu Tan." Lu Tan turned to look at her and replied, "Second senior sister?" Gu Xiaoman calmly reached up, pulled the hairpin from her hair, and said, "Try holding this sword of mine." The very next second, her tiny hairpin transformed into a sword with overwhelming power, so immense that even Lu Tan's system was helpless. It couldn't identify any information. This intense surge of power left Lu Tan in awe. He looked at his second senior sister's sword with suspicion. Even the system couldn't determine its rank. Would he be able to hold on to it? Lu Tan mustered his courage, clenched his hand, and grabbed the sword. Instantly, a powerful and fearsome wave of energy erupted from it. As expected, this time Lu Tan was blasted high into the sky by the recoil. He landed with a painful thud, leaving both Mao Nanbei and Gu Xiaoman standing there, watching in helplessness. Even Lu Tan couldn't figure out what was happening. With his hair disheveled like a bird's nest, he thought to himself, "It seems the little sword in my heart is too domineering. It can't be swayed, not even by second senior sister's sword." The more he thought, the more frustrated he felt. He looked at his own hand in annoyance, wondering, what the hell? Does this mean I can never hold a sword for the rest of my life? However, necessity is the mother of invention. The very next second, a brilliant idea sparked in his mind, his eyes lighting up like high beams. Lu Tan grinned and said, "Wait, how about I try using my foot?" Hearing this, Mao Nanbei was baffled and immediately retorted, "We've reached this point. Can you be serious for once?" At the same time, Gu Xiaoman had retracted her sword. Mao Nanbei looked around, observing Lu Tan's body with extreme curiosity and doubt. With a perfect, heaven-born sword embryo body like this, why can't he hold a sword? It makes no sense. Lu Tan's face now clearly showed disappointment and dejection. "Perhaps I just wasn't born to be a sword cultivator," he said. Seeing his defeated expression, Mao Nanbei couldn't help but worry. He's really sad. It feels like his Dao heart is wavering. He's about to lose his grip. Thinking this, she immediately stepped forward to comfort him. Little junior brother, don't worry. It's okay. Once Master returns, everything will be better. Master will definitely have a way to fix this. There's nothing Master can't do. Back when I was just a kitten, he was the one who helped me transform into a human. Apart from not liking men who are too handsome, Master is very gentle and thoughtful to everyone. As she was rambling on, Mao Nanbei's face darkened as she realized a very serious problem. She glanced at Lu Tan. Lu Tan thought, wait, hold on a second. Seeing her suddenly blank expression, as if her soul had left her body, Lu Tan, full of confusion, asked, what's wrong? However, the awkward part was that Lu Tan was exactly the type of handsome man that Master hated. This left Mao Nanbei not knowing how to act, and she blurted out, we're doomed. Just as Lu Tan stood up, Gu Xiaoman suddenly offered another suggestion. Try sparring. Maybe that will be useful. Hearing this, Lu Tan was a bit excited and expectant as he replied, Second senior sister, you mean you want to see how the little sword in my heart reacts when faced with actual combat? Mao Nanbei, standing nearby, had her eyes sparkle with excitement, volunteering. Then let me fight him. Lu Tan heard this and immediately glanced at her suspiciously, asking, Fourth senior sister, what are you trying to do? Mao Nanbei didn't answer, only laughing mischievously and vaguely. However, Gu Xiaoman dismissed it immediately. She said, a sword cultivator needs a sword-cultivating opponent from the outer sect. Mao Nanbei quickly understood the issue. Alright, fine. A while later, she returned, dragging someone along. Li Le, an outer sect sword cultivator, had arrived. Li Le saw everyone and greeted them with a bright, cheerful smile. Hello, Lu Tan, little junior uncle master. Lu Tan also couldn't help but smile happily as he looked at Li Le and said, you came just in time. Help me out with something. Mao Nanbei dropped Li Le to the ground. Li Le looked straight at Lu Tan and asked, what is it? He calmly replied with a shocking request. Draw your sword. Then, with all your might, stab me. Hearing this, Li Le was completely stunned, shocked to the point of leaning back, then immediately reached out to touch his forehead. Worriedly, she asked, Lu Tan, are you okay? Are you sick? He firmly grabbed Li Le's hand and replied with conviction, I'm fine. My head is perfectly normal. I'm being serious. Just try stabbing me. Seeing his resolute attitude, Li Le immediately followed his lead. Once that was settled, Li Le stepped back, drew her sword, and a massive surge of power erupted. She reminded him seriously, I'm going to use my full strength. Lu Tan, you need to be careful. Lu Tan, still completely relaxed, replied, sure, give me everything you've got. The next second, Li Le gathered incredible power into her blade, gave a fierce shout, and lunged straight at Lu Tan with wind-tearing speed. However, the strange thing was that an invisible shield suddenly appeared in front of Lu Tan. This left Li Le completely confused. She blurted out, it didn't hit? Is there some kind of barrier blocking me? The next second, Li Le was knocked back by the shield, and she couldn't help but gasp in shock. Seeing this, Mao Nanbei rushed over to catch Li Le, shouting, watch out! Under these circumstances, even Lu Tan looked on in surprise, wondering to himself, this is interesting. Can this little sword of mine really repel any sword that touches me? As he finished that thought, he mused, doesn't that mean I'm automatically activating a no-sword domain at all times? Lu Tan's face lit up, his eyes sparkling like stars as he confidently cheered, no-sword domain, activate! Seeing his bizarre behavior, the group Gu Xiaoman, Li Le, and Mao Nanbei could only stand there, speechless. Mao Nanbei pouted, mocking him. Why is this kid so relaxed? A heaven-born sword embryo who can't even use a sword. What the heck is the point of that? Even Lu Tan couldn't grasp what had just happened. He stared blankly, thinking, that makes sense. If I can't use a sword, then what's the point of this sword heart, no matter how powerful it is? To create a no-sword domain where everyone is on equal footing, then jump in for a fist fight? But a sword user should use a sword to look cool. Being empty-handed is a bit low class. That doesn't fit my image as a demon sect idol at all. Lu Tan was deeply troubled. After a while, he looked at his own hands with suspicion, wondering, is there really no way to look cool without having to hold a sword? Like the Six Meridians Divine Sword, for example? As he said this, he started making some incredibly strange gestures. However, a miracle occurred the next second. A tiny speck of sword energy popped out from the tip of his finger. Lu Tan's eyes widened, his jaw dropping in shock as he blurted out, Is this sword energy? Seeing the sword energy on his finger, The others huddled around to look. Gu Xiaoman stammered, It really is sword energy. Li Lei's face showed pure excitement and fascination. Whoa, that's amazing. Even though she praised him, she didn't actually have a clue what sword energy was. Meanwhile, Mao Nanbei looked at Lu Tan's sword energy with a scornful expression and flatly judged, Humph. He doesn't even have a sword. But what use is that tiny little bit of sword energy? Short and small probably means it's super weak. How could it ever be as powerful as a real sword, which is long and sturdy? Mao Nanbei stared at Lu Tan with a mocking gaze. Lu Tan noticed it immediately and felt extremely annoyed and angry. He thought, the thing men hate most is hearing others say they are short, small, or weak. Today, I must. However, before he could finish his thought, Gu Xiaoman immediately stepped in and cut him off. Don't be so sure, just watch. She unleashed a massive amount of her internal energy and power. Seeing this, Li Le, standing nearby, shouted in panic, Junior Marshal Uncle, are you really going to use those to bash our Junior Marshal Uncle? But Li Le was filled with anxiety, though not for Lu Tan's life, but because she was afraid his handsome face would get hurt. Gu Xiaoman ignored her and directly launched her power toward Lu Tan, sternly saying, Mao Nanbei, get ready too. Just in case something goes wrong, she thought. If that kid can't block it, I have to make sure he doesn't get hurt. At that moment, boulders charged with Gu Xiaoman's fierce power whizzed toward Lu Tan. He remained calm and relaxed, even smirking with a proud smile. Tisk, tisk, tisk. I've optimized my body movements to the absolute limit. In the next second, with just a few swift motions, Lu Tan easily sliced through the boulders carrying Gu Xiaoman's power. Afterward, he landed gracefully with great charisma. Lu Tan, filled with confidence, raised the sword aura in his hand and smiled arrogantly. Looks like I'm small, but I pack a punch, right? Gu Xiaoman saw this and nodded in approval. Sword aura not bad, Mao Nanbei reluctantly chimed in. It's decent. As for Li Le, her admiration was plain to see, her eyes turning into hearts. As she shouted, Junior Marshal Uncle is so amazing. However, something abnormal happened. Lu Tan's spiritual power suddenly bottomed out, causing him to lose balance and fall. Why does my body feel like? In the next second, Lu Tan had run out of strength and passed out on the ground. Mao Nanbei and Gu Xiaoman approached him. Gu Xiaoman then commented, the sword aura consumed too much energy. His cultivation base is too low. He couldn't handle it. That evening, under the shimmering moonlight, Lu Tan's head was being dragged along the ground, accompanied by the sound of Mao Nanbei's huffing and puffing footsteps. It turned out she was struggling to drag Lu Tan up the mountain. Her method of dragging him was truly awkward. She hooked Lu Tan's legs over her shoulders and dragged him along like that. Upon reaching home, Mao Nanbei threw him onto the bed and covered him with a blanket. Because he had been dragged for such a long distance, a patch of hair on the back of Lu Tan's head was suddenly gone. Mao Nanbei grumbled, If I weren't afraid that someone with your weak constitution would get sick from the cold, I wouldn't have wasted the energy to carry you back like this, you brat. Honestly, you don't need to risk your life like that. Do you think all your senior and junior brothers are dead or something? Lu Tan lay on the bed. Hearing this, he couldn't help but feel moved and teary-eyed. His face clearly expressed, I'm truly thankful to you. Mao Nanbei sternly declared, Anyone who dares to bully you, I'll slash their head off with one strike. Just then, a strange light suddenly appeared outside the window. Mao Nanbei was immediately drawn to it. Attracted by that light, she immediately rushed outside, calling out, Little Black. A black cat appeared out of nowhere right before her eyes. Mao Nanbei's face lit up with joy and excitement. She ran forward quickly, waving, Little Black. However, the moment her hand was about to touch it, the black cat vanished into thin air. Mao Nanbei suddenly realized the truth. Her eyes widened in shock, and tears began to stream down her face. She collapsed to the ground. Lu Tan muttered, So, it was just a hallucination? Mao Nanbei looked up at the sky with a sorrowful expression and whispered, Time flies so fast. It's already the Mid-Autumn Festival, the day for families to reunite. But where is my family? Mao Nanbei felt dejected and listless, looking up at the starry sky on the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, where the moonlight, the bright moonlight, was shining down on the cool, lush bamboo forest. The next morning, Lu Tan had slept soundly through the night. Stepping outside, he yawned and greeted his fourth senior sister, Good morning. After saying that, he thought to himself, Looks like I can't use that sword chi too often. Otherwise, I'll end up completely drained. Mao Nanbei lay sprawled on the lounge chair, looking gloomy, and replied in a lifeless tone, Morning. Hearing that, Lu Tan immediately sensed something was off. He wondered, That's not right. At a time like this, she'd usually be screaming for food. Plus, today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. With that, he immediately walked over to Mao Nanbei. He sat down beside the lounge chair and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Mao Nanbei fiddled with the edge of the chair, looking sad, and replied, Junior brother, do you know why I appeared in the city that day? Lu Tan asked seriously. It was to kill that 100 ghost entity, right? Mao Nanbei looked down, dejected, and asked, Then do you know why I had to kill those monsters? Hearing that question, Lu Tan scratched his face and thought, it wasn't for cultivation, and it definitely wasn't for EXP. I'm the only one who gains EXP. After thinking for a while and coming up empty, Lu Tan admitted, I don't know. Mao Nanbei immediately answered, to get revenge. Hearing this, Lu Tan was stunned. Revenge? Mao Nanbei continued to lie there. She began to recount, I was originally a cat demon in the forest outside the city. When I first gained human form, it was the master who took me in. I lived in the Wildcat Mountains outside the city. I had family and friends there long before I became a demon, but my home was destroyed. Back then, the entire forest was engulfed in a sea of red flames. Everything was burned to ash. Even the animals lay scattered, charred on the ground. It was a mountain demon that had evolved into a ghost king. It was the one who destroyed everything I had. That mountain demon looked incredibly ferocious and brutal, with eyes full of bloodlust and a muscular build. At the time, Mao Nanbei had risked her life trying to attack the mountain demon, but it just bared its sharp teeth and retaliated with extreme brutality. The battle was fierce and dramatic, with red flames covering everything. According to Mao Nanbei's story, in the end, I killed it to get revenge for everyone. After its body was torn into countless pieces, it turned into the 100 ghosts. While hunting down the 100 ghosts, I met you all. As she said this, Mao Nanbei couldn't help but hang her head, her eyes filled with sorrow. Seeing this, Lu Tan seemed to understand her feelings a little. He thought to himself, so, that's how it is. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. It seems like she's feeling homesick. Back when my little sister was in school and got bullied, she looked exactly like this. While thinking, he associated the image of his little sister with Mao Nanbei's appearance. After that, Lu Tan immediately grabbed Mao Nanbei's hand, pulled her toward the house, and said with a bright smile, Fourth senior sister, come with me. This action made Mao Nanbei extremely surprised and confused. Once inside the kitchen, Lu Tan grabbed some cooking tools and said calmly, Wait here for me. I'll help you find your happiness again. Back when my family was poor, whenever my little sister was unhappy, I'd make this for her. Tisk tisk, it's a pity we don't have white sugar, but rock sugar will have to do. As he spoke, Lu Tan started preparing the dish. Mao Nanbei stood behind him, looking at his back with sparkling eyes. She was full of questions. She was skeptical about Lu Tan's claim of finding happiness. Is he an idiot? Meanwhile, Lu Tan was busy running back and forth. He was scrambling to prepare the food. A while later, he finally brought out the finished product. He turned to look at Mao Nanbei and smiled. Fourth senior sister, please use your spiritual energy to freeze this for me. Mao Nanbei channeled her spiritual energy around the bowl Lu Tan was holding, asking blankly, Like this? Lu Tan replied, Right. Now, it's time to witness a miracle. As soon as he finished speaking, he covered the bowl with a lid, then flipped it over, revealing a wobbly, delicious-looking plate of pudding. Lu Tan beamed, Ta-da! Try it. Seeing this strange dish, Mao Nanbei was a bit suspicious. Although her hand held the spoon, she muttered to herself, What is this? I've never seen it before. Then, she hesitantly took a bite. In just a moment, Mao Nanbei's eyes lit up. Her face showed pure bliss and satisfaction. She couldn't help but gobble it down, happily exclaiming, So delicious, meow. Mao Nanbei was so absorbed in eating that she even got some on her lip. Suddenly remembering Lu Tan, she immediately asked, Do you want some? Lu Tan smiled. He gently declined. You eat, fourth senior sister. If you want more later, I'll make it for you. Hearing this, Mao Nanbei got even more excited and gobbled the pudding even faster, her mouth not stopping for a second as she replied, Then I won't be polite. Meow. Seeing her gluttonous appearance accompanied by her ears that wouldn't stop twitching, Lu Tan suddenly became curious and wondered, I wonder what fourth senior sister's head feels like if I touch it. Let's try it. As soon as he thought it, he reached out toward Mao Nanbei's ears. However, a second later, he felt a jolt of anxiety and broke into a cold sweat. But fourth senior sister is so fierce, she'll definitely go crazy if I do that. Just then, Mao Nanbei suddenly glanced at Lu Tan, and then she turned to face him completely. This caused Lu Tan's hand to accidentally touch her head. He was stunned and embarrassed, his face turning slightly red. Contrary to what Lu Tan feared, Mao Nanbei was actually very comfortable letting him touch her ears, laughing happily and saying, "Thank you, junior brother." Lu Tan patted her head. He replied, "No need to thank me. We're all family now." Hearing this, Mao Nanbei pushed her luck, holding out the empty plate toward him. With sparkling, expectant eyes, she asked, "So, can I have another serving?" Outside on the mountain peak, the sun was shining brightly, and the sect master's group was strolling up the stone steps. Gong Duban, who was following behind, suddenly spoke up. "Sect master, the junior uncle has been in our demon sect for a long time. Shouldn't we send him to the forbidden grounds that all demon sect disciples must train at once?" As he said this, a sinister smile appeared on Gong Duban's face, and his expression turned dark, looking incredibly frightening. Shen Yan concluded coldly, "It is time for a visit. After all, that place is the starting point for everyone in our demon sect. It is also the end, where all living things fall, a place so gloomy and cold it makes your hair stand on end." After a long climb, Shen Yan's group arrived. Mao Nanbei, who was still eating, saw him and turned her head to ask, "You're here?" The sect master's group immediately clasped their hands in a bow and said in unison, "Shen Yan and the fellow junior brothers and sisters wish the junior uncles a happy mid-autumn festival." Mao Nanbei didn't care about those formalities and turned back immediately. His main specialty was eating non-stop. He looked on indifferently, then smiled cheerfully, saying, "You all enjoy yourselves too." At that moment, Lu Tan brought a plate of food out. The moment he saw the group, he smiled and asked, "Sect master and elders, you've come?" They quickly bowed, smiling and replying, "Greetings, little martial uncle. We hope you are well." Even though these old men were grinning from ear to ear, their hands were completely empty. Seeing this, Lu Tan felt quite dissatisfied and thought to himself, "Cheapskates. I wished them a happy mid-autumn festival, and they dare to show up empty-handed? If I don't pluck these birds clean, how can I swallow this anger?" Thinking this, he put on a bright, professional smile. He held the plate of food toward them and invited, "Everyone, try the dessert I made." The sect master and the others stared intently at the plate in Lu Tan's hand. Their faces filled with curiosity. They whispered among themselves, "What is this? It looks a bit like tofu, but it seems much more transparent than tofu. Did little martial uncle refine this?" Little martial uncle called it a dessert, but this doesn't look like a dessert at all. After examining it for a while, they decided to each scoop a spoonful to try. The very next second, they all simultaneously put it into their mouths to savor it. Shen Yan was left stunned and bewildered by how delicious it was, and he exclaimed, "What is this sensation? It's just so perfect." The others were no exception. Their faces clearly showed a look of pure bliss. One elder said, with satisfaction, "I've lived for 200 or 300 years, and never in my life have I tasted such a delicacy. It hasn't been a wasted life. Little martial uncle, could you tell us what heavenly treasures were used to make this? If you just give us a hint or two, we are willing to offer spirit stones as a token of our gratitude." They all chimed in, begging Lu Tan. At this moment, the fish had bitten the hook. Lu Tan couldn't help but smile craftily, thinking to himself, "Hooked them, but I have to make good use of the capital to turn it into the largest possible profit." Thinking of that, he put on an innocent, harmless face, smiling broadly as he said, "If you want the method, of course, that's fine. We are all from the demonic sect. There's no need to be so petty and split hairs. However, in everything, one must look at one's sincerity." Saying this, his expression suddenly darkened. His eyes were full of stern calculation. Then he added, "If the sincerity is too small, and I give you this formula, wouldn't you feel like you've lost face by accepting it?" The sect master and the others were startled, glancing at each other in confusion. The very next second, Shen Yan asked, "Then what is it that you mean, little martial uncle?" Lu Tan, still keeping his composure, calmly replied, "I will give the formula to whoever shows the most sincerity. Furthermore, you can freely market and sell this product in the future. The massive profit hidden within this is obvious enough without me saying more, isn't it?" As soon as his words faded, the sect master and the others were shocked, their eyes shining like headlights. They began to calculate and think intently. If this item becomes popular throughout the world, it will sell like hotcakes. At that time, wouldn't I have all the cultivation resources the sect could ever want? Nurturing as many disciples as I want won't be a problem anymore. Immediately, Yue Heishan made the first bid. I bid 1,000 spirit stones. He was filled with determination. This formula, I must have it. Gongdu, seeing this, refused to lose and immediately replied, 1,500. Yue Heishan, frustrated, countered, 1501. Watching the chaotic scene before him, Luton felt even more amused and laughed inwardly. It's starting. Time to play dirty. Just then, Luo Yuantong calmly made the closing offer. Something this sweet. I must have it. I bid 2,000 spirit stones. Seeing them throw money around like trash, Shen Yan truly couldn't understand. He began to reveal his natural stingy side, silently lamenting. It's just a useless dessert formula. Why pay 2,000 for it? She's lost her mind. 2,000 spirit stones is enough to buy a high-grade magical artifact. Lu Tan, a former social media addict, was thrilled after hearing that number. He thought secretly, 2,000 spirit stones that should exchange for thousands of experience points easily, right? The recipe for such common pudding, I could find a bunch of them just by browsing the internet. If you want it, I'll give it to you. After a moment of posturing, Lu Tan raised his hand high and shouted, 2,000 spirit stones, going once. Does anyone want to bid higher? However, the only reply was a terrifying silence. No one else uttered a word. Luo Yuantong saw this and chuckled smugly to herself. Lu Tan continued to call out, 2,000 spirit stones, going twice. Shen Yan, famous for being the biggest miser, also watched the auction silently, even sneering in his heart. Idiots. A bunch of idiots. What is the use of such a trivial pleasure? Spirit stones are the only true love. While Lu Tan was bragging, Li Le was standing next to Mao Nanbei, constantly swallowing hard, staring fixedly at that plate of wobbly pudding. Seeing the starstruck, hopelessly obsessed look in Li Lei's eyes, Shen Yan suddenly hesitated. His face darkened as he gritted his teeth, struggling internally. Meanwhile, Lu Tan was happily preparing to seal the deal. 2,000 spirit stones, going through. However, before he could finish, a voice cut him off. Wait, Shen Yan tried to raise his trembling hand, stuttering. I bid 3,000 spirit stones. 3,000. Hearing this, everyone was shocked to their core. They panicked, yelling, Did I hear that right? They looked as bewildered as cows wearing hats, absolutely stunned by this situation. They thought, did the miserly sect master take the wrong medicine today? Usually, even if he's sick in bed, he doesn't dare use spirit stones, having to drag himself down the mountain to find a quack doctor just to save a few pennies. Today, he's willing to spend 3,000 spirit stones? Since when did Shen Yan become so obsessed with sweets? Lu Tan heard this, and his face blossomed with joy. He was so happy he shouted, 3,000 spirit stones. Going once, twice, 3 times. Sold. Shen Yan had only done it because he saw Li Le's craving look. However, his heart was still aching, and tears were streaming inward. He consoled himself. It's just 3,000 spirit stones, right? At most, I'll just eat 2 meals a day from now on. For my disciples, I can endure it. Wasting a little pocket change is nothing. Hoo. Lu Tan held the bag containing the pudding recipe in his hand, looking at Shen Yan expectantly. Congratulations, Sect Master Shen, for receiving the secret technique for refining premium pudding. Shen Yan, not yet over his regret, wept in his heart incessantly. Immediately after grabbing the pile of spirit stones, Lu Tan smiled brightly and said, From now on, the future of this secret dessert will belong to you. Holding the paper with the formula, Shen Yan could only force a stiff, awkward smile, standing there as still as a statue. Suddenly, several sect masters slowly approached Shen Yan, making him uncomfortable. He turned to look at them and asked, What do you want? They smiled with cunning expressions. They answered in unison, Sect Master, we've been brothers through thick and thin for years. Why not share the recipe for this secret snack so we can all have some fun? Gongdu also pulled out a bag of spirit stones, trying to lure him. The few of us will pay for it. Here is 500 spirit stones from me. Seeing the bag of spirit stones right in front of him, Shen Yan hesitated and pondered. This was a good way to at least avoid losing too much money. But if he handed this over, and these guys managed to craft it before him and used it to woo Li Le, wouldn't he lose his beloved disciple? Good thing he was smart, otherwise he would have fallen for their trap. While calculating, Shen Yan kept a close eye on Li Le, who was craving the pudding from Mao Nanbei. Seeing her like that, Mao Nanbei fed some to Li Le. Meanwhile, Shen Yan decisively shoved the bag of spirit stones aside and smiled, speaking up. The things little Marshal Uncle sells, how could I possibly share them? Stop talking nonsense. Hearing this, the group felt utterly confused and suspicious, looking at Shen Yan while placing thousands of question marks in their hearts. Is this really the notoriously stingy Marshal brother Shen? Didn't he say he'd be stingy until the day he died? Li Le, standing further away, was feeling completely satisfied and happy eating the pudding from Mao Nanbei. After grabbing the bag of spirit stones, Lu Tan immediately tucked it into his storage ring. He said, "I'll take these." Shen Yan, standing behind him, suddenly turned serious and said, "Little Marshal Uncle, coming here this time, besides wishing everyone a happy Mid-Autumn festival, there is another major matter." Hearing this, Lu Tan asked, "A major matter?" Shen Yan smiled and explained, "We hope Little Martial Uncle can enter Tang Mountain once. It is a place where the heroic spirits of our demonic sect gather, and also where countless disciples of the demonic sect receive approval from magic artifacts." Yue Heshan also chimed in. "We made a bet on what grade of magic artifact Little Martial Uncle will be able to obtain." However, no sooner had he finished speaking than Yue Heshan was immediately gagged by Gongdu, leaving him unable to utter another word, only making muffled sounds. After hearing their explanation, Lu Tan appeared calm and replied clearly, "I understand. It's a place for ownerless magic artifacts to find their masters? I can go whenever. But not today. Tonight, I want to have a meal with my family." As he spoke, he leaned down to pat Lile's head. While Mao Nanbei was busy eating dinner, outside on the street, people were releasing sky lanterns that covered the sky, looking very poetic and artistic. Everyone was happily playing, running around, and enjoying the lively atmosphere. At the bamboo forest, Lu Tan's group was also sitting and eating together. Lila couldn't help but snatch a piece of chicken from Lu Tan. Mao Nanbei, while busy eating, reminded Lu Tan, "Have you finished preparing to go to Tang Mountain? That is a place where, once you go, there is no turning back." Hearing this, Lu Tan was a bit puzzled and suspicious. "No turning back? What do you mean?" Mao Nanbei immediately explained, "After death, a cultivator's soul strength doesn't disappear. Their spiritual energy gathers and remains where they fell. When demonic sect disciples enter Tang Mountain, they look at the spirits with the eyes of elders watching the next generation, so they won't be affected. But if you refuse their artifacts, and then try to come back to pick them up after you're done, they will feel insulted." Hearing this, Lu Tan couldn't help but wonder, so that means the demonic sect's treasure trove is a one-way street? Once you go back, you'll be slashed? Mao Nanbei replied while eating, "Something like that." Gu Xiaoman, sitting on the side eating, also chimed in to remind him, "So, you have to think it over carefully." After hearing their explanation for a while, he finally understood. Lu Tan stood up and smiled, saying, "Don't worry, my two martial sisters. I've thought it over." Mao Nanbei then spoke up again. "Aren't you also greedy? For the top-tier magic sword, the sword spirit's proximity belonging to the senior martial brother? I advise you to drop that idea. You already have a little sword in your heart holding you back." Hearing this, Lu Tan looked thoughtful and replied, "I will play it by ear." Li Le, who was gnawing on a chicken leg, suddenly saw Lu Sun looking at her and couldn't help but feel startled and panicked, thinking, "Look at me and act? This is mine." Just then, suddenly Gu Xiaoman handed Lu Tan something black, telling him, "Take this with you." Looking at the item in Gu Xiaoman's hand, Lu Tan was very puzzled. What is this? Even his system couldn't identify it. This made Lu Tan even more curious. "Another thing the system can't identify?" Gu Xiaoman calmly replied. "A gift from the senior martial brother for the younger brothers and sisters." Mao Nanbei also had one exactly like Lu Tan's, happily raising it with a bright smile. "I have one too." There were 5 pieces in total, with one last piece remaining. Lu Tan held it in his hand, observing it intently, wondering, what is the use of this? Gu Xiaoman didn't answer his question, only saying, "Go and you'll know." Tang Mountain, a place of immense majesty and splendor, covered by mist. At this moment, Shen Yan and Lu Tan appeared there. Shen Yan walked in front, not forgetting to remind him, "This is Tang Mountain. No one can fly over the mountain, even the master has to walk from here. After all, our former family and friends are buried on this mountain." At this moment, Lu Tan suddenly noticed an old wooden house, right at the foot of Tang Mountain, and then asked, "I understand. That wooden house is..." Just a second later, a figure suddenly appeared from inside the house. An old man with silver hair and a long white beard appeared. Shen Yan immediately explained, "That is the guardian of this mountain, and also the one who has followed the master the longest." The old man walked out of the wooden house and asked with a stern face, "You've arrived?" Seeing this old man, Lu Tan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He looks like an elder with a celestial demeanor, not at all connected to the demonic sect. One can only say his style is completely different. Shen Yan cupped his hands and bowed, smiling as he replied, "The senior has arrived. This is the master's newly accepted disciple." Just seeing him, the old man couldn't help but be startled and surprised. Seeing the old man's reaction, Lu Tan felt a bit suspicious and puzzled in his heart. Why does he look at me as if he has known me for a long time? After the introduction, the old man also bowed politely to greet the two, Lu Tan and Shen Yan. At that moment, the system suddenly displayed a notification. You have received an item that increases luck efficiency by 1. In the next second, Lu Tan's luck stat had become 2. This made him feel even more confused and stunned, thinking to himself, in my past life, I grinded at least 40 or 50 accounts and never once encountered this kind of buff. Everyone else's luck stat is fixed at 1, but mine has turned into 2? Is this old man perhaps the legendary Fortune Carp? While pondering, he looked at the old man in front of him. Lu Tan couldn't help but imagine the old man turning into a golden carp, a carp spirit taking human form that feels off somehow. In the next second, he imagined Mao Nanbei chomping down on the old man who had turned into a carp, which even made him break into a cold sweat. He thought, now that's even worse. Stop, just stop, you crazy brain. After a while, Lu Tan officially entered Tang Mountain. Seeing him walk inside, Shen Yan couldn't help but laugh with sinister delight, thinking, mission accomplished. Now, it's time to place the bets. As soon as he finished that thought, Shen Yan quickly left. A hand immediately placed spirit stones on the table. It was none other than Yue Heishan, the host of this betting round. Yue Heishan shouted, bets are in, let's bet on. What grade of magical artifact the junior martial uncle will manage to bring out of Tang Mountain? The sect master and the peak masters were also very interested, standing around. At Tang Mountain, Lu Tan was walking up long steps covered by a thick layer of fog. All around him lay countless ownerless swords. Witnessing the scene before him, Lu Tan couldn't help but think, so, this is Tang Mountain. Indeed, it hides countless magical artifacts. As he thought, he moved forward, focusing on observing his surroundings. Lu Tan couldn't help but imagine the image of the sword aura at the mountain peak. There was a certain sense of anticipation and excitement. The sword aura must be right at the peak. A person chooses an artifact, and the artifact chooses a person. I wonder which artifact will choose me. Lu Tan continued to the next step. In the next second, the swords suddenly all emitted a burst of aura, of a strange green color, accompanied by intense shaking. Witnessing this situation, Lu Tan was also a bit stunned. He was surprised and thought, all the sword-type weapons are responding. They all want me to take them. At this moment, his heart sword suddenly glowed continuously. Lu Tan realized the issue and crossed his arms, frowning as he thought, these guys, so it turns out they aren't choosing us, but are actually craving my heart sword. You bunch of low-grade, yellow-rank magical swords, my heart sword cannot be associated with the likes of you. Thinking this, Lu Tan didn't even bother to glance at those swords again. He walked on calmly. The sect master and others watching him through the artifact mirror couldn't help but praise him with wonder and curiosity. A natural sword embryo. All the magical swords are calling out to him, but the junior martial uncle has such a transcendent state of mind that he doesn't even look at them once. He's not even looking at spirit-level swords? What exactly will the junior martial uncle choose? Meanwhile, where Lu Tan was, he looked up at the weapons around him and thought miserably, well, it's not that I don't want to choose you, it's just that this guy won't let me touch any of you. Lu Tan couldn't help but get angry. Glaring frustratedly at his sword heart, Lu Tan felt something unusual after walking further up. Something feels a bit different up there. This sensation, these are immortal-grade treasures. Treasures of this caliber would be the centerpiece of any sect. Lu Tan pondered seriously. Far away, the sect master and his group watched through the magic mirror, continuing their observations and chatter. The Grand Uncle Master is about to reach the place where our brother's artifacts are kept. Remember, Shizun originally took in 12 disciples. Now only a few of us remain. The path of cultivation is fraught with hardship, and now even Shizun has entered secluded meditation. Thinking of this, Shen Yan couldn't help but sigh heavily. Just then, Lu Tan suddenly noticed something. The Sujian cloak appeared right before him, pulsating with endless spiritual energy. Lu Tan stared at the cloak and muttered, That's the gear I loved most back then. Sujian, why are you here? He was incredibly bewildered. Lu Tan reminisced about the past. Back then, with its support, he could command the winds and rain, and could slice down anyone he wanted to. Wearing it made me look so cool, he thought. Surely it must have some reaction to me now, right? As he calculated this, he put on an expectant look with starry eyes. Yet, in complete contrast to his attitude, Sajin showed absolutely no reaction. This left him speechless. He grew annoyed and angry, shouting directly at the cloak, You brat! Why don't you recognize me anymore? Huh, Sujian? The very next second, he was so provoked that he turned to leave abruptly. Fine. Better we never met. However, Lu Tan still couldn't help but think deeply. But I found Sujian in a nameless secret realm. That means a demonic sect disciple must have gained its recognition and then died in that realm. If I could have warned them to stay away from that realm, maybe they wouldn't have had to die. Thinking of this, Lu Tan continued on his way. Right then, he suddenly coughed a few times, frowned, and shouted, "The fog is way too thick." In the next moment, it was as if he had stepped through a different threshold. The magic swords floating in midair were no longer blue. They had all turned purple. Upon seeing them, Lu Tan recognized them immediately. Huh? These are all purple immortal artifacts? That's strange. There's even a pair of dice? He paid some attention to a strange artifact lying in his path. Outside, Shan saw this scene and couldn't help but be startled. He then sighed with emotion, remembering the past. Turning back the clock to the past, a beautiful girl, with a petite frame, was laughing brightly. 11th senior brother, I'll bet with you. If your role is higher than mine, I'll marry you. Shan, in his youth, was overjoyed and laughed. Junior sister, are you serious? The girl held a die in her hand and said, "Let Shizun and the senior brothers bear witness. Heaven and earth as my witness." The next second, Shan happily agreed. The sect master and the others, who were there with them back then, were laughing and chatting boisterously. Shan shook the dice in his hand, praying non-stop, "Heavenly Tao, please protect me. Let me see a 6. Everyone standing nearby cheered him on. 11th, junior brother, come on, roll a 6, golden hand. The dice Shan rolled stopped at a 2, making everyone feel a bit deflated. Yuang, it's my turn, she said, snatching the dice and rolling them with a joyful grin. I know you've liked me for years, senior brother. If I roll a 1, fate is sealed, I'll be your wife. But the die landed on a 6, leaving everyone stunned. Even Yue Heshan was at a loss. But then, she used her own spiritual power to manipulate the die. In a heartbeat, it flipped from a 6 to a 1. Yue Heshan gasped in utter shock and amazement. Junior sister, with a proud, confident smirk, she declared, I told you, senior brother. If it doesn't land on a 1, I'll bend heaven's will myself. The crowd erupted in cheers. It's decided. It's settled. Junior sister won, they shouted, buzzing with excitement. Junior brother Yue won. Woohoo! Get married. Get married. Tie the knot tonight. Yue Heshan and his junior sister were beaming with joy. They held hands, radiating happiness. Though it was a stormy day, in Yue Heshan's memory, he always recalled it as a clear, sunny afternoon. Back to Lu Tan, he surveyed the weapons, feeling deeply confused. Do none of you have any intention of choosing me? Suddenly, one weapon began to vibrate violently, leaving Lu Tan caught off guard. Shenyan and the others were no exception. Their eyes widened, jaws dropping in pure disbelief. That's the Din Fong Ba, the eldest sister's treasure from the demon sect, one shouted. It's an immortal artifact, second only to the master's own sword. If the junior uncle can claim it, the glory of the eldest sister will surely be restored. Lu Tan stared at the vibrating short sword, deep in thought. This one must be more powerful than the rest. But why is it the only one recognizing me as the world's protagonist? I just hope it'll accept me tonight. With that thought, Lu Tan reached out to touch his sword heart, but immediately decided to throw caution to the wind and reached for the Din Fong Ba. Win or lose, I have to try. I'm going to make you mine. Lu Tan stretched his hand toward the blade. It stood tall before him, his expression unwavering. Suddenly, the space around him darkened, and just as his hand seemed mere inches from the sword, a brilliant, blinding force erupted from it. In a flash, Lu Tan was dragged into another dimension. Everything was blanketed in a cold, swirling blizzard, and right before him stood the Din Fong Ba. Lu Tan reached out to touch the falling snowflakes, suspicious. Is this a sword-intent illusion? As expected of an immortal-grade weapon, buried deep in the thick snow, the Din Fong Ba began to glow with a brilliant radiance. Outside, Shenyan watched the scene unfold. He couldn't help but reminisce about the sword's legendary history. The Din Fong Ba, back in the day, the eldest sister used it to cross the seas and slay the evil serpent. She became famous in a single battle. That beast had been terrorizing the rivers and harming commoners everywhere, until it finally met its end. The eldest sister easily froze that massive serpent solid, a creature so fearsome that even the elders of the Thon Tian sect were helpless against it. Many had lost their lives to its claws. Shenyan felt a pang of sorrow. If only she were still alive. The position of sect master wouldn't have fallen to me. Thinking this, he rubbed his bald head, looking at Lu Tan with a hint of hope. Junior uncle, if you could replicate the talent she had back then, that would be amazing. In the middle of the raging blizzard, Lu Tan struggled to trek toward the sword. So, this illusion was set up just to stop me? He thought. You were vibrating so happily just a moment ago. Covering his eyes against the wind, he reached out with his other hand for the Din Fong Ba, roaring defiantly. You fickle thing. Today, you will submit to me. A moment later, Lu Tan's hand finally touched the hilt. However, the sword heart within him suddenly flared with intense light. In an instant, Lu Tan was blasted away by an invisible force. He face-planted into the dirt, trembling from the pain, and even raised a finger, swearing, "Damn it! If you didn't want me to hold you, you should have just said so." Seeing this, the sect master and the others were confused, scratching their heads in doubt. I feel like I'm losing my mind. I thought for sure the junior uncle would be able to lift it. I clearly saw it choose him. What went wrong? Lu Tan struggled to lift his head from the ground and sighed, disheartened. Forget it. If I can't hold it, I'll let it be. There's bound to be a magical weapon that belongs to me today. The Xianxia can on the mountain peak, you're the only one left. As he said this, his expression darkened, his gaze becoming as sharp as a blade. At the peak sat the demon sect's ancestral sword, the Xianxia can. Strangely, only the blade was floating in midair, while its scabbard lay discarded on the cold stone floor. Lu Tan stared intently at it. That's not right. The Din Fong Ba at least reacted to me, but this one is completely still. Not a flicker. The more he looked, the more he scrutinized every detail, moving from one angle to another, until he spotted something unusual. There's something very strange about this. Aren't swords supposed to be kept in their scabbards? Why are they separated? And this thing the second senior sister gave me seems to have some connection to this. Thinking this, Lu Tan pulled out the black object that Gu Xiaoman had given him. The Xianxia can suddenly vibrated violently, startling him. It's shaking. It's reacting to this stone fragment. Lu Tan carefully stepped forward, planning to take advantage of its hesitation to grab it. But once again, his internal sword heart flared, causing him unbearable discomfort. He gritted his teeth, determined. Again? Fine. Even if it kills me, I'm taking something home today. He dragged himself toward the Xianxia can, ignoring the eerily wild energy it was radiating, a power that surged and grew stronger with every passing second. Under that crushing pressure, Lu Tan still stubbornly reached out, trying to grab the sword, but as expected, the next second he was sent flying off to the edge of the horizon. He let out a miserable cry. Damn it! The sword aura remained calmly floating above the mountain peak, but the scabbard had vanished into thin air. Lu Tan was sent crashing down the mountain. Once again, he kissed the dirt, face first. His HP was completely drained, his whole body trembling as he gasped for air. Whew, I almost actually died, as expected of my senior brother, but at least I didn't walk away empty-handed. Speaking of which, a smug smirk curled his lips. The next second, Lu Tan was holding the sword aura's scabbard tightly in his hand. He shouted in excitement. Goal achieved! However, strangely enough, the system reported that the scabbard was shattered, leaving Lu Tan shocked and confused. The senior scabbard? It shattered? Is it? Did the senior scabbard take the hit to save me from dying? Lu Tan wondered, filled with curiosity. Suddenly, the old man appeared from out of nowhere, smiling at him. Lu Tan was also completely stunned when he saw the familiar figure and shouted, Senior. Lu Tan was still lying on the ground, looking up and asking, Senior, what's going on? The old man didn't answer, he just smiled kindly at him. Then, he swung his cane and tapped the scabbard in Lu Tan's hand. Seeing that action, he was startled and asked in surprise, Wait, does this scabbard have a soul too? A scabbard with a soul? This is the first time I've heard of something so bizarre. The old man remained silent, just gesturing and pointing at himself, leaving Lu Tan completely confused. Then, he smiled and guessed. You mean this scabbard has been yours for a long time? The old man didn't speak, just shook his head vigorously. Lu Tan held the scabbard in his hand and pressed further. Did you forge this sword yourself? The old man immediately nodded gently in confirmation. Hearing this, a thought flashed through Lu Tan's mind, his eyes shining like stars. Are you also a grandmaster of artifact refining? The old man didn't reply. He just raised his hand high to wave goodbye. Then, he placed his hand on Lu Tan's shoulder, offering a gentle, meaningful smile. Seeing that expression, Lu Tan was more confused than ever, guessing to himself, why does that look, feel, like he's trying to entrust it to me? Just then, a voice echoed from afar. Congratulations, junior uncle, for obtaining the Dharma artifact. Immediately after, a group of people appeared right in front of him. It caught him off guard, leaving him stunned. The sect leader smiled at Lu Tan and bowed respectfully. This is our master's scabbard, a top-tier Dharma artifact. From now on, Junior uncle can use it however you wish. Lu Tan's whole body trembled as he tried to smile, but his eyes welled up. That goes without saying. But before that, can someone help me up? The people in front of him didn't seem to care about helping Lu Tan up at all. They just stared at him and chuckled like it was the best show in town. That evening, in the quiet bamboo forest, Lu Tan held the scabbard in his room, unable to hide his satisfaction and joy, clicking his tongue. This is the real deal, a purple-tier mid-grade item. Something I wouldn't have dared to dream of even when grinding with my main account back in the day. The system then displayed a notification. Scabbard. Grade. Purple tier mid-grade. Special skill. Sword sealing. Seals the blade, accumulates power, and unleashes a lethal blow. The more energy accumulated, the greater the power. After reading the info, Lu Tan fell into deep thought. The best weapon on my main account back then was just a normal blue tier mid-grade. Even at level 60, I could barely unleash its full potential. And this thing, even just the scabbard, is a purple tier mid-grade. Even if I reached level 60, I'm not sure I could fully utilize its strength. Plus, the most significant part is that it has 2 special skills. While calculating, he carefully examined the scabbard. Sword sealing. Seals the opponent's sword. The mechanism is similar to my swordless domain. The longer it accumulates energy, the more powerful the move will be when drawn. Just thinking about it is overpowered. Thinking of this, Lu Tan suddenly realized a core problem. Wait, accumulating power to draw the sword? Then he jumped, his eyes widening as he shouted, "But what the hell do I have to draw? This insane skill, what's the use of it?" Lu Tan scratched his head, wondering to himself. If I don't have a sword to accumulate power with, can I use sword aura instead? Sword aura is considered part of the sword's power, right? Let's give it a try. Immediately, he exerted his energy. He projected a stream of sword aura from his fingertips, and the scabbard immediately vibrated in response, leaving Lu Tan incredibly surprised as he shouted, "It works!" His eyes suddenly lit up as if he had struck gold, and he excitedly said, "This looks promising. Everyone else draws a sword, but I draw sword aura." Even more pumped, Lu Tan pumped even more sword aura into the scabbard. Suck it up, I'll give you as much as you want." A moment later, the scabbard was overflowing with sword aura, while Lu soon was exhausted, flopping onto the bed like a dried-up corpse, moaning. Who would have thought that a guy like me would be drained dry by a scabbard one day? Lying on the bed, Lu Tan thought about the future, solemnly mumbling, "Only 6 days until the game opens to players. I have to prepare thoroughly. Once I'm down the mountain just in case, only if it's just a possibility. What if I could see my little sister? Even if it's just a fleeting glance from afar, it would be enough. I'd be satisfied." Just saying this, Lu Tan's face suddenly clouded with a sadness that was hard to put into words. The next second, the image of his little sister smiling and calling his name appeared clearly in his imagination, making him unable to resist reaching out his hand. Lu Tan remained lost in his own train of thought. He told himself that she played this game too, but she only logged in for 1 hour a day. She wasn't addicted to the game, she just wanted to have a common topic to talk to him about. That's why she played. In that short hour, would I even be able to find her? Thinking of this, Lu Tan suddenly clenched his fist with determination, but the next second, a wave of sleepiness hit him, making his eyelids heavy as lead. Then, Lu Tan gradually sank into a deep sleep. He seemed to have entered his own consciousness. Lu Tan was standing there, dazed in his dream, when suddenly, a shadowy blue assassin appeared right in front of him. This caught him off guard, leaving him stunned and shocked. Then he immediately screamed, "Oh no, this is a disaster, I'm dreaming again. Is this the sword aura shadow that my 2 senior sisters used to hunt me down? Are they still haunting me?" The sword aura shadow of Gu Xiaoman, holding a weapon, charged straight toward Lu Tan. Trapped in this situation, Lu Tan quickly summoned his own sword aura to defend himself, thinking to himself, "Maybe with my current strength, I can finally..." He summoned his own sword energy to resist, thinking to himself that with his current strength, perhaps he could. Facing the shadows of 2 senior sisters at once, Lu Tan's sword aura suddenly surged, growing much longer than usual, catching even him, Lu Tan, off guard. He stared at his own sword aura in surprise and exclaimed, "Huh? It's really long." Inside his dream, it's even longer than it is in the real world. This thing is almost long enough to wrap around my waist. But while he was busy marveling at it, Lu Tan suddenly realized a serious problem. The sword aura of Gu Xiaoman was pointed straight at his face, only inches away. Lu Tan's eyes widened, his jaw dropped in terror. He shrieked in panic. "Wait!" The very next second, screams as agonizing as a pig being slaughtered echoed throughout the area. The next morning, upon waking, Lu Tan was drenched in sweat and panting heavily. He tried to comfort himself. There's progress. This time I only died 10-something times. Just then, a knock came from outside. Lu Tan slowly dragged his body off the bed. A bit curious and surprised, he muttered, "Who's here so early?" The next second, looking like he'd just rolled out of bed, Lu Tan yawned and opened the door. Shen Yan was standing right there. Shen Yan calmly spoke. "Junior uncle, today is the day you head down the mountain for training. I've already arranged for a disciple to escort you." As he finished, Shen Yan flashed a bright smile. "Still sleepy?" Lu Tan asked. "Got it. Who's coming with me?" Although Lu Tan asked, deep down he had already vaguely guessed the answer. The time for the training trip he'd agreed upon was today, so the disciple following him was definitely Li Le. No need to guess. Shen Yan stepped inside, and suddenly echoed exactly what Lu Tan was thinking. The disciple coming with you is likely Li Le. No need to guess. This left Lu Tan feeling quite surprised and confused. He immediately asked, "Why didn't you pick Li Le, someone I'm familiar with, to come along?" Shen Yan calmly replied, "Li Le already went down the mountain for training earlier." Hearing this, Lu Tan pressed, "When did she leave?" Shen Yan answered flatly, "I don't know." He felt dejected and wanted to cry over this. He thought to himself, "The disciple I had my eye on just decided to go off on a training trip on her own? Murong Yan, as your master, I only just found out. Who has a teacher like this?" After mulling it over, Lu Tan scratched his head and hair, then asked, "Well, nothing else then, right? I'll be heading out soon. Where is Murong Yan waiting for me?" Shen Yan suddenly pulled out a small jade bead, held it toward Lu Tan, and said, "Before you head down the mountain, junior uncle, please let this soul bead recognize its master. Just one drop of blood is enough." Lu Tan followed suit, dripping blood onto the bead. Afterward, he curiously asked, "What's this for?" He felt completely unfamiliar with this object. Waves of doubt rose in his heart. In my previous life, in the game, there weren't any items like this, were there? Shen Yan explained with a smile. "If you perish while you're out there, junior uncle, this item will turn black to let us know." Hearing this, Lu Tan was truly speechless, not knowing what to say to sound cool. Thousands of question marks appeared in his head. He gave a forced smile and thought, "Going to such lengths just to know if I'm dead or not? Gee, thanks a lot. No wonder I never saw this thing before. Who would actually want to use this piece of junk?" Shen Yan quickly bowed and said, "Murong Yan is waiting for you at Jidian Peak, junior uncle. I shall take my leave now." After finishing his task, he left in high spirits, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. "Just run quickly." Watching Shen Yan's attitude, Lu Tan was puzzled. "You were pretty half-hearted about this, weren't you? Couldn't you have given me some defensive items or something? If he's too stingy to give me any, maybe my senior sisters will give me a few." While musing, he scratched his face. At the bamboo forest, Lu Tan bowed to say goodbye to Gu Xiaoman and Mao Nanbei, his two senior sisters. "I've come to say farewell. Who knows when we'll meet again after this trip." Hearing this, Mao Nanbei suddenly felt completely panicked and distraught, blurting out, "Huh? So, does that mean tonight there won't be anyone to cook for me?" However, the very next second, she got a solid knock on the head from Gu Xiaoman, who coldly reminded her, "Go home early." Lu Tan replied, I know." This answer made Gu Xiaoman smile with relief. After saying his goodbyes, he turned to leave. "Well then, senior sisters, I'm off." But before he could finish his sentence, with a huge bump on her head, Mao Nanbei desperately urged him, "If you can win, fight. If you can't, run immediately. Don't feel ashamed, you hear me? If things get really desperate, run back and tell the fourth senior sister. She'll help you." Lu Tan smiled happily, turned away, and waved a dashing goodbye. He gently replied, "Yeah." Over at Jidian Peak, a group of female disciples had gathered, looking at Lu Tan with infatuated eyes. Murong Yan bowed politely to Lu Tan. "I have waited for a long time, junior uncle." As soon as he saw her, Lu Tan asked in surprise, "You've lost weight?" Murong Yan shyly scratched her head and replied, "You have a sharp eye, junior uncle. I used to be over 100 pounds, but now I'm down to 100. As my strength increased, the excess fat melted away with it." Lu Tan politely replied, "Well then, congratulations. Shall we go now? What kind of Dharma treasure are we riding?" Murong Yan pulled out her tiny sword and said innocently, "We're using my flying sword, of course." Seeing that toy, Lu Tan's head was filled with question marks. He felt incredibly confused. A moment later, Lu Tan was dragged along at the speed of light. He and Murong Yan stood on the weapon, each balanced on one foot to fly. This sight made Lu Tan incredibly anxious. Is this really going to be okay? However, Contrary to his unease, Murong Yan's weapon was steady as a rock. As they were cruising along, the sky suddenly went dark. A blinding light ripped across the sky, appearing eerily. Seeing the scene before him, Lutan was stunned, astonished, and filled with confusion. What is this? Why did the sky go dark? Lutan looked at Murong Yan and saw she had no reaction to this situation, which made him even more curious and surprised than ever. What's going on? Can she not see it? That was the big senior brother's sword aura. Why would it appear in a godforsaken place like this? As he thought this, he stared intensely at the blinding light manifesting before him. The next second, suddenly, half of that sword energy surged straight toward Lutan at a terrifying speed. He was completely flustered and panicked, shouting loudly, "This is bad! Murong Yan, move quickly!" However, Murong Yan didn't understand what he was talking about, her face full of confusion, while that half-blade of sword energy struck Lutan directly. This made him cry out in pain, "7 blades!" Lutan's face instantly went pale with shock. Murong Yan, still innocent and oblivious, looked at him curiously and asked, "Grand Uncle Master, what are you calling out for?" Lutan panted, grinding his teeth, trying to endure the pain while his face turned as green as a banana leaf. I'm fine." He then worriedly thought, "Damn it, that's a huge problem. The eldest senior brother's sword energy avatar just dived straight into the sword sheath inside my storage ring. It scared the living daylights out of me. I thought it had come to hack me to pieces." At this moment, the system suddenly popped up a notification. "You have obtained 1% of Yan Li's sword energy." Reading this, Lutan fell into his own thoughts. But 1% of this sword energy is already incredibly alluring. Wait, could it be that the reason the senior sisters didn't give me any protective talismans is because they already knew I would have this sword energy to protect me? If that's the case, then this 1% of sword energy might be even more powerful than I imagined. He focused his gaze on his storage ring and sighed in admiration. As they were moving, Murong Yan suddenly asked, "Grand Uncle Master, we've left the demonic sect's territory. Where are we going next?" Lutan pondered for a moment. That girl had also left the mountain. It's very likely she had gone to seek revenge. I must find her first. Although she has great strength and spiritual energy, if someone plays a dirty trick on her, it'll be a disaster. If it reaches that point, her life will be ruined. Thinking of this, Lutan imagined Lila being taken advantage of by bad people. He then hurriedly shouted, "Go to Lila's old house, right now, immediately." Seeing him suddenly shout like that, even Murong Yan had to cover her ears, reminding him, Fine, we'll go. No need to shout so loudly." The next second she turned and changed direction. She said, "Lila once mentioned her old house to me. It's in Yong'an County." Hearing this, Lutan was a bit surprised. "Wondering Yong'an County? It feels like I've been there before. I think there are a lot of wild monsters there, black gorillas, right?" Murong Yan was very confused by this statement and asked, "Black gorillas? What are those? Aren't they just black-haired monkeys?" Lutan laughed and replied, "Ah, right. That's just the nickname I gave them." At a place 30 miles from Yong'an County, at the Huanxi Inn, a suspicious voice echoed from within. Hey, fresh meat has been delivered again. Shopkeeper, receive the goods." Inside the inn, an eye-patched bandit and the shopkeeper were chatting. "The food here is truly not good at all," he remarked. However, before he could finish his sentence, Lutan suddenly burst in from outside. He pushed the door open, sat down, and calmly called out, "Innkeeper, bring us some food." Seeing this, the bandit innkeeper immediately signaled for his men to attend to the guests. The innkeeper understood the cue, quickly nodding in agreement. Right after, he approached the table where Lutan and Murong Yan were sitting. He asked obsequiously, "What would the two of you like to have?" Lutan just coldly replied, "The menu." However, just a second later, he suddenly sensed something unusual. Seeing his attitude, the innkeeper felt a bit guilty and stammered, "Dear guest, what dish would you like to order?" Lutan simply uttered, "Anything." Hearing that, the innkeeper dared not ask further and obediently replied, "Very well." Murong Yan, while lifting her teacup, wondered, "Little Marshal Uncle Grandmaster, what's wrong?" Lutan turned to her and lowered his voice to warn, "Don't drink it. There's definitely poison in the tea. This is a black inn." Hearing this, Murong Yan immediately poured the tea onto the ground. A puff of black smoke rose from the puddle, making her startle and exclaim, "It really is poisoned." She then whispered, "Little Marshal Uncle Grandmaster, how did you know this place was a black inn?" Lutan toyed with the teacup on the table and calmly replied, "As soon as I stepped in, I noticed a very strange smell here." Murong Yan sniffed carefully, then nodded. "It does seem to have a smell. This reaction left Lu Tan speechless, thinking to himself, "You're being deceived. It's just a psychological suggestion that makes you think there's a smell. In reality, the main reason is that the innkeeper has a bright red name." It was the first time he had met someone with a red name. According to the settings of the heavenly realm, those who had killed innocent people would have such a red name, Lu Tan thought, while staring fixedly at the red name tag glowing above the innkeeper's head. That was exactly why he was firmly convinced that this guy was no good. At the same time, the innkeeper had brought the food out. Just then, the system suddenly sent a notification. Branch quest. 1 of 3. Rescue the mother and child. Unarmed and helpless. Reward. 50,000 experience points and 100 personal reputation points. Reading this information, Lu Tan was extremely excited. He chuckled with satisfaction. A branch quest? The first one has appeared, and it's this? Moreover, it's a 3-stage quest. Lu Tan seriously calculated. The first round is to find the mother and child who are unarmed and helpless. Although it says unarmed and helpless, I'm afraid they are 100% tied up. Seeing him deep in thought, Murongyan suspiciously turned to ask, "Are you looking for the source of that strange smell?" Lu Tan smiled meaningfully and replied, "Not quite, but also not entirely wrong. I'm looking for the people they've tied up." Hearing this, Murongyan's eyes widened in surprise. People tied up? They even tied people up? He calmly pointed in one direction. Exactly. They're probably tied up right behind the kitchen. Maybe they're even sharpening their knives, preparing to turn them into stew for us. Murongyan immediately imagined that pot of meat stew and looked disgusted. "Disgusted!" she shouted. "Little Martial Uncle Grandmaster, stop talking!" With that, she slammed the table and stood up, full of energy. "I'm going to the backyard to investigate right now. We can't let them do whatever they want." This sudden action startled Lu Tan. He immediately reached out, pressed his hand on Murongyan's shoulder to pull her back into the chair, and advised, "Wait a moment." Murongyan sat back down obediently. Lu Tan still had a grim look on his face and said, "We definitely have to use strong measures with this kind of black in. If you just rush in blindly, it won't end well." Hearing that, Murongyan asked, "Then, little Martial Uncle Grandmaster, what do you suggest we do?" Lu Tan adjusted his clothes and stood up, loudly announcing, "Watch closely." He called out, "Waiter!" The waiter immediately ran over, smiling insincerely. "How can I help you, distinguished guests?" Lu Tan calmly ordered, "Go tell your boss to release the mother and child tied up behind the kitchen and tell him to tie himself up." Standing in front of the counter, Lu Tan felt pretty cool saying that, while Murongyan and the waiter looked at him like he was some kind of weird creature. The waiter's expression changed instantly. He gave a sinister laugh and said, "Sir, you must be joking, right? We don't appreciate jokes like that at this shop." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of burly thugs appeared out of nowhere. Seeing the tension rising, Rongyan jumped up, gritting her teeth, and said, "Let me handle this." But Lu Tan immediately ordered her to stay put. He sat down, his eyes suddenly lighting up with excitement. "It's been a while since I've fought monsters. My hands were starting to get itchy. All of you, come at me together. Don't even think about escaping for my EXP points," he said, laughing heartily. Lu Tan lunged straight at the waiter and his thugs, leaving Murongyan stunned and wide-eyed. Lu Tan, filled with excitement, unleashed a flurry of attacks. He had them wailing in agony. "Big hero, please spare us." Watching this, Murongyan could only admit defeat, thinking to herself, "Even though this is a shady inn, why does my junior martial uncle feel even more ferocious than the thugs?" Moments later, the thugs were beaten to a pulp, their faces swollen. Lu Tan calmly stepped on their faces. He dusted off his hands and asked, "You losers, tell me, where are the mother and child you captured?" The waiter, with his face now distorted, trembled and pointed, stuttering, in the kitchen." Suddenly, the waiter let out a blood-curdling scream and collapsed. Lu Tan was startled. An arrow had pierced straight through his head from outside. A voice echoed in, "Too much talking. How could you let a useless piece of trash ruin my grand plan? Get rid of them. Don't mess up my tables and chairs. I still need to run a business." The man who spoke was the innkeeper, surrounded by a large crowd of bandits. They all shouted in unison, "Yes, second boss." Seeing so many enemies, Murongyan tilted her head and asked, "Junior Marshal, uncle, do you need my help this time?" Lu Tan replied coldly, "No need. All of these people are just experience points." Indeed, the people in front of them, from the innkeeper to the bandits, all had glowing red names. The bandits immediately charged forward aggressively, shouting, "Kill!" As they rushed in, Lu Tan stood his ground and said coldly, "You lot no longer deserve to live." Instantly, a blinding burst of power erupted around Lu Tan. sending the bandits flying. Realizing the situation, they shouted, "This is bad! He's a cultivator!" Struck by Lu Tan's power, they began coughing up blood, terrified. How does this guy have such a magic artifact? How could he make our swords bounce off? Lu Tan coldly summoned his weapon. His sword sheath appeared, radiating surging spiritual energy. The innkeeper, clutching a crossbow, sneered confidently. "You brat, overestimating yourself. Die here and become a nice meal for my brothers." Before he could finish, the bodies of the bandits came flying toward him. It left him shocked and panicked. Lu Tan had appeared behind him out of nowhere. He asked coldly, "Where are that mother and child?" He smiled confidently. Spiritual energy swirled around him as he warned, "Tell me, and I'll let you leave in one piece." The innkeeper's face darkened, sweat beading on his forehead as he thought, "This brat is going to be tough." He decided to run for his life. As he sprinted, he looked back and provoked him. "You want to know where they are? If you're good enough, try prying it out of my mouth yourself. You think I'm running away? This is a trap. Die." As soon as he finished, the innkeeper pointed his crossbow directly at Lu Tan. A barrage of arrows whistled through the air toward him, but Lu Tan stood as still as a statue, completely unfazed. In the blink of an eye, all those arrows were swatted to the ground by him. Lu Tan said in a deep voice, "Very well, then don't regret this." While the innkeeper was busy trying to escape, Lu Tan leaped forward, closing the distance in a split second. The innkeeper hurriedly drew his weapon to fight back, stabbing straight at Lu Tan. But it was as if an invisible shield protected him, preventing the blade from even touching his skin. Helpless, the innkeeper shrieked in horror. "What is going on? Are you a cultivator?" Lu Tan stood there majestically and replied, "Only just realized? Too late," he shouted, and sword energy erupted violently from the sheath on his back. Seeing this, the innkeeper was scared out of his wits and knelt on the ground. "Wait, please spare me, Upper Immortal. I was forced to do this. The truth is, the magistrate of Yong'an County is oppressing the people, making life miserable. So I was forced to resort to these desperate measures." Hearing this, Lu Tan was a bit curious. The innkeeper wept miserably, as he explained. "Upper Immortal, you don't know this, but Yong'an County used to be peaceful and prosperous. But 3 years ago, a new official took office. He built a mansion, enslaved the commoners, oppressed the villagers, left the fields fallow, tore families apart, and kept mothers and children from seeing each other. He even hounded many to their deaths. We were backed into a corner and had to go up the mountain to become bandits." He was shaking with sobs. Hearing this, Murong Yan felt a bit of sympathy. In these times, although it's said to be a peaceful era, most officials are not good people. Many of us in the demon sect were also forced up the mountain. However, Lu Tan remained skeptical. "Is that really the truth?" He immediately questioned the innkeeper. "Then why did you capture those 2 innocent mother and child?" Seeing that Lu Tan seemed to have believed him a little, he was overjoyed and responded, "Follow me, Upper Immortal. I will tell you the details. I will take you to see them now." Inside the kitchen, a woman was hugging her child, crying non-stop, trying to comfort them. "Be a good baby, honey. Your father will definitely come to save us." The innkeeper led Lu Tan to the kitchen door and pointed at the woman, saying, "Look at her. She isn't afraid of us at all. It's obvious that she has been oppressing us for many years. These 2 are from the magistrate's family." Suddenly, the system notification appeared. Side quest 1 of 3. Find the mother and child who have no strength to truss a chicken. Completed. Reward: 50,000 experience points, 100 personal reputation points, plus 50,000 experience points, plus 100 personal reputation points. Even so, Lu Tan's heart was still filled with doubts. Was the truth really as this fat man claimed? The system continued. Side quest 2 of 3. Clear the clouds and find the truth. Reward: 60,000 experience points, 100 personal reputation points. Reading this, Lu Tan pondered. The quest changed. The second stage. Clear the clouds and find the truth? That means it's very likely this guy is lying. Thinking this, he observed the innkeeper's face. After a moment, Lu Tan said coldly, "Truth isn't false, and lies cannot become truth. Lead me in to meet her first." The innkeeper immediately opened the door and led him inside. 100 personal reputation points. Reading this, Lu Tan continued to ponder. The quest has changed. The second stage of the quest. Clear the fog and find the truth? That means it's very likely this guy is lying. Thinking this, he began to observe the innkeeper's face. After a while, Lu Tan coldly said, "If it's not real, it's fake. If it's fake, it can't be real. Lead me to see her first." The innkeeper immediately opened the door to lead him inside. His face was full of despicable, sinister expressions, scheming in his heart, if we meet face to face, it's very likely I'll be exposed. The boss should be on his way back now. I just need to stall for a while longer, and there will be a chance. Seeing him standing there frozen, Lu Tan turned and said, "What are you thinking about there? Hurry up and come here." The innkeeper started and quickly replied, "Yes, sir." Inside the kitchen, the woman holding her small child in her arms firmly spoke out, "You bandits, you are truly bold. I have already given all my gold and silver to you people. What else do you want?" The innkeeper immediately pointed his finger at the woman's face, his complexion turning pale, sweating profusely, and interrupted, "You shrew! Shut your mouth. You and your husband bullied the people, and this is what you deserve. Today, immortals from the Heaven sect have come to punish you. Just wait to die." While cursing, he was calculating how to shut her up first. At this moment, the woman suddenly looked up, her expression a mix of surprise and astonishment. Then she couldn't help but curse. "Humph. You look decent, but you're cut from the same cloth as these bandits. What a waste of a good face." Lu Tan heard those curses and couldn't help but think, maximum willpower really works everywhere. The innkeeper was scared and thought, hurry up and go. Hurry up and go. If she keeps looking, I'll be exposed. The more anxious and uneasy he became, the more he hurriedly urged, "Immortal, let's go quickly. Otherwise, this ignorant woman will continue to speak such disgraceful words." However, Lu Tan paid no attention to that, and just sat down in front of the woman and asked, "I'll only ask one question. If you answer correctly, I'll let you go." This made the innkeeper behind him startle, bewildered, and confused. The woman heard this and asked in a panic, "Is that true? Then you must release my child too." Lu Tan answered seriously, "Of course it's true. I heard the 5 grains had a good harvest. May I ask, are these the 5 grains?" The woman straightened her face and replied, "The 5 grains, of course, refer to sesame, rice, glutinous rice, wheat, and beans. Who doesn't know that?" As soon as she finished, Lu Tan immediately stood up and praised her. "Well said." After that, he immediately gave an order. Murong Yan. Murong Yan, standing behind, obediently replied, "Yes." Lu Tan coldly instructed, "Catch that fatty." This woman was not raised in luxury. She knows about the 5 grains. She must care about the lives of the people. Hearing that, Murong Yan immediately obeyed and answered loudly, "Understood." At that moment, the fatty had already panicked and run away, his face deathly pale and terrified, screaming, big brother, save me, big brother, they've arrived." The big brother, he called out to, had indeed arrived. Sitting confidently in the saddle with a smirk, he spoke up, "Who dares to cause trouble for me?" "Humph," with this look. "Today, I'll show you a good time." Looking at the crowd of bandits outside, Murong Yan turned back with a stern expression and asked, "Does the junior Grand Uncle Master still need to capture that shopkeeper?" Lu Tan replied calmly, "Close the door, there's no need now." As he spoke, he couldn't help but wonder to himself, what's the point of capturing him? The urgent matter is completing the mission to earn experience, starting the 3rd stage of the mission. With that thought, he immediately walked over to the tied-up woman and sat down to speak with her. "Don't be afraid, I'm here to save you." The woman asked suspiciously, "Why should I trust you?" Lu Tan replied calmly, "Right now, I'm your only option. What on earth is going on? Tell me the truth." Hearing this, the woman could only weep, dejectedly replying, "I suppose you're right. You are all I have. I am the wife of the magistrate of Yong'an County, and this is our daughter. We heard that some villages were hit by floods recently. My husband was too busy to leave, so I wanted to share his burden. I brought money and grain to provide relief. But halfway there, we were robbed by these bandits. We ended up in this tragic state. The scene back then was horrific. The fires were raging. The bandits were aggressive, slaughtering people like grass. After the massacre, they went into the inn to discuss their plans. As for the daughter of the Li family, she held a sword and killed quite a few of our brothers. They said she would surely come back for revenge. They thought it would be easier to use the government's power to catch her than to do it themselves." Continuing her story, the woman said, "Later, I found out they had intended to capture me to use as leverage against my husband. A girl named Li Le, that poor Li girl. I know her background. She was ruined by bandits who killed her parents and burned her home. Now, these bandits have their eyes on her too. I don't want my husband to risk finding that girl just to trade her for us. I only hope to wipe out these bandits and rid the people of this scourge." The woman sighed sorrowfully as she spoke, then added firmly, "So, even if my child and I die, it doesn't matter." Hearing this, Murong Yan was a bit surprised and said, "Although it involves Lila," before he could finish, Lu Tan cut in, You don't have to die. With me here, no one will come to any harm. The woman still didn't trust him, shaking her head in protest. These bandits have some skills. Even my guards and bailiffs, who were all quite capable, still lost to them. Young hero, don't worry about us. Just leave. If you can, please take my child back to her father. I would be forever grateful. As she spoke, the woman reached out with her child toward Lutan. At that moment, the system immediately displayed a notification. Side mission 2 of 3. Clear the mist. Find the truth. Completed. Mission reward. 60,000 experience points. 100 personal reputation points. Plus 60,000 experience points and 100 personal reputation points. After getting the whole story, Lutan stood up and declared, I said no one will get hurt, and they won't. The next second, he turned away coldly and headed outside. The system displayed side mission 3 of 3. Help the mother and child return home safely. Mission reward. 70,000 experience points. 100 personal reputation points, and 1 random attribute stat point. Reading this, Lutan couldn't help but be secretly delighted. A random attribute point. The big rewards are finally coming. If I get a sword mastery stat, won't I be unstoppable? With that thought, he turned back and smiled, reminding them, I'll be back in a moment. Seeing them leaving, the woman immediately asked, Are you all cultivators? Which righteous sect do you come from? Morongyan replied calmly, We are from the demon sect. Upon hearing this, the woman couldn't hide her shock. Lutan slowly stepped outside. He said coldly and indifferently, even bringing bows and arrows. You bandits are actually quite diligent in your cultivation. The bandit leader immediately pointed straight at him. Wielding his weapon, he heroically retorted, Quit your yapping. That woman in the house belongs to me. Even if you're a cultivator, don't even think about taking her away today. Lutan remained perfectly calm and composed, replying, You only kidnapped her because of the heirloom sword in that young lady's hand, didn't you? How about I give you a real treasure? Then you won't need to go through all this trouble. Hearing this, the leader felt intrigued, smiled sinisterly, and replied, Well, it seems you're a man who knows when to fold. Hand over your treasure, and maybe I'll spare your life. Lutan immediately summoned his sword scabbard and said with a smile, This here is a good item, take it. The leader immediately rode his horse forward, saying, Let me have a look. In the next second, he raised his weapon high into the sky. Preparing to strike at Lutan's hand, he yelled with malicious excitement, Since you're giving it to me, I won't be needing this hand of yours either. However, before he could even move, he was blasted back, horse and all, by some unseen force. Lutan remained standing calmly in place. His sword heart glowed incessantly. He coldly stated, If you're so eager to seek death, then turn into experience points for me. Seeing that things had taken a turn for the worse, the leader immediately turned his horse around and frantically ordered his subordinates, Shoot your arrows. Hurry, shoot. The bows were drawn taut. Then, thousands upon thousands of arrows were fired directly at Lutan. With sharp, stern eyes, he spoke, Shaith release. In the very next second, tragic, painful screams erupted incessantly, accompanied by blood splattering everywhere under Lutan's invisible slashes. The scene was truly terrifying and gruesome. Amidst the chaos, Lutan stood tall. As for the bandits, they had all been knocked unconscious by him, lying helplessly scattered across the ground in a pathetic state. Under the sunlight, Lutan smiled gently and said, Back when I attained enlightenment, you lot weren't even born yet. At this moment, the woman had been rescued by Morongyan. As soon as she saw him, she called out, Immortal Master. Then, the woman bowed her head before Lutan with deep sincerity. Thank you for saving my life, Immortal Master. Thank you for saving my life, Immortal Master. Lutan replied courteously, Please, madam, rise. With a radiant and handsome face, he continued, Now, I will take you two home so the magistrate doesn't have to worry. Finishing his sentence, he couldn't help but calculate inwardly. As long as I get them home, the 3-stage quest will be completed perfectly. Seeing Lutan's heart-fluttering appearance, the woman couldn't help but be startled. Her face flushed red with admiration. This demon sect Immortal Master is not only incredibly handsome, he looks like he stepped right out of a painting. Thinking this, the woman immediately replied, Then, I'll have to trouble you, Immortal Master. In the vicinity of Yong'an County, the three of them were walking peacefully along the road. Lutan scanned his surroundings, then fell into deep thought. I remember there's a den of fierce monsters around Yong'an County, and they grant tons of experience points. As he thought of this, a strange aura suddenly appeared, enveloping them in black. Lutan immediately realized the problem and guessed with concern. No way. Don't tell me it's that unlucky Murong. Yan? She was also stunned and terrified by the situation before her. This is bad. It's a black-haired demon. The woman hugged her child tightly, filled with fear. With a pale face, she asked, Immortal Master, has something happened? In the next second, a pack of black-haired demon monsters appeared with brawny physiques, their fierce eyes glaring aggressively in their direction. The woman was scared to death, trembling all over, her face pale as she cried out. Murong Yan was no exception, speaking up with anxiety and unease. Little martial uncle, this black-haired demon is already at the 2nd level. It won't be easy to deal with. Surrounded by the black-haired demons, Lu Tan immediately instructed, Murong Yan, you protect them. Leave this place to me. Murong Yan immediately responded, Understood, little martial uncle. Don't worry. In the very next second, Lu Tan couldn't hide his excitement and broke into a delighted smile. He thought to himself, Experience points. All of these are delicious experience points. In just an instant, his spiritual energy erupted powerfully. At the same time, the black-haired demons madly and aggressively charged like moths to a flame. Lu Tan maintained his calm, holding his sword scabbard and confidently declaring, You blockheads with all brawn and no brains, I've taken out countless of you in my past life. Since you're so eager to die, I'll gladly accept it. Finishing his words, he swung his arm, slashing a few decisive strikes at the black-haired demons, causing them to howl in agonizing pain. Immediately after, the entire pack of monsters was struck, covered in Lu Tan's slash marks. Seeing that things were going poorly, they whispered to each other, This guy is too tough to handle. How about we grab the easier ones? The elder brother replied, Agreed. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole pack changed course, attacking Murong Yan and the woman. Witnessing this, Lu Tan didn't panic at all. He calmly swung his scabbard and said, You know how to change targets. Do you think I don't know how to hunt you down? The sword left the scabbard, and the scabbard shot forward, tearing through the demons and turning them into puddles of slimy blood on the ground. After handling the monsters, the system pinged, notifying him. Successfully eliminated 3 black-haired demons. Quest reward, 2,222 experience points. 2,222 experience points. 2,222 experience points. Afterward, Lu Tan gently picked up the woman's child and soothingly comforted them. Good baby, don't be afraid. Uncle has driven all the monsters away. Seeing this, both Murong Yan and the mother looked at him with eyes full of admiration. At the magistrate's mansion in Yong'an County, it was already evening. A voice resonated from within. Thank you, Immortal Master, for your righteous actions in saving us. Please accept a bow from this humble official. Lu Tan stood before them and replied courteously, Magistrate Zhang, please stand up. It was just a small effort, not worth mentioning. Just as he finished speaking, his gaze suddenly swept past someone standing there. It was a little girl kneeling on the ground with the others to show her gratitude. Seeing Lu Tan staring at her, the girl looked up curiously. Upon seeing her appearance, Lu Tan couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, This little girl is so cute. A moment later, the system notification popped up. Side quest 3 of 3. Bring the mother and child home safely. Completed. Quest reward. 10,000 experience points, 100 personal reputation points, 1 random aptitude or comprehension point. After reading it, Lu Tan was secretly overjoyed. A random aptitude or comprehension point? If I can unlock sword mastery, wouldn't that be an instant breakthrough to the heavens? Thinking it over, he immediately opened the system command box. Lu Tan started choosing his aptitude points, eyes fixed on the brilliant, dazzling light. He was extremely expectant, grinning as he muttered, Here it comes. But the very next second, the system displayed a line of text. Spearmanship proficiency, level 0+1. Better luck next time. Seeing this, Lu Tan's hands trembled, his heart filled with confusion. Spearmanship proficiency? Wait, isn't that a bit unusual? Is it really me? The African tribe leader? However, his expression shifted instantly. His face lit up with excitement as he chuckled to himself. Oh, wait a minute, this spearmanship isn't the kind I'm thinking of, is it? I mean, what man would turn down spearmanship proficiency? Looking at his puzzled expression, Murong Yan scratched her head in confusion. It's so itchy. Magistrate Zhang also stood up at this moment, saying sternly, I never expected that in the region under my jurisdiction, such a monstrous act of robbery and murder would occur. I am truly ashamed to be the local official of Yong'an County. Hearing this, Lu Tan placed a hand on his shoulder to comfort him. Magistrate Zhang, you don't need to blame yourself. Just keep doing your duty. Hearing these words, Magistrate Zhang's face showed clear admiration and affection for Lu Tan. After a while of chatting, Lu Tan turned to leave. I must take my leave. Deep down, he thought, I also need to go pick up Li Le at the Li estate. Then, Murong Yan also smiled and waved goodbye to Magistrate Zhang and his men. They all politely and respectfully chimed in, Farewell, immortal master. On the way, Murong Yan carefully examined the map and said, If the address Sister Lila gave us is correct, then up ahead must be her home. Lu Tan replied coldly, No mistake, this is the place. The Li estate has been ruined by those bastards. At this moment, they stood before the gate of the Li estate, a place now desolate, dilapidated, and cold. Lu Tan and Murong Yan slowly stepped inside. The scene before them was so barren and wretched it was heartbreaking. Witnessing this, he couldn't help but feel a deep ache. He thought to himself, so this place used to be such a warm home. Old memories seemed to come alive. The image of Lile's father happily pushing her on a swing, while Lile laughed and enjoyed the moment. The image of her mother teaching her sword dance under the warm sunlight, how gentle and peaceful it must have been. The more he recalled these things, the more painful the contrast with the current ruins became. But just then, Murong Yan, standing behind him, seemed to feel that deep-seated pain as well. Her hand gripped the map tightly as she said, So, Sister Lile had to go through so much. Those people deserve to die. I have to get revenge for Sister Lile. As she said this, Murong Yan radiated pure hatred toward the bandits, her killing intent surging. Seeing this, Lu Tan advised, Don't be impulsive. Although I really want to smash those bastards' heads in, there are some things that only have meaning when you do them yourself. As he spoke, he indifferently reached out to catch a falling leaf. Hearing this, Murong Yan worried. But Sister Lila's cultivation level, Lu Tan immediately reassured her, They are just mere bandits. They can't even withstand a single blow. You have to believe in Lila. She can do it. Hearing his words, Murong Yan didn't know what else to do but wipe away her tears. Hoo, little Marshal Uncle Grandmaster. Sister Lila has such a hard life, Lu Tan said gently. Don't worry, we'll just wait here for her to return. The next day, when the sun had risen, the two of them were still sitting stubbornly in front of the Li estate. Murong Yan asked, bored, Little Marshal Uncle Grandmaster, Sister Lile didn't actually get lost, did she? Lu Tan replied calmly, That's hard to say. Suddenly, he remembered something, and blankly thought, Don't tell me that silly girl is spinning her sword to find her way again, right? Just then, a figure appeared in the distance. It was Lile, her body covered in wounds, her clothes stained with mud, looking extremely exhausted. Seeing her like this, Lu Tan was a bit startled. He looked at the face full of grievance, pain, and the tears rolling down Lile's cheeks. Lu Tan couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. He had never missed that face so much until now. The little girl has grown up. That night she cried in such agony had she truly become an adult. Wasn't it that night she tried to hold back her tears? Lu Tan focused his gaze on Lile and asked, Is the revenge complete? After speaking, he suddenly thought of his own sister. It's been so long. Has little you accepted the truth that I'm dead yet? With trembling hands, Lila nodded softly. Murong Yan saw her and rushed over to hug her, crying, Sister Lile, you worried me to death. Seeing this scene, Lu Tan lamented internally, crying, All right, honestly, I wanted to hug her too, but I'm afraid that this girl might lose control and do that thing. 3 years of celibate cultivation, you know. A while later, Lile buried something under a tree in the courtyard with a sorrowful expression. Lile thought to herself, Father, Mother, your daughter has finally avenged you both. Your daughter is living very well now. Please rest in peace. While she was lost in thought, Lu Tan suddenly spoke up. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, rest assured. Little Leslie is very resilient. I will protect her from now on. The sudden remark startled Lile. Immediately after, she looked at him with sparkling, moved eyes. Seeing this look, Lu Tan broke into a cold sweat. Lu Tan, I hope both of your spirits, if you have any divine power, please visit her in a dream and tell her to stop lusting after my body. That would be great. Lu Tan turned and asked, Do you want to renovate the Li estate? Lila immediately refused. No, this place holds too many memories. I don't dare to face them anymore. Hearing this, he didn't say anything more, only gently patted her head and said, Then let's go. Let time heal this place. Lile gave a soft nod. On the carriage heading to Tonglu County, Lu Tan was sitting inside when the system suddenly displayed a notification. Internal beta has started. Duration: 20 days. Reading this, Lu Tan was startled and extremely surprised. Right after that, a series of notifications popped up. Map feature unlocked. NPC mode feature unlocked. Lu Tan read it and thought excitedly, "It's here! It's here!" The system detailed the NPC mode features. 1. Issue quests to players. 2. A shop. 3. Purchase or sell items to players. 4. Impart skills. 5. Adjust favorability. 6. Disciple recruitment system, pending unlock. Accompanying this was a map with countless locations, making Lu Tan marvel. I didn't expect the Tianchen continent to be so big. There are so many newbie villages, but only 1,000 beta players. I wonder how many people will be assigned to Tonglu County. I really want to catch a player right now to explore some new positions. While Lu Tan was busy thinking of ways to stir up trouble, many earth-shattering events had already occurred in Tonglu County. 1 hour ago, a massive pillar of light suddenly lit up the sky, terrifying the guards and sending them running in total panic. Screaming at the top of their lungs, pale-faced, they cried out, "Something's wrong! The sky is tearing open! The sky is tearing open! Help me! I don't want to die!" Immediately after, a strange, large crowd appeared. At a glance, you could tell they were all players, with various names floating above their heads. Some were dangling from tree branches, others were perched haphazardly, while some were happily laughing and playing on the ground. The atmosphere was incredibly lively and bustling. "Damn, this scenario is hilarious. I'm dying of laughter," the player named Mo Guanji said, excitedly touching his own body and cheering with joy. "This sensation is indescribable." Another person suddenly cut in. "Is that you, Zhuo Hui?" he exclaimed. "Holy crap! The realism in this game is top tier." Seeing Zhuo Hui, Mo Guanji was slightly startled and surprised. "Zhuo Hui? You're a brave one, brother." Zhuo Hui also replied cheerfully. "Mo Guanji? My goodness. I suspect you've been watching some rated movies, haven't you?" Mo Guanji pointed toward Li Wange, who was standing not far away, and said, "You flatter me. That guy over there is even better. Look at how he takes care of his physique." Li Wange smiled warmly at the two of them, showing off a muscular body as solid as a boulder. Seeing this, Zhuo Hui's eyes sparkled like stars. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, one word, top-notch." Even though the game, Heavenly Dust, required normal names and banned ones like, "Look at you, you're pregnant," or "I'll be innocent," it still couldn't stop the boundless creativity of the gamers. Right then, the system displayed a notification, inviting them to follow the map's instructions to go to their designated newbie village, Dong County. After reading it, the players were excited and shouted, "We've got work to do. Get to the newbie village to pick up quests and start grinding, brothers." Zhuo Houyi immediately threw his arm around Mo Guanji's shoulder, inviting him, "Brother, let's team up and add each other as friends. By the way, I'm with the Knights Guild. What about you?" Faced with that question, Mo Guanji calmly replied, "I'm just an amateur player, no guild." After chatting for a while, Mo Guanji turned to leave, waving as he said, "You guys go ahead, I still want to walk around and check out the scenery." Hearing that, Zhuo Hui didn't want to press him further, just waved back and replied, "All right, see you later then." Mo Guanji nodded. Yeah, walking along and admiring the surroundings, Mo Guanji felt full of wonder. He curiously exclaimed, "Whoa, even the spider webs are this detailed and realistic? This game is truly unbeatable." But just then, he suddenly noticed something unusual. The next second, Mo Guanji stealthily crept into the bushes to investigate. He couldn't help but be surprised by the scene before him, thinking to himself, "It seems I've stumbled upon something huge. Could this be my big break?" At this moment, Li Shan, the assassin, and Chen Yuntian, the wandering swordsman, were fighting fiercely. Both of them had bright red names. Li Shan coldly threatened Chen Yuntian. "Someone paid 200 silvers for your dog life. Don't struggle in vain. My blade is very fast." Chen Yuntian was being pressed by Li Shan until he couldn't breathe, when he suddenly caught a glimpse of Mo Guanji stealthily watching him from afar. He immediately came up with a scheme. Since he couldn't win, he would drag someone else down as a meat shield to buy time to escape. Thinking this, Chen Yuntian lunged straight toward Mo Guanji, causing him to panic and shout out in shock. Chen Yuntian grabbed Mo Guanji by the collar, and then decisively threw him directly toward Li Shan's sharp blade, making Mo Guanji scream in despair. Because it was so sudden, Mo Guanji couldn't react in time. He was just inches away from the blade, his face turning pale with fear, cursing, "Damn it." Then he couldn't help but worry. Is my health bar going to hit 0 here? However, the next second, someone suddenly gently placed a foot on the blade, stopping it right as it reached Mo Guanji's throat. None other than Lu Tan. He appeared grand and heroic, making that guy Li Shan instinctively flinch in extreme shock. In just a split second, Lu Tan's immense power erupted, sending both Li Shan and his sword flying far away, howling in pain. Even Mo Guanji was not spared. His face was slammed into the ground, his backside sticking up in the air. However, his face was still beaming with excitement, his eyes sparkling like stars, as he looked at Lu Tan in admiration. Damn, that's insane. Lu Tan stood tall against the heavens, coldly issuing a warning. I'll only count to 3. As soon as he finished, Li Shan was so scared, he scrambled to run away immediately, screaming as he fled. Senior, spare me, we're leaving. After that guy left, Lu Tan immediately looked at Mo Guanji's player tag. He was extremely surprised and shocked. Mo Guanji? What a coincidence. Then, he couldn't help but think to himself, Mo Guanji, this name in heavenly dust, was once famous throughout the world twice. The first time was when he entered the little scholar study to become the master's disciple. The second time was when he died suddenly. Thinking of this, he also remembered the posts on the forums from back then. The senior who entered the little scholar study is hot. Mo Guanji, the senior, died suddenly. Hey, stop it, I'm about to die suddenly too. Look, he really did die suddenly. Then, Lu Tan suddenly realized the awkward problem, his face blank as he thought, damn, am I walking someone else's path, and now I've met the original owner? How did this happen? While he was lost in his own thoughts, Mo Guanji was staring intently at him, his face filled with admiration and respect. This person, regardless of appearance or aura, is flawless. He's way too good looking. If he posted a photo on the forums, I guarantee he'd become an overnight superstar. The more he looked at him, the more Mo Guanji's favorability increased, which left Lu Tan feeling completely speechless. This is truly confusing as expected. That 10-point charm stat isn't just for show. Men and women both fall for it. After staring at Lu Tan for a while, Mo Guanji finally noticed the status bar above his head, and he was even more shocked and surprised than ever. He screamed in his heart, This. A purple named NPC. Oh my god, I'm completely stunned. In heavenly dust, the color of the name indicated the status of the NPC, from lowest to highest. Gray, yellow, green, purple, orange, and the legendary rainbow name. Seeing the blank look on Mo Guanji's face, Lu Tan looked like a fool. Lu Tan felt extremely confused and incredibly weird. Heaven have mercy, this kid doesn't look very bright. Is he still on the path to finding his own death? Should I change my route and save him just to see what happens? At that moment, the system suddenly displayed information. Mission available for player Mo Guanji. Accept or decline. Seeing that, Lu Tan couldn't hide his interest, smiling and thinking, I can issue missions directly? Wait. The system interface has turned purple. Since it's purple, this will be much easier. Thinking this, Lu Tan clicked Accept. The next second, he looked coldly at Mo Guanji and said, Do you agree to work for me? It must be said, although Lu Tan is an NPC, he has the bad habits of a player he really loves to act mysterious. Hearing these words, Mo Guanji was surprised at first, then couldn't help but smile brightly, feeling overjoyed. He thought, there really is a mission. I met a purple NPC right at the start. I'm gonna hit it big. He immediately said, I agree. Just then, Li Le, who was standing not far away and witnessing their conversation, felt a bit annoyed and thought, why did this guy steal my line? She shouted loudly, Big brother, look at me. Don't look at him. Meanwhile, Lu Tan and Mo Guanji didn't pay any attention to her at all. After hearing Mo Guanji's reply, Lu Tan sighed inwardly. The kid has potential. The system displayed information. Please set the mission requirements and rewards. Rewards can be chosen from 1. Items, 2. Experience points, 3. Money. Lu Tan read the information carefully and then pondered. This guy is quite short-lived. The mission shouldn't just be for him. As for the experience points, even I don't have enough for myself. I'll just use the silver I extorted earlier. Meanwhile, Mo Guanji had his own fears and anxieties. He thought, a mission from a purple NPC must have very high difficulty, right? With my current strength, what if I can't complete it? The system board in front of Mo Guanji suddenly displayed a notification. A mission from the purple NPC. Find a companion and bring him here. The reward is 10 taels of silver. Choose. Accept or decline. After reading this, Mo Guanji's eyes lit up like floodlights. With a wide, happy grin, his brain worked rapidly. Although it was a bit different from what he expected, he would bet his life that this was just an appetizer. The real, juicy prize was definitely still to come. He didn't hesitate for a second. He immediately pressed the system's go button. Over on Lu Tan's end, a notification pinged the official had accepted the quest instantly. He stepped into his role with incredible speed. Be gone, he said, his voice cold and authoritative. I shall wait here for you." He sounded incredibly cool on the outside, but inside, his tears were pouring down like a torrential rainstorm. He screamed internally in despair. At the beginning of the game, even low-level yellow name NPCs were swarmed by players. Now that he was a dazzling purple name NPC, if he walked into the city, he'd probably be torn apart and practically licked clean by those gamers, not leaving a scrap behind. Mo Guanji smiled as brightly as spring flowers, his tone firm and full of confidence. "I guarantee I will complete the quest perfectly." Seeing him as excited as if he'd popped a pill, Lu Tan gave a calculating smile. "Go on then, you industrious little tools." Cutting to the entrance of Dong County, countless players were gathered in a dense, suffocating crowd outside. Everyone was extremely frustrated, and curses filled the air. "Damn it, I can't believe this. What the hell is a variant? And what's with these damn travel permits?" Sensing the situation was as tense as a pulled bowstring, Mo Guanjie turned to ask, "Zhangguo Huyi, brother, what's going on?" Zhangguo Huyi was fuming, his face red as a fighting cock. He pointed straight at the guards and snapped, "The guards are blocking the gate and won't let players in. They're calling us variants with suspicious backgrounds. It's infuriating, isn't it? These guards are too dumb to tell a player from a variant, so the county magistrate issued a total ban. No permit, no entry. It pisses me off. If my level wasn't so low, I would have rushed in and smashed that magistrate to pieces." Hearing Zhangguo Huyi vent his anger, Mo Guanji couldn't help but be stunned, secretly wondering, why is this game so insanely realistic? Immediately after, he leaned in and whispered to Zhangguo Huyi, "Brother, getting hot-headed won't solve anything. We have to find someone to help us." Having plotted his strategy, Mo Guanji thought to himself, "I'll just trick this guy into doing the quest first, then ask that purple name NPC for a favor." When Zhangguo Huyi heard this, his eyes lit up and he pressed, "Brother, you have a brilliant idea?" Mo Guanji turned and walked away, waving his hand mysteriously. "Follow me." A moment later, Mo Guanji had led the man back to Lu Tan. Lu Tan was still sitting in the carriage with an aloof, high-class demeanor as Mo Guanji stood outside. He chattered away, telling the whole story and explaining the situation from start to finish. After listening, Lu Tan only replied coldly, "So, you just need a travel permit. Is that it?" Inside, Lu Tan couldn't help but marvel at the irony of the situation. He never expected the game to have such an interesting mechanic. Mo Guanji nodded eagerly and said, "Yes, sir. We need a document with an official seal to prove our identity. Please, show us mercy, immortal master. We are all law-abiding citizens, not those variants you speak of. Please, help us out." While Mo Guanji was busy giving his speech, Zhangguo Huyi, standing nearby, suddenly widened his eyes in utter shock. A split second later, his head was spinning from the sheer surprise. Excitement was written all over his face. He screamed in his head, "A purple name NPC! Damn it! It feels like I'm dreaming in broad daylight." Meanwhile, Li Lei, sitting beside Lu Tan, felt a bit worried and spoke up softly, "Young martial uncle, I'm afraid these people aren't very trustworthy." However, Lu Tan immediately brushed it off. "It's fine. I have my own judgment." He then turned to call out to the two players, "I trust you both. Leave this matter to me. Go back to Wangan County first. I have an acquaintance there." After saying that, he fell into deep thought. Isn't it just a scrap of paper to prove an identity? Once this is resolved, they will become useful tools for me to command. Seeing his transcendent charisma, Mo Guanji and Zhangguo Huyi couldn't hide their infatuation. Their favorability ratings skyrocketed like a rocket. The two youths exclaimed, "So handsome. He's incredibly handsome." Suddenly, Lu Tan's system pinged with a notification. Flash quest activated. Help the players resolve their identity issue. Reward, 1,000 experience points, 100 personal reputation points. Upon reading it, Lu Tan felt a shiver of delight and smiled to himself. Ask and you shall receive. This system is pretty smart. At the county magistrate's office, Lu Tan stepped off the carriage and didn't forget to turn back to tell Li Lei, "You stay here in the carriage and rest. We'll be back in a moment." Hearing this, Li Lei nodded obediently. She was a little shy, her cheeks flushing red as she watched his retreating figure, her heart blooming with joy. She didn't know why he wouldn't let her come along, but being cared for like this made her feel like fainting from happiness. A while later, Lu Tan stepped out with a stack of papers in his hand and smiled, saying, "I've troubled you this time, Magistrate Zhang." Mo Guanjie and Zhangguo Huyi were peeking from behind, watching the scene. Their eyes sparkled like car headlights. It seemed both of them had been completely bewitched by Lu Tan's dazzling aura, determined to cling to this powerful golden thigh as tightly as possible. Magistrate Zhang stood up quickly and smiled respectfully at Lu Tan. "Helping the immortal master is my great honor. Please, there is no need for such formalities. Suddenly, Lu Tan recalled the image of Magistrate Zhang's adorable daughter. He thought to himself, since he helped me so enthusiastically, I might as well form a good bond for the benefit of both parties. Thinking of that, he spoke up. Magistrate Zhang, I noticed your eldest daughter has great potential. She has a talent for cultivation. The child and I seem to have a connection. How about you send her to the demon sect when she reaches the right age? What do you think? Upon hearing the keyword demon sect, Mo Guanji and Zhang Huyi in the back immediately raised their hands in enthusiastic support, screaming in their heads, so the big shot is from the demon sect. I want to go too. Take me with you. Magistrate Zhang, hearing Lu Tan's golden words, was both stunned and overjoyed, stammering, really? Does my daughter truly have the talent for cultivation? In this world, the prevailing view is that children shouldn't cultivate too early. First, so they can have a happy childhood with their parents, and second, it's easier to study once they are older. Lu Tan kept his expression as calm as a tranquil lake and nodded definitively. Cultivators never lie. Hearing that, Magistrate Zhang hurried forward to bow, his voice filled with emotion. Thank you, immortal master. I never expected my daughter to have such great destiny. Lu Tan replied concisely. Then it settled. Magistrate Zhang's face glowed as he cheered happily. This is wonderful. My Zhang family will finally produce a cultivator. Immediately, he turned and gave a loud order. Someone, quickly, call for my wife. Bring the young miss here to thank the immortal master. His subordinate quickly replied. Yes, sir. A moment later, Magistrate Zhang's wife carried her daughter out and said gently, Come here, dear. Magistrate Zhang looked at his beloved daughter, then gestured toward Lu Tan and smiled, saying, Zhang quickly kneel and pay your respects to the immortal master. The little girl, Zhang immediately dropped to her knees, calling out in a sweet, innocent voice, Beautiful uncle. Then, she obediently bowed low at Lu Tan's feet. Zhang kowtowed in gratitude to him. But oh dear, as soon as she lifted her head, a massive bump had already swollen up on her forehead. Lu Tan was shocked and flustered. He quickly called out, Oh my, does it hurt, little one? There, good girl, stand up now. He felt his heart aching. Internally, he was crying, Oh man, this game is actually running a child scamming series too? Lu Tan hurriedly picked up Zhang to soothe her, then turned to give instructions. Murong Yan, check the girl's potential and see how it is. Murong Yan immediately obeyed. As you wish, little martial uncle grandmaster. Saying that, she slowly extended her hand toward Zhang's forehead and gently placed it there. She channeled her spiritual energy to scan the meridians. As soon as Murong Yan finished checking, 7 radiant rings of light immediately shone forth. Seeing that, Lu Tan boasted like a legend. I clearly have an eye for talent. A foundation at level 7 can already be considered peerless natural talent. Upon hearing this, Magistrate Zhang was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed in profuse gratitude. Many thanks to the immortal master for your consideration. Once my daughter is of age, I will surely send her to the demon sect to apprentice and study. Lu Tan set Zhang down, brushed off his hands, and replied, Just remember your promise, and that's enough. I'll be going now. Having said that, he turned and walked away decisively. Magistrate Zhang bowed deeply to see him off, escorting the immortal master all the way outside. Once everything was settled, Lu Tan tossed a stack of documents at Mo Guanxi's face, his voice cold. Take these. When you arrive, distribute them to those who need them. Mo Guanxi and Zhang Huyi hurriedly bowed respectfully like chicks pecking at rice. On behalf of our companions, we thank the immortal master very much. Mo Guanxi couldn't help but sigh in admiration inwardly at this chivalrous act of Lu Tan. He was helping people he didn't even know. With such enthusiasm, this truly was the vision of a great figure. Suddenly, Lu Tan tossed a purse of silver toward him, praising him cheerfully. Mission accomplished very well. Keep it up. At that very moment, Mo Guanxi's system went ding, notifying him. Mission complete. Received reward of 10 taels of silver. Seeing his friend get rewarded, Zhang Huyi was visibly expectant, raising his hand high and smiling brightly like a flower, secretly hoping, Master, look at me. Look over here. My work capability is also top-notch, you know. Lu Tan glanced at Zhang Huyi, his mind already calculating. This guy, right, I remember now. He's the underling of that child of someone else guild leader, Gao Da, from the Night Guild. This guy has some utility value. Using him to build my influence is the best move. I need to humble him a bit from the start so he feels anxious. Later on, he'll work even harder for me. Thinking is doing. Lu Tan wore a sinister smile and secretly adjusted the favorability level toward Zhang Huyi on the system. Instantly, Zhang Huyi's system gave a red alert. Mysterious person purple name. Favorability toward you. -1. Seeing the disastrous text, Zhang Huyi froze, eyes wide and mouth agape, frantically screaming in his mind. Nani, did I do something wrong? Why was my favorability deducted? Is it because I'm too ugly that I'm hated? It's over. I'm truly finished. Zhang Huyi was both crying internally in pain and extremely confused. Meanwhile, Lu Tan maintained a blank expression and calmly gave the next order. Go to Tong County to distribute the travel permits. Then head straight to Thonlin City. Mo Guanxi obediently bowed his head in submission. As you command, immortal master. At this moment, the systems of both players simultaneously popped up. Quest triggered, drive the carriage to Tong County, Thonlin City. Reward, Falcon Finger Grayscale. Do you accept the quest? Lu Tan silently judged. Learning Falcon Finger doesn't cost experience points. It really is a piece of trash, perfectly suited for these noobs. Only the casting stance is a bit eager. Zhang Huyi, while resentful, pressed accept while trying to swallow his tears, telling himself to stay calm. I must stay calm. Right after that, taking advantage of his free time, Zhang Huyi secretly turned on the recording software to capture Lu Tan's image. Image capture mode activated. He smiled triumphantly. He secretly calculated, a small drop in favorability doesn't matter. I can grind it back up later. The important thing is that I've made contact with the purple name NPC. This is a huge contribution to the guild. I bet the guildmaster will give me a huge, mega-sized red envelope for sure. After Lu Tan climbed into the carriage and got settled, both Zhuo Huyi and Mo Guanji, out of curiosity, couldn't help but peek inside. Ugh. What met their eyes was the sight of Lila, as beautiful as a fairy. Her purity and innocence were clear to see, yet she exuded a deadly charm. Both young men, Zhuo Huyi and Mo Guanji, were stunned for a good 5 seconds, their faces turning bright red, hearts pounding, and legs shaking as they involuntarily gasped. So beautiful. It's unreal. Seeing their simp-like behavior, Lu Tan immediately frowned and warned them. Get moving already. What are you just standing there blankly for? He felt a bit of annoyance rising in his heart. Damn it, they saw her after all. How frustrating. The two young men jumped, startled, and hurriedly snapped back to reality, leaping onto the driver's seat. They scrambled to respond. Yes, we're going right now. Inside the carriage, Lu Tan immediately used his body to shield Lila and said in a serious tone, from now on, dress more modestly and wear a veil. Got it? After saying that, he shuddered inwardly, thinking about her youthful face combined with that incredibly voluptuous figure. If someone snapped a photo and posted it on the forums, those game-addicted fanboys would definitely go crazy. Hearing Lu Tan's meticulous instructions, Lila was a bit surprised. She asked curiously, do you not want them to see me? Lu Tan coughed a few times to dodge the question, thinking to himself that if that happened, I still remember the in-game usernames of these guys. I'd probably have to hunt them down and wipe them all out. Just thinking about it is exhausting as hell. On the way, Zhuo Huyi asked Mo Guanjie in a hushed, suspicious voice while driving, hey, don't cultivators usually fly and teleport? Why does this one have to ride in a horse carriage? Mo Guanji put on a bored expression, like he was looking at an idiot, and explained, you really are stupid. This is a purple tier NPC. So what's wrong with him acting a bit unconventional? Besides, if we didn't have this carriage, what use would the two of us be? Enlightened, Zhuo Huyi slapped his thigh hard and nodded in agreement. Oh, right. You're absolutely spot on. Brother, you're truly lucky to be a player who managed to get a quest from a high-tier purple NPC, aren't you? Mo Guanjie replied calmly and arrogantly. Of course. If this quest only required one person, there's no way you'd have the chance to tag along. Hearing that, Zhuo Huyi's eyes sparkled with gratitude. He happily said, you're the best. Brother, I'll never forget this favor. The very next second, Zhuo Huyi jumped into the guild chat to message the guildmaster. Guildmaster. Quick, praise me. We've already met a purple tier NPC. This is truly a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. Something you can only hope for, not ask for. Elsewhere, Mai Kanhwa, after reading the message, couldn't hide her shock and astonishment, shouting, a purple tier NPC? She immediately threw the broom she was holding on the ground, her eyes glowing as if she'd struck gold, and exclaimed, oh my god, my time to shine has finally arrived. On the system screen, a notification popped up. The Poor Knight Guild. Players participating in the guild's internal inspection have coincidentally encountered a purple tier NPC. Mai Kanhwa immediately hit the post button. The system displayed the post. The Poor Knight Guild. Players on internal inspection have coincidentally encountered a purple tier NPC. Details pending update. Reading this, Mai Kanhoa chuckled to herself. First, let's keep them curious. Once the topic reaches 1,000 comments, I'll update it further, haha. Seeing Lutan's face appear on the system, Mai Kanhoa was even more amazed. This face is just ridiculously handsome. I'll update it later, haha. Looking at Lutan's face appearing on the system, he was even more amazed. This face is truly handsome to an excessive degree. I hope Zhuo Huyi can stay focused and not mess up the big picture. As a guildmaster, I must follow the proper procedure for creating hype. Back at Zhuo Huyi's location, he had also read the system update from his guildmaster. Looking at the image on the system screen, Lutan couldn't help but smile, thinking to himself, these gamers are really something else. It's a shame I don't have the function to reply to posts. Otherwise, I'd jump in and chat a bit too. At this moment, suddenly, a super hot topic appeared on the system forum. The Poor Knight Guild. Players on internal inspection have coincidentally encountered a purple tier NPC. Details pending update. The heat index had already reached over 999 plus. Lutan saw that information and immediately tapped on it. He felt a little secretly pleased. Finally, the moment has arrived. Player 2 didn't disappoint me. Everything is going according to plan. As soon as he clicked, a myriad of different comments appeared on the system topic. Are you suffering from terminal brain rot? A purple tier NPC? You're 30% cold and 70% goofy, right? A newbie village spawns a purple tier NPC? Stop bragging. I'm 2 meters tall if that's real. If there's really a purple tier NPC, my roommate will livestream doing handstands while peeing. Kwang 2, you've got a toothache, don't you? OP, if you've been eating peanuts. You wouldn't be this drunk. Are you blind, OP? No photos, no proof. The more he read, the more excited and expectant Lutan became. Keep going. Let my reputation points soar even higher. Just then, his system suddenly showed a notification. Ding. Replies exceeded 3,000. Topic owner, the Poor Knight Guild, has a new update. Seeing this, Lutan was a bit curious. Impressive. It already passed 3,000 comments in no time. Let's see what kind of trick you're pulling this time. As soon as he clicked on it, his image appeared, looking extremely cold, noble, and elegant. Seeing it, Lutan was very satisfied and proud, laughing as he thought, this angle is good. It captures 810% of my true style. The very next second, the players were so excited that the comments were flying by. Meow meow, mom, asking why I'm crawling on the floor doing the disco on my grave. I'm dying. Why is a guy like me unable to hold back this excitement? Irilas, so dreamy. I need all the info on this person in 1 minute. I'm in love with this guy. I'm in. The players were all extremely curious and excited, screaming, hubby, is this my hubby? Move aside, he's mine. A series of comments flooded in. Hubby, I'm in, look at me, love me, hubby, oh hubby, I'm ready. Look at me, I'm super strong. Getting hit by these comments straight to the heart. Lutan couldn't help but feel overwhelmed, deeply shocked, and lamented. You stupid gamers, you're way too enthusiastic. Just then, the system notified him, NPC romance mode officially activated, not yet unlocked. Lutan carefully read it, extremely curious. Romance mode? That's intense. If this unlocks, will it reveal my health bar, or will it track affection levels or something? The very next second, he imagined countless different scenarios, from people trying to assassinate him, to a crowd of women following him. I'll max out your affection levels until they're overflowing. The more he imagined, the more Lutan solidified his decision. It seems like revealing any stats isn't a good thing. It's better not to unlock them for now. Just then, a topic suddenly popped up. Name the purple name. NPC. Hot comments. Lady who writes with a chicken feather quill. The purple name has a noble aura like a prince. Let's call him Zidion Purple Lightning. 3 parts cold, 7 parts goofy. Lang Xiao. All 3 are trash. Overbearing CEO. You're ugly. It doesn't matter. I'm blind. Reading up to here, Lutan was extremely stunned and curious. Hey, the post from the Poor Knight Guild already hit the top? Naming me? Zidion? This cheap, trashy name has 60,000 likes? Sounds like a name for toilet paper. The system popped up again. Lady who writes with a chicken feather quill. Comment. Let's find the man in the heart of our beautiful Zidion. Reading this, Lutan couldn't contain his anger and immediately stood up. Stood up. His face flushed red with irritation. He shouted, wait, what kind of nonsense is this reply? Where is this person? I have to kill him 800 times. The 2 people sitting in the carriage, seeing this extremely strange display, were also startled and filled with panic. The next second, Murong Yan curiously asked, "Little Marshal Uncle, who do you want to kill 800 times?" Leela was also confused and turned to ask, "What? What's going on?" Lu Tan, full of dejection and boredom, raised a hand to his forehead and replied, "No, it's nothing. Just now, I suddenly remembered the neighbor's stupid dog, so I couldn't control my emotions." Seeing the odd expression accompanied by that confusing answer, Murong Yan was extremely puzzled. A stupid dog? Leela also didn't understand what had happened, secretly guessing. Could it be the dog that once stole food from Lu Tan? Lu Tan looked out at the sunlight shining outside the carriage, crying in pain internally, trying to calm himself down. Whatever, on the road to success, one must pay a price for a few things. At least I've become a celebrity, haven't I? Before the city gate, Zhanggo Houyi spoke up. "Immortal Master, we've reached Tong County." Lu Tan's carriage had arrived at the gate, where a crowd was gathering. Lu Tan sat in the carriage and spoke coldly. "This place is Tong City. Prepare to distribute the documents." Hearing that, Mo Guanxi immediately replied, "Yes." The very next second, he went down to distribute the documents. The crowd in front suddenly whispered and shouted loudly, "Wow! Everyone, look at that person. He's so handsome." Mo Guanxi and Zhanggo Houyi thought they were talking about them, felt incredibly shy, blushing all over. But the very next second, Mo Guanxi was trampled and stepped on by the mob, who were sprinting for their lives toward Lu Tan, screaming at the top of her lungs, "Oh my god, it's Zidian. It's actually him. He's even better looking in person than in the pictures. I could just eat him up. Tell everyone who's offline to get online right now." They were all feeling so lucky. The women were starry-eyed and buzzing with excitement, waiting at the city gate. They had spent so much time here just to test their luck, and now, it had finally paid off. "He's so handsome." Mo Guanxi was being crushed, his body covered in footprints. Painfully, he tried to stand up, watching the mob swoon over Lu Tan, and couldn't help but secretly feel pleased. Since my identity is already out there, I might as well show off a little. Let's see what it feels like to be an idol. Thinking that, he immediately offered a graceful, gentle smile, his face radiating a soft glow as he spoke. "Everyone, please don't crowd here. Someone might get trampled, and that wouldn't be good. Please, disperse." Seeing him like that, the fangirls became even more hysterical, screaming, "Oh, I'm done for. I can't take it anymore. I'm pregnant. Zidian is looking at me. How do I give a donation to Zidian? I'm going to donate right now. How can we leave when you say things like that? If you could, please just tuck me into your pocket." At that moment, Lu Tan suddenly gave an order. "Issue the passes to them." Mo Guanxi, his hair a complete mess, replied, "Yes, sir." He slowly handed out the permits to everyone. Whoever received one was deeply moved and started chattering away. "So Zidian came to save us. I never expected that after being blocked outside the novice village, I'd be saved by Zidian today. This is real. I'm going to cry." After a while, Mo Guanxi approached Lu Tan and reported, "Master, the passes have all been distributed." Hearing that, Lu Tan replied calmly, "Good, we're done here, let's go." Hearing this, the players were panicked and frantic, shouting, "Zidian wants to leave already? Wait, I haven't seen enough. Where is Zidian planning to go? I want to go too. Zidian, Zidian, where are you going? Zidian, I can't live without you. Zidian, Lord Zidian." At this moment, the scene turned into utter chaos, leaving Zuo Houyi and Mo Guanxi startled and bewildered. On the way to Qingling City, Lu Tan suddenly turned pale and started sweating profusely. He fanned his face, trying to cool down, thinking with fear, "That was terrifying. Are they still chasing us? So, this is how scary it is to be an idol?" Seeing him like that, Murong Yan immediately suggested, "Little Marshal Uncle, why don't you try a disguise?" Upon hearing this, Lu Tan was startled, his face full of confusion. He waved his hand to decline, saying, "No need. Someone like me, of course, has to accept a bit of fanaticism." As he finished speaking, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself, thinking about the craziness of his fangirls. He. At this moment, the system displayed a notification. Mission help players resolve identity issue completed. Mission rewards: 10,000 EXP, 100 personal reputation. Reading the information, Lu Tan smiled happily, thinking, "Done. The EXP is in the bag." The system continued with another notification. EXP for completing missions: 2,000. Resets every 24 hours. Calculation: current level times 500. Lu Tan was very curious about this. 2,000 points a day? If I split this EXP among a bunch of players, wouldn't that give me a few more tools to use? It's time to put the leak farming plan into action. As he thought this, he couldn't help but let out a sinister, triumphant laugh. Lu Tan's face suddenly lit up, blushing with excitement as he muttered, "Don't think that just because you've become my leekses, you're the only ones. My leek garden is pretty big." That evening, with a clear sky and a cool breeze, the atmosphere was dead silent. Zuo Hui stopped the carriage and announced, "Master, we've arrived at Qingling City." Murong Yan suddenly appeared, and softly told the two of them to stop the carriage in a hidden, quiet corner by the road. They quickly moved the carriage to the secluded spot, and then couldn't help but ask, "Master, we've stopped. What do we do now?" Murong Yan immediately cast a spell. The very next second, thick fog surrounded their carriage. Zuo Hui and Mo Guanxi were absolutely stunned and started whispering, "Incredible! Is this the wonder of magic? If I weren't already inside, I definitely wouldn't have noticed there was a carriage here." Seeing them chattering endlessly, Murong Yan reminded them, "Quiet. The master is inside." At that moment, Lu Tan was focusing on cultivating, his spiritual energy surging and rolling. Seeing this, Lila, who was sitting next to him, couldn't help but feel a bit surprised, thinking to himself, "The feel of the sword intent on Lu Tan has changed, but I can't quite put my finger on how." Deep within Lu Tan's consciousness, he was currently battling the sword intent shadow of Gu Xiaoman. With a sharp, cold gaze, he thought, "Today is the last day of the sword intent body infusion mission. If I hold on, I can get 1 point in sword Dao aptitude. It's been so long, yet I still haven't met the 2 senior sisters. It really is a hassle." Back then, those 29 days felt unbearable, but now that it's the last day, I actually feel a bit reluctant to let go. Habit really is a terrifying thing. While thinking, he focused on fighting the sword intent shadow. Suddenly, the shadow plunged straight into his forehead, catching Lu Tan completely by surprise as he shouted, "What? What is this?" The very next second, the system announced, "Mission completed. Received 1 point of sword Dao aptitude." Seeing Lu Tan acting strangely, Li Le watched him closely. Lu Tan stared at the system. Sword Dao aptitude. Level 1 to level 2. Can upgrade. The more he read, the more excited he became, smiling as he thought, "Huh? How come it can be upgraded? Ah, right. I still have 1 unused special attribute point from before. Since I've chosen the sword Dao, I'll put it all in there." Thinking of this, Lu Tan started laughing uncontrollably. He clicked upgrade. The very next second, the system announced, "Congratulations, host. Received sword intent. Sword Dao aptitude upgraded from level 2 to level 3. In an instant, Lu Tan's entire body began to glow. His sword heart radiated a brilliant, powerful light. Lu Tan touched his sword heart with one hand while holding his weapon with the other, smiling to himself. Sword intent. I've finally formed my own true sword intent. Seeing Lu Tan's strange behavior, Lila asked with great concern, "Lu Tan, what's wrong?" Lu Tan replied, "Nothing." Huh? However, the very next second, he was left stunned and shocked by the reaction of the sword sheath. The sword heart radiated a brilliant, powerful energy. Lu Tan touched the sword heart with one hand and gripped his weapon with the other, unable to stop a secret, delighted smile from forming as he felt the sword intent. "I've finally forged my own true sword intent." Seeing Lu Tan's strange expression, Li Le asked, deeply worried, "Lu Tan, what's wrong?" Lu Tan replied, "It's nothing." But the very next second, he couldn't help but be stunned and surprised by the reaction of his sword sheath. Even Li Le was no exception. Murong Yan, who was outside, also hurried in, anxiously asking, "What's going on, junior martial uncle?" It seemed, her sword was being affected too. It shook violently. Lu Tan stroked his sword, saying softly, "Behave now. Don't get so excited." After he finished speaking, he smiled happily to himself, thinking, "It's happy because I've attained sword intent. To cause such a stir, the might of a mid-grade purple equipment is truly nothing to sneeze at. But this Ling City is filled with hidden talents. After this, the sword sheath seems a bit too flashy. I need to enter the city quickly to find some peace." Thinking this, he immediately gave the order to enter the city, and Mo Guanxi quickly complied. Ling City was the nearest large city, located not far from the beginner villages. Under the solemn protection of the demon sect, no one dared to act recklessly. Over time, the city no longer needed defensive barriers, and the gates were open all year round. Tonight, with a cool breeze, a carriage slowly rolled into the city. At that same moment, a figure stood silently on a roof not far away, watching Lu Tan's carriage. She looked extremely intrigued. A smile tugged at the corner of her lips as she remarked, "A mid-grade immortal artifact? How interesting." After entering the city, Mo Guanxi's system emitted a notification. Quest completed. Reward received. Gray rank skill. Would you like to learn it? The very next second, both Mo Guanxi and Zhang Huyi simultaneously raised their middle fingers and laughed with delight. This action left the group of Li Lei and Murong Yan behind them, feeling both embarrassed and confused. What are those two doing? Lu Tan was completely helpless, covering his face with his hand and thinking, it seems the simple, honest lifestyle of the Tianchen continent is about to be corrupted. Just then, a waiter from the inn scurried out, eagerly asking, "Welcome, guests. Are you looking to dine or stay the night?" Murong Yan stepped out of the carriage and calmly replied, "We'll stay." Upon seeing their attire, the waiter smiled happily and said politely, "Ah, so you are inner sect immortal masters. Please, come right in." Because the three brothers of the innkeeper were so obsessed with the culinary arts that they couldn't pull themselves away, the demon sect's outpost he had established wasn't a normal hotel. Instead, it was a tavern. Lu Tan gently set his teacup on the table, then called out to Zhang Huyi. He calmly announced, "Now that the quest is complete, you may leave on your own. The first principle of a scumbag protagonist: use them and toss them away." However, Lu Tan couldn't help but have his own calculations. He initiated his initial training plan, let them go off to develop and grind levels on their own. Zhang Huyi was incredibly saddened after hearing what Lu Tan said, his face drooping as he let out a cry. He was extremely confused in his heart. Is Zidian chasing me away? Did I do something wrong? Mo Guanxi, sitting next to him, held his teacup while shaking his head repeatedly. He showed that he didn't understand, saying, "We don't know either. We don't dare to speak." Seeing that attitude, Zhang Huyi turned back to look at Lu Tan, his eyes sparkling with earnestness, saying, "Immortal, immortal, master, I. But before Lu Tan let him finish his sentence, he cut him off, saying, "Your aptitude is poor. Staying by my side is useless. Go get some training. Once you have spread your wings, I will see you again." After speaking, he thought to himself, "I'm sure your tycoon guild leader will fatten you up. I'll just wait to reap the benefits." Zhang Huyi was incredibly saddened upon hearing this, tearing up as he wondered, so I'm too weak? Is even flattering him a luxury I don't deserve? He then immediately asked, "Does the immortal master mean that as long as I am strong enough, I can follow you?" Lu Tan calmly replied, "As expected, you have great insight." Upon hearing this praise, Zhang Huyi seemed to ignite with renewed determination. He stood up abruptly, resolved, and affirmed, "Don't worry, immortal master. I will definitely not disappoint you." He was full of confidence. He smiled to himself, thinking, "Zidian is placing his hope in me. I'll wait for the day I return as a king, worthy of following by his side. Heh. From now on, I have a goal to fight for." Thinking this, he went over to Mo Guanxi to bid a sorrowful farewell. "Brother, stay by the side of the immortal master and contribute your best. I'll go ahead first." After speaking, Zhang Huyi felt a bit jealous of Mo Guanxi. It wasn't hard to tell that Zidian valued this kid more, but this was only temporary. Mo Guanxi smiled politely and replied, "Hope we meet again, brother." In his heart, Mo Guanxi also couldn't help but have his own plans. "Okay, by the time you return, I'll already be the top lackey of the immortal master. No one try to steal my spot." Lu Tan now stared intently at Zhang Huyi, calculating, "I must keep a close eye on this kid. I can't let his path be stunted." Seeing Lu Tan staring at him so intently, Mo Guanxi couldn't hide his confusion and suddenly blurted out, Then he asked directly, Immortal master, do I need to go get training too?" Mo Guanxi felt a bit anxious and uneasy. "No way, I haven't even started buttering him up yet." Lu Tan smiled calmly and replied, "Yes and no. Let me ask you this. Are you willing to be my sword attendant?" "My sword attendant." Saying this, a sinister, delighted smile bloomed in his heart. Although he claimed he didn't have a sword, he had a little sword in his heart. Serving him was essentially sword serving. The logic was sound. The argument was solid. "No wonder it's me." As soon as Lu Tan finished speaking, Mo Guanxi was so surprised and stunned that his jaw dropped. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he thought, "A sword attendant? Isn't that the disciple of Zidian? Oh my, this is a huge stroke of luck." The very next second, Mo Guanxi excitedly stood up and replied, "I am willing." Li Le stood nearby, witnessing their conversation, and was incredibly angry and frustrated. "Damn it, this guy dared to steal my lines, and he was so loud about it." Mo Guanxi's mood was like he was walking on clouds. He happily fantasized, this must be an internal test. Becoming Zidian's disciple means what? It means my future will be brilliant. It means when the female gamers see Zidian and scream on the forums, they'll be flooding my inbox with DMs. Becoming a disciple of 2DN, do you know what that means? It means my future is looking bright. It means female gamers will see 2DN and go crazy, screaming on the forums and flooding my inbox. It means I can embrace all the fragrant flowers and rare herbs, no more being a loner. I've heard Ma Tong is one of the top sects that the legendary 2DN represents. It's absolutely insane. Ma Tong is led by a mysterious, powerful young lady, maybe, just maybe? With a playful, mischievous thought, Guangge tapped Join Ma Tong on the system interface. The very next second, the system asked if he wanted to become Lu Tam's sword attendant. Of course, Guangge clicked yes, smiling to himself. So, 2DN's name is Lu Tam. Just wait until I head out and show off a bit. All the female gamers will be screaming my name, Dian. Just then, Lu Tan's system interface popped up. The disciple system has been unlocked. 1 chief disciple, 2 personal disciples, 3 gatekeeping disciples, 4 inner disciple slots, 5 outer disciple slots, and 1 sword attendant, with 6 servants. Seeing this, Lu Tan was slightly surprised and puzzled. Huh? The disciple system? Isn't it supposed to unlock at level 30? Why so early? The next second, his self-confidence soared to its peak. He felt incredibly optimistic. It must be the butterfly effect from a handsome guy like me. If that's the case, I have to make the most of it. But I need to give this kid a preventative shot first to keep him from dragging my name through the mud and ruining my reputation. Thinking this, Lu Tan spoke coldly. This time, I've descended into the mortal world for a secret mission that cannot be revealed. You understand, don't you? Mo Guanxi immediately grasped the situation, smiled, and replied, I understand, immortal master. Rest assured, this disciple will keep his mouth shut tight. Lu Tan picked up his teacup and said, that's for the best. Then, he couldn't help but think to himself, honestly, what man doesn't like someone who knows how to keep quiet? Since he's the real deal, child of destiny, sending him out to scout the path might actually yield some big rewards. With that thought, Lu Tan gave his instructions. I need to meditate for a few days. You go get familiar with the city and come back here in 10 days. If you run into any trouble, just report it to the innkeeper. Do you understand? The hidden meaning was, if there's a difficult hidden quest, you better tell me. He was determined to snag that quest for himself. Mo Guanxi smiled happily, his eyes sparkling like stars as he replied, I understand. He secretly cheered. Dian is actually willing to help me with quests. He felt like a male protagonist who had just found his golden finger father. The golden finger father, radiating an aura of calm, sat there sipping tea and said, off you go. As soon as he said that, Lu Tan thought, go on, my little tool, brave lad, go create some miracles. First, I'll give you a little incentive, then this tool will work even harder. Thinking this, he adjusted his favorability rating for Mo Guanxi, adding 5 points. The system for Mo, Guanxi immediately chirped, ding, favorability from Lu Tan +5. Seeing that, Mo Guanxi naturally couldn't hide his astonishment. He screamed with joy in his heart, holy crap, I got a favorability boost from the big shot purple tier legend. Then, he immediately turned around and rushed off to do the quest. He was visibly excited and expectant, shouting, Immortal Master, I'm off. Seeing this, Lu Tan felt extremely satisfied. Having an obedient little tool is really nice. After a moment, he stood up, turned to Murong Yan and Li Le, and said, since they've got somewhere to go, let's go stroll through the city ourselves. But we all need to change into different clothes to avoid drawing too much attention. The two of them were thrilled and excitedly replied, understood. Inside the room, Lu Tan was taking off his robes. As he was putting on a different outfit, suddenly, from outside, a voice called out, making Lu Tan jump in surprise. Lu Tan? Can I come in? The next second, someone opened the door and walked in, while Lu Tan was still showing off his solid, muscular physique with his rippling six-pack. The person who entered was none other than Li Le, who had changed into a new outfit. She asked shyly and timidly, can I come in? Leela's mind was racing, her face burning red as she stammered. She couldn't help but think to herself, the opportunity is right in front of me, but why is it so hard to speak? Seeing Lilei's bouncy, full chest, Lu Tan couldn't help but get a nosebleed. He then tremblingly asked, what is it? Speak slowly. Could you please stop swaying around? Just then, Leela spoke up boldly. Little Marshal Uncle Grandmaster, Lu Tan asked. Huh? What is it? Even though he asked, his eyes seemed to be focused somewhere else on Li Le, not her face. Li Le hung her head in embarrassment, thinking, this is so awkward. Looking at Li Lei's continuously bouncing chest, Lu Tan had blood streaming from his nose, wondering to himself, this girl probably can't even see her own toes, right? The next second, Li Lei suddenly gathered all her courage and shouted, "Little Marshal Uncle Grandmaster, I want to be your sword attendant." Hearing this, Lu Tan was completely stunned, confused, and stared blankly, asking, "What? What the heck is a sword attendant?" Li Le blushed, trying her best to say, "Please, Little Marshal Uncle Grandmaster, accept me as your sword attendant." She had her own determination. "I will not allow anyone else to get ahead of me. Lu Tan can only be mine." Seeing this side of Li Le, Lu Tan could only feel helpless and speechless, thinking, "Girl, do you really think I don't know what you're planning? You don't want to attend to my sword. You want to attend to my bed, don't you?" Li Lei was still very firm, bowing politely as she said, "Please, Little Marshal Uncle Grandmaster, grant my wish." In this situation, Lu Tan just looked at her and smiled gently, thinking to himself, "I, Lu Tan, am no saint. I know she's fallen for me at first sight, and sure, she's got a crush on me, but she's only 16, she's underage. That's absolutely off limits." Thinking that, he immediately said, "You don't need to be a sword attendant." As soon as she heard his words, Leela's face went pale. Then, her face darkened, looking dejected and disappointed as she asked, "Am I not good enough?" Lu Tan calmly replied, "Don't look down on yourself. You actually have quite a few things to be proud of." As he said this, he started picturing it, for instance, certain parts of her that stood out. Li Lei still looked gloomy as she said, "But I swore I would become strong to protect you. Now you won't even give me a chance." Lu Tan suddenly patted her head. "But as a man, it's only right that I protect you." Lu Tan smiled gently at Li Le, leaving her completely stunned. Than Lin City was incredibly bustling today. There were sounds of birds chirping, street vendors shouting, and the grumbling of drunkards. But amidst all that noise, Li Le only heard her own heart pounding like a drum. She involuntarily blushed, feeling ashamed as she thought, "Oh no, this must be that feeling." The very next second, Leela's face was filled with affection and excitement as she looked at Lu Tan, her favorability rating rising rapidly. This left Lu Tan feeling helpless. As expected, girls are easy to fool, whether you use your brain or your brawn. It's easier to just distract her. Thinking this, he immediately spoke up. "Li Le, let me see if your cultivation has made any progress lately." Hearing that, Li Le's ears turned red, and she startled, crying out, "Huh?" She pouted, annoyed, and complaining. Talk about a mood killer. Now's really not the time. Instead of feeling discouraged, contrary to her expectations, Lu Tan actually looked quite amused, a sinister smile spreading across his face. He suddenly lunged at Li Le, shouting, "Take this." A split second later, she took a solid hit to the head, crying out in pain, "Ow!" "Hey!" Lu Tan landed gracefully and safely. Half an hour later, with a calm expression, he easily pinned Li Le to the ground. He restrained her and said with amusement, "Caught you." Even in this situation, Leela couldn't believe it was real. Her face was dazed, utterly confused, and she stammered, "Listen to me, thanks, you jerk. Were you actually testing me?" Lu Tan just covered his face with his hand, smirked, and retorted, "With that skill level, how are you supposed to protect me?" Hearing this, Li Lei was completely provoked. Her eyes blazed with anger, she clenched her fists, and muttered to herself, "I'll try my best to cultivate Li Le. At worst, I'll just reach a heaven-defying cultivation level later and force him." Seeing the gloomy, murderous expression directed at him, Lu Tan felt a chill down his spine. He thought fearfully, "Why does she look like she wants to commit a crime with that look in her eyes?" Immediately after, Li Lei stood up, her voice cold. "Thank you for the lesson, Junior Granduncle." Seeing her attitude and hearing those words, Lu Tan was even more confused, wondering to himself, "Really? I don't believe it." After that little scene, the group finally went down to the street to walk around. The streets were bustling with people and carriages. Strangely, there were many turtles crawling around everywhere. Murong Yan, naturally full of questions and confusion at this sight, asked immediately, "Why are there so many turtles on this street?" Lu Tan looked at the turtles, also very puzzled when he saw them suddenly bow in unison before him. He wondered curiously, "Why do these turtles all bow when they see me?" Murong Yan explained with a smile, "Junior Grand Uncle, it seems these turtles are showing their respect to you." Hearing this, Lu Tan was startled, completely astonished, and asked back, "Turtles showing respect to me?" Murong Yan continued, "The tortoise, along with the dragon, Keelan, and phoenix, is one of the 4 auspicious beasts, representing good fortune. This is an omen of prosperity." As she spoke, she flashed a very bright smile. Hearing this, Li Lei was still a bit worried and uneasy. She asked, "But why are there so many turtles here?" It seemed everyone else didn't see it as a problem. Lu Tan calmly summoned his sword sheath, then explained, This Qingling city was built on the shell of a giant black turtle. It's protected by the excess spiritual energy it emits. That's why the people here believe they are blessed by the black turtle, so they live in peace with the turtles. Hearing this, Li Le couldn't hide her admiring look, immediately praising him. Amazing, as expected of Lu Tan. He looked at her calmly and replied, "Small matter." Once he finished speaking, he fell into deep thought. In truth, this was all knowledge from his past life as a gamer. He remembered the brief descriptions of some main cities very clearly. Just then, Lu Tan suddenly turned to look behind him. He noticed a figure sneaking around, following them. This took Lu Tan by surprise. Huh? Murong Yan immediately became serious and whispered, "Junior Grand Uncle, someone is following us." Lu Tan quickly and coldly replied, "Don't pay attention to them, just keep walking." At this moment, Li Lei suddenly pretended to be scared, but actually took the chance to lean in close to Lu Tan, asking, "It isn't those Yangni bandits, is it?" Meanwhile, Murong Yan had already drawn her sword and turned back to observe for a while. She asked, both puzzled and vocal. "Qingling City is the territory of the demon sect. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to cause trouble here. Who is so bold?" Lu Tan just calmly waved his hand to signal. Then he said, "Let's lure them out. Take a walk around the block and we'll know." Saying that, he couldn't help but wonder to himself, the sword sheath was acting up last night, and now someone is following me today? Is it really that coincidental? Li Lei asked immediately. What does Junior Grand Uncle think? Murong Yan was also extremely suspicious, saying, "Everything depends on the arrangement of the Junior Grand Uncle." Lu Tan walked forward, suddenly pointed straight in one direction, and shouted, "Who's there? This alley is so dark it seems perfect for doing something bad. Let's head in there." Seeing this silly act of his, Li Lei and Murong Yan were stunned to the point of disbelief, whispering to themselves, that acting was really terrible. After entering the alley, Murong Yan couldn't contain her curiosity and asked, Junior Grand Uncle, can we really lure him out by acting so obviously?" Lu Tan crossed his arms and calmly replied, "Of course, this is an opportunity he's been praying for." Then he said loudly, "Friend, you've arrived. Why not come out and say hello?" The very next second, a black shadow swept past the three of them, leaving everyone completely astonished. Murong Yan realized the situation wasn't good and immediately shouted, Junior Grand Uncle, watch out." At that moment, a hand lunged quickly toward Lu Tan. He immediately turned around and released his own sword chi to defend himself. He shouted, "Sword chi." Instantly, the mysterious girl revealed her figure and was blown away by Lu Tan's sword chi. She couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of a mid-grade immortal artifact, the power is truly extraordinary. Beside her, the beautiful, alluring girl with silver-white hair. There was also a masked man with a muscular, incredibly toned physique. As soon as he saw the two of them, Lu Tan blurted out in a panic, "Oh man, a foreign succubus?" The foreign succubus stared intently at Lu Tan before her, praising him in her heart. From a distance, he just looked like he had a good figure. I didn't expect him to be this eye-catching up close. "Oh, hello there," she immediately spoke up. "As expected of the owner of a mid-grade immortal artifact, your appearance is truly that of a dragon among men." Li Lei, standing beside them and hearing her say such things, felt extremely irritated and uncomfortable. She gritted her teeth and cursed under her breath. "I really hate the way that woman is looking at Lu Tan." Lu Tan just calmly replied, "Thanks for the compliment." He had also immediately realized the intentions of these two. They were clearly targeting the sword sheath. The foreign succubus continued flirtatiously, "I wonder, for the sake of this lady, would you be willing to gift the sword sheath in your hand to me?" However, she was flatly rejected by Lu Tan. "In your dreams. You're not worthy." Hearing this, the foreign succubus was extremely angry, her temper flared up, and she cursed. "Do you even know how to cherish a lady?" Lu Tan calmly took off his mask and said, "Not to insult you, but in front of me, you are nothing." As soon as he removed his mask, the two people in front of him were both startled, stunned, and moved by Lu Tan's beauty. How can this person be even more beautiful than me? "Hey handsome, who are you?" Seeing how they were acting, Lu Tan thought to himself, "You look pretty dumbstruck, don't you? Daring to compare your looks with someone as charming as me? You're just asking for humiliation." He then replied coldly, "Beauty, hurry up and wipe off your drool. It's about to drip down." Hearing that, the alien enchantress immediately covered her mouth with her hand and replied, "I never expected such a handsome young master. You truly make my heart flutter. I can hardly control myself." Lu Tan said coldly and indifferently, "Smart people don't beat around the bush. Get lost. Don't offend my sight." Even though he spoke such harsh words, the alien enchantress didn't give up, putting on an alluring and seductive pose, saying, "Young master, don't be so fierce. I just wanted a weapon that fits well in my hands. As long as you give it to me, I'll do anything you want." However, Lu Tan couldn't be bothered and replied bluntly, "Keep dreaming. You can have anything in your dreams." Hearing that, the alien enchantress seemed to go crazy, pointing her finger right at his face and cursing, "Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Witnessing her behavior, Lu Tan felt like something was off. Geez, this girl makes me feel like something isn't right. Immediately after, Lu Tan released his spiritual energy and sword aura. He boomed, "Sounds like you want to fight, huh?" However, the next second, Leela suddenly grabbed her sword and lunged out, grumbling, "Lu Tan, I want to fight too. This woman actually dares to covet what's mine?" Hearing this, Lu Tan was incredibly shocked, surprised, and confused. The alien enchantress stopped playing around too, releasing a weird, bright red power and coldly warned, "So, you really aren't afraid of death?" As soon as she saw this power of hers, Mo Rong-yan was startled and terrified, shouting in worry, "This is bad. This person has 3rd stage cultivation. Lu Tan, level 4 NPC. Purple name, 3rd stage beginner." Lu Tan looked at his own level and compared it to the alien enchantress, feeling incredibly shocked and helpless, thinking, 3rd stage? In terms of game levels, that's probably around level 31 to 42. Damn it, I'm only level 4. The Tian Chen realm has a max of level 60. Each realm is divided into early, middle, and peak stages. Anyone above the 5th stage is considered a powerhouse. From the 8th stage onwards, they are counted as great experts, rarely seen. 1st stage, levels 11 to 23. 3rd stage, levels 31 to 45. 5th stage, levels 51 to 60. Thinking this, Lu Tan commanded the system to inspect her. But to his surprise, even the system had no information on the alien enchantress, leaving Lu Tan stunned and incredibly puzzled. He sighed, "I can't even see her name. This girl has some real skills." Then, he immediately turned to look at Mo Rong-yan and asked, "Are you confident?" Mo Rong-yan calmly replied, "Little martial uncle, with my 2nd stage cultivation, I am not confident." Hearing that, Lu Tan felt like he had completely collapsed. He wailed in despair, feeling the sting. He looked painfully at the system screen, which displayed, "Lu Tan, level 4. Available to level up, 172,000, 153,000. Lu Tan calculated, "It wasn't easy to gather these experience points. I really don't want to use them all like this. Besides, even if I use all these points, it might not be enough. Having money in the pocket is the only way to feel safe." While that alien enchantress was preparing to attack, Lu Tan suddenly had an idea. "That's right, this is the demon sect's territory. Who would dare to make a move?" Regaining his confidence, he coldly asked, "Are you sure you want to make a move?" The alien enchantress, energy already gathering in her palm, replied calmly, "What's the matter? Knowing fear now. Are you?" In that situation, Lu Tan just reminded her, "It's not that. Take a look around." While the alien enchantress was busy looking around as Lu Tan said, he immediately looked at Mo Rong-yan and ordered, "Teleportation talisman." Mo Rong-yan was a bit startled and surprised, but immediately replied, "Yes." After just holding the teleportation talisman in his hand, Lu Tan's confidence soared to the sky. He said, "This is a demon sect teleportation talisman. I wonder if, with your strength, you can handle a few demon sect disciples?" Hearing this, the alien enchantress was extremely irritated, gnashing her teeth. "Are you threatening me?" Missing source line text in prompt, inferred based on context. I couldn't help but be startled inside. Damn it, I didn't expect them to be demon sect people. Lu Tan shook the teleportation talisman in his hand and reminded her, "You can try if you want." Seeing his confident demeanor, the alien enchantress wavered and had to calculate more carefully. Although she could kill them and steal their items before the demon sect disciples arrived, risking offending the demon sect just for one mid-grade immortal item was a bit too risky. At this moment, the guy standing behind her also hurriedly reminded her, "My lord, the demon. That sect isn't someone we can just offend on a whim. We need to think this through more carefully." Hearing this, Lu Tan smiled, his eyes flashing with a clear warning. "Don't even think about pulling any tricks while I'm calling for backup. This talisman is a custom-made item from the demonic sect. It can teleport people here in the blink of an eye. You're not faster than it. My 3rd senior brother, that guy's cooking might be terrible, but when it comes to researching talismans, he's top tier." After firing that warning shot, Lu Tan was actually panicking inside, silently praying, Damn it, you crazy demoness, get lost already. I don't want to lose face in front of these juniors just because my cultivation level isn't high enough. It would be beyond embarrassing to have such a prestigious status and end up looking like a total joke. Luckily, everything went exactly as he hoped. The foreign demoness was clearly frustrated, her voice dripping with irritation. Consider yourself lucky today. Keep that sword sheath for now. We will meet again. The very next second, the two of them retreated instantly. Seeing their figures fade away, Lu Tan was secretly overjoyed and waved his hand with a bright smile. Bye-bye, take your time, no need to see me out. Once they were gone, Lila and Murong Yan finally exhaled, feeling as if they had just narrowly escaped death. That was close. Grand Uncle Master, you are just too amazing, Lu Tan replied calmly. It was a piece of cake. As he spoke, a few questions began to bubble up in his mind. This demon. Her movements are so mysterious, I have a gut feeling something big is about to happen. Could it be that I stumbled upon a hidden quest? Just then, the system pinged. Congratulations. You successfully prevented the sword sheath from being stolen. Reward: 10,000 experience points and one important clue. This person is linked to the foreign tribes. Reading this, Lu Tan couldn't help but grin with excitement. So it really was a hidden quest. However, his joy didn't last long. He suddenly realized the problem. Wait a minute, foreign tribes? Could it be? In my past life, when I played Tianchen, the foreign tribes were a living nightmare for the entire continent. Back then, all the players were killing them until their eyes turned blood red. The scenes of carnage were absolutely horrific. The more he thought about it, the deeper he frowned. So that person is from the foreign tribes? That can't be right, according to the timeline. The foreign tribes shouldn't have appeared yet. While he was lost in thought, a hand started waving back and forth right in front of his face. It was Li Lei. She looked curiously at Lu Tan's dazed expression and asked, Grand Uncle Master, what's wrong? Lu Tan snapped back to reality and replied, nothing. But inside, he still had his own calculations. This whole thing is strange. I must find a chance to investigate and get to the bottom of this. Murong Yan also spoke up cautiously. Grand Uncle Master, I'm afraid the person from earlier has a background that is anything but ordinary. Lu Tan nodded in agreement. That person's background is unknown. Remember to keep an eye out, but never act recklessly. Murong Yan bowed respectfully. Understood. Disciple will keep that in mind. With the trouble resolved, Lu Tan strolled forward again and turned to them, saying, I heard women are addicted to shopping. You two haven't finished browsing yet, right? Let's go. Let's keep having fun. Don't let some nobodies ruin the mood. Even though he sounded tough, his real motive was completely different. He mainly just hadn't bumped into any clueless players yet to shear the sheep and earn some easy points. However, Li Lei and Murong Yan believed every word Lu Tan said. Their eyes were full of admiration and affection, secretly thinking, Grand Uncle Master is just so considerate. He understands our hearts so well. Just as they stepped out of the small alley, Lu Tan suddenly stopped when he spotted a familiar figure on the street. Is that Xiao Nian? Seeing Lu Tan rooted to the spot with an unusually serious look, Li Lei asked curiously, Grand Uncle Master, is there something special about that young lady? Lu Tan evaluated her calmly. She certainly has the looks. She lives up to being a near protagonist of this world. Although her face looks a bit greener than I imagined, overall, she's a wait, no. Hearing Lu Tan praise someone else to her face, Li Lei's heart felt like it was being squeezed. She pouted, her inner voice screaming, boo-hoo, he actually praised another woman for being pretty right in front of me. Standing by and observing as a bystander, Murong Yan noticed Li Lei, looking as depressed as a soulless corpse, and immediately realized there was a problem. This atmosphere feels a bit off. Suddenly, Lu Tan spun around and bolted in the other direction at full speed, muttering, getting close to her is just asking for trouble. This baffling behavior left Li Lei completely bewildered, her face blank. Lu Tan ran while gritting his teeth, cursing in his head. Why am I so unlucky? Why did I have to run into this damn psychopath here? Seriously, what bad luck. Xiaonian came from the Luotian sect, one of the 4 great sects. She possessed heaven-defying talent for cultivation, along with a delicate, pure appearance that made people want to protect her. But if you believed in that appearance, you were just being naive. Her roots as a demonic bandit, under the strict control of the Luotian sect, had evolved her into a perverted angel with the heart of a devil. She spoke like a saint, but hid a dagger in her heart, constantly performing cruel acts. Xiaonian, with eyes as cold as a ghost, held a needle and thread while coldly saying, I really had no choice. I'm truly sorry. But the very next moment, the whole area was drowned in blood. The player who was unlucky enough to cross her was crazily sliced into 18 pieces, becoming the first NPC in Xianxia history to have the M attribute upon appearing. But you thought that was the end of it? It gets worse. This psycho actually got attacked by a player named Nian Bao. He turned Tianchen into a stage for a budding romance. This move attracted countless players who wanted to max out their affection with her on a path of no return. The more he thought, the more Lutan shuddered, a chill running down his spine. That crazy woman even dared to slash me. Just thinking about that makes my head ache. I just want to cry. He covered his face with one hand, sighing helplessly. Since then, the world of Tianchen, which was once so colorful, became nothing but pink in their eyes. But wait, why did that psycho wander all the way to Qingling City? He was extremely curious and puzzled. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. Lutan tapped his forehead. Ah, I remember now. It seems Qingling City has a leveling spot called Ghost Tortoise Cave. She must be here to farm monsters. Li Le, finding it strange, stepped up and asked, "Grand Uncle Master, what's wrong?" Lutan just replied with a look of disgust. "Nothing. I just happened to see some dirty trash." Li Le, hearing that, became even more confused. "Filthy things? You mean ghosts and monsters, right?" Lutan quickly confirmed. "Even scarier than ghosts and monsters. That woman from earlier is not simple at all. If you run into her again later, remember to keep your distance." Li Le, upon hearing this, clenched her fists and puffed out her chest with spirit, but also feeling somewhat indignant. Why? She looks so weak. Her physique probably isn't even half of mine. Just as she finished, she casually threw a punch, shattering the rock next to them to show off. Lutan could only keep silent at this sight, internally sighing, "I forgot this girl possesses monstrous strength." However, Lutan still held his ground, coldly reminding her, "In short, just take my words to heart." Being reminded, Leela suddenly blushed from embarrassment and murmured, "I know." Witnessing the entire conversation, Mo Rongyan's eyes, in the back, lit up with admiration. She thought to herself, as expected, little martial uncle has a keen eye. That woman looks as delicate as a willow, but her cultivation is unfathomably deep. I'm afraid that even if 3 or 4 people like me joined forces, we might not be her match. A moment later, Lutan regained his relaxed demeanor. "Let's go. I'll continue walking the streets with you both." Li Le, hearing that, became happy again, skipping along as she followed. "Yes, sir." But they hadn't gone very far when Lutan was startled once again, his eyes glued to a figure walking down the street. He was secretly shocked. This person? Could it be? No one else. The woman in front of him was Ren Bao. It really is a small world. This fate is truly hard to explain. Lutan stood frozen like a stone statue, a bitter and ironic smile spreading across his face. This world is truly marvelous, haha. Meanwhile, Nhan Bao was staring around in pure excitement, unable to hold back a loud, "Whoa! Tiantron really is a top-tier game, made with heart. The realism is absolute. It feels just like walking through an ancient city, not like playing a game at all." Over there, Lu Tam was carefully observing her every move. He was silently sizing up Nan Bao, the strongest player in history. That face, that figure, she's the absolute definition of an Wani-san archetype. No wonder she's got what it takes to be a top server player. Seeing his pensive expression, Mo Dongyen asked quietly, "It seems, little martial uncle, you've noticed something special?" Lu Tam replied calmly, "Never underestimate this woman." As he finished speaking, he sank into thought. It makes sense, I suppose. Who would have thought Nhan Bao would join this open beta? Does this mean the tangled web of fate between those two starts here? Thinking of this, a surge of extreme excitement rose in Lu Tam's heart. His lips curled into a sinister smile. If fate has brought us together, why not throw a little more fuel on the fire and see what happens? Lu Tam chuckled inwardly, plodding away. Tools don't need a specific purpose. As long as they can be used effectively, that's enough. Attacking this guy is basically the same as leeching off the protagonist's halo. Once he had his plan set, he pretended to pass by casually. As soon as Nanbao glanced over, she froze in her tracks, stunned. Immediately, her face turned as red as a ripe tomato. At the sight of Lu Tam's refined, handsome appearance, Nhan Bao couldn't hold back her infatuation and screamed internally, "Damn it, broad shoulders, narrow waist, perfect golden ratio. This body is the best of the best. And that aura is off the charts. So cool." Even through the thin veil, Nhan Bao recognized her dream man instantly. 2DN. Oh my god, I've met the real-life 2DN. As she thought that, she was so happy she felt like she was running out of oxygen, desperately needing an oxygen tank to catch her breath. Just as Lu Tam gently removed his veil, Nhan Bao's eyes were glued to him, not looking away for even a second. Every cell in her body radiated inescapable infatuation. Her face showed pure, utter satisfaction. Her inner voice screamed frantically, "Help me! I'm going to die!" Admiring the absolute beauty of Lu Tam under the brilliant sunlight, Nan Bao was so moved she teared up. Tu Dien is 10,000 times more handsome in person than in the pictures. Am I dreaming? She quickly pinched her own cheek, hard to verify. Ouch! Ah, damn! This isn't a dream. At that moment, Lu Tam covered his face with his hat again. That action startled Nhan Bao, leaving her feeling let down. Without hesitation, she rushed over to Lu Tam, trying to use the most gentle tone possible. "Please, wait a moment." Lu Tam feigned surprise, turned around, and asked, "Are you calling for me, miss?" On the outside, he acted cold and arrogant, but deep down, he was thrilled. The fish has taken the bait. Nanbao was blushing furiously, her hands and feet fumbling as she stuttered. Tu Master Immortal. Ah. She saw her own pathetic appearance, and even Nanbao couldn't believe it. She shrieked internally, "Damn it! Who would have thought I'd be tongue-tied like an idiot? I want to just die right now." Tu Dian's voice is so deep it's deadly charming. "Ah, I've reached enlightenment. It turns out, I don't like women, I like beautiful people." While wallowing in her own infatuation, Nanbao tried to take a deep breath to regain her composure. She looked up at Lu Tam with sparkling eyes and gathered all her courage to ask, Master Immortal, do you have any intention of taking on a disciple?" Hearing this, Lu Tam smiled meaningfully and replied gently, Truly a good seed for immortality." That single sentence made Nanbao feel like she had just won the lottery. Her eyes lit up with hope. Does that mean Master Immortal? Inside, she was ecstatic, overwhelmed with excitement. What do I do? If I could become Tu Dian's disciple, I'd probably faint from happiness. But the very next second, Lu Tam ruthlessly extinguished her dreams. He declared coldly, "But I am not your destiny." Hearing this, Nanbao was absolutely stunned. "Surprise, old lady." Lu Tam calmly pointed forward, his tone indifferent as he reminded her, "Your true destiny lies in that direction." Following his finger, the person standing there was none other than Tu Niem. This made Nanbao feel incredibly surprised. Nanbao's eyes suddenly lit up like stars, but her face was still full of confusion as she asked, "Huh? It looks like a beauty?" However, taking advantage of her distraction, Lu Tam vanished from sight before she knew it. Of the 36 plans, running away is the best one. When she turned back to look, Nanbao saw no trace of Lu Tam left. This left her completely astonished, standing there in a daze. Huh? After that, she immediately changed her attitude, faster than a flip of a pancake. She shifted to an expression of pure admiration and awe, her mouth full of endless praise. He comes without a shadow and leaves without a trace. He truly lives up to the name Tu Dien, the absolute peak. Then, she shifted her gaze toward Tu Niem, who was standing not far away, secretly calculating. Tu Dien said, "My destiny is tied to that beauty. Could this be the beginner's guide for Thien Tran? It must be. I can't believe I was lucky enough to get pointers from Zidian. Going out for a trip really paid off," she thought to herself while hurrying over, rushing quickly to Xiao Renyan's side. She stood right next to her, her eyes filled with an inescapable infatuation, thinking with excitement, "A blue-grade NPC. This beauty is only slightly inferior to Zidian." The next second, she started circling around Xiao Renyan, observing her from top to bottom, judging her incessantly, and clicking her tongue. Tisk, tisk, she's truly exactly my type. Thinking this, Nianbao fell into a state of obsession, lost in her own personal fascination. These eyes, these lips, this vibe, she's completely captured my little heart. I love everything about her. Seeing this dazed and strange behavior, Xiao Renyan frowned in discomfort, feeling utterly confused. Nianbao was still lost in her own daydreams, to the point of drooling. Men and women, this game is just too awesome. So she's a true lecherous lady? Appraisal complete. Witnessing her behavior all this time, Xiao Renyan couldn't help but coldly ask, "Young lady, are you sick?" This blunt question made Nianbao jump in surprise. Nianbao was delighted. This voice is so gentle, it's enchanting. "Wait, what did she just say?" Xiao Renyan replied coldly. "If you're fine, then please stay away from me." Nianbao still clung to her like a leech. "Oh, beautiful sister. Are you lacking a cultivation partner? How about—" Xiao Renyan angrily glared at her and waved her hand, using magic to blast Nianbao away. Talking nonsense. Nianbao was not only unafraid, but even more delighted. Even though she was beaten by the beautiful sister, She felt strangely happy. Lu Tan stood from afar, observing the situation. With my god-tier assist here, next, Nian Bao will definitely be able to successfully hit on Xiao Renyan. The leak seed has been planted. Now just waiting for the buy one get one free deal. Leela curiously asked, "Little Martial, Uncle Ancestor, what kind of evil scheme are you plotting?" Lu Tan acted cool. "I'm the coolest matchmaker in history. Am I the type to do such things? It's just a beauty, that's all." Murong Yan was startled. "Them?" Lu Tan waved his hand. "This is the world of adults. You kids wouldn't understand. Look at how much of an impact my appearance before Nian Bao had on the forums today. The Tianchen world is in shock. If I said it out loud, people might not believe it. Zidian is considered a dream lover by countless female gamers. He suddenly appeared in front of me, just like that. It was a sunny autumn day. I was marveling at the realism of Tianchen. He looked just like an immortal, descending to the mortal realm. The author wrote it well, even managing to describe a fraction of my handsomeness. The webpage exploded with continuous comments. What? You already met Zidian? Ah, my husband. You want to take my husband? Did you take a screenshot? Hurry up and post it here. I'll pay 10,000 for one picture. Nian Bao. You must be tired from gaming, right? I'll buy you a Mercedes Smart. Remember to accept it. From the user, Lackey2202. I almost forgot. Nian Bao is the leader of the Nian Alliance Guild. Having many lackeys is also something she can exploit. It's rumored that this woman Nian Bao has a silver tongue. Every flirtatious line she drops lands a hit. Everything is within reach. Nian Bao was busy flirting with Xiao Renyan. I want to buy something. What? Your undivided heart. Guess where my heart is? On the left? No. It's with you. Just thinking about this scene made Lu Tan feel delighted. Next, I'm afraid Xiao Renyan won't be able to swallow this anger. Suddenly, the system confirmed. Outer Disciple, Mo Quanke Sword Testing Disciple, Level 0, has leveled up to Level 1. Experience plus 20, Master Disciple Benefit, Insight. Oh wow, this kid leveled up already? And it's only been one day. He really lives up to the name Destined European Emperor. His efficiency is crazy high. I wonder if he can trigger a hidden plot. If he can trigger it, then I must crush this leak before anything else. Early in the morning, 2 days later, Lu Tan was practicing magic in his room when a knocking sound, thump, thump, rang out. Lu Tan called out, "Who is it?" The person outside replied, "Honored master, it's me, Mo Quanka." Seeing him covered in blood, Lu Tan asked, "Why do you look so disheveled and miserable? Why does this blood smell like chicken blood? This guy didn't disguise himself after being reborn, right? What on earth has he been through?" Mo Quanka cried and recounted, "Honored master, it happened like this. A day earlier, Mo Quanka was out pulling radishes when he saw a villager running out in a panic, screaming, 'We're possessed! We're all possessed!' Mo Quanke was immediately on guard. This person looked a bit off. 'Brother, what happened?' That guy's face was pale, drained of all color. I saw many people on the mountain outside Qinglang City dancing around like they were possessed. Whenever they saw a living thing, they would pounce and tear it to pieces. They even bit someone to death." Mo Quanke suspected, "Dancing and biting living things, isn't this a zombie?" The guy became even more panicked. "What? A zombie?" The system displayed. Task. Zombie Chi triggered. Accept? Yes, no. Even going out for a walk triggers a mission, not living up to his title. "Brother, don't be afraid. I am an immortal master here to save you. I'll go check it out." On the mountain outside Qingling City, a group of strange people were huddled together, eating a corpse. Their faces were already withered and dried up. Mo Quanke held the Fanchi sword he bought for 10 silver taels, about to complete his first blood, his first kill of his life in Tianchen. So exciting. Charge. Obediently turn into experience points for me. He ran like the wind toward the zombies, his face full of excessive confidence, but in the blink of an eye, his expression changed immediately. He was pinned down by them, getting his blood sucked like he was a smoothie. Damn it, these zombies are too strong. I'm about to be sucked dry. Dried up. Returning to reality, he continued. "Honored master, this disciple is incompetent and could only barely escape. I couldn't kill those monsters, but in reality, he was acting deeply. This pile of chicken blood is so sticky, it's really annoying, because he had to pretend he had a life or death encounter. I've risked this much. I hope Zidian doesn't spot any flaws." Lu Tan knew all his tricks, but didn't bother to expose him. He gently comforted him. "Your cultivation level is still low. Don't blame yourself for this. Don't beat yourself up over it." He was visibly happy. "Thank you for your generosity, Honored master. Dian is truly so kind. With an NPC this approachable, don't talk about being a sword-testing disciple, even if you wanted me to be your footstool. Cough cough, that'd be fine too. In short, having someone watching over me isn't such a bad feeling. 2DN is legendary. Long live. Lu Tam thought. Fuang Thi. Huh? Looking at this kid Guangge, he definitely has a hidden quest. Can I leech off this? The system asked if he wanted to accept the Qi refinement quest. I can actually leech off this? Looks like I really am the chosen one. AUTH. He said. Tell me. How do you want me to help you, kid? Don't worry if I have a piece of meat to eat. You'll definitely have a bowl of soup to drink. Guangge's eyes lit up as he revealed his dark intentions. Please, master, send a senior sister to help me kill monsters. Preferably that bouncy, busty senior sister. I don't dare to ask 2DN to do it personally, but those two female disciples are quite strong. If one of them goes with me, I can definitely win. But those two female disciples actually look pretty skilled. If someone like that comes along with me, we might just win. Especially that senior sister, who is both beautiful and talented, the dream wife of every man. Lu Tan refused immediately. This situation is a bit bizarre, and I'm afraid it's far more complicated than that head of yours can imagine. I'll go take a look myself. Experience points delivered right to my doorstep. And you think I'd let them slip away? Besides, you little brat, do you really think, I don't know what you gamers are plotting? He recalled his own life in the modern world. He was just as much of a degenerate back then. Thinking his NPC wife is real? That's classic, but I won't let you get the chance to live out that fantasy. Besides, at this critical moment, I've got my hidden sword aura protecting me. I can't let anything happen to Murong Yan or Li Le. This is my limit. Ma Guangkai stammered. Wait, Supreme. What do you mean? No way, you can't be serious. Zidian is personally helping me with the quest? Lu Tan replied bluntly. Exactly what you're thinking. I'm not just stepping in personally, I'm going to swallow up all that experience for myself. Ma Guangkai was flustered. Damn it, is this really the legendary grade NPC, Zidian? I think I accidentally triggered a massive hidden quest, Ma Guansai. Lu Tan coldly commanded. Lead the way. Ma Guansai led him deep into the forest. Zidian, this is the place. Lu Tan scanned his surroundings. Time to start the hidden quest. Besides relying on skill, you need a bit of luck. I've got the skill. And as for the luck, I prefer to use a tool's luck. Hang on. Is this the Qingling City zombie aura? Isn't this the quest that caused such a stir back then? The 2023 LPL tournament season was buzzing about the spring season and the live streams for the NEF versus matches. Are you kidding me? A player guild triggered a hidden zombie aura quest, but the difficulty was so insane that no guild could clear it solo. What should we do? Everyone online was getting anxious. The next phase of the zombie quest had no takers. 2 guilds finally teamed up to tackle this mystery. Nice. It only took 2 guilds combined to finish the secret quest. Too bad I wasn't around back then. Otherwise, I could have earned at least half a month's living expenses for my little sister. That was shortly after the Battle of Tianchen. Players were still low level back then. One guild wasn't strong enough to solo it. Based on the timeline, the main boss of the quest hasn't appeared yet. It seems I have a chance to dive a bit deeper. After all, diving deep is better than being a slowpoke. We're here. Let me see what you're made of. The bait had been cast. Now he just had to sit back and wait to reel in the catch. Ma Guansai heard a rustling sound coming from the bushes. It's here. This time, I've really got to show off what I can do. I'm ready. I'm determined not to. Before he could finish, a zombie lunged out. Its screech was bone-chilling. Ma Guanshai frowned, tense, but was easily knocked aside like a rag doll. As expected, I can't just mess around. Zidian is staring right at me, that expression. It looks like he's totally disappointed. Lu Tan didn't care about Ma Guansai's performance at all. First, let's see how much health this tool can drain from it. As long as he doesn't die, it's fine. Even a mosquito is meat, and the weakest gear still has its uses. Right? Suddenly, the guy charged in himself. Zidian is right there. How can I lose face in front of him? Time to risk it all. But under the zombie's sharp, blood-soaked claws, it looked even more excited after seeing blood. It was like it had received a power-up. Ma Guangsai panicked when he realized his chest had been torn open. Damn it! It was my blood. My sword hit for 5% of your health, but one swipe takes 20% of mine? Are you kidding me? Seriously, this game's realism is way too high. My chest feels like it's burning. It's charging again. Zidian, save me. I'm cornered. Who cares about dignity now? He had predicted the monster's move. But damn it, he's running in the wrong direction. Oh man, I'm gonna cook your grandpa for this. He got hit in the chest again. Lu Tan sighed, clutching his forehead. This awareness, these skills, is this kid really playing the game with talent, or just dumb, blind luck? Whenever things looked hopeless, loud screams rang out. Ah! Ouch! Lu Tan issued a command. System, scan. Beep beep. Basic info. Title, Semi-Zombie. Level, 3. Status, Deceased, corrupted by zombie aura. Only knows how to kill mindlessly. Inferior even to low-level zombies. Just this thing, a level 3 semi-zombie? Looks like it's time to enjoy the mowing. He unleashed his attack. Lu Tan slashed his sword in a few basic moves. Ma Guancai's eyes widened in shock as the zombie fell in a single second. Zidian is insanely strong. Meanwhile, more zombies began to swarm in. They lunged like moths to a flame. Ma Guancai turned pale. Damn it. Why are there still so many? This is a disaster. If I die right in front of Zidian, then use a resurrection item to revive and find him. Will he think I'm a half-zombie and hack me to death on the spot? It was so hard to latch on to such a big shot. I can't just let the wind blow my chances away now, especially at such a critical moment. Lu Tan blocked his path and shouted, "You monsters, don't you dare hurt people." Ma Guancai felt like he'd grabbed a lifeline. Zidian really is a man of honor, he didn't abandon me. Meanwhile, Lu Tan thought, I went out of my way to stand right in front of you and strike a pose. Hurry up and get your camera out to record. It would be such a waste of my performance. As expected, Ma Guancai raised his device to start filming. Zidian is about to unleash his ultimate move. I have to record this and post it on the forum so the whole world can marvel at how cool my Zidian is. He pressed the record button. Hearing the sound, Lu Tan was thrilled inwardly. That motion must be the recording. This is going to be my first big show on the forum. Light up the entire Tianqian forum for me. The zombies roared and swarmed forward. Lu Tan waved his hand, commanding them to attack. They didn't seem affected by the last strike. Ma Guancai yelled in a panic. Oh no, Zidian, they're still alive. Lu Tan remained completely unfazed. Don't be so impatient. Let the sword aura linger for a moment. Swish. In an instant, the entire horde of zombies was completely wiped out by a single strike. Ma Guancai was beyond excited. That's top tier. Absolutely badass. Zidian is the best. Lu Tan acted all profound. I merely borrowed a gust of wind. The wind belongs to the heavens. He used the wind to blow away all the skulls as well. Ma Guancai stood behind him, filled with immense admiration. Wow, that was peak. Zidian truly lives up to his name. He is my life's role model. Lu Tan thought to himself, I've put on such a deep performance, but the name Lu Tan still hasn't become a hit on the forum. It seems the problem with the Tianqian forum is quite serious. Ma Guancai took advantage of Zidian turning around to quickly save the short video. If this were posted on the forum, it would definitely be hotter than the photos of the Knights Guild. Recording finished. Saved. The system displayed. 6 half-zombies killed. Successfully received 600 experience points. Quest. Zombie breath completed. Bonus 300 points rewarded. Lu Tan didn't seem very satisfied. Only 900 points? So meager. As expected, low-level monsters yield small rewards. But if there are half-zombies, there must be real zombies. Maybe going deeper will yield a better haul. Ma Guancai's system also announced, Quest. Zombie breath completed. Reward. 300 experience points. Wait, I got a reward too? Oh my god, did I actually meet an NPC of protagonist level status in the Legend of Tianqian? Zidian is too amazing. Lu Tan gestured to continue moving forward. He hurriedly replied, Yes, understood, Your Excellency. I get to keep going? Doesn't this mean I can leech more experience points? Getting experience points from a purple name NPC. What gamer could be happier than me? I truly am the chosen one. Lu Tan. Also realized this guy was a luck bringer. Since he brings luck to me, I can't let him die too easily. Both of them were harboring their own dark schemes. The two reached a point where the road split into 2 paths. Ma Guancai asked tentatively, Your Excellency, which way should we go? Lu Tan answered curtly, You choose. A destined winner's luck shouldn't be wasted. Ma Guancai suddenly startled as he saw the string hanging on the sword hilt wiggling. Huh? The string is moving, Lu Tan asked. You want to go, right? Ma Guancai stared, eyes wide. The string is nodding. My god. Lu Tan wondered. The left one won't do? Ma Guancai gasped in astonishment as the string shook its head. Zidian's sword tassel actually has a consciousness. Too bad I didn't record this miraculous moment. Boo-hoo. Lu Tan was just as surprised. This was the first time the tassel had actively expressed an opinion. It seems there's something to the right that really attracts it. How interesting. Since the tassel has its own intent, let's just go right. Ma Guangchai pondered. If I record for 24 hours straight, would that be a bit too creepy? But I really don't want to miss any of Zidian's awe-inspiring moments. Forget it, I don't have the guts for that. A moment later, a rustling sound echoed, and Ma Guansai noticed the surroundings getting blurry. Huh? Fog is appearing. Your Excellency, this fog is becoming unnaturally thick. Do you think we really need to press on? Lu Tan immediately raised his guard. This layer of fog was a bit similar to the one on Tang Mountain, though not quite at that level yet. However, he could say with certainty that inside this mist something was definitely going on. This trip was guaranteed to be worth the effort. Suddenly, the string started fidgeting restlessly. Lu Tan realized the issue and asked, "You want to head in there?" The string appeared extremely urgent, as if urging, "Hurry, hurry up," Lu Tan asked, confused. "Why are you in such a rush? Is there something up ahead that's calling to you?" The string kept fidgeting, indicating, let's go, I can't hold back anymore." Ma Guansai saw this and his eyes lit up. Zidian's equipment is truly marvelous, almost like artificial intelligence. Can I even hope to possess such gear in my lifetime? Is this string mistaken about something? It was supposed to belong to that person unexpected, isn't it? Lu Tan felt a hint of unease. Logically speaking, the sword tassel would never harm him, but with such eerie, thick fog, what exactly was hiding inside? Ma Guangkai anxiously stepped up. "Your Excellency, I fear there's danger hidden in that mist. Let me go first to clear the path for you." Lu Tan turned and shot him a glance, reminding him in a deep voice, "You just stay here and wait for me." Hearing that, Ma Guangkai immediately objected. "But, Your Excellency, with such thick fog, the danger." Though he spoke words of caution, Ma Guangkai was calculating something else entirely. If I don't stick to him, how can I leech any experience points? However, Lu Tan ignored his words and replied calmly, "Insolent. Do you think a little fog like this can stop me? You stay here and behave." Hearing this, Ma Guansai was truly stunned and could only stammer. Before he could utter another word, his system suddenly sent an alert. "Quest. Stay here. Important warning. If you stubbornly follow, your account may be deleted." Seeing this line, Ma Guansai's complexion instantly turned pale as a banana leaf, cold sweat dripping down. He cursed silently in his heart. Damn it. Damn it. Now, the guy could only watch Lu Tan's retreating back with regret. As the figure slowly faded into the mist, he wept internally. If he disobeyed Zidian, he'd probably lose his account. Meanwhile, Lu Tan slowly advanced into the dense fog. With a stern expression, he silently assessed, "This fog isn't as thick as Tongshan, but vision is still heavily restricted. Not to mention the temperature here is way lower than outside. Better be careful before the boss shows up. Let's see if there's any useful info." He ordered. System, scan. Ironically, the system didn't provide the info he needed and poured cold water on him instead. Level too low, cannot scan. Right then, the scabbard at Lu Tan's waist suddenly began to vibrate wildly. He asked curiously, "You want to lead the way for me?" The rope on the scabbard rubbed against his hand like a pet. Lu Tan vaguely guessed, "You're answering me?" He couldn't help but think seriously. The sword soul is bound to me. It's thirsting for more swords. It definitely won't hurt me. And even if the sword soul does something reckless, so what? In this Tiantian world, what boss can't I, Lu Tan, handle? As long as it dares to show its health bar. Thinking that, Lu Tan struck a pose, confident and optimistic. 15 minutes later, the deeper they went, the more violently Lu Tan's scabbard shook, making him extremely curious. Why is it shaking so hard all of a sudden? The scabbard wasn't just vibrating slightly. The intensity was fast and powerful, making Lu Tan feel heated up too, he thought. And it's getting faster, too. With a vibration frequency like that, even the old masters in the underworld would have to bow down in respect. The next second, the sword sheath shot forward like a bullet. Lu Tan had to brace himself and pull back with all his might, shouting, "Hey, where are you trying to drag me?" The sheath was indeed trying to pull Lu Tan towards some unknown destination. It zipped away at high speed, and a moment later, the sheath finally stopped. Lu Tan came to a halt, panting heavily from exhaustion, surrounded by thick fog. Right before his eyes lay a massive, lonely coffin. Exhausted to the bone and barely able to catch his breath, Lu Tan asked, "You brought me here?" Meanwhile, the sheath kept swaying incessantly. Suddenly, it brushed against his hand and pointed straight ahead. Seeing this, Lu Tan wondered, "Over there?" Only then did he take a closer look at the coffin. It was covered in layers of talismans, looking eerie and terrifying. Staring at it, Luton asked, "A coffin? That's your target?" The sheath nodded immediately, as if in agreement. Confused, Luton looked at it and continued, "Why did you suddenly stop? Is there something inside that coffin?" After a moment of thought, Luton guessed the sheath's intention. "You mean I can't go over there?" The sheath nodded firmly. Hearing this, he couldn't help but speculate. It seemed there must be some kind of dangerous array or trap surrounding that coffin. With that thought, he suddenly broke into a wicked, calculating grin. The next second, Luton took a stance and declared boldly, "Fine. Then I'll do it myself, you little rascal." As soon as he finished speaking, Luton gleefully tossed the sheath toward the coffin. He watched its flight path closely, thinking, "You're all grown up now. You need to learn how to be independent." But contrary to his expectations, the sheath appeared incredibly excited and expectant. Seeing that, Luton suddenly felt an unusual sense of unease. Why does this sword sheath give me such an anxious feeling? In a blink of an eye, the sheath pierced a hole in the coffin, creating a loud, jarring noise, followed by a surge of eerie, dark green energy pouring out. Luton watched thoughtfully, his expression filled with curiosity. It punched a hole that easily? The defense doesn't seem that high. But why is the sword sheath drilling a hole in the coffin? To do what, exactly? At that moment, as the eerie green energy released, the sheath began eagerly sucking it all in, leaving Luton so shocked his jaw practically dropped. He muttered, "Is it doing that just to suck up the fumes?" Luton stared ahead, wondering, is this piece of work actually absorbing the yin energy from the coffin? Holy crap. Can you stop sucking on it like you're nursing? The sheath was indeed obsessed with devouring the yin energy with loud slurping sounds. The more Luton watched, the stranger it felt. Could this be a hidden quest trigger? No sooner had he finished the thought than the system announced, "Hidden quest triggered. Boss level zombie. Do you want to accept? Yes or no?" Reading this, Luton couldn't help but chuckle to himself. I bet you guys wouldn't believe it. The hidden quest that stumped 2 major guilds actually got triggered by me. He immediately moved to hit yes, but Luton hesitated, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Damn it, if I remember correctly, this zombie is level 39 with insane combat power, and I'm only level 24. Accepting this quest is like a novice trying to duel a legendary general. Are you trying to scare me to death? Thinking of this, he wavered. But ultimately, Luton chose yes. He laughed optimistically. Of course I have to accept. I'm a transmigrator. There's no way I can lose. Immediately, the system announced, "Hidden quest accepted successfully. Objective, kill the level 39 zombie. Reward, 30,000 experience points and 1 yin pearl." Luton's eyes lit up like stars. He was thrilled. Yes, as expected, it drops rare gear. At the beginning, this hidden quest became legendary for 2 main reasons. First, the difficulty was extremely high. No single guild could take it on alone. Second, the reward was an ultra-rare blue-tier item, incredibly precious in the early game. A golden item was already rare enough, let alone a blue one. Compared to the gear, 30,000 experience points were just a bonus. This was a classic trap set by the developers. The better the item, the fewer the experience points. Rumor had it this coffin sat on a vein of yin energy, and the zombie boss relied on absorbing it to gestate the yin pearl. After a moment of calculation, Luton rubbed his chin. Calling this zombie boss a sentient killing machine is no exaggeration. Compared to normal level 29 monsters, it was at least 1.5 tiers stronger. Based on my current strength, there's no way I can take it down. I wonder how strong the sword spirit is. It'll probably take another 2 years to fully mature. It's likely still desperately nurturing the yin pearl. It can't wake up yet, right? The sword sheath is making such a huge scene, I'll just test its reaction. It seemed best to leave this quest pending for 2 or 3 years. I'll wait until I'm stronger, then come back to deal with it. Luton was truly a pragmatist. He never took risks without being fully prepared. He remained lost in thought while watching the sheath busily absorb the yin energy around the coffin. There was definitely toxic mist around. He couldn't just rush in, grab the sheath, and run. The only way was to wait until it had its fill, and then sneak away. Once finished, just retrieve it easy as pie. However, seeing the sheath's extreme excitement, Luton felt unsettled. Why do I have the feeling the sheath is cheating on the sword spirit? Immediately, his imagination ran wild. The sword spirit asked, "Honey, do you miss me?" The sheath was leaning against the coffin, and the coffin tauntingly replied, "Relax, she doesn't miss you. She's already drowned in the pleasure I'm giving her. She can't let go anymore." The more he thought about it, the more Luton had to cover his eyes. "Get out of my head, you filthy thoughts. My eyes are contaminated. While he was busy writing his own script, black clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, and rain began to pour down. Looking up, Lutan was filled with suspicion. Why did it start raining all of a sudden? I have a bad feeling about this. Right after, he glanced at the sheath, thinking, does this sheath have a bottomless stomach? It's been sucking for quite a while now. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the sheath zipped back toward him. Holding it in his hand, Lutan couldn't help but feel contemplative. Then he looked at the coffin and saw it completely still. His face suddenly paled, and he asked anxiously, you didn't drain the entire yin vein, did you? The sheath didn't answer, just let out a loud burp. Lutan was furious, pinning the sheath down and scolding it. You're too much. Damn it. You sucked everything dry and didn't leave a drop to nourish the zombie inside. Under the rumble of thunder, the coffin began to stir. Noticing something wrong, Lutan's expression darkened, and he panicked. Oh, we're screwed. No way this is bad. I can't hold the coffin down anymore. At that thought, Lutan's face went deathly pale, and he fearfully turned his head. Conversely, the sword scabbard seemed extremely excited, poking his face as if to say, open your mouth wide so I can see. Over on Ma Guanxiao's side, he also witnessed this terrifying sight. A bolt of lightning tore through the sky, striking the ground not far away. A strange, chilling atmosphere blanketed the area. Ma Guanxiao was scared out of his wits, his eyes welling up with tears. He looked so lonely and weak, trembling uncontrollably. What's that roaring? It's so scary. Why hasn't Zidian come back yet? Hurry back, please. I can't handle this alone. As the coffin shook violently and moved, the urgent situation left Lutan with no choice but to grip his sword scabbard tight. He took a fighting stance, unable to help but exclaim at the intense aura awakening. Suddenly, the scabbard rubbed against his hand, as if to say, you're wrong. Lutan could only manage a wry smile. With his eyes glued to the coffin, he replied, it's all right. We've reached this point, so we'll just have to play it by ear. The very next second, a withered, pale hand with long, razor-sharp nails suddenly jutted out of the coffin. A level 29 boss-tier zombie had fully manifested. It was incredibly eerie. With deathly white skin, sharp claws, blood-red eyes, and a vicious face, it stood tall and imposing right on top of the coffin lid. The moment he laid eyes on it, Lutan was startled, feeling completely overwhelmed. His face turned ashen, and sweat poured down like rain. Why does she look so fierce? A second later, he tried to regain his composure. Gritting his teeth, he told himself, calm down, calm down. The more dangerous it is, the cooler your head needs to be. Back then, to defeat this mother of all zombies, the two guilds had to go all out, using resurrection opportunities to employ a human wave tactic. They had to hack at it at least 1,000 times to finally take it down. That's just how game mechanics work. Boss-tier monsters, whether moving or not, are 10 levels stronger than players. The only way to hunt a boss is to use a war of attrition, trading lives for success. The more he thought, the more helpless and dejected Lutan felt. But I don't have that many lives to spare. Guess I'm out of luck. Besides, my situation is different from a regular player's. If I get devoured by this zombie, those resurrection coins will probably be useless. At that moment, the boss zombie began to shriek violently. Just a single stomp of its foot was enough to crack the ground apart. A woman's rage is truly hard to deal with. Faced with that, Lutan could only plug his ears tight. He silently remarked, as expected of a boss tier, the pressure is immense. The roar alone creates a wind blast. It's over. Is this the zombie version of Mai Chaofeng? His face, already pale, turned even whiter. His heart pounded, and his legs shook as he stared at the hideous, veiny face of the boss. Lutan gripped the scabbard tighter, trying to calm himself and find a way out. Stay calm. Just stay calm. The difference in strength is too great. I can't escape. Now I can only rely on the sword chi. The sword chi from the sword path. Maybe then I can retreat safely. Suddenly, the boss zombie turned to stare straight at him. Lutan could only wave and give a polite, nervous laugh. Truly, a real hero dares to face their fears with a smile. Just then, the boss suddenly leaped into the air, making Lutan jump out of his skin. Wait, what? It didn't charge at him, but flew off somewhere else. That was the direction of Ma Guanxiao. He seemed to sense something too, and quickly looked up at the sky. Damn it, something's flying over from the sky. However, the moment he saw the system display the boss's information, Ma Guanxiao's eyes went wide, and he screamed in terror, "Oh my god, is that a boss-tier monster?" Immediately, Ma Guanxiao scrambled to hit the video recording button on his system. Truly, no matter the situation, one can never suppress their curiosity. Ma Guanxiao exclaimed excitedly while filming, "I have to record this scene. If it lands, I won't be able to see it anymore. The more he gazed at the boss through the screen, the more infatuated Ma Guanqiao became, his face glowing with excitement. Oh my god, a real deal zombie. And it's a boss level too. After circling around for a bit, the zombie flew back toward Lu Tan, making him start to panic. This isn't good. It's planning to land and tear me to shreds. Things have come to this. Thinking that, he gripped the scabbard in his hand tightly, then immediately unleashed his attack with an imposing shout. Then let's fight to the death. Unleash. The streams of sword chi from Lu Tan slammed straight into the boss zombie. Witnessing this, Ma Guanqiao became even more excited and expectant, shouting, "Is that Zidian's sword chi? This is too shocking. Just one word. Zidian is legendary." Lu Tan's face was solemn and deeply focused. This won't work. If I only rely on a bit of sword chi, I don't stand a chance against this thing. Thinking is doing. He pointed the scabbard straight at the boss and declared loudly, "Sword chi of the sword path, it's your turn to shine. When it's time to fire, you have to unleash the ultimate move. If it's not big, it's just a waste." Instantly, from Lu Tan's scabbard, a heaven-shaking power erupted. It shot toward the zombie at terrifying speed. With just one lightning strike from the scabbard, the boss tier monster had no chance to defend itself and could only stand there and take the hit. In the blink of an eye, only the lower half of its body remained, falling with a thud and lying motionless. Seeing such a horrific sight, the officer standing next to him could only gape, exclaiming, "Damn." He was so stunned that the only word left in his mind was wow. The officer's face was filled with excitement at Lu Tan's strike that pierced straight into the sky. Seeing the scene before him, the officer was too stunned to speak. A sword strike that defies the heavens, shattering the clouds. Then, the skies cleared up just like that. Wow. The more he spoke, the more gleeful and impressed he became. His face, beaming as he couldn't stop singing praises. A one-hit kill on a boss-level monster. The sword energy of the purple lightning is truly too terrifying. Purple lightning is the best. Under this destructive power of the sword sheath, Lu Tan was also extremely shocked. Lu Tan muttered, "A zombie with a strong physique, thick blood, and armor? Even so, when faced with such overwhelming destructive power, it gets pierced, like thin paper." At that moment, the lower half of the boss's body suddenly dropped with a thud right near him, making Lu Tan jump in surprise. Watching the corpse slowly dissipate, he grew even more suspicious. This was only 1% of the sword energy. So just what realm of power has senior brother Yan Li reached? At this moment, Lu Tan's sword sheath began to wiggle, rubbing against his face. Lu Tan immediately patted it to comfort it. "It's all right. Everything is fine." Although he really didn't want to admit it, I have to say, your sword energy is really overpowered. Hearing this, the sword sheath suddenly blushed and purred in delight. Seeing this, Lu Tan was a bit speechless. "It feels like I'm feeding myself dog food, doesn't it?" Outside the city of Qinglong, the demonic alien enchantress was talking with her underlings. She pointed in a direction, her eyes shining like stars. Just now, there was incredibly strong sword energy coming from over there. "Hurry, let's go check it out." Hearing this, Xiao Hong looked worried and spoke up uneasily. "But, my lady, aren't you afraid of what's over there? The death energy is overwhelming." The demonic enchantress remained unfazed and calmly replied, "Under such terrifying sword energy, I'm afraid that thing has already turned to ashes. I want to see for myself what kind of expert is that powerful." Hearing this, Xiao Hong was still very hesitant and cautious. What if? But before he could finish his sentence, she had already dashed off with anticipation and excitement. "If you're scared, just stay here. I'll go check it out myself." Xiao Hong was so miserable he was on the verge of tears, calling out weakly, "I dare not stay here alone. Wait for me, my lady." At this time, Lu Tan's system notification popped up. Zombie quest completed. Received 30,000 experience points and 1 yin pearl. Lu Tan quickly tapped to claim the reward, feeling happy. The mystery quest is finally done. Immediately after, the yin pearl appeared. It had fallen from the boss's body, surrounded by cold death energy. Lu Tan picked it up, his face full of curiosity and speculation, so it was hiding in its body. No wonder, after the sword energy drained its death energy, it was about to explode. Could it be that if a monster is drained dry, its dantian automatically explodes too? Lu Tan held the yin pearl up to his nose to sniff it. He showed his disdain. Even though it was taken from inside the body, thankfully there's no weird smell. Suddenly, the sword sheath rubbed against his hand again. Lu Tan asked, confused, "What do you want now? Stop rubbing against me, it's itching like crazy. If you want something, just say it straight." In truth, the The sword sheath was trying hard to please him. Lutan held the yin pearl near the sword sheath and probed. You want this, huh? The sword sheath nodded repeatedly, looking extremely interested and excited. Lutan looked at it with a face full of contempt and annoyance. Great. Is one yin meridian not enough to satisfy you? Hearing this, the sword sheath only blushed in embarrassment. Then, it started acting cute again, rubbing all over his face. Seeing this, Lutan was truly speechless and helpless. Sword energy, oh sword energy, your wife is flirting with someone else right now, do you even know that? Right after, Lutan held the yin pearl high and calmly set a condition. Are you just greedy, or does this thing actually benefit you? If you're greedy, move once. If it's beneficial, move twice. The sword sheath kept its eyes glued to the yin pearl, drooling with desire. Hearing Lutan, the sword sheath nodded twice instantly. Seeing that, he examined the yin pearl even more carefully. Oh, is that so? Then wait a bit. Let me see what the magical function of this pearl is. The system immediately displayed the information. Yin pearl low-grade green equipment. Special attribute, mental enchantment. In combat, there is a chance to distract the enemy, achieving unexpected results in one strike. Reading this, Lutan wasn't very impressed and thought nonchalantly, this might not even compare to my own looks. A charm stat of 10 isn't just for show. Then, he turned to speak to the sword sheath. If you're just greedy, I can give you this low-grade item as charity. But even if it has benefits, this lousy attribute isn't enough to make you high class. Saying that, he moved the yin pearl near the sword sheath's mouth and asked, should I put it in? The sword sheath was thrilled and nodded repeatedly. However, just at that moment, a shout rang out from behind. Stop! Do you even know what kind of treasure that is to feed it to a sword? The person who spoke was none other than the demonic alien enchantress. As soon as Lutan saw her, he froze and exclaimed, talk about a narrow escape. Why is it you again? At this moment, Xiao Hong was also rushing to catch up behind the demonic enchantress. As soon as he saw Lutan, he seemed to recognize an old acquaintance. It's that guy from that day. The demonic enchantress's face suddenly flushed red, startled and flustered. Yu Lutan's beauty was truly breathtaking regardless of the situation. He was always shining brilliantly. Under the sunlight, his features were even more dazzling and blinding. The demonic enchantress seemed mesmerized by this beauty, and asked a foolish question. Why are you so beautiful? However, just a few seconds later, she regained her composure and pointed a finger directly at Lutan's face, questioning him. No. I mean, this pearl is a spiritual treasure. You're taking it as a snack for your sword? Lutan calmly replied, if I feel like it, I'll do it. At this moment, Lutan was also a bit curious, wondering to himself, did she stop recognizing me just because I took off my hat? That's so cold. The demonic enchantress continued to berate him to his face, scolding him furiously. You're too extravagant. A precious spiritual treasure like this should be used for cultivation. Lutan just coldly retorted, are you teaching me how to do my job? In his mind, he also started calculating a plan. If she's pretending not to recognize me because of this treasure, I might as well test her and see what happens. The demonic enchantress angrily pointed at Lutan, declaring aggressively, Humph, do you even know how to value things? This is a low-grade spiritual treasure. It's very precious. Lutan casually stuffed the yin pearl into the sword sheath and smirked. It's just a low-grade spiritual treasure. Nothing worth my attention. Finishing his sentence, he thought with amusement, since you want to get its attention, I'll just feed it to the sword right in front of you. Looking at the scabbard, the alien enchantress felt her heart break with regret and wailed, You are really wasting precious treasures. But the very next second, she paused, realizing something else. Wait a minute, is this a mid-grade immortal artifact? Lutan calmly smiled and replied, it's just something from my personal collection. Not bothering to dwell on it, his expression suddenly turned serious and thoughtful. Something's not right. This woman was so fierce and cold before, how did she suddenly get so sweet? The alien enchantress didn't know he was suspicious of her, her eyes shining like she'd found gold, excitedly shouting. Wait, does that mean you have a whole warehouse of weapons? Seeing this demeanor, Lutan suddenly felt a chill down his spine. The favorability rating of the alien enchantress was skyrocketing, leaving him full of doubt and confusion. He thought to himself, even this can increase favorability? Even though her personality changed, she's still obsessed with weapons. Thinking that, he calmly asked, but what does that have to do with you? The alien enchantress replied nonchalantly, can you sell me one of them? I'll satisfy you at any price. Lutan asked back, you're selling an item to me? Are you really okay with any price? The exotic enchantress was thrilled, her face glowing as she nodded repeatedly. Yeah, Yeah, deal. Suddenly, Lutan changed the subject. He said coldly, "That day, you failed to snatch my sword manual, and now you're changing tactics?" Hearing this, the enchantress was stunned, completely taken aback. She stammered, "What? Me? When?" Little Hong then stepped forward and whispered, "My lord, he is the person from the demon sect we mentioned earlier." After hearing this, she turned, dejected, and complained, "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Little Hong replied helplessly, "I never had the chance to." Watching their attitude and conversation, Lu Tan grew even more suspicious. He thought, the reaction of this enchantress is way off. Let's see what they're plotting. No sooner thought than done. He immediately released his spiritual energy and announced loudly with a smile, "Stop playing dumb with me. Who on earth are you, and what do you want?" The exotic enchantress stammered, unable to speak. In her heart, she thought, "I just wanted to see the face of the owner of that powerful sword energy. That's all." Wait. Sword energy? Could it be? Thinking of this, she was startled and realized the situation. The enchantress panicked, her mouth agape as she pointed at Lu Tan. "So, that sword energy was even stronger than when you attacked me?" Lu Tan replied calmly, "You tell me." He then watched the seductress's reaction thoughtfully. It was clear that she and the person from that day were two different people. Their personalities were like night and day. Could they be twins? Hearing Lu Tan's provocation, the foreign seductress was furious, grinding her teeth in rage. "Hey, you looking at Lu Tan stroking his sword sheath?" she asked, a mix of curiosity and wariness. "Didn't my sister say this guy was only in the early cultivation stage? How can he be this overbearing? He must be hiding his true strength. How could the owner of a mid-grade immortal artifact be weak? I have to find a way out," Little Hong thought, panicking behind her. He was anxious, thinking, "We're doomed. I didn't expect this guy to be so formidable he killed that terrifying thing with a single strike. We need to scram. Otherwise, given his strength, he might expose the master's secret." Suddenly, the foreign seductress approached Lu Tan, her tone bewitching. "I've heard of you from my sister. I didn't expect you to be this impressive," Lu Tan replied. "Sister? So, the one who was eyeing my sword case that day was your sister?" The seductress answered composedly. "We are twins. My sister offended you that day. I apologize on her behalf. Please, a person of your stature shouldn't hold a grudge." Lu Tan sneered upon hearing this. "Not surprised you two are sisters, you both like eyeing other people's belongings. Like sister, like sister." However, he remained skeptical. But twins are one thing. Even dressing exactly the same, the seductress bowed politely to apologize, explaining, "My sister and I were just looking for a decent weapon. We didn't mean any harm." Little Hong also chimed in from behind. "We offended you that day. Please, Immortal Master, show mercy. We'll leave right now. We won't bother you anymore." I chimed in as well. Right, leaving immediately. However, Lu Tan emitted a surge of spiritual energy, blocking their path. His eyes locked on the sword sheath. He stated coldly, "Want to leave? I don't recall giving you permission." He calculated internally. He had to clarify their identity today and trick her into slipping up. In this situation, the foreign seductress was startled, looking bewildered. Her face turned pale as she forced a smile and asked Lu Tan, "Is there anything else you'd like to instruct us on, sir?" Lu Tan answered calmly, "Nothing much. I just want to know how long you've been on the Tianchen continent." Hearing this, the seductress's eyes darted away. She then blurted out, "My sister and I were born on the Tianchen continent." Lu Tan asked back, "Is that so?" Just that one light question was enough to make Little Hong and the seductress flustered and terrified. She hurriedly defended herself. "I wouldn't dare hide anything from you. I don't know why you would ask that, Immortal Master." Lu Tan stepped forward, face to face. "But according to what I know, when the foreign tribes invaded, the seductress pretended to be innocent, looking blank as she asked, 'What? Foreign tribes?'" Lu Tan coolly delivered the final blow. "Stop pretending with me. You know exactly what I mean." At this point, the blood drained from the seductress's face. She was terrified to the core. How does he know? He's discovered our secret. He must be a powerful cultivator. Thinking this, she spun around and screamed at Little Hong, "Run!" The guy heard her and was startled, immediately, scrambling to run away. Both of them turned and fled for their lives. Lu Tan stood still like a statue, coldly calling after them, trying to run. Then, he spoke softly, "Draw." In the blink of an eye, Lu Tan's sword energy slashed straight toward the seductress and Little Hong, leaving both of them seriously injured, vomiting blood and screaming in agony. Little Hong immediately turned back and shouted, "Master, let me hold him off. You run." With that, he charged at Lu Tan like a moth to a flame. Lu Tan just calmly raised his sword sheath and delivered a heavy blow straight to Little Hong's head. He didn't have time to react, and took the hit full on. Immediately after, he collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, the seductress shrieked in panic. Little Hong! Then she turned, scolding Lu Tan angrily. You bastard! You tore my clothes and knocked Little Hong out. Lu Tan's face remained cold, without a hint of change, as he replied, I didn't expect him to be as weak as a slug. The seductress trudged toward him, still fuming. Unfortunately, her heel caught on a small rock. The next second, the seductress tripped and fell flat on her face, crying out in pain. Lu Tan looked down at her. With a face dark as a pot and a creepy smile, he said, Your turn. Even in this situation, the seductress retorted boldly, What exactly do you want? If you're not selling, then forget it. I'm not begging you anymore. Lu Tan squatted down to look at her. I thought we were having a pleasant conversation just now. Running? You're way weaker than your sister, he muttered to himself, secretly assessing her. He hadn't expected her cultivation to be capped at the peak of the primal origin stage. Hearing his words, the alien enchantress snapped back. You're only relying on that mid-grade fairy artifact. If it were a one-on-one, barehanded, I'll let you use one hand, Lu Tan replied. Weapons are part of your strength too. If we went barehanded, you'd be on the floor even faster. The alien enchantress, provoked, lunged at him. She roared aggressively. Come and get it then. Look at this. But Lu Tan just stood his ground, deftly dodging to the side, sneering. Trying to teach a master how to fight? How amateur. This threw the alien enchantress into a panic. Looking absolutely livid, she gritted her teeth, shaking with rage, and stood up abruptly. Unexpectedly, her hem got caught under Lu Tan's foot, tearing off a large chunk of fabric. She pointed at him, warning him furiously. You just wait! However, she didn't realize that her clothes had now completely given way, and her two assets were bouncing right out in front of Lu Tan. The sudden turn of events left them both frozen in shock. Only a second later, the alien enchantress spiraled into a total panic. Her face turned beet red from shame, screaming endlessly. She immediately spun around, deciding that fleeing was the best option. She scrambled to get away, but Lu Tan wasn't about to let her off that easily. He reached out, grabbing the remaining scrap of clothing on her. He shouted sternly, Don't even think about running. But a mishap occurred. Lu Tan accidentally tore off the rest of her outfit, exposing her smooth, bare back instantly. She was left completely naked, and in her bad luck, she tripped over her own feet. She fell flat on her face. Ouch! Lu Tan was stunned, his face turning as red as a ripe tomato. He stammered, I swear I didn't mean to do that. Do you believe me? The alien enchantress was mortified, covering her naked body with her hands and screaming in fury. You lecherous scum! The very next second, a creepy, bone-chilling aura erupted from her body. She spat out every word coldly. I want to kill you. As she finished, her face was twisted in absolute hatred and spite. Seeing this, Lu Tan was startled. He immediately realized the severity of the situation. She's back? Did that third-stage woman really awaken? The alien enchantress was now surrounded by a red, malevolent aura. She said coldly, threatening him, Even if the demon sect master himself were here, I would tear you into 100 pieces today. In this life-or-death moment, Lu Tan tried to look calm, but internally, he was doing the math. The aura of a third-stage cultivator is definitely not something a level 4 newbie like me should be messing with. My senior brother's sword energy is all used up. Just relying on the meager sword energy I can release myself probably won't even scratch her. He strained his brain to think. There's only one way left. Lu Tan's eyes instantly locked onto the piece of clothing he was still holding in his hand. She charged at him aggressively, her eyes burning with hatred as if she wanted to devour him alive, screaming, You pervert! Die! Lu Tan kept a straight face, calmly holding the piece of clothing up high and shouting, Hey lady, running around half naked like this isn't a good look. What if people see you later? Will you have any face left to live? The alien enchantress stopped in her tracks, stunned, her face turning red as a beet. Lu Tan swiftly threw her clothes up into the air and declared, Make your choice. Kill me, or protect your own reputation first. In a flash, Lu Tan turned and ran as fast as his legs could carry him. Watching him flee, the alien enchantress was utterly helpless. Though she was shaking with anger, she could only stand there and watch, cursing him as shameless. Her face was pale with rage as she pointed directly at the direction Lu Tan vanished, insisting, Sooner or later, I will find you, and I will mince you. Lu Tan, while running, couldn't help but smile smugly to himself. Kill me? Sneak into the demon sect library behind the mountain and kill their junior master in front of everyone? If you can actually do that, you've got guts. Elsewhere, Mo Guanxi was eagerly waiting, thinking, it seems the master is back. But before he could even stop to say hello, Lu Tan zoomed past him like a gust of wind, leaving behind only one hurried instruction: meet me at the inn. Seeing Lu Tan's panicked state, as if he were being chased by a ghost, Mo Guanxi was left stunned and confused. Was that the master? His speed is terrifying. Why is he running for his life? Immediately, a theory flashed in his mind. Ah, could it be? In cultivation novels, killing a boss drops a core. The master must be rushing back to refine a core. Mo Guanxi was very pleased with his own deduction. His talent is truly rare and hard to find. Mo Guanxi stayed rooted to the spot, lost in his own imagination. If even a powerhouse like the master is working this hard to cultivate, then I must hold on to this golden thigh for dear life. Who knows how fast I'll level up later. Suddenly, he saw someone charging straight toward him at dizzying speed. It was none other than the alien enchantress. Seeing her beauty, Mo Guanxi blushed deeply, thinking, beautiful, absolutely stunning. But the alien enchantress showed no mercy. She coldly swung her arm, slashing straight at Mo Guanxi's throat. He was left stunned, not understanding what was happening, as his body was instantly sliced in two. Lying motionless on the ground, the alien enchantress remained calm and indifferent. She said, after killing the human, I feel a lot better now. Actually, I moved a bit too fast. I should have interrogated that brat to see which way the other guy went. Looking at her hand still stained with blood, she clicked her tongue in regret. The alien enchantress didn't dwell on it and turned to leave. Whatever, if I go back, he'll definitely gather the demon sect forces. My goal isn't a war. There's no need to risk everything for a fight to the death with them. Besides, the demon sect is full of hidden talents. They're tough to crack. Thinking of this, the image of Lu Tan's provocative smile resurfaced, making her blood boil, and her desire for revenge burned stronger than ever. You bastard, sooner or later you'll fall into my hands. At that moment, Mo Guanxi's corpse vanished into a puddle of goo. However, thanks to the game's mechanics, he immediately used a coin to respawn. After losing a life, his body was completely restored, as good as new. But Mo Guanxi's face went deathly pale, and he reached up to touch his neck in utter bewilderment. Damn it all, was I just decapitated? He shuddered, recalling the image of the exotic female demon. But he was also curious. Is that woman a new boss? Could someone actually have slipped through the master's cleanup? Just then, a system notification chimed. Ding! Disciple quest. Dispose of the corpse demon. Reading that, Mo Guanxi jumped in shock. The master gave me another task? If the master knew there was still a boss lurking about, he shouldn't have assigned me a corpse-clearing quest, right? He pondered, deep in thought. Suddenly, Mo Guanxi slapped his thigh, exhilarated, and confidently declared, I get it. Even the master didn't notice that woman's existence. She's a golden opportunity reserved just for me. Mo Guanxi excitedly pulled a shovel from the system interface. He smirked triumphantly. As expected of me. With the violet lightning on my left, the red-clad lady on my right, as long as I keep grinding, even the world of Xianxia will have to bow at my feet. He struck a cool pose as he spoke. Suddenly, Mo Guanxi froze, as if remembering something. Wait, I think I have something more important to do. Right. I need to post this on the forum immediately. I'll let the whole world see the irresistible charm of my master. Mo Guanxi held the recording in his hand, his eyes sparkling like stars. He stared at the video, his expression doing a 180. He flashed a wicked, calculating smile. Everyone will surely be conquered by the master, and since I am his most trusted inner disciple, doesn't that mean? At that thought, Mo Guanxi began to fantasize about being surrounded by a dozen beautiful maidens, their voices sweet as honey, calling out, Big Brother Ma, Big Brother Ma. The more he imagined it, the redder his face became with pure joy. Countless girls will be won over by me too, right? While Mo Guanxi was lost in his delusions, Lu Tan had safely arrived back at the inn. He began a chain of continuous level-ups. Lu Tan, level 4. Lu Tan, level 5, level 6, level 7, level 8. A surging power erupted from his body, immensely intense. Once leveled up, he slowly opened his eyes and muttered to himself, calculating. Killing that miscellaneous corpse demon netted me over 30,000 experience points. In the blink of an eye, I've already spent more than half. However, once I break through to level 10, I'll be able to fly on a sword. The more Lu Tan thought about it, the more excited he got, nearly drooling. With my current top-tier looks, Attracting a bunch of women shouldn't be hard, right? He imagined himself gliding through the air on his sword, with thousands of infatuated women cheering below. Wow. Violet lightning, my love. Violet lightning. However, the very next second, Lu Tan's expression shifted, and a chill ran down his spine. He wondered, what the hell? Why did the screaming of the women in his fantasy sound like pigs being slaughtered? Just then, the system displayed a notification. System upgrade. Daily NPC quest limit. 4,000 experience points. Reading that, Lu Tan pondered. 4,000 points a day? I can distribute 4,000 experience points to players? If I dump it all on Magwans alone, wouldn't he be getting a huge bargain? But how could I possibly hold back the growth of such a useful tool? The stronger the tool, the more benefits for me. Let me check the forum to see how things are going. He wanted to see how the loudspeaker Magwans had been performing. As he accessed the system forum, Lu Tan thought to himself, after all, he has a resurrection coin. Even if he's killed by that demoness, he'll just respawn. Dying is a small matter, but failing his PR role would be a big problem. As soon as he entered the forum, he was met with a flurry of sensational headlines. TikTok. What did Violet Lightning do to the corpse demon queen? Reading the title, Lu Tan couldn't help but burst into laughter. This Tiantian forum is as chaotic as a broken market now. Let's see what on earth I supposedly did to the corpse demon queen. Curious, he clicked to watch the video. Below it, a storm of comments was scrolling rapidly. So strong. Answer me, hubby. I'm willing to give my all just for you. This is the real Violet Lightning, talented and handsome. I want to learn sword cultivation too. The beauty is using a sword. Is this a sword cultivator? Looks like dual cultivation with Violet Lightning. Poor losers can only cry in the corner. How much do I need to top up to get noticed by Violet Lightning? Little Lonely Matron gifted a Rocket X100. Greedy Brother Body gifted a Supercar X100. The response from the online community was incredibly intense. Lu Tan nodded, admiring it. At least I'm still dashingly handsome. My TikTok is trending again. This fanbase, the sword cultivation profession, is going to explode for sure. Although, I wonder if that kid can resist the temptation? Lu Tan wondered, looking at the text on the system screen. Violet Lightning's sword disciple, Magwansa. Curious, he clicked to view the disciple's personal profile. Violet Lightning's sword disciple, Magwansa. Following, 678. Fans, 887. This number made Lu Tan gape in surprise. Over 8,000 fans already? In his mind, Lu Tan immediately pictured major corporations trying to poach Ma. Guans. Sign this contract and your life will change. Just agree to help us get close to Violet Lightning. Sell us secrets about his private life. Want pretty girls or cash? We've got both. The more Lu Tan thought about it, the more he felt he was too elite. His aura shone brilliantly. With me being this cool, no wonder. Among all the celebrities, I am the superstar. Just following me is enough to rake in the cash and fans. Let's see how long you can hold out against the temptation, kid. The scene shifted to another location. The sound of a shovel digging into the earth echoed steadily. It was Magwansa. He was toiling away like an ox. Suddenly, a series of notifications exploded one after another. Cute little DMDM sent a private message. Lonely little matron sent a private message. Waiting online sent a private message. Long-legged fan guild sent a private message. Messages poured in like carpet bombing, leaving Magwansa dizzy, clutching his head and crying to the heavens. I can't take it anymore. Just after I posted the Violet Lightning video, my phone is blowing up. At this rate, I'll be bothered to death. He decisively pressed the red button to turn off all private messaging features. Exhausted, Magwans sprawled out on the ground, gasping. Time in closed beta is precious as gold. I don't care about these private messages. I just want to focus on being a loyal servant to Violet Lightning. Truly, he looked like an obedient, well-behaved puppy. Back at Lu Tan's room, taking advantage of Leela and Murong Yan's absence, he stood up to straighten his clothes and muttered, I might as well check out the Demon Sect trial instance in this Azure Wolf City. I wonder if the Spirit Resting Beast can be released now. If it really works, would that count as guess I really did exploit that system loophole? About 100 times over. Right after saying that, he slowly pushed the door open and stepped out. On his way, the turtles would still drop to their knees the moment they saw him. This left Lu Tan completely speechless, and he was utterly baffled. He just couldn't understand why they always acted this way toward him. It was truly inexplicable. Every time I run into these giant turtles, why on earth do they have to bow to me? At this thought, Lu Tan's face showed clear disdain. Do they think I'm their alpha turtle or something? Do they even have a name for it? Wait, they don't even have a name for it. His train of thought broke. He turned into a small alleyway, his expression suddenly turning pale as a banana leaf. He muttered in annoyance. Who would ever want to be the leader of this bunch of turtles? That is absolutely ridiculous. A while later, Luton stood before a large well covered in talismans and exclaimed, "Found it. This ancient well is the training ground for the Ma clan's turtle breath technique." It didn't look like anything special. Just a few scattered talismans pasted around the rim. Luton stared intently down into the deep well, which was so dark he couldn't see the bottom. He judged it, still the same as other training grounds, with very distinct characteristics. Just have to dive in once and I'm guaranteed to earn plenty of experience and sweet loot. Time to go. However, despite his big thoughts, he just stood there, hesitant. He stayed there, chin in hand, deep in thought. But reality wasn't a dream. At the training stele, Luton read the system info to check his eligibility. 19,999 points? His face went pale in an instant, and he yelled in frustration, "What do you mean, 19,999 points? Why don't you just go rob someone? An entry fee for this godforsaken place that costs an arm and a leg? It's infuriating." Returning to reality, Luton looked at the well with hopeful, glistening eyes. He wondered if, as an NPC, he might be entitled to some kind of discount. Without another thought, he took a running start and leaped toward the mouth of the well. In his heart, he was anxious, hoping he could get in for free. He grinned from ear to ear, even taking off his hood, preparing to dive into the earth, singing happily. This is the life. But contrary to his dreams, the well was sealed by a barrier, preventing Luton from passing through. He slammed his head into it, hit with a sharp pain, and shrieked. Luton remained in his pose, rear end in the air, trembling violently, trying to utter a magic formation? At that moment, Luton's system screen showed a notification. Area not yet open. Please leave. The collision left him with a massive bump on his forehead and his nose bleeding. Luton thought bitterly. So, it wasn't open yet, and here I thought I just didn't have special privileges. However, a second later, he regained his usual confidence. He muttered, "Not open yet? That means I still have a chance to earn those privileges." He immediately jumped down from the well, restoring his calm and detached demeanor as if nothing had ever happened. He coolly declared, "Next time, then. Next time, it will surely work." Luton reached down to pick up his hood that was lying on the ground, saying, "If that's the case, I might as well go back to the inn and get something to eat first." With that, he put his hood on and coldly walked away. On the way back, Luton caught sight of the familiar figures of Xiao Ren and Nian Bao. He was a bit startled and blurted out, "Are those two little Yuri lovers?" Just then, Nian Bao was happily clinging to Xiao Ren's arm, while Xiao Ren gave her a cold glare and growled, "I'll say it again. I am only your master. You." Before Xiao Ren could finish, Nian Bao batted her big, glistening eyes, acting fragile and spoiled. "My beloved master, could you buy your adorable disciple a candied hawthorn skewer?" Seeing Nian Bao's sickeningly sweet act, Xiao Ren showed pure disgust and scoffed openly. However, Nian Bao remained shameless, begging, "Master, please, just this once, pretty please." This persistence made even the shopkeeper selling the hawthorn speechless and completely helpless. Unable to take it anymore, he offered a bitter smile and said, "Big sister, just buy one for her so you can have some peace." Xiao Ren suddenly widened her eyes, radiating murderous intent, as cold as if she wanted to devour the person in front of her. In a flash, countless sharp sword strikes were unleashed. The poor hawthorn seller's stall was shredded to pieces in an instant. The shopkeeper cried out, mourning, "My awning! Please, stop hacking away at it." Xiao Ren coldly turned and walked away, not forgetting to warn, "Next time, watch who you're talking to and mind your age, especially when it comes to women." Meanwhile, Nian Bao walked alongside her, skipping along happily, looking perfectly satisfied with the candy in her hand. Witnessing the show, Luton secretly stood in a corner, watching and smacking his lips in amazement. The complicated relationship of these two little Yuri lovers is progressing at lightning speed, isn't it? Nian Bao suddenly shoved the hawthorn skewer toward Xiao Ren with a bright smile. "Master, have some." Of course, Xiao Ren refused point blank. "I'm not eating it." Nian Bao wouldn't hear of it, and shoved the skewer directly into Xiao Ren's mouth quite forcefully. After the attack, Nian Bao blushed furiously and hurriedly turned away to hide, asking quietly, "Master, the candy has my saliva on it. Is it any good?" This action drove Xiao Ren into a frenzy. Her annoyance peaked. Her anger meter shot up. Her face turned pale, her eyes sharp as knives, and she gritted her teeth. Xiao Ren yelled out, "Go to hell!" And as expected, the next second, Nian Bao was sent flying straight into the sky. But strangely, her attitude was incredibly pleased, and she shouted comfortably, "Ah, another day of being sent to the clouds by Master." Lu Tan watched Nian Bao's trajectory as she flew far away, full of confusion. Wait, is this Nian Bao more open-minded than me? Then he froze when he imagined a terrifying scenario. He imagined Xiao Ren asking in a rush, "It seems my female disciple is lusting after my body. What should I do?" The more he thought about it, the more his back felt cold. Tisk, tisk, I can already imagine Xiao Ren's state of mind right now. In the backyard of the inn, the sound of weapons clashing rang out from afar. "Ha, take this." "Ha, senior sister, why are you so skilled?" At that moment, with just a tiny needle, Mew, Rongyan easily suppressed Li Le's large saber, leaving the girl wide-eyed in shock. Lu Tan, who had just returned, witnessed this and was also somewhat startled. Murongyan calmly explained to Li Le, "Being small has the advantages of being small. Stop being so greedy for big toys all the time." Hearing this, Lu Tan, who was standing behind them, suddenly, blushing beet red from his own dirty thoughts, he hurriedly composed himself. Pretending to be calm, he walked past Murongyan and Li Le, who both bowed respectfully when they saw him. "Greetings, Grand Uncle Master." Murongyan broke into a cold sweat and gave a stiff, awkward smile, thinking to herself, "Grand Uncle Master. Surely couldn't have heard what I just said, right? That's impossible. Absolutely impossible." Lu Tan cleared his throat a few times to regain his composure. He then declared, "Ahem, not bad. Learning from one another is a good thing. That's enough training for today. Go eat." The two ladies acknowledged in unison. "Understood." Murongyan breathed a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Phew, looks like he didn't pick up on the hidden meaning. Grand Uncle Master really is a pure and innocent youth. Suddenly, Li Le asked in her naive way, "Senior sister, I'm very curious other than practicing swordplay during the day. Do you use these little needles at night?" Instantly, Murongyan turned bright red and hurriedly covered Li Le's mouth. Lu Tan froze like a stone statue after hearing that question. Murongyan let out a strained, awkward laugh. "Li Le, let me clarify. Senior sister isn't that kind of person. Senior sister is a righteous cultivator capable of enduring loneliness and cold. Junior sister, Li Le, don't let your imagination run wild." Li Le maintained her serious, cold expression and replied, "Senior sister, our current strength is still too weak. We need to cultivate not just during the day, but work hard at night as well. Otherwise, I'll never be able to catch up to Grand Uncle Master." As she spoke, she stared intently at Lu Tan. Murongyan's jaw dropped in absolute shock, and Lu Tan was left completely stunned. Startled by that shocking statement, he tried to regain his calm and cleared his throat. "Your passion is great, but you must also remember to find the right balance." Internally, he cursed. "Damn, thank goodness I didn't say anything stupid earlier, or it would have been a total disaster." Returning to his usual dignified look, Lu Tan turned and said to the two, "Let's go eat." Both immediately chimed in. "Coming, coming." Li Le kept her eyes glued to Lu Tan's back, burning with determination. His strength has increased again. "Li Le, oh Li Le, if you don't work hard, how will you ever have the chance to overpower him with your strength?" In the dining room, the waiter had already served several steaming dishes and invited them enthusiastically. "Honored immortals, please be seated. The food is all ready." Murongyan and Li Li's eyes lit up like car headlights the moment they saw the stir-fried peas. They cheered happily. "It smells so good. There's the stir-fried peas I love most." Seeing the two girls' excitement, Lu Tan was speechless. With an expressionless face, he muttered, "Stir-fried peas? A very rustic and practical dish, isn't it?" He then picked up his chopsticks to grab some food. This dish seemed to stir up memories of the past. It hadn't been that long, but the images of the past flooded back. In his memories, that day he happily picked up some stir-fried peas for his younger sister, smiling brightly as he said, "Here, eat up." His sister, with a radiant, happy face, replied gratefully, "Thank you, brother." The more he reminisced, the more Lu Tan felt a deep sense of regret. This was his younger sister's favorite dish in both timelines. Both versions of Lu Tan spoke in unison, "Eat a bit more." Outside in the courtyard, a person in tattered, ragged clothes was seen carrying a tray of food past them. The young girl was panting heavily from fatigue, but kept grinding her teeth, trying to work hard. Seeing that scene, Murongyan felt a pang of pity and said, "I really wish I could give her some of my own strength." Li Le added, "That little girl is way too skinny. Seeing that skinny figure, Lu Tan fell into deep thought. It's her. So she's here. No wonder I asked the demonic sect so many times. And they couldn't find a trace of her. Suddenly, the waiter panicked and shouted at the skinny girl. Move it. Are you trying to disturb the honored immortals? You can't even carry this properly. You useless girl. Being yelled at, the girl was terrified. Then, she sneaked a glance upward, and even she was stunned, mesmerized by the sight of Lu Tan's face, a beauty so breathtaking it could topple cities. She couldn't help but think to herself, that figure, he's so handsome. Because she was too distracted by his good looks, her hand slipped, and she dropped the tray of food on the ground. The waiter saw this and jumped, feeling extremely panicked. He fearfully turned around and knelt down to beg for mercy from Lu Tan. Honored immortal, spare her life. She didn't mean it. I beg the honored immortal to be magnanimous and overlook this. Then he turned and yelled, What are you just standing there for? Kneel down. Hearing the shout, the girl went deathly pale, trembling as she collapsed to her knees, her mouth only able to make terrified ah-ah sounds. However, Lu Tan used his spiritual energy to gently lift her up so she wouldn't have to kneel. He said calmly, No need to kneel. It's all right. Leave her here. You may go. Hearing this from Lu Tan, the waiter became even more worried. However, not knowing what else to do, he could only reply helplessly, Understood, honored, immortal. The waiter thought to himself, The immortal is a big shot of the demonic sect. He surely won't hold a grudge against a little girl like her. But, seeing the waiter so helpless, the girl fearfully called out to him. The waiter tried his best to bow and plead on her behalf. Honored immortal, this little fool is mute. Her mind is a bit slow, and she's a total coward. If she did anything wrong, I beg you. Honored immortal, I beg you. Facing this situation, Lu Tan calmly explained, You can rest assured and go outside. She has an immortal affinity. After hearing that, the waiter finally breathed a true sigh of relief, and a smile returned to his face. He kept repeating, Many thanks, honored immortal. Thank you, honored immortal. As the waiter passed by the girl, he didn't forget to remind her. The immortal said, You have an immortal affinity. You better cherish it. Your grandfather is gone, and no one else will protect you. Having been nothing but skin and bones for so long, hearing this made the girl tremble uncontrollably. A wave of sadness hit her, causing tears to well up. Her face turned pale as she thought, Grandfather, I'm so scared. At this moment, Lu Tan suddenly spoke, startling the girl slightly. Come here for a moment. Have you eaten yet? The girl immediately shook her head vigorously. Seeing this, Lu Tan gently said, Then sit down and eat with us. Hearing that, the girl timidly moved closer, then sat down at the dining table. Just as the girl sat down, Lu Tan's system displayed the information. Lin Qian, born when the cicadas were chirping loudly, hence the name. Upon reading the name, Lu Tan was secretly delighted. It really is her, Lin Qian, the child of the future world. Leela happily picked up food for Lin Qian and said with a smile, Little sister, eat first. This braised fish is delicious. Murong Yan, sitting beside them, also chimed in, Yeah, wait, no. Hearing this, Lin Qian just slumped her head, wiping her hands on her clothes to clean them. She then began to eat her meal very timidly. Seeing her like this, Lu Tan couldn't help but think how pitiful she looked. Her cautious, tiptoeing demeanor reminded him of himself and his younger sister right after their parents had passed away. While Lin Qian was burying her face in her food, Li Le, filled with curiosity, turned to Murong Yan and asked, Senior sister, why isn't our little junior sister picking up any food? Murong Yan sighed with pity, whispering, There is a gap in perception between ordinary people and cultivators. She is the most fragile and humble among commoners. Never mind picking up vegetables. Even just sitting here is already a massive struggle for her. Hearing this, Li Le's eyes welled up with empathy, and she replied, I didn't quite understand before, but since I lost my parents, I can finally understand how she feels right now. Suddenly, Lu Tan coughed a few times, and Lin Qian, sitting beside them, shriveled up in fear. A second later, she obediently set her bowl down, looking curious and confused. Unexpectedly, Lu Tan picked up a piece of fish and placed it in her bowl, saying with a smile, Come on, eat this piece of fish. However, Lin Qian was still terrified. Seeing her still hesitant, Lu Tan kept piling food into her bowl until it was overflowing. He said cheerfully, Eat a bit more. You're so thin. Why are you being a picky eater? That won't do. Eat up. You need a full meal today. Witnessing this strange behavior from Lu Tan, Lin Qian was so startled that she turned pale. Lu Tan piled the food into a small mountain and spoke with great confidence. Eat, don't worry, just eat. It's not like I'm eating you. Li Le and Murong Yan, sitting nearby, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration as they looked at the mound of food. Lin Qian lifted her eyes to look at the delicious food before her. Li Le and Murong Yan joined in, eating heartily and urging her, "That's right, hurry up and eat. Eat up, it tastes better when you take big bites." Lin Qian was so touched by their warm gestures that she burst into tears. The very next second, she picked up her bowl and began to eat. A while later, all three of them, Lu Tan, Li Le, and Murong Yan, were stuffed. Seeing everyone had finished, Lin Qian stood up, preparing to clear the bowls and plates. Li Le quickly stood up to help. "Oh, let me help you." However, Lu Tan reached out a hand to stop her. He said, "Let her do it. If you help, she won't know what to do." Hearing this, Li Le obediently complied. At that moment, the sword sheath at Lu Tan's side suddenly stirred, moving toward Lin Qian. 2 seconds later, it rubbed against her affectionately, leaving Lin Qian completely stunned and bewildered. Seeing this, Lu Tan coldly warned, "Don't mess around." The sheath immediately retracted, seeing it pull back. He couldn't help but think to himself, "It can even recognize a natural sword embryo? Is it truly her and not me? That kind of natural sword embryo that relies on other people's brains to form. Yes, she is truly a once-in-a-millennium natural sword embryo. This is the reason why her future achievements will surpass Xiaonian. It would be a waste not to take this girl as my disciple." He looked at Lin Qian intently, calculating. Lin Qian noticed Lu Tan staring at her and asked in confusion, "Immortal Master, do you have any instructions for me?" At that moment, Lu Tan finally spoke. "Lin Qian, I see that you have an affinity for the path of immortals. I wish to take you as my disciple. Do you agree?" Hearing this, Lin Qian was even more stunned. She was beyond shocked, unable to believe her own ears, thinking to herself, "Someone like me also has an affinity for the immortal path?" Lu Tan calmly held the teacup in his hand and added, "Your name is Lin Qian, right?" Lin Qian made a soft sound of acknowledgement and nodded gently. Lu Tan continued nonchalantly, "You know cicadas live in the ground for a very long time." As he said this, the sound of cicadas seemed to echo from outside, under the scorching summer sun. Lin Qian stood silently, listening as Lu Tan spoke. He kept his aloof and refined demeanor, holding the hot tea in his hand, and continued, "But the cicada will eventually become the most dazzling light of summer." Hearing this, Lin Qian's eyes widened in surprise, her mouth agape. She was stunned, curious, and skeptical, wondering, "Someone like me can also be the most dazzling light of summer?" Lu Tan, holding the teacup, spoke calmly, "You aren't shaking your head, so I'll take that as a yes." Lin Qian whispered a soft yes. Then, Lu Tan continued, "You are the head disciple of my sect. For the past few days, you've been bringing me my 3 daily meals. It's time. I will take you back to the demon sect. As for my true identity, you will find out in the future." Lin Qian then turned and left. Watching the girl's retreating figure, Lu Tan felt a mix of anxiety and curiosity. Did I scare her silly? At that moment, Lin Qian was carrying the bowls and chopsticks, lost in her own thoughts. You know, cicadas stay in the ground too long, but when they sing, they are the most brilliant light of summer. "Grandpa, I'm going to have a master." The more she thought about it, the more moved Lin Qian was to the point of tears. Inside the house, Li Lei's expression darkened, looking at Lu Tan with eyes full of resentment, giving him a chill down his spine. "Huh? I sense a strong, lingering resentment. And is that a hint of jealousy?" The next second, Li Le pouted unhappily and said, "So, this is how you take on a new disciple? I just wanted to be your personal sword attendant." Hearing this, Murong Yan went into gossip mode, asking, "What? What kind of sword attendant?" Lu Tan saw her expression and couldn't help but panic. The next second he was breaking into a cold sweat. He gave a dry laugh and patted Leela's head gently, saying, "Practice hard. When you become an inner sect disciple, I'll come to the ceremony to congratulate you." Hearing this, Leela immediately asked, "Really?" He replied calmly, "Rest assured, if I don't show up that day, the sect will hit me 5 times. Leela was overjoyed, delighted by that, smiling brightly. Murong Yan continued to gossip, ignorantly asking, "What kind of sword attendant, anyway?" Watching this situation, Lu Tan could only think helplessly. Her desire for my body is getting more and more serious. If this keeps developing, by the day she achieves her goal, others will come to visit. Thinking of this, he suddenly imagined the image of Li Le happily bragging, "The reason I achieved such success today is mainly because I love the body of my little martial uncle ancestor. It gave me great motivation." The more he thought, the more Lu Tan froze in place like a statue. Damn it. I don't dare think about it anymore. Just then, the system notification popped up. New personal disciple added. The next second, Lu Tan pressed the button to view the details. The system displays the master-disciple relationship. Lin Xian is a true disciple, and the sword boy Mo Guanjun is a disciple. Currently, I can recruit 8 out of 10. Lu Tan muttered to himself while reading. The system confirmed the master-disciple bond. Lin Xian had officially become his disciple. Right after that, he stood up and spoke to everyone. Let's head back to our rooms. While Li Le and Wurong Yan were staring blankly at his retreating figure, Lu Tan couldn't help but fall into deep thought in this world. The constraints placed upon me are truly too many. Back in his room, Lu Tan sat on the bed, and his voice sounded coldly. System. Open sword, nourishing technique. In an instant, the system interface appeared. Level 1, can be upgraded. Upgrade cost, 10,000 experience points. Skill effect, 200% critical damage. Lu Tan began to hesitate. Although he had calculated it beforehand, he didn't expect the skill upgrade from level 1 to level 2 to require a full 10,000 experience points. Right now, he only had a little over 10,000 points in his possession. Thinking of this, he pressed his hand against the system screen and muttered, "A little over 10,000 experience points isn't even enough for me to climb from level 8 to level 10. I might as well learn another cultivation technique to improve my combat power." The system updated once more. Level 1, can be upgraded. Skill effect, critical damage increased to 300%. Seeing this line, Lu Tan was thrilled and released sword chi from his hand. He laughed heartily. Although it's so short, the damage output has increased significantly. It may be short, but I am strong. However, the very next second, he froze, feeling that his words were somehow wrong. It sounded a bit awkward, but he couldn't refute it. Lu Tan pulled himself together. With a resolute gaze and burning determination, the first senior brother's 1% sword technique. I must take this opportunity to accumulate as many experience points as possible. Sooner or later, it will become thick, long, and powerful. Thinking this, he lay lazily on the bed and blurted out, "Right, why hasn't Mo Guanjun's task been completed yet? Has that kid started slacking off and skipping work again?" The scene shifted to Mo Guanjun, who was 5 shovels, confronting a half-zombie intensely. Mo Guanjun pointed his shovel directly at the monster's face and shouted boldly, "Why won't you die, huh? I'm going to risk my life fighting you." Immediately, Mo Guanjun turned red with rage and lunged forward. The half-zombie wasn't a pushover either. It growled, shrieked, and attacked without mercy. But reality isn't a dream. In just a flash, Mo Guanjun was lying flat on the ground, wounded so severely he was foaming at the mouth. The system coldly announced, "You have died." Meanwhile, the half-zombie stood triumphantly and majestically over its achievement. After a hearty meal, the half-zombie let out a loud burp, patted its bloated belly, and turned away. Mo Guanjun, frustrated, immediately spent money on the system. In a blink, he resurrected and returned. Still holding his shovel, he charged at the half-zombie again, shouting, "This master isn't dead yet. Let's keep fighting." Seeing this, the half-zombie couldn't help but be stunned in surprise. However, with just one light swing, it dealt a powerful blow to Mo Guanjun's face. The next second, he was defeated miserably again. The system displayed the familiar line, "You have died." Mo Guanjun was completely helpless, slumped over, and thought to himself, "Do you know the consequences of messing with someone who deals as much damage as me, huh?" The half-zombie had another hearty meal to the point of burping continuously. It happily turned its butt and left once more. Mo Guanjun used his dollar divine palm to resurrect again, full of fighting spirit and abundant spiritual power. He declared confidently and loudly, "Come here if you dare. Today we must clearly decide who is the winner." He lunged forward to confront the half-zombie again, panting heavily with dedication. "If I don't kill you, I swear I'm not human." The half-zombie ate until its belly was stretched tight and bulging, letting out a few satisfied burps. After that, it happily sang and left, leaving Mo Guanjun behind, who was so angry he was nearly half dead. At the scene, there was only a skeleton left. The system showed a notification. Resurrection money deducted. From the white skeleton, Mo Guanjun easily transformed back into human form. He smirked, narcissistic. You ran away because you were too scared of me, right?" He seemed incredibly bold and confident saying those words. "If you dared to stay here and see that I, this master, couldn't be beaten, you'd be finished." As he spoke, his nose seemed to grow a few inches because he was lying. "I truly am something else. Not only did I have the fortune to meet a beautiful girl, but I also thought of a way to defeat all monsters. I've named this anti-monster tactic the Mo-style victory law. I truly live up to being the boy of the holy temple. While muttering, Mo Guanjun skipped away happily. At the inn, Lin Xian was wiping the table while doubting herself. The immortal master took me in as a disciple? I still feel like this is somewhat unreal. Someone as lowly as me, what do I have that's worth the immortal master's attention? While wondering, she looked at her small, calloused hands. Just then, a bald, shiny head appeared out of nowhere, accompanied by a large comb stuck on his head. This person was none other than Liu Huangshu. As soon as he walked into the shop, he stared with surprise, blankly blurting out, "Huh?" As soon as Liu Huangshu saw Lin Xian's NPC name, he couldn't hide his shock and shouted, "A green NPC." Immediately, a series of calculations raced through his mind. Everywhere around him were gray to yellow NPCs. This green NPC must be hiding an extremely huge secret plot. My great fortune has arrived. Thinking this, Liu Huangshu's eyes lit up, sparkling like stars in the sky, fast as lightning. He lunged, snatched the wiping rag from Lin Xian's hand, and shouted, "Stop what you're doing." Lin Xian was extremely confused and suspicious of this bizarre behavior, thinking, what is he trying to do? With his signature shiny head, Liu Huangshu quickly wiped the table to help Lin Xian, mouth chattering happily. "How could I let you do such heavy work? From now on, just leave it all to me. I can wipe 100 tables like this for you." Looking at those confusing actions, Lin Xian was startled. Before she could understand what was happening, the waiter suddenly walked over, leading 2 large burly men behind him, and spoke coldly. "You aren't eating and you aren't staying here. You dare come in and bother our shop staff? You've got some nerve." Under the sharp gaze of the bouncers, Liu Huangshu suddenly shrank back, his face turning pale as a sheet, sweating buckets, and he replied cautiously, What do you mean? Please, listen to my explanation first. It's just, however." Before he could clear his name, Liu Huangshu was thrown outside without a second thought. The throw made him scream in fear. His headgear was dented, and his face still wore a look of utter confusion. The very next second, Liu Huangshu landed with a thud right in front of Mo Guanj, leaving him wide-eyed and confused. What's wrong with this kid? Liu Huangshu's bottom even had a clear footprint on it. He cried out in pain. "Ouch! Why does this pain feel so real? It hurts like hell. My butt is almost split in two." But Mo Guang didn't care at all. He just walked inside calmly. Seeing this, Liu Huangshu wore a sinister smile, thinking to himself, that kid will definitely be thrown out in a bit just like me. Unlocking the hidden quest of a green NPC isn't that simple. But after waiting for a long time, there was no movement. Liu Huangshu was extremely curious and suspicious. Huh? I've been waiting for a while now. Why hasn't he been thrown out yet? Then, he pondered, digging through his memory. That guy's ID is Mo Guang? Mo Guang? Why does that name sound familiar? Although Mo Guangji's post was very hot, few people remembered his name. Who cares about the name of a loudspeaker? Just as he saw the name displayed above, Lin Qian, Mo Guang was startled and gasped. Huh? This mute girl was gray 2 days ago. Why is she green now? This isn't urgent. I have to go turn in my quest first. Thinking this, he trotted away. Inside the room, after hearing Mo Guangji's report, Lu Tan sat on the bed and replied calmly, I know. Well done. Saying that, he pressed the button to complete the quest on the system. Mo Guanj received a notification, plus 500 experience points. He immediately took the opportunity to ask, Honorable Master, are there any other tasks you'd like to assign? Lu Tan replied, Not for now. You may take your leave. Oh, that's right. I've just taken on a disciple named Lin Qian. You are my sword attendant. By rank, she will be your martial aunt. Hearing that bombshell, Mo Guanj was so shocked his jaw dropped, thinking to himself, Lin Qian, is that the green NPC from just now? As expected of the Sword Palace, he casually takes on a disciple and can even turn them green. Should I also? However, before he could get any more curious, Lu Tan irritably used his spiritual energy to kick Mo Guanj out. Get out of my sight right now. He couldn't help but think coldly. This rotten kid. He wouldn't leave even after being chased away repeatedly. Was he waiting for me to keep him for a meal? But this is already the second meal of mine with my disciple, Lin Qian. What are you even doing here, you tool? As the sun began to set, Lu Tan's group gathered around the dinner table. He smiled and said, Let's eat. Everyone happily agreed in unison. Lin Qian held her large bowl of rice, looking very sensible, and thought to herself, I'll wait until they're finished and eat the leftovers. However, Lu Tan wouldn't let her do that. He immediately piled her bowl with food. He kept urging her, Eat some meat, and don't forget the vegetables. You can't skip those, or you'll get constipated. Fish is also very nutritious. Eat a bit more. Seeing these caring actions from Lu Tan, Lin Qian was truly touched to the point of tears, sighing to herself. Master is truly so good to me. Ever since Grandpa passed away, no one has treated me this well. Thinking of this, painful memories flooded back. Since I was young, my body has had a cold, icy constitution. At 5 years old, Lin Qian's face was gaunt and weary as she lay in a dilapidated shack full of patches. She gasped for air. Her face was flushed with fever as she thought helplessly, "Am I going to die?" A Taoist priest turned to old Lin and said, "Old Lin, this isn't good. Your granddaughter's soul has been lost." Hearing this like a bolt from the blue, old Lin was confused and panicked. "Taoist, what should we do now? I only have this one granddaughter." The Taoist spread his hands, letting out a few cryptic chuckles. "It's easy to save the child, but it depends on your sincerity." Old Lin immediately reached into his robe, took out something, and replied in a trembling voice, "My sincerity, I agree. As long as you can save little Qian, I'm willing to do anything." The next second, he pulled out a small, carefully wrapped cloth. Inside were only a few meager silver coins. Old Lin tremblingly held them out to the Taoist. He asked softly, Is this enough? Not enough?" Seeing this, the Taoist couldn't help but feel disgusted. His face darkened as he cursed. Damn it. Nevertheless, he snatched the small amount of money and instructed, "I'll do this for your sincerity. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't lift a finger. Remember, walk backward from outside the house for 7,000 steps. Not one step more, not one step less. Call her name while you walk. Do this for 7 days, and she will be fine." Following the Taoist's instructions, old Lin went outside and started walking backward while calling out, "Ki un air, ki un air." The catch was that he had to do this in extremely harsh weather, amidst a blizzard. Thick in the memories flooding back to Lin Qian, her grandfather had walked all 7,000 steps, his beard and hair covered in frost and snow, his face frozen stiff, his throat hoarse. Yet, old Lin still gritted his teeth, moving back and forth. His face was deathly pale from the cold, and his forehead was unusually red. But he still tried to call out, "Qian air." After much effort, Lin Qian finally woke up. Old Lin grabbed her hand, his face bursting with joy. He said, "Little Qian, you're awake. Waking up is good." In Lin Qian's thoughts, he had fallen several times. His body was covered in wounds. "This was all I heard from the neighbors after I woke up. Grandpa was the only person in this world who was truly good to me. But a few months ago, he fell gravely ill, his consciousness fading." Old Lin lay listlessly on the bed. His face was flushed with a high fever, coughing uncontrollably, which made Lin Qian extremely worried. "I wanted to do what he did, but cruelly, I am mute. I couldn't call out Grandpa's name." Back then, Lin Qian had also walked backward just like old Lin did, trying to open her mouth to cry out, but she couldn't make a sound. "Because I am just a useless mute, Grandpa's soul couldn't hear me." Lin Qian could only call out in the depths of her heart, filled with despair, as tears streamed down. "I kept walking, but he never woke up again. No matter how hard I tried, the final result couldn't be changed. Only Lin Qian's tears remained, falling incessantly." Returning to reality, after recalling the painful past, Lin Qian couldn't help but sob, thinking to herself, "Grandpa, I've found someone who treats me well again. You don't need to worry in the afterlife anymore." Lu Tan saw her expression and felt a surge of pity and heartache. This little girl is just like me, alone in this world, all by herself. But from now on, neither of us will be like that anymore. Thinking this, he immediately asked, "Little Qian, do you know how to write?" Lin Qian nodded repeatedly. She recalled when she was little, a teacher had stayed at their house for a while, so she had picked up a little bit. Lu Tan then held out his hand and said gently, "Knowing how to write is good. From now on, whatever you want to tell your master, just write it down. If there's paper and a pen, use them. If not, just write it on my palm." Hearing this, Lin Qian naturally couldn't hide her surprise and amazement, so touched that her jaw dropped. Then, she tremblingly placed her small hand toward Lu Tan's hand. Lu Tan said gently, "Right, we are master and disciple. In the future, I'll have to rely on you to take care of me in my old age. Why be so formal?" Hearing that, Lin Qian's heart swelled with intense emotion. She then carefully wrote the 2 characters master on Lu Tan's hand. Lu Tan smiled with satisfaction, let out a delighted, "Oh," and turned to speak to Li Le and Murong Yan. "Sorry to trouble you both, but after dinner, could you take my disciple to buy some new clothes? I'll cover the costs." The 2 of them happily agreed right away. "Sure, no problem. Leave it to us." Hearing this, Lin Qian hurriedly reached into her clothes as if wanting to say something, thinking to herself, I have money too. The boss never missed a payroll. He said that working for a transcendent master meant it was very reliable and guaranteed. However, Lu Tan reached out and pressed her hand down. Firmly refusing to take her money bag, he asked sternly, I said I'd pay, didn't I? You've only just become my disciple, and you're already planning to disobey your master, huh? Lin Qian obediently complied and tucked the money bag deep inside her clothes again. After a moment, Lu Tan stood up straight and loudly announced that the meal was finished. From this day forward, you are officially a disciple of my demonic sect. Lin Qian obediently and politely bowed to perform the master-disciple ceremony. The very next second, he turned to Murong Yan and said, Could you please check my disciple's cultivation aptitude? See how she fares. Murong Yan complied instantly with a crisp, understood. She immediately placed her hand on Lin Qian's forehead. A ring of radiance suddenly shone brightly. In just a moment, the circles displaying her aptitude appeared clearly. Murong Yan watched intently, counting the rings, unable to hide her extreme shock and amazement. 9. A full 9 rings. Even Li Lei was overjoyed and exclaimed, Wow, that's one more ring than me. Lu Tan, your eye for talent is truly incredible. Hearing the others chatting excitedly, Lin Qian was still totally lost, looking completely confused and wondering what 9 rings actually meant. At this moment, Lu Tan handed her a book. He said, This is the cultivation technique that I, your master, am bestowing upon you. It includes detailed annotations from your martial aunt. If you study it diligently, it will be of great use to you. Hearing this, Li Le was suddenly startled and started fumbling around her person to find something, looking incredibly flustered. Huh? That book? Why does it look so familiar? Where did my book go? Lin Qian held the technique manual in her hands, treasuring it deeply. She smiled and thought to herself, Thank you, master. If I can cure my strange illness after I start cultivating, that would be wonderful. Just then, behind them, Li Lei was angrily chasing Lu Tan, trying to get physical with him. See note, didn't you say you were giving that to me? Lu Tan, panicked and terrified, ran while replying, You aren't even using it anymore, why keep it? Lin Qian's face was now filled with satisfaction and joy. She smiled, watching Lu Tan and Li Le frolicking about, thinking, If I get cured, I will truly be able to serve master until he grows old. Li Le cried out in regret, still punching Lu Tan repeatedly, yelling, You clearly said you were giving it to me. You liar. Under these circumstances, Lu Tan suddenly broke into a sinister smile. He plotted, So this girl really thinks I don't have a way to deal with her? 2 seconds later, Lu Tan, with a very handsome expression, grabbed Li Le's hand. He flirted gently, I'm right here in front of you. Why would you need inanimate objects like that? This sudden attack by Lu Tan caught Li Le completely off guard. Shy and incredibly embarrassed, she stammered in response. However, before she could say anything more, Lu Tan leaned in close and whispered in her ear, Teach my disciple a set of sword techniques. Let's see how her aptitude is. Li Le, as if bewitched, obediently replied, Okay, sure. Seeing her submissive demeanor, Lu Tan felt immensely satisfied, proud, and triumphant. Tisk tisk, is this the power of being handsome? Though, I have to say, that shy expression of little Le looks pretty cute too. Thinking this, his own face reflexively turned red. Suddenly, a wooden stick was swung. It was Li Le, who was holding the stick, to use as an example to guide Lin Qian. Little Qian, follow me. This sword technique is the ancestral art of my Li family. Although it's not as good as the cultivation technique your master gave you, it's enough for self-defense. Lin Qian immediately nodded in obedience. The very next second, Li Lei performed sword moves that were quick, powerful, and cut through the wind, saying, Watch closely now. Lu Tan, after witnessing those brilliant sword moves by Li Le, was also quite surprised, mouth agape, exclaiming, I couldn't tell normally, but her sword style even has a sense of artistry, like it's straight out of a movie. After finishing the sequence, Li Le turned to ask, Little Qian, do you need me to demonstrate it one more time? Lin Qian looked a bit lost, and Lu Tan thought to himself, she probably didn't understand a thing. But the very next second, she wrote on the ground, Let me try it out. Hearing that, Li Le immediately warned, even though this sword set looks simple, it's not that easy. Back then, even a genius like me took 3 days to learn it. However, before she could finish her sentence, Lin Qian began to move through the footwork. This startled Li Le so much that her jaw nearly hit the floor. After watching it just once, Lin Qian was able to easily replicate the Li family's sword style perfectly, without a single error. That left Leela flustered, stunned, and speechless. This Murongyan sat to the side, chewing on her food while calmly explaining, Junior Sister Lee, don't be too tense. With 9 rings of aptitude, her comprehension is basically peerless under the heavens. She'll learn these little tricks very quickly. Even someone like me, with average aptitude, feels quite envious watching her cultivation speed. Hearing this, Leela's eyes sparkled with joy, blooming like flowers in spring, as she asked, Senior Sister, are you really envious of me? Murongyan replied firmly, certainly. After practicing, Linqian couldn't help but feel exhausted, panting heavily. She worriedly breathed, feeling uneasy as she thought, I wonder if I practiced it correctly. However, the very next second, Lu Tan stepped forward and laughed, incredibly proud, declaring, You learned it very quickly. Such high comprehension, you are indeed worthy of being my direct disciple. Hearing the praise, Lin Qian felt extremely shy, her face turning bright red. Lu Tan leaned down, gently patted her head, and said softly, But from now on, you need to eat more rice to build yourself up. Being healthy and full-figured is the only real capital a revolutionary warrior has. Just as she heard these philosophical words of his, that's the only real capital a revolutionary soldier has. As soon as he heard those philosophical words of yours, Lila Lin, Tian, and Murong Yan were completely baffled, question marks floating over their heads. Curvy body? What on earth does that mean? Seeing their blank expressions, Lu Tan just gave an awkward laugh to brush it off, quickly changing the subject. Oh, it's nothing. Just some local slang from my hometown. You two, hurry up and take my disciple out to buy some clothes. If you're any slower, the night market will be closed. Listening to his words, the group turned and left. Lu Tan stood there silently, watching them go. His gaze was full of deep thought. Innate sword embryo, grade 9 aptitude, and an intuition for sword techniques that lets her master them at a single glance. If I focus on training this disciple of mine, just how strong will I become in the future? Anything my master couldn't achieve, I, his disciple, will eventually reclaim for him, Lu Tan thought to himself, brimming with confidence. Filled with intense determination, night had fallen, blanketing everything. The bright, luminous moon hung high in the sky, shimmering alongside countless stars. On the second floor, Lu Tan stood silently with his hands behind his back. His gaze was calm, directed toward the sky, but his mind was full of questions. I really need to rack my brain to find a way to earn more experience points. I wonder where those tools of mine have run off to. Should I dish out some quests for them? Let them grind through the night and experience the joy of gaming with the pressure of working overtime. As soon as this idea popped up, Lu Tan's expression turned sly and amused. Just then, a few figures appeared outside, accompanied by a knock knock, knock, and a voice calling out, We're back. Hearing that, Lu Tan felt a surge of anticipation. They're here? The door opened, and Murong Yan and Li Le stepped inside together, but the scene before him left Lu Tan completely baffled. He asked in a weary tone, Where is my disciple? Hearing the question, the two of them just looked at each other and smiled meaningfully, then stepped aside to make way. Appearing before his eyes was Lin Qian, now wearing an entirely new outfit. The blend of blue and white tones brought out her delicate, clear, and ethereal beauty. Witnessing her appearance, Lu Tan couldn't help but nod in appreciation. Not bad. A disciple of mine should look just like me. Hearing the compliment, Lin Qian's face flushed red with shyness. She thought reservedly, I've never even seen anyone as beautiful as my master before. How could I ever look as beautiful as they do? Just then, glancing at the name Lin Qian displayed on the system, Lu Tan was shocked and stunned. Huh? Her name has turned green now? Immediately, he thought of the fanatical and excited behavior of people like Zhao Honi and Mo Guanxi. He wondered inwardly, what would it look like if those scavenger players saw this? Pushing that thought aside, he gave instructions. From today on, you will stay in the backyard with us. Go follow Li Lei and the others to pick out a room. I need to go out for a trip. No sooner had he finished speaking than Murong Yan and Li Le each grabbed one side of Lin Qian and whisked her away, grinning from ear to ear. Don't be shy. We're one big family now. This enthusiasm made Lin Qian feel a bit awkward and flustered. Lu Tan remained standing there, lost in thought. Now that I've taken on a disciple, I probably can't stay in Qingcheng Mountain much longer. I need to get out there quickly and recruit more tools. Relying solely on that kid, Mo Guanxi, is like a huge piece of meat being fought over by a tiny mosquito. The next day, Lu Tan strolled through the streets. His mind was constantly calculating. Even though the goal was to find more tools, this closed beta was limited to 1,000 players, and they were scattered across the entire Tianquan continent. Excluding the mediocre ones that don't catch my eye, the selection range is really quite narrow. As he thought this, he narrowed his eyes and observed the passers-by. Suddenly, memories flooded back. Lu Tan remembered his own image from before back, when he was a professional gamer, and how he had made quite a few enemies for various reasons. Among them, the percentage of high-level players is huge. I just hope my luck isn't too terrible this time. After praying, Lu Tan continued his journey to find talent. After walking a short distance, he spotted someone in a secluded corner, hunched over, and doing something with an excited look on his face. The man muttered, "Can I make it stronger? It's empty here. Let me try taking off these pants and see." Ah, that doesn't work either. A moment later, Lu Tan witnessed a scene. Erha was busy barking woof woof at a dog on the side of the road. Still shocked, he then saw Xiaosan stuck high up in a tree. Instead of being afraid, he laughed loudly with excitement. "Whoa, look at that. You can climb every tree in this world. The graphics are top tier. This is so lit. So lit." After walking around and witnessing all sorts of bizarre things, Lu Tan was completely speechless. His face turned pale and extremely annoyed as he grumbled inwardly. "In this closed beta, with so many players, can't I find even one normal person?" At the same time, Lu Huangsu was also strolling down the street. Seeing the people who were busy barking at dogs, he curled his lip in contempt. "You idiots. We're in closed beta right now. If you don't take the chance to do quests, just wait until the official launch. You'll definitely be overtaken by others." Just as their eyes met, Lu Tan couldn't hide his surprise and realized with a start. It's him. He knew this guy. His trademark was being good at exploiting NPCs and frantically sucking up to them. He would lick them until he got a hidden quest. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Liu Huangsu's eyes lit up when he saw an old man in the distance. He cheered with excitement. "Oh, hello." In the blink of an eye, he had closed in on his target. He stared at the old man's bucket, with eyes sparkling like the night sky, his mouth smooth as butter. "Big brother, what are you carrying? I smell something very fragrant. Can you let me have a taste?" The old man, seeing Liu Huangsu's weird behavior, immediately stepped back defensively and asked suspiciously, Are you sure you think it smells fragrant?" Liu Huangsu remained absolutely determined. He analyzed it seriously in his head. "This look clearly shows he wants to hide it. He wants to keep me thousands of miles away. Based on my extensive experience, that bucket must contain a high-end item to trigger a hidden quest." Thinking was doing. He leaned in closer, his face beaming as he said loudly, "Big brother, looking at the way you dress, you must be an expert. Stop acting with me. I'm the destined person you've been waiting for all this time. Hurry. Let me have a taste." Liu Huangsu's excessive self-confidence left even the old man speechless. The old man had no choice but to put his bucket down, sigh, and say, "All right then, suit yourself." Seeing this, Liu Huangsu was as happy as if he'd struck gold, nodding repeatedly. As soon as the lid opened, Liu Huangsu grinned from ear to ear and shoved his hand straight inside. He, my precious, here I come." Just then, the old man stood up straight and said with a laugh, "You can try as much of this manure as you want." Before he even finished, Liu Huangsu's hand had plunged with a splat deep into a pile of feces. Feeling the slimy mess on his hand, he was so disgusted that he began to retch violently right in the middle of the street. The old man shook his head in annoyance, carried his bucket away, and muttered, "Young people these days. This old man really can't understand them at all." Witnessing the entire comedy, Lu Tan furrowed his brows, his face turning pale from wanting to vomit on his behalf. He thought to himself, "This guy is still the same as before. Even though his habit of sucking up can dig out hidden quests, he occasionally turns into a total clown. I don't hate him, but the problem is that he's a core member of the Emperor's Guild." In Lu Tan's memory, a phone call from years ago with the vice guild leader of the Emperor's Guild appeared. Back then, he had politely negotiated, "Sorry, our guild's strength is limited. We can't handle this order. Honestly, my apologies. How about I give you a 20% discount next time? How's that?" In response to his goodwill, a hostile and frustrated tone came from the other end of the line. If you don't have the skills, don't try to take on jobs you can't handle. Business isn't just about smooth talking. Go home and drink some milk. Back to reality with you." Lu Tan still felt annoyed whenever he recalled that old incident. The vice president's tongue was so venomous that it made him despise the entire Imperial Guild. However, as a magnanimous person like him, aside from beating them to a pulp to get even, he considered the matter settled. Memories of that heated, smoke-filled battle from years ago flooded back. Shouts and insults echoed everywhere. "Ah, damn it!" Just as Lu Tan turned into a quiet alley, Liu Huang suddenly caught sight of his back and realized who it was. His face immediately flushed with extreme excitement, as if he had struck gold, shouting internally, "Is that NPC with the purple name Zidian? I can't be mistaken." Liu Huangsuo crept closer, thinking to himself, "So this is where my destined encounter lies. Who would have thought I'd run into Zidian? If I just follow him and strike up a conversation, I'm bound to snag a sweet hidden quest. They say everyone who follows Zidian uses a sword. I'll take this sword with me. Maybe I can earn some favor points from him." No sooner said than done, Liu Huangsuo drew his sword and hurried to catch up. Sensing the tale, Lu Tan frowned in annoyance. "Very well, you little brat. I haven't even come to settle scores with you. And yet you've walked right into my trap." Liu Huangsuo was still sneaking around in the distance, his eyes darting everywhere. Looks like Zidian headed into a dead end. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Suddenly, a sharp click sound erupted from the system, followed by a warning notification that left Liu Huangsuo frozen in shock. The system displayed a red warning message. The mysterious person with the purple name has a favorability of -50 with you. Warning: favorability is too low. You are at high risk of being targeted by the NPC. After reading that, Liu Huangsuo, his eyes bulged, his jaw dropped, and his face turned ghostly pale. Not understanding what was happening, he panicked and cried out in injustice. "What the hell did I even do? Why on earth did my favorability drop by 50 points just like that?" As he looked up, he saw Lu Tan standing right in front of him, staring him straight in the eyes. This sight scared the wits out of him. He immediately backed away, stuttering loudly. Don't come any closer. Please, stop." His limbs shook uncontrollably. But in the blink of an eye, Lu Tan's figure vanished like a gust of wind, leaving no trace behind. This sudden disappearance left Liu Huangsuo completely bewildered. He looked around in every direction, filled with anxiety and confusion. "Oh God, where did Zidian go?" Liu Huangsuo slumped to the ground. Gasping for air, his face deathly pale, he muttered in terror, "Phew, that was insanely dangerous. I felt like I was almost done for. It turns out Zidian absolutely hates being tailed." At that moment, Lu Tan was sitting by the roadside, stroking a baby turtle with a gentle tone. "Little turtle. Today I sent another player back to the respawn screen. That felt so satisfying." The very next second, he placed the little turtle on the ground, stood up, and strolled away, speaking gracefully. "But now that I'm a celebrity in Tianchen, I have to maintain my idol image. If this were the old me, if it were the me from back then." Lu Tan used to smash his keyboard like a maniac, his eyes burning with rage, shouting all sorts of nasty things. "Die, die, die. My teammates are as dumb as cattle. All they do is kill each other. If you're going to suck, don't drag me down to hell with you. Do you really think I won't finish you off right now?" The more he remembered, the more conflicted Lu Tan felt, thinking his past self was way too unhinged. Though, this current aura of mine can be considered quite dashing. With that thought, he muttered to himself, forget it. I might as well go back to living recklessly." And so, as the sunset faded, Lu Tan calmly strolled into the bustling street crowd. Night fell, and the city lights began to glow brightly. People bustled about, lively as could be. The clear sound of vendors echoed everywhere. "Tong hulu here. 2 coins a skewer. 2 coins a skewer. Hot wenching noodles. If it's not delicious, you don't pay. Top-tier cosmetics. If it's not beautiful, you don't pay." Amidst all that noise, Lu Tan walked along, all by himself. Suddenly, he looked up, his eyes catching sight of a woman with a fiery, alluring figure. He mused, "The Tianchen night market is truly bustling. It has everything." That woman stood on a balcony, waving a handkerchief at Lu Tan with a seductive tone. "Hey, young master downstairs, don't you want to come up and join me for a while?" The moment he saw the beauty, Lu Tan couldn't help but blush crimson, his mouth watering as he felt extremely excited inside. This is even more fun than the night market. However, the very next second, he pulled himself together to focus on the big picture. Even though the Qingling City night market is fun, players with real potential are as rare as hen's teeth. Suddenly, Lu Tan's gaze fell on something that made him jump in surprise. It was Han Baigui. A young man was sitting there, playing with a baby turtle. Seeing an old acquaintance, Lu Tan couldn't help but wonder, "Han Baigui? Why is this guy here?" This guy used to be an old teammate. His manual dexterity is on par with mine, but in terms of tactical awareness, he far outclasses me. The only thing is, this guy is a bit of a natural airhead, his brain is a bit slow. But once he's in battle, he's a rare genius. If it weren't for his dull-looking interface and slow wit, I'd have thought he was an alternate version of me. In this world, that is. At this thought, Lu Tan stared even harder at Han Baki. Right after, His nose grew an inch long from pure pride and satisfaction. That said, a guy who has both looks, brains, and great fighting skills like me is truly a one-in-a-million talent. Besides, my current charisma has reached 10 stars. However, after I became a mercenary gamer in Tianchen, I heard he joined some club and became a pro player doing dungeons. As he pondered, Lu Tan approached Hanbaki, his train of thought continuing to pour out, but soon after, he completely vanished without a trace. He was never seen in the pro arena, and even his combat videos disappeared from the forums. Many say that entering that world can shape a talent, or it can ruin a person. In the end, so many geniuses have been swallowed by the tides of history. The more Lu Tan thought about it, the more he felt sorry and empathetic. Then, he firmly walked toward Hanbaki. If there's no other way out, then I'll reluctantly let him into my pond. The next second, Lu Tan glided past him. Ironically, Hanbaki seemed to pay absolutely no mind to a purple-named guy like Lu Tan, still happily playing with his little turtle. Lu Tan collapsed completely. His face darkened, eyes turning pitch black, mouth agape. An NPC as high-ranked as me just walked by, and you didn't even glance at me? No, that can't be it. He must not have seen me. It has to be that. In all of Tianchen, how could there be a player who doesn't know my name? The great me. Thinking this, he stepped back and pretended to cough a few times, right in front of Hanbaki. However, the other party remained as still as a rock. Lu Tan increased the volume and coughed even more violently. But still, there was no reaction at all. Lu Tan poured his heart and soul into coughing, but Hanbaki still treated him like air. This really made Lu Tan furious. Gritting his teeth, eyes bulging with visible bloodshot veins, without saying a word, Lu Tan leaned close to Hanbaki's ear and let out a loud shout. Only then did Hanbaki notice his presence. He asked naively, "Are you sick?" "No way. Can viruses be transmitted through network connections in the game too?" Lu Tan pointed directly at his own face, irritated. "Don't you know who I am?" Hanbaki smiled kindly and replied, "Are you Daniel Wu? You look so cool. I'm sure I didn't recognize you wrong. You play this game too? Haha, what a coincidence." Hearing that, Lu Tan thought dejectedly, "Even if you praise me like that, I'm not happy. Is this guy tech illiterate? Doesn't he know how to browse the forums?" However, he immediately shook his head rapidly to clear his thoughts. "I came here to find a human tool, not to seek validation of my existence. Let's get straight to the point." Lu Tan asked clearly, "Do you want to become my sword-attending acolyte?" Hearing this, Hanbaki was bewildered. Sword-attending acolyte? At the same time, his system notification popped up. "Do you want to become Lu Tan's sword-attending acolyte?" Seeing Hanbaki didn't confirm immediately, but remained pensive, Lu Tan started getting annoyed. "Great. Don't tell me you need to think it over forever before daring to choose." A moment later, Hanbaki made his decision. Sword-attending acolyte. Sounds interesting. After saying that, he tapped yes on the screen. Immediately, the system announced, "You have become Lu Tan's sword-attending acolyte." Ding! "You have received the Spirit Breath Art." Reading the text, Hanbaki scratched his head in confusion. "What is the Spirit Breath Art?" Lu Tan coldly commanded, "Train the Spirit Breath Art to level 5. After that, find me at the Demon Sect." Immediately, Hanbaki's system issued a mission. Exclusive mission. Train the Spirit Breath Art to level 5. Reward: 4,000 EXP. The more he read, the blanker Hanbaki's face became, while Lu Tan calmly turned and left. Hanbaki was still blankly scratching his cheek and muttering, "Huh, an exclusive mission?" After achieving his goal, Lu Tan was overflowing with confidence, radiating a sparkling aura, thinking to himself, "As expected, someone who is self-aware, handsome, and intelligent like me is truly a rare find." Lu Tan took a stroll around Qingling City, and somehow he soon arrived back at the inn. At this moment, Lin Qian was sitting with her knees tucked at the inn door, looking around as if waiting for someone. Seeing that small figure, Lu Tan was surprised. "It's so late? And you still haven't slept?" Seeing him return, Lin Qian waved her hand happily. Lu Tan seemed to understand the situation and smiled gently. "So, you were sitting here, waiting for me?" As he arrived, Lin Qian stood up, holding a bowl of food with both hands. It was a bowl of hot vegetable porridge. Seeing it, Lu Tan was touched, eyes welling up. "For your master?" Lin Qian nodded to confirm, but couldn't help but worry deep down. "Master is a cultivator. I don't know if he will even eat this kind of coarse food." After sheathing his sword, Lu Tan asked, "Have you eaten yet?" Hearing that, Lin Qian suddenly wilted. Her face darkened, bowing her head toward the ground. As expected, Master would politely refuse me. A person of such high status as him, how could he swallow this stuff? But contrary to her thoughts, Lu Tan calmly stirred the porridge and said, "Then go get another bowl and bring it here. Your master doesn't like eating alone." Hearing that, Lin Qian's face lit up, and she nodded eagerly. Just like that, the teacher and student sat in front of the inn, slurping the porridge happily. Looking at Lin Qian eating, Lu Tan pondered, "I think I'm a bit full, but if I eat a little more, the little one will surely be very happy." Thinking, he did it. Lu Tan held his empty bowl toward Lin Qian. "The taste is excellent. Get me a bit more." Lin Qian followed his command instantly and happily. Watching her master eat so heartily, Lin Qian's eyes sparkled, guessing, "It seems master finds it very delicious." Lu Tan ate until his stomach was stuffed. He even let out a few crisp burps, making Lin Qian, sitting next to him, have to cover her mouth to suppress a laugh. Seeing the disciple's reaction, Lu Tan felt happy too, secretly thinking, "Great. It feels like the distance between the two of us has closed a bit more. A master-disciple relationship should be close. This kind of closeness is just right." After finishing the late-night meal, Lu Tan stood up and walked into his room. Seeing Lin Qian following him like a shadow, he asked, "Are the dishes done?" Lin Qian nodded. Lu Tan reminded her, "Then I'm heading to my room. It's late. You should get some rest early too. Good night, little Qian." As he said that, he flashed a smile as gentle as autumn water. This left Lin Qian dazed, her head full of confusion. Good night, rest. Does that mean resting safely at night? Right after, she bowed respectfully to Lu Tan, unable to hide a satisfied smile on her lips, thinking to herself, "Master, good night." Lu Tan sat on the bed, focusing his mind on cultivating. The energy inside his body surged violently, and his EXP numbers kept jumping up. Plus 66, plus 77, plus 61, then plus 77. Despite his efforts, Lu Tan still couldn't suppress the bone-chilling pain, his face turning pale as sweat poured off him like rain. He gritted his teeth and cursed silently. What the hell is this? Cultivating the qi-eating technique is excruciatingly painful, but it is the most stable source of experience. I can't give up halfway. The pain seemed to multiply, leaving Lu Tan exhausted and limp. A moment later, his whole body was shaking uncontrollably. Lu Tan propped himself up with one hand, holding his waist with the other, struggling to get down. He groaned in pain, telling himself, "Regardless, if I'm lazy for too long, heaven will take back my talent. I wonder if those people are up yet?" Lu Tan shivered violently, his body drained of all strength. Lu Tan's innate talent was only a heaven never gave him a shred of talent to begin with. As he opened the door and stepped out, contrary to his gloomy appearance, was the satisfied, radiant face of Lin Tian. She was yawning lazily. Instantly, Lu Tan stood straight, regaining his heroic aura, and calmly greeted her, "Good morning, little Tianer." Hearing the call, Lin Tian turned to look at him. Observing her complexion, Lu Tan silently evaluated her. "Huh? Little Tianer's complexion is much better than yesterday, and she even has spiritual energy swirling around her that's extremely stable." He immediately asked, "Did you cultivate last night?" Lin Tian nodded repeatedly, smiling, thinking to herself, "Not only that, I had a great sleep last night, all thanks to Master." Hearing that, Lu Tan walked around Lin Tian for a long time. His eyes examined her closely. "Excellent. This must be the power of a 9-star innate talent. How are you cultivating the qi-eating technique without feeling any pain?" To have such rapid progress in just one night, seeing her master's strange actions, Lin Tian was confused, not understanding what was happening. A moment later, Lu Tan took a deep breath, composed his posture, and thought, "Forget it. After all, she is my disciple. It's normal for the student to surpass the master. As her master, I have to work even harder. I absolutely cannot let my disciple outshine me." With that thought, he reached out to pat Lin Tian's head and kindly instructed, "Practice hard. You'll find that everything becomes very different soon." After Lu Tan finished speaking, he calculated silently, "I should probably give her a few more words of encouragement." Hearing his teachings, Lin Tian obediently nodded and agreed. After that, Lu Tan turned around and waved his hand, signaling his departure. Lin Tian also bowed respectfully to see him off. As soon as Lin Tian was out of sight, his face immediately turned pale as he groaned in pain. "Damn it, this breath cultivation technique hurts like hell. Ow, ow, ow." Time flew by in a flash. Han Bakui and his little turtle had become best friends. Lam Thien had also successfully broken through to the first stage of the breath cultivation technique, while Luke Tam still hadn't found a new human tool. Well, in the entire world, Luke Tam was the only one who hadn't found a suitable human tool. This fact annoyed him to no end, and he slammed his hand on the table, shouting, "The players this time around are truly getting worse and worse." But immediately after, he put on a cunning, sinister face, scheming, Well, the closed beta is almost over anyway. Once the open beta begins, will I even have to worry about lacking tools? Just as he was strolling down the street, Luke Tam suddenly received a notification. Ding! The closed beta period has ended. The system was force logging everyone out. Other players received the same notification. Everyone caught in the middle of their work was shocked, surprised, and full of regret, shouting, "Damn it! The closed beta time is already up? It feels like it was only a few days ago." Han Baki gently placed the little turtle on the ground and smiled, instructing, "I'll be back soon. You be a good boy and wait for me here, okay?" As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared without a trace before the little turtle's bewildered eyes. Instantly, it switched to its guard turtle mode, lying motionless like a stone statue. Luke Tam, who was sitting upstairs sipping tea, pricked up his ears to eavesdrop on the world. The bustling gossip on the street. Can you believe that guy who looked so ordinary just now was actually a cultivator? That move just now was the distance shrinking step, right? You nailed it. Are they trying to scare people by disappearing suddenly? What a pity. The people here are already used to it. After all, this is territory under the jurisdiction of the demon sect. While the crowd was busy gossiping, Luke Tam sat upstairs, calmly sipping his tea. He frowned slightly, pondering, so that's it? The residents of the Tianqian world just interpret and explain the player's behavior like that? I thought them suddenly vanishing would cause a huge disaster. Right. It seems when the open beta opened, the game mentioned the collapse of the Heavenly Tao. This could provide a reasonable explanation for the mass evaporation of players. This world is so realistic. Could it be that the world turning into a game is actually the work of the Heavenly Tao? In the end, did I transmigrate into a game, or did I transmigrate to a completely new world? Luke Tam became extremely serious while contemplating this difficult problem. Just then, a figure appeared outside the door, accompanied by a knock. Luke Tam spoke up. "Who is it?" Lilei stepped in timidly, her face shy and embarrassed as she asked, "Do we have any plans for today?" Luke Tam didn't look at her face at all. His eyes were frozen, glued to the ample, generous assets on Lilei's chest. Seeing this reaction from Luke Tam, Lilei secretly confirmed. Just as the older sisters in the pavilion said, "It's never wrong. Men always love them big." Suddenly, Luke Tam slammed the table and stood up, excitedly shouting, "How could I forget? The closed beta ending means the trial lands have opened." His sudden movement made Lilei jump in surprise, and she asked blankly, "Closed beta? Opened what now?" Lilei's face turned pink, overflowing with happiness and anticipation. She thought to herself, he intentionally said these cryptic words. Could it be could my plan to claim him be about to succeed? Luke Tam, at this moment, didn't pay any attention to her expression, still lost in deep thought. That trial dungeon, with my current level, crossing it is probably as hard as reaching the heavens. While he was lost in thought, his eyes suddenly fell upon a strange sight. Li Le. She had boldly pulled down her clothes, revealing her round, plump bosom, with a charming and seductive expression. She spoke, "Actually, I've thought about it carefully. Didn't I say I wanted to be your sword-attending maiden?" Looking at the heaving assets before his eyes, Luke Tam's face turned bright red, and he retreated in embarrassment, silently cursing, Damn it, damn it. Is she openly seducing me to commit a crime?" Lilei was secretly thrilled, smiling triumphantly. "He's looking at me. His face is all red. It's so tense, but as long as we cross the line and become husband and wife, no one will be able to take him away from me. Come on, Lilei, you can do it." Deep down, her fighting spirit was blazing. "I'm determined to go all the way." At this moment, Luke Tam moved close to Lilei. The next second, he reached out his hands toward the beauty. Lilei shut her eyes tightly, her heart pounding. It's here. Today is definitely the day. But completely opposite to her imagination, Luke Tam carefully pulled her clothes back up to cover her, then said in a serious tone, "Why are you dressed so immodestly? If others saw this, what kind of reputation would you have?" Hearing this, Li Le was left bewildered, a giant question mark hovering over her head. Her face was blank, not understanding a thing. Luke Tam gently pinched her cheek and said gently, "I don't know what you're thinking, but I don't want things to be ambiguous. With no status like this. Just cultivate diligently, and one day, what's meant to happen, will happen. I really don't want to hurt a cute girl like you." Hearing this, Li Le's face turned red as a ripe tomato, her heart blooming with joy. He called me cute, and he's saying these sweet things. Is this the legendary confession? The more she thought, the more Li Le's favorability toward Luke Tam skyrocketed, leaving him speechless and helpless. Oh no, this is bad. Her favorability is about to break through the sky. But why do I have to restrain myself? That's not right to me. Tianchen was originally just a game. In games, these things are perfectly normal. They're even motivation to grind. Luke Tam began to think seriously about this issue. Thinking this, he glanced at Li Lei in front of him. Besides, little Le is truly attractive. She has both beauty and talent. What normal man could resist this temptation? I understand now. I have completely accepted this as a real world. I am no longer that Luke Tam, orphaned of his parents and living off his younger sister. I am now Luke Tam, the junior marshal uncle of the demon sect. At this moment, Luke Tam seemed to reach an epiphany. A ray of light flashed, illuminating his heart. Suddenly, his tears fell uncontrollably. So, my subconscious had already warned me. I can never return to my old world ever again. Seeing Luke Tam's sorrowful face, Leela panicked and asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" In her heart, a doubt arose. Seeing him so sad like that, could it be because of me? Luke Tam didn't answer. He just suddenly pulled Li Lei into his arms and hugged her tightly, leaving her stunned and bewildered. He whispered in her ear, "Thank you. Thank you for letting me meet you from the very first days. If not, I truly wouldn't know how to live in this world anymore." Those heartfelt words moved Li Lei to the point of choking up. Tears rolled down her cheeks. She also wrapped her arms tightly around him, smiling through her tears. "Me too. If it weren't for you, I would have likely died at the hands of bad people long ago, let alone avenging my parents." Just like that, the two of them held each other tightly, as if time had stood still. A moment later, Leela gently closed the door and stepped outside, feeling giddy with happiness. She smiled to herself, wondering what exactly they had planned for tomorrow. It seemed the relationship between Lu Tan and her had taken a major step forward today. Li Lei looked up at the brilliant sunshine, quietly mulling it over in her heart. Li Lei was overcome with joy. She raised her hands to the sky, savoring this wonderful moment at the trial grounds of the Ma sect in Thanlin City. Li Lei and Lu Tan were now standing right in front of an ancient well. Observing the pitch-black, bottomless depth of the well, Li Lei couldn't hide her curiosity and confusion. "The thing you mentioned is coming to this place?" Lu Tan calmly replied. "Exactly. Jump down." As he finished speaking, he secretly calculated that once the inner trials concluded, this trial ground would officially open. But perhaps that limitation only applied to him, while the true locals, like Murong Yan, could probably descend at any time. Li Le still hadn't caught up with the situation. Hearing Lu Tan tell her to jump, she was startled and blurted out, "Jump down?" Lu Tan decisively stepped onto the edge of the well, calmly answering, "That's right. I'll jump first. And you follow. Don't waste any more time." The very next second, he didn't hesitate at all and threw himself down. Leela, standing beside him and witnessing the scene, turned pale and shrieked in panic. "Wait!" She rushed to the edge of the well, craning her neck to peer down into the black abyss, filled with anxiety. Did he really just jump down like that? Looking at this depth, this doesn't look like a joke. However, her brain immediately conjured up a dramatic, tear-jerking scenario. In her imagination, a teary-eyed Lu Tan touched Leela's cheek, whispering, "I am the junior ancestral master of the Ma sect, and you are a disciple. Our statuses are different, and we can never be together. Now, the only way is to die together." The more she thought about it, the more Li Le believed it. Could this really be the truth? After a brief moment of self-dramatization, Li Le steeled herself and resolutely declared, "If we jump, we jump. For Lu Tan, I'll do anything. Lu Tan, here I come." As soon as she finished speaking, Li Le stepped onto the well's edge. The very next moment, she threw herself down without hesitation. The well suddenly emitted a surging, powerful wave of energy. Li Lei floated in midair, not knowing how long she had been falling. A sense of aimlessness washed over her. She smiled contentedly, though tears welled in the corners of her eyes, telling herself that dying with him was a beautiful ending. However, a voice suddenly rang out, shattering the tragic atmosphere and leaving Leela stunned. Down to the bottom? She quickly opened her eyes, and the image of Lu Tan catching her with his arms wide open struck her. Leela was utterly shocked, her face burning red. "Huh?" Looking around, Li Lei was startled and surprised. "Huh?" It turned out that a whole separate world existed at the bottom of the well. The scene before them appeared as magical as something out of a fairy tale. Scattered around were a few small houses and a fairly large crowd. Lu Tan glanced over and asked, "Li Le, did you think we jumped down to commit a lover's suicide?" Hearing this, Li Le could only offer a sheepish grin, blushing intensely. Lu Tan's gentleness lasted less than a second. He immediately let go, causing Li Le to thud onto the ground. He coldly ordered, "Let's go." This sudden shift left Leela startled, and she let out a small cry. Lu Tan strolled forward, explaining, "Come on. This is the trial ground of Thunlin City. Behind that stone door, there are quite a few good things hidden." Hearing about the potential benefits, Li Lei scurried after him, asking urgently, "Is there a lot of money?" Lu Tan replied nonchalantly, "Not just money. There are things even more valuable than that." Hearing this, Leela's eyes lit up like floodlights, and she began to drool with excitement. She thought to herself that this was actually even more profitable than money. She might even be able to gain some real combat experience. Just then, the crowd inside the cavern suddenly noticed the two of them. A buzz of whispers erupted. "Look over there! That appearance, that style of dress, what else could it be?" Then, the whole crowd simultaneously cupped their hands and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Junior Ancestral Master." Lu Tan smiled and waved for them to rise, feeling quite smug inside. This title in the Ma sect was certainly satisfying to use. Suddenly, a large, muscular figure appeared behind Lu Tan, his gaze as sharp as a knife, and he spoke in a booming voice. "Someone has already made their way to the trial grounds?" That person was none other than the guardian of the Ma sect's trial grounds, Elder E. He scanned Lu Tan carefully from head to toe, then clicked his tongue. "So you're the disciple that the master recently took in? Not bad, kid. You look even more handsome and refined than Yen Lai." Lu Tan maintained his calm, composed demeanor and replied, "That's right. Greetings, Elder E." In his mind, he quickly analyzed the situation. "It seems Elder E is the guardian of this area. In my past life, I had never stepped foot here, nor had I ever met this person." Leela stood hiding behind him, listening to their dialogue with a completely blank expression. She didn't understand a thing. Elder E suddenly sneered, his tone full of deep, hidden meaning. "Little one, is life at the back of the mountain still going well?" Lu Tan felt a flicker of doubt, wondering what the old man's intent was, but he smiled and replied, "Thank you for your concern, Elder E. Everything is fine. The two senior sisters treat me very well." Hearing this, Elder E looked visibly curious. "Two senior sisters? Huh? So, the master is not at the back of the mountain?" Lu Tan answered briefly, "That's correct. The master has not returned to the mountain yet." Upon receiving the answer, Elder E seemed to have reached a realization. He stared fixedly at Lu Tan and chuckled. "No wonder. That explains it." Seeing the old man's mysterious manner, Lu Tan couldn't help but narrow his eyes in suspicion. He thought to himself, "Does he mean that because the master isn't at the back of the mountain, I've been able to keep my life safe?" Connecting all the dots. What the hell does this have to do with me being better looking than the senior apprentice brother? It felt as if he had just touched upon some earth-shattering secret, but it was buried too deep. Elder E continued, "Little one, do you and this girl want to take the trial? Which of you two will go first?" Suddenly, Li Lei charged forward, heroically raising her hand to volunteer. "Let me go first." Her face was unusually serious. She looked at Lu Tan intently, thinking to herself, "So, this is the Ma sect's secret trial ground hidden beneath the deep well. Lu Tan must also be here for the first time, because he completely ignored everything around him, including those ranking plaques. After all, Lu Tan held the title of Junior Ancestral Master of the Ma sect. If his ranking was too low, he would lose face. Let me go first to scout the situation inside and report back to him." It seemed Lili had everything planned out perfectly. With that, she charged toward the stone door, psyching herself up to rush inside, determined to be the vanguard and pave a bloody path for Lu Tan. She seems incredibly determined and serious about this noble mission. As he watches her back disappear behind the training hall doors, Lu Tan stands behind, lost in thought. That dummy probably thinks she's scouting for experience for my sake, but in reality, I've already grinded this place to the ground in my past life. I know every boss mechanic by heart. Clearing this is easier than eating candy if you're prepared. With that thought, he finds a corner and plops down. The disciples witnessing this are stunned, and immediately, the crowd begins to whisper. "Look, brothers, he's not the little martial uncle for nothing. He practices diligently everywhere he goes." Meanwhile, Lu Tan sits cross-legged, closing his eyes to calculate. "Since she's gone ahead to be the guinea pig, I might as well get some other things done." Outside, the disciples keep their eyes glued to him with utter admiration, their praises endless. He doesn't waste even a moment of spare time. He's truly a shining example for us to follow. No wonder he caught the master's eye. I must work 10 times harder from now on. But life isn't a fairy tale. The truth is, Lu Tan is sneakily scrolling through the forums. As he scrolls, he mutters comments, "This model, NDT0. If this skirt were even 1 millimeter shorter, it probably wouldn't get approved." As he watches, Lu Tan's face turns red with excitement. "Excellent. This is totally my type." Suddenly, a highlighted notification pops up. "Hot news. Emperor Guild is recruiting gamers for a secret quest. Seeing this, Luton straightens his posture. Curious, he taps the screen and mutters. The Emperor Guild? It's those scumbags again. What kind of secret quest are they digging up now? I have to find out what's going on. The system displays the details. Emergency bounty. The son of the Heavenly Void Sect, master of the Three Heavens Mountains, has gone missing. A generous reward is offered to find the culprit. Anyone who provides a clue will receive a mid-grade Dharma artifact. If anyone can personally send the culprit to the afterlife, they will be rewarded with a top-tier Dharma artifact. Reading this, Luton pauses. A Dharma artifact? Isn't that gold-tier equipment? He breaks into a devious, villainous smirk and confidently analyzes, Three Heavens Mountains is actually just a collective name for a cluster of mountains where countless small sects gather, and this Heavenly Void Sect is just one of them. This Emperor Guild is quite something. They actually triggered a secret quest to hunt for gold-tier gear. For new players, the appeal of gold-tier gear is irresistible. The system updates with more clues. The culprit was struck by a move from the Heavenly Void Sect master. A crimson mark has appeared on the palm of his left hand. Seeing this, he shakes his head in disappointment. Relying on a palm print to track someone? That's clever. Just wearing a glove would cover it up, wouldn't it? The next information appears. Anyone who assists the Emperor Guild in completing the mission will receive 100,000 in cash and a massive amount of experience points. Luton starts to get interested. Not bad. Gold tier gear plus 100,000 in cold, hard cash. They really want to drag every beta tester into this hunt, don't they? But too bad, the beta testing phase is already over. The percentage of players who can complete this mission has now dropped to a perfect 0. He wears a mocking, excited smile as memories come flooding back, a series of malicious comments that those people used to throw in his face. Emperor, you heartless loser, go die. Emperor, you orphan with no parents. Emperor, that old gamer, used his mom's insurance money to top up the game. Hey Emperor, if you're so good, come fight me. Emperor, you're rich? Your salary isn't even enough for my pocket money. Emperor, you son of a... The more he remembers, the more his blood boils. He clenches his fist and grinds his teeth. Since you've announced this secret quest, then in the official release I'll give you a little surprise. That shouldn't be too much, right? As soon as he finishes, his face turns dark and cold, enough to make one's skin crawl. Luton suddenly remembers the image of the sparkling key and thinks to himself, regardless, this top-tier gold reward is a key item for me. He focuses on recalling the scene where the cold assassin struck ruthlessly, thinking, I have to admit, back in the previous life, the guy who attacked the Heavenly Void Sect Master's son was ruthless, truly. To escape the manhunt, he personally severed his own left hand that bore the mark. After losing his left hand, he almost vanished from the Heavenly Heaven world. No one could find a trace of him. But unfortunately for him, every player who crossed paths with him would receive a system notification. At that time, the system would warn, mission target detected. If not for the system being a snitch in this cheating game, he probably wouldn't have died, and certainly wouldn't have died so miserably. Thinking of this, Luton suddenly laughs, feeling smug. He mutters, but times have changed. Back in reality, Luton glues his eyes to the system screen with a triumphant smile. The current beta testing time is 3,997. Only when it hits 4,000 does the official game launch. That means for these entire 3 years in the Heavenly Heaven world, I am the only one who possesses the hint system. 3 whole years. Even a pig could have finished everything by now. Whoosh. An aura ripples. It seems Lila has come back. Right in front of him, a glowing magic circle appears. Just a split second later, Lila's figure emerges. She can't hide her exhaustion. Her heavy breathing makes her sweat pour down like rain. Luton looks at her and asks, how did it go? Lila steps forward, panting as she answers, phew. It was so hard, but, seeing her struggling state, Luton quickly reminds her, recover your strength first. Don't be so rushed. Hearing this, Lila tries to steady herself and regulate her breathing to feel less exhausted. Then she lowers her voice and whispers, inside, there are 3 chances to fail. Also, come here for a second. I discovered a small pattern. While whispering, she carefully observes her surroundings. Then, Lila leans in to whisper to Luton. Inside, the formations change unpredictably. You know my brain is slow, and it took me a long time to memorize even this little pattern. I'm telling you secretly. After hearing this, Luton can't help but smile, patting her head while thinking, you silly girl. That kind of pattern doesn't work. Because for every person who enters the training grounds, the layout is completely different. With a face full of pride and eyes sparkling like stars, Lila asks, Did you remember everything I just said? Luton calmly replies with a blunt remark. I didn't remember any of it. The answer makes Li Le's eyes pop and her jaw drop. Stunned to the point of utter disbelief, Luton looks at her and explains slowly. Li Le, the Jade Purity is where our demonic sect trains. The reason we came here is to sharpen ourselves. It wasn't because of some hollow ranking. After hearing those profound words from him, Li Le also understood the issue and replied seriously. I understand. I won't be like that next time, Luton instructed. Wait for me here. At this moment, the wooden tablet had also changed its ranking. Position 59 was Li Le. Seeing this, the crowd around them started to buzz with gossip. Look quickly. The ranking on the wooden tablet changed. They made it to the top 100 on their first attempt. Next year, they might even make it into the top 30. The disciples were incredibly excited, their voices full of admiration. As expected of someone brought by the junior martial uncle. He truly has a discerning eye. Li Le stood to the side, and hearing those words, he suddenly felt extremely embarrassed, his face turning bright red, thinking to himself, did they just say, I'm someone of the junior martial uncle? Seeing her shy appearance, Luton felt a bit helpless, and looked at her with feigned disgust, his face twitching. Blushing? What are you blushing about? Can you focus? Can you listen to what others are saying? With that, he immediately entered the trial area. Elder E stood outside, watching intently, his eyes filled with anticipation. I am very curious. What kind of miracle is hidden within Yan Li's junior martial brother? Luton slowly stepped inside. Boom! Boom! Sounds of explosions echoed. Accompanying that, the system panel appeared. Do you wish to enter the Kwai Tui To dungeon? YN? Naturally, Lutan's answer was an immediate yes. As soon as he stepped in, the dungeon shook violently. The very next second, a magical circle of spiritual energy appeared, enveloping him. Luton couldn't help but think, nice. After falling into the spatial rift, it's that exact same feeling of being encased. Where will this take me? A moment later, Luton was teleported to a stone forest with towering pillars growing close together. Seeing this majestic sight, Luton was a bit curious. The first trial is the stone forest? Luton glanced to the side and saw an instruction board placed there that read, Leave all magical artifacts from your storage ring here. After reading it, he smiled and muttered, No external items allowed inside? I see. With that, he removed his storage ring and set his sword sheath on the ground, saying, I have nothing on me, only this little bit. Well then, first trial, here I come. Finishing his words, he stepped directly into the trial area. Instantly, a terrifying scene appeared before his eyes. Countless sharp swords were pointing directly at Luton. He calculated silently. If I remember correctly, the first trial consists of 81 swords, 81 gray weapons, each performing a different sword technique, darting back and forth like a shuttle. To pass, I probably have to block every single one of these techniques, just like the manual described. He focused at the sword formation and wore an enigmatic smile. Outside, Elder E was also intently casting spells to monitor his every move. He couldn't help but look forward to it. With a face full of amusement, he thought. Originally, these 81 swords would fly out one by one, but since you are the teacher's disciple and Yan Li's junior brother, I will make an exception and increase the difficulty for you. How will you handle all 81 swords attacking you at once, junior martial uncle of the demon sect? Thinking of this, Elder E couldn't help but let out a sinister grin. The 81 swords launched straight at Luton, leaving him a bit bewildered. This can't be a coincidence, right? But the very next second, he smirked with arrogance and confidence. Playing dirty is my specialty. With that, Luton marched forward heroically. A series of swords whistled through the air with terrifying, lightning-like power. The razor-sharp tips were now only an inch away from Luton. Luton looked completely relaxed and calm, even closing his eyes before the barrage of attacks, and whispered, Come on, all of you, come at once. Instantly, a protective circle appeared from thin air, causing those swords to be unable to touch a single hair on Luton's head. It wasn't anything strange. It was the power from the sword heart that was glowing brilliantly on Luton. He calmly shouted, Swordless domain, open! In a split second, the protective circle expanded, knocking all those swords far away. Luton smiled smugly and thought, That's it? Outside, Elder E, after witnessing that situation, had his eyes and mouth wide open in extreme shock, his mind filled with questions. How could this brat do that? My Taoist magic, I couldn't even hear any sound from inside. The more he watched, the more interested and excited Elder E became. Interesting, very interesting, even more interesting than that little girl, Tiu Niem. from Lakthian sect, who came here a few days ago. Inside the trial area, looking at the swords still stubbornly rushing to attack him, Lu Tan just calmly said, "You guys are really too persistent." Suddenly, his footsteps stopped. Right after that, he flicked his finger and said, "Then have a taste of this." In a flash, those swords were blown away by Lu Tan's wild spiritual energy, as if they had encountered a fierce tornado. He brushed off his hands. Too simple. The swords fell limply to the ground, lying still, while Lu Tan continued to the second trial. The system announced, "Ding! Congratulations to the host for passing the first trial." Preparing to teleport to the second trial, Lu Tan slowly walked into the next stage, thinking to himself, "The second trial, if my memory serves me right, the number of swords seems to decrease to 36. However, the sword techniques and the quality of these 36 swords, in total, will be on a much higher level." Second trial. 36 flying swords. Lu Tan was teleported to the location. He concentrated deeply. This time, the space shrunk, and it was unusually quiet. There was definitely something wrong. I have to be more careful. Thinking of this, Lu Tan was ready to face the challenge. Seeing him cautiously walk in, Elder E outside was even more delighted. Chuckling, he thought to himself, "This second trial is completely different from the first one. Either way, just stepping in here already counts as being in the top 20. Liu Kan walked for a bit before noticing a chilling atmosphere, prompting him to frown in suspicion. Why is it so unnervingly quiet? Suddenly, a sword tore through the air. It aimed straight for Liu Kan's back, radiating murderous intent in an instant. Luckily, Liu Kan had kept his defensive barrier active, so he remained unharmed. However, the sneak attack still made his face pale with shock. He cried out in panic, "Damn it, it's a trap!" The sword vibrated incessantly, drilling into his barrier until cracks began to form. Seeing the situation was critical, Liu Kan immediately retaliated, shouting, "Get lost!" His face darkened, and a sense of unease welled up inside him. This Imperial Feather Flying Sword is a high-grade item that shouldn't be underestimated. It wouldn't be easily deflected by his sword domain like the previous ones. It seems he needs to be extremely cautious this time. With those thoughts barely finished, a barrage of swords suddenly appeared, all lunging straight at Liu Xun in a heart-pounding, life-or-death moment. He had to focus his energy. Wait, hold on. A bold strategy suddenly struck him. Could his swordless domain hold up against higher-tier weapons? Gray-tier weapons were easy to swat away. But that yellow-tier one from before? It had been impossible to stop. If he used this chance to test the limits of his swordless domain, it would definitely be a huge help for future battles. No sooner said than done. Liu Xun made up his mind, bracing himself. "Come on, stab me. Let me see what you've got." Witnessing this insane move, Elder E was baffled. Has this kid lost his mind? That defensive technique is powerful, but it definitely has a breaking point. At that moment, the protective ring around Liu Xun's sword heart was still glowing brightly, helping him withstand the frantic assault. He kept his eyes peeled, tracking the blades as he muttered, counting them off. 6th, the 7th one. Suddenly, a sword shot up from beneath the ground, targeting his blind spot. Caught off guard, Liu Xun couldn't hide his shock. He went pale, cursing under his breath. Can you play any dirtier or more dangerous than that? Then, the realization hit him. His swordless domain was useless. The limit. My current limit is only holding off 6 low-grade yellow weapons. I see. Instantly, he channeled his energy to swat a sword away, declaring loudly, "That's it for you. Your turn is over." With that, he wiped out the remaining blades. Suddenly, a series of even higher-grade flying swords materialized. Seeing this, Liu Xun stood his ground and shouted, "This must be the next stage." Liu Xun fought through the chaos. The sword formation attacked from every side, but they couldn't even touch his clothes. He even found time to strike a cool pose. Confident, he thought to himself, as long as I can pin down these 6, clearing the stage will be a piece of cake. The final flying sword. Watching this, Elder E outside couldn't help but click his tongue. This kid is nimble. His sense for swords is top-notch. It's just weird, how is he swatting those blades away? The more Elder E stared at Liu Xun, the more he pondered. I see this kid doesn't even have a sword, yet he's still passing the second sword formation stage. That's wild. The only thing he stored in his magical artifact was just Yan Li's empty scabbard. Wait, a scabbard? Elder E seemed to realize something. He peered closer at the screen, showing Liu Xun. Immediately, a sly, intrigued smirk appeared on the elder's face. He judged, could this kid be hiding a sword and brought it inside with him? Interesting. The more he thought about it, the more he chuckled heartily. Inside the training grounds, Liu Xun strolled along while calculating. Once you grasp the trick to this stage, it's actually pretty easy. So, This was the formation's blind spot. Good thing I leveled up my sword technique. I wonder what the third stage will be like? I'm so curious. Just then, the spirit light ring glowed, teleporting him to the final stage. In a flash, he arrived at his destination. Liu Sun looked around, full of curiosity. Huh? Is this the third stage? Right after, as if discovering something, he gasped, thinking, so this stage is a test for that thing? Witnessing the scene before him, Liu Shun shouted in shock. Another sword formation? And it's a 3-layered one? Before him, 3 layers of swords were clearly distinguished, each with vastly different levels of pressure. Liu Shun pondered. With 3 layers, I bet triggering one will set off the whole bunch. I can't just carelessly probe it. Only 2 seniors have passed this. The second one, Xiao Nian, probably failed here too. There must be a catch to this formation. But he checked his system. Clearance chance. 2 out of 3. Liu soon began to scheme. I still have 3 lives. Burning one to test the waters should be fine, right? No sooner said than done. He cheerfully stepped forward, grinning confidently. Test it out. What's there to be afraid of? If I die, I die. Instantly, one of the swords in the formation began to shake violently, then shot straight toward Liu Shun. He shouted heroically, "Come on, bring it on. Let's go one-on-one, fair and square. You think I'm scared of you?" The sword flew toward him with terrifying force. Liu Sun quickly barked, "Swordless domain." A protective barrier appeared, attempting to block the attack. However, the sword pierced right through his defense, stabbing inward effortlessly. This sight left Liu Sun wide-eyed with his mouth hanging open, his face drained of all color, shocked to the core. He cursed. Damn it! The swordless domain only slowed it down a tiny bit. He was forced to channel his internal energy to hold off the sword. Is this the power of a high-grade yellow weapon? 1 sword broke through my domain. If it were 7 would be a disaster, but 1 isn't enough to take me down. Thinking this, Liu Shun slid backward under the sword's pressure. While fighting, he muttered, "I'm a level 8 expert, you know." Wait, why does that sound so wrong? After a moment, he pushed with all his might and shoved the sword away, yelling, "Get lost!" The sword was knocked back and slammed into the ground. Lu Xun stood in the shadow of the sword, serious. Gotta get serious now. Sword energy erupted around his body. He took a stance. Ready. This is the maximum length of sword energy I can manifest. As the saying goes, an extra inch of length means an extra inch of power. People go through so much trouble to get that. It's understandable. Thinking of this, he suddenly blushed bright red from embarrassment. He coughed a few times to cover his awkwardness, telling himself, anyway, a little length doesn't hurt. Just then, 3 other swords flew up. All 3 lunged at Liu Xun simultaneously. He glared, "Here we go. Come on, then. Let me see what this 3-layer sword formation can really do." Finishing his sentence, he summoned his sword energy and Liu Sun charged forward like a shot. 1 blade grazed his neck ice cold. Another sliced his clothes to shreds. Under the relentless assault, Liu Sun exclaimed, "As expected, high-end gear can't be stopped easily. Pulling them out and stabbing them back repeatedly, this equipment is gonna break. Gotta be careful." Thinking this, he used his sword energy to counter. Time to hit back. That sword was instantly knocked away and plunged into the ground. The remaining 2 attacked from different directions, pinning him in. He remained calm. A pincer move from left and right? Don't underestimate me. Then, sword energy coated both of Liu Shun's hands. He boasted, "My left hand is pretty skilled too, you know." He then struck both swords squarely. In the blink of an eye, both were defeated by Liu Shun's strength. They slammed into the ground, motionless. Liu Xun strolled forward. Still a head taller than me? You want to play games? Not so easy, sweetie." Suddenly, a blinding light flared out. A swarm of swords slowly rose into the air, all pointing their tips at Liu Xun. In this situation, Liu Xun was bewildered, stunned, having no idea how to block this. He helplessly blurted out, "Are you kidding me? You're pulling this trick too?" Just then, the higher-grade flying swords revealed themselves. Seeing this, Liu Xun stood still and declared, "This must be the final round to clear the stage." Liu Xun channeled his sword energy, preparing for the clash. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. "Damn, there are 7 of them!" Suddenly, the swords didn't rush in to hack at him. They arranged themselves into a magic formation, which surprised him. "Oh wow." The system immediately announced. 7-sword formation, unavoidable reach formation. Sword path strike force, attack increased by 21, agility increased by 6. Note: the intermediate demonic sect sword formation cannot be sabotaged by sneak attacks. You can only parry the 7 swords head-on. The system announces that if you survive the barrage, you win. Lutan reads the information carefully, then pouts and critiques it. Expensive gear, but the name of the formation sounds so lame and long-winded. Outside, Elder Ingak, being fanned by his disciple, chuckles. He laughs heartily, intrigued as he watches Lutan. Not bad, kid. You managed to block 3 swords, but the difficulty of the 7-sword trial is 10 times higher. Let's see how you handle this. Inside the training zone, Lutan calculates calmly. Such a cool formation. Once I return to the demonic sect, I'll definitely set one up for my sword energy. And now, it's time to unleash my true strength. After saying that, his inner sword heart begins to glow brilliantly. Lutan raises his hand and shouts, and in an instant, countless sword intents are released. Lutan is full of confidence. This is my sect's ultimate technique, 3-layer sword intent. Seeing this, Elder Ingak is so shocked his jaw drops and his eyes roll back. He yells out, "Sword intent? This kid has such low cultivation, yet he's already grasped sword intent?" He quickly composes himself and mutters coldly, "To grasp sword intent at the 8th level of the real sword art, I've only heard of one person doing that. The sword master who founded the demonic sect, a natural-born sword embryo monster." Thinking of this, Elder Ingak suddenly realizes, unless this guy is also a natural-born sword embryo, immediately, Elder Ingak jumps up like a spring, raising both hands to the sky, causing his disciples to jump in surprise. The old man is delirious with joy, slapping the disciple who was fanning him on the head, his eyes shining as he grins. The demonic sect has gained another natural-born sword embryo. He acts as if he's struck gold, laughing incessantly, while secretly calculating. I thought that girl from the Latian sect was already the center of the universe, enough to crush the demonic sect's recruits. But looking at the current situation, my sword sect finally has a pillar to pin our hopes on. Those weaklings from the Latian sect don't stand a chance. Thinking of this, Elder Ingak becomes even more proud and smug. Inside the training zone, Lutan's sword intent is currently colliding head-on with the flying swords of the trial, creating a scene of an incredibly fierce battle. With a sharp, focused glint in his eyes, Lutan shouts coldly, "Go!" Immediately, he explodes with sword intent, glowing brightly in his hand, single-handedly. Lutan does not hesitate to clash fiercely against those swords with their terrifying power. Lutan puts all his life force into a roar that shakes the heavens, his veins bulging on his face. However, the power of the swords in this formation is not to be underestimated. Lutan is immediately hit by the backlash and suffers heavy injuries. Blood drips from the corner of his mouth, but thanks to that relentless effort, one sword is finally knocked away. Doubling down on his momentum, another one is sent flying, but in exchange, Lutan's injuries worsen. His face darkens, and he spits out a mouthful of blood, but he grits his teeth and stands firm like a rock. Continuing to face the remaining swords, Lutan's will seems to reach its peak. He yells, "Break for me! I absolutely cannot die here." However, because he exerted himself too much, his face has turned white as a sheet, and blood gushes out. His whole body begins to tremble violently. Elder Ingak, watching from outside, cannot help but feel nervous and cheers him on. "4 swords down, just 3 more to pass. Hang in there, you brat." Lutan grinds his teeth, enduring the agonizing pain, and holds his sword intent high. He decides to risk it all, but just as he looks up, a cold sword tip lunges forward, pointing straight at his face, then suddenly stops, so fast that Lutan hasn't even had time to realize what happened. Holding his chest with one hand, the other hand raised high, he whispers to himself, "I have to risk it all." But at that exact moment, a sword cuts through the wind and lunges straight toward his face to stab him. Just a fraction of an inch from impact, it suddenly freezes. The system interface appears, signaling the end of the trial. Only then does he recover his senses, and realizes that all 3 swords were aiming straight for him. If they hadn't stopped in time, he might have been skewered to death ages ago. Lutan's whole body is transported back to the starting point of the 3rd gate. He knows he's just been teleported back. Bowing his head to look at his hands, he clicks his tongue in regret. So close, just a little more, and I would have succeeded. A series of notifications appear. He finishes reading and his eyes widen. Awesome. I didn't expect to get this much experience. Although I failed this time, my strength has increased significantly. Even so, Lutan doesn't seem satisfied. He irritably cracks his knuckles and mutters at the system. I risked my life like that, and the result is only 4th place? Right then, the system notifies him that he still has 2 more chances, so he decides to go all out. If that's the case, this time I'll definitely flatten this gate. Thinking is doing, he smirks, touches his chin, and taps the system interface. Before I clear it, I'd better prepare thoroughly. With that, he teleports into the next gate. A halo of light glows fiercely around him. At a glance, he is clearly much stronger. Elder Ingok, standing outside, can't believe his eyes and exclaims, "This kid actually broke through." He gasps in shock. Breaking through on the spot like that? What kind of freakish genius is this guy? No mistake, it is Lu Tan. He pressed the upgrade button. His feet plant firmly on the ground, his eyes slowly opening. He knows the experience points from clearing the previous stage were used for the upgrade, with even a bit left over. Now I'm at the peak of the 9th rank. He smiles confidently, his aura far greater than before. Let's do another round. Standing before the portal, he steps in. This time, he sets a rock-solid determination for himself. I will definitely break you. Lu Tan didn't expect that there would be such a large power gap between level 8 and level 10. Now, standing in the familiar scene, he feels excited. Those experience rewards for clearing the stage are about to be mine. He steps forward decisively. Let's go. Second gate. The system announces that the second gate has started. Now he has to start from the beginning of the second gate, but his strength has soared, so clearing the gate becomes much easier. While fighting, he smiles smugly. Is the second gate really just this? He shouts with great spirit. Taking on 10 swords at once? Leveling up like this feels incredible. Outside, Elder Ingok watched, stunned. Damn it, this kid is terrifying. He cleared the first 2 trials in under 5 breaths. This is on a whole different level compared to the last 2. The figure suddenly froze. He stared at Lu Tan with suspicion, thinking, but the third gate is the real gauntlet. Can you actually make it through? Finally, he had returned to the place where he had failed before. The third gate. Seeing the scene before him, Lu Tan smirked to himself. The official version is finally here. Reaching level 10, the no-sword domain leveled up automatically as well. This is good gear. It links directly to my own strength. He approached the golden sword buried deep in the ground. Second time meeting. Old friend. Let's have a real fight to say hello, shall we? Just like before, the sword shot into the air. He looked up, a mocking smirk on his face. Yeah. Don't think you're going to break my defense again. He locked his eyes onto the sword. A blinding golden light flashed. You want to get close to me? This time, a simple flick of my wrist will do. It won't be that easy for you. Before the sword could even touch him, it was sent flying far away. Looks like I might have used a bit too much force. Immediately after, 3 more swords surged forward at once. Lu Tan laughed, excited. I want to go big this time and see what happens. He shrank his no-sword domain to its smallest size. He was taking on 3 swords alone, his confidence much higher after leveling up. His body's agility had also reached a new level. After cleanly handling the swords, he smirked and said, "Retract." He shrunk the no-sword domain to its limit to envelop his body. From now on, my fingertips are the no-sword domain. Now that's cool. I am the no-sword master. He stood there, rubbing his chin in thought. No-sword master? It sounds cool, but it feels a bit weird. Looking at the row of swords hanging above him, he looked excited. You're coming at me again, right? I've been waiting for you guys for a while. The system popped up again. He finished reading and chuckled. Nice. I level up. And you level up too? Pretty smart, he thought to himself. But that's fine. I'm stronger than I was before. A brilliant golden aura flared up around him. A barrage of swords surrounded Lu Tan, but his face remained expressionless. He raised his hand and shouted, "Go!" He suddenly realized the sword formation had turned into a spiral again. One attack launched like a swirling tornado. It swept the swords above away. Before the sword chi could even descend, it was wiped out by the whirlwind. Lu Tan gritted his teeth, looking up at the swords. 3, 4, 5. Those swords were sent flying out immediately. Lu Tan smiled triumphantly and kept counting. 6. He tensed his muscles, gritting his teeth hard. You're flying into the sky too. Number 7. But unexpectedly, one sword dodged Lu Tan's golden ring. It nimbly swerved to the side. Anyone watching would be stunned. How could it dodge? Suddenly, a figure holding a sword appeared in the sky. It was a tall, burly man. Seeing his opponent wielding a sword, Lu Tan was stunned. Is this a phantom image formed by sword chi? That's too extravagant. Could this be the sword master of this formation? In his exhaustion, blood seeped from the corners of his mouth, but the young man remained stubborn. He gritted his teeth and let out a defiant shout. We're already here, so who's afraid of who? The blue giant didn't say a word. He lunged his sword straight at him without mercy. It was an evenly matched confrontation. He roared, gathering his strength. His momentum was blazing, but his opponent was both stronger and far larger. The figure flashed past him in a blink. Lu Tan took a heavy blow. He vomited blood. The result was defeat. He was kicked back to the first gate at the stone forest. He sat on the ground, thinking, have to start all over again. That last strike hurt to the bone. He clutched his chest with one hand, truly feeling the terrifying power of that sword strike. The system immediately flashed a notification of failure. Outside, Elder Ingok stood, smiling smugly. He thought to himself, not bad. You actually managed to force the swordmaster to move, but that's as far as you go. After all, the Kwai Tai Tho trial is famous for being difficult. Inside, Lu Tam tried to stagger to his feet. He calmed himself down. Give up? Looks like I didn't gain much experience this time. Lu Tam. I hate feeling like I haven't had enough. Right then, a burst of abundant spiritual energy suddenly lit up around him, enveloping his body. Even after failing twice, he told himself, if I want to break it, I have to go all the way. His eyes glowed with seriousness. He frowned, determined. Even if I have to burn through all my experience points, I'm clearing this today. Watching from outside, Elder Ingak saw his power spike and his jaw dropped. He shouted, this kid's momentum just surged again. He became even more interested in him. He rubbed his chin and smirked cunningly. Interesting. Very interesting. Experiencing enlightenment twice in a row? This kid's talent is earth-shattering. After restarting, he cleared the first two gates like a breeze. In just a few seconds, he passed them easily. His strength had reached a significant new level during this third attempt. He didn't seem to spend any effort at all to reach the third gate. It started just like the previous two times. A sword shot toward him. He looked at it and smirked mockingly. I've been waiting for you. The swordmaster appeared, tall and imposing, standing guard. Lu Tam provocatively taunted him. Come on! When they clashed, both sides engaged in a fierce battle. The golden light and blue light collided violently. It was a dead heat. Elder Ingak watched, eyes bulging. He gritted his teeth, staring at the screen in utter confusion. What the hell is going on here? Sweat poured down his face out of fear watching this earth-shaking battle. The swordmaster charged aggressively like a storm. Lu Tam didn't change his expression and rushed to meet him. The two shadows danced as fast as lightning. But this time, he wasn't injured even a little bit. In the end, he was the winner. The opponent's sword slammed into the ground, and he let out a sigh of relief. Phew. Unable to contain his pride, he praised himself. As expected of me. His face was incredibly smug, but unexpectedly, the system notification popped up. He wasn't ranked first. Looking at the results, he wondered in surprise, still only second place? Thinking of the person at the top of the leaderboard, he scratched his cheek. Curious. The two seniors finished the trial even faster than me? How? I felt like I was already incredibly fast. Old man Ingak stood outside, sweating buckets as he watched the trial gate open. Terrifying, this kid is a total monster. The crowd of disciples erupted in cheers the moment he stepped out. He's out! He's out! Look at the ranking board on the wall. The name tags were shifting positions. They shouted in awe. The rankings changed. Our junior marshal Uncle Master finished the trial. Everyone's faces beamed with excitement, screaming, he's amazing! As expected of our junior marshal Uncle Master. Ranking number 2, too strong. The only one not happy right now was Kui Le. She clenched her fists, frowning in deep thought. Why is he getting stronger every day? No, I have to get stronger too. Come on, Kui Le, you have to work harder. As Liu Xin stepped out, the crowd swarmed around him, welcoming him with thunderous enthusiasm. Junior Marshal Uncle Master, how on earth did you do it? You cleared that trial like a lightning bolt. You're the best. He looked at them and smiled gently, replying, everyone, keep up your cultivation. You'll understand it all, eventually. I can see that your potential is not ordinary at all. These were truly slick, polite words that really resonated with the listeners. The disciples blushed with joy, thinking to themselves, the junior marshal Uncle Master is praising my potential. Oh no, this is bad, I won't be able to sleep tonight. That's it. From today on, no more sleeping, just cultivation. The energy in the air was electric. Old Man Nock stood with his arms crossed, blocking his path. Not bad, kid. Liu Xin frowned, looking at the old man, and immediately asked what was on his mind. Old Man Ngak, I have a question. How long did it take my two seniors to clear the trial? The old man smirked. Ha ha, take a guess. Seeing the old man stalling, Liu Xin just gave a random answer to end the conversation. Half a K 15 minutes? He did the math, he took 10 minutes, so 7.5 minutes seemed reasonable. But the old man raised a finger and shook it vigorously. Nope, I could tell you the answer. But Old Man Ingak circled him, scanning him from head to toe, then asked with a curious look, can you tell me where you hid your sword? Liu Xin burst out laughing, thinking, haha, hide my sword? I didn't even have a sword in the first place. Seeing he didn't answer, the old man crossed his arms and looked away, acting haughty. Oh? You don't want to say? Actually, I've already guessed it. You must be a natural sword embryo. Liu Xin didn't expect the old man to rate him that highly. He acted shocked and backed away, gasping. What? This was the performance of a natural sword embryo. His acting intensity was just perfect. Old man Angak saw his stunned expression and laughed gleefully, convinced he had guessed correctly. He pointed at Liu Xin and laughed loudly. I knew it. That reaction of yours was subtle and brilliant. You really are a natural sword embryo. Old Angak here didn't misjudge you. Hearing that, Liu Xin felt pretty good and smirked, thinking, you're on the second floor, while I'm on the fifth, and you think I'm a natural sword embryo? Ha. Seeing he didn't deny it, the old man was even more delighted, hands on his hips, head tilted back, laughing heartily. Ha. Our demon sect has 2 natural sword embryos now. If the sect leaders of First Sword Mountain and 10,000 Sword Mountain find out, their faces will definitely be a sight to see. Seeing the old man was satisfied, Liu Xin cupped his hands and asked again, Old man Ngak, now tell me, how much time did my 2 seniors actually take? The old man recalled the figure of that girl and replied, when your 2 seniors cleared the trial, she only had a cultivation level of the initial realm, great perfection, but the power she unleashed was astronomical, even stronger than a typical first realm, 9th heaven cultivator. Hearing this, Liu Xin rubbed his chin and thought, stronger than first realm, 9th heaven? Doesn't that mean level 20? The highest limit of this the dungeon is level 20. Could it be that my 2 seniors used a special method to hide their true level? The old man raised 3 fingers. She cleared the entire trial in just this many. Liu Xin looked at the 3 fingers, guessing wildly. 3 minutes? But as he said it, he was confused. No, this guy probably doesn't use minutes. Finally, old man Ingak delivered the punchline with a serious face. 3 breaths. Liu Xin's jaw dropped, his eyes wide in disbelief. 3 breaths? You mean 3 heartbeats? Under normal circumstances, human respiration is 16 to 20 times per minute, which meant the seniors only took about 10 seconds. The old man added, and that's not all. When you broke the seal, you destroyed the sword master, right? Liu Xin turned pale, backed away, and shouted, are you going to make me pay for it? Seeing his miserly look, the old man, speechless, held up his hands. Why do you have that look? No one's making you pay. There's plenty of that stuff in the warehouse. Compared to that, the destruction your senior caused was truly terrifying. As they stood there talking, the old man recounted the legendary feat with admiration. She destroyed all 3 stages with just 3 sword strikes. Everything you see now is just repaired junk. Thinking of his senior running wild, Liu Xin gaped in awe. 3 strikes destroyed all 3 stages? Suddenly, he realized something illogical. Wait, hold on, he asked, looking extremely surprised. Isn't it required to hand over all artifacts before entering the trial hall? Why did my 2 seniors have swords in their hands? The old man calmly raised a finger to explain. Didn't you notice? In the first step of each stage, there is always a sword lunging toward you. Liu Xin was stunned. Huh? The old man teased. Usually, anyone passing the trial takes that sword to use it. Only you didn't. Now he realized he was the weird one, not even knowing how to utilize the provided weapons. He scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Ha. This is truly a lesson to remember. He rubbed his chin, smiling with interest. So, the first sword is meant for that. I thought the difficulty just increased gradually. Next time I'll definitely borrow it. In the quiet of the deep night, under the full moon, a laugh echoed. Ha. Meanwhile, in a courtyard, Lam Thien was sitting with her chin in her hand, silently watching Mo Dongyen practice swordsmanship. After finishing the practice, she turned to look at Lam Thien and asked, how is it? Did you memorize this sword technique yet? She thought to herself, this is an extremely difficult sword move. Even for me, it was tough. But unexpectedly, Lam Thien nodded very seriously. I remember it. However, I feel that if I only remember the movements, it's probably useless. I need to coordinate it by channeling spirit energy using the true Qi technique. Lam Thien blushed, shyly thinking, I wonder if my guess is correct. Mo Dongyen watched her nod like that, and was so shocked her jaw nearly dropped. A move as hard as ascending to heaven, and she got it just like that? Is this the perception of a grade 9 aptitude? Suddenly, Lam Thien's eyes lit up with excitement. She bolted outside, waving her hands frantically. Master is back! Sure enough, in the distance, Liu Xin and Kuai Le were approaching. Lam Thien excitedly ran over to his side. Seeing the girl greeting him, Liu Xin reached out and gently patted her head. He asked if she had been practicing hard today. This scene caught Kuai Lei's eyes, causing her to bite her handkerchief and wail inwardly. I want to have my head patted too. She was insanely jealous. Lam Thien grabbed his hand and carefully wrote something on his palm. Kuai Le, standing behind them, was shocked all over again. Her jaw nearly hit the floor. In her head, she screamed, "Look at them holding hands. Oh my God." In her eyes, the two of them looked so intimate that it made her green with envy, while Liu Xin didn't even notice, still laughing and talking with Lam Thien. "All right, you go and tell the kitchen," Liu Xin said. Kuai Le stood frozen to the spot, trembling, feeling aggrieved and wanting to cry. They were clearly still holding hands. "I want that too," she thought. Watching Lam Thien's back as she ran to the house, he said, "We'll head back to the sect tomorrow." Hearing this, Kuai Le looked up in surprise. "We have to go back so soon?" Liu Xin looked down at her and replied, "Soon? It feels like we've been here for almost a month already, right?" Having said that, he walked toward Mo Dong Yen to brief her, leaving Kuai Le there lost in thought. Once they returned to the sect, it would likely be a long time before she could see Liu Xin again. What should she do? She wasn't willing to leave him without anything having happened between them. Her face turned bright red. She immediately started plotting. If that was the case, she would just have to cook the raw rice, make it official before they had to part ways. Perhaps then, she wouldn't have any regrets. After the discussion, he confirmed with the two girls. "It's decided then. We'll set off tomorrow. Everyone, get some rest tonight." Mo Dong Yen cupped her hands and shouted, "Understood." Kuai Le wore a cunning smile. "Tonight, huh? Well then, it's definitely going to be a sleepless night. Ha ha ha." This girl was obsessed. Her expression looked as if she wanted to devour him alive. Late at night, Liu Xin changed into his pajamas and walked into his room, yawning. He had been exhausted all day. Although he had gained quite a bit of experience, the trial dungeon had truly drained so much of his mental energy. He let himself fall onto the bed to rest, stretching his body comfortably. "Currently, I'm stuck at level 10. I'll wait until I return to the demon sect tomorrow to practice new techniques and continue leveling up. Even though I didn't transmigrate to another world, I'm determined to become the strongest legend." After pondering, he closed his eyes and slowly drifted off to sleep. No sooner had his head hit the pillow than he began to dream. He saw himself lost in the modern world. Standing before a towering building, he wondered, "Is this my high school? Have I actually returned?" He looked at the scene before him, utterly bewildered. With his mouth agape, not knowing if it was real or a dream, Liu Xin rushed like a bullet into the building, hoping to see her one more time. He stood before a closed door. He panted, trying to steady his breathing. "Even if it's just a dream, it's fine. As long as I can see her one last time." He decided to push the door open, telling himself, "It's for the best." Inside the room, a beautiful girl with long hair was standing there. Her back was turned to him, her eyes looking out the window. Without turning around, she knew he had arrived. She spoke up. "You're here?" His face turned beet red, and he replied awkwardly. Are you doing well?" he thought nervously. "Even if I know this is a dream, I'm willing to get lost in it." The girl smiled and gently asked, "Don't you want to come a little closer to me?" Gathering all his courage, he stepped closer. While walking, he mused, "That's right, she is my first love. The first girl, and the only one I secretly harbored feelings for. When my life fell into despair, she was the only ray of light." Looking at the girl in his dreams made him feel delighted, his face turning red. He couldn't help but smile. "So close I can almost smell the scent of her hair." Suddenly, he was startled. "Wait, a scent? Can I even smell things in a dream?" The girl held out her hand, shyly asking, "Do you really like me?" He gazed at her silently. Looking at that silhouette, he earnestly replied, "I like you." As soon as Liu Xin finished speaking, she spun around and embraced him tightly. "I like you too." They held each other tightly. He looked at the girl in his arms, moved, and thought, "Thank you." Though he knew this was just a dream, she suddenly raised her head and called out, "Liu Xin." He was shocked, realizing, wait, why does this voice sound so familiar? Suddenly, the girl's face transformed into Kuai Lei's. He panicked and screamed in horror. Kuai Le was so startled she yelled, "Ah! Ah!" She woke up from the dream, but unexpectedly, the scene in the room was incredibly suggestive. Kuai Le, in her pajamas, was pinning him down, their faces inches apart. Suddenly, she took the initiative and stole a kiss from him. Liu Xin was caught off guard and couldn't resist. He could only mumble, mm. The deep kiss lasted a long time. She even locked his arms, giving him no chance to struggle. Only after a while did she release his lips. Her face flushed red. Her eyes were glistening with tears, and her outfit was as alluring as could be. She whispered, "I like you." Liu Xin was pale with fright. He was momentarily struck dumb, unable to say a word. Being forcefully kissed, he was powerless to stop it. Kuai-le continued to pin him down. Liu Xin broke out in a cold sweat, stuttering, Like what?" she asked firmly. "Didn't you just ask me that question earlier? Asking if I really liked you?" She recalled how he had been the one to ask, "Do you really like me?" earlier, not realizing he was talking in his sleep. Now he was startled and realized, "Huh?" He was so bewildered and terrified that he thought to himself, "Did I say that in my sleep? Damn it, that's just too shameless." Meanwhile, Kuai-le was still full of hope. She leaned close to his face, eyes full of anticipation, and asked, Don't you want to do something? This is my first time, you know." He frowned, mouth agape, stammering, He admired that curvaceous figure and beautiful face. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Her assets are top tier." Being pressed by those two grapefruits, Liu Xin had to restrain himself intensely. He tried to push her away, reciting a mantra of peace in his heart, thinking painfully, who the hell could endure this? He tried to imagine himself in another place. "No, Liu Xin. Pull yourself together. You are the grand junior uncle of the demon sect. You must maintain your image." Looking at the beautiful face right before him, he thought, "Besides, how could I hurt a girl, especially by using her as an emotional substitute?" Now, he had to refuse her tactfully so she wouldn't be hurt. Liu Xin regained his composure and gently said, "Guile, could you please step down for a moment?" She blinked in surprise, stunned, but obediently moved to the side while Lu Tom sat cross-legged on the bed. Closing his eyes to meditate, he remained perfectly still, leaving her puzzled. She wondered, why is he acting so strange? Clearly, the elder outside, told me that once a man reaches this point, there's no way he could possibly hold back. She remembered the beautiful woman's advice by heart. Men are visual creatures. Just show him what you've got and get close. They'll fall for you immediately. Guile felt a wave of self-pity and hugged her voluptuous chest. She assumed she wasn't alluring enough, feeling frustrated and wondering, wasn't I performing well enough? Why? Once she calmed down a little, he finally turned to her and explained gently, "Guile, our current relationship hasn't progressed that far yet. Do you understand what I mean?" She slumped, her fingers poking each other in disappointment. She muttered under her breath, "I know, but I'm just not resigned to it." Thinking that was exactly why she wanted to try another way, he suddenly reached out and patted her head. With a tender, doting smile, he said, "But that doesn't mean it won't happen in the future. It's just that we have more important things to do right now." Hearing this, she perked up immediately and asked with hopeful eyes, "Really?" Lu Tam furrowed his brows, looking troubled. "I'm not sure about that either." Her response left her speechless, and she could only sit there dazed. Suddenly, he pulled her closer to him and stated in a soft voice, "But I promise I will always be by your side." He held up his pinky finger to make a pledge. "Back in my hometown, once a promise is made, as long as we pinky swear, you can never go back on your word." She blushed deeply, timidly reaching out her pinky to hook onto his, whispering as they sealed the deal, "This is your promise, okay?" The two pinkies swore to a 100-year vow that could never be broken. That night, although they didn't do anything improper, they slept soundly in the same bed. Early the next morning, Murong Yan suddenly kicked the door open. She shouted in a panic, "Oh no, little Martial Uncle Grandmaster, Guile is gone." But then, her face turned pale as she froze in place, her eyes widening in shock at the scene inside. Guile and Lu Tam were woken up by the shouting, both scrambling to get up on the same bed. Murong Yan was terrified, speechless. Guile, still sleepy, rubbed her eyes and mumbled, "Ugh, who's gone?" And he, still with a bit of drool on his lip, asked blankly, "Huh? What's going on?" Both of them were still half asleep. Seeing this, Murong Yan suddenly realized the situation, quickly closed the door, and laughed awkwardly. "Sorry for the disturbance." Looking at the door slamming shut, he finally snapped back to reality. He felt like crying but had no tears, rushing outside and shouting indignantly, "Wait, it's not what you think." Finally, the time to leave arrived. The four of them traveled in a horse-drawn carriage, with Murong Yan and Lin Qian sitting outside to drive. The plump girl turned and asked, "Are you sitting tight back there?" She lifted the carriage curtain, looking at the two inside with a sly, knowing smile. "You two inside, don't worry. The space is completely private and very safe." Lu Tam was so furious that his face turned purple, and he retorted uncomfortably, "You dare say another word?" The little Martial Uncle Grandmaster was truly angry. That threat scared the girl pale. Murongyan hurriedly turned back to focus on driving the horses, calling out in a weak, bored voice, let's go. Only Lin Qian was innocent and clueless, turning to look at her senior sister with curious eyes. Seeing her junior sister's curious face, Murongyan smiled awkwardly and brushed it off. Just grown-up stuff, better for kids not to know. After hearing that, Lin Qian frowned even more confused. What do you mean by safe and grown-up stuff? Murongyan tried to appear calm, telling her, just stop overthinking it. Let's head back to the sect. Just then, several figures appeared on the side of the road, waving goodbye. Lin Qian immediately recognized them. Looking at those familiar faces, she suddenly felt a sting in her nose, and tears welled up. Are we really leaving this place? Why is there such a lingering sadness in my heart? She lowered her head to the ground and questioned herself. But didn't I lose my home a long time ago? Suddenly, a warm hand gently placed on her head. It was Lu Tam. He had stepped out at some point. He comforted her gently. Let's go. Come home with your master. She was deeply touched, smiling at him and giving a soft nod of agreement. Her spirits lifted immediately, and the feeling of loneliness from leaving the old place vanished completely. On the way, Murongyan had taken over the reins to drive the carriage. The others each had their own tasks. Lin Qian, who had been sitting in the passenger seat earlier, was nowhere to be seen. It turned out the girl was busy training inside the carriage. Lin Qian practiced very seriously, and her pain tolerance was also exceptionally high. Gui Lei sat next to her, also focusing intensely on digesting the gains from the trial grounds. As for Lu Tam, a sly look appeared on his face as he chuckled triumphantly. He. Looking at that face, you'd know he was browsing photos of pretty girls on the forum. While scrolling, he pondered, the forum has been updating with so many cool outfits lately. Someone who can't level up, like me, can only rely on this to kill time. Suddenly, he noticed the blue light on Lin Qian glowing a bit brighter and clicked his tongue in admiration. My little disciple has leveled up again. He glanced at Gui Lei, seeing her spiritual energy was much more abundant, and exclaimed in surprise, whoa, even Gui Lei leveled up too? Out of the three, he was the only one just sitting around doing nothing. He rested his chin in his hand, lost in thought. Indeed, they really live up to being talents with level 8 and level 9 comprehension. Speaking of which, I don't think I know what Murongyan's comprehension level is. He curiously looked at the girl driving outside. So, he crawled to the passenger seat and asked, are you busy? Seeing him, she felt flustered. Little Martial Uncle Grandmaster? Why did you come out here? He smiled and replied, I'm sure you can feel it. The two inside have broken through again, right? The girl broke into a cold sweat and replied, yes, I can feel it. She thought to herself, Gui Lei and Lin Qian, the martial uncle, both have extraordinary talent, completely different from me. Suddenly, he turned to her and asked, I'm a bit curious, how many ripples do you have? Hearing that, the girl scratched her head and ears, feeling awkward. Me? I only have 3 ripples. My aptitude is at the lowest level of the demon sect. Hearing her answer, he felt confused as well, thinking, that's great. I only asked one question, and I've already stirred up your jealousy, huh? But it seemed the girl wasn't jealous at all. On the contrary, she smiled brightly and continued, it's fortunate I was born in this era. If it were 1,000 years ago, with this aptitude, I probably would have been considered completely disconnected from the Tao. Back then, you needed 5 waves of resonance just to sense spiritual energy. Hearing this, he asked further, then why can people like us cultivate now? He thought to himself. My talent is only at level 1. By that logic, I should be the one who needs to go dark side, right? Duyan explained that it was all thanks to a great cultivator who had modified many of the mainstream cultivation methods. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid we would never have been able to embark on the path of immortality. The more Lu Kan heard, the stranger it felt. A great cultivator? Is that person famous? He frowned, stroking his chin in thought. According to the materials I've read about this heaven dust world, it truly has a rich history. It sounds like some kind of mysterious plot point, but before I transmigrated here, I never saw anyone uncover any clues about this at all. Thinking back, it was infuriating. Those amateur players were truly useless. 5 days later, the carriage finally arrived. In front of an island floating in midair, Lin Tian stepped out of the carriage. She observed it and let out a soft, puzzled hum. He turned to her and asked, did you notice something? She shook her head, but her expression remained hesitant and uncertain. Seeing that look, he just smiled and thought to himself, it seems that even though little Tian possesses an innate sword embryo, her cultivation level is too low, so she can't yet feel the sword breath of the conduction peak. However, The fact that she senses something is wrong proves that the innate sword embryo is no small matter. Suddenly, all around, a few people appeared, wearing uniforms identical to the group of trainees. They shouted to each other, "Hey, everyone, look over there!" The whole crowd broke into a cold sweat, their eyes widening in shock. They stammered, That's a swarm of disciples rushed toward them, the scene as chaotic and enthusiastic as obsessive fans meeting an idol. Junior Uncle Master, you're back. Junior Uncle Master, we missed you to death. Lin Tian hid fearfully behind Liu Kan, her face pale at the sight of the crowd. There are so many people. Gui Lei immediately took on the role of a heroine, rushing forward to block the crowd to stop them from getting closer. Everyone, calm down, stop pushing and shoving. Junior Uncle Master. In reality, Gui Lei had her own agenda. She glanced at the person behind him, frowning as she thought, this bunch is trying to use this opportunity to get close to Liu Kan again. Liu Kan belongs to me, okay? Seeing that the situation was about to spiral out of control, Liu Kan had to step up. He cleared his throat and said, Ahem, ahem. It's been a long time, everyone. Shouldn't you all be focusing on your own cultivation instead of wasting time here? But to the disciples' ears, those words turned into pearls of wisdom. Ah, Junior Uncle Master is caring about me. Some held their cheeks, others were so self-absorbed, they were practically hugging their own hearts. Pink hearts were fluttering everywhere. In their eyes, Liu Kan's polite social smile suddenly transformed into a radiant, holy smile. Oh, Junior Uncle Master is smiling at me. No, clearly he's smiling at me. Lin Tian's young face looked sullen. The little girl glanced at Liu Kan, thinking to herself, it seems a lot of people like my master. I have to try harder to be worthy of master's love. A disciple stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Liu Kan, reporting to Junior Uncle Master, my flying sword only has enough space to carry Junior Sister Gui Lei up the mountain. As for you and Junior Uncle Lin Tian, I don't know how to arrange it properly yet. As soon as he finished, the disciples below erupted like a disturbed beehive. Everyone eagerly raised their hands like elementary students wanting to answer a question. Let me take the Junior Uncle. No, let me. I'll carry Junior Uncle Lin Tian. Only then did they notice the small person next to Liu Kan. Someone asked curiously, is this person a junior uncle? Could it be the Junior Uncle Master? Suddenly becoming the center of attention, Lin Tian felt a bit shy, her cheeks blushing like red fruit. The little girl started breaking into a cold sweat, imagining things in her head. Someone as lowly as me, if they find out I'm the master's disciple. Will I make master lose face? Liu Kan gently patted her head to reassure her, then spoke loudly to the disciples. On my trip down the mountain, I happened to encounter a talent and took this disciple in. Her name is Lin Tian. Lin as in forest, Tian as in the sound of cicadas. Don't write it wrong when you register her later. Lin Tian looked up at him, stunned, a surge of overwhelming emotion welling up in her heart. Master with Liu Kan stepping up to protect her, the disciples naturally accepted her easily. She truly lives up to being the Junior Uncle Master's disciple. The male disciples below clamored over each other. I, Su Kun, pay my respects to Junior Uncle Lin Tian. I, Liu Yiren, pay my respects to Junior Uncle Lin Tian. How could I ever forget Junior Uncle Lin Tian's name? Liu Kan let Lin Tian step forward. She shyly gave a soft, quiet response. Seeing this, the disciples simultaneously stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Lin Tian. Liu Kan stood nearby and whispered in her ear, don't panic, don't be afraid. A warm smile, like the morning sun, bloomed on his handsome face. Lin Tian was so moved that her eyes brimmed with tears. She softly called out twice, Master letting Lin Tian show herself like this was already part of Liu Kan's plan. He needed her to quickly integrate into the world of the demonic sect, so there was no need to hide her identity anymore. The two just stood there, their robes fluttering in the wind. Liu Kan looked up at the vast, clear blue sky with a faint smile on his lips. Let's go. It's time to enter the life of a cultivator, little Tian. The disciples then flew together on their swords back to the sect. Some were joyful, while others weren't happy at all. Since Gui Lei couldn't share a flying sword with Liu Kan, her face remained as black as a cooking pot for the entire journey. Seeing other disciples happily carrying six tarn, Gui Lei's whole body radiated a terrifying, gloomy aura. Lam Thien, on the other hand, was a bit reluctant, while the disciple accompanying the little girl was beaming with joy. But Lam Thien was sweating bullets, smiling on the outside but crying an ocean of tears on the inside. Gui Lei glanced back viciously, as if saying, yeah, I'm watching you. Six tarn is mine. The brother carrying her could clearly feel the killing intent, chilling his neck. The female disciple carrying Sixtarn felt as happy as spring, looking at Sixtarn and letting her imagination run wild. If the little martial uncle is taking on disciples, maybe I have a chance too? Should I take this opportunity to show off a little? Just as she turned around to strike up a conversation with Sixtarn little martial uncle, my name is, before she could finish, the intense killing intent from Guela cut her off. Sixtarn looked at the two of them, having no clue what was going on. The female disciple turned pale, looking up in fear. Guila Shime's gaze is truly terrifying. I'll just wait until she's gone to make my move. After the incident with Lam Thien, the disciples started whispering among themselves. 3 stars, 7 boards. I'm telling you, the little martial uncle has taken a disciple. He's actually taking disciples. That means we have a shot too. The disciples who hadn't heard the news were wide-eyed with shock. The little martial uncle took a disciple? For real? So, just as Sixtarn returned to the back mountain, the news that he had accepted a disciple was spread across the entire demon sect by a human-powered gossip brigade. The elders in the demon sect heard the news and started buzzing with excitement. This is a truly earth-shattering event. The little martial uncle has finally taken a disciple. Luo Yantong giggled, covering her mouth in excitement. Who would have thought that even at our age, we'd have a new little Shimai? Aside from our master, none of the elders at the back mountain would take in a single disciple. Gong Sun Ban frowned, commenting, taking in a disciple is one thing, but with the little martial uncle's strength, I doubt he managed to scoop up any good seedlings. Don't forget, the little martial uncle only has a single ripple of talent. Shen Yan, finding these words hard to swallow, retorted, Junior brother, don't jump to conclusions so soon. The little martial uncle might possess those legendary golden eyes that see through the dust of the world. Who knows? Shen Yan thought to himself. The little martial uncle may not have high enlightenment, but he is a natural sword embryo after all. Yue Heshan wouldn't miss this opportunity to make a fortune. He laughed heartily. Since your opinions are divided, why don't we open a betting pool? Let's bet on whether this disciple's enlightenment is high or low. Gongsun Ban, who always radiated the aura of the righteous path, was the first to object. Do you want to disregard the sect rules? Yue Heshan sidled up to him, draping an arm around his shoulder, his eyes squinting until they disappeared. Aren't you curious? Come on, just a little. This question hit Gongsun Ban's curiosity right on the mark, leaving him speechless. Unable to argue, in the end, the straight-laced Gongsun Ban was the first to open the betting. He slid out a small bag and said, if we're opening a pool according to sect rules, everyone puts in 500 spirit stones first. Here is my share. Yue Heishan and Shen Yan stared in disbelief. The rhythm of the story took a sharp turn, completely veering off course. Yue Heshan regained his composure and clapped loudly, praising Gongsun Ban's gambler spirit for being so decisive. Bet that the little Shimai's enlightenment is more than 5 ripples, and stand on the left. Less than 5, stand on the right. The situation was immediately split into 2 camps. Yue Heshan took the lead. I bet the little Shimai's enlightenment is less than 5 ripples, 500 spirit stones. After that, everyone followed suit and stood on the left. Only Shen Yan stood lonely and isolated on the right. He angrily criticized the others. Do you all have no faith in the little martial uncle? Luo Yantong gave a fake smile and replied, of course I have faith in the little martial uncle, but I also want to earn some spirit stones for my pocket. Shen Yan pouted and glared at them, not wanting to argue any further. Humph. Then just watch and see who the loser really is. In another scene, Sixtarn led Lam Thien into a rather simple and rustic courtyard. Lam Thien looked around curiously, wondering, is this where Master lives? Just then, a group of people appeared at the entrance, accompanied by a voice. It really has been a long time. Lam Thien jumped, turning around to look, her mind racing with worry. Bald heads, a group of people who look so fierce. Are they enemies coming to take revenge on Master? Lam Thien, hearing the tone of the people outside, was already scared out of her wits. She secretly felt pity for Sixtarn's life here, so Master has his own troubles too. I can't let Master be bullied by these ruffians. Lam Thien, with her short stature, bravely jumped in front of Sixtarn, not forgetting her fierce inner monologue. Master, run quickly. There are so many of them. Sixtarn looked at the little girl's small back and sighed softly. It seems this girl really has some issues with her thinking. At this moment, Shen Yan eagerly stepped forward to ask, little martial uncle, is this the disciple you just took in? Hearing this address, Lam Thien froze. The girl foolishly mumbled, huh? Little martial uncle? That bald guy is calling Master little martial uncle? Sixtarn walked over and patted her head, confirming, that's right, this is the disciple I just took in. Lam Thien, She is your Shimai. Inside the mind of the little knight, Lam Thien, it was like a broken record, repeating only one sentence. She is your Shimei. She is your Shimei. She is your Shimei. So, they are master's acquaintances. I really just want to dig a hole and crawl into it. So embarrassing. This is the most embarrassing moment ever. Yue Heshan wore his signature smile, eyes hidden, and stepped forward to greet her. Lam Thien Shimei. I am Yue Heshan. You can call me Yue Shixiang. Since you are the little martial uncle's disciple, can we perform a quick enlightenment test? Lam Thien scratched her cheek, looking awkward. An enlightenment test? Six Tarn, standing beside her, firmly nodded in agreement. Perhaps Lam Thien still didn't understand what was going on, as she looked up at him with a bewildered face. Deep down, Six Tarn could see right through Yue Heshan. He was also waiting to see the show. In the story, this Yue Heshan was famous as the king of charity gambling. This time, I bet he'll gamble that my disciple's talent is nothing special. A cunning smile slowly appeared on Six Tarn's face. But sorry, my disciple is going to make you all drop your jaws in amazement. Having received the nod, Yue Heshan immediately started acting. Then, I'll begin. The old man silently judged in his heart. The girl is quiet like a mute, and looks so thin and sickly. It seems this time, victory is already in the bag. The people on his side also started sizing up the new little Shimai. Luo Yantong smiled and commented, "She doesn't look like she has much talent." Gong Sunban agreed. "Indeed, she doesn't seem to have much talent. It'll definitely be in the bag." The rest of the group from his faction were also sizing up this new junior sister. Luo Yuantong smiled and remarked, "Looking at her like this, she doesn't seem to have much talent." Gong Duban agreed. "Yeah, looking at her like this, she really doesn't seem like she has much talent. After all, she was just someone chosen by the Grand Master with that single ripple." Shen Yan started to panic, thinking, could it be that this time, has the Grand Master really misjudged someone? Gong Duban channeled his spiritual power into his fingertips and gently tapped Lin Qian's forehead to test her. Immediately, a humming sound of rushing waves erupted. Circles of sound waves radiated from his fingertip. Everyone held their breath, watching closely and counting. 1 ring, 2 rings, 4 rings, 5 rings. Yue Heshan's face went deathly pale, blood draining from his features. He couldn't believe his eyes and kept counting. 8 rings, 9 rings. The results were in. Shen Yan jumped for joy, cheering, "I won! 9 rings. This is truly a heaven-sent prodigy." The rest of the crowd, old and young alike, stood there with their jaws dropped in absolute shock. How is that even possible? 9 whole rings? It turned out the Grand Master hadn't made a mistake at all. Lin Qian, still clueless about what was happening, blinked in confusion, watching the ever-changing expressions on their faces, wondering why these people were acting so happy or sad. Lu Tan, feeling proud, added, "It's not just that he didn't misjudge. My disciple doesn't just have 9 ripples." The elders waited like they were opening a blind box, all brimming with curiosity, to see what else was hidden inside Lu Tan's mysterious box. Lu Tan calmly raised his hand and declared, "Lin Qian, just like me, possesses an innate sword embryo." In his heart, he smirked triumphantly. "Of course, my talent is just made up, but this little girl is the real deal." This news hit the elders like a bolt of lightning. They were completely shaken. To think they had unearthed a legendary innate sword embryo today. Everyone cast aside their dignified image, dancing and celebrating wildly. The atmosphere was even more festive than New Year's. Our demon sect has gained another peerless genius. It was only 500 spirit stones anyway. Losing is losing. Those 2 great sword sects will be green with envy. Lin Qian watched the group who were crying a moment ago, and were now laughing hysterically until she couldn't help but question her own conscience. Why are they so happy? As if they've struck gold. Am I really that impressive? Lu Tan, seeing Gong Duban so happy that he lifted Shen Yan up and spun him around, pretended to be repentant in his heart. "My apologies, you bald guy. According to the script, she should have been your disciple. Since that's the case, I'll make it up to you later." Thinking of Gong Duban's players, Lu Tan muttered to himself later, "I'll share the players I don't use with you." Even the author couldn't help but scoff upon hearing that. Is that really something a human should say? Suddenly, Lin Qian reached out and gently tugged at the corner of his robe. Lu Tan curiously looked down at the little girl. Lin Qian used her fingertip to carefully write words into his palm. Lu Tan felt each stroke she wrote. Is this disciple truly that impressive? He understood her heart perfectly. She was doubting herself, because of her humble background. Lu Tan smiled gently to reassure her. "Don't be nervous. You are not just a weed on the side of the road. You are a precious flower that I, your master, personally chose. Sooner or later, you will bloom and shine brilliantly in this world." Feeling relieved, Lin Qian was incredibly moved, her face flushing with shyness as she thought, "Thank you, master." With everything settled, Lu Tan stood at the door to see the juniors off as they leisurely headed down the mountain. As Shenyan left, he didn't forget to wave goodbye to him. Only then did Lu Tan turn to Lin Qian. "Finally, the sect master and the elders have left. Next time, your master will officially take you on a tour of this home." Hearing this, Lin Qian was completely bewildered. "Isn't this already home? Follow me." A home isn't just a place to live. A home is a place created by the people who are close and connected to each other. With those words, he led her into a lush green bamboo forest. Lin Qian excitedly looked around, a question forming in her mind. Is it the master's family? Lu Tan smiled and used his spiritual sense to transmit his voice. "Fourth sister, second sister, it's been a long time." Immediately, a reply echoed back. "Lu Tan, you're back?" The wind whistled through the bamboo forest, creating a pleasant, rustling symphony. Lin Qian followed closely behind Lu Tan, thinking endlessly, could the master's family really live in such a secluded place? Images of bamboo flashed through her mind. She remembered her grandfather saying that only the spirit-eating beasts would choose such a dense bamboo forest as their hiding place. Lin Qian walked across the stones, spanning the stream. The sound of the flowing water was refreshing. The scenery here was truly breathtaking, just like a fairyland. The little girl leaned down to look at the clear water and saw a small fish swimming happily. Lin Qian couldn't hide her excitement. So there are living creatures here too. Suddenly, the fish leaped out of the water and flicked its tail right in front of Lin Qian, startling her. She stumbled in panic, almost falling over. Luckily, Lu Tan appeared in time to catch her. He gently reminded her, then used his spiritual power to hold the fish hovering in midair. Lin Qian curiously observed the creature before her. Its whole body was a vibrant orange, but its eyes had a strangely silly look. It seems to have some spiritual sense after all. Lu Tan looked at the fish in his hand and praised it enthusiastically. "Well then, I guess I'll have to end your life tonight." Hearing this, Lin Qian's eyes widened in shock. Seeing his disciple's expression, Lu Tan smiled and said that he would let her taste her master's cooking today. The fish in his hand instantly vanished into thin air. Lin Qian silently prayed for it. "Don't be too active in your next life. It only brings trouble." Lu Tan continued to lead the way for Lin Qian, signaling that it was almost time to meet her two senior sisters. Lin Qian was curious, what were these two senior sisters like? Would they be as cautious and calm as her master? As soon as they arrived, Lu Tan called out, "Two sisters." On the large rock ahead, a woman was sitting with her eyes closed, deep in meditation. Lin Qian hurriedly mimicked her master and bowed, thinking to herself, "So, the two senior sisters are women." Lu Tan quickly introduced her. "This is my newly accepted disciple, Lin Qian. She possesses an innate sword embryo. I hope you two will offer her some guidance, as her cultivation is still shallow." Gu Xiaoman was still sitting with her back turned. Hearing this, she turned her head and asked back, "Lin Qian?" Just then, Lin Qian seemed to notice something unusual. She was startled, staring fixedly at Gu Xiaoman with surprise. It turned out that Lin Qian had realized the hairpin in her senior sister's hair was no ordinary object, but a sword itself. Lu Tan understood and silently marveled. Truly an innate sword embryo. Even if the opponent is a powerful hidden fairy sword, she can sense it by instinct. Gu Xiaoman also nodded slightly in agreement. Indeed, no mistake. Lin Qian is a rare innate sword embryo. Lu Tan bowed to Gu Xiaoman, excusing himself to head to the kitchen. Lu Tan promised to whip up a few tasty dishes on the way back. As Lu Tan spoke, he noticed the eager expression on Lin Qian's face. He chuckled, lamenting that those born with a natural affinity for the sword are always as obsessed with swordsmanship as if it were their very life. As they passed a fruit orchard, Lin Qian's little nose twitched, drawn in by the strange, fragrant aroma. Seeing her craving, Lu Tan told her to have a taste, but warned her not to eat too much. With that, he reached out and plucked a bunch of fruit, handing it to his disciple. Lin Qian, with an innocent look, took a bite. The sweet flavor melted in her mouth, delighting her. Thinking these apples were precious treasures, she stealthily tucked the rest into her sleeve to save for later. Such a cute, sneaky act. Of course, couldn't get past Liu Tan. He laughed and told her to eat as much as she wanted, saying there were so few people on the mountain that she could eat them for a lifetime and never finish. Exposed by her master, Lin Qian's face turned bright red, embarrassed like a little mouse caught in the act. She could only let out a few soft, stammering sounds. Suddenly, a voice called out from the tree above. It teased, asking, "So, The little kitten finally knows the way home? They both looked up to see Mao Nanbei lounging on a branch, swinging a gourd. Liu Tan was all too used to this scene, but for Lin Qian, it was completely new. Liu Tan greeted his fourth senior sister, Mao Nanbei, and suggested making braised fish for dinner. As soon as she heard the word fish, the little ears atop her head immediately twitched with excitement. Mao Nanbei tried to keep her cool, but her voice was already trembling with hunger. She stuttered her agreement, inwardly reminding herself to maintain her image as a senior sister and not lose all dignity over a bite of food. Lin Qian looked at Mao Nanbei, her eyes squinting with delight. The expression was exactly like a servant spotting their master. She silently thought those ears were just too adorable. Liu Tan took the opportunity to introduce Mao Nanbei to Lin Qian, the new disciple he had just taken in from the foot of the mountain. As soon as she heard that, Mao Nanbei leaped down from the tree, landing right in front of them, muttering the word disciple. She leaned in close, examining Lin Qian with eyes full of curiosity, still unable to believe it, and asked again if she really was Liu Tan's disciple. After confirming, Mao Nanbei crossed her arms, tilted her head triumphantly, and demanded that Lin Qian call her fourth senior aunt just for fun. Lin Qian was flustered, clenching her hands tight and summoning all her strength. Her face turned beet red, but she could only manage a weak, Seeing that, Mao Nanbei's eyes went red with sudden fury, demanding to know if she was being looked down upon because she was of the demon race. This scared Lin Qian so much she broke into a cold sweat. Liu Tan hurriedly explained that the girl was mute from birth. Lin Qian was also panicked, waving her hands, trying to explain herself, but could only let out a few meaningless, sounds. This truth hit Mao Nanbei like a bolt from the blue. It struck straight at Mao Nanbei's conscience, leaving her stunned, her face turning pale as she stood there frozen like a statue. Realizing she had spoken out of turn, Mao Nanbei clutched her head in panic, profusely apologizing to little Lin Qian for her thoughtlessness, trying to salvage what little dignity she had left. Her display left Lin Qian just staring blankly. Mao Nanbei sniffled, cupping her hands to apologize sincerely to her niece disciple. For the first time in her life, Lin Qian experienced this kind of feeling. She thought to herself that the fourth senior aunt was truly a good person, because never before had anyone apologized to her for this disability. Her harsh life before this had always assumed that every mistake was the fault of someone mute like her. Mao Nanbei wiped her tears with her sleeve and excitedly announced she would give Lin Qian a welcome gift. She pulled out a blacklist notebook, warning Lin Qian that if anyone dared to bully her, she should just write their name in it. The fourth senior aunt would act on behalf of heaven and spare no one. Lin Qian blushed and took the notebook under the helpless gaze of her master. Liu Tan secretly sighed that writing a name in that book was no different from a death warrant. It was definitely the trademark style of his fourth senior sister. He was speechless watching her enthusiastically pitch her all-inclusive protection service, talking like a street thug. It didn't matter who the person was, just give Mao Nanbei their address. Liu Tan's inner voice was screaming in rage. This woman was getting more and more out of hand. He couldn't take it anymore and cleared his throat to cut off her performance. He reminded her about cooking dinner. This trick worked instantly. Mao Nanbei's attention shifted immediately to her craving for food. She ignored Lin Qian and anxiously asked what ingredients were needed to go find them, especially eager to confirm the braised fish. Mao Nanbei made up her own mind and zoomed off to catch fish, leaving Liu Tan standing there, stunned, calling after her that he hadn't mentioned a single word about fish. Lin Qian curiously looked at her master, wondering if his cooking skills were really top tier enough to make the fourth senior aunt that excited. For a person as dignified as her master to actually know his way around a kitchen? Catching the skeptical look from his disciple, Liu Tan squinted and smiled craftily. He declared that today, she would be his kitchen assistant so she could witness his handiwork with her own eyes. Lin Qian obediently followed Liu Tan into the kitchen, watching him roll up his sleeves to show off his skills. In her heart, she had already resolved that no matter how bad his cooking was, she would close her eyes and swallow it all to support him. However, Liu Tan quickly left her wide-eyed. With his superior knife skills, the vegetables were sliced in a blur and automatically lined up on the plate, leaving Lin Qian's jaw dropped in amazement. And that wasn't all. Liu Tan's artistic way of tossing the wok was so professional that, if he weren't cultivating, he could easily become a 5-star chef in the blink of an eye. He whipped up 3 dishes, 2 savory ones, and a piping hot soup. The mouth-watering aroma wafted through the air, completely stunning the young Lin Qian. The enticing scent drove Mao Nanbei wild, and she scrambled over on all fours, rushing to call Gu Xiaoman over to join the feast. Seeing this incredible display, Lin Qian's eyes sparkled like stars, looking at Liu Xin with pure admiration. Her master was truly all-powerful. He was good at everything, It was just too amazing. Liu Xin beamed, feeling quite pleased with himself. His plan to conquer his disciples' stomachs was a huge success. It was worth mastering the 8 major culinary arts just to see his little disciple's jaw hit the floor. After a year of eating his fill, Mao Nanbei rolled on the floor, fully satisfied, sighing that these days with her junior brother were just wonderful. Even the cold-faced Gu Xiaoman secretly ate her fill. Lin Qian diligently cleared the bowls and chopsticks, praising her master's cooking as she tidied up. She told herself she definitely had to learn to improve her skills. Remembering the kanji she'd cooked the other day, she blushed deep red. When Master praised it back then, he must have just been trying to comfort her. He was truly too kind. Liu Xin rubbed his chin, deep in thought about his next cultivation step. He had already reached perfection in the food chi technique. Now was the time to choose a new technique to continue his journey. Looking over at Mao Nanbei, who was rubbing her belly to aid digestion, he shook his head and immediately dismissed the idea of asking her. Then he turned his gaze to Gu Xiaoman, placing his trust in her. Liu Xin shyly asked Gu Xiaoman for her opinion on what technique he should choose next, now that he'd completed the food chi technique. Seeing she had been left out, Mao Nanbei pouted, sulking because her junior brother hadn't bothered to ask his 4th senior sister for her opinion. Her dissatisfaction manifested as waves of gloomy energy radiating outward. It sent a chill down Liu Xin's spine, forcing him to be cautious. Noticing the tense situation, he hurriedly corrected himself and asked both senior sisters for their opinions to show proper respect. Now that she had been called upon, Mao Nanbei was satisfied and replied that she had no opinion. Seeing that feigned generosity, Liu Xin secretly grumbled that she clearly had a huge opinion just a moment ago. He turned back to look at Gu Xiaoman, who was still meditating with her eyes closed, waiting for her advice, even though he already had his own calculations for the future. Liu Xin began to lose himself in his vast knowledge. Techniques in the heavenly dust world were categorized by color: yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and orange. Among them, yellow was the most common, while green was slightly rarer and often considered a sect-protecting treasure for smaller sects. Blue-level techniques were even rarer. Even top-tier sects only possessed sect-protecting treasures at this level. A prime example was the legendary bone-melting cotton palm, a purple-level technique that only existed within the 4 major orthodox paths and the 3 major demonic sects. The treasure considered to be at the sect-suppressing level was none other than the legendary Sunflower Manual. A look of intense, greedy possessiveness appeared in Liu Xin's eyes, so blatant that Mao Nanbei, standing right next to him, had to frown and judge him. But Liu Xin was already lost in his own world, thinking to himself, where he was standing was the Forbidden Archive, the most valuable place in the demonic sect. Even though orange-level techniques only existed in the game settings. Who knows? A hopeful spark flashed in Liu Xin's eyes. What if his 2 senior sisters really pulled out an orange-level secret manual? However, responding to Liu Xin's wild fantasies was just one short sentence from Gu Xiaoman. None. Liu Xin's sparkling eyes were still filled with hope, mentally spinning his own narrative. What did she mean, none? Things that start with the word none are usually top-tier items, right? Gu Xiaoman calmly dropped another line. There's no need to rush. Hearing this, Liu Xin's face turned dark, and he screamed internally. What do you mean no need to rush? I'm dying of impatience here. Suddenly, Gu Xiaoman said something out of the blue. The master is returning soon. These words, once spoken, startled Liu Xin. Mentioning the master immediately brought to his mind the image of a mysterious and unfathomable figure. The master is returning soon? He stood there, pondering, his brow furrowed. At this moment, Liu Xin's state of mind was incredibly complicated. How complicated, you ask? Just imagine for a moment. Liu Xin began to compare it to his own situation. It felt exactly like being a high school student. You've been studying for half a year, yet you've never seen the face of your homeroom teacher, with only gentle and beautiful senior sisters teaching you every day. Surrounded by beauties, the laughter and chatter made it hard to stay focused. The very moment you felt everything was perfect, living a life so fulfilling it made your nose bleed, yet you were still smiling happily. Then all of a sudden, that mysterious homeroom teacher was coming back. This meant that those heavenly days were about to come to an end. Regarding this situation, Liu Xin felt quite confused because the master was an existence he had never met. Even though he had controlled countless game accounts in Heavenly Dust, he had never had any connection with this character, so he was extremely curious. Liu Xin started to imagine what that person actually looked like. Could they be the type with a celestial aura like those enlightened elders? The legend of this master was no small matter. He was the one who had single-handedly cultivated the worlds. Number 1 swordsman, Su Yanli. and relied on his own strength to found the demonic sect, turning it into one of the three most powerful demonic factions. Liu Xin rested his chin in his hand, and a calculating glint flashed in his eyes. His train of thought began to veer in another direction. A man that powerful must surely have a lot of treasures on him. That's right. His goal now was the most mysterious existence in the heavenly dust world. That was the definition of faking discipleship, to become a dragon. The scene shifted. The sky was gloomy and gray. Rain drizzled, and the wind howled. A carriage moved quietly through the rain. The disciple in charge of driving the carriage was Zhangge Laifu. He turned his head and called out inside, "Master, it's time for a meal. Shall I cook for you?" The person inside only replied with an, Zhangge Laifu smiled, confidently giving a thumbs up. A disciple of the demonic sect, Zhangge Laifu, was naturally gifted at inventing and creating, so of course, he was full of creativity in his cooking. A while later, the rain was still pouring heavily with no sign of stopping. Zhangge Laifu carried a bowl, stood at the carriage door, and said excitedly, "Master, the vegetable porridge is fresh, nutritious, and ready." As expected of a demonic sect disciple, the dish he cooked also had a very dark, ominous style. It looked like nothing else but a bowl of deadly poison. A slender hand reached out to lift the curtain. Sir Zhai Xian, after seeing what was inside the bowl of poison, answered with a deeply reluctant expression, "Laifu, I don't think I'm that hungry." Zhangge Laifu acted like a devoted follower, leaning in close and shoving the bowl of poison right in front of Sir Zhai Xian, pleading, "Sir, you are the iron, the rice is the steel. This is the heart and soul I poured into cooking for half an hour. Please, have a little." Sir Zhai Xian turned pale, looking at the shimmering, bubbly liquid in the bowl, terrified it might spill out. His resistance was limited. Faced with little Laifu's excessive enthusiasm, he had no choice but to take the bowl, his face pale and resigned. "Fine, fine." Sir Zhai Xian held the bowl of love porridge, sat in the carriage, and let out a weary sigh. This third disciple of his was good at everything. Even his appearance was strangely attractive and suited his tastes. It was just this cooking part, oh boy, he couldn't even bear to look at it directly. Sir Zhai Xian was forced to use his last resort, just like all the times before, sealing his sense of taste. He raised his hand, closed his eyes, and began to chant a mantra. In his heart, he recited the incantation, raised the bowl, and drank it all in one go, with the tragic resolve of a suicide soldier. Zhangge Laifu, seeing his master drink the porridge to the point of tears and drinking it all in one breath, felt overjoyed. He told himself, "My cooking skills are truly getting better. Just look at how happily he's eating." He even finished 8 bowls. Zhao Tie, the teacher, felt like he had just lost several years of his cultivation. He let out a weak burp and handed the empty bowl to Zhangge Laifu. "Take it, I'm done," he thought bitterly. "I just wanted to have a meal, but I'm being stalked and watched. This kid is really something." Zhangge Laifu took the spotless bowl and cheerfully suggested, "How about another bowl?" Hearing this, Teacher Zhao Tie instantly froze in place. He hurriedly changed the subject. "Third senior brother, how much further until we reach the demonic sect?" Zhangge Laifu rested his chin on his hand, calculating, his attention successfully diverted. "If we continue at this speed, it will probably take about 7 more days." Hearing that, Teacher Xiao Ti felt like he had just been handed a death sentence. 7 whole days left? He began to suffer, silently mourning his tragic fate in the coming days. Before Mr. Tuthu Trai could even recover, Zhangge Laifu had already turned to head down from the carriage. "Let me go get you another bowl, sir." Mr. Tuthu Trai poked his head out of the carriage in a panic. His face deathly pale, he snapped, "Stop, this is way too slow. Let's just fly back. If I have to endure 7 more days of that poison." He wasn't sure if he'd even be alive by the time he crawled back to the demon sect. Zhangge Laifu, looking full of regret, put the bowl into his storage ring and nodded. "Fine, that works. It's been months, and I still haven't seen my little junior brother." He patted the horse one last time, unhooked the reins, and coaxed it. "Go on, you're free now." The horse just stood there, staring blankly. Zhangge Laifu even kindly advised, "Remember to practice hard. Maybe we'll meet again if fate allows." Then, he let out a loud shout. "Giddy up!" The entire horse carriage was engulfed in a thick, purple aura. In the blink of an eye, the carriage vanished from sight, leaving the horse behind. It stood all alone, with nothing but dust swirling in the wind. The horse was so startled it forgot how to neigh and let out a goat like, "Bah! Bah!" The carriage dashed toward the demon sect's territory. Under the gray, rain-drenched sky, Zhangge Laifu announced, "Sir, I can see the demon sect's peak already." Shortly after, they made a safe landing. Landing in the area behind the mountains of the demon sect, Zhang Laifu respectfully lifted the curtain to invite him out. "Sir, we've arrived." Mr. Tuthu Tri stepped out weakly. He breathed a sigh of relief as if a 1,000-pound weight had been lifted. "We're finally here. Let's go back to Tuthu Tri." With that, he stepped off the carriage. At this moment, the elders and the sect master had been waiting there for a long time. They all bowed in unison and shouted loudly, "We welcome the master back to the sect." The master showed clear annoyance, waving his hand. "How many times do I have to tell you? Stop with these cat and mouse games. Everyone just get back to your own work. Hurry." Zhang Laifu also chimed in, helping the master shoo the crowd away, constantly urging them, "Go, go, go, move it." Seeing them, Shen Yan could only offer a forced, polite smile. He watched their backs as they gradually faded into the distance. In his heart, curiosity began to stir. He wondered what kind of interesting reaction the master would have when he crossed paths with that handsome junior uncle. At the same time, Mao Nanbei was lounging on her bed, leisurely enjoying her private space, listening to the pleasant rustling of the wind through the bamboo forest. Her sensitive nose suddenly twitched. This familiar scent is... Mao Nanbei shot up like a spring, frantically crying out, "Seventh senior brother, third senior uncle." Without wasting a second, Mao Nanbei dashed into the kitchen, shouting to notify Lu Tan. "Lu Tan, Lam Thien, get out here, quickly." Seeing her frantic state, both Lu Tan and Lam Thien were confused, not understanding what was happening, and asked in unison, "What's wrong?" Mao Nanbei hurriedly grabbed both of their hands, startling Lam Thien, while Lu Tan had to quickly put his knife down on the table. As she dragged them along, she panted and explained, "I felt third senior uncle's aura. The master must have returned. Let's go to the bamboo forest to welcome him." After saying that, Mao Nanbei dragged Lam Thien and Lu Tan away at lightning speed, leaving them both in total shock, their brains still unable to process what the heck was going on. Oh, look, at the bamboo forest. Ko Tiaman had also realized this special presence. The master is back. In the blink of an eye, Mao Nanbei had run for her life to the spot, dragging 2 victims behind her. She shouted in a panic, "2 senior sisters! You felt it too, right?" Ko Tiaman remained as calm as ever, and replied briefly, He's back." Lu Tan, who had been dragged along until his nose was bleeding, heard those words and was filled with both amazement and surprise, thinking to himself, "So the master has really returned." Immediately, he stood up to tidy his hair and clothes so he would look sharp. He couldn't afford to look messy. This was his first time witnessing the legendary, mysterious master in person. His image had to be perfect. Suddenly, a surge of abundant spiritual energy rolled out from behind, followed by 2 figures slowly emerging, making Mao Nanbei and Lu Tan jump in fright. It wasn't anyone else. The people who had just appeared were the master and Zhang Laifu. The master looked extremely refined with an aloof and transcendent temperament. As soon as they saw him, they all bowed in unison and called out, "Master," admiring an appearance so far from what they had imagined. Lu Tan was stunned to the point of being stupefied. He wondered in shock, "Is this person really the master? What the hell is this? He looks nothing like I imagined. He even looks a bit pretentious." Lu Tan observed the master, while silently judging him in his heart. At this moment, the master's gaze also landed on him. Although his appearance was refined, his eyes narrowed sharply. He felt uncomfortable and thought to himself, "This little brat is taller than me, and better looking than me too? I hate anyone who dares to be more handsome than me." The master looked Lu Tan over while scoffing, full of spite, his face even turning a bit green. The master was usually an easygoing person, not difficult to approach at all, except for one fatal weakness. His eyes, looking at Lu Tan now, were filled with unconcealed disdain. He was being a bit snobbish. He looked at Lu Tan and then scoffed coldly with arrogance. Someone with a personality like that, of course, wasn't allowed to be cooler than him. That's why Yen Lai had been hated by the master in the past just for being handsome, while Zhang Laifu, with his average looks, was pampered by the master. The disdain was clearly visible. The moment the master didn't hesitate to insult Yen Li, even coldly shouting, "Get lost!" Observing the master's grumpy expression, Lu Tan broke into a cold sweat, his heart full of anxiety and unease, guessing blindly. What is this expression? It seems like he doesn't like me very much. So, the master's blacklist had just added a new member. Lu Tan wore a gentle, friendly smile like the morning sun and greeted him elegantly. "Master, I am Lu Tan, your disciple." However, the master treated his words like wind passing by his ears, directly ignoring him and walking past, leaving Lu Tan completely frozen, thinking, "I got iced out." The master uncomfortably glared at Lu Tan, scrutinizing every little detail. Humph, that stinking little brat dares to smile at me? Smiling as beautiful as a flower, who are you trying to seduce? I couldn't care less about you. The very next second, the master did a 180, turning faster than a pancake, smiling brightly and asking, Tuman, have you gained any insights during your seclusion? Kotiaman bowed and respectfully replied, Yes, I have. However, in her heart, she was screaming a completely different truth. She meant that her two senior sisters were lying. She hadn't gained any insights at all, but she was used to the liveliness of the little junior brother. After successfully getting away with the lie, Kotiaman breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing this, the master also smiled in satisfaction. Turning to Mao Nanbei, he waved and called out, Excellent, come here, little Nanbei. However, Mao Nanbei showed no respect, stepping back with a face clearly showing disdain for the gesture. Seeing this, the master was extremely displeased, but feeling helpless, he could only swallow his tears in silence. He wondered painfully, is that look of disgust for real? Witnessing this comedic scene, Lu Tan found it quite amusing, smiling to himself as he thought, oh, so the master isn't actually a terrifying person who can't take a joke. Suddenly, the master shifted his gaze, making Lu Tan brim with anticipation. Surely it's the fifth disciple's turn to step up now, right? But life is rarely that easy. The master walked straight up to Lin Qian, asking with a gentle smile, Who are you? Mao Nanbei put on an adorably innocent face, pointing at Lin Qian as she explained, This little junior brother is the disciple I just recruited from down the mountain. His name is Lin Qian. Master, can we let her stay? Lin Qian was incredibly nervous at this moment, her hands and feet fumbling as she didn't dare look the master in the eye. With just a glance at Lin Qian, the master seemed to realize the situation immediately. You have the innate sword embryo. Hearing this, Lu Tan couldn't help but be shocked. Lu Tan looked at the master with eyes full of astonishment mixed with admiration. Just one glance was enough to see through Lin Qian's potential. If he weren't the master, I'd suspect this old man had a cheat system like me. The master suddenly approached, beaming like a flower as he patted Lin Qian's head, nodding, very good, just stay. But as soon as he turned to look at Lu Tan's face, the master immediately flipped his attitude. He showed a look of annoyance and irritation. Can we keep this little girl and throw that eyesore of a brat down the mountain? At this moment, confidence was written all over Lu Tan's face. He waited expectantly with sparkling eyes, silently guessing. So, it's definitely my turn now, right? Completely contrary to his expectations, the master ignored him and zipped right past him, leaving Lu Tan filled with confusion. He just left? What about me? He stood there, stunned like a deer in headlights, rooted to the spot. Zhanga Laifu then placed a hand on his shoulder, offering polite comfort. Little junior brother, if things ever get too tough or difficult, just look for your third senior brother to have a few drinks and unwind. Even though he heard the comfort from Zhanga Laifu, Lu Tan still couldn't shake the bewilderment, with thousands of unanswered questions appearing in his mind. Did I offend the master somewhere? Entering the house, the master sensed the atmosphere around him and couldn't help but exclaim, this is indeed a familiar scent. Zhang Laifu suddenly rubbed his hands excitedly and spoke up. Little junior brother, I'm heading into the kitchen to show off and cook a little something for everyone. Do you want to come and lend a hand? Lu Tan calmly and elegantly replied, Third senior brother, lately I've been cooking for the two senior sisters, so if I've accidentally moved anything in the kitchen, I hope you won't blame me. Hearing this, Zhang Laifu looked surprised and asked back, Oh, little junior brother knows how to cook too? Lu Tan humbly replied, I only know a little bit. Before he could finish, he suddenly remembered the look of pure terror on Mao Nanbei's face when she described Zhang Laifu's cooking skills. The bizarre culinary inventions of third senior brother have already been described to me by the fourth senior sister. The title of Master of Dark Cuisine surely belongs to you, then. Zhang Laifu had no idea he had already been labeled, still nonchalantly patting Lu Tan's shoulder and saying, The kind of person I find hardest to meet is someone who knows how to cook. Why don't we have a cooking competition? Hearing this, Lu Tan started violently, unable to stop his panic. He could only laugh weakly while sweat poured down like rain. The master was also watching him with a probing, meaningful look. Lu Tan laughed awkwardly, a chill running down his spine, as he politely declined. A competition? Maybe we should skip it, brother. The master, standing far away and hearing the conversation, calmly felt despair, thinking to himself, if these two brats are on the same disastrous level, then my sense of taste is as good as ruined. Zhang Laifu was incredibly excited, happily grabbing Lu Tan's neck and saying, Nonsense. Let's each make 3 dishes so everyone can judge them. I'll let you broaden your horizons and see what the skill of the third senior brother is really like. Lutan didn't know what to do, just standing there crying on the inside. Feeling helpless, he thought, I really need to be saved. The master turned to ask Mao Nanbei, how is his cooking? Mao Nanbei immediately gave a thumbs up. It's absolutely peak. Hearing that, the master was still skeptical and wondered, is that really true? A moment later, Lu Tan had laid out 3 incredibly beautiful dishes. A thick, enticing aroma wafted out. Lu Tan bowed elegantly and politely, invited everyone to taste. The master glanced at the 3 dishes, silently evaluating in his heart. They actually look pretty good. The others also responded enthusiastically. Gu Xiaoman had just been called back to be the lab rat. Zhanga Laifu stood next to Lu Tan, raising both hands to the sky, shouting excitedly, everyone, come, admire my masterpiece. Zhanga Laifu's dish had no words to describe its horror. The distorted shape and bizarre color made everyone who looked at it freeze in shock. With a blank, soulless expression, Zhanga Laifu was still full of confidence, declaring sonorously, is appearance really that important? To know if it's delicious or not, you have to taste it to know. This time, they would try his first. The 4 people standing in front had already held their chopsticks ready, while the plates of poison from Zhanga Laifu were still emitting a dark, gloomy cloud of smoke. Looking at that mess, Mao Nanbei was so scared she broke out in a cold sweat, muttering, it looks just like poison. If I just take a small bite, I probably won't die immediately, right? What is this, heavens? The master standing behind had already immediately blocked his sense of taste to preserve his life. Gu Xiaoman tremblingly picked up a piece and put it to her mouth. Lin Qian also closed her eyes and took the plunge. The very next second, all 3 of them turned pale, groaning in pain, stiff as statues. Only Lu Tan and the master kept their composure while tasting. Seeing Lu Tan's calm demeanor, the master couldn't help but be suspicious. I've blocked my sense of taste. This is a very high level of spiritual energy control. Why don't you look miserable at all? Even though Lu Tan appeared at ease on the outside, in reality, he was relying on his strong internal resolve, trying to swallow the food in agony. He thought to himself, I can't let my miserable expression show. This meal isn't just food, it's social etiquette. Truly, as he was trying to finish the food, Zhang Laifu was staring with eyes full of anticipation. Then, Lu Tan rested one hand on the table while the other lifted with the bowl of food. With a deathly pale, bloodless face, Lu Tan struggled to gulp down that bowl of food, looking like he was witnessing a catastrophe. The crowd before him stared with eyes wide and jaws dropped in utter shock, shouting that he was a hero. Even Zhanga Laifu was moved by his actions. She beamed, crying tears of joy as she spoke. All right then, while looking at the star-struck, excitedly hopeful face of Zhanga Laifu, Lu Tan's face turned ghastly green as he forced himself to swallow the meal, thinking to himself that this was the best chance to gain the favor of his 3 senior brothers, if only he could seize it. But while finding a way to gain favor wasn't wrong, it shouldn't cost him his life, right? Lu Tan was terrified and shivering in fear. As he stared at the bowl of purple, watery slop with a pale face, Zhangja Laifu suddenly walked over and placed a hand on his shoulder. He said with deep emotion, little brother, since you like eating it so much, why don't you finish my portion too? Hearing this, Lu Tan was completely startled and panicked to the point of disbelief. Seeing the deeply sympathetic and earnest gazes of the others, Lu Tan's whole body felt dim, drained of all vitality, as he pondered. The way you guys are looking at me, it's clearly a farewell gaze, he thought. Zhanga Laifu, conversely, kept looking at him with such a burning intensity that Lu Tan felt helpless and broke out in a cold sweat. He lamented inwardly, it seems I have no choice but to eat it. But in the next second, he cheered himself on. You can do this. Stay strong. And immediately drained the bowl of food. Watching that scene, Zhangge Laifu was moved to tears, unable to contain his emotion. I am very pleased with this junior brother of mine. Seeing him like this, Lin Qian, standing nearby, couldn't help but feel sorry for him, thinking, Master is truly pathetic. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoman and Mao Nanbei were enjoying their meal immensely. Full and satisfied, they sighed, oh my, this is so delicious. Seeing them like that, the master asked with some curiosity, is it really that tasty? Mao Nanbei calmly replied, why don't you try it and see for yourself? Hearing that, the master carefully picked up a piece of food, then lifted the seal on his sense of taste, thinking to himself, if it tastes bad, I certainly won't save face for this kid. The master slowly brought the food to his mouth. In the next second, the master couldn't help but widen his eyes and exclaim, His His face looked incredibly surprised and amazed. The master seemed very satisfied, truly enjoying the delicacy Lu Tan had made. He laughed happily and praised it immensely. The more he thought about it, the happier the master became. With a face beaming like a flower, he quickly shoveled the food into his mouth. This startled Mao Nanbei, who was sitting next to him. "Master, take it easy." They hurried to grab it. The master ate while looking at the miserable Lu Tan. Lu Tan, gloomily slurping down the bowl of food made by Zhang Laifu, thought, "As long as I don't look at that kid's face, everything else is quite satisfactory." After he finished eating, every bowl and plate was wiped clean. Only that group of people was laughing and joking with full energy, while Lu Tan, after eating, had turned into a stone statue, frozen right on the spot. "My stomach feels like it's being churned by rivers and seas clean and hygienic," he thought. Just then, the master looked at Lin Qian and coldly asked, "Has your body been like this since birth?" Lu Tan, standing to the side, heard the question and was both shocked and curious. Did the master notice the strange illness of little Lin Qian just by looking? Is there a cure? The master, one hand picking his teeth and the other waving, called Lin Qian over, telling her to cultivate diligently. Once the energy circulation technique reaches great perfection, you will be cured. However, it might still be a bit uncomfortable for now. Come here. Lin Qian was very curious. "Ancestor, what do you want to do?" The master calmly held out his hand and said, "Give me your wrist." Lin Qian listened and held out her hand. Lu Tan stood by, stunned, reflecting. The master even knows how to take a pulse? In the game in my previous life, I never heard of this setting. The master slowly touched Lin Qian's wrist to check her pulse. In the next second, the master transferred some kind of spiritual energy into the girl's body. He gently said, "This will help you sleep better until the energy circulation technique reaches great perfection." Immediately after receiving the master's help, Lin Qian's complexion suddenly became rosy and full of life. She thought with satisfaction, "How magical. My body suddenly feels so much warmer. The ancestor is truly amazing." After finishing, the master elegantly spoke up. "Your great senior uncle, Yan Li, also had this constitution when he was young. Except, what is in his body is not cold qi, but a stream of gang metal nourishing qi. You are of the water element. He is of the metal element. This is the price you pay for being born as a natural sword embryo." Lin Qian politely clasped her hands and bowed respectfully to thank her ancestor. Watching Lin Qian, the master remembered Yan Li from before. That year, when he picked Yan Li up, he was just as thin and small. Who would have thought that within a few years, Yan Li would become so dashing and unrestrained? He really makes people annoyed. Thinking of this, the master couldn't help but show a look of disgust and disdain, frowning. Lu Tan, standing on the side, witnessed the whole situation. He was also somewhat worried and curious about himself. So the master can see through a natural sword embryo with just a glance? Then if I am a sword embryo, doesn't that mean I can't hide it anymore? If I get found out? While he was lost in thought, he was suddenly startled and panicked because the master unexpectedly looked in his direction. In the next second, the master smiled, which made Lu Tan terrified and anxious to the point that his face turned pale, wondering, did he really see through me? However, unlike what he thought, the master turned away to talk to Gu Xiaoman and Mao Nanbei. "I haven't been on the mountain lately. If you have any questions about cultivation, you can ask them now." Lu Tan seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, calming down more than before, thinking to himself, "Phew, it seems the master doesn't want to expose me yet. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Now I can hear how they cultivate. After all, I am just a person who relies on a system to level up." Mao Nanbei and Gu Xiaoman spoke up. Master Lu Tan didn't seem to understand what the two of them were saying, his expression full of confusion. His face went pale as he muttered to himself, "I don't understand anything. Is this what it feels like to be a bad student?" The master at this moment was also talking about abstract, obscure things. It made Lu Tan feel even more distant, as if he were frozen in place. As expected, I don't understand the answer either. After a while, the master suddenly turned toward him and said, "Never mind, it's your turn now. Your energy circulation technique has reached great perfection. Tell me, what do you want to learn next?" The master asked Lu Tan seriously. Lu Tan was as happy as if he had struck gold, floating in the air with joy, thinking to himself, "It's here. Finally, I can break through to level 10. Master, since you're willing to give me a new cultivation technique, and it's of such high quality," he bowed his head respectfully toward the master. "As for techniques, I want to learn sword arrays, but for the cultivation method itself, I'll defer to your judgment." Upon hearing this, the master immediately gave him a scrutinizing look. With your unique sword heart and those small needles, learning standard sword techniques would be useless. A sword array, however, makes sense. As he finished speaking, the master turned to look at Zhangge Laifu. While Lu Tan fell into deep thought about his own sword heart and needles, he wondered, does the master's gaze possess some kind of inspection ability? The master fiddled with his hair and said cheerfully, Number 3. You teach him the sword array. Zhangge Laifu immediately accepted, throwing an arm around Lu Tan's shoulders with a bright, beaming smile. No problem, master. The next second, he turned to Lu Tan with sparkling eyes. Little junior brother, senior brother here. Has plenty of experience with formations. I'll do my best to teach you. After all, you're my kindred spirit. Haha. Lu Tan could only offer a polite, awkward smile. He thought to himself, thank goodness I didn't throw up. I guess sharing a meal is just part of the etiquette for building relationships. At this moment, the master pondered for a while. Then he spoke up. As for the cultivation technique, come here and let me check your chi-si. Lu Tan was surprised, curious, and anxious at the same time, wondering to himself, check my chi-si? But I don't think I have one. I only see a pitch-black void. If the master discovers my chi-si, or lack thereof, wouldn't I be kicked out of the sect? Anxious, he recalled the scene of seeing his own chi-si. The next second, Lu Tan stepped forward resolutely. The master said calmly, turn around. Meanwhile, Lu Tan was still dazed, not understanding what was happening. The master didn't say much, just flicked his finger, and Lu Tan involuntarily turned around. He couldn't help but feel flustered under the master's probing gaze from behind. He thought, I've never let any man look at my back like this before. Under the master's eyes, even from behind, Lu Tan still radiated a stunning, ethereal beauty, which made the master feel a bit annoyed. This kid, even his back view is so perfect. I really want to throw him down the mountain. Oh well, I've already taken him in. I'll just make him wear an ugly mask later. While thinking this, the master slowly channeled his technique. The next second, Lu Tan's face changed. Those pulses of spiritual energy enveloped his entire body. They crept into every corner of his being, making Lu Tan feel both curious and a little embarrassed. Is this warm feeling the start of the inspection process? Mao Nanbei and Gu Xiaoman stood on the side, observing the situation intently. Deep down, they were also very expectant. One must know that the Qi-Si is a private place, usually off-limits to others. Only the master has the special method to probe another's Qi-Si. They wondered what the little junior brother's Qi-Si would look like. After the inspection, the master's expression suddenly darkened. His gaze turned icy and serious, and he uttered two strange words. Strange? Hearing this, Gu Xiaoman and Mao Nanbei became even more confused. Their curiosity spiked to an all-time high. What exactly was going on? Had something happened to the little junior brother's Qi-Si? Was there a problem? The master stared at Lu Tan and asked, when you reach the second level of the Qi consumption technique, did you ever see your own Qi-Si? Lu Tan answered very honestly. To be honest, master, at that time, I only felt like my vision went completely dark. You couldn't see anything at all? Hearing this, Mao Nanbei couldn't help but be stunned. She was so shocked she had to interrupt. How can that be, little junior brother? If you don't have a Qi-Si, how can you cultivate? And yet, your Qi consumption technique has clearly reached the great perfection realm. Lu Tan kept a solemn expression, waiting in silence. So, what was this all about? Only then did the master explain, you do have a Qi-Si, but your Qi-Si is pitch black. Lu Tan asked in confusion. Black? The next second, he recalled the scene from before when he looked into his own Qi-Si. I whispered to myself, could it be that my Dantian is infinite? The people standing around me wore all sorts of vivid expressions. Upon hearing this shocking news, they looked surprised, skeptical, and even disbelieving. A black Dantian? Wow, I've never heard of such a thing before. Even the master couldn't understand the condition of his body. He intently observed the palms of his hands. I asked myself, the Dantian is linked to one's talent, so if my Dantian is infinite, could my talent be so heaven-defying? My Dantian is so vast, why does the master have such a grim look on his face? I wondered, staring at his thoughtful expression. The next second, the master began to lecture. Ordinary cultivators believe that, based on the physical differences between them, practicing different cultivation techniques will yield different results. For example, if your 5 elements are aligned with fire, practicing fire element techniques will be twice as effective. If they are aligned with water, then water element techniques are also the most suitable choice. But in reality, it's not that simple. The attributes of your Dantian are actually even more important than a person's physical constitution. Therefore, the techniques I choose for you will be based primarily on the attributes of your dantian. The master explained this in great detail, with intense focus. At this point, he couldn't help but turn and stare at Luton with a probing, meaningful gaze. If you must blame, then you can only blame the fact that your dantian is pitch black with no specific attributes, while your physical constitution is balanced across all 5 elements. Strange, truly strange. The people standing nearby were listening intently, but all of their faces were completely bewildered. After hearing this, Lutan couldn't help but speculate to himself. Could it be because I'm a player? A player's attribute points are manually allocated by themselves. Furthermore, I can choose to practice any type of technique. Is my setup completely different from the native people of this world? But now that I have truly become a person of this world, does that mean I possess all 5 elements? And that also means I don't have any particular specialty. Luton thought seriously. At this moment, the master's expression suddenly became full of confidence. He spoke clearly. However, it's fortunate that I am your master. I have a way to solve this problem, but it depends on what you choose. Mao Nanbei poked her head out from beside Luton and urged, Master, tell us quickly, let's see. If it's really useful at most, I'll make an exception and let you pat my head. The master said seriously, Luton, you are my 5th disciple, so I will call you Little 5. Now, you have 2 choices before you. Luton bowed his head, clasped his hands, and obediently replied, This disciple is listening with ears wide open. After saying that, he couldn't help but think to himself with a confident attitude, even though I have no outstanding specialties, it doesn't matter. After all, I rely on experience points to level up, not on absorbing the heaven and earth's spiritual energy. Therefore, as long as the technique is of a high enough grade, I will naturally become strong. As he thought this, he envisioned himself holding an orange-ranked technique, or at the very least, a rare purple-ranked one. At this time, the master continued. First, you can choose any top-tier technique you like. You have the right to go to the Ma sect's scripture pavilion to examine the techniques on the highest floor. You may choose any one to take back. Hearing this, Luton was overjoyed, his soul soaring to the 9th heaven as he embraced the fantasy of a divine orange-ranked technique. He thought to himself, according to what I know, a place like the Scripture Pavilion usually requires passing exams that are extremely strict. The highest floor must surely contain purple-ranked techniques. Now that I am being given the special privilege to choose at will, isn't this a huge leap forward? But I can't decide too quickly. I must hear what the second option is first. Who knows? There might be something even better. With that thought, Luton asked, What about the second option, Master? The master immediately held up 2 fingers and replied calmly. The second option is to practice the 5 elements technique. Hearing this, Luton frowned in confusion and asked back, The 5 elements technique? When the people nearby heard these 3 words, they immediately had a violent reaction, leaving Luton bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Mao Nanbei spoke up loudly in opposition. What? Isn't that 5 elements technique the worst kind of technique? Zhanga Laifu, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. That's right. Cultivators usually call the 5 elements technique the 5 poisons technique, as it has no special strengths. It's equivalent to saying that all 5 elements have flaws. The 2 of them seemed incredibly indignant on behalf of their junior brother. This attitude made the master look at them with a probing gaze, full of confusion. Why are these 2 more anxious than the protagonist, Little 5? Just then, the master stepped forward and calmly explained, This 5 elements technique of mine is slightly different from the type of 5 elements technique commonly circulated on the continent. Luton asked in confusion, Different? How is it different? Mao Nanbei asked directly, Master, can you be blunt and tell us where the difference lies? Seeing the protective look and attitude she had shown, Luton was extremely satisfied and thought to himself, Good, good. It really wasn't in vain that I worked so hard to cook for you. The master spoke seriously. If you practice this set of techniques, your spiritual energy will be much more abundant than an ordinary person's. But at the same time, because you are dual cultivating all 5 elements, the time consumed will be twice as much as others. The CPU of Lu. Sun's brain began to run at high speed, operating at full capacity. After hearing this explanation, he muttered, This means that the next second, with a clever look on his face, he confidently and boldly asserted, This is the 5 elements technique that is hard to level up, but invincible at the same level. Now, I just need a little bit of solid proof. Thinking this, he immediately asked the master, Disciple wants to ask one thing. Master must know how high a level someone has reached practicing this technique, right? The master replied briefly. Yes. Lu Tan asked further, "Was that person strong?" Mao Nanbei and Zhang Laifu, standing to the side, also held their breath, their eyes tense and focused, waiting for the answer. The master held a bamboo leaf in his hand, his eyes looking into the distance, and slowly replied, "Very strong. Extremely strong." Hearing this, Lu Tan couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The master used extremely powerful terms. Even for Shen Yan, who was at the 8th stage, the master had only ever called his talent not bad. Shen Yan, who was somewhere else, felt annoyed when his name was suddenly brought up, his face looking gloomy, as if he wanted to point directly at Lu Tan and ask, "Do you even know what politeness is?" The next second, Lu Tan asked, "Disciple seems to lean more toward the third option. I just wonder if this disciple could take a look at the technique first?" At this point, Lu Tan's face turned crafty, his smile full of calculation. It seemed he was plotting something. Now, only one final step remained. As soon as the master brought out that cultivation technique, his system would automatically appraise its grade instantly. The master didn't hesitate and took out the technique, then replied, "Sure." However, contrary to Lu Tan's calculations, as soon as the technique appeared, his system chimed with a notification, "Unknown technique detected." This made Lu Tan startle, taken aback. An unknown technique? Why would the master carry this with him instead of leaving it in the library tower? The master coldly handed the book toward Lu Tan. "Take it." The next second, Lu Tan held the object in his hand, and the system immediately announced, "Obtained, unknown technique." Unknown technique. Below level 50, it's a purple tier technique. Above level 50, it will upgrade to an orange tier technique. Reading this, Lu Tan was completely stunned. He thought to himself, these things they can actually upgrade? In my previous life, I never heard of an orange tier. In his past life, the Heaven's Path game only capped at level 60, so a gold tier high-grade technique was considered incredibly powerful. Blue tier techniques were treasures that players could auction off to achieve financial freedom. Purple tier ones were extremely rare on the forums, while orange tier ones were the distant dream of every player. Of course, they could only dream about it. The next second, Lu Tan made a firm decision. "Master, this is it." The master asked to confirm. "Are you sure?" Lu Tan answered with great determination. "Disciple is sure." The master suddenly wore a gloomy expression, his tone becoming intimidating. "This technique is very time-consuming and labor-intensive. As your master, I think it's best if you find a quiet place on the mountain to seclude yourself and meditate. What do you think?" Hearing this, Lu Tan was momentarily stunned. He felt a bit confused and curious, thinking, why does this feel so off? He watched the master intently, deep in thought. This kid is actually quite talented in that area, but he's just such an eyesore. As long as Junior Brother 5 doesn't appear in front of Master, you will be Master's most adorable disciple. Lu Tan looked worried and asked reluctantly, Do I really have to go into seclusion?" The master gave a stern order. "Third brother, go help Junior Brother 5 find a suitable place for seclusion." It's best if it's a bit further away from the main peak. It'll be quieter that way." Zhang Laifu obediently agreed. Suddenly, Mao Nanbei protested violently, jumping up. No way. If he leaves, I won't be able to eat the meals our junior brother cooks anymore." The master looked at Mao Nanbei with cold eyes, as if wanting to devour her, and growled, "Are you saying the food your third senior brother cooks isn't good enough?" Seeing the master's terrifying expression, Mao Nanbei was startled, her face turning deathly pale in an instant. She fell silent immediately, not daring to utter a word. "Oh, it's over," Lu Tan thought, crying inside. He kept pleading, "Stay strong, fourth senior sister. My future depends on you. Whether you get to eat or not depends on you." Just then, Zhang Laifu, who was standing nearby, spoke up to mediate. "Don't worry. I'll set up a kitchen where our junior brother is secluding. While I'm teaching him sword formations, I'll also compete with him in cooking." Hearing this, Mao Nanbei's expression did a 180, and she asked excitedly, "So, if I'm still on the mountain, I can still eat food cooked by Lu Tan?" Zhang Laifu replied, "That's right. I'll bring it up to you myself." In a split second, Mao Nanbei's face beamed like a flower. She laughed happily. Great. Quickly send our junior brother to seclusion. Secluding while cooking delicious food. This is absolutely perfect." Lu Tan, standing to the side watching the two of them egg each other on, felt his heart break. His eyes were watering, and his face had turned pale. He muttered to himself, "Fourth senior sister, aren't you flipping your stance a bit too fast, and being forced to double as a chef while in seclusion? This is clearly blatant labor exploitation. This is taking advantage of me way too much." The more he thought, the more disgusted he felt. However, it seemed Lu Tan couldn't do anything to change the situation. His face showed utter helplessness. The faint hope had vanished. Now, the best plan was to check if any quests were triggered. Lu Tan would never just sit back and let others take advantage of him so easily. He immediately walked up to the master and asked, "Master, how long does this seclusion need to last?" The master replied, "Good question." But in the next second, his expression changed completely. He was calculating secretly, never having intended to let him return. Who told him to be so handsome? If he stays, he'll definitely steal my spotlight. While he was busy scheming, Gu Xiaoman suddenly appeared and spoke up for Lu Tan, saying that there must be a specific time limit. He couldn't just stay down the mountain forever. Gu Xiaoman's words seemed to put invisible pressure on the find master, making him feel a bit cautious. Seeing Lu Tan and Gu Xiaoman chatting happily, the master became visibly irritated and annoyed. His expression turned incredibly dark. He cursed inwardly. "Well done, you brat. Even my two lovely disciples have been bought over by you. She never usually speaks up for anyone. Forget it. I'll give Xiaoman some face this time." Thinking this, the master announced loudly, "Then, wait until you have successfully entered the initial realm and reached the minor achievement stage in swordsmanship." Immediately, Lu Tan's system chimed with a notification. He had triggered a seclusion quest. Hearing this, Lu Tan happily replied, "Understood." Right after that, he intently studied the information on the system panel. Quest requirements. Character level reaches 11. A certain sword formation reaches level 1. The reward is 10,000 experience points. Reading this, Lu Tan nodded in approval. This is not bad at all. I just need to level up my character and one sword formation, and that's it. Plus, I'll pocket 10,000 experience points easily. I guess I didn't get taken advantage of too badly. Just then, Zhang Laifu put an arm around Lu Tan's shoulder, smiling brightly, and said, "Let's head out now, junior brother. Your senior brother. We'll definitely find you a very comfortable place to practice." Hearing this, Lu Tan could only force a smile. "Then I'll leave it to you, third senior brother." At that moment, a small hand tugged at his sleeve. It was Lin Qian. She seemed quite reserved and shy, secretly hoping to accompany her master. As if reading his disciple's mind, Lu Tan turned and asked, "Can I let my disciple see me off for a bit?" Zhang Laifu replied heartily, "Of course, we're going into seclusion to train, not to prison. There's no need to forbid it." As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed Lu Tan and lifted him up, leaving him stunned and shocked. "Oh my god!" Zhang Laifu was carrying two people with both hands and shouted, "Let's go!" In the next second, even Lin Qian couldn't hide her extreme shock. Zhang Laifu grabbed both of them and leaped high into the air. This sight left Lu Tan filled with emotion. The way of traveling used by third senior brother is truly too crude and rough. After flying for a while, they crashed hard into a dense forest. The landing was too rough, causing Lin Qian and Lu Tan to sit on the ground, coughing from the thick dust. Zhang Laifu stood tall, scratching his head and laughing. "My apologies. It's been a while since I've flown, so I couldn't control my strength." Immediately after, he walked toward a giant rock in front of them and declared, "Then, let's decide to choose this spot as the seclusion cave for our junior brother." Lu Tan looked in the direction he was pointing and was very confused. "Isn't that just a bare mountain rock?" He couldn't help but ask, "Right there? What kind of cave is that?" Zhang Laifu slowly gathered energy into his fist and replied seriously, "Self-made secret technique. 2 bedrooms, 1 living room." Zhang Laifu roared through the forest as he delivered this punch. In the next second, his terrifying force pierced through the rock, shattering it into pieces. Inside, large holes had seemingly formed, along with a certain structure. Witnessing such a magical scene, Lu Tan couldn't help but exclaim, "Amazing! This environment can actually create a magnificent cave." Even Lin Qian, standing nearby, was left wide-eyed. Lu Tan couldn't help but sigh, "Amazing. This environment could actually serve as a majestic cultivation cave." Even Lin Qian, standing to the side, was left wide-eyed. With a look of pure astonishment, Zhang Laifu chuckled and said, "I often travel the world with the master, exploring wild places, so I really racked my brain to see if I could create a technique to build a shelter. This is my exclusive, self-created secret skill. It's truly miraculous, a 2-bedroom apartment, a living room, perfectly carved out of that massive boulder." As they entered the cultivation cave to take a look, Lu Tan was filled with surprise and admiration. "I never imagined it would be this fully equipped. 2 bedrooms, a living room, just like the rumors said. This technique is absolutely top tier." Suddenly, Zhang Laifu called out cheerfully, Junior brother, come over here and see this. From now on, we can comfortably practice our cooking skills here. Even the kitchen seemed to have been created by Zhanga Laifu with such ease and smoothness, and it was incredibly clean. This left Lu Tan feeling both helpless and startled, he thought to himself. He actually went out of his way to build a kitchen too? That hole in the middle of the rock is the stove, isn't it? Zhanga Laifu seemed very passionate about his creation, proudly boasting, third senior brother often travels with the master, so being a bit thoughtful is only natural. Haha, once I find someone who likes my cooking, I will never let them slip away. Hearing those smooth lines, Lu Tan could only smile helplessly and reply, haha, that's great then. Just then, Lin Qian was attentively looking around, silently admiring. Third senior uncle is truly amazing. With just one palm strike, he created a sturdy house, even better than the one that my grandfather and I lived in before. We must work hard at our cultivation so that one day we can open a retreat cave for master whenever he needs it. Thinking of this, Lin Qian's eyes shone with fiery determination. If Lu Tan knew about these filial thoughts, he would surely be moved and speak up. Well then, I truly thank you very much. A while later, the cave dwelling was tidied up, arranged perfectly, and bright. Zhanga Laifu concluded, let's leave it at this for now. In the future, I'll come in to cook lunch, then take the time to practice sword formations, and in the evening, we'll cook dinner together. The remaining time, junior brother can practice whatever you like. Hearing such a kitchen-heavy schedule, Lu Tan froze on the spot, wondering suspiciously. Cook at noon, practice sword formations, then cook again in the evening? Am I here to be a chef? Who learns sword formations on the side? Zhanga Laifu smiled and continued. It's getting late, junior brother. Since you just obtained a new technique, why not calm your mind and study it first? I'll take Lin Qian back now. However, Lin Qian didn't seem to like that one bit. She immediately ran over and hid behind Lu Tan. Seeing this, Lu Tan asked softly, do you want to stay here with me? Lin Qian nodded repeatedly, showing she understood, but Lu Tan could only gently persuade her, that won't work. It's very cold here, and your body is fragile. If you fall ill, that would be no good at all. Be a good girl and go back. As he spoke, he affectionately patted Lin Qian's head. This gesture made her blush with shyness. Zhanga Laifu led Lin Qian away, not forgetting to reassure her. Your master is just in secluded cultivation. He will return soon. Don't worry so much. Lin Qian still kept her eyes longingly on Lu Tan before giving a soft to show she agreed. Night fell, and Lu Tan changed into comfortable clothes, stretched, and let out a sigh of relief, happy that this space was finally all to himself. He couldn't resist the wave of sleepiness, yawning a few times before immediately pulling out the mysterious technique manual. His face filled with a devious, excited look, he muttered to himself. So, the diary of Lu Tan's orange-grade technique cultivation officially begins. A second later, the system notification popped up, asking, Host, do you wish to learn it? Lu Tan chuckled smugly and answered decisively. Of course. Why not? However, the system threw a bucket of cold water on him, displaying the text, Learning the technique requires 10,000 experience points. Do you wish to proceed? Reading this, Lu Tan was absolutely floored. He was so shocked he couldn't believe his eyes. He calculated, 10,000 points? Does it consume experience points directly according to the standard of orange-grade techniques right away? How unlucky can I be? Clearly, before level 50, they were usually just purple grade. According to the settings in Heavenly Dust, blue-grade techniques only cost 3,000 points to learn, and the high-end purple-grade ones only cost 5,000 points at most. The system coldly displayed the experience point count, 10,000 out of 21,740. Confirming this made his heart ache with regret. Before reaching level 10 perfection, the technique is unnamed. Level 0. Status. Can be named. Reading this, Lu Tan was a bit surprised and blurted out, Holy crap, I even have the right to name this technique? Whatever, the name isn't that important. Let's just level up this technique and see what happens. Thinking is doing, he pressed the level up button for that unnamed level 0 technique. But life is not a dream, the system bluntly announced. Your experience is insufficient. You need 50,000 points to level up. You currently only have 11,740 points. Reading this, Lu Tan was so shocked his eyes rolled back, his mouth agape as he screamed internally. What? Starting out it already demands 50,000 points? What kind of twisted logic is this? Heaven. In just a moment, Lu Tan's brain was operating at full capacity to calculate. I have an enlightenment stat of 1. Practicing the true Qi technique for one great celestial cycle yields 20 experience points, but after level 10, each great celestial cycle will increase to 50 experience points. That means if I want to accumulate 50,000 experience points, I have to grind for 1,000 days? A whole 3 years? 3 years of secluded cultivation? Lu Tan felt absolute despair, completely helpless against this astronomical number. He even imagined himself as nothing more than a puppy chained up and imprisoned for a long time. The system continued to rub salt into Lu Tan's wounds. Level 10, current experience severely lacking. The more he read, the deeper Lu Tan sank into the pit of despair. To level up the character to level 11, it also requires another 40,000 points. He pulled his hair, tearing at his head, crying without tears, screaming miserably. Does this mean I have to stay trapped here in seclusion for at least 5 years? Could it be that from the very beginning? So, the old man has been planning to lock me up for 5 years? Turns out he's just a pervert who enjoys abusing his disciples. How grateful I am. Lu Tan could only laugh in helpless resignation, accepting his miserable fate. But a split second later, a fiery blaze of determination ignited in his eyes. Refusing to give up, Lu Tan clenched his fist tightly and declared aloud, "No way! I, Lu Tan, absolutely cannot accept defeat this easily." He immediately opened that cultivation manual and muttered to himself, "If the EXP gain from the energy circulation technique is as slow as a snail, then I'll have to rely on this nameless manual. Even if it isn't a complete orange grade technique yet, it shouldn't be enough to drain all my EXP, right?" With the system's helpful assistance, everything became much easier to understand. Cycling the energy circulation technique, Lu Tan felt no fear. He dove headfirst into the grueling path of cultivation, but life slapped him hard again in just a heartbeat. Blood started pouring from his 7 orifices. His eyes, mouth, and nose were bleeding profusely. His dark circles grew as black as a panda's. Lu Tan tried his best to reassure himself. Compared to the energy circulation technique, this can't be more than a little bit more painful, right? As the final great circulation ended, Lu Tan's whole body trembled violently, like he was suffering from malaria. His face was pale, sunken, and gaunt. He looked pitiful. He desperately lamented, "Damn it! I really thought my miserable life was coming to an end there." With that, Lu Tan had to raise a hand to surrender. He collapsed onto the bed like a withered banana leaf, thinking sluggishly, if the energy circulation technique was a 1 on the pain scale, this monstrosity is at least a 5. I've decided. I'm calling this Painful Sutra. Just then, the system suddenly pinged with a ding, beginning the process of calculating EXP rewards for operating the technique. Reading that, Lu Tan was full of expectation. With that much excruciating pain, even if my talent is trash, it should at least give me a decent amount of EXP. That's only fair, right? But before his thought could even finish, the system poured a bucket of ice-cold water on him. EXP plus 50. This notification made Lu Tan freeze completely, his face turning slack with shock. EXP a measly 50? Lu Tan was speechless, feeling as if he were paralyzed in the middle of life's path. A second later, despair consumed him. Lu Tan wailed miserably, jumping up and screaming. Every day I have to cook 3 meat dishes and 1 soup, and on top of that, I have to endure this bone-crushing pain? I'm not playing this game anymore. What kind of transmigration is this? This is clearly forcing me to work as a slave, he shouted, venting the frustration in his heart. His scream echoed far outside the cave. Not far away, a frog was sitting there, croaking very rhythmically. It seemed unable to resist, mocking him with a croak. Stupid. This made Lu Tan freeze on the spot again. However, Lu Tan quickly pulled himself together. Full of confidence, he declared, So what if I can't? How could I just give up so easily? You want EXP, right? This master will accumulate it bit by bit until you're all blinded by it. A mosquito buzzed by in midair. Lu Tan, showing zero mercy for nature, instantly swung his hand and swatted the mosquito out of existence. The system immediately notified, EXP plus 1. Lu Tan then fell into deep contemplation. As a high-level mercenary in the celestial world, he naturally understood the secrets hidden behind this world. For example, those insignificant little creatures were all just mobile EXP mines. Immediately, he gathered sword energy on his fingertips, determined to test it out properly. Even if a mosquito is small, it's still meat. At this moment, a swarm of mosquitoes buzzed into the cave. Each one of them was hopelessly infatuated with Lu Tan's looks, and that was exactly the reason they lost their lives at his hands. While killing mosquitoes, Lu Tan calculated aloud. Just killing 50 mosquitoes is equivalent to me practicing 1 great circulation. It wasn't just mosquitoes. Luton aggressively slaughtered every creature in the cave, from bugs to frogs. With killing intent flaring, he roared, "Today, I am the bane of all you pests. Now, obediently cough up the EXP." The system, as a result, kept popping up notifications. EXP +1. With Lutan's passionate and hard-working cultivation, the cave quickly became squeaky clean. Not a single mosquito was left in sight. Now, Lutan was frantically trying to catch a cricket, but thanks to its innate agility, the cricket easily dodged his attacks. This made Luton incredibly irritated, gnashing his teeth as he barked, "It's just a cricket! Why are you running so fast, huh?" As he spoke, Luton dove after the cricket, scaring it into shrieking. Fortunately, however, the cricket escaped from Luton's pursuit because an invisible barrier stopped him, preventing him from leaving the cave. Faced with this situation, even Luton was confused, not understanding what was happening. "What's going on? There's clearly something blocking me." With a giant bump on his head, Luton poked the invisible barrier, wondering, "Nothing there? What is this? A barrier?" He couldn't help but look left and right around the invisible barrier. The cricket stood outside, looking at him with a judgmental and puzzled gaze. Seeing it, Luton immediately summoned his sword energy again, confidently shouting, "You still dare to come back? Turn into EXP for me." Once he finished speaking, he released the sword energy outward. But life isn't a dream. The sword energy attack was reflected back by the invisible barrier, causing Luton to panic, his face turning pale as he yelled, "Whoa!" Luckily, the blast of sword energy only grazed his face rather than embedding itself in his body. Luton seemed stunned by this situation. The system displayed a notification, "Master Zhanga Laifu's formation versus Luton." The more Luton read, the more he felt unwilling to accept it. He roared in frustration. Inside the cave, a scam. I'm actually being held prisoner. Elsewhere, inside the master's room, the sound of Zhanga Laifu's report echoed. "Master, I have arranged everything according to your instructions." The master sipped his tea and asked calmly, "Is the entrance to the formation also set up?" Zhanga Laifu replied respectfully, "Everything has been done as you ordered. Unless the junior brother can break through to the initial stage, he will absolutely not be able to break the formation." Hearing this, the master was very satisfied and praised. "Very good." He then thought to himself, "Humph, you're so beautiful. Why run around causing trouble? Just sit obediently in your cage." Back at Luton's location, he had lost all will to live, lying motionless on the bed like a soulless corpse. With a look of gloom and utter despair, he groaned, "It's no use, I give up. There's just no way I can keep trying. I've even killed every single mosquito in this cave." However, the very next second, he changed his expression faster than flipping a pancake. "Forget it. Let me check the forums." Suddenly, a notification from the system popped up, taking Luton by surprise. He was a little stunned and curious. "Huh? What's this?" Right after that, the information panel slowly appeared before his eyes. Reputation Points Task. Phase 2. Requirement. Reach 5,000 reputation points. Current progress. 4,763. Reward. 50,000 EXP, plus 1 random stat point. Reading this, Luton was startled, shocked and deeply suspicious. He muttered, 50,000 EXP? And I'm almost finished? When did I even accept this task? I have no memory of this at all. Did Phase 2 unlock automatically? It seems the heavens haven't completely shut the door on someone with hope. As he spoke, Luton's face lit up with confidence and renewed vitality. Early the next morning, Lin Qian was walking through the forest, carrying a small bag in her hand. She thought to herself, "Master is already training so early in the morning. He's so diligent. I must work hard too." Luton seemed to sense her presence, slowly opening his eyes to greet her. "You're here early, aren't you?" Lin Qian bowed politely, then took the chopsticks and food out of her small bag. Seeing this, Luton asked, "Very, very early, right? Cooking porridge takes a long time, you know." Lin Qian nodded happily with an while thinking to herself, "Cooking breakfast for master, even if I have to wake up even earlier. I'm not afraid." Seeing that, Luton picked up his chopsticks, ready to enjoy the steaming bowl of porridge, and said gently, "Let's eat breakfast together." Lin Qian smiled like a blooming flower and happily agreed. Just like that, under the radiant morning sun, the master and disciple, Luton and Lin Qian, sat down to eat breakfast together in warmth. Luton and Lin Qian each had a bowl of porridge, eating heartily. Watching Luton eat, Lin Qian couldn't help but think, "Master once said he doesn't like eating alone. That's why I prepared 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks." It seems Master really dislikes being lonely, just like how he spends his days all by himself in this cave. Thinking this, she suddenly poked Lutan, leaving him full of confusion. Lin Qian grabbed Lutan's hand and wrote characters on his palm. Master, are you lonely staying here by yourself? Lutan gently replied. You silly girl, Master is here in seclusion to break through to the next realm. And naturally, I will come out when I'm done. This isn't loneliness, it's growth. Hearing this, Lin Qian didn't ask further, just silently agreeing. Then, she continued to write on Lutan's hand, making him extremely curious. What do you want to write now? Lin Qian was shy, as if wanting to ask. So, can Master break through quickly? Little Qian will miss Master a lot. Reading these lines from her, Lu Tan couldn't help but smile happily. Then, he gently patted Lin Qian's head and said with a laugh, Master feels the same way. That morning, the sky was clear, with white clouds and brilliant golden sunlight. After eating, Lin Qian said her goodbyes and left. Lu Tan returned to his grueling training. While practicing, he focused his thoughts. Little Qian has gone back to train after breakfast. I must train too. 50 EXP is still precious experience. Completing one major circulation of energy, Lu Tan coughed up blood, his nose bleeding, his face haggard, eyes dull and pale. The system announced, received 50 EXP. Under the pain that felt like his guts were being torn apart while training, Lu Tan couldn't help but cough a few times, then lamented, my current experience is no different from the feeling of being dealt a fatal blow, and then just being tossed a few coins as compensation. He held the anonymous cultivation manual in his hand, complaining, why does this method feel more and more like a loss? In extreme pain, the EXP is scarce, and the effect is slow. Have I been scammed? Lu Tan asked himself while confused and bewildered, recalling the sinister look on that man's face. At this moment, the system announced, special skill, power accumulation, accumulate sword energy, instant kill upon drawing the sword. The more you accumulate, the stronger the power. Sword seal, seal the sword. Reading this, Lu Tan muttered, now I only know 2 moves. One is power accumulation, sword laughs, and the other is sword seal. These 2 things could be said to have absolutely nothing to do with that anonymous manual. However, the very next second, he noticed something unusual. Wait, power accumulation? Accumulating sword energy, huh? And sword energy is spiritual energy. At that moment, he suddenly remembered what the man had said. If you cultivate this manual, your spirit energy will be more abundant than others. The more Lu Tan recalled this, the more certain he became of his deduction. The master once said these very words, and this cultivation manual consumes 5 times the experience points of any other. That means if my total spirit energy is 5 times that of an ordinary person, then the amount stored in this sword sheath should also be 5 times greater, right? Thinking of this, Lu Tan stared happily at his sword sheath. Right after that, he started imagining all sorts of scenarios for himself. Before cultivating the nameless manual, the sword sheath only leaked energy like a small stream, but after finishing the cultivation, it erupted like a massive fountain. Lu Tan was bursting with excitement at the prospect. From now on, whatever I fire it will have 5 times the power. My thoughts are starting to get a bit dark, aren't they? Shaking off the thought, he gripped the sword sheath in his hand and exclaimed joyfully, so, this is the cultivation manual that truly suits me best. Saying this, he couldn't help but admire the master. The master really is a profound and unfathomable expert. This only made Lu Tan admire him even more. Could it be that he had planned everything? For me from the very beginning? Had the master already arranged the entire training sequence from the start? The more Lu Tan thought about it, the more determined he became, his will burning with fervor. He told himself, I've got it. Until I break through, I won't step a single foot out of this place. The sky was blue and the sun was bright. From far outside the cave, a voice called out, Junior apprentice brother, your 3rd senior brother is here. The person who arrived was none other than Zhanga Laifu. He was struggling to carry a pile of pots, pans, and countless cooking ingredients. Seeing that sight, Lu Tan's face was filled with shock. He was speechless and wondered, oh my god, why did he bring so many ingredients and kitchen tools? Zhanga Laifu happily set the pile of pots down on the ground. He laughed and said, Junior apprentice brother, today we shall practice our craft. No, wait, we are cultivating. The more he heard, the more Lu Tan's face showed disdain. Thinking to himself, my thoughts were completely right. So, all that stuff he was cleaning up last night was for cooking, not for setting up an array. However, in the end, he still agreed to follow along. Donning a chef's outfit, Lu Tan calculated, forget it. Even if it's just cooking, I should do it well. What if the master thinks my cooking is delicious and rewards me with 2 more orange-grade cultivation manuals? Wouldn't that be a huge win? Lu Tan seemed extremely optimistic with that train of thought. Zhang Laifu had already put on a bright pink chef's outfit and smiled at Lu Tan, junior apprentice brother. Today your senior brother wants to make shredded pork with potatoes. It looks like this is my culinary specialty. Lu Tan feigned innocence, his face beaming as he praised him. Shredded pork with potatoes? Isn't that the most basic dish? I guess third senior brother has already mastered it like the back of your hand. Although he said that, in his heart, Lu Tan thought the complete opposite, feeling deeply sinister. Damn it, I'm the professional here. Besides, you prepared so much stuff just for this dish? Isn't that making a mountain out of a molehill? Zhang Laifu still believed in Lu Tan's flattery and laughed. Then junior apprentice brother, you're really underestimating this dish. Every dish requires creativity, which is extremely important. Lu Tan was speechless and asked confusingly, creativity? Zhang Laifu started cooking while acting mysterious and profound, explaining, that's right, a normal shredded pork with potatoes only needs some herbs, ketchup, celery, fish mint, lots of vinegar, and a bit of fish blood. That will be my secret recipe magical shredded pork with potatoes. This is my one-of-a-kind, peerless creation. Zhang Laifu, full of confidence, proudly presented the finished product. It was a dish that looked so miserable it defied description. Under the gloomy, aromatic fog wafting from the dish, Lu Tan was so scared that his face turned pale. He thought, what kind of crazy creativity is this? This is clearly an act of vengeance against the world. Zhang Laifu happily carried the dish outside, not forgetting to tell Lu Tan, all right, junior apprentice brother. You hurry up and cook your dish too. Now I have to take this up the mountain to let the master and the others taste it. Lu Tan watched with a look full of pity. He felt deep sympathy for the master and the others. It was as if he was crying and begging for them, may the original master bless you all. Boundless longevity. The scene shifts to behind the mountain. At the master's residence. The master and Mao Nanbei were sitting in front of 3 plates of food. 2 looked delicious, while the middle one was a terrifying, gloomy purple. That left both of them stunned. Zhang Laifu happily came out and relaxed. Introducing them, these 2 normal-looking plates are the junior apprentice brother's work, and this one in the middle is a piece I spent all my heart and soul creating. Please, give me your honest assessment. Mao Nanbei and the master looked at the dish, and their expressions immediately darkened. The space fell silent. Suddenly, they were so scared that they broke into a cold sweat. Mao Nanbei thought, it was a wise choice that the 2 senior sisters didn't come. The master was also panicked and lamented. No wonder my grand disciple Lin Qian insisted on eating with her master, so she was prepared from the very beginning. Seeing their hesitant attitude, Zhang Laifu inadvertently became gloomy, his eyes looking murderous as he asked, what's wrong? Why haven't you 2 picked up your chopsticks yet? The master's face went pale, taking deep breaths to prepare his mind, while Mao Nanbei openly sneered, sweating profusely. A second later, she trembling picked up her chopsticks in extreme fear, and the master was forced to seal his 5 senses. They slowly brought the food to their mouths. In just a moment, Mao Nanbei tumbled to the ground. Seeing that, Zhang Laifu immediately pulled out a notebook. He happily recorded the number 50% into the book and muttered, this creative dish was half successful. The master looked satisfied. At this moment, he still appeared very calm, which made Zhang Laifu extremely happy. He closed the notebook and asked happily, how was the flavor? Does the master have any opinions or suggestions? Seeing that the master wasn't moving, he confusingly waved his hand in front of him, then poked the master, asking, Master? A second later, the master also collapsed to the floor, his face full of misery, gloomy enough to shed tears. Seeing the 2 people lying flat on the floor, one unconscious and the other petrified, Zhang Laifu cried bitterly. This creation was a success on a psychological level, but more effort is needed. He continued to record the success of his culinary invention. He always worked very professionally. The sky was turning towards evening. It was time for Zhang Laifu to teach about formations. Junior apprentice brother, it's time to cultivate. Zhang Laifu stood in front of Lu Tan and happily explained, junior apprentice brother, the eldest senior brother, and the 2 senior sisters all practice swords. Little Nanbei practices the blade, and I practice charms. So, naturally, my specialty is the charm formation. Hearing this, Lu Tan was a bit suspicious. Charm formation? Aren't we learning sword formations? Little junior brother, take a look at this. Formation talismans come in many types. For instance, this is a fire element talisman, but since you specialize in sword energy, You should use a sword energy talisman instead. Hearing this, Lu Tan imagined himself effortlessly unleashing formation arrays and smirked. I understand. Zhang Laifu continued. Alright, now that the explanation is done, the next step is for you to attack me with your strongest sword energy. Lu Tan was startled by this sudden request. He asked, Attack you with my strongest sword energy, senior brother? Zhang Laifu made the talismans in his hand vanish. He answered clearly, That's right, use your strongest sword energy, and attack me with the intent to kill. Hearing that, Lu Tan immediately followed his instructions. No holding back then. He took a stance, preparing to strike. As he made his move, he thought, if third senior brother said so, there must be a reason. Just follow his lead. A surging wave of sword energy roared directly toward Zhang Laifu. Zhang Laifu didn't even move, calmly taking the hit. Then, he manipulated that power right in his palm, releasing a similar but smaller burst of energy, holding Lu Tan's sword energy in his hand. Zhang Laifu evaluated it, non-elemental sword energy, yet it seems quite spirited. Watching his expression and hearing the critique, Lu Tan couldn't help but be suspicious and shocked. Seriously? My sword energy was blocked? This is the first time anyone has ever done that. Just then, Zhang Laifu gripped the energy in his hand tightly and smiled. However, it's a pity it lacks an elemental attribute. Witnessing this, Lu Xun was more stunned than ever. His face turned pale, sweat pouring down, as he thought to himself, he just crushed it like that? Zhang Laifu then looked thoughtful. He said seriously, Right now, little junior brother, you are practicing a 5 elements cultivation method. Once you break through to the first level, you can freely change the attributes of your sword energy. In that case, which sword formation should you practice? Lu Tan was curious and confused. Freely change sword energy attributes? What? If that's the case, doesn't it mean in this world no one will be able to counter me anymore? Lu Tan predicted confidently. Suddenly, Zhang Laifu had an idea and immediately said, Since it's 5 elements sword energy, let's be decisive. Start by learning the 5 elements formation. Lu Tan was bewildered, thinking, This 5 elements formation, I think I have memories of it. Rewinding time to the past. In the middle of the quiet, empty night. Rewinding time. Lu Tan was sitting on the ground, frantically doing something with lightning speed. The clicking sounds rang out incessantly. His face darkened as he broke into a sinister, calculating grin, looking incredibly entertained. A little turtle lying on the ground was flushed red, trembling uncontrollably. It turned out Lu Xun was using his sword to poke the turtle's shell repeatedly, making it weep in pain. His strikes were fast as a rocket, endless and continuous. Finally, his efforts bore fruit. Successfully activated, the system immediately displayed a notification. Congratulations, you have processed 1 passing little turtle. Congratulations, you have received 5 elements formation gray quality. Even though it was just gray tier trash, Lu Tan was still overflowing with joy, smiling brightly. The system displayed details. Gray tier 5 elements formation. Requires 5 people to execute simultaneously. Increases. Attack +1. Defense +1. Agility +1. Evasion +1. Stamina +1. Suddenly, a hand reached out from somewhere, handing him something that smelled like dung, saying it was iron-forged thunderstruck poo. This left Lu Tan stunned, breaking out in a cold sweat. Not just one, but a series of hands holding digested products reached toward him with an invitation. Eat some goat droppings? Lu Tan could only force a laugh, thinking, wait, isn't this the trash that drops when you kill a level 1 mob? And to use it, you need 5 people at once? This is definitely the lowest grade of garbage. Attack +1. Defense +1. Agility +1. The more he read the system stats, the more Lu Tan sighed. The requirements were sky-high, needing 5 people, while the effects were pitifully low. This was clearly a 5 poisons formation. Sighing, he put on a pathetic face, his eyes glistening weakly. Senior brother, can we choose something else? Zhang Laifu asked back, puzzled. Are you sure? Lu Tan replied firmly. Of course. But the very next second, light radiated from the scroll in Zhang Laifu's hands, leaving Lu Tan stunned and extremely curious. Purple? Oh, this damn light. Immediately, the system displayed a notification. Ding! Do you wish to learn the ancient purple tier 5 elements great formation? The more he read, the more Lu Tan was shocked, thinking, how strange. Although the name is similar, the essence is completely different. Moreover, it's ancient. In my memories and all the game materials from my previous life, there was never any mention of the history of the Tianquan world's ancient era. Looks like I have to become the first pioneer after all. Being invincible is truly lonely. Oh, so lonely. While thinking, he put on a confident expression, his eyes sparkling like stars, curious if the cultivation method of this ancient world would become the key to opening that secret door. Lu Tan immediately pretended to nonchalantly accept the scroll from Zhang Laifu's hands. He said calmly, "Just now, I was only joking with you, senior brother. Since you gave it to me, you must have thought it through carefully and chosen the most suitable formation for me." After saying that, Lu Tan couldn't help but calculate in his heart, "I have this situation in the palm of my hand." Zhang Laifu, upon hearing those sweet words, was overjoyed, praising, not bad, truly my little junior brother." He teared up with emotion because his disciple had finally felt the heart of his senior brother. Then, he sat down and reminded him, "There's no time to waste, let's start learning. Starting with the fire element formation, okay?" Lu Tan sat down obediently and seriously, thinking blankly, "For now, I won't use the system's auto-read feature. Let me try listening to senior brother's lecture to see if I can comprehend anything. Anyway, I'm considered a person of this world now." At this moment, Zhang Laifu was enthusiastically explaining, but Lu Tan looked completely dead inside. He paled, thinking desperately, "This is bad. I don't understand a single thing. I don't get it at all. It feels like I'm listening to a philosophy lecture in Arabic." Falling into Lu Tan's ears, Zhang's words. Zhang Laifu's words sounded like complete gibberish, just mumbling nonsensically. Suddenly, Lu Tan's system popped up. "Do you want to learn the ancient purple 5 elements formation? It will consume 5,000 EXP. Yes or no?" Lu Tan felt a sharp pain in his heart, pressing yes while whispering to himself, "There are some things you just can't rely on your own strength for. If I have a hack, why wouldn't I use it? Isn't that just plain stupid?" The next second, a surge of spiritual energy rolled through his body, and the memory of the 5 elements formation poured into his brain. Lu Tan narrowed his eyes at the system screen, remaining EXP, 7,034. The purple text, the more he looked, the more he felt the loss. 7,038 points were gained from killing mosquitoes in the cave and enduring so much pain. Oh well, as long as I complete the reputation task, there's still hope. It seemed his inner self was screaming in extreme pain, crying so hard his whole body trembled, wondering how much more was needed. Suddenly, the system announced, "Reputation points task. Phase 2. Requirement, 5,000 points. Current progress, 4,927. Seeing this, Lu Tan's heart ached less. His eyes sparkled, his face full of curiosity. After such a long time, has it finally accumulated enough? Elsewhere, Lila was chatting with a group of disciples around her. In reality, it was all thanks to the spreading of news by Li Lei and Murong Yan. This time, the junior uncle and I went down the mountain to travel. The uncle even ranked second in the trial grounds. The crowd was shocked upon hearing this, filled with admiration. "Wow, really? I heard the trial grounds of Qingling City are very difficult." Murong Yan smiled and narrated. "The one who ranked first seems to be the 2 hidden Grand Uncle Masters." The disciples listened attentively, completely mesmerized. Right after that, they began to chatter excitedly. "I heard that in the trial grounds, the junior Grand Uncle also broke through 2 realms in a row. Truly a young talent, breaking 2 levels consecutively. Breaking through in the middle of battle? Wow, he really lives up to the name of the junior Grand Uncle." At this moment, Li Lei suddenly shouted, "He has me." But the female disciples didn't even pay attention to her, still immersed in their fascination, chatting enthusiastically. "I wonder if the junior Grand Uncle would mind having one more person?" Yes, exactly. That dismissive attitude made Li Lei so annoyed and frustrated that she gritted her teeth, her face turning red. 3 days later, Zhang Laifu pointed at the tree branch next to him, saying happily, "The earth element formation doesn't pick locations. As long as you set up the formation, all the earth element energy here will." However, before he could finish, Lu Tan smiled at him. Zhang Laifu, noticing the look on his face, asked curiously, "What is it, junior brother?" Lu Tan changed his expression in a flash. He replied seriously and clearly, "It's nothing. It's just that your teachings are so good, third senior brother. Every time I try to learn more about the formation, I discover a new deduction. It gives me a deeper insight into the previous formation." Zhang Laifu, suddenly being complimented, beamed with joy. "Junior brother, your talent is excellent. The 5 elements formation is all about mutual generation and restriction. It's great that you realize that." Lu Tan thought to himself, "Actually, I didn't hear a word. I'm only smiling because my turning point has finally arrived." As he thought this, Lu Tan laughed gleefully in his heart, because the system had just notified him. Stage 2 of the Reputation Point quest requires 5,000 points. You currently have 5,001. Quest complete. Would you like to claim your reward? The tray was placed gently on the table. After everything was settled, Zhangge Laifu spoke up. All right, junior brother, rest easy and study the formation. I'm going to take this food to the teacher. As Zhangge Laifu said this, he picked up the tray and left. Lutan waved happily. See you tomorrow, third senior brother. As soon as Zhangge Laifu's figure disappeared, Lutan returned to his own world. He was so happy he practically sparkled. He cheered silently. Finally, he's gone. Now I can claim the Reputation Point quest reward. The system appeared. You have completed Stage 2 of the Reputation quest. Would you like to claim the reward? Rewards. 50,000 reputation points. 1 random attribute point. Yes or no? Lutan was filled with hope and excitement, calculating the value of that random attribute point. This is even more valuable than 50,000 experience points. As long as it's not some weird sword talent or spear art, I'll take anything. He decisively pressed the button on the screen to claim the reward. The system immediately announced, "Congratulations, you have received 50,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have received 1 point of spiritual force." A glowing orb of spiritual force appeared in front of Lutan. He was both surprised and puzzled. Spiritual force? He intently observed the glowing orb in his hand, thinking, this special attribute is very rare. This thing can boost spiritual perception and sensory abilities. Plus, it might even lower the chance of getting brainwashed by those pyramid scheme organizations. With that thought, he immediately absorbed it into his body. He smiled. Let's see how much this spiritual force can upgrade my senses. Immediately after absorbing it, Lutan's eyes blazed with a powerful, lightning gold glow. He shouted, "Spiritual sense, activate!" In a split second, he could see into the far distance, where a man and a woman were chatting happily. Lutan judged, "Not bad. 1 point of spiritual force and I can already see this far? Let's see what the limit is. I can still expand it, but my head feels a bit painful." Right at that moment, he suddenly saw the exotic demonic woman. She looked extremely anxious and was shaking all over. She thought, there shouldn't be anyone here, right? Relieving myself here should be convenient. There shouldn't be anyone around. It seemed the exotic woman had no idea she was being spied on. The very next second, the exotic woman relieved herself. Witnessing the sight before him, Lutan was so shocked and stunned that he had a nosebleed. Damn it, why is she here? What the hell is she doing? This scene was definitely not suitable for children. Page you are accessing does not exist. After witnessing the visual trauma, Lutan panted. He was sweating profusely, his body cold and shaking. Maybe I've hit the limit of my spiritual sense. It hurts so much, like someone hit me in the head with a club. At that moment, his personal status window appeared. Lutan. Charisma, 10 at the limit. Luck, cannot be upgraded. Understanding, 1. Sword talent, 1. Spiritual force, 1. The more Lutan thought about it, the weirder it seemed. But why did that black-skinned, multi-personality woman come to the foot of the demonic sect mountain? Could she be here to hunt me down? After all, she and I have that grudge over the torn clothes. Thinking back, the memory of that moment when he tore her clothes rushed back, but Lutan quickly shook it off. Forget it, leave her be. Whatever happens, happens. The important thing is that I have 50,000 experience points. This is the main event of the day. Level up, break through. Lutan sat down and decisively pressed the level up button. He declared with excitement, Lutan, I am about to break through to the initial realm. Behind the mountain, Zhangge Laifu and the teacher were chatting. Zhangge Laifu reported, as you instructed, teacher. Junior brother is practicing the formation, but his progress seems quite slow. At this rate, junior brother might have to spend a few more years grinding his butt in that cave. Do we really have to be so harsh with him? Just relying on himself to break through to the initial realm, and also practicing that special cultivation technique? That sounds like a fantasy. Zhangge Laifu sighed with worry. The teacher kept his calm demeanor, lifting a cup of hot tea and asking calmly, Is that so, Zhangge? Hearing this, Zhangge Laifu felt helpless and gave up. He thought to himself, junior brother, third senior brother, has tried his best. You can just rest easy and stay in that cave for a few more years. However, no sooner had that thought crossed his mind than Zhangge Laifu jumped in shock at a strange phenomenon from afar. A brilliant pillar of light shot straight into the clouds. That light didn't come from anywhere else, but from the very cave where Lutan was in seclusion, piercing through the sky. That sight made Zhangge Laifu's eyes and mouth pop open. Extremely shocked, he shouted, Huh? Am I seeing things? That's the junior brother's location. Is that breakthrough light? Did he break through to the initial realm? Contrary to that panic, the teacher remained as calm as a tranquil lake and replied concisely, indeed. The teacher took a sip of tea and added, breaking through isn't difficult for him, but now the real test has begun. Hearing this, Zhang Laifu was completely stunned and asked, the test is only starting now? What kind of test? Back at Lu Tan's location, he was slowly opening his eyes, feeling the surge of spiritual energy rolling around him. Lu Tan wondered to himself if this was what the first realm felt like, while at the same time, the system notified him that he had gained a nameless technique. First level Qi refining technique, level 10 maxed out. The very next second, he tried condensing sword Qi at his fingertips, then exclaimed, my body in the first realm is completely different from the primary realm of my past life. Besides releasing sword Qi, I was no different from an ordinary person back then. But now, I feel like I could strike that guy who shared my name in my past life to death with a single palm, Lu Tan asserted with full confidence. However, the next second, he narrowed his eyes and pondered, it's completely empty here, nothing to practice with. I might as well pull that thing out to test it. Let's see if my current strength can break through the barrier that third brother set up. Thinking this, Lu Tan slowly walked toward the barrier, shielding the entrance of the cave. Lu Tan released his sword Qi and gave a soft shout. Immediately, a loud explosion echoed through the air, and the invisible barrier shattered in an instant. It was so easy, it was absurd. This left Lu Tan feeling a bit bewildered and suspicious. He thought, wait, I broke it? Am I free now? Even the main man himself couldn't believe it was actually happening. Zhang Laifu immediately sprang up like a jack-in-the-box and blurted out, this isn't good. The junior disciple has broken my formation. He's about to escape. I have to go stop him. I never expected him to grasp sword intent this quickly. The master sitting nearby just calmly dropped a reminder. Don't go, this left. Zhang Laifu, extremely curious and confused. What exactly is the master planning? Inside the cave, Lu Tan intently watched the entrance, wondering, is it really broken? The formation the third senior brother set up was only this much? A second later, Lu Tan's face lit up with an optimistic, confident smile. He mused, I get it now. Third senior brother's formation was specifically tailored for someone at the early stage perfection like me. He must have assumed that it would take me at least a few years to break through. So, this formation was designed to be broken only once I reached that breakthrough. Thinking this, Lu Tan was overjoyed and wondered, does this mean I can finally head back to the small pavilion now? He stepped forward calmly. However, the next second, the system poured cold water on him, leaving Lu Tan completely stunned. Seclusion mission. Mission requirements. Reach level 11. Upgrade the designated sword formation to level 1. Mission reward, 10,000 experience points. Warning. If you leave the cave, the mission is considered a failure. That notification forced Lu Tan to reevaluate the situation seriously. Right. I came here to go into seclusion. If my formation skills don't improve, this whole seclusion is a waste of time. Plus, it'd be a shame to lose all that mission experience. Having thought it over, Lu Tan made a swift decision. Alright, let's do this then. After saying that, he used his sword energy to rearrange the formation. Once finished, Lu Tan yawned, feeling bored. Guess I'm staying here then. Besides, this place is quite comfortable. If I sneak out now and the master thinks my temperament isn't up to par, then I'm as good as dead. Thinking of that, the image of the master, elegant on the outside but with an eerily dark aura, haunted Lu Tan. Lu Tan slowly took off his robes, thinking, according to the typical tropes in the novels from my past life, the higher someone's cultivation, the better they can see through one's true temperament. I absolutely will not fall for any traps. Good night. Without another thought, Lu Tan plopped onto the bed and fell fast asleep. Over at the master's place, a concerned voice rang out. Master, are you really not going to check on him? What if something happens to the junior disciple? The one speaking was none other than Zhang Laifu. The master remained calm, pouring tea, and replied, no need to worry. He has his own plans. Tomorrow, go and teach the formation as usual. Don't stop until he successfully masters it. Hearing the master's instruction, Zhang Laifu had no choice but to obey. Understood. Master. The master stared intently at the tea in his hand, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Such a kid truly makes one love and hate him. Truly, a supreme expert is different from ordinary people. On the surface of the tea in the cup, it even reflected Lu Tan's ugly, helpless sleeping face. The next day, Lu Tan just woke up when the system started chiming. Reputation. Stage 3 mission started. Mission requirements. Earn 10,000 reputation points. Current, 5,232. Mission rewards. Experience points times 150. 1 random attribute point. Seeing this, Luton felt itchy. Huh? Another mission? He rubbed his eyes while calculating. 10,000 reputation points, 150,000 experience points, and a random special attribute point. That looks like a sweet deal. Luton stretched, yawned, sat up, and muttered. But reputation points, once they reach a certain level, they become very hard to grind. However, a small issue like this can't stop the likes of me. Besides, my goal now isn't just grinding this reputation mission anyway. Speaking of which, he suddenly remembered the protagonist of this world, Lin Qian. Luton beamed, joyfully thinking to himself, the disciple I just took in is the world's main character, and yet not a single system mission was triggered for him? If news of this got out, who would even believe it? Just then, Zhang Laifu walked over to him, grinning. Good morning, junior brother. Following behind him was Lin Qian. Seeing this, Luton was puzzled. Why did third senior brother come with little Qian today? Zhang Laifu immediately replied, The new year is coming up, master. Ordered me to take little Qian to Tang Mountain for a trip. Hearing that, Luton was even more curious and confused. Going to Tang Mountain now? Isn't little Qian's realm still quite low? Zhang Laifu explained immediately. Based on her current cultivation speed, she's already a genius among geniuses. Hearing this, Luton was dumbfounded. Huh? The very next second, he hurriedly used the system to check. The status board immediately appeared. Lin Qian, Level 4. Qi Refining Technique. Level 4. Luton finished reading, and while he pretended to be indifferent on the outside, a storm was brewing in his heart. He exclaimed in disbelief. Holy crap, that's impressive. She's already reached level 4? And she's only been training for a few days. If the losers playing this game haven't even broken through to level 2 by the time they reach the inner sect, they'd probably be coughing up blood and dying if they saw this. However, Lin Qian, as the world's main character, really doesn't lose to other protagonists. By now, Xiaonian has probably already reached level 20, right? This also proves that my little Qian's talent is top tier. Training like a whirlwind, isn't she? The more he thought, the more prideful he felt. So, Luton stepped forward, patted Lin Qian's head, and reminded her, Go with your third senior brother to Tang Mountain. Remember, you must choose a weapon that suits you. Follow what your heart tells you. Lin Qian nodded seriously, listening to his advice. Suddenly, the system notification popped up. Main quest triggered. This left Luton full of doubt and curiosity. A main quest? The system revealed the main quest details. Lin Qian's guide. Quest content. Guide Lin Qian's cultivation. Give her special perks and advice so she can level up her realm quickly. Quest rewards. Based on the role played in each key event, rewards will be granted. Rewards are divided into 4 tiers. C, B, A, and S. The more he read, the more Luton praised. Awesome, she's worthy of being the world's protagonist. After Lin Qian and Zhang Laifu left, Luton couldn't help but call out a reminder. Go with peace of mind. Tang Mountain is a good place, don't be afraid. With that, his face showed pure joy and happiness. Like a flower blooming. He thought amusingly, I've never had a main quest before. The rewards are vague, but the intent is clear. This is a training plan for a world-class protagonist, and I am the one executing this grand plan. Luton, full of confidence and pride, did a glasses-pushing gesture and continued his line of thought. This also means, I, Luton, am the most important noble patron in Lin Qian's life. Everyone will have someone to support them, he thought, as a series of images flashed through his mind. He is the protagonist, usually a man surrounded by a beautiful harem to support him. However, thinking this far, he suddenly dismissed the thought. Forget that. Are you crazy? Did you see a ghost or something? Why would I picture myself as the old master in a ring? I'm supposed to be the master, not the husband of my disciple. In the sky, a large crane was flapping its wings, carrying Zhang Laifu and Lin Qian toward the misty peak of Tang Mountain. Seeing the magnificent scene before her, Lin Qian was full of curiosity and wonder. Is this the Tang Mountain that Master spoke of? Is this where the sword is hidden that Master wants me to retrieve? After a while, they finally landed. Keba had already been waiting for them. The old man slowly performed a formal greeting. Upon seeing the old man, Zhang Laifu immediately clasped his hands and replied politely, Keba, this young girl is my newly accepted disciple, named Lin Qian. At this moment, Keba suddenly moved toward Lin Qian and slowly extended his walking stick toward her. This strange action left Lin Qian deeply confused. Does this senior want to hit me on the head with his staff? This speed is too slow. Indeed, Keba was moving the staff toward her at a snail's pace. Lin Qian guessed, does he want me to touch it? The very next second, she reached her hand out toward the staff, and her fingers lightly brushed against it. In an instant, it felt as if an illusion burst forth, revealing a heaven-defying sword strike with immensely powerful sword intent. After witnessing the technique in the vision, Lin Qian was incredibly excited and amazed. This sword technique is truly fast, so fast that the naked eye can't even keep up. Zhang Laifu, standing by, immediately reminded her, "Little Lin Qian, you must remember this well. Everything you just saw will be of great help to you later. Keba watched your grandmaster grow up. He is the sword master of your grandmaster, and taught him these basic sword techniques. You will understand it clearly in time." Lin Qian respectfully listened and bowed in gratitude, then marveled to herself. The movements looked slow, but the sword technique was shockingly fast. As expected, everyone in the demon sect is an unfathomable master. Lin Qian, like Lu Tan, was granted a +1 luck point. Immediately after, Keba opened the door leading to the entrance of Tong Mountain for Lin Qian. Zhang Laifu explained, "Keba means you can start climbing the mountain now." Hearing this, Lin Qian's face was full of seriousness. Her mindset was completely ready. The sect master and the others seemed just as curious, intently watching every development through the reflection screen. Yue Heshan stroked his beard and said, "Lin Qian, our junior sister, is about to climb Tong Mountain. Why don't we make a bet?" The very next second, they pulled out their pouches of spirit stones, preparing to join the bet. They then happily chatted. "Our little junior grandmaster and her disciple have brought us too many surprises, so this time, I want to bet that she will draw the Kunjin sword." Gong Ziban and Wan Chu seemed to agree with that view and spoke up. "We also bet on Lin Qian. She will definitely be able to draw the Kunjin sword. After all, she is a natural-born sword embryo and has reached 9 rings of sword intent ripples. Besides her, there is no better choice, at least not within the next 100 years. However, Shen Yan had a completely opposite opinion. He laughed amusedly. "I think differently from you all. I feel that this time, junior sister Lin Qian definitely won't get the Kunjin sword. I bet she fails." Hearing this, Yue Heshan and the others laughed brightly, looking extremely confident. "It seems the victory is ours this time," Shen Yan explained. "The Kunjin sword has followed the master for so many years and has long since formed a sword spirit. It will absolutely not choose a girl to be its new master." At the master's location, he was also intently watching the situation and couldn't help but think to himself, "My good little grand disciple, I have already prepared the sword for you on Tang Mountain. This grand disciple of mine really gets more pleasing the more I look at her. She is 100,000 times better than her master." The master watched Lin Qian with eyes full of affection. It lay silent and motionless. That scene seemed to touch a deep sense of empathy in her heart. Such endless pampering, the jealousy of men can be truly terrifying at times. Everyone else has a small screen to watch the progress. Everyone, that is, except for a certain transmigrator who is currently flying blind. Lu Tan, feeling gloomy and bored, clutched his stomach and groaned, "I shouldn't have eaten so much porridge today." He couldn't help but peer out of the cave entrance, his gaze filled with a mix of curiosity and anticipation. "Little Lin Qian, even though your master can't see anything, my spirit is always watching over you. You must obtain a weapon that resonates with your heart." Meanwhile, Lin Qian, her eyes filled with determination, climbed each step of Mount Tong. She was resolute in her mind. "I will definitely obtain the sword that Master hasn't found yet." Even though Master never speaks of it, he always clings to that sword sheath. So, where is the sword meant for that sheath? It must be hidden here on Mount Tang. As she thought, Lin Qian remembered the image of her master. She seemed to care deeply for Lu Tan, burning with determination. "If I bring back a sword to give to him, he'll surely be incredibly, incredibly happy." From this point on, many swords began to appear. In fact, right now, the sides of the stairs were littered with countless swords, embedded everywhere. Suddenly, all of them started to tremble incessantly, which made Lin Qian start to panic, her face turning pale with fear. "Suspicious," she blurted out. "Why are they shaking so violently? Could it be haunted? I have to run." Overcome with fear, she immediately bolted away. The ordinary swords, though capable of sensing Lin Qian's innate sword talent, lacked a sword spirit and couldn't convey their thoughts to her. Their frantic shaking was actually meant to grab Lin Qian's attention, but it backfired. Lin Qian ran headlong, never looking back. The swords around her shook even more wildly, which only deepened her panic and extreme confusion. What in the world is going on? Why do these swords keep shivering like this? Does Mount Tang not welcome me? Lin Qian lacked the method to communicate with swords, so her imagination began to run wild. Back at Lu Tan's spot, his face clearly showed his boredom. He sighed helplessly. This isn't working. He was dying to know which step little Lin Qian had reached. Is there any way to check? He slumped, scratching his head, muttering as he leaned against the wall. A second later, Mao Nanbei suddenly poked her head out from somewhere and chirped, "Little junior brother, did you make— oh, wait, it's elder sister, not you. I haven't seen you in a while, so I came to visit." "Yes, that's it. I'm just here to visit." Seeing Mao Nanbei, Lu Tan's face darkened with a devious, terrifying plan, and he chuckled cunningly to himself. "Doesn't this mean I have a way now?" Seeing his expression, even Mao Nanbei was startled, shuddering involuntarily. Mao Nanbei's eyes suddenly lit up like car headlights. Then she announced, "Lin Qian has already sprinted to the 399th step. The 2 snacks you promised me. Don't even think about going back on your word." It turned out they had a deal, which is why Mao Nanbei was so happy and eager to help Lu Tan. He replied calmly, "Don't worry, I'll definitely make 2 portions for you." Then, he fell into deep thought. Already at step 399, huh? That area is for low-grade blue-tier equipment. That's also the territory of the spirit weapons. Spirit weapons at that level can already transmit their thoughts to people. Little Lin Qian, you absolutely must not let those things influence you. Keep moving forward. There's still purple and orange-tier sword equipment ahead. Lu Tan appeared resolute, but his mind remained fixated on those equipment tiers. Lu Tan questioned, "What's the situation with those low-grade spirit weapons?" As soon as he asked, he couldn't help but worry, thinking, "I really want to know if they're distracting my sweet disciple." Mao Nanbei watched and reported live. All the spirit swords are shaking, turning toward Lin Qian. There are 3 spirit weapons that have already chosen her: a jade pendant, a Bodhi branch, and a set of armor. All 3 are actively flying toward Lin Qian. Lu Tan heard this and asked anxiously, "So, she hasn't picked a sword yet?" Mao Nanbei regained her focus, turning to whine at him. "No dessert, no motivation. Meow meow. Ouch. I'm so hungry." Hearing her pestering, Lu Tan couldn't help but roll his eyes in contempt. A second later, he quickly rushed to the kitchen to show off his cooking skills. As Lu Tan ladled food into a bowl, he smirked. "Good thing I prepared rock sugar pear for little Lin Qian last night. Otherwise, how would I get this gluttonous cat to do anything?" Seeing the bowl of food, Mao Nanbei's face lit up, absolutely thrilled. Her eyes sparkling, she exclaimed, "So much! Little junior brother, you're so kind. I love you to death." However, 2 seconds later, Lu Tan coldly ladled some back into the pot. "There wasn't much to begin with. I should save a little more for my precious disciple." Seeing that, Mao Nanbei's expression did a complete 180, turning dark and freezing cold. A second later, she was so furious her hair seemed to stand on end, wanting to pounce and shred Lu Tan to pieces, yelling, "You jerk! I saw you take some out of my bowl. Put it back right now, otherwise." However, Lu Tan immediately used his handsome man card, flashing a smile as elegant as starlight, and gently said, "I only did that so you'd save room. Tonight I'm making a special, delicious pudding just for you." Hearing this, Mao Nanbei became cheerful again instantly. Her face blooming like a flower, she hurriedly grabbed the bowl of food, saying, "Thank you so much, little junior brother." Lu soon saw this mood swing faster than flipping a pancake and could only laugh helplessly, thinking, "A moment ago, she looked like she wanted to tear me apart." While Mao Nanbei was slurping down her food, Lu Tan urged her again, "So, senior sister, tell me the situation. Did she pick a sword?" Mao Nanbei replied happily, "She didn't pick any. She's almost reached the 499th step." Lu Tan seemed to sigh in relief upon hearing this. Good thing she wasn't tricked by those showy pieces of equipment. My little Qianer wouldn't be tempted by such mediocre things. After that, he crossed his arms and asked with feigned indifference, "Fourth senior sister, you." Wondering if Lin Qian could claim the Jianqi Jian, Mao Nanbei just kept eating contentedly and replied calmly, "No way." As she ate, she exclaimed in admiration, "Yum. This rock sugar pear is incredible." Lu Tan, hearing this, was filled with confusion and immediately asked, "Why?" Lin Qian is a natural sword embryo and has even reached the 9-ring ripple stage. Mao Nanbei retorted, "Aren't you the same?" Lu Tan felt utterly helpless and thought to himself, "But mine is a knockoff." The next second, Mao Nanbei turned serious. "Although I also entered the sect relatively late, and I've never met our senior brother, over all these years, I've picked up a bit of gossip about why our senior brother is in seclusion. and the Xianxia Jian is one of those reasons. Hearing this, Lu Tan couldn't help but imagine the image of Yan Li full of overwhelming aura. He just asked a casual question, yet he stumbled upon such a huge secret. So, the senior brother and the Xianxia Jian are a terrifying secret that no one knows? Driven by his thirst for gossip, Lu Tan pressed on. What happened, sister? Mao Nanbei explained. Junior brother is very much like our senior brother. Those who follow the path of the sword all practice sword nourishing, but I sincerely advise you, it's best not to train sword nourishing to the great perfection stage. Curious, Lu Tan asked. Why is that? Mao Nanbei patiently explained. Sword nourishing constantly nurtures your sword. As the sword grows stronger, the connection between you becomes tighter, and the power unleashed becomes terrifying. But in the end, the sword becomes like an extension of yourself. Whatever your personality is, the sword's spirit will be exactly the same. Thinking of this, Lu Tan suddenly thought of his master's appearance. If the master trained with a sword, wouldn't his sword be as flashy and flowery as he is? Then, he immediately thought of his own sword energy, and was startled to realize a serious problem. My sword energy keeps changing to be both long and thick. Could it be that my inner self is actually that unrestrained and wild? How could that be? I absolutely refuse to admit it. The more he thought, the more the word wild pierced through Lu Tan's heart, making him cry out in agony internally. Mao Nanbei continued. The level of sword nourishing that our senior brother achieved had been cultivated to an unbelievable degree. It's even as strong as our senior brother himself. Plus, the similarity in personality, both the senior brother and the sword spirit are arrogant as the heavens. So, unless you have the cultivation and strength comparable to our senior brother at his peak, it will never set its eyes on you. Hearing this, Lu Tan finally understood the issue. So, that's how it is. If it's truly that strict, it definitely wouldn't choose Lin Qian. But what does this have to do with why our senior brother had a qi deviation? Why did he have to go into life or death seclusion? Mao Nanbei replied, the master once said, the technique is infinite, but the object is limited. Perhaps sword nourishing can continue to be practiced, but the Xianxia Jian has reached its physical limit and cannot get any stronger. Hearing this, Lu Tan was stunned and bewildered. Mao Nanbei explained further. Back then, our senior brother didn't pay attention to this, eventually leading to a discrepancy in his practice, and even the Xianxia Jian developed some issues. The master didn't specify other details, but I guess these hidden secrets are closely related to why our senior brother had to go into life or death seclusion. Lu Tan became more and more curious and pressed further. Why didn't the master warn our senior brother about such an important matter? Mao Nanbei replied philosophically, once you reach a certain level, every path you take becomes your own life. At that point, the master will only stand by and observe without interfering. Besides, if our senior brother successfully breaks through, it will be a rare, great opportunity. After listening to those explanations, Lu Tan finally understood everything, but he still had a lingering question. So that's how it is. But this is very strange. Does the Xianxia Jian stay on Tang Mountain voluntarily? Isn't it just as strong as our senior brother? Mao Nanbei immediately denied it. Of course not. It was the master who forced it to lie obediently on the mountain peak. If it dares to sneak down the mountain, the master will snap it in half. No sooner had she said that, the illusion of the master appeared with a dark expression, uttering threats. The poor Xianxia Jian was snapped in half easily, and could only scream in despair. Ah, I'm dead! The more he imagined it, the more Lu Tan felt helpless and speechless. Under the master's terrifying, gloomy aura, the Xianxia Jian trembled in fear, and didn't dare to utter a sound. The more he thought about that scene, the more astonished Lu Tan became. He pondered deeply. Indeed, all things in the world are interconnected and mutually restraining. Come to think of it, back then, my sword sheath and the Xianxia Jian were placed in two separate spots. Could it be that the sheath could not contain the Xianxia Jian? Even the sheath couldn't handle it. It seems this Xianxia Jian isn't exactly a good thing. The more he thought, the clearer the image of the sword sheath trying its best to flatter the Xianxia Jian became in his head. After thinking for a while, Lu Tan turned and asked, by the way, why did the master bring the Xianxia Jian up the mountain? Meanwhile, Mao Nanbei had finished 8 dishes and while shaking the empty bowl, curiously asked in return, are you done? Hearing her question, Mao Nanbei pouted and replied, I don't know the master's intention either, but a sword as powerful as the Xianxia Jian, if it weren't brought up the mountain and left at the foot of it, what do you think would happen? Hearing this, Lu Tan suddenly realized, oh my god, with its eccentric personality paired with its outstanding talent, who knows, it might earn the title of demonic sword, and go on a crazy rampage everywhere, plunging the world into a sea of blood and tragic screams. Suddenly, Mao Nanbei jumped in surprise and exclaimed, "Wait! Why did Lin Qian stop at the 599th step? That place only has high-grade spirit energy." Lu Tan, hearing this, also looked confused and asked with suspicion, "What's wrong? Is it the green high-grade spirit energy? Just one more step, and she'll officially enter the purple world." Could Lin Qian have been attracted by something? At the 599th step of Tong Mountain, Lin Qian was still marching forward heroically. Around her, countless swords were still shaking violently and incessantly. Suddenly, her eyes seemed to catch sight of something strange. She secretly wondered, "What is that?" In the middle of the vast sea of swords, there lay a sword hidden away, showing absolutely no reaction at all. All the other swords are screaming and showing off. Only this one is silent. Is it dying? Why does it look so much like my grandfather? During his final days on his deathbed, thinking of this, memories of her grandfather's painful and miserable image flooded into Lin Qian's mind. Without hesitation, the girl immediately stepped toward the lonely sword. With a resolute gaze, Lin Qian made a firm decision. "I want to choose this one. Come with me." The very next second, her small hands reached out to grab the sword. Just at that moment, a terrifying source of spiritual energy erupted from the mountaintop. The surging power shot straight into the deep blue sky. Faced with that earth-shaking commotion, even Lin Qian had to exclaim, "The sword's cry is so loud." The terrifying impact spread to every disciple in the demon sect, causing everyone to be panicked and restless. "Ah, my sword is shaking violently." Nonsense. This is the sword cry coming from the founder's Kunjin sword. We have never heard the Kunjin sword cry for anyone entering Tong Mountain before. Shen Yan, sitting next to the sect leaders, could not help but comment on the situation. "I didn't expect the master's Kunjin sword to actively cry out to choose junior sister Lin Qian." At the master's residence, he was leisurely enjoying a cup of hot tea while thinking with anticipation. So, between a sword that is dying and a sword bursting with spirit, how will you choose, little Qianer? In the cave, Mao Nanbei was extremely frustrated. His face flushed red with irritation as he shouted, "What the hell kind of broken sword is that? Why haven't I ever seen any broken sword on Tang Mountain?" Mao Nanbei was full of energy and impatient, saying, "The Kunjin sword is calling out to her. Why hasn't little Qianer rushed up yet? I'm dying of impatience here." Lu Tan, standing nearby, heard this and also pondered, "I also climbed Tong Mountain before. Why didn't I ever encounter any broken swords?" Based on the experience of a transmigrator, he judged that perhaps this was a special destiny meant only for little Qianer. Seeing Mao Nanbei sulking, Lu Tan patted his head to reassure him. "Don't be impatient. Wait a little longer. Perhaps little Qianer has seen something that we cannot." Lu Tan patted her head to reassure her. "Don't be impatient. Wait a little longer. Perhaps little Qianer has seen something that we cannot." Mao Nanbei continued to shake his head stubbornly, insisting that the sword aura emanating from it was the strongest in our demonic sect. "And that broken sword looks like it could fall apart at any moment," Lu Tan replied calmly. "I know, but I respect every choice little Tianer makes. As long as she likes it, that's all that matters." Returning to Lin Tian, she was standing silently before the broken, shattered sword, the image of her grandfather's skinny, withered hands, suddenly flashing into her mind. Back then, her grandfather was lying on his hospital bed, exhausted, trembling as he clutched her hand and whispered, "I don't want to die. I truly don't want to die. If I pass away, what will happen to you, little Tianer?" At that moment, Lin Tian was in immense pain, trembling, unable to hold back her tears. It was that painful memory that drove her to pick up this broken sword. Her eyes lit up with determination, and she thought to herself, "I couldn't save my grandfather, but perhaps I can save this sword. Thank you for choosing me." Ignoring the other swords screaming and vibrating wildly, she firmly chose it. Finally, Lin Tian pulled the broken sword from the ground. Instantly, a surge of overwhelming power erupted, creating an immense impact. Afterward, Lin Tian was teleported back to where Zhang Laifu was. As soon as he saw her, he asked, "Back already?" Lin Tian bowed respectfully. Inside the house, Uncle Gui was also intently watching from outside, his gaze fixed on Lin Tian. The old man paid special attention to the broken sword she was gripping tightly in her hand. At the teacher's residence, he just gave a wry smile and spoke. "Ha, it's been a long time." Lin Tian smiled brightly, thinking, "That's right, I must go and thank the old teacher." Just then, Uncle Gui opened the door and stepped out. The old man held out an object, leaving Lin Tian stunned, amazed, and incredibly curious. "Oh, were you waiting for me? Is that for me?" Lin Tian reached out to take the item Uncle Gui offered, thinking that one shouldn't refuse a gift from an elder, as it was a kind gesture after all. However, before she could even take it, Uncle Gui quickly tied the string onto the hilt of Lin Tian's sword. At that moment, Zhang Laifu waved his hand, signaling, "Let's go. Your master is still waiting." Hearing this, Lin Tian immediately bowed to say goodbye to Uncle Gui, feeling deeply grateful in her heart. "Thank you, sir." Immediately after, they climbed onto the back of a giant crane and left. Lin Tian clutched the sword to her chest, feeling a flicker of worry and unease. "I wonder, when Master sees that I chose a broken sword like this, will he scold me?" As soon as their silhouettes returned, Mao Nanbei was incredibly excited, anxiously running toward Lin Tian, chattering, "Little Tianer, hurry and show your fourth martial uncle the sword you got." As soon as he held the sword, Mao Nanbei turned it over and over, examining every tiny detail, but his face suddenly dropped with disdain. "What is so special about this thing? It's nothing out of the ordinary, and the spiritual energy is so faint, it's like it's on the verge of dying." Lin Tian could only smile awkwardly and walk into the cave, thinking, as expected, did I really choose a sword that is too weak? Master will surely be disappointed. Completely contrary to her anxious thoughts, Lu Tan suddenly patted Lin Tian's head very gently. Lin Tian was stunned, quickly looking up at her master. Lu Tan smiled kindly and praised, "You did well." Seeing her master's reaction, Lin Tian couldn't help but be moved to tears. "Master," she called out softly. Lu Tan beamed, feeling quite satisfied. He wasn't just comforting his disciple, she had truly done an outstanding job. Because, although he didn't understand the reason, immediately after little Lin Tian obtained this broken sword, this mission of his received the highest rating. The rewards for completing the mission were so bountiful he couldn't even imagine them. He was overjoyed when the system displayed the notification that the mentor mission assessment had reached the supreme level. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but curiously eye the sword in Mao Nanbei's hand. What kind of fearsome background does this broken sword have? It seems it really is a great opportunity for this silly disciple. Lu Tan turned to instruct Lin Tian. "This broken sword might be even more special than you imagine. You must cherish it, do you hear me?" Hearing her master say that, Lin Tian immediately obeyed. "Oh yes, master." Mao Nanbei still maintained his skeptical, dismissive attitude, saying, "You're just comforting her, aren't you? Watch out, she might cry later." Lu Tan tried to look serious and cold as he replied, "No, it's the truth. Although I can't say exactly, I have a gut feeling that this sword is definitely not ordinary." However, Mao Nanbei still didn't believe it, his face clearly showing he thought it was trash, and he pouted dismissively, "A sword, pfft. I don't know why you two think it's so good. I just see it as a pile of mush." Lu Tan naively replied, "Perhaps it's because we both happen to be innate sword embryos?" Hearing that, Mao Nanbei just let out a cold, indifferent, "Oh." In the distance, the teacher suddenly choked on his drink and coughed violently, as if the teacher could hear the conversation of Lu Tan's group from a very long distance away. He wore a look of utter disdain, his face turning pale as he muttered, "Innate. Sword embryos. My foot." Back at Lu Tan's cave, after chatting for a while, Zhang Laifu and Mao Nanbei prepared to leave. "You master and disciple surely have things to discuss. We'll take our leave first. Little Lin Tian. Remember to come back soon. Meow." Waiting until their figures had vanished, Lu Tan turned to tell Lin Tian, "Your sword's aura is currently very weak. Master will pass on a technique to you that might help this broken sword revive." Hearing this, Lin Tian's eyes widened in amazement. "Oh, Master, you're amazing. You even possess this kind of miraculous technique? Actually, I think I know a little bit about sword cultivation too." Thinking this, she obediently sat across from Lu Tan. Lu Tan's system prompted, "Do you want to pass on the sword-nourishing technique?" Lu Tan immediately confirmed, "Yes." The system reminded him, "Use your finger to gently touch the person receiving the technique." Reading this, Lu Tan felt quite satisfied and nodded, exclaiming, "It's also quite convenient, isn't it?" The next second, he reached out and touched Lin Tian's forehead, then kindly reminded her, "Little Tianer, use your heart to feel it." Finishing his words, he couldn't help but ponder. After all, you aren't like me, being able to use the system to learn something to perfection in the blink of an eye. Before, a surge of spiritual energy was transmitted directly into Lin Tian's body by Lu Tan. A long while later, Lin Tian was completely focused on sensing it. At this moment, Lu Tan's system chimed again with a notification. Successfully transmitted the sword-nourishing technique. Mentor can receive the new reward. Mission assessment completed. Supreme level. The more he read, Lu Tan felt even more satisfied and quietly rejoiced. As expected of my disciple, 9-point root bones, plus an innate sword embryo. Her learning speed is terrifying. This kind of talent makes a master's heart feel at ease, and the rewards are absolutely top-notch. Immediately after, he stood up. You, try circulating the technique yourself, he instructed. Lin Xian obediently listened. A series of system notifications popped up one after another. Guide. Tangshan Sword Guardian. Mission evaluation. Completed. Grade. Extraordinary. Rewards available for collection. Guides technique transmission. Character evaluation. Completed. Grade. Extraordinary. Rewards available for collection. Without hesitation, he clicked Collect. Gotta snatch this first, the technique transmission mission. Immediately, the system announced, Ding. You have received 30,000 EXP. Ding. You have received a purple tier beginner skill upgrade card. Ding. You have received 3 orange tier intermediate skill upgrade cards. The more he read, the happier Lu Tan felt. Well, the EXP isn't much, but this pile of upgrade cards is extremely useful. Now, for the 5 elements array, I can immediately use these cards to buff my power. The system then displayed, Ancient 5 Elements Array, Level 0. To upgrade, it requires 10,000 EXP. Eagle Eye, Level 0. To upgrade, it requires 500 EXP. After reading, Lu Tan couldn't help but ponder. A purple skill upgrade card can raise skills below Tier 3 by 1 level, so using it now would be a total waste. It's currently only Level 0. Even if I upgrade it, it only hits Level 1. Not worth it at all. And the blue upgrade card is even more useless. I only have 1 skill below blue tier, which is Eagle Eye. The next second, he confidently closed the system, having calculated everything perfectly. Using it now would only waste 10,000 points. I'm not lacking these petty points right now. Wait until the array reaches level 2, then upgrade to level 3, that would be such a steal. I'm so smart, truly a genius. Next, let's see what that broken sword Xianxia found will bring. Thinking this, Lu Tan glued his eyes back to the screen. Guide. Tangshan Sword Guardian. Mission completion grade, gray. Draw rewards. The very next second, Lu Tan decisively clicked the draw button. Instantly, the system announced, You have earned 50,000 EXP. Reading this, Lu Tan was momentarily stunned, his jaw dropping in shock. He fell into deep thought. 50,000 EXP, 20,000 more than the reward for the sword nurturing technique transmission just now. This broken sword really has something special to it. The system continued to pop up. You have earned 3 blue tier replication talismans. You have earned 5 blue tier replication talismans. The more the system displayed, the more Lu Tan was startled, his eyes and mouth wide open. He thought to himself, 3 blue tier replication talismans, 5 blue tier replication talismans this time. I'm really ascending to heaven. He felt so happy he wanted to fly like an angel. Upon reading that information, the next second, Lu Tan smiled in delight and began to analyze it. Replication talisman. All equipment below blue tier can be directly replicated. I don't have any equipment right now, and I'm severely lacking resources, but the repair talisman is even more extravagant. Everything. He then turned back toward Lin Xian, who was concentrating on her training. He contemplated the broken sword in little Qian'er's hand. It was a high-grade blue-tier item, but from its very name, one could tell that after being repaired, it would directly break through its tier limit. At this moment, Lu Tan's system also displayed information about that sword. Sword name. Question mark. Grade. High-grade blue tier. After finishing her cultivation, Lin Xian slowly opened her sparkling eyes. Lu Tan was still intently observing her. He spoke seriously. Equipment below blue tier will be repaired much faster, and it'll even be superior to its current state. Why aren't you continuing your practice? While asking, he looked outside. Night had already fallen. Lin Xian slowly approached him. Seeing this, Lu Tan seemed to suddenly remember. Oh, it's already this late. You should go back and rest. However, seeing Lin Xian's shy demeanor, Lu Tan felt a bit puzzled and curious. Why so shy? Go back first. Lin Xian slowly removed the ribbon tied to her sword, then carefully wrote on Lu Tan's palm. Meanwhile, he was lost in his own thoughts. The matter of repairing the broken sword cannot be rushed. As her guide, I have to surprise her bit by bit to be cool. He. She's writing, This is an object the old man below the mountain gave me. Third martial uncle told me. It can block 3 full force strikes from a cultivator below the 6th realm. She was still diligently writing. Disciple wants to gift them to master. After reading those lines, Lu Tan smiled with immense joy. Lin Xian also looked at him with eyes full of anticipation. Lu Tan bowed down to accept the item Lin Xian gave him, then gently patted her head and said with a smile, All right, I will accept your kind intentions. This made Lin Qian incredibly happy. She couldn't help but think, although Master looks handsome and dashing, in reality, his cultivation realm isn't high. These 3 beads can definitely protect Master safely during critical moments. Master's life is 10,000 times more important than mine. At this moment, Lu Tan suddenly spoke. Little Qianer, open your hand. This left Lin Qian stunned, her face full of confusion. The very next second, Lu Tan placed those 3 beads back into Lin Qian's hand. This action left her shocked, surprised, and utterly bewildered. Lu Tan gave a gentle smile and spoke up. Little Tianer, this is the first time you've given Master a gift. Master is very happy. I will gladly accept this braid. Consider this bead a return gift from Master. Go on back now, don't worry about me. Master is much stronger than you think. He seemed to be trying to ease Lin Tian's worries. Lin Tian felt incredibly shy and embarrassed, immediately turning around to run off. Time to bolt, time to bolt. Lu Tan stood behind, waving goodbye to her, his heart full of joy. I really have taken in a good disciple. My bonds with this world are getting deeper and deeper. Besides, I'm a man who once raised a younger sister. Dealing with a young girl should be a piece of cake. Suddenly, he felt a bit homesick. If time on Blue Planet matched the time in the heaven profound world, then right now, he would be enjoying a normal dinner with his sister. A beautiful scene instantly flashed into his memories. Back then, Lu Tan would be having his sister pick food for him. The food she picked was always so delicious. What a cozy meal that was. Returning to the present, Lu Tan said coldly, but for now, I have to move on to a new life. Let's upgrade the ancient 5 elements grand formation and see where that goes. I've got over 80,000 experience points now, Lu Tan said, full of excitement. The very next second, he decisively pressed the upgrade button for the ancient 5 elements grand formation. Level 0. Instantly, a powerful beam of light shot straight into the sky, leaving Lin Tian, who wasn't far away, completely stunned. She thought to herself in surprise, huh? That's the direction of Master's residence. At Lu Tan's location, he was focused on his cultivation, his energy surging like a raging flood. The next second, he slowly opened his eyes and excitedly said, let's test out the basic fire element sword formation and see how it goes. Out of the entire ancient 5 elements grand formation, only the fire element sword formation could reach this level. If the formation reaches perfection, maybe it really could. Summon the heaven-burning fire phoenix. As he spoke, Lu Tan pointed at the sky to cast the spell. The next second, a massive, blazing fire phoenix appeared in its true form right before his eyes. Looking at the majestic fire phoenix he had just created, Lu Tan confidently said, the protagonists in novels always have to cause some big commotion. I, Lu Tan, can't be an exception. As he spoke, his eyes twinkled with a look of immense pride. The flames burned intensely. Lu Tan immediately ordered, go. The next second, the fire phoenix, with all its surging power, shot straight up to the 9 heavens. It couldn't help but open its mouth and roar with ferocious strength. The next second, a massive tremor occurred in the distance. You could already see a fire that lit up the entire sky. The master was just idly lying on a lounge chair, enjoying the view. After witnessing what was happening, Zhang Laifu was extremely surprised and exclaimed, how could junior brother possibly master such a grand formation so quickly? Could it be that besides swordsmanship, he also has extreme Ligai talent for a raise? While Zhang Laifu was surprised and completely shocked, the master didn't seem to care, calmly drinking his tea and enjoying the moon, then leisurely speaking up. From one perspective, your junior brother might be a genius, but from another perspective, he could be seen as a loser. The more he heard, Zhang Laifu became even more confused and blank-faced. Then, he immediately asked, is that really the case? Master, could you be a bit more specific? However, the master waved his hand, acting mysterious, and replied, oh, come on, these heavenly secrets aren't something I can tell you. At this moment, Mao Nanbei was inside the house when he suddenly broke through the door and rushed out, his face full of joy and excitement, beaming like a flower. He shouted, junior brother has broken through. Junior brother has broken through. I'm going to go pick him up. Having said that, he ran off as fast as a whirlwind. The master was annoyed and angry because Mao Nanbei had messed up his hair with that insane speed. Slowly fixing his hair, he asked with a forced smile, is the relationship between the 4th and 5th disciples really that good? At the cave entrance, it was a miracle. Right under Lu Tan's feet, Lu Tan took a deep breath, then heroically and loudly prepared to step out of the cave, declaring, now, everyone in the demonic sect knows I've broken through. Everyone, I, Lu Tan, have returned. Just as he finished speaking, Mao Nanbei's voice rang out loudly. Junior brother, I'm here to pick you up and cook for you. Hearing that, Lu Tan couldn't help but be startled, stumbling and almost falling, subconsciously cursing, "Damn it!" Mao Nanbei sat perched on Lu Tan's shoulder, whining as he recounted. "Since you went into seclusion, the three of us have almost been poisoned to death by the third brother." Lu Tan wondered, "Poisoned?" Mao Nanbei quickly replied, "Since you went into seclusion, you and the three senior brothers were supposed to take turns cooking, but the number of dishes decreased by half. More importantly, the number of people increased by 2. It's not enough to eat at all." As he spoke, Mao Nanbei recounted his own painful memories of hunger with intense emotion, trembling from the despair of being too hungry to not eat those things. "Do you understand? Do you understand? Huh? Plus, it's almost New Year's now. It's New Year's, and we still have to eat that slop. Does that make any sense?" Lu Tan could only roll his eyes and give a forced smile when he heard that, thinking to himself, "So you were all just waiting for the chef, which is me, to return, right?" Without missing a beat, Lu Tan quickly steered the conversation elsewhere. He curiously probed, "Right. What was his attitude when I broke through, sir?" Mao Nanbei recalled the look on the master's face at the time, then honestly replied, "Who knows? I just saw him standing at the door, enjoying the bone-chilling wind while sipping hot tea. It was truly bizarre. If the master heard that, he'd probably just give that fake, professional smile of his." Suppressing his internal sorrow, he forced a word of gratitude. "I thank you very much." Lu Tan, hearing this, couldn't help but feel puzzled and secretly surmised. He hasn't rested this whole time. Could it be he calculated the auspicious date and time for my breakthrough? Why at the young Mrs. place? When the two of them arrived, the master was lounging around, waving his hand nonchalantly. "Done with your breakthrough? Sit down and have a cup of hot tea to warm your belly." Lu Tan obediently complied and replied with a clear understood. Mao Nanbei also nimbly jumped down from his back, babbling, "I want some too. I want some too." However, the moment the tea touched his lips, Mao Nanbei immediately spat it out like a light drizzle, his face contorting as he cried, "Oh my God, that's disgusting." In complete contrast to that violent reaction, Lu Tan wore a radiant smile as gentle as the morning sun, offering a hollow compliment. "The tea is delicious." Witnessing this fake display, Mao Nanbei couldn't help but gape in shock, so stunned that he asked, "Brother, are you okay?" The master immediately whipped his head away, artfully changing the subject. "Delicious? What are you talking about?" The weather today is lovely, isn't it?" In reality, the master was inwardly churning with discomfort. "Humph, that annoying naturally handsome face, I still don't want to look at it directly. I only acknowledge this disciple, but I absolutely do not acknowledge that look." That strange behavior made Mao Nanbei, sitting beside him, cast a judgmental glare, continued staring at him intensely. Lu Tan was completely clueless about the tea ceremony, but his skill in changing the subject had reached a master level, so he put it to good use. "Delicious. It's so. Oh, master. That broken sword little Qianer got back at Kang Mountain, why haven't I ever seen it before?" The master maintained his posture, head tilted toward the sky, watching the clouds and wind, and calmly replied, "I launched it there." Lu Tan laughed it off and continued to probe. "So, is that sword special?" He also couldn't help but silently judge the master's sitting posture, which was, if anything, a bit weird and arrogant. The master pondered for a moment, then spoke, "Nothing special. It's just a keepsake from an enemy, that's all. I threw it on the mountain so that in the future, the path for a born sword embryo like her would have more choices." Hearing this, Lu Tan was filled with shock, startling as he pondered. Wait, this sentence has 2 layers of meaning. Who was this terrifying level enemy of the master? To give a born sword embryo more choices? Could it be even better than the sword breath path? The master calmly poured tea and added another line. "Not choosing the sword breath path is a good thing. In this world, there is already one Yan Li. There is no need for a second one to appear." Having said that, the master lifted the hot cup of tea to sip. Lu Tan, hearing this, was even more shocked and terrified. He asked loudly, "Do you mean the path of that broken sword will go further than sword breath?" After speaking, he couldn't help but widen his eyes, his heart screaming, "Oh my God, if this is true, then this is a massive stroke of luck for little Qianer." Lu Tan stared intensely at the master, while the other man continued to drink his tea at a snail's pace, making Lu Tan feel incredibly restless and annoyed. "I'm dying of curiosity here. Answer me already." The master then appeared very elegant and said, "That's right. Sword breath has already reached its limit, but a born sword embryo should not be limited to this point. Do you understand what I'm saying?" Lu Tan happily replied, "I understand." After that, he couldn't help but calculate. The master's intent was as clear as day. Little Qian'er choosing that broken sword was a match made in heaven. It was an existence stronger than other top-tier purple-grade gear, completely different from ordinary orange-grade gear. It was like someone riding a horse, wearing orange clothes while draped in a blue cloak. As he thought about this, Lu Tan imagined the scene of Lin Qian holding the divine sword, the treasure's glow shining so brightly it would blind people. Thinking of this, Lu Tan immediately leaned closer to the master, eyes full of anticipation, and curiously asked, So, master, do you know the name of that sword? He couldn't help but try to act cute and coquettish to extract information from the master. My garbage system couldn't scan the info, so I can't tell little Qian'er the sword's name. I can't let her be the owner and remain clueless about her own sword's name. That would be so embarrassing. The master calmly replied, It's called Chaguotian. I gave it that name. Hearing this, Lu Tan was a bit surprised and exclaimed, Oh, Chaguotian? Sword breath, Ding Feng Po, these high-end swords sound like exclusive brands, don't they? Could it be? After finishing his sentence, Lu Tan pondered even more. It makes sense. Chaguotian is definitely orange-grade gear. It has such a resounding name. The master, looking elegant and confident, asserted, There is no could it be. All these names, they all copied my style. Hearing this, Lu Tan immediately retorted in his head, What the hell? Where did you get that hot air from? The master pointed to Lin Qian's sword and said, It's named Chaguotian. Then, remembering Yan Li, who also once held her own sword and coldly declared, It's named Sword Breath. The sect masters group also once happily pointed at the sword in front of them and introduced it proudly. It's named Ding Feng Po. The master continued to look away, coldly speaking. I have a hobby of naming swords. As for the senior brother and the others, they all just copied me. Why bother? Because I am the idol in their hearts. That's why. As he said this, the master proudly flipped his bangs with artistic flair to show off, leaving Lu Tan sitting to the side speechless. Afterward, his face darkened as he thought, So everyone in my demonic sect is a copycat? My nameless sword technique absolutely cannot follow in their footsteps. A second later, Lu Tan leaned toward the master, smiling like a blooming flower, flattering him. So that's how it is. As expected, Master truly is the peerless figure that everyone in our demonic sect respects. Meanwhile, the Master was still tilting his head to the sky with a look of extreme arrogance. The Master coldly expressed his disdain when hearing Lu Tan's sweet words, then asked directly, There's no need to act so solicitous. What on earth are you up to now? Lu Tan asked. For the past few days, I've been watching you take third senior brother and little Tian Ni out for joyrides on that flying paper crane. In the distance, Zhang Laifu suddenly heard his name and looked around, completely bewildered. Lu Tan narrowed his eyes and continued, Is that thing a magical treasure? After asking, he couldn't help but calculate. Whatever, I'm a person of status in the demon sect now, and I've already reached the initial stage. How can I not even have a decent mount? According to the game mechanics of Heavenly Dust, a player can own a mount once they break through to the initial stage, but many players from his past life, when recalling it, would sum it up in just 4 words, absolutely hideous. As he thought about it, Lu Tan felt a wave of gloom. He was so embarrassed he had to cover his eyes, his gaze filled with schemes. His devious plot was becoming clear on his face. Now that I'm someone of status, the authentic AUTH paper crane of little senior sister is the best mount in the demon sect for me. I must get one today, and I have to swindle another one out of them for my disciple too, Zhang Laifu. After listening to his explanation, summoned the paper crane on his hand and calmly explained, Little junior brother, are you talking about this? This is a magical treasure I crafted myself. It requires a specific object-controlling technique. The one you use isn't exactly a top-tier flight treasure. If you like it, I'll craft a custom one for you tomorrow and throw in the technique as a gift. Lu Tan heard this and instantly tossed his shame out the window, not feeling awkward at all. He immediately grabbed Zhang Laifu's hand, his eyes welling up with joyful tears, his face glowing as he replied, Oh, that would be too much trouble. Thank you so much, third senior brother. Even though he sounded polite, he was plotting behind the scenes. Lu Tan suddenly wore a sinister smile, a smile that seemed to say, You think I'll stop at just one? Sorry, third senior brother, I don't just want one paper crane. I want the whole stock. The very next second, Lu Tan pretended to ask, Third senior brother, is this paper crane hard to make? Zhang Laifu answered honestly, Not hard. It doesn't take much time, either. He seemed to have completely misunderstood the deep intent behind Lu Tan's question, and even mused to himself, Our little junior brother is so kind. He's even worried about me overworking. Lu Tan smiled sincerely and added, if these paper cranes aren't hard to make, why don't you teach me the secret technique to craft them as well? Mao Nanbei suddenly revealed his true form as a cat, sitting haughtily on Lu Tan's head, and chimed in, learning artifact crafting is a waste of time. Can't you just let third senior brother make a few for you, and be done with it? Though Lu Tan didn't show it on his face, when he heard this naive question, he was screaming in his heart. Who said I wanted them for myself? I want to use them to get rich off those newbie players. With my sluggish cultivation speed of 50 experience points a week, there's no way I can keep up with those grinders. If I release these cool flying treasures, wouldn't they be thrilled to heaven? Zhang Laifu happily put a hand on his shoulder and laughed. Little junior brother, having such a thirst for knowledge, makes me very happy. Tomorrow, I'll go collect some ingredients, then teach you how to craft so you can try it yourself. Lu Tan was startled by this. He stammered, oh, okay. He couldn't help but wonder why he agreed so easily. Is getting rich really this simple? Meanwhile, Xianxia, Laifu was moved to tears in his heart. Finally, someone recognizes the fruits of my research. Little junior brother not only likes the food I cook, but is also passionate about the flying treasures I craft. To have a soulmate like this in life, what else could I regret? He was truly touched. To repay such sincerity, tomorrow I must invent even more novel dishes for him to enjoy. As he thought about this, Zhang Laifu couldn't hold back his tears. Watching this bizarre behavior, the two people standing behind them looked utterly confused. Zhang Laifu was determined and full of spirit. Lu Tan thought, decided, I'll use fermented bananas and fish oil to create a new culinary masterpiece. Meanwhile, Lu Tan, completely unaware of the disaster in the making, grinned sinisterly and excitedly. He calculated happily, I'm almost ready to fly. Getting such a high-end flying magical treasure so easily, I'm extremely satisfied. Right after, a miserable scream echoed from inside the latrine, a sound so horrifying it made the birds flying overhead jump in fear, nearly dropping out of the sky. Lu Tan slowly opened the latrine door and stepped out, trembling like a leaf. He tried to gasp out every word in a weak, shaky voice. The crafting method and ingredients, they really don't fall from the sky. After eating a few dishes, third senior brother invented, I'm questioning the meaning of life. If it weren't for a cultivator's physique, I might have. At this point, he questioned himself. I might already be lying in a coffin. As he thought this, Lu Tan imagined himself lying stiff in a cold coffin with a pale face. Amitabha. While Lu Tan was still shivering, Lin Tian came over, holding his breakfast and calling out respectfully, Master. Witnessing this, Lu Tan felt so helpless that sweat poured off him like rain. He clenched his fists, bracing against the pain, and groaned inwardly. My stomach is in open revolt. How am I supposed to swallow this? But if I don't eat, little Tianni will be sad. My perfect, noble teacher image will crumble into dust. What do I do? Struggling with his thoughts, he kept shaking violently. What do I do? What do I do? Meanwhile, Lin Tian still had her big, bright eyes fixed on him, full of yearning and expectation. A moment later, necessity birthed a plan. Lu Tan suddenly had a brilliant idea. Got it. He immediately adjusted his posture, adopted an unfathomable, masterly look, coughed once, and said elegantly, Little Tianni, yesterday I asked the teacher about it. That sword of yours is called Shak Tianyi, meaning the sky of the partridge. Hearing this, Lin Tian couldn't hide her joy and surprise. Shak Tianyi, are these the words? What a pleasant-sounding name. Lu Tan seemed to realize Lin Tian was still vague about the characters, so he said gently, You don't know how to write those words, do you? Come here, I'll write them for you. As soon as he finished, he secretly gasped for air, as if needing oxygen immediately. He breathed a sigh of relief, feeling smug. As expected of me, that excuse was flawless. Lin Tian obediently followed Lu Tan into the room. Lu Tan picked up a brush, danced it across the paper, and said, This is chalk. Lin Tian stared intently at the three characters, admiring them. Just then, Zhang Laifu walked in, struggling under the weight of a huge bag, and excitedly said, Junior brother, I've brought the materials you needed. Lu Tan quickly stepped forward and replied with a bright smile. Thank you, third senior brother. But deep down, his inner thoughts were screaming in frustration, a complete contradiction to his outward appearance. Thank you, my foot. I had to trade my own life for these, you know. Zhang Laifu set the bag down and chuckled. Come here. Let me teach you the methods for controlling and forging items. Don't be shy. He immediately began teaching the secret techniques to Lu Tan. In just a blink of an eye, Lu Tan's system notification popped up. You have learned the method for making paper cranes. Success rate, 90%. Mastery level, level 1, 0 out of 10. Note: the higher your mastery, the better the quality of the paper cranes you create. Luton slowly opened his eyes, reading the notification with joy in his heart. All right, this is great. The price of spending the whole night in the latrine was worth it. Zhang Laifu added happily. Junior brother, these are all materials for crafting paper cranes. I've prepared plenty for you, so use as much as you need. If you run out, just come find me anytime. Right at that moment, Lutan's stomach suddenly rumbled loudly. His face turned green, as if he were using all his internal energy to hold it in, but just a second later, he couldn't take it anymore. Luton hurriedly grabbed the bag of materials and bolted out as fast as he could, screaming in agony while running. Thank you, third senior brother. Watching Luton's retreating figure and hearing his miserable screams, Zhang Laifu stood frozen, his face full of confusion and bewilderment. Did he eat something wrong? Back in the latrine, Luton was trembling while taking care of his business, his stomach still growling as he clutched the bag of materials and grumpily gritted his teeth, thinking, if I don't fleece third senior brother dry, I'd really be doing myself a disservice. 3 days later, Luton was focusing intensely on crafting a paper crane. In a flash, the system notification appeared. Ding! You have successfully crafted a yellow-grade paper crane. Received 1,000 experience points. Luton stood up, staring closely at the freshly made paper crane, deep in thought. These past 3 days, I've used materials meant for over 40 cranes to make 35. The actual success rate is 90%, but I've been pretending to fail so many times. My luck is truly terrible, but that's actually a good thing. It has become the perfect excuse for me to profit from others. As he thought this, Luton wore a sinister grin and quickly put away the completed crane, pulling out a broken one instead. A moment later, Luton poked his head out the door and called out in a pitiful voice, "Third senior brother, I failed again." Immediately, he flopped to the ground, crying and wailing, pretending to be weak as he held the broken crane out, sobbing, "I failed again. Am I just a useless, incompetent person, third senior brother?" Seeing this miserable sight of Luton, Zhang Laifu suddenly doubted his own sanity. Is the paper crane I invented really that hard to craft? He then awkwardly patted Luton's shoulder, kindly reassuring him, "Junior brother, don't rush, and don't be so hard on yourself. Just practice more, and you'll get the hang of it. I'll help you prepare some more materials." Zhang Laifu felt moved by Lutan's diligent attitude, thinking, seeing my junior brother fail but not give up, remaining so patient and persistent, I'm more convinced than ever that he is my soulmate. Thinking this, Zhang Laifu left with a determined look, loudly saying, "Junior brother, wait here for me. I'm going to the demon sex treasury to get more materials for you." Meanwhile, Luton remained sitting on the ground, acting out his weak, trembling, crying performance. However, as soon as Zhang Laifu was out of sight, Luton sprang up like a jack-in-the-box, happily waving his hand. "Third senior brother, hurry back." The moment he finished, his expression changed. He put on a truly sinister look, his eyes cold and his smile full of scheming, muttering, "Heh, based on what I know, people who play the crafting game are all filthy rich. Third senior brother, a fat sheep like you, if I don't fleece you clean, I'd be insulting the heavens." Instant karma struck. As soon as he finished speaking, his treacherous stomach started protesting again. Gurgle, gurgle, Luton clutched his stomach, his face twisted in pain, desperately running for his life. Sweat poured down like a waterfall, his whole body shaking. He inwardly lamented, "Is this the instant retribution I have to bear? Methods for forging weapons? You like it, right? I'm paying for it with my life." At the mountain cave, a dazzling flash of light suddenly erupted, making a frog sitting nearby startle and let out a croak. So lonely, oh my god. Inside the cave, Luton happily admired the crane in his hand, smugly thinking, "Succeeded in making another one, even though I can only manage to craft them one by one due to my luck, and I have to pretend to fail a lot. But how can that compare to the grand endeavor of fleecing third senior brother?" Thinking this, Luton chuckled to himself with a cunning and devious look. If Zhang Laifu knew what was going through his mind right now, he would probably be so angry he'd vomit blood and scream in rage. "Listen to me, thank you." In front of Luton, countless successfully crafted paper cranes were flying in the air, filling the sky. He confidently declared, "With this many flying paper cranes, it'll be enough to give to those players when I return." Saying that, he stared intently at the system's information board. Accumulated experience points, 75,900. Luton rejoiced inwardly. Furthermore, just by successfully crafting one paper crane, The system rewards extra crafting experience. Talk about killing two birds with one stone. Suddenly, a voice called out from outside the cave. Junior brother, little Tian'er and I have brought you some food. Hearing this voice, Lutan was startled, blurting out in shock. It's third senior brother's voice. Immediately, he panicked and scrambled, trying to collect all the paper cranes on the bed into his bag. He couldn't let third senior brother see this. Otherwise, his scheme would be exposed, and he wouldn't be able to do business anymore. Lutan cleaned up while keeping his eyes glued to the cave entrance. The figures of the two of them were getting closer, making his face go pale. He was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat, muttering, "This is bad, this is bad. Hurry up, they're almost here." By now, Zhang Laifu had walked over, calling out, "Junior brother?" In his haste, Lutan still had one crane left. Not having time to stuff it into his storage ring, he quickly hid it behind his back. Zhang Laifu kindly asked, "How is the crafting going?" Lutan gave an awkward, forced smile. Still, not quite there yet, but he was extremely anxious, sweat dripping down his face, thinking to himself, no time to store it away now. If I use spiritual energy to store this last one now, third senior brother will definitely detect the fluctuations. I might as well just confess. The next second, he put on a bright, flowery smile, held up that paper crane, and spoke with the most sincerity he could muster. "I've successfully crafted one." Seeing this, Zhang Laifu beamed and praised him. "Congratulations, junior brother. You finally used up those 50 ingredients. The heavens have truly rewarded your efforts," Lin Qian said from the side, nodding repeatedly. Seeing how happy he was for his master, Lu Tan felt deeply confused by the look of pure adoration and joy on their faces. He thought to himself, "From little Qian'er's perspective, I failed 56, maybe 60 times before succeeding just once. Yet, she still looks at me with such admiration. Is she using some kind of beauty filter on me? And now, this fat sheep is just walking right into the trap," Zhang Laifu said excitedly. "Now that junior brother finally has your own mount, I'll prepare more materials for you later so you can keep practicing your skills." Hearing this, Lu Tan couldn't help but sigh, thinking, "Brother, you really are too thoughtful." Suddenly, Lu Tan spoke up, "No, I don't intend to keep this one for myself." Hearing this, Zhang Laifu was slightly startled, looking blank and confused. Lu Tan patted Lin Qian's head. Smiling gently, he handed the paper crane to her and said, "Little Qian'er, Master is giving this first successfully crafted paper crane to you. Keep practicing hard. Once you reach the initial realm, you'll be able to use it to fly to your heart's content." Lin Qian's eyes welled up. She reached out with both hands to accept the precious gift. Deeply touched by Lu Tan's kindness, she cherished the crane like a treasure and vowed, "Master, your disciple will definitely practice hard day and night." Witnessing this scene of deep master-disciple affection, Zhang Laifu was so moved he almost shed a tear. He secretly praised his junior brother for being so loyal and sentimental. "All right, it's decided. Tonight I'll bring more materials over for you. It's just taking a few things from the demon sect's vault, right? If my junior brother needs money, I have to spend it." After that, Zhang Laifu happily waved his hands. "Come here, junior brother, little Qian'er, let's eat. Today, your third senior brother has specially created 2 brand new dishes, and I want to hear your golden feedback." Hearing the word created, the expressions on both Lu Tan and Lin Qian's faces darkened instantly, as if their future had just vanished. Dread surged within them. Looking at the food Zhang Laifu had just set down, both master and disciple trembled. They swallowed hard out of sheer terror. Lu Tan thought to himself, if not for this horrifying poison-tasting ritual, third senior brother would be the best guy in the entire universe. But once you hit this stage, oh man, everything here is a price I'm paying with my life. While he was struggling internally, Zhang Laifu had already laid out the 2 strange, toxic dishes. One was a bizarre, deep purple, and the other was a gloomy, toxic green. Contrasting with the horrifying colors, Zhang Laifu's face was full of anticipation and excitement. He beamed, urging them, "Junior brother, little Qian'er, try it quickly. See how my creative skills are." With trembling hands, Lu Tan and Lin Qian tried to hold their chopsticks toward the poison. Cold sweat soaked their backs. Closing their eyes and bracing for the worst, both took a bite. Zhang Laifu eagerly pressed them. "How is it? How is it?" Immediately, Lin Qian was poisoned, turned to stone, and collapsed to the ground with a loud thud, startling Zhang Laifu. He gasped in surprise. "Oh my!" In stark contrast to Lin Qian's miserable state, Lu Tan gritted his teeth and put on an expression of pure, blissful enjoyment, exclaiming, "Delicious! It's so delicious!" Zhang Laifu jumped in, nodding smugly. delicious, right? While Lu Tan was forcing himself to swallow the foul substance, Zhang Laifu was overjoyed. He danced around him, cheerily saying, "It's so good. It's hard to find a soulmate who understands me like you do." Lu Tan was crying as he ate. His face had turned pale, like a corpse. He kept hypnotizing himself. "It's all for the materials. It's all for the materials. Stay strong. Me." After the sensory torture, Zhang Laifu patted his shoulder and smiled brightly. "All right, I'm heading back. I'll come back later to pick up little Qianer. Goodbye, junior brother. Wait for me to bring more new materials." Even though his whole body was shivering and his face was green, Lu Tan forced a smile. He replied in broken, intermittent words. "Sure, thank you for your hard work, third senior brother." Zhang Laifu left in a state of pure, blissful happiness. Lin Qian, looking grim, shakily stood up and wrote on Lu Tan's hand, "Master, you are truly amazing." That thing was sour, bitter, and had a strange smell. Lu Tan's face, already green, turned even worse. With sweat pouring down and feeling desperate, he said, Don't write anymore." He silently lamented. "If you keep writing, I'm going to vomit it all back up." The next second, he skillfully changed the subject and said with a smile, "By the way, did you bring the Chagotian sword? Bring it out so Master can take a look." Lu Tan was secretly curious. Finally, he had some private time with little Xianxia. Now was the perfect chance to see if those blue-tier equipment restoration charms actually worked. Lin Qian handed her sword over, wondering, why did Master suddenly ask about it? Lu Tan held the Chagotian. A moment later, his system notification popped up. Chagotian, high grade, blue tier. Note, damaged. He studied the sword intently, his face full of deep thought. As expected, once the system identifies the name, it can automatically categorize it. Let's see if this blue tier high grade item can be fixed by the repair charm. But before fixing it, let's see if it can be replicated first. I have 3 blue tier replication charms, if I can replicate it. Thinking of this, he summoned his charms. The blue tier equipment protection charm and the blue tier equipment replication charm. Lu Tan couldn't help but dream big. Replicate first, then repair. My little Qianer will be carrying 2 Chagotian swords. Just imagining it was exhausting. However, the next second, reality slapped him in the face. The system notified him. Failed. Cannot replicate. This left Lu Tan somewhat disappointed. He thought to himself, as expected, this damn system won't let me get an easy win. Next, let's see if the repair charm works. Thinking this, Lu Tan tried to use his spiritual energy, or rather, activate the charm to fix the Chagotian, using blue tier equipment repair charm. Witnessing this, Lin Qian looked at him with admiration and awe, exclaiming, "So amazing." However, once again, the system notified him. Failed. Cannot replicate. Lu Tan slowly retracted his spiritual energy. He thought in despair. Seriously? Is that how it is? The quality of this Chagotian is clearly more than just blue tier. The next second, Lu Tan handed the Chagotian back to Lin Qian. He said firmly, "Just now, Master tried to fix your sword, but it seems it won't be that easy." Lin Qian listened intently to what he said. The next moment, she wrote something on his hand, heroically saying, "Master was fixing your sword just now, but it didn't look easy." Lin Tian also listened intently to what he said. The next second, she wrote something on his hand. Lu Tan read it out loud. "It's okay. This disciple will slowly raise it. Master, no need to worry. Many thanks to Master for worrying about this disciple." After reading the lines written by Lam Thien, Luke Tam was full of questions. People say that a difficult childhood makes you more mature, but maturing too early, is that really a good thing? My little sister has always been so mature, never giving me any trouble. Thinking of this, Luke Tam involuntarily thought of his own little sister in the real world. In his mind, an image of her appeared, trying her best to help the family. She would secretly scavenge for bottles and cans to earn a little money, even enduring ridicule from her classmates. Her clothes were so cheap, but she never asked me to buy her anything new. Even if they were faded and patched multiple times, she never complained. She always smiled at me. I always thought I was the one working hard to support her. But she didn't know the only reason I could keep going was because of her. Lu Tan smiled gently in his mind, as if affectionately stroking his little sister, who was lost in deep thought while she slept. Suddenly, he was startled when Lin Qian shook him awake. A second later, Lu Tan spoke up. "Master, I'm fine. Go on with your cultivation. It's almost New Year's in a few days. This is the first time I'm spending the New Year at the demon sect." As he said this, he intently watched the morning light shining outside the mountain cave, where the master was standing nearby, giving instructions to the others. Zhang Laifu. Mao Nanbei, and Lu Tan. Hurry up and hang the lanterns to prepare for the new year. Lu Tan, move faster and then go cook. You're on duty. Suddenly, Lu Tan was startled and realized something. Mao Nanbei exclaimed with great excitement and joy. Snow! It's snow! Indeed, at that moment, snow had started to fall. The master, full of elegance, stroked his ponytail and recited a poem. Cold night, solitary lamp casting light on the room. Outside the window, falling snow fills the courtyard. White snow falls. Unlike the heart's true intent, mournful, loving, self-intoxicating. While the master was engrossed in his own sentiment, Mao Nanbei stood to the side, looking utterly disgusted and scoffing. Even though I don't understand it, I don't like poetry like that. I'm far from being heartbroken. At that moment, Lu Tan finished hanging the lantern and immediately jumped off the ladder. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he improvised a poem. North wind blowing on the land, white grass snapping. The sky is 9 months of flying snow. The master looked clearly annoyed upon hearing this. Frustrated, he thought to himself, how annoying. This line is actually quite wonderful. I want to see just what kind of poem you can come up with. Lu Tan, with a refined and graceful air, continued. Suddenly, the mountain wind blows overnight, causing thousands upon thousands of pear blossoms to bloom. Mao Nanbei suddenly clapped his hands repeatedly in praise. Great poem, interesting. This caught the master by surprise, and he looked visibly displeased. He asked, Is there more? Lu Tan lowered his head and replied, That's all. My talent is limited, and I can only recite these 2 lines. After saying that, he couldn't help but think to himself, if I keep reciting this poem, I'll be exposed. Zhang Laifu suddenly approached from somewhere and called out in a hurry, Junior brother, it's time to cook the New Year's Eve dinner. Lu Tan turned around and immediately replied, I can't. The master turned his face away and muttered. Suddenly, the mountain wind blows overnight, causing thousands upon thousands of pear blossoms to bloom. The more he muttered, the more the master pondered. Good, very good, you brat. You actually know how to write poetry. A second later, the master looked even more disdainful and annoyed. His face darkened as he thought, he looks handsome and even knows how to write poetry. Suddenly, he hated him even more. On the morning of the new year, everyone in the demon sect gathered to chat happily. The sect masters also smiled and wished each other a happy new year. Sect master Gongzuban spoke up happily. I hope that in the new year, our demon sect will recruit a few more disciples with amazing talent. Yue Heshan chimed in, I hope that all my bets in the new year will win. Hearing this, the people around him couldn't help but look at him with judgmental eyes. Yue Heshan laughed out loud to brush it off, explaining, Hey, a simple New Year's wish is not a bad thing. Yue Heshan continued, By the way, it seems the sect master bought new clothes for the entire sect for this new year, right? Gongzu, Ban, standing next to him, was full of surprise upon hearing this and exclaimed, Then he really went all out. Shen Yan was extremely satisfied with their reaction and replied politely, Small matter, small matter. Right after Shen Yan finished speaking, the sect masters said in unison, It's truly rare for someone as stingy as him to spend money. That caused Shen Yan to go from satisfied to speechless and incredibly gloomy. The disciples were also wearing the new clothes Shen Yan had just distributed, and were happily talking to each other. Those of us who cultivate immortality don't feel the cold. It's mainly about looking cool. Don't say that. Even though the sect master is a cheapskate, he didn't hold back this time. This cloak actually keeps me quite warm. While they were engrossed in their conversation, one of them was suddenly startled when he saw something. The next second, that male disciple displayed an excited and infatuated look, laughing, Hey, that's right. This women's style really highlights the figure. The other male disciples couldn't help but wonder out of curiosity. The cloak highlights the figure. The next second, the group shifted their attention to one side, toward the spot where Li Lei and Murong Yan were helping her put on the cloak, which made Li Lei's figure stand out clearly. Murong Yan praised her endlessly. Junior sister Li Lei, you look so beautiful. The grand junior uncle is sure to be infatuated with you. Li Lei, being pulled tight by Murong Yan, couldn't help but blush shyly and cry out, Hey, stop. Then, she thought to herself with curiosity, shyness, and a beet red face, will it really make him infatuated with me? But he's so far away, he can't even see me. As she thought this, Li Lei gazed into the distance. Meanwhile, Murong Yan looked at her with a very satisfied expression. Li Lei worriedly wondered, I wonder if he will come to visit me on New Year's Eve? Mao Nanbei, Zhang Laifu, and Lin Qian stood perfectly still, staring intently at the master's door. Lu Tan had just woken up and walked out while yawning. Meanwhile, the 3 of them were still standing frozen. Lu Tan was extremely puzzled by their appearance. What are you all doing? It's New Year's Eve today. Don't we need to prepare to celebrate the New Year? As soon as he finished asking, those three looked at him and signaled, "Shh." Sensing that something was unusual, Lu Tan quickly approached them and whispered, "What happened? Has the master ridden a crane to the west?" Mao Nanbei calmly explained, "Today, the master wants to prepare New Year's gifts for us. He called Old Man Gui over early this morning. Don't disturb the master. If you don't have a gift for me, I'll punish you. Your punishment is to cook me 100 steamed, braised, fried, and saucy fish dishes." Lu Tan heard this and asked, "Are you going to ask Uncle Gui to help prepare the New Year's gifts as well?" No sooner had he finished speaking than Lu Tan pictured the master accidentally dropping that yellow pouch, and he wondered to himself, could it be that even that cold-hearted master drops good stuff? Just then, Zhang Laifu handed him a cloak and said, "That's right, junior brother. This is the gift that sect master Shen Yan prepared for the entire sect. This part is for you." Zhang Laifu took it out and handed it to Lu Tan. He received it and asked, "For me?" Even Lu Tan seemed surprised and startled by this, secretly doubting, a stingy guy like that actually gives out benefits? Truly unbelievable. Mao Nanbei saw this and immediately scoffed. Damn that stingy guy. He wouldn't even give us new clothes, but he gives out cloaks? I'm never wearing this. Lu Tan and Zhang Laifu stood to the side, feeling helpless, speechless. As soon as Lu Tan put on the cloak, with his charm of 10, no one could stop him. He really brought the look to life. The moment he put it on, Lu Tan shone like a star. He spoke happily. "I think it looks pretty good." After seeing Lu Tan like this, everyone's faces were filled with admiration and affection. They secretly marveled at how good clothes really do depend on the person wearing them. While everyone was enjoying looking at Lu Tan, he spoke up. "Little Chanair, senior sister, senior brother, I'm heading out for a bit. I'll be back soon to cook New Year's Eve dinner for everyone." Their faces lit up with happiness as they replied, "Then come back early. Go on. If you're late, I can do the cooking." However, as soon as Zhang Laifu finished speaking, Lin Chan and Mao Nanbei turned pale with fear, breaking out into a cold sweat. The master's voice roared from inside the house. Lu Sun had already walked quite a distance away. "Lu Tan, you must come back right now." Even Mao Nanbei and Lin Chan nodded frantically in agreement, making Lu Tan startle. He gave a wry smile, thinking, so the master was hiding in his room to secretly prepare New Year's gifts for us? The very next second, he stumbled and almost fell because of the master's shrill scream. "Little Gui, grind the ink faster. My brush is completely dry." The more he heard, the darker Lu Tan's expression became. He pouted in disgust. He's a dignified Uncle Gui, yet he's being called Little Gui? Over at Li Lei's place, she was staring intently at a plate of cookies on the table, with extreme anxiety and unease. If Lu Tan sees this, will he like this New Year's gift? This dish was made by Li Lei herself under the guidance of Murong Yan. Seeing Li Lei putting her all into kneading the dough, Murong Yan couldn't help but remind her, "As a young lady of a noble family, you can't knead dough with brute force like that." Li Lei replied, "Seriously, kneading dough is actually really hard. Mother is truly amazing." Returning to the present, Li Lei stared at her oddly shaped cookies, full of self-doubt. She had originally intended to follow her mother's example and make the dish she liked the most, but who would have thought it would turn into this disaster? Just then, a knock sounded, knock, knock, followed by the question, "Is Li Lei there?" Hearing that familiar voice, Li Lei jumped in panic, thinking, "That's Lu Tan's voice. He's really here." Li Lei hurriedly hid the plate of cookies, her heart full of worry. "I can't let him see this. If he laughs at me, where will I hide my face?" Outside, hearing no movement, Lu Tan wondered, "Is Li Lei not here?" At this moment, Li Lei hurried out and called back, "I'm here. Wait a moment." However, her eyes accidentally fell upon the cloak hanging on the rack. She suddenly remembered Murongyan's teasing and blushed beet red. Junior sister Li Lei is so beautiful, she'll definitely enchant the junior martial uncle ancestor. Lu Tan stood waiting outside, full of curiosity. It's this late, and a diligent girl like her still isn't up? Immediately after, the door slowly opened. Li Lei stepped out and said, "Sorry to keep you waiting, Lu Tan. You're here." As she spoke, she shyly lowered her head, looking embarrassed. The cloak Li Lei was wearing really showed off her figure. All the right curves were clearly visible. Lu Tan appeared perfectly calm on the outside, but his internal monologue was screaming, "Nosebleed. Holy crap. Damn, who could resist something like this?" Lu Tan tried to suppress the surging waves in his heart. "No, Lu Tan. You have to stay calm. You know this girl's personality. She's hungry for your body. You absolutely must not fall into her trap. Seeing him standing there like a wooden post, Leela nervously asked, Why? Why aren't you saying anything? Is it not pretty? Hearing that, Lu Tan lost his composure on the spot. A nosebleed sprayed out. He forced a bright smile and replied, It's very beautiful. This bloody appearance of his startled Lile. The very next second, she stepped forward, smiling like a blooming flower as she expressed her thanks. Lu Tan's heart suddenly skipped a beat, trembling as he whispered, Oh, he suddenly changed his mind, feeling that this girl was actually pretty good. Suddenly remembering the cookies she had made, Lile stammered, Today is New Year's Eve. She was extremely worried that giving him those cookies as a gift would displease him. Meanwhile, Lu Tan pulled out a red envelope and smiled brightly as he handed it to Lile. Oh, right. The New Year's gift I almost forgot. This is a custom from my hometown called a red envelope. Lila happily accepted it, her face glowing with joy. The envelope is so pretty. I love it. Lu Tan smiled gently, thinking to himself, Inside is actually a storage ring containing 3,000 spirit stones. That's my monthly stipend from the demonic sect. Someone with her level of talent needs a massive amount of resources. She definitely needs these spirit stones. After giving the gift, Lu Tan turned to say goodbye to leave. If there's nothing else, I'll head back first. I still have a lot to do today. Once he finished speaking, he thought to himself that the whole village's New Year's Eve dinner was counting on him. He immediately pictured the strange, weird cooking experiments of Zhangge Laifu and their creepy laughter. The more he thought about it, the darker Lu Tan's face became, and he let out a sneer of contempt. If I don't step in, this New Year's Eve will turn into a horror-themed food festival, thanks to those 3 seniors. Seeing him turn his back, Leela panicked and asked herself, Oh, is it really that bad? She clenched her fists, full of determination. Even if I get laughed at, I have to let him know how I feel. The very next second, Leela gathered all her courage and called out after him. Wait! Lu Tan turned back, asking curiously, Is something the matter? Leela shyly held out her gift, awkward as she said, A New Year's gift for you. She was deeply embarrassed. Head bowed and eyes squeezed shut. She trembled violently, wondering, Wait, why aren't they laughing at me? Lu Tan just smiled warmly, looked at Leela, and said gently, Thank you, Leela. He took the gift and started devouring it right there. As he chewed, he praised, The first time we met, you also shared half your bun with me. That was very meaningful. Plus, the taste isn't bad at all. Seeing him wolfing down the food, Leela was incredibly suspicious. With a judgmental look, she wondered, Is it really not that bad? After finishing, Lu Tan turned to say goodbye. I'm heading out now. Happy New Year. Leela happily replied, Happy New Year. She seemed to become more determined, puffing out her chest, thinking, Lu Tan, I've made up my mind. I am absolutely going to have you. Outside the kitchen, thick smoke was rising. Inside, a pot of pork knuckles braised with soybeans was boiling vigorously. The snow-white pork knuckles were braised until tender, looking absolutely mouth-watering. Seeing the tempting pot, Mao Nunbei's eyes lit up and she started drooling. Excitedly, she shouted, It smells so good. Junior brother, what are you braising? It smells amazing. Let me have a bite. Just a small bite. But Lu Tan firmly stopped her. Don't rush. It's not ready yet. Braising is all about the timing. It needs enough heat to bring out the flavor. It's not at its best right now. Just be patient for a little longer. Seeing how firm he was, Mao Nunbei had to give in. Fine. I'll reluctantly wait a bit longer for your sake. Immediately after, her expression turned bright and smiley. Once it's done, I'll take a bowl to the 2 senior sisters in the bamboo forest. Gu Xiaoman was sitting on her usual rock, focused on her cultivation. After a while, she gently opened her eyes, thinking, It's another new year already. Suddenly, a voice echoed, startling Gu Xiaoman. She turned, curious. Second senior sister, I've brought you some braised pork knuckles with soybeans. The owner of the voice was Mao Nanbei. She was running like the wind with the plate of food, yet the dish remained perfectly still without a single ripple. Mao Nanbei urged, Take it! I'm running out of time. Hearing only half of what was said, Gu Xiaoman asked, What? What are you running out of time for? Mao Nanbei shoved the food into Gu Xiaoman's hands and dashed away, shouting back, The reunion dinner, of course. If I'm slow, those guys will gobble up the whole pot. I'm out of here. Smelling the rich aroma from the bowl, Gu Xiaoman thought, It smells wonderful. Definitely the work of our junior brother. I wonder what they're doing for New Year's Eve. I am actually a bit curious. I don't usually like crowds, but taking a peek probably wouldn't hurt. Besides, I really don't want to eat Zhangge Laifu's disastrous cooking. Thinking this, Gu Xiaoman snuck over to the pavilion to spy on everyone. In the room, Mao Nanbei and Lin Qian were fighting fiercely over food. This piece is mine. You've already eaten so much. Spit it out. On the other hand, Old Man Ke, Lu Tan, and Zhangge Laifu were calmly raising their glasses to toast the new year. Witnessing this cozy, tight-knit scene, Gu Xiaoman couldn't help but smile, thinking, it's so good. Ever since the junior brother arrived at the pavilion, everything seems much livelier. The world really should belong to the young. Thinking this, Gu Xiaoman prepared to leave, but she was stunned to see the master suddenly standing on the roof. Xiaoman, just in time. Hearing the noise, the others rushed out too. Mao Nanbei cheered happily. Second senior sister is here too. Lu Tan chimed in, inviting her. Second senior sister, do you want to come in and eat with us? Caught in the act, Gu Xiaoman was startled and gave a nervous, forced smile, refusing. No need. I still have to cultivate. After saying that, she fled before the whole group. Gu Xiaoman broke into a cold sweat, telling herself, I really am not good at dealing with crowds. The holidays are for fun, but I just prefer being alone. Seeing this, the master didn't force her. He just tossed an object toward Gu Xiaoman with an elegant tone. If you won't eat, then don't. This is your New Year's gift. Take it. Gu Xiaoman quickly caught it and happily thanked the master. Mao Nanbei's jaw dropped in surprise. Then, the whole group started clamoring with New Year wishes, and Lin Qian made happy, unintelligible noises to join in. Lu Tan also bowed politely. Second senior sister, Happy New Year. Zhangge Laifu and Old Man Ke didn't forget to send their best wishes to her as well. Gu Xiaoman froze for a few seconds, awkwardly thanked them, and turned to leave, abandoning the group who were waving goodbye. Lu Tan watched her back, smiling and pondering. There are all kinds of people in this world. You have to respect their way of life, as long as they aren't hurting anyone. Back to the main event, he stared at the master on the roof. Master, gifts should be equal, right? The second senior sister got a gift, so why didn't we? Mao Nanbei also threw a look of judgment at the master. Understanding what his students wanted, the master pulled out a pile of gifts and happily said, You all want gifts? No problem. Let's go all out today. Everyone excitedly received their own gifts. Lu Tan was pleased. As expected, there's one for me too. Lin Qian was also happy. As soon as Mao Nanbei held her gift, she started poking at it, asking, What's written on this? Can I open it right now? The master immediately pressed Mao Nanbei's head down, sternly reminding her, Absolutely not. You can only open it when you get back to your room. Mao Nanbei pouted, brushed the master's hand away. Fine. Back to the room. Back to the room. Get your hand off me. Her actions left the master speechless, completely stunned. Zhangge Laifu excitedly called out, Come on, let's keep eating. Don't waste all the delicious food our junior brother spent all day cooking. The very next second, the sky suddenly burst into fireworks, exploding with a loud bang. The scene was incredibly lively, leaving Lin Qian and Lu Tan stunned and amazed. They wondered, Are those fireworks? While the crowd was jubilant and excited by the brilliant fireworks, the master spoke coldly. This is a tradition of the demon sect, as I happen to enjoy beautiful things. Hearing the master's words, Lu Tan couldn't help but sigh to himself. The human side of the demon sect is growing stronger. It isn't just a world of cultivation filled with slaughter, plunder, and schemes. That's really good. That night, in Lu Tan's room, he was sitting on his bed, holding the master's gift in his hands. His heart was full of curiosity and anticipation. What kind of gift would the master give him? A blinding light radiated from the gift the moment he opened it. Inside, there was only the single character Ox. Lu Tan was extremely shocked and confused. He immediately threw the gift to the floor, full of doubt. What on earth is this? What is the meaning of this? However, just at that moment, the system suddenly popped up a notification. A tablet of characters containing mysterious purple power. Seeing this, Lu Tan looked down at the board with a different gaze and couldn't help but exclaim, What kind of mysterious power is this? Indeed, what the master gives is never simple. Quickly let me see the next page. The system announced the next update. Countdown to unlock. 2 hours, 56 minutes, 23 seconds. Reading this, Lu Tan was stunned and frustrated. Damn it, a countdown too? Oh, could this Cho character refer to the Hour of the Ox? The timing matches up as well. Lu Tan pondered, looking at the system screen which displayed the remaining time as 2 hours, 55 minutes, 36 seconds. After that, he couldn't help but calculate, Could it be that waiting until the hour of the ox to unlock this will trigger some mysterious event? What? Why? A second later, he came up with an idea. If this is the master's New Year's gift, then perhaps it contains a great opportunity. Little Xianxia also has one. I wonder, what is written on her scroll? At that moment, there was a powerful fluctuation outside, which startled Lu Tan, and he gasped in surprise. Oh, outside, a massive burst of power shot straight into the sky, creating a magical area of influence. Lu Tan opened the door from inside to look, feeling completely stunned. Surprised and curious. A special leveling effect? Has little Tianer broken through already? If I remember correctly, she was only at level 8. And here I am, the master, only at level 11. If this keeps up, I won't be able to keep my position as her teacher for much longer, he thought, weakly leaning his slender frame against the wall. The very next second, Lu Tan immediately began to channel his energy, focusing intently on practicing the nameless technique. In an instant, a powerful wave of spiritual energy surged forth. As he focused on executing it, Lu Tan muttered to himself, "No, I have to work harder. I absolutely cannot let my disciple surpass me." A few moments later, contrary to his previous thoughts, Lu Tan was lazily lounging on his bed, scrolling through a forum with a flushed, excited face. This picture of the big black stockings is so interesting. He then thought to himself. How can a talentless, lecherous guy like me compare to someone born with a sword embryo like little Tianer? Being a master who clings to his disciples' coattails isn't so bad. One should be open-minded. Lu Tan said this, but deep down, he knew very well my own stat board is already incredibly tight. I have to rely on overtaking them at the corners to have any hope. There's no way I'm just going to cling to my disciple. At the Ma Sek's Kang Mountain, on a gloomy, cold night shrouded in mist, a lantern was lit, accompanied by a voice echoing out. Another year has passed. That little brat still hasn't made a move, but his red envelope can't be forgotten. It turned out to be Old Man Gui, accompanying the teacher. The teacher spoke as they walked. My eldest disciple, you're not even as good as this old man. You have no future. Old Man Gui just chuckled a few times without saying anything. Seeing this, the teacher added, Little Gui, you're just like him, completely hopeless. After following me for so many years, besides being good at taking a beating, there's nothing else worth mentioning. Hearing this, Old Man Gui hurriedly waved his hands. Hey, the teacher calmly said. All right. You still have 2 swords. Hearing that, Old Man Gui felt somewhat relieved and chuckled. Heh. After a while, they finally reached the peak of Kang Mountain. The teacher said with a disdainful face, That little brat's sword is just like him. Utterly hopeless. At that moment, the sword aura seemed to understand the teacher's words, radiating a sense of grievance. The very next second, the teacher opened a mysterious veil in mid-air. In just a moment, a new space appeared. The teacher spoke loudly. Let's go in and see how he's doing. Saying that, the two of them stepped inside. Inside this space, there was nothing but the vast, boundless universe with no end in sight, covered in shimmering stars. In front of the two sat a figure meditating. The teacher slowly approached the person. It was none other than the founder of the Ma sect, Liu Li, a man full of heroic spirit, with striking dark red hair. The teacher intently looked at Liu Li with an evaluating gaze. This little brat is quite good-looking. Even that new guy is better-looking. It's a good thing you're in closed-door seclusion. If both of you came out, wouldn't I be annoyed to death by the two of you teaming up? Saying that, the teacher suddenly sighed. Then, he stepped forward and placed a red envelope into Liu Li's hand. He said, This is for you. Your master coming here to visit must be very happy, right? At this moment, Liu Li was still in deep seclusion, so there was no movement at all. The teacher gently stroked Liu Li's head. Old Man Gui, standing to the side, suddenly lit the lantern. The teacher smiled and said, Little brat, wake up soon, all right? When you were young, you loved the stars the most. Every year, your master has brought you to see them once. As he spoke, the teacher stood up, gazing at the starry sky that Old Man Gui had created from the lantern. The starry sky was incredibly beautiful, glittering and bright. The teacher suddenly sat down next to Liu Li to chat. Look at this. Tonight is another sky full of strangely bright stars. However, replying to that action was only an unusual silence. Outside, Lu Tan was suddenly surprised and called out, Oh, it's snowing. The next second, he excitedly rushed out the door to watch the snow falling. It's real snow. You can't see this in the south at all. This is the first time I've seen real snow. If Little Du saw this, she'd definitely jump for joy. Mentioning this, he suddenly remembered his younger sister. It's just a pity I died suddenly and transmigrated. I wonder how she's doing now. Did anyone give her a red envelope for the new year? I really want to return to reality, but I don't know if there's any way. If a player could log out, I wonder if when logging into the Teen Tran game, could there be some kind of possession mode where a soul can take over a body? Thinking about this, Lu Tan flopped onto his bed, looking contemplative. Perhaps if my realm becomes more profound, maybe I could forcefully break through the barriers of this world and return to my sister. On that day, the most urgent task right now was to quickly increase his realm. At this moment, after a while of waiting, the countdown clock ended. The system notified. Time has ended. You can unlock. Do you want to unlock? Lu Tan immediately sat up, happily saying, "Unlock it quickly." He seemed extremely expectant. This is something the teacher gave me, so it can't be anything but extraordinary. If I use this to level up, then this is definitely a shortcut. The item the teacher had given him slowly floated up, leaving Lu Tan confused. What is it doing? The very next second, he was pulled into another dimension. Lu Tan panicked. An illusion? Why are there so many characters floating in the sky? Suddenly, those characters began to fall. Lu Tan quickly dodged to the side to avoid them. Damn it, are they trying to crush me? The system displayed a notification. Formation trial starting. Trial duration. 15 days. Reward. Formation, aptitude +2. Orange grade reward. Extremely rare. Reading this, Lu Tan seemed much more energized. Great, an orange reward. And it's an extremely rare. Formation aptitude. But the content of the trial is actually just dodging. Dodging this for 15 consecutive days? While he was excited, the image of his younger sister smiling and calling him suddenly appeared, making Lu Xun calm down. His eyes suddenly became determined. The very next second, Lu Tan quickly moved, using his own strength to shatter those characters. He thought to himself, to return to the real world and become a big boss in this world, I must accept this trial. This isn't just a dodging game, right? I'll show you how a top-tier player handles this. In another place, snow fell heavily, and clouds covered everything. While Lu Tan was enduring the torture of those characters, a major event was about to happen outside. Wu Sunhai, the sword-bearer of Not Kiem Sun, was struggling to climb the mountain through a snowstorm with his subordinates. He said firmly, "That mountain range is the demon sect, and it is my target." A subordinate quickly approached, full of doubt. "Sword-bearer, sir, why aren't we flying by sword? If we walk this slowly, we won't get there before the new year." "Isn't this a waste of time?" he replied coldly and firmly. "Our journey is not an ordinary one. If we fly by sword, it would be a sign of disrespect to our opponent. The demon sect has stolen the title of First Sword Sect from us for far too long. This year, they must return it." The person beside him asked, "It's just an empty title. Why does the sword-bearer care so much?" Wu Sunhai replied, "No, it's not just an empty title. If we win, we can reclaim what the founder left behind. Then, Not Kiem Sun and Van Kiem Sun will merge once again to become the greatest righteous sect in the world." Those standing nearby retorted, "They want to merge too? What's the point of that? They're Not Kiem Sun with Van Wei at Wanjian sect don't share their ideology. We're the ones who don't want to merge," Wu Shanhai said. "It must be because our swordmaster from Wanjian sect is too weak. We've been soundly defeated by them. Otherwise, how could we possibly bow down to them?" Hearing this, the others didn't know how to console him. They could only sigh. If only our swordmaster from Wanjian sect could step up, that would be great. Just then, a young man among them took off his hood. While tidying himself, he spoke up. "Brothers, don't worry. I, Yi Suian, am a disciple of Yijian sect, but I am also a disciple of Wanjian sect. In this sword duel, I will step in after Master Wu Shanhai. At that point, I will fight with my life for the glory of Wanjian sect." The group cheered and smiled in response. "Then we'll leave it to you, junior brother Ye, to regain the honor of our Wanjian sect. No wonder you are coveted by both factions. You are young and possess such extraordinary talent." Junior brother Ye is only 18, yet he is already the top among the youths of both factions. "In this sword duel, perhaps we can truly defeat the demon sect," Ye Suian said with absolute confidence. Deep down, a surge of extreme excitement rose in his heart. He immediately imagined beautiful young women. Rumor has it the demon sect has many stunning female disciples. It would be a waste of youth for a handsome guy like me not to meet them. My dear demon sect maidens, I will treat each and every one of you with complete sincerity. Early morning, the 15th of the first lunar month, the sect masters had gathered at the mountain peak, hovering in mid-air. Shenyan said, "If we follow the usual tradition, tomorrow the winner of the duel between Yijian sect and Wan Jian sect will bring their disciples to challenge the semi-Taoist sword chi left by our master every 3 years. I still remember last time, a swordsman named Wu Shanhai almost managed to block master's semi-Taoist sword chi. Yue He. Shan, standing nearby, stroked his beard and replied joyfully, "Excellent, simply excellent. We can take this opportunity to open a betting pool again. They are truly persistent. Every 3 years, they come to offer spiritual stones and resources, while fighting the master's semi-Taoist sword chi. If they lose, they have to pay compensation." Luo Wangqiu stood nearby, listening, and couldn't help but laugh. She interrupted, "Don't jump to conclusions so early. Perhaps in the last 3 years, Brother Wu might have made some unexpected breakthroughs. Who knows?" Sima Quan also spoke up. "Junior sister Luo makes a good point. There are 3 rounds of duels, and one of them is the sword match between the newcomers of the 2 factions. This year, our demon sect has a junior uncle who is a natural sword embryo acting as our anchor. So what chance do Yijian sect or Wanjian sect even have?" Gong Zupan suddenly spoke in a serious tone. "There is movement at the foot of the mountain. It seems they have arrived." Indeed. At this moment, Wu Shanhai's group had arrived, making the sect masters somewhat impressed. They are right on time. Shen Yan took a glance and evaluated the aura of Wu Shanhai has indeed changed compared to 3 years ago. Perhaps he really will bring a surprise. The peak masters standing nearby also whispered to each other, "If his true enemy is the master's semi-Taoist sword chi, then the victory between the demon sect and the sword sect will likely depend on the junior uncle. The junior uncle is a natural sword embryo and will surely bring us a big surprise. In that case, we juniors are looking forward to it." Meanwhile, in the illusion, Lu Tan was still diligently smashing the character Ox. He thought happily. Only 2 left. Indeed, there was now only 1 Oxy character left, floating right above his head. But at this critical moment, Lu Tan suddenly yawned, unable to suppress his sleepiness. In the blink of an eye, he froze and let out a huge sneeze. Ah choo. Meanwhile, the last Ox character fell due to that disastrous sneeze. The last one crushed Lu Tan flat, making his limbs tremble as he shouted, "Who is mentioning me at this time?" After completing the challenge, the system sound rang out. "Congratulations, you have passed the assessment. Reward received. Formation talent +2. The very next second, Lu Tan snapped out of the illusion, panic-stricken and startled. "Damn it, the last Ox actually fell on my head. Who on earth is bad-mouthing me behind my back?" Thinking of this, Lu Tan immediately jumped up, staring at the system screen, muttering, "Formation talent +2. My base stat isn't 0, it's 1. So what use is this increase in formation talent?" The system displayed, "Your current formation talent is 3. Effect 1. Increase formation usage efficiency by 30%. Effect 2. You can use 3 formations at the same time." Reading this, Lu Tan was quite satisfied. "Oh, nice. Using 3 formations at once, and each one's power increased by 30%. If I stack them together, that's a 90% increase. Plus, the 5 ancient elemental arrays. At least I have more tricks to deal with enemies. After 15 days of constant fighting without a good night's sleep, today I can finally get some proper shut-eye." The recent dodging, while exhausting, was also refreshing, bringing back some of that old-school leveling-up feeling. Thinking this, Lu Tan flopped onto his bed. With dark panda eyes, he slowly closed them and drifted off to sleep. At that moment, they even called me Lu Shen. Sleep. A drop of water fell in the silent space. In an instant, Lu Tan saw himself standing in the middle of a vast lake, surrounded by pitch-black darkness. He was extremely puzzled. What the heck kind of place is this? Suddenly, a figure appeared in the distance, surprising Lu Tan. "Is someone there? Who are you? Why are you here?" That person slowly turned their head to look at him. It was none other than Liu Li. He smiled gently at Lu Tan and spoke, "Long time no see, Lu Tan." In a state of vague confusion, Lu Tan immediately asked back, "Wait, long time no see? Have we met before? Who on earth are you?" However, in response to his question, Liu Li didn't say a word. The space, the sky, and the vast sea with surging waters. Lu Tan felt uncomfortable and amazed, being pulled into the churning water, accompanied by a voice resounding like thunder. "The 3-year term has arrived. Wu Shanhai of Yijian sect has come to challenge the sword. Please enlighten us." The next second, Lu Tan jolted awake deathly pale, shouting in a panic, "Holy cow, what is that loud noise? Is someone calling down thunder?" It's the midnight hour of the 16th of the first lunar month. A group of people was gathering right next to the bed, making Lu Tan extremely suspicious. "Huh? Why are you all here?" Mao Nanbei immediately jumped onto Lu Tan's head. pinched his cheeks, and said, "You've been sleeping soundly for a whole day and night. We thought you would never wake up again." Hearing this, even Lu Tan couldn't believe it. "I slept that long?" Seeing him say this, the group standing by couldn't help but worry. Xianxia spoke up. "Young martial uncle, you really were fast asleep like that. I even thought something was wrong and was about to wake you up. But thankfully, you woke up on your own." Seeing everyone's genuine concern, Lu Tan pondered suspiciously. Could it be that avoiding the word lust for 15 days has really drained so much of my mental energy? Damn it, it's a pity that all my stats went into charm. Although he didn't regret it, the base stats of this body were truly pathetic. So, he brushed it off. "I guess since I'm still young, I just have a high need for sleep, that's all." As he said that, he changed the subject. "Wait, I just heard thunder rumbling, and someone was shouting something about instruction, right?" Zhanga Laifu replied immediately. "That was the challenger who descended from the mountain, coming from Myriad Sword Mountain. Sect Master Shen came here this time, specifically to discuss that with you." Lu Tan was startled and asked, "Someone came to challenge the demon sect? Do you want to tell me about this?" Shen Yan confirmed, "That's right." However, recalling the overwhelming aura of Wu Shanhai and the thunderous voice that Lu Tan heard, he felt completely stunned. "How can I even hear that guy's voice? He must be at least level 50 or higher, and I'm just a measly level 11. Going to fight, isn't that just throwing my life away?" Shen Yan explained further. "Young martial uncle, you've misunderstood. Our demon sect has a 3-match bet with the sword sect. The first match is between their strongest sword user and the half-Dao sword energy left behind by the founder. The second match is for both sides to send a representative sword cultivator to duel. The third match is for 2 new sword cultivators to spar. And young martial uncle, you are the representative of the new generation of our demon sect." Hearing this, Shen Yan's face showed clear expectation as he gave a confident thumbs up. "It's simply super cool," Shen Yan said, full of confidence. "Young martial uncle is not only the direct disciple of the master, but also a heaven-born sword embryo. The newbies from First Sword Mountain or Myriad Sword Mountain will surely be beaten until they're dazed. Let's just throw a celebration party. Our young martial uncle is a heaven-born sword embryo. And what do they have? Nothing." Lu Tan heard this and could only sigh helplessly, breaking into a cold sweat. So that was it. Then he couldn't help but imagine himself being beaten to a pulp, with no mercy shown by man or ghost. Only I would be the one getting beaten up. That scared the hell out of me. I thought this was like Tianji's horse racing strategy. I knew it. I'm the low-class horse being sent out first as a meat shield. Even if I have a revival coin, I don't have enough mana to play like this. At this moment, the system suddenly displayed a notification. Hidden quest activated. Sword inquiry. Description: fight on behalf of the demon sect and win. Reward: 100,000 EXP, 1 point of sword Dao aptitude, 3,000 sect reputation points, and 1 sword technique upgrade scroll. Reading this, Lu Tan's eyes sparkled like stars. He couldn't curb his greed. The quest rewards are too generous. 1 orange, 1 purple, and 2 blue items, but this sword inquiry quest seems like a tough nut to crack. Thinking this, he stood up abruptly and coldly ordered, "Bother the junior nephew sect master to lead the way. Little Channer, hurry and help me get dressed. Since I'm fighting on behalf of the sect, I can't lose the prestige of the demon sect. We must be as steady as a tripod." Lin Chan nodded repeatedly, happily obeying. As he dressed, he calculated, with such huge rewards, the quest doesn't even force me to take action personally. It would be a waste not to do it. Besides, I'm a grinding type player. The opponent is just a beginner boss. Isn't that as easy as flipping one's hand? Immediately after, Lu Tan beamed and loudly declared, "I will definitely win." Shen Yan behind him also replied with absolute trust, "Yes, sir." However, the win that Lu Tan was thinking of was something else entirely. The rewards for this quest, this master, will definitely take them all. When Lu Tan walked away, Mao Nunbei turned to ask Zhanga Laifu, "How is it? My mount's tier isn't bad, right?" Zhanga Laifu could only force a smile. "Fourth junior sister, the young martial uncle doesn't accept you as his mount." At leading peak, Shen Yan led Lu Tan to the competition platform. Young martial uncle, that is the representative of First Sword Mountain and Myriad Sword Mountain. He came to challenge the first match against the half-Dao sword energy of our founder. At the location, Wu Shanhai's aura surged powerfully and tremendously. Seeing that imposing figure, Lu Tan silently praised, "Good, very good. This person deserves the title of sword cultivator." Immediately, Lu Tan's fighting spirit soared to the heavens with ironclad determination. One day, I will also be able to ride the wind and navigate the void. Standing tall and proud between heaven and earth like this is the only way to make this reincarnation worth it. At the hour of the rat, on the 16th day of the first lunar month, the three disciples, Zhanga Laifu and Mao Nanbei, were chatting with the master. Zhanga Laifu gently raised his teacup and asked, "Master, you said that the guy from the first sword mountain could win this year, against the senior brother's semi-Taoist sword Qi, right?" The master half closed his eyes and replied, "If he wins, they must return the items belonging to their ancestor. If he loses, they must hand over spirit stones, medicinal herbs, and artifacts to our demon sect. Besides, that semi-Taoist sword Qi of the senior brother has no sword intent at all." The master smiled, looked into the distance, and continued, "The senior brother's semi-Taoist sword Qi has been maintained for so many years that its sword intent has long since faded away. If he actually wins, then this world is just too boring." After hearing this, the three disciples tilted their heads and whispered to Mao Nanbei, "That's very likely. After all, the master is getting old." Mao Nanbei ignored the master's judgmental glare and retorted, "Master, you're actually hoping the senior brother's sword Qi loses? Is it possible you're getting senile from old age?" Seeing the two disciples gossiping without any restraint, the master thought to himself, "These idiots really think I'm deaf, don't they?" Before he could finish his thought, Mao Nanbei grabbed the third disciple's arm and ran off excitedly. "I'm not drinking tea anymore. I'm going to watch the sword duel." The third disciple trotted along behind, ignoring the master who was frowning unhappily. Mao Nanbei even called out, "Lu Tan's disciples, I'm going too. Let's go call little Qianer as well." The master's face twisted in annoyance as he crushed the teacup in his hand. These brats, they sure run fast. At the grand tournament, the disciples of First Sword Mountain were gathering below. Bing Shanhai, representing First Sword Mountain, flew up to receive the challenge and fight the first match against the senior brother's sword Qi. Jai, a male disciple of First Sword Mountain, looked up with a smile and said, "Uncle Master Bing has drawn his sword." The battle finally began. The other disciples of First Sword Mountain placed all their faith in Bing Shanhai, the pride of the sword cultivators. "First Sword Mountain, we entrust everything to Uncle Master Bing. Uncle Master Bing must win." Lu Tan stood next to the demon sect master, observing silently and assessing the situation. The senior brother's semi-Taoist sword Qi seems to have the upper hand. If he wins, I'll bag all the mission rewards. And for the second round, if we send our two senior sisters to fight, victory is guaranteed. He looked smug about his own judgment. Back when he first entered the back mountain, in his dreams, he had been hunted down by those two senior sisters, so he knew exactly how strong they were. Regardless of their cultivation level, it was just the sheer mastery of their sword techniques. It could simply be compared to the level of top-tier national esports players. It only takes a few minutes to grasp an opponent's details, and he could even provide expert commentary, like a professional coach. At this moment, Bing Shanhai was slowly drawing his sword. Lu Tan focused intensely and shouted, "He's drawn his sword!" Bing Shanhai's aura was overwhelming. The five elements' energy surged and flowed. The First Sword Mountain disciple below started rambling again to show off. Uncle Master Bing's five elements attribute is water. And there's lightning in the sky right now, perfectly timed to borrow its power. Plus, looking at that stance, Uncle Master Bing intends to pour his full strength into this one strike. It's exactly in line with First Sword Mountain's philosophy. Only practice one sword, only strike with one sword. The surrounding female disciples had blushing faces, cheering and praising him endlessly. Brother Ye is so impressive. To be able to easily analyze Uncle Master Bing's strategy, no wonder Brother Ye is the strongest new star, carrying the future of both First Sword Mountain and 10,000 Sword Mountain. Plus, Brother Ye is so handsome, he's perfect to be a Taoist partner. This made him even more confident, and he smiled inwardly like a blooming flower enjoying the applause. As expected, no woman can resist the charm of a peerless, handsome man like me. Even so, he felt a bit disappointed that there were no female demon sect disciples here to flirt with. I've been up the mountain for so long, and I haven't seen a single female demon sect disciple. What a waste of these good looks. Truly a pity. The female disciples saw Brother Ye's gaze flick over and reacted dramatically, shouting, "Look, look, Brother Ye is looking at me." Gila was walking to the arena, full of anticipation. She heard the senior sisters talking about how tonight there was a gambling match between the demon sect and Sword Mountain. They found it boring and didn't want to go, but who knows? Maybe she could meet Lu Tan. Tee-hee. She was very happy, carrying the cake in her hand. The cake she made for New Year's Eve didn't turn out great. For the past few days, apart from cultivation, She had been asking the senior sister cook for advice, so now she finally had a good result. She wanted him to try it and see if it was good. She came to see him because she wanted him to eat the cake, not because she wanted to learn to bake. Well, it was because she wanted to meet him. Yeah, that's it. Back to Bing Shanhai below. Ice wings were sprouting from his back, and the attribute energy was radiating more and more intensely. Lu Tan, his expression turned serious, and he whispered, "Junior brother Shen Yan, I'm afraid this Bing Shanhai is going to win." The demon sect master, Yan Jiang, replied unhappily, "I didn't expect. In 3 years, he would improve this much." In that place, a blazing red sword chi was constantly being triggered, exploding outward. The demon sect master, Chi Se, shouted, "The senior brother's semi-Taoist sword chi was triggered by Bing Shanhai's sword chi." Bing Shanhai held his sword stance, stepped back, and prepared to strike. "I've waited for you for a long time. All the insults from 3 years ago, I will return them all today." He thrust his sword forward with his full power, striking toward the senior brother's sword chi, Little Jai. The shockwave was too massive, creating a blast that shook everything around them. The first Sword Mountain disciples, their vision was completely blocked. One of them asked, "How is it? Did Uncle Master Bing win?" The disciple known as Brother Ye was also struggling to see, and he gasped, "Humph, I can't open my eyes at all. It seems like there's a result. What happened in front? How is it?" He firmly believed, with confidence, that the sword chi of Uncle Master Bing and the sword chi of the demon sect were entangled. That sword chi of the demon sect can't defeat Uncle Master Bing. At this moment, it can't be maintained anymore. Uncle Master Bing will win. Lu Tan was also blinded by the shockwaves and asked the demon sect master, "What's happening in front? Did the senior brother's sword chi win?" Shen Yan, though very reluctant, still admitted, "He lost. The senior brother's semi-Taoist sword chi has been broken by him." Lu Tan was stunned and shouted, "What?" In that place, the senior brother's sword chi was slowly dissipating. Little Zhai Bing Shanhai was a bit tired, but still looked majestic as he looked down and smiled, saying, "The semi-Taoist sword chi of Lu Tan. I have broken it. The first round, my first sword mountain wins." The demon sect master replied lightly, "That's right. So, for the second round, who are you sending to fight?" Bin Shanhai wanted to continue fighting, saying, "Obviously, it's still me. Hurry and call your demon sect's sword cultivator out for the second match. Anyway, I'm still going to win." Lu Tan was very displeased with this overconfident attitude of Bin Shanhai. He assessed, "This old guy has quite some nerve, doesn't he? He just beat the half-Dao sword energy of the first senior brother, and he's already acting all high and mighty." Mao Nanbei now arrived with the third senior brother and little Channer, scoffing coldly, "You just beat some half-Dao sword energy, and your tone is already this arrogant?" Lu Tan saw everyone happily laughing and talking. The fourth senior sister, the third senior brother, and little Channer too. "You guys came too?" Seeing them carrying things along as if going to a party, Lu Tan asked curiously, "You came to watch the fight, so why are you bringing bowls and pots?" This question made the atmosphere quite awkward. The third senior brother honestly spilled the beans. "Your fourth junior sister wanted to bring some snacks to watch the show, but little Channer misunderstood and thought she wanted to stuff her stomach completely. So, Mao Nanbei couldn't help but cover her mouth, chewing and saying, 'Why can't you use a meal as a snack? The food that the junior marshal nephew brought. I'll eat it all.'" Little Channer was so embarrassed she couldn't speak. When the result was in, the first Sword Mountain disciples cheered and celebrated. Uncle Bin won. Uncle Bin won against the founding master of the demon sect. Uncle Bin is indeed the strongest sword cultivator in the world. Invincible. Bin Shanhai walked forward and asked, "Sect, master of the demon sect, what's wrong? Are you too afraid to send out your representative for the second match? Or is that monster the second opponent for me?" Mao Nanbei was provoked into a rage, rolling up her sleeves to fight the old man. "Who are you calling a monster? This lady today." The third senior brother held a few bowls, grabbed Mao Nanbei to stop her. "Fourth junior sister, don't be agitated." But the demon sect master remained very calm, gently replying to Bin Shanhai's provocation, "Don't be in a hurry, senior. Our demon sect's second match participant is on the way now. You just won against my master's half-Dao sword energy, so you must have exhausted quite a bit of energy. Please rest first. Our demon sect doesn't want to take advantage of you when you're in a weakened state." This statement made Bin Shanhai lose his momentum and shut his mouth. Lu Tan cheered like a fanatical fan. Well said. Gui La was about to arrive at this moment. Seeing everything quiet down again, he muttered to himself, "Is the fight over already?" The flash of light was blinding, and the sword aura was truly overwhelming. She was drawn to an old man leaning on a cane in front of her. He seems to be one of our demon sect seniors. Is he here to watch the duel despite his age? Guila walked over to help the old man and asked softly, Sir, are you here to watch the battle too? Could you walk with me for a bit? This mountain path is tricky, the old man whispered to Guila. Little girl, I didn't come here to watch a fight, he continued in a whisper, his voice now firm and resolute. The presence he exuded was completely different. He no longer felt like a frail old man. He wasn't struggling to walk anymore, he had come to accept the challenge. Bin Sunhai was busy meditating and recovering his strength. Shen Diem of the demon sect was right. Wearing down Lu Li's sword aura required a significant amount of energy. If the opponent for the second round hadn't arrived yet, he would use this time to regulate his breath and recover. That way, his chances of winning would increase. If I can win just one more match, our Sword Mountain lineage can reclaim our founder's legacy. His heart was filled with a fierce determination to win. The founder's relics have been in the hands of the demon sect for even one day longer than necessary, and that remains a disgrace to our Sword Mountain. Lu Tam noticed no one had stepped up yet. He turned to Shen Diem and asked, since he won the first round, who should we send out to fight in the second round? Is it the eldest disciple of the senior brother, or my second senior sister? The demon sect leader smiled and replied, It's Senior Kuei. Lu Tam was stunned when he heard Shen Diem mention this person. Senior Kuei? I never expected him to be a master of the sword, hiding in plain sight like this, Lu Tam whispered, full of curiosity. He leaned in close to Shen Diem and chuckled. You are senior brother Lu Li's disciple, while Senior K has no master. He's just a follower. Between you and Senior K, who is better at sword arts? Even though he knew it was a sensitive question, Lu Tam couldn't suppress his curiosity. Although he was basically adding fuel to the fire, he was deeply intrigued. As the demon sect leader, Shen Diem, what kind of real strength does he actually have? In any case, his own level was too low, so the system couldn't analyze it. Shen Diem replied with absolute certainty. If it's just a two-sword match to decide the winner, Senior Kuei will definitely win. The third senior brother, Mao Nambak, and Tu Thien Ni were all pricking up their ears to listen. Lu Tam, following typical logic, laughed and said, In other words, he'll win in 2 moves? Lu Tam cupped his hands together and bowed slightly in respect. To Shen Diem, you really know how to talk. You praised Senior K while complimenting yourself at the same time. I'm impressed. Shen Diem's expression remained calm without a single ripple. Seeing Senior K arrive, Shen Diem said to Lu Tam, Little junior uncle, you're too kind. Look over there, Senior K has arrived. Down below, Lu Tam saw Guila walking alongside Senior K and asked, slightly surprised, Why is Guila here too? Guila followed behind the old man, seeing his eyes were blurry and his steps unsteady, as if he might fall at any moment. She worriedly reminded him, Senior, please be careful. There's standing water on the road, it's very slippery. As Guila approached the competition stage, the male disciples of Sword Mountain were quickly captivated, their faces turning bright red. That female disciple from the demon sect, she looks quite eye-catching, doesn't she? She's absolutely stunning. Who would have thought the demon sect would have a girl that's just my type? Perhaps my destiny has arrived. The female disciples of Sword Mountain were instantly furious, pointing and judging. You bunch only know how to judge people by their appearance. Who would want to have a connection with guys like you? Everyone, close your eyes. We came to the demon sect for something important. Only senior brother Diep remained completely calm. He stared at Guila and rubbed his nose. That really is the demon sect disciple I've been waiting for all this time. With that perfect figure, she's truly the goddess of my dreams, isn't she? And with that, this guy quickly rushed out to block Guila's path and said, May I ask, beautiful fairy, what is your name? He tried hard to show off, inviting Guila for a walk, saying, The scenery here is so beautiful and pleasant. Would you like to join this humble one for a stroll? Guila looked at this clearly weird guy and asked skeptically, It's so cold today, yet you're staring at that ice flower. Doesn't your teeth hurt from the chill? Lu Tam, watching from above, looked disgusted. He scoffed, Who is that guy who just ran up to meet Guila? Acting all smug and flashy. That kid isn't even hiding his intentions. He's clearly trying to seduce Guila. Shen Diem, standing beside him, knew the status. Then he explained everything to Lu Tan. The guy's name is Ye Tuian, a disciple recruited within the last few years into both Not Kiem sect and Van Kiem sect. His talent is monstrous, so he receives teachings from both factions. Judging by how those two factions treat him, it's likely they'd even hand over their entire mountain peaks to him. Lu Tan was slightly startled and whispered, Ye Tuian? So it's him. I know who this punk is. Ye Tuyan and Little Thi Ni are both protagonists of this world. His overall stats are very high. Even though he isn't a naturally born sword genius, his aptitude for the sword must be at level 9. Furthermore, this guy's word is worth 1,000 gold. He's basically my version of Thien Tran back in the day. His reputation was originally excellent, but he's the type to flirt with every girl he sees. He must have many romantic interests. In modern terms, he's a classic harem protagonist type. Thinking of this, Lutan's expression twitched. He could hardly stay calm. What's even more annoying is that in my version, this playboy had ambiguous entanglements with Little Thien Ni. There was even a possibility that he could become Little Thien Ni's official partner when the version updated. He showed his feelings through his actions. With his hands clenched and teeth gritted, he thought, "In my past life, I was just a gamer, so fine. But in this life, don't even think about touching my Little Thien Ni, and now you dare to flirt with my lady right in front of me? I won't let you get away with this." Everyone else was confused, not understanding what was wrong with Lutan. But a second later, Lutan's expression returned to normal, as he said, "If I'm not mistaken, the person Sword Mountain is sending for the third match is Ye Tuyan." Shenyan, standing beside him, replied softly, "That's right, he is your opponent." Only then did Lutan's face relax and become comfortable. "Good, I'm starting to look forward to this." Below, Ye Tuyan kept his eyes fixed on the curves of Quila's body, appraising her. "Because of such a beautiful body, I won't hold a grudge against you." Though he didn't understand this kind of romantic talk, when it came to impressing a maiden's heart, Ye Tuyan considered himself to have the firmest Dao heart. He picked up a flower and approached her gently, solicitously. He said, "My lady, you don't need to worry about me. My teeth won't be cold because this flower is meant for you. You are pure and flawless, just like this flower, crystal clear and stunning." But Kuai-La didn't care at all, and walked past him with Keba, leaving him completely embarrassed. Keba asked, "Kui-La, why did you walk away so fast? He seemed to have a real crush on you." Kuai-La replied in a stuttering voice, I understood his intentions, but my heart already belongs to someone else." Ye Tuyan didn't give up. He ran to block Kui-La's path again and said, "So the girl already has someone in her heart? Then that person must be truly magnificent. But you don't need to lock your heart away like that," this guy said with absolute confidence, "because in this world, there is no man more handsome than me." Kuai-La pouted, and seriously retorted, "He is extremely, extremely handsome. In this entire world, no one is as handsome as him." Ye Tuyan pointed to his chest and said unhappily, "I don't believe it. In this world, the only one more handsome than me is my own father." Lutan finally couldn't take it anymore. He called down from above, "Oh, in that case, you're about to have another father." Lutan appeared with a very relaxed demeanor. Free-spirited and filled with beauty, Kuai-La's face turned pink the moment she saw Lutan, and she whispered softly, "Little Shishuzu." Lutan smirked, feeling smug about his own good looks. Yi Tuyan was shaking with rage. His face darkened, grinding his teeth as he stared at Lutan. Is it possible that there really exists someone this beautiful in this world? No way, I'm not that far behind him. Lutan's voice drifted down gently. Kui-La, come here. Shen Yan, standing by, understood perfectly, and quickly cast a spell. A stream of blue light enveloped Kui-La's body, slowly lifting her up toward Lutan. Seeing Kui-La being pulled up to stand beside Lutan made Ye Tuyan feel incredibly bitter. His face turned gloomy as he raised his voice to challenge. "I dare ask, are you the disciple of the demon sect who will participate in the third match?" Deep down, he was brimming with confidence that he would slaughter Lutan. "If you are fighting in the third match, I'll show you what a beautiful flower really is." Lutan radiated an intimidating aura, looking down as he replied, "I will indeed fight in the third match, but remember this clearly, I am not a disciple. I am the Shishuzu of the demon sect." Ye Tuyan, of course, didn't believe him, his expression clearly showing contempt and mockery. "A Shishuzu of the demon sect? You look so young, yet you're competing with the newcomers. How could you be a Shishuzu?" His voice was filled with arrogance and bluster. "You demon sect people are truly degenerate. A nobody like you dares to pretend to be an elder of the sect? How absolutely ridiculous." Diep Kuai-La was the first to react. She shouted in rebuke, "You! How dare you speak ill of others? He is the Shishuzu of our demon sect. How could he be an imposter?" Ye Tuyan laughed, continuing to use taunts, thinking she and Lutan were in on it together. "Although I am attracted to your beauty, I will not believe your despicable lies." Kuai-La was so angry she couldn't speak, just stuttering. You. Shen Yan finally waved his hand, intending to teach Ye Tuyan a lesson. "What an ignorant little fool." A surge of spiritual pressure and gale force wind descended. It forced Ye Tuyen to kneel flat on the ground, completely unable to resist. He cried out in panic and terror, such powerful spiritual energy. Who is this? That energy continued to press down, forcing Ye Tuyen to lie flat on the ground, unable to move or budge. He was terrified now, and tried to speak. I didn't know which senior I offended. Could you please show yourself so I can die knowing the truth? Shenyan's eyes were filled with killing intent. He continued to increase the spiritual pressure. My Shishu, even a fool like you dares to humiliate him? You are truly bold. Ye Tuyen finally looked in terror at the young Lutan. He really is the Shishuzu of the demon sect? Seeing his disciple prostrate on the ground, Bin Sonhai couldn't just stand by anymore. He waved his hand to reduce Shenyan's pressure. Bin Sonhai said, Sect Master Shenyan, why bother with a junior? Of our sword mountain, so Lutam, who was also nearby, spoke up with a smile. Shen Diem, there's no need for you to get angry at such a mindless junior. If you hurt him, how could the match avoid rumors that I, as the master, won unfairly? Hearing this, Shen Diem pulled back his hand, sparing Diep Tuyan's life. Yes, little junior uncle. The female disciples of Sword Mountain rushed over to help Diep Tuyan, asking anxiously, Senior brother Diep, are you okay? What happened, senior brother Diep? Bin Sunhai had by now recovered most of his internal power. He stepped down and said confidently, the match between the demon sect and our Sword Mountain doesn't need Junior Diep to step in. If I can defeat the founder's sword aura from the demon sect, he was extremely arrogant, thinking that if he could win the second match, he could naturally win the rest. Lutam smiled slightly, not caring at all about the guy's blathering. He turned to Senior K and said, Senior, be careful, don't slip and fall. Bin Sun Hai, being ignored by a junior, was displeased and frowned. Is this kid not even paying attention to me? Lutam watched Senior K step onto the stage and called out down below, You useless braggart, you won't be able to defeat Senior Quay. Senior Quay's appearance made people very suspicious and confused. He leaned on a cane, and even just walking seemed incredibly difficult. Bin Sun Hai looked at the frail old man before him with dissatisfaction and said, Is the person that you, the demon sect, are sending to the next match really this old man who can't even stand steadily? Lutam smiled confidently and replied, That's right, Senior K is very strong. Bin Sun Hai didn't take Senior K seriously at all and tried to insult him. Haha, ridiculous. So, I, Bin Sun Hai, am being treated like this by you people in the demon sect? You want a shaking old man to be my opponent? He waved his hand, releasing a burst of energy towards Senior K to intimidate him. If you people in the demon sect are going to look down on me like this, then I have no need to show any restraint anymore. Let's fight, old man. I want to show you all that the demon sect has no dignity left. Lutam patted Shen Diem on the shoulder, signaling that he wanted Senior Ki to give Bin Sun Hai a good beating. You demon sect people have no shame at all. Luke Tam nudged Shen Yun, signaling for Uncle K to give that guy Bin Sun Hai a beating. Because of his arrogance, let him pretend, shall he? I remember you said Keba could defeat him in 2 strikes, then tell Keba to hit him right in the face. Keba's aura gradually radiated out. He let out a cold hum, then leapt forward to confront Bin Sun Hai. Looking at the old man before him, Bin Sun Hai said unhappily, I've waited a long time. I thought you would send that cold-blooded swordswoman from last time, but I didn't expect it to be you. Before the fight began, Keba bowed politely, then reached into his pocket and took something out. Bin Sun Hai was cautious, thinking to himself, is he about to make a move? But Keba pulled out a lantern, leaving his opponent completely bewildered. Feeling insulted, Bin Sun Hai shouted, What is the meaning of this? Keba slowly and gently lit the lantern in his hand. Then, he shone it over his entire body, his aura becoming increasingly intense. Kwaila watched this also confused, and asked, Luke Tam, great-granduncle Kwe, why is he lighting a lantern at a time like this? Luke Tam smiled slightly and replied, Keba wants to make a statement. He means that even while dueling Bin Sun Hai, he won't let his lantern go out. Diep Tu Han felt this was irrelevant and still unhappy, said, That old man is really looking down on Bin Sun Hai. Our granduncle is dueling him, yet he lights a lantern? It makes no sense. We are all cultivators capable of flight, who can't see perfectly well in the dark. This is clearly a provocation. The male disciples of Not Kiem Sun shouted, these demon sect people, in the end, have nothing. Couldn't they send someone stronger? That old man will surely be taken down by our granduncle quickly. This year, our Kiem Sun will definitely defeat the demon sect. Diep Tui Han stared at Luke Tam's back, furious. But I hope Uncle Bin gets defeated. so I can teach that little brat a lesson in front of everyone. Looking at the relaxed posture of Luke Tam made him green with envy, grinding his teeth. When the time comes, I'll make him kneel and beg for mercy. I'll make him lose face in front of everyone. Let's see who can look cooler than me then. Seeing this strange act, Bin Sunhai said irritably, "Are you challenging me? Draw your sword. As a fellow sword cultivator, you should lose with some dignity." Keba took out a wooden stick, complying with Bin Sunhai. "All right then, I shall draw my sword." This made Bin Sunhai's eyes sink, his brows furrowed. "A stick? You intend to use that to face my sword?" Bin Sunhai released a surge of water elemental energy, preparing to attack again and again. "I gave you a chance. Take this strike." Bin Sunhai thought smugly. "This strike has more power than Yen Li's sword chi. That old man is definitely a goner if he can't block this." Above, Luke Tam and Shen Yan watched silently. Only Kui La was a bit agitated and worried. It started. Keba's aura flared, and he lightly swung his stick to defend. Suddenly Keba was still holding the burning lantern, his expression completely unfazed. Bin Sunhai looked as if he had seen a ghost, cold sweat soaking his clothes, eyes wide with horror as he shouted, "How? How could he block and deflect it so easily?" After neutralizing Bin Sunhai's attack, Keba took the initiative to counterattack. "My turn." Bin Sunhai was dazed, unable to react, stunned on the spot. So fast, too fast. Now, the wooden stick in Keba's hand had touched and struck Bin Sunhai's shoulder. Keba smiled very gently and said, "2 strikes. You've lost." This scene happened so fast that the Not Kiem Sun disciples broke into an uproar. "This is impossible. Granduncle Bin Sunhai is the strongest sword cultivator of Not Kiem Sun currently. How could he be defeated by a skinny old man?" Diep Tui Han immediately shouted loudly, breaking the chaos. "Shut up. Don't ruin the prestige of Kiem Sun," Diep Tui Han declared aggressively. "Everyone, do not be discouraged. Our Kiem Sun has not fully lost the battle against the demon sect yet. As long as I defeat that damn granduncle of the demon sect, Kiem Sun will still be the winner." Kiem Sun's reputation rested entirely on Diep Tui Han. The Not Kiem Sun disciples placed all their faith in him, bowing respectfully and saying, "Please, Brother Diep, give it your all. Let those demon sect people see that we are the leaders of sword cultivation. We look to you, Brother Diep, to wash away this humiliation for Kiem Sun." Diep Tui An drew his sword with a confident smile, saying, "That goes without saying. They're just the demon sect. My sword will definitely defeat them. I realized long ago that their demon sect's great uncle master just broke into the initial realm. He's just a useless hack," he said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "He only managed to conjure a faint glow around him. You can tell at a glance he's just a pretty face with no real substance." Guila. Seeing the hostile glares from the First Sword Mountain disciples, he turned to Liu Kan and said, "Junior Uncle Master, the Sword Mountain disciples are exactly as you predicted. They all look so unpleasant, and some are even secretly staring daggers at you." Liu Kan remained completely calm. As expected, seeing Bing Shanhai lose, they immediately want to use their sharp glares to kill half of me. Guila tilted her head in confusion and asked, "Wait, why kill half of you? Why not just kill you outright?" Shen Yan didn't say a word, but his face twisted into a scowl as he thought, "What kind of things is the Junior Uncle Master saying?" Liu Kan smiled and explained the meaning to Guila. "Because only by killing half of me can I be killed by their senior brother Diep Tui An with a single sword strike. That way, not only does Diep Tui An win, but Sword Mountain also triumphs over the demon sect," Liu Kan continued. "This is the twisted nature of the martial world. You still have a lot to learn, Guila." Guila nodded in realization. Seeing Guila standing behind him, Liu Kan asked in confusion, "Why are you standing behind me?" Guila replied with a serious look, "I will help you block the spirit light in their eyes so you won't get killed halfway through." Liu Kan. He sighed inwardly at Guila's overreaction. "I was just making a comparison. Why are you so serious about it?" Only then did Guila reveal her true motive. "But I won't back down. I need you to promise me one thing." Liu Kan turned gently and asked, "So, there's a condition, is there? What do you want to ask of me?" Guila pulled gently on Liu Kan's sleeve and cautioned him earnestly. "Whether the demon sect wins or not, doesn't matter. If you can't beat him, then you have to make sure you run fast, okay?" Guila blushed beet red and stammered, I, right now. I only have you. You're the only friend I have." Liu Kan responded with a sweet, lingering gaze, as if trying to captivate any girl watching. Shen Yan glanced at both of them, witnessing their back-and-forth flirting, and broke into a cold sweat. The world of young people is truly vibrant, isn't it? Tu Thien, seeing this scene, felt a bit troubled. They're standing way too close to my master. Tian Ni's expression dimmed, and she wondered sadly, does she like master too? Up on the stage, Keba had already sheathed his sword, and the surrounding space returned to normal. Bing Shanhai stared at Liu Kan, frozen in place. 2 swords, 1 move to deflect his sword energy that wasn't anything special. But the wave of sword energy he had unleashed just now was exactly the same as the sword energy of Yen Li. Bing Shanhai looked at the old man before him with fear, wondering, could he be the direct disciple of the demon sect's founder, Yen Li? Now Bing Shanhai was no longer arrogant, accepting this defeat. If that's the case, then it's only natural that I, Bing Shanhai, would lose to him. But if not, I must get to the bottom of this. Bing Shanhai sheathed his sword, cupped his hands, and asked, may I ask, Taoist brother, the sword technique you just used is very similar to Yen Li's sword energy. Are you a disciple of Yen Li? At the demon sect's rear mountain, the immortal was drinking tea, and when he opened his tool to peek, he nearly choked on his tea at Bing Shanhai's question. Are you a disciple of Yen Li? The immortal was displeased and thought, did this brat come here to mock me? The immortal quickly grabbed a cloth to wipe his mouth and muttered, quite the opposite. Yen Li doesn't have the qualifications to teach little Kuei. Hearing the question, Keba replied lightly, old man here is not a disciple of Yen Li. It just so happens that he managed to steal a couple of sword moves from me. This shocked Bing Shanhai even more. So, he's the one who taught Yen Li sword fighting? Then my loss is no shame. Bing Shanhai once again bowed respectfully, saying, thank you, senior, for your guidance. Seeing Bing Shanhai's attitude toward Keba, Liu Kan offered his assessment. People like Bing Shanhai are, though arrogant, they are obsessed with the path of the sword. Such a person will become a respected powerhouse in the future. Shenyan, standing nearby, added, Bing Shanhai and I are old friends, junior uncle master. You are absolutely right. But now, it's your turn to fight. Diep Tui An decided then to use sword flight to ascend, shouting loudly, fellow disciples, follow me and witness me defeat that demon sect great uncle master. The disciples below shouted together, yes, let's go with senior brother Diep. Senior brother Diep is sure to win. Liu Kan, seeing this showboat, really disliked him. This little brat loves to show off, doesn't he? Is that a trait all protagonists of this world have? My entrance absolutely cannot be outdone by him. I have to make it spectacular. Liu Kan requested help from Shen Yan. Nephew, assist me in stepping on the air. Shen Yan replied softly, as you wish, junior uncle master. With Shen Yan's help, Liu Kan began walking on air, looking way cooler than using a sword. Guila was still very worried and looked up to remind him. Remember what I said, Liu Kan. If you can win, do it. If you can't, Liu Kan turned back to reassure her, don't worry, I will definitely win. Before he could finish his sentence, Liu Kan had already vanished, leaving behind the message, wait for my return, and I'll let you have a taste. This made Guila overthink it. A taste? Me? Has he finally realized? But I'm currently practicing demon sect techniques and can no longer be used as a cultivation vessel. But, if it's for his sake, I would even practice that kind of technique. When Liu Kan landed, he finished his sentence. Of your cake. Liu Kan couldn't help but glance at the old sect master, not finishing his thought. Shen Yan is trying to play me, isn't he? This bald guy has no decorum at all. Seeing Liu Kan suddenly appear, Diep Tui An was startled, shivering like a bolt of lightning passing through his body. Walking on air, only a great cultivator has this ability. Just now, he only revealed a sliver of his aura, yet it was enough to shock that demon sect girl. This caused the first Sword Mountain disciples to chatter about Liu Kan's strength. Didn't senior brother Diep say he was just in the initial realm, walking on air? He's so young, yet a great cultivator? With that appearance, calling him an immortal wouldn't be an exaggeration. Watching their reactions, Liu Tan chuckled to himself. Their faces all looked equally unsightly. It seems what I'm doing is even cooler than their sword-flying tricks. After all, this skill, the flight technique, requires at least level 50 to use. Keep guessing all you want. Liu Tan looked at Ye Tuian with a relaxed expression and spoke softly. I invite the sword sect disciple to come forth and challenge me. He drew his sword, and Ye Tuian quickly steadied himself, placing a hand on his hilt, acting confident again. Then, I accept your challenge. Ye Tuian put all his strength into it, but the tip of the blade wouldn't budge. He pulled and pulled, but it wouldn't leave the scabbard. I must make him realize the power of the sword sect's heritage. He strained, his face turning pale from shame. Why couldn't he pull it out? Liu Tan saw through his struggle and smiled slightly at his reaction. Of course you can't pull it out. This is my skill, Sword Seal. A brief note on the skill Lu Tan is using. Sword Seal, a skill from the seal of the sword blade, uses the host's spiritual power level to suppress the opponent, making it impossible for them to draw their weapon. The host's current level is First Realm, First Heaven. The sword sect disciples looked at each other in confusion, mouths agape, wondering, why isn't senior brother Ye drawing his sword, or does he not want to? But his posture clearly shows he's trying to draw it out. Right? Is it possible he can't? Yi Tuian was trembling with rage, desperately trying to yank the sword from its scabbard. He gritted his teeth, suppressing his frustration. His cultivation level was higher, but the moment he stepped into this place, his realm had been suppressed. Thinking it over, it had to be him. I never imagined he would have a secret technique that prevents me from drawing my sword. As a sword cultivator, if I can't even draw my blade, it'll be a total disgrace in front of everyone. Drawing it normally wasn't working. Ye Tuian decided to change his approach. If he couldn't pull it out, he absolutely had to force it. He would use the sword sect's sword-drawing art. He chanted the incantation for the sword sect's art, and the disciples cheered in waves. So, that's what's happening. I get it. Senior brother wants to use the sword-drawing art. He looks so smug. No wonder he wasn't drawing his sword before. With the sword-drawing art, he'll be able to unleash a powerful sword chi the moment it clears the scabbard. As expected of senior brother Ye, he's seizing every chance to win, but the result remained the same. Yi Tuian's sword didn't move an inch. The disciples who were cheering just a moment ago were now all covering their faces in shock. His tone calm, Lu Tan smiled at Ye Tuian's expression and said, "This sword sect disciple is truly respectful toward his elders, isn't he?" He raised his hand, taking the initiative. "If you don't want to strike first against an elder, you'd better be careful." Guila, being curious, asked Shenyan, "Sect master, why does our little martial uncle have to warn him before acting? Why not just kill him directly? Wouldn't that increase his chances of winning?" Shenyan had to find a reason to answer this curious young lady, because the little martial uncle doesn't think he's actually competing with him. Even so, Guila remained confused and clueless. Shenyan was a bit worried by Guila's casual words and broke into a cold sweat. Did she just say kill him? Is this little girl really that vicious? Lu Tan continued to smile faintly, saying, "As an elder, I'm just offering some guidance to a junior." Below the stage, Lu Tan released waves of heavy sword chi toward Ye Tuian. This forced Ye Tuian to retreat repeatedly. He was shocked to the core. This guy isn't even drawing his sword, yet he can continuously fire sword chi. Moreover, the power of each blast is 2 or 3 levels higher than my current cultivation. Lu Tan looked at the sword chi and smiled, thinking to himself, the second skill of the sword blade is accumulation. It means the longer the power is stored without being released, the stronger it becomes. Plus, my sword cultivation technique has reached level 3, increasing critical damage by 400%. The skill Lu Tan is using is the top-grade sword sheath. Skill 2. Accumulation. Description. Stores the host's daily spiritual power and converts it into sword chi stored within the sheath. The longer it's stored, the more explosive the power. Sword cultivation level 3. Lower grade orange rank. Effect. Increases the critical hit rate of sword skills by 100% and boosts critical damage by 400%, exclusively for sword cultivators. Lu Tan waved his hand casually, leaving Ye Tuian breathless. After all, his heaven-defying actions, the protagonist of this world must be terrified. Ye Tuian was now in an extremely difficult position, being constantly suppressed. He decided, it seems I underestimated him. If I can't draw my sword, I'll definitely lose. Having no other choice, Ye Tuian decided to use his last resort. At this point, it was the only solution. Ye Tuian took flight, keeping his distance, to buy time to draw his sword. He used his sword heart to guide the sword spirit. Although his technique was unstable and could cause a backlash compared to a disgraceful defeat, he would rather die. Ye Tuian concentrated intensely, raising one hand to activate his sword heart. This made the sword sect disciples go wild. Sword heart. Senior brother Ye has awakened his sword heart. The girls in the crowd were cheering the loudest, using the sword heart to awaken the sword spirit within the blade. He's so handsome. No wonder senior brother Yi is so much stronger than that demonic sect martial uncle. Shenyun smiled with interest, assessing the situation. Although this kid isn't a naturally born sword soul, he is a naturally born sword body. A pity. A real pity, but compared to our little martial uncle, he's still 70, 80, maybe 90 rungs behind. Lu Tan stood still, showing no reaction. He looked up at Ye Tuian's movements. Using an immature sword heart to force the sword spirit to draw the blade, That kind of maneuver easily causes a backlash. Lu Tan hadn't expected Ye Tuyan to be this reckless. It was getting a bit extreme. You're the protagonist of this future world. How can your pride be more important than your own life? He didn't want the boy to end up dying like that. You're the protagonist of this future world. How could your face possibly matter more than your life? I don't want to let that guy live or die like this anymore. Liu Xin decided to lift the seal. Just pull the sword out already. Forget it. Why make things so hard for him? Just disperse the sword aura and unlock the seal so he can draw it. That's all. Very quickly, Ye Tuyan drew the sword from its scabbard, making him grin with delight again. This trick really works. Seeing Ye Tuyan draw his sword, the disciples kept cheering. Isn't that the Sword Emperor's spirit sword of Brother Ye? Drawing a sword under the moonlight, he looks just like an emperor under the moonlight. This time, victory for Brother Ye is set. Ye Tuyan's expression turned gloomy to the extreme, as if he wanted to vent everything on Lu Tan. Now that I've drawn my sword, I'll return all the humiliation I just endured to you. Ye Tuyan swung his sword and shouted coldly, "Take this." Sharp waves of sword aura lashed out. Lu Tan remained very calm, the corner of his mouth curving slightly. This kid actually has some heart, even reminding this lord to watch the sword. But he felt like the kid was actually just showing off to him, and was more focused on looking cool in front of the crowd, right? Lu Xin began plotting his next move, but it was a pity that no matter what he did, the guy's heart was surely already filled with bone-deep hatred for him. Since that's the case, he might as well let him hate him to the fullest. Liu Xin broke into a cocky grin. This smile only enraged Ye Tuyan further. He was mocking him so arrogantly, and on top of that, he didn't even bother drawing his own sword. This action was no different from wanting to use his bare hands to block. This sword strike of mine? Ye Tuyan crazily increased the amount of sword aura. You dare to be so boastful? I will definitely make you pay a heavy price. Lu Tan was slightly surprised and let out a soft, "Oh, this guy is still buffing himself? And he's even piling on another layer of sword intent? This is clearly an attempt to decide the winner in a single blow. It looks like relying on just the small sword heart isn't enough to intimidate him. I have to use sword intent too." Lu Tan also followed suit, adding sword energy as a thick mist materialized around him. Too bad, this lord's sword intent isn't as imposing as his. It looked just like mist and illusions. Lu Tan gently extended one finger, striking both sides at once. Their collision officially kicked off the battle to see whose sword intent was stronger. Lu Tan smiled faintly, looking at Ye Tuyan with a provocative gaze. "Let's settle this here." Across the way, Ye Tuyan gritted his teeth in anger, grinding them at the sight of Lu Tan's disdainful expression. "I'll keep hitting you until all your teeth fall to the ground." Below, the disciples held their breath, waiting for the outcome. Is the battle about to be decided? On the side of the third senior brother, Miao Nanbei and Xiao Tianer were watching intently. It was clear that the battle was about to reach its climax. Gui La was no exception. Only Shen Yan looked remarkably calm, the corner of his mouth even curling into a happy smile. The two sides collided fiercely, but judging by the stance, it was clear that Lu Tan had taken the upper hand with his approach. This was quickly proven when the sword in Ye Tuyan's hand was sent flying. Lu Tan held his position, his two fingers stopping just inches from Ye Tuyan's head. The result was now painfully obvious. With his hack from the system, Lu Tan completely outclassed the protagonist of this world. Lu Tan smiled faintly and said softly, "A stop at the point of contact." The fact that Ye Tuyan was defeated in just one strike shocked the disciples of Sword Sect. They shouted in unison, "Ye senior brother actually lost?" The image of their senior brother, once so majestic in their eyes, collapsed completely after this miserable defeat. Not only was he disarmed, but his opponent hadn't even bothered to draw a sword from the start. He had been defeated so easily by just 2 fingers. In another development, Miao Nanbei was shouting and jumping around, nearly causing the white bird to fall. "Junior uncle won. He won. He really won. My mount won." The third senior brother smiled awkwardly and reminded Miao Nanbei, "Junior uncle may have won, but if you fall off your flying Dharma tool, you'll be a laughingstock in front of Sword Sect." The third senior brother looked at Lu Tan's performance and couldn't help but marvel. This disciple of the junior uncle truly has innate talent. Just by watching him swing his sword, he has reached the realm of enlightenment. These 2 disciples will surely be no less than me in the future. Gui La was extremely excited, her favorability toward Lu Tan growing higher every day. Lu Tan is just too handsome. Shen Yan maintained a calm appearance on the outside as if everything were within his expectations. But deep down, he was celebrating more than anyone. "See that? That is the junior uncle of our demonic sect. He is the pillar of the future of our demonic sect." No wonder he has the innate sword fetus. You guys don't have that, do you? Ye Tuyen finally realized the gap between the two of them. If the opponent hadn't reined in his power, the sword intent on those two fingers would have pierced his head. Watching Lutan withdraw his hand, Ye Tuyen was a bit dazed. He really did stop at the point of contact? Lutan saw that the guy looked dazed and asked, "Well, do you still want to continue?" Truth be told, he was about to vomit from the internal strain. Damn it. In order to look cool, he had to hold back until the very last second before unleashing it, which led to the sword intent backlashing. But now, he had to maintain a perfectly calm attitude. He couldn't let this guy see any openings. Yi Tuyen bowed, cupped his hands, and said, "I have lost." The disciples of Sword Sect turned to hug each other and screamed, "Yay, senior brother, it's okay. We'll fight again in 3 years. By then, we will definitely be able to defeat that damned junior uncle of the demonic sect. Yay, senior brother, don't be sad. Next time, you will surely win." Lutan nodded slightly and smiled in response. "I went easy on you." After speaking, Lutan turned to quickly slip away to treat his injuries. Things were not looking good at all. The spiritual energy in his body was in such chaos that he was about to cough up blood. Furthermore, even though he had clearly completed the mission, he hadn't seen the system's reward yet. It could at least help him recover a bit of blood. Ye Tuyen didn't let Lutan leave immediately, and called out after him, "Senior! Senior!" Lutan tried to hold on and cursed under his breath. Damn it, this kid isn't done yet? He flipped his mood in a flash, turned back with a bright smile, and asked, "Is there something else?" Ye Tuyen bowed respectfully and said, "Senior, this junior has a request. May I borrow your sword to admire it for a moment?" He thought to himself. In this competition, he didn't even draw his sword and still made me lose so miserably. He truly deserves my address of senior. But if I leave like this, without even seeing his sword, I won't be able to rest easy. Lutan's eyes flashed with annoyance. This brat is actually causing trouble, blocking my way at such a critical moment? Damn it, what sword do I have? In my heart, I only have a small sword, but can I let an outsider know that? Just then, the system notification rang out. Hidden quest, questioning the sword completed. Description: fight on behalf of the demonic sect and achieve victory. Rewards: 100,000 experience points, 1 point of sword Dao aptitude, 3,000 sect reputation points, and a sword technique skill upgrade ticket. Lutan's eyes quickly lit up with joy. System, you finally decided to show up. Since he now had confidence, he would just pretend to awe the masses a little. Lutan spoke with overwhelming momentum to Ye Tuyen, his sword intent constantly radiating from him. "You've already seen it, haven't you?" The bursting sword intent was so powerful that Ye Tuyen had to quickly raise his hands to shield himself. With the mission completed, Lutan had also grasped a higher level of sword Dao. Lutan's sword Dao aptitude increased by 1 point. Current sword Dao aptitude is 4. As it ascended, it also strengthened his sword heart and sword intent. An upgrade in aptitude cannot be seen by ordinary people, but the sword heart and sword intent were completely different. Xianxia looked in shock at the surge of sword intent descending from the sky onto Lutan and exclaimed, "Junior Grand Uncle is actually experiencing enlightenment and breaking through right in the middle of a fight?" Bing Shanhai also looked at Lutan in shock. Sword heart and sword intent breaking through simultaneously? Ye Tuyen was full of questions, wondering, enlightenment? He is actually experiencing enlightenment at this moment? Then what was the meaning of the words he just said? Xianxia stepped forward to congratulate Lutan. "Congratulations, Junior Grand Uncle." Guila, standing next to him, also bowed and said, "Congratulations, Junior Grand Uncle." The third senior brother and the fourth senior sister happily laughed and said, "Congratulations, Junior Uncle." The Sword Sect disciples changed their view of Lutan in a heartbeat. Is this the newly entered Junior Grand Uncle of the demonic sect? Does our Sword Sect have anyone with this kind of talent? Not to mention, he's also so handsome. It's absurd, simply too absurd. Lutan looked up at Xianxia, realizing he was putting on a show again. "Do you get it?" Xianxia nodded slightly, thinking, "I get it. The little master uncle wants me to help him fly again, right? I know him too well." So, Xianxia secretly used his power to help Lutan float up. To others, it looked like Lutan was flying on his own, which looked incredibly impressive. The fourth junior sister ran over, cheering, "That's awesome, little junior brother." Miu Nanbei instantly turned into a cute cat and leaped onto Lutan's head, sitting there proudly despite Lutan's annoyed expression. The third senior brother also spoke up, congratulating him. "Great job, little junior brother." Lutan looked at little Tianer, pulled Miu Nanbei off his head, and asked, "What did you think? What did you think of the guy who just fought against your master?" Miu Nanbei struggled, yowling, "I don't want to get down. Meow, meow, you are my mount. Meow, meow." Lu Tan plotted in his heart, determined to sever the connection between Ye Xuan and his disciple. In their past life, Ye Xuan was destined to be involved with little Tian'er. In this life, he would completely extinguish this small flame before it could even start. Little Tian'er touched Lu Tan's hand gently and whispered, "He doesn't compare to you, master." Lu Tan smiled with satisfaction. "Ha ha ha, good, very good." He patted the cute disciple's head, thinking to himself, "No one is going to lay a finger on my little cabbage." Miu Nanbei, feeling hungry, turned and scurried off, pulling everyone along. "Let's go. Tonight is going to be so much fun. Then let the little junior brother make us a grand late-night meal." Lu Tan shouted unhappily, "Hey, why do you keep making me cook late-night snacks?" Miu Nanbei immediately deflected. "Then let the third senior brother do it." Lu Tan heard this and had to take over the cooking duties. "Fine, I'll go. I don't want the third senior brother to get tired." The third senior brother smiled kindly, scratching his head. "Little junior brother, you're so thoughtful, but I'm not tired." The three of them panicked and shouted in unison, clearly terrified of food cooked by the third senior brother. "You are tired." As they flew off into the distance, Guila remained, watching them quietly. With everything over, Shen Yan turned to Guila. "Young lady, shall I take you home?" Guila hugged the package of snacks in her arms tightly and replied gently, "You can just leave me here. I can go back by myself." Guila turned around sadly and walked down the mountain, her silhouette looking incredibly pitiful. "What a pity I didn't even get to have him eat the snacks I made." Suddenly, Lu Tan appeared behind her and called out. Lu Tan smiled at Guila and said, "It took me a long time to find you. I asked the sect master and found out you came down this way. Slow down, I haven't even tasted the snacks you made yet." Guila looked at Lu Tan as he approached, looking up with shimmering eyes and a soft voice. "I am Gi La. I thought you had forgotten about me. Today really is a beautiful full moon night." Lu Tan sat down next to Guila and took out some food to give to her. He spoke softly. "This is a late-night snack I made myself. They are just simple foods. You can take them back to your cave to eat." Lu Tan repeated his earlier words, adding, "Besides, I'll taste them after I win." Guila's face turned beet red, blushing to the tips of her ears. She stuttered nervously. "Here? Right here?" Lu Tan turned away nonchalantly and asked, "What's wrong? Is it not okay here?" Guila pondered deeply, bowing her head shyly. But here, even with my cultivation level, it feels a bit uncomfortable. Besides, what if someone walks by?" Even so, she reluctantly agreed. It's not that I can't, it's just that Guila's inner conflict was intense. "Guila, you silly girl. Don't you usually go around saying you'll marry Lu Tan and no one else? Why are you so scared now? Make up your mind. It's just doing things that would happen after marriage anyway. What's the big deal?" Guila took off her outer robe and whispered, "You know, even though I was always looking for a cauldron before, I honestly didn't have any other choices. This is my first time doing this." Lu Tan's nose began to bleed, and he hurriedly stopped her. Wait, stop. What are you doing? Why are you taking off your clothes? Aren't you holding the snacks in your hand?" Only then did Guila realize something was wrong. Her face turned bright red as she mumbled, The snacks," and just like that, the atmosphere became incredibly awkward. Guila turned her head to the side, stumbling over her words. "It turns out you just wanted to taste my snacks. Haha." Deep down, she just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. She was so embarrassed. Lu Tan took a bite of the snack Guila made and smiled, evaluating it. "These snacks are delicious. The balance of salt and sugar is perfect, and the fermentation time and water ratio are controlled very well." Guila heard this and smiled happily. Hey, as long as you like it." Seeing the red marks on Guila's hands, Lu Tan quickly understood. Since when had this refined young lady learned how to cook? To make these, she must have put in a lot of hard work. It really was quite draining. After giving the snacks to Lu Tan, Guila stood up, wanting to leave. "Well, I have an early class tomorrow, so I need to go back and prepare." She told herself that she wasn't as talented as Lu Tan, so she had to spend more time practicing. If she didn't, sooner or later, she wouldn't be able to catch up to him, and at that point, she feared she would never see him again. Lu Tan stood up and reached out, asking, "That's fine. How are you going back?" Guila replied gently, "I'll just walk back." Lu Tan heard this, and couldn't bear to let her walk. Although the inside of the demon sect was safe, walking down the mountain was too slow. It wasn't a good way to travel. From now on, whenever you want to go out, you really should find a more convenient way to get around. Lu Tan took out a paper crane and handed it to Gui La. Give me your hand. He placed it gently on her palm and said, this is a flight artifact I crafted. From now on, use this to get around. Lu Tan continued to teach Gui La how to use it, including the incantations. Lean in closer. I'll tell you how. Perhaps years later, Gui La wouldn't remember exactly what Lu Tan said that day, but the warm breath he exhaled would be forever engraved in her heart. Cutting to the guest hall of the demon sect, Ping Shanhai took out an item and gave it to the sect master. I lost this sword duel. This is the bet. Shen Yan happily accepted it and opened the box to look. He couldn't help but be thrilled with the wager. 2 more storage rings filled to the brim. Not bad at all. Opening a new branch within the sect next year will save me a bit of a financial burden. A peak master looked at the items in Shen Yan's hands. Curious, the sect master asked his fellow senior brother, let me see, what's the bet this year? Shen Yan immediately hid it away, acting all mysterious. No need to look, no need to see. I've already put it away. Another sect leader felt disgruntled, silently judging the stingy bald guy. If you won't show it, then don't. After stashing the item, Shen Yan stood up and smiled. Sect leader, if there's nothing else, please lead your disciples down the mountain. I'll see you out. The sect leaders present all glared at the sect master with deep-seated prejudice, getting the goods and kicking us out immediately. He's clearly worried about us staying the night, wasting his food and supplies, and he wouldn't even offer a late-night snack. He's way too stingy. No wonder he's the eldest senior brother. In the eyes of the eldest senior brother, the people from Sword Mountain were likely no different than pack horses for supplies. Ping Shanhai didn't want to leave just yet. He cupped his hands and bowed, saying, there's no rush. There is one thing I must clarify with the sect master. Ping Shanhai asked directly about Lu Tan. That disciple the master just took in, is he? He lowered his voice, his tone heavy with anticipation. A heaven-born sword body? Outside, the rest of the Sword Mountain disciples were still waiting patiently. When they saw Ping Shanhai walking out, the whole group cheered. Junior Uncle Ping is out. Ye Xuyan walked over and asked Ping Shanhai, Master, did you ask? Is he really? Ping Shanhai nodded slightly, admitting, that's right. The Sword Mountain disciples were in an uproar. He really is a heaven-born sword body? How could such a monstrous talent not be a disciple of our Sword Mountain? Some of them even began whispering, comforting Ye Xuyan after his loss to Lu Tan. No wonder senior brother Ye lost. After all, his opponent was a heaven-born sword body, 1 in a billion. Ping Shanhai used a steady, calm tone to address his disciples. It's all finished. For now, let's return to the sect. There is no need to be angry. We will come again in 3 years. The disciples cupped their hands in obedience and replied in unison, understood. Yi Sui. An stood on the same sword as Ping Shanhai, flying back to their sect. Watching his disciple looking dazed after the defeat, Ping Shanhai asked gently, Suiyan, are you troubled? Yi Suiyan bowed his head and replied softly, in response to Master, I still don't understand. He said he saw my sword. He had been questioning this issue the whole time, but where exactly was his sword? Ping Shanhai then explained his theory to his disciple. That young man has likely refined himself into a sword. The sword is the person is the sword. Ye Xuyan was stunned, shocked, and blurted out, is there really someone in this world who has reached that level of cultivation? Compared to borrowing external objects as precious swords, this type of cultivation wouldn't it be 10,000 times more dangerous? Ping Shanhai turned his head to instruct his disciple. On the path of cultivation, you must fight against people, against heaven, and against yourself. Sui Yan. Don't think that joining Sword Mountain is the end goal of cultivation. That young man has great ambition. He is well suited to be your lifelong rival. Ye Xuyan also learned a lesson and became more determined. That's right. Today, I was indeed inferior to that senior. But in 3 years, I will make him look at me with different eyes. In 3 years, I will definitely return to the demon sect to challenge that senior to a duel. A monster with a brain is truly the most dangerous thing. Changing the scene to the back mountain of the demon sect, Miss Ku Miaonan was now fast asleep, mumbling, I told you, cat. We have to go up the mountain tomorrow to pick apples to eat. Snore, snore. As for Lu Tan, he was focused on the system mission board. With the many miscellaneous tasks from before, plus this recent sword-challenging mission, he had only earned nearly 210,000 experience points. In contrast, his reputation points within the sect were rising much faster. Thinking of Ye Xuyan's bratty image, Lu Tan stroked his chin and mused, this is all thanks to that brat. After all, He is the successor of two sects, Sword Mountain and Myriad Sword Mountain, and he possesses some kind of heaven-born sword body. His outward appearance is also legendary. Yet the moment he stepped into the demon sect, he was defeated by someone little known. Once this story is spread widely within the demon sect and the outside world, my reputation points are expected to soar even higher. Although reputation points don't have much use right now, they might unlock a reputation shop later. This will also increase the chance of triggering various hidden missions. Who knows? Perhaps later he could even rely on it to earn legendary weapons. Every little bit helps. Lu Tan's current status. Reputation points in the demon sect. 8,996. Experience points. Over 209,000. Looking at the remaining experience points, he calculated, next it's time to use the experience points. To level up, he connected to the system. System. Open the list of skills and techniques I have practiced before. Techniques currently in practice. Nameless Technique Level 1. Skills currently in practice. Sword Nourishing Technique Level 3. Fierce Hand Level 1. Ancient 5 Elements Great Formation. Level 1. It looks like I have many options, but in reality, only the orange tier Sword Nourishing Technique is worth it, while the others should be set aside for now. Lu Tan wasn't in a hurry. First, he took out a technique manual. Before using the experience points, he still had this. Sword Technique Upgrade Scroll. Note: can increase the grade of any sword technique by 1 level, but limited to level 5 and below. Lu Tan already knew about this item. I remember when I received this upgrade scroll in my previous life. There was a restriction that it could only be used for levels below 5. It really is the same. He smiled slightly. He calculated the most optimal way to use it. Right now, the sword nourishing technique is level 3. I can use experience points to raise it by 1 level, then use the scroll. By common logic, the experience points required to upgrade from level 3 to 4 are certainly not as high as the points needed to upgrade from level 4 to 5. Lu Tan continued to calculate. 75,000 points. This number fits what I know about orange tier skills. Finally, he decisively chose to upgrade. Information after the upgrade. Effect: Sword Nourishing Technique Level 4. Increases sword technique damage by 100%. Critical hit damage by 500%. Feeling the changes within himself, Lu Tan's expression was happy and excited. After the upgrade, his heart felt filled, very complete. The increased effect was also within his expectations. With each level increase, the critical hit damage increases by 100%. Information on the next upgrade. It requires 180,000 experience points to reach level 5. Looking at this number, Lu Tan pouted, thinking, sure enough, by level 5, things no longer follow the normal rules. According to his cultivation experience from many previous lives, almost all aptitudes undergo a major change when upgraded from level 4 to 5. Although he had never owned an orange tier skill before, it was clear the sword nourishing technique followed this rule. And so, Lu Tan decided to upgrade one more time. Use the upgrade scroll. Raise it another level. After Lu Tan triggered his level up, a brilliant, blinding light erupted violently. The epicenter of all that radiance was none other than Lu Tan's chest. A burning, agonizing sensation struck him, making Lu Tan wince and groan in pain. What the hell is this? It's so hot it feels like I'm burning alive. Damn this heart. In my past life, I just played games on a screen. But in this life, I actually have to experience this firsthand. Why is upgrading so different and agonizingly painful this time around? Lu Tan desperately racked his brain, trying to find a way to soothe the searing pain. It was both freezing cold and burning hot. If this kept up, things wouldn't end well. He had to figure something out. A moment later, before Lu Tan could even come up with a solution, his body automatically triggered a contingency plan. A self-protection mechanism instantly kicked in, causing him to fall into a deep, unconscious slumber. Tian Ni, who had been sleeping soundly, suddenly felt a sharp intuition. She sensed waves of sword chi rolling and spreading through the air, causing her to jolt awake. Curious, Tian Ni sat up, stepped off the bed, and went outside to investigate. Looking out at the scenery, her eyes were filled with confusion, wondering that sword chi outside the window. Just which expert is it coming from? It's terrifyingly powerful. Because of the cold, snowy weather, Tian Ni quickly threw on a robe, pushed the door open, and stepped out. As she gazed toward the source of the sword chi, her thoughts immediately turned to Lu Tan. That's Master's room. Did Master just have an epiphany or something? Without hesitation, Tian Ni grabbed her weapon and made a quick decision. If Master is indeed having an epiphany, then I will stand guard for him. The next day, Tian Ni persisted, remaining at her post, keeping watch from the previous night until now. After waking up, Miu Nanbei happily skipped around, laughing. Little junior brother. Oh, Tianni, you're up too? We planned to go up the mountain to pick apples today, you know. Seeing Tianni, Miu Nanbei stopped in her tracks and asked, puzzled, Tianni, why are you standing there like a statue in front of little junior brother's door? Tianni didn't answer, but gently raised a finger to her lips, signaling Miu Nanbei to keep her voice down. Even so, the young girl asked in a confused, dazed manner, why are you covered in white snow like that? Tianni gently and carefully used her finger to write on Miu Nanbei's palm. She thought that by writing it clearly, the fourth senior sister would surely understand her meaning. But reality didn't go as planned. After she finished writing, Miu Nanbei just stood there with a blank stare, not understanding a thing. Tianni, what on earth are you writing? Left with no choice, Tianni had to sit down and write directly onto the snowy ground. Only then did Miu Nanbei nod in partial understanding and ask, so you mean little junior brother still hasn't woken up? And this has something to do with a sword, right? Tianni nodded slightly to confirm. Miu Nanbei sighed in disappointment and said, was little junior brother's breakthrough last night not easy then? It seems he can't go apple picking with us today. Oh well, without Lutan, it's no big deal. Miu Nanbei wanted to go with Tianni, but she said, then, let's just go, the two of us. Little junior brother is very resilient. He'll definitely be just fine. Tianni continued writing on the ground, determined, I have to stay and wait for Master to wake up. At this point, Miu Nanbei had to go off on her own. Fine then, I'll just go by myself. Watching Miu Nanbei's figure as she walked away with her basket to pick fruit, Tianni whispered to herself, fourth senior sister is naturally free-spirited and lives her life with ease, but I can't be like that. Master hasn't come out yet. I can't set my heart at ease. A day and a night passed. Tianni was still there like a stone statue, waiting faithfully. A full day and night had gone by, yet there was still no sign of Master. He hadn't come out, and a flicker of worry began to grow in her heart. Is everything okay inside? Could something have gone wrong? Just at that moment, the door to Lutan's room suddenly flew wide open. Lutan appeared, face contorted and body hunched, shouting, 7, I'm going to die. I'm seriously going to die. The teacher and student stood staring at each other, both completely dumbfounded. Seeing his precious disciple right in front of him, it took Lutan exactly 1 second to regain his composed, transcendent demeanor. He gently asked, Tianni, why are you here? Although he appeared calm on the outside, he was screaming internally because his image was completely ruined. My bladder is about to burst. Why did Tianni have to stand right in front of the door at this exact moment? Lutan couldn't hold it in much longer. He tried to find a way to slip away, but Tianni wouldn't let him go. She immediately reached out and grabbed his hand to hold him back. This action made Lutan weep internally. He wailed desperately, help me, someone, please, save me, SOS. Tianni continued to write on the snow, a short message. Master has been asleep for a whole day and night, right? Lutan finally regained his composure, feeling a bit shocked as he thought, I actually slept for that long? I didn't expect the time I spent. Recuperating would be so long. Oh crap, the sword cultivation technique just broke through to level 5, but the price for it was so painful I almost died. This isn't good. My bladder is protesting violently right now. Seeing the worried expression on his disciple's face, Lutan understood everything. Tianni was soaked to the bone and covered in snow. Could this silly girl have been guarding the door for an entire day and night? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile slightly. Such a silly girl. Lutan took the initiative to hold Tianni's hand, leaving her confused. Master, what exactly are you doing? Lutan handed Tianni a small object to help her withstand the freezing weather, and said kindly, you stood outside all day and night like that. If not for your cultivation, you would have gotten sick already. But your clothes are soaked, and that's uncomfortable. Don't use spiritual energy to resist the cold. Use this fire array formation instead. It can help dry your clothes. Tianni activated the formation in her hand, looking at Lutan with deep admiration, thinking, Master is truly incredibly powerful. Her expression became bright and cheerful, and she exclaimed, Master, your formation is so warm. But just as she finished speaking, she turned around, and Lutan had completely vanished. Not a trace of him could be found. Tianni's expression darkened again as she wondered, where did Master run off to? Having seized the golden opportunity, Lutan dashed off to relieve his secret sorrow. He let out a sigh of relief, feeling completely refreshed. Phew. Any longer and my bladder would have exploded like fireworks on the spot. At that moment, Tianni looked. Looking around, I finally understood why Lutan had rushed off so suddenly. It turns out the Master had some personal business to take care of. Not only that, But little Thien Ni also sensed something strange about Lu Tan. That's odd. Why does the sound of Master relieving himself have such a sharp, sword-like ring to it? Furthermore, I just had a very strange feeling. She recalled the moment Lu Tan passed the fire travel array to her. When her master's hand touched hers, I felt as if I were gripping a legendary sword. For a fleeting moment, I was overcome by a crazy desire to spin Master around and practice a few strikes. These wild thoughts were quickly dismissed by Thien Ni herself. No, Thien Ni, what on earth are you thinking? Stop it right now. That is your respected master, not a sword. After finishing up, Lu Tan returned to his disciple, cheerfully inviting her to eat together. Thien Ni, let's go find something to fill our stomachs. You come along too. Catching Thien Ni's strange, intense gaze fixed on him, Lu Tan felt a bit awkward and uneasy. He didn't understand why the girl was staring at him like he was some kind of bizarre object. Right now, in Thien Ni's eyes, Lu Tan was nothing less than a living sword. A truly sharp, beautiful, and mesmerizing sword. I just want to grab him and start playing with him immediately. Seeing his beloved disciple standing there with a silly grin, Lu Tan walked over, patted her shoulder gently, and asked, Thien Ni, what's wrong? Thien Ni's face suddenly flushed bright red. She lowered her head in embarrassment. What kind of crazy things am I thinking? Why do I always look at Master? Like an inanimate sword? Lu Tan quickly guessed what was going on from his disciple's strange reaction. Thien Ni was born with a sword spirit constitution. When she sees a famous sword, she reveals that look of longing. Could it be that she is treating me like a living sword to practice her sword cultivation technique? Because for a whole day and night, she hadn't eaten anything. Lu Tan quickly went to find food to fill their stomachs. He cooked a pot of fragrant noodles and scooped some out for Thien Ni. It's ready. Let's eat. Lu Tan brought the steaming bowl of noodles over and called his disciple. Thien Ni, you can come to the table now. Thien Ni held the steaming bowl. In her hands, her eyes filled with joy as she watched Lu Tan. She whispered to herself, noodles cooked by Master's own hands are truly delicious. Watching the young girl eat so happily, Lu Tan fell into deep thought. Come to think of it, if this girl really considers me a sword, then in her eyes, what grade of sword am I? My current sword cultivation level is at stage 5. Based on the growth rate, I must be a mid-grade blue-tier spirit sword. A thought popped into his head, comparing himself to the quality of all the swords in the world. If that's the case, when my sword cultivation level reaches stage 10, I'll probably transform into a top-grade orange-tier divine sword. These far-fetched thoughts kept running through Lu Tan's mind. If I upgrade my sword soul to level 10, will Thien Ni be able to handle that pressure? Lu Tan took a bite of noodles and calculated to himself. This is going to be a big headache. I must quickly find a way to raise Thien Ni's level. How can I keep her Dao heart steady and stable? Otherwise, as her master, if I get wrapped around her little finger, what kind of dignity would I have left? Just then, a familiar voice rang out, bright and clear. It smells so good. It smells so good. Mu Nambak rushed in like a gust of wind. Without even asking, she grabbed the whole pot and started slurping away. As she ate, Mu Nambak praised it incessantly. It smells so good. It tastes so delicious. It's so satisfying. By this time, Thien Ni understood the reason for her previous wonder. No wonder Master cooked 3 bowls. It turns out he had a portion prepared for the 4th senior sister too. She took another bite of noodles and savored the wonderful flavor, thinking to herself, Master is truly thoughtful toward the 4th senior sister. After finishing her bowl of noodles, Mu Nambak held it out, asking for more, never stopping her praise for her little junior brother's culinary skills. It was top tier. Lu Tan smiled gently and replied, as long as you like it, senior sister. In his heart, he thought, this little demoness is truly cunning and unpredictable, but this food is definitely delicious. My cooking skills from the food stall are still more than enough to conquer the stomachs around here. Mu Nambak looked up at Lu Tan and said, senior sister, won't mooch off you for free. Thien Ni said, you were in seclusion, so I brought you something special. Little junior brother, hold out your hand. Mu Nambak took out a few apples and placed them in Lu Tan's hand, boasting that they were picked from the apple tree in the backyard and were excellent for calming the mind and soul, a great benefit for him. Because their cultivation paths were different, she could only help him in this way. This made Lu Tan unable to help but smile to himself. Known as a demon lord, yet she has no demonic aura at all. On the contrary, she is full of gentleness and care. Suddenly, the system flashed a bright red warning with a major announcement. Lu Tan blinked in confusion, wondering what was happening. Was the system glitching? Immediately after, the system displayed a notification. The open beta version of Thien Tran Online is about to begin. Countdown. 30 days, calculated by Earth time. Special announcement. Players will arrive soon. Lu Tan frowned slightly and muttered, launching the server earlier than expected? He immediately went to the library to flip through books, whispering, "This is not right. This is not right." He picked up a glowing book, flipping through it repeatedly to find some sort of confirmation. Lu Tan sifted through his past life memories. After entering the Teothu Tri and Din, he had used his experiences to write these two precious manuals. But the manuals clearly stated that Thientron Online would only open in a month. And the cultivation manual Lu Tan was currently holding was the Hidden Cultivation Manual. Lu Tan sighed, his eyes heavy with exhaustion. The open beta period has been accelerated. At first glance, it might seem like a small thing, but in reality, this is far from small. Once the open beta launches, a massive number of players will flood in. This will trigger a world-shaking event called the Collapse of the Heavenly Tao. The entire Thientran world will undergo massive changes because of those chaotic players, and everyone knows how crazy and unpredictable those players are. There is nothing they won't dare to do. Thinking of this, Lu Tan scratched his head, his mood hitting rock bottom. He had to act immediately. He couldn't just leave it to those crazy players. I'll do whatever I want. Since they're arriving so early, I have to be prepared. Lu Tan finds a book titled Player Controller. A sinister smile forms on his face. To manipulate these clueless players, he needs both the status and the strength to back it up. First, Lu Tan opens his status menu. He checks his current power levels. Lu Tan, Level 1. Charisma, 10. Maxed out. Luck, 1. Can't be upgraded. Insight, 1. Spiritual force, 1. Formation aptitude, 3. Sword Dao aptitude, 4. Sword heart, like bone, like shadow. Learned skills. Sword nourishing technique, Level 1. Ancient cultivation grand formation, Level 1. Eagle eye Level 1. Learned techniques, Qi refining formula Level 10. Mastered. Level 1 technique. Unnamed can be renamed. Life skills learned. Artifact. Flying paper crane Level 3. Looking at his stats, Lu Tan secretly evaluates his combat power. The stats look decent enough. They're stronger than anything he's ever practiced before, but his overall level is only 11. Still way too low. So, Lu Tan opens the Unnamed Technique tab and decides to start cultivating. He mutters to himself, "Experience points are limited. I'll prioritize upgrading things I can use immediately." Lu Tan immediately dumps his points to upgrade this unnamed technique to Level 2. After the upgrade, Lu Tan's total level jumps to 13. The third senior brother, who was sleeping in, also feels the shockwaves radiating from Lu Tan's mansion and immediately guesses that his little junior brother has broken through again. Lu Tan is still working hard to increase his combat power. One technique leveled up, his character level went up by 2. Not bad. He still has some leftover experience, so he dumps it all into the skill. Sword nourishing technique. Consuming 400,000 experience points to master it, this deal is clearly a steal. Next, he decides to upgrade the Ancient 5 Elements Grand Formation. This formation, aside from his swordsmanship, is his strongest trump card. He absolutely cannot neglect it. After a while of operating, Lu Tan successfully brings the Ancient 5 Elements Grand Formation to Level 2. This causes the third senior brother, who was sleeping, to jump up in shock. Little junior brother is not only breaking through realms, but he's also gained insights into a formation. How? Miao Nanbei vaguely senses it too, but because drowsiness hits him, he mutters as he drifts off. Seems like he's learned something else. So sleepy. The fourth senior sister, who was meditating, also smiles slightly, giving Lu Tan a compliment. Not bad at all. Lu Tan's spirits are now soaring. He clenches his fist and shouts with satisfaction. That feels great. Having extra bonuses after leveling up is way more satisfying than grinding away miserably. Even so, he remains sharp and isn't arrogant at all. This little achievement isn't enough to fully convince the players. He needs to think of a way to give them a little taste of sweetness. Lu Tan continues to ponder. He can't just give everyone a copy of the sword nourishing technique. That's a rare orange tier skill. It's not like it's cheap cabbage at the market. Very quickly, an idea flashes in his mind. The demonic sect is full of free techniques and skills. Why not take advantage of that treasure trove? The next day, during their meal, the third senior brother and fourth senior sister are quite surprised to hear Lu Tan's plan. "You want to go to the scripture tower?" Miao Nanbei says while chewing, telling him that other than some snacks on the 6th floor, the books on the other floors are trash. Not even as good as your sword nourishing technique. The third senior brother adds, saying that Lu Tan's ancient 5 elements grand formation is much better than the manuals in the tower. He advises him to focus on researching what he already has. Being too greedy isn't good. Lu Tan gently puts down his rice bowl. Senior brother, senior sister, you're too kind. His eyes flash with sincerity and tolerance as he says, as the saying goes, many skills won't weigh you down. My current knowledge is still lacking. How can I be lazy? Standing before a treasure trove of knowledge, and not even taking a look, would be an utter waste. These words leave everyone present looking like statues, not understanding what kind of philosophy this kid is spouting. Miao Nanbei racks her brain, but is still completely lost, wondering, why does everything little junior brother says sound like gibberish to me? The third senior brother, despite not understanding a thing, nods and smiles, appearing profound. Little junior brother's words are very reasonable. The master also nods, agreeing to let Lu Tan go. If you want to go, then just go. Miao Nanbei sees everyone nodding as if they understand and starts to panic. Wait, they all understand? Lu Tan smiles, playing a psychological trick. What do you think, fourth senior sister? Miao Nanbei is slightly startled by Lu Tan, but quickly regains her composure. She curls her lips and replies, I think so too. In her heart, she's screaming she absolutely cannot lose face. She can't let it be known that she's too lazy to read books. Miao Nanbei finishes speaking, and the air falls into silence. Everyone keeps their heads down and continues eating. Seeing that reaction, Miao Nanbei ruffles her hair and shouts, Hey, what's that look for? I really understood it. I really did. Scene change to the scripture tower at Mount Diqingfeng. Miao Nanbei sits perched on Lu Tan's shoulder, pouting, in boredom, complaining. So it turns out we're just going into the tower to dig for books. So boring. Lu Tan laughs flatteringly. The little enchantress is truly impressive. When trouble arises, I still have to rely on fourth senior sister to lead the way for me. Hearing the sweet talk, Miao Nanbei perks up again. At least you're sensible. The old men guarding the exterior see the two arriving and immediately bow and salute. Greetings, fourth junior uncle, little junior uncle. We should have welcomed you from afar. Forgive our lack of manners. Miao Nanbei crosses her arms and speaks with her chin held high, with the tone of a superior. Old man, my junior brother wants to enter the scripture tower. Do you understand what that means? An old man nods repeatedly. Of course I understand. Of course. He raises his hand to guide Lu Tan attentively. Little junior uncle, aside from the 6th floor of this scripture tower, I have already removed the restrictions on all other levels. You may enter and read freely. Lu Tan smiles slightly and stops him. No need to remove the restrictions for now. I want to test myself. First to see how many floors I can actually reach. The old man complies with his wishes. Very well, then please feel free, little junior uncle. In his heart, he secretly praises him. Little junior uncle is born with a sword embryo, and his Tao heart is so clear and steady. This is truly a great blessing for our demonic sect. Once everything is settled, Miao Nanbei jumps down to the ground and brushes her hands off. All right, we're here. I don't have time to go with you anymore. Go in by yourself. Lu Tan bows slightly and smiles, replying, Many thanks, fourth senior sister. After that, Lu Tan steps forward and activates the formation to enter the tower. He thinks excitedly. Having fourth senior sister, protecting me and opening the way, really makes everything as easy as pie. There are countless classics in this tower. As long as I touch them, the system will help me learn them immediately. How could these trivial restrictions ever stump me? Instantly, Lu Tan is teleported inside the tower. He rolls up his sleeves, unable to suppress his excitement. All these perks for SAO players, I can't let them go to waste. Let me take my time and check them out one by one. Huh. Liu Chen rushed in with a hurried, flustered look. Oh, demon sect scriptures. I'm coming for you. Right at that moment, the system triggered a new mission. You have accepted a special A-rank scenario mission. Tower climbing. Mission details. Climb to the top of the demon sect scripture treasury. Each floor has restrictions and a tower spirit guarding it. Break the restrictions and defeat the tower spirit to receive a huge reward. Currently conquering. Transmission Tower, Floor 1. Clear reward. 5,000 experience points. Liu Chen scanned the information panel, stroking his chin in deep thought. I never expected to trigger a scenario mission, and an A-rank one at that. But why are the rewards for this mission so pathetic? Just then, a resentful voice suddenly rang out. Another thief has snuck in. Don't you even dream of stealing the precious books from my hands. Liu Chen quickly assessed the situation. Could this be the tower spirit guarding the first floor? As expected, this personality, it must be the master's weird hobby. Liu Chen immediately raised his guard against this spiritual energy. If this really is the master's taste, then the tower spirit guarding this place is definitely no pushover. The spirit energy then transformed, revealing its true form, an old dog. It looked at Liu Chen and spoke, "You're that demon sect disciple who wants to climb the tower this time, right?" The system immediately displayed its information panel right in front of Liu Chen. Tower Spirit, Floor 1, Demon Sect Transmission Tower, Level 5 Earth Fat, Species, Bull-Headed Dog, Combat Power, 5, Special Ability, Can Speak Human Language. Liu Chen saw the appearance of the spirit and couldn't help but cover his mouth and giggle. A fat dog spirit with a combat power of a mere 5? No wonder the reward for clearing the floor is so miserably low. However, he quickly regained his composure, staying highly vigilant against this fat dog. Who knows, maybe that goofy appearance is just a deceptive facade. I must not underestimate the enemy. Seeing Liu Chen's attitude, the fat dog bared its fangs and roared fiercely. It seems this disciple doesn't take me seriously at all, huh? Then let me open your eyes to see just how powerful I am. Having said that, it manifested a giant head and whipped its long, thin tongue straight at Liu Chen. On this side, Liu Chen was quickly calculating how to deal with the enemy that had lunged at him. Even though it's only level 5 with a pathetic combat power of 5, it must have something special to be chosen as a tower spirit. Is this speed pure energy or some kind of magic? The fat dog opened its mouth wide and lunged forward, barking a small woof and aggressively declaring, "I'm going to bite your throat off." But the fat dog couldn't reach the target, hovering only at its opponent's lower torso. Seeing this, Liu Chen paused, mocking its modest height. "At this height, are you sure you're aiming for my throat?" Hearing this, the fat dog was so ashamed it became furious and changed direction, charging straight at Liu Chen's most sensitive spot. "You dare mock me? I'll make sure you're left without any heirs." But before it could touch its target, Liu Chen instinctively raised his leg, blocking the fat dog, muttering to himself, "Why so vicious?" Taking the kick head-on, the fat dog's body stretched like rubber, its face twisted and distorted, and it was sent flying backward. It rolled a few times before finally landing with a thud. The dog immediately switched to victim mode, looking frail and tearfully complaining, You don't have a kind bone in your body. Animal abuse. You are heartless." And with that, it took off running, not forgetting to leave behind the classic line, "Wait until I finish my cultivation. I'll come back to take my revenge." Liu Chen stood there speechless. He thought it would be powerful, but it turned out to be the weakest of them all, frail and pathetic. This dog really only had a combat power of 5. I didn't even need to use my sword energy. At this moment, the system displayed a notification. "Congratulations, you have defeated the Floor 1 Tower Spirit. You have received 5,000 experience points. Do you want to conquer the next floor of the transmission tower?" The scene changes to a mysterious place inside the demon sect. A disciple stood respectfully beside an old man and reported softly, "Master, the tea is ready." This old man is the one who guided Liu Chen. Through his senses, he had grasped every movement occurring on the first floor. Those were just ordinary scriptures. The tower spirit's restrictions are too weak. Perhaps the junior uncle has already broken through them easily. However, starting from the second floor, it truly contains authentic techniques and scriptures. The junior uncle must be careful. Liu Chen was searching for scriptures at this moment. He had such a headache that he couldn't help but curse. Damn it. Why does such trashy literature exist? Stuff like, "The young master uses force," or "I and the young master spent 300 days and nights together," or "My wife and I fought 500 rounds." The titles sound so stupid, and the content is supposedly serious and upright. It's clearly just cheap clickbait. Moreover, the system kept displaying notifications. Detected. Gradeless book. The young master uses force. Do you want to upload it to your brain? Detected. Book I and the young master spent 300 days and nights together. Want to upload? Detected. My wife and I fought 500 rounds. Want to upload? Liu Chen scrolled through them, feeling extremely annoyed with the secret manuals here. The first floor of the Demon Sect Transmission Tower turns out to just house useless literature that relies on sensational titles to fool others. So, Liu Chen decisively ignored them and went straight to the second floor. I have to get up there now. No wonder. The restrictions on this floor were so weak. These trashy books wouldn't even be looked at by a dog. The fat dog spirit on the first floor was chilling, secretly judging Liu Chen. This disciple doesn't have a single cell of literary talent. These are what you call true art. Other than a handsome face, he's just a literary illiterate. Liu Chen strode to the entrance of the second floor. He paused and thought to himself, The restrictions on the second floor. Finally, I see something worth noting. The system continued to issue a new mission. You are conquering the second floor of the transmission tower. The reward for clearing the floor is 20,000 experience points. Liu Chen smiled smugly. The experience reward for the second floor is multiplied by 4. Good, this place will definitely store real, authentic skill books. He pointed his hand straight inside the array, aggressively declaring, "Then let me, myself, destroy this floor of yours." Liu Chen gently made his move, successfully breaking the barrier, protecting the second floor. It seems that after I leveled up my sword cultivation technique, the power has also increased significantly. Just a simple second floor, how could it possibly trouble me? Immediately, thick fog rose in all directions. Liu Chen quickly guessed that the tower spirit guarding this floor had appeared. The spirit transformed into the form of a pretty girl, hovering in mid-air. "Are you the new disciple visiting the tower?" The system prompt flashed. Teaching Tower. Floor 2. Spirit Book Tower. Level 15. Race. Spirit Book. Battle Power. 80. Special Ability. Knowledge is Power. The first thing Luton noticed was the female spirit's face. He inwardly appraised. This NPC looks pretty cute, but why is her special ability Knowledge is Power so strange? Could this be the master's bizarre taste? Seeing Luton just standing there silently, the woman warned, "If you don't answer, then I'll have to escort you out." A warrior clad in golden armor appeared. Luton was surprised. So this is what they meant by knowledge is power? That looks so cool. The woman marched toward Luton, chanting, "The monarch has no time for court today." The only thing Luton cared about were the 2 lines of poetry she just recited, completely ignoring the fact that he was currently under attack. Hey, those 2 lines. Why do they sound just like some cliché novel dialogue? Outside, the old man guarding the tower stroked his beard and mused, "The floor 2 spirit is slightly stronger than the junior martial uncle. I wonder how he'll handle this?" Inside the tower, the fierce woman chased Luton, attacking relentlessly while mocking, "You only know how to cower like a turtle. You have no right to read my classics." With a bold, daring slash, this woman truly possessed an incredibly alluring figure. The old man watching the monitor couldn't help but redden, muttering, "This spirit is made so realistically. Her figure is top tier." Before he could finish, the disciples behind him rushed over, whispering, "That was close. We almost saw something. Go, junior martial uncle." They all made expressions that couldn't be more unsightly. Some were drooling uncontrollably, and others had nosebleeds everywhere. The old man, enraged, roared, "Get lost and go train. Is this something you should be watching?" The disciples whined as they scurried away. "We aren't watching. The master is mad. Run. It hurts. Run fast. The master's lost it. The master wants to keep all the good stuff for himself. Run." Watching the brats run for their lives, the old man suppressed his anger. "You little rascals. Consider yourselves lucky." Only his female disciple remained, still completely mesmerized by Luton's handsome face. Junior martial uncle is truly worthy of his reputation. So dashing, and so naturally gifted. The old man glanced over, thinking, isn't he being cornered by the spirit, though? Inside the tower, Luton stopped playing defense and began to counterattack. The old man outside was shocked. The situation reversed this quickly? No wonder he's a heavenly sword body. The junior martial uncle is truly formidable. Luton pointed at the woman and declared boldly, "Did a few moves make you think you're something special? You're just a spirit with 80 battle power. You're not even worthy of being my opponent." Luton quickly defeated her. The system notification popped up. "Congratulations on clearing floor 2 of the teaching tower. Receive 20,000 EXP. Total current EXP, 25,000. Do you wish to extract?" Luton thought happily. It looked intimidating, but floor 2 was actually quite easy. After I read all the manuals on this floor, I'll immediately go check out the 3rd floor. Luton went to find the secret techniques, muttering, "I'm coming." "My treasures!" The system instantly displayed countless pieces of information before him. Luton smirked, thinking, "Only children choose I'm learning them all." In a flash, he had mastered all 257 techniques. Luton patted his chest smugly, using the system to cultivate. Is lightning fast. Even though it cost a lot of EXP to learn Earth tier techniques, it's worth every penny. These should be enough as rewards for the players. After finishing, he proceeded to the 3rd floor, planning to dump the remaining EXP into some blue tier skill books. Blue tier high grade as rewards. At the entrance to the 3rd floor, Luton paused. The 3rd floor, this place must hide the blue tier skill books. The level of the ceiling array here has clearly been enhanced. Outside, the old man waited nervously for the result. The ceiling barrier on the third floor is completely different from the first two. The junior martial uncle is only at the third layer of the initial realm. Can he really break it? Lu Tan remained focused, looking for a solution. I can vaguely sense that with my current level, if I use sword chi to force it, I won't be able to break it. But he reached out and touched the center of the formation. This thing gives me a very familiar feeling. It's exactly like the internal structure of the ancient 5 elements array. Finally, Lu Tan decided to break the formation. Let's try using the 5 elements array to see if I can decrypt it. The female disciple outside asked, Master, what is the junior martial uncle doing? The old man smiled, stroking his long beard. This type of formation is no trivial matter. Given the junior martial uncle's current cultivation, he cannot break it by force with sword chi. He wants to use a formation to break a formation. But that formation, how could an ordinary one be enough to break it? However, very quickly, the barrier was completely shattered by Lu Tan. The female disciple pointed and shouted excitedly, Master, look, it seems the junior martial uncle broke it. The old man could only stand there, stunned, unable to say a word. Lu Tan dusted his hands and walked calmly into the third floor. Sure enough, it shares similarities with the ancient 5 elements array. Breaking it was a piece of cake. He boldly issued a challenge. Come on out. Floor 3's tower spirit, get out here and fight. The old man continued to contemplate. I'm afraid Lu Tan will have a very difficult time passing this stage. Even if he broke the formation by coincidence, the spirit guarding the third floor is definitely not ordinary. It is a genuine ghost spirit. Lu Tan felt the space around him become dark and cold. A connection suddenly sparked in his mind. Why does this feeling feel like a scene from an old horror movie? The system notification appeared. Phase quest. Breaking current teaching tower floor 3. Reward upon completion. 100,000 experience points. Lu Tan was slightly stunned and blurted out. 100,000 experience points? Compared to the second floor reward, it's actually 5 times more. Watching the dark mist gradually condense, Liu Xin mused. With experience points this high, could it be that a super boss is hiding here? A figure gradually took shape, accompanied by a booming voice. You've got some guts. Being able to make it all the way here. The figure was a little demon with 2 horns on its head. It grinned, showing its teeth. It's been a long time since this lord has seen any newcomer climb up to this place. The info panel for the little demon immediately appeared. Pagoda Spirit. 3rd floor. Demon Sect Transmission Pagoda. Level. Ghost Spirit Level. 25. Combat Power. 200. Special Ability. Only needs boldness. Liu Xin carefully observed the little demon and made his assessment. A level 25 ghost spirit with a special skill called Only Needs Boldnesses? Even though I don't know what the hell this ability is, but regardless, I feel its combat power is by no means weak. The little demon folded its arms and put on an arrogant face, declaring, This lord will give you one more chance. Get out of here right now, and today's business will end here. Otherwise, this lord will let you know what true terror really is. Lu Tan kept his calm demeanor and replied lightly, Actually, I was planning to leave anyway. But after hearing you say that, his voice suddenly changed completely, becoming colder and more terrifying than ever. I kind of want to see what this so-called true terror is actually made of.